crossing the full-time job, you turned into a three-eyed demon wolf, but you did not choose to rule the world, instead planning to find an opportunity to give yourself to Mofan. Unexpectedly, as soon as he saw you, he launched an attack, so you had to take out a 30-meter-long iron rod and physically interrupted his spellcasting. Just when Mofan thought he was going to be treated as food by you, you took out a mobile phone and opened QQ, indicating that you wanted to add Mofan as a friend and even wanted to become his contract beast. Not long ago, you crossed over to become the one-eyed demon wolf in the full-time position, and you also gained the ability of feasting. Each feast can increase your size by 20% and your body strength by 50%. At first, you fantasized about developing sneakily, like learning from the sword god of Tenley Slope, and coming out when you reached the millionth feast, kicking emperors with your feet, punching curses, but a few days later, you found that it was completely impractical. Although the first feast only required consuming 1 unit of demon, by the second feast, you had to consume 10 units. This gave you a very bad feeling. As expected, the consumption unit for the third feast became 100 units, 1 time multiplied by 10. 100 times is 100 billion units, but you only consume 1 unit by eating a giant-eyed chimpanzee. Where can you find 100 billion of them to eat? So you came up with the idea of attacking an ant nest, but it was simply not feasible. Fortunately, you are very familiar with the plot of The Full-Time Mage and have a clear understanding of the opportunities in this world. However, there is still one issue: your demon identity is very inconvenient, and you have no chance to touch those undiscovered opportunities. So, the primary goal you have set at this stage is to find a summoning mage to be your tool, make a contract with him, and thus smoothly enter the human world. As for the candidate, it must be Mofan. For you, Mofan is the person you know best in this world. You are quite familiar with his growth trajectory, and his personality is relatively easy to handle. More importantly, he is closest to you, because you are in the snowy mountains near Bossity. All of this can be confirmed from the relics of nearby corpses. In addition, the bloody alert in Bossity has not occurred at this time. So what opportunities can be planned now? Without a doubt, it is the Earth Holy Spring. It is worth noting that in the original work, the one-eyed demon wolf only took a sip of the Earth Holy Spring and began to advance to the Bone Spur Wolf, which is enough to prove the terrifying effect of the Earth Holy Spring. So you are preparing to wait for the blood red alert to come, relying on your own strength to squat a wave of Mofan, not only to snatch the Earth Holy Spring, but also to establish a good relationship with him, making it easier to sign a contract later. However, there are only 2 choices to find Mofan in the Bow City. The first is to follow the Wolf Yao army and rush into it while the Winged Song Wolf attacks Bow City. However, with the military mages guarding the city, not only are there too many unexpected incidents, but it is also easy to be outwitted by the violent rain. Another method is the tunnels dug by the giant eye-ape rats. The reason why there are so many monsters entering Bow City in the original work is closely related to these giant rats digging tunnels. So, while hunting the giant eye-ape rats to increase the feast level, you also search for the tunnel leading to Bow City. Finally, half a month later, you found a cave of giant rats again. With the already 3 levels of the feast, your strength and defense are much stronger than others of the same kind. The single-eyed rays of these rats do not break through your defense at all, and with just a light squeeze, they all burst. Finding that the single-eyed rays are ineffective, these giant rats seem to have lost their minds and attack you, trying to bite you to death with their iron-broken teeth. Unfortunately, you not only have sharp claws but also a big bloodthirsty mouth. All the giant eye-ape rats that dared to rush at you turned into duck necks. After dealing with all the giant-eyed gorilla rats, you originally wanted to take the leftover meat back to rest, but suddenly discovered that the cave of these rats seemed endless. As expected, you really found the secret passage to the city of Bow. However, you were not in a hurry to explore, but first went to a stream, washed all the blood off, applied a special plant oil juice to remove the body odor, and then entered the cave to explore. Several hours later, you finally emerged from the cave and arrived at an abandoned construction site in Bow City. After confirming that there was no one around, you climbed out from there and quickly climbed up a 9-story abandoned building. After observing for half an hour, you knocked out a lone passerby with a swipe of your claw and took away his phone. Due to the advanced internet in this era, a phone could provide easier access to human intelligence. So, after seeing the passcode entered by the person on the rooftop just now, you tracked him to a secluded place and directly took action. Of course, you did not choose to kill. After all, being robbed of a phone in the middle of the night would not attract much attention even if reported. But if someone died, it would definitely affect your hiding place. After turning over his cell phone, wallet and other belongings from his body, Chen Xian made sure he was still breathing and then simply slipped away, finally letting Chen Xian get his phone. It was a bit of a pain to use with his size. He could only lay the phone flat on the ground and gently tap it with a piece of soft tissue carefully selected from the giant-eyed scarlet rat. This was the touchscreen tool that Chen Xian had prepared for his cell phone. Open the cell phone to unlock the screen. Open the lack of map. Find Bo City. Search for Tianlan Magic High School. The map was clearly labeled with its location, as well as the route to get there. It was about 2 kilometers from the abandoned construction site here. Chen Xian would have arrived in at most 2 minutes if he ran at full speed. And although the feast had strengthened his weight, it had likewise strengthened his strength. After determining the location of the school, Chen Xian registered another penguin and entered the keywords Bo City and Tianlan Magic High School on the penguin search function. Chen Xian looked it up bit by bit, going over every detail to see what time period of the plot he was currently in. Finally, the magical version of Mo Fan and Yuang's 3-year pact was seen on some campus confession wall, and after careful calculations, Chen Xian realized that it seemed to be the last few days. He then added several group chats about it and began to ask carefully about it. Teenagers in this day and age had begun to enjoy staying up late, and there were people online at 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening. After asking several people, Chen Xian had determined that the duel between Yuang and Mo Fan would be the day after tomorrow, and it was fortunate that he had found the giant-eyed scarlet rat's hole in the ground in time, or else the Black Cleric could start raining furiously 10 days later. Since this was the case, Chen Xian was not going to leave during this period of time and stayed here to wait for the raging rain to descend. 2 days later, Mo Fan's 3-year appointment with Yuan was officially fought, and after a pretentious meal of flashing his innate duel system talent, Mo Fan managed to defeat Yuan and gained the opportunity to enter the Earth's sacred spring for 7 days of cultivation. 7 days passed by in a flash, and at the Snow Peak mountain post, a few old hunters were sitting around chatting, when the originally gloomy sky suddenly went completely dark. It's going to be a big rainstorm, this is. As soon as an old hunter's words fell, bean-sized raindrops leaked down sharply, and in the blink of an eye it poured down in a torrential downpour, and the entire mountain range was instantly covered by a curtain of rain, with an orange mist appearing in the mountains. Why is the color of this rain so yellow? Getting off the piss this is. Ha 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 ha. The hunters were still in the mood to joke about it, not realizing what this natural disaster of rain would bring to Bo. The north of the stagecoach station. Stationed at the barrier was Zhang Kong's direct subordinate, Wan Broken Wind. Wan Broken Wind was a military commander of a 1,000-man regiment, with the strength of a dual-system middle-order full cultivator, and had been in the military for over 10 years, and was the most outstanding earth mage in Bo City. Wan Jianfang was wearing a leather rain-insulating one-piece straw raincoat, and standing in the rain curtain. He had his own sense of majesty and solemnity. His gaze was fixed on the mountains and forests in the distance that were being drenched by the downpour, when suddenly a bright ball of light shone from the back of one of the mountains, which broke through the orange rain to emit a faint light in the obscure mid-air. Light flare signal? Wan Broken Wind had a puzzled look on his face. Light flare was an elementary light magic, while light flare signal was a special cultivation spell in the military that could change the color as well as the shape of the light flare, and was usually used to use it as a signal, because in the world of magic, using technological devices to transmit information is revealing one's location to demons, and for this reason humans have developed magic that specializes in transmitting signals. 1,000 Army Commander. It's an alert signal, a subordinate immediately reported. As soon as the words left his mouth, another flash of light cut through the distant rain, this time more distinct, all at once. All the military mages tensed up. 2 signals, this is blue alert. There are several levels of alert, ranging from the harmless orange alert, which represents a small number of demons unexpectedly approaching the Ankiland. A blue alert means that a demon is about to attack the city, which will cause some unrest, but not so much that the defenses will be breached. The scarlet alert, signifying a massacre. The military mage would not be able to guarantee that no demons would break through the defenses and rush into the city, and all non-combatants would have to retreat to the safety boundary at this point. Purple alert, which means that anything outside the safety boundary is unsafe, including mages. Black alert stands for seek your own fortune. Master Boga, you're lucky to be alive. Woo! The blue siren was pulled and the siren sounded long and loud immediately after. Wan Broken Wind's cell phone rang, and Wan Broken Wind picked up the call. Hello? One Army Chief. We were attacked by a swarm of beasts, and the Light Mage is dead. Unable to release the ensuing light flare, the voice of the patrol came from the other end of the phone. Wan Broken Wind's body went cold, and the hand holding the cell phone began to tremble. I hope Bo will get through this disaster and take me to my family in Boss Chopper. To say sorry. Pull. Scarlet alert. Wan Broken Wind uttered these words almost trembling, and after taking a deep breath, his eyes gradually regained their determination. The others at the bottom still wanted to question the source of the call's intelligence, but they were loudly rebuked by Wan Broken Wind. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do as I say. Chapter 4. On Human Treasures. Pull. Scarlet alert. Wan Broken Wind uttered these words almost trembling, and after taking a deep breath, His eyes gradually regained their determination. The others at the bottom still wanted to question the source of the call's intelligence, but they were loudly rebuked by one broken wind. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do as I say. Yes. Ho ho ho. Roar, roar. Suddenly, a heart-pounding roar came from behind the mountain, as if 1,000 horses were running wild. Shaking that mountain forest, the Snow Peak mountain stage also sensed the disturbance, and in the midst of the blanket of rain, a lone werewolf-shaped creature spread its wings and flew up into the sky. Looking down on Bow City from afar, after it made its entrance, more white giant wolves rushed out of the mountains and forests, each one a warlord class 3-eyed demon wolf, and charged fiercely at the Snow Mountain post. After the 3-eyed demonic wolves were countless 1-eyed demonic wolves. Although they were slave level, if they were allowed to charge into the city, then the casualties they caused would be far greater than the 3-eyed demonic wolves. Okay, lots of 3-eyed demon wolves. How come there are so many of them? Has the wolf clan of the Southern Ridge expanded to here? Go find Boss Chopper. At this moment, the warlord yes-men guarding the stagecoach finally understood why the scarlet alert was sounded. Demons attacked the city. It was a disaster. A disaster without warning. This raging rain brought with it thousands of wolf race demons, and even more came from afar. A greenish-black tide covered the mountain range, but this tide was coalesced by a single 1-eyed demon wolf. They hissed, one vicious reddened one eye, revealing that they wanted to eat all the living. At the abandoned construction site, hearing the torrential rain begin to pour outside, Chen Xian pushed aside the wooden boards he had found somewhere to conceal the hole in the ground. As the yellow rainstorm drenched his body, Chen Xian felt that his emotions were inexplicably a bit irritated as well, and began to crave for even more delicious demonic bile. In the next second, realizing that there was something wrong with the rain, he immediately ducked into the abandoned building to avoid having his mind affected by the raging rain. This time, the demon wolves had not yet breached the barrier of the snowy mountain post. The pedestrians on the road were panicked, but not to the point of being completely out of control. People were just anxiously rushing towards their homes to make sure that their wives and children were safe before heading to the safety boundary. Chen Xian opened the phone. Has long been prepared on the Tianlan Magic High School positioning. Confirmed the route after a tear down the road advertising spray cloth, with claws and teeth to tear out the area of their own height, will be draped over the body to tie a knot. As a cloak this rain as well as concealment with, although it would be strange to be seen, as long as people didn't associate them with demons and Chen Xian didn't actively attack passers-by, it didn't matter and no one would care about his strange behavior. After making complete preparations, Chen Xian didn't act rashly, but waited for the winged sun wolves to break through the city before heading to Tianlan Magic High School himself so that he could fish in troubled waters. After all, at this time, Mo Fan was still in the Earth Sacred Spring, and by the time he came out, Bow City had almost fallen. As for whether he would be unable to defeat Mo Fan, this was something he hadn't considered at all. He wasn't afraid of even if a middle-ranked mage came, because humans were just too fragile. The power of the 1-eyed demon wolf was categorized as a slave, but the effect of such power would be completely different if it was given to a human. To USE.to hit the same kind of Chen Xian still have to exert some effort to kill with one blow. To hit a human that is not rubbing on the death? Chen Xian hadn't done nothing in the past 10 days. The first thing was that he had a weapon. Through some rebar from the abandoned building and a couple of steel pipes that he had stolen and broken from who knows where, all stuck together, Chen Xian made a 7-meter-long collapsible iron rod. Foldable means that you can just break the rebar at the link and straighten it when you want to use it. Although this is very brittle and easy to bend, the weapon is easy to break, but it does not matter against the human enough to use. On this thing a stick down, Mo Fan can be a long-suffering touche on the human treasure, because the damage overflow of demons is just too much. Hitting a human can actually kill them with a casual injury. And a 7-meter-long iron rod that hits a human for a bit basically can't get up, and the attack range greatly increased. An inch long and an inch strong, Chen Xian 1-eyed demon wolf stood up more than 5 meters tall and wielded a 7-meter iron rod. The attack range is not likely to be longer than the effective spell casting range of a beginner mage like Mo Fan. How well a 5-meter-tall werewolf could hit someone with a 7-meter-long iron rod? One only needed to brainstorm how well a human could hit a kitten or puppy with a stick. Of course, this was not the backbone of Chen Xian, who dared to face a mid-ranked mage head-on without fear. What really gave him the backbone was wisdom. Wisdom from the human race. The flaws of beginner and mid-ranked wizards are very big. Slow spell casting, low damage, small range, significant back-and-forth swing duration, and the most fatal thing is the brittle body plate. Not only could magic be dodged, but it could also be interrupted. And Chen Xian also had complete human intelligence. So in a small place like Bow City, basically, if you knew what lineage he was, you would know what kind of magic he could do. Precognition makes a wizard entirely less of a threat than a mindless demon. After waiting for more than an hour, accompanied by a loud wolf growl coming from the Snow Peak mountain stage, the winged pale wolf rushed straight to the top of the tallest building in Bow City. Towering over the people in fear, the white wolves broke into the city right after them and started a bloody slaughter. Those who hadn't yet evacuated to the safety boundary would not be spared. The Snow Peak Mountain stagecoach station could no longer be defended, and a large number of wolves rushed into the city. Chen Xian knew that the time had come, and he couldn't bear to look at the bloody scene. It was time to go and find a way out for his future. Draped in a raincoat, with a folded steel pipe and a cell phone, Chen Xian leapt out of the abandoned building and sprawled out on the road in a frenzy. A billboard that had been completely blocked suddenly appeared on the road as it sped by, and one could vaguely see the dark shadows that seemed to cover it underneath. However, he was completely unconcerned with curiosity, and only knew to desperately flee to the safety boundary. Chen Xian ran wildly at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, his huge figure destroying I don't know how many cars along the way. His cloak was blown by the gusts of wind and took off completely upwards, and he didn't care at all whether he would be seen or not. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Xian rushed to Tianlan Magic High School and ran directly towards the back mountainside. He remembered that Mo Fan would come directly to the back mountain from the secret passage of the Earth Sacred Spring. At this point in time, a large number of students at the entrance of the school had already begun to panic and run away, while the more sensible ones were still staying in the school gymnasium, waiting for support. Chen Xian looked at the entire school from the higher half of the hill, from where he could see the entirety of Tianlan Magic High School without missing Mo Fan's arrival. Chapter 5. Intercepting the sacred spring of the earth. On the other side, Mo Fan, who had just cultivated to the point where he was close to making a breakthrough, was interrupted by the sudden scarlet alert, and was entrusted with keeping the Earth Sacred Spring safe while following Lin Yusen as she fled the underground cultivation chamber with the Earth Sacred Spring. Lin Yusen, on the other hand, used herself as bait to attract the attention of the black clergy, allowing Mo Fan to take the Earth Sacred Spring and hand it over to Jinkong. Mo Fan's mind was shaken after he learned that the scarlet alert had taken place, and after passing through the secret passageway his eyes were greeted by a residential area where demons were hissing, and which was already strewn with body marks and rivers of blood. Many magicians had already been slaughtered at will like poultry when facing a demon, not to mention the ordinary people who had no power in their hands. The scarlet letter of Scarlet Alert is really no joke. A mind-shattering roar rang out from further away, shaking Mo Fan to goosebumps. Turning his head to look, it was clearly the huge winged pale wolf lying on top of the iconic building of Bo City, the Silver Trade Tower. Its tail dangles down the dome of the Silver Trade Center, its fleshy wings stretched out completely, obscuring a dozen or so floors of office buildings. Its head was raised high, and the roar that was enough to shake the entire Bo City just now was roared from that bloody mouth that was enough to swallow clouds and spit out mist. Witnessing all this, Mo Fan could not return to his senses for a long time. This was not the Bo City he was familiar with at all. It was all too shocking for him. Was this not a human city? Why are there so many demons? This is a commander-level demon. This is all a conspiracy of the black clergy. After Lin Yusen finished explaining the cause and effect of the matter to him, she left without looking back and stepped onto the path of sacrifice. The Black Cleric, the Fountain of Berserk, said Mo Fan softly to himself as he looked at her back, making a mental note of the source of this destruction of Bo City. Before he could get back to his senses, there was a vibration behind him, and when he looked back, he only saw that large swathes of trees had been snapped off, and the group of incredibly robust wolf demons were heading towards the direction of the school, having found the sheepfold, and couldn't wait to rush towards the school. Crap. There were also demons near the school, and there were quite a few of them. After serious thought, Mo Fan decided to go to the school first to meet up with the others. The strength of many increases the chances of survival. In this disaster, he was part of the flight. Immediately after that, he began to leave the city's central hill and ran towards the school's side entrance, and Chen Xian, who had already been lurking on the hillside for a long time, naturally spotted him at the first opportunity. Finally squatting to you, Chen Xian, who had already seen Mo Fan's picture in the group chat in her phone, immediately recognized that this was the original protagonist, Mo Fan, the young man who still returned to school at this time. There was no one else but him. Chen Xian immediately took out the iron rod that had already been broken straight and charged at Mo Fan. The sound of wild footsteps attracted Mo Fan's attention for the first time, turning his head to see that Chen Xian was already less than 50 meters away from him. What a big one-eyed demon wolf. Is this taking me as a target? Humph. Let's let you taste the power of a level 3 fire Z. Mo Fan exclaimed with a start. Chen Xian's size was obviously several circles larger than the average one-eyed demon wolf. When Chen Xian rushed 20 meters in front of him, Mo Fan's 7 fire stars had already connected, and just as he was about to launch the fireball out, Chen Xian's dash gave a very obvious direction to dodge in, so that one would subconsciously make a prediction waiting for Mo Fan to make a swinging motion. Chen Xian violently made a change of direction, making Mo Fan's prediction directly into nothing. The fireball directly deflected to his grandma's house, although it is said that the gun is fast and accurate within 7 paces. But within 7 paces, everyone is competing for the speed of nerve reaction, and dodging bullets relies not on being faster than bullets, but on being faster than the opponent's aim. What? Fan was instantly shocked. Even if this thing was so big in size, it was actually so flexible. Pinch well. I am a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. With such a good joint, of course we have to show it off. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had a look of anticipation on his face. Don't think you can hide. Explode for me. Fan let out a loud shout, and the beginner level 3 fire nourishing burst directly exploded into a large fireball, with a power similar to that of a high explosive grenade. However, to Chen Xian it was nothing more than a bigger gale, not to mention that it was so far away that it couldn't shake him at all. This time, he had already broken through to 10 meters in front of Fan. With Fan's previous experience, there was still a buffer space at this distance, and the one-eyed demon wolf would have to take at least 2 steps to attack him. However, this time he encountered Chen Xian, who did not speak of martial virtues, only to see him violently lifting up the iron rod that he had been motoring all the way over on the ground. Both claws grabbed the end of the iron rod and slammed it down hard. The 7-meter-long iron rod directly struck down towards Fan with a blow to his head. If this stick hit solidly, Fan's entire body would have to explode. However, Chen Xian was collecting his strength, knowing that Fan still had a shield magic tool. Sure enough, seeing Chen Xian, the one-eyed demon wolf raised the 7-meter-long iron rod. Fan was scared out of his wits. Too late to avoid. Avoid if the legs have to break. Without saying a word, he offered the sickle bone shield with both hands against it. The next moment, the iron rod slammed on the sickle bone shield. The powerful blow was blocked, but Fan's entire body also knelt on the ground as a result. Encountering such a smart one-eyed demon wolf, he felt like he was going to be accounted for today. Are all the demons out there so smart? The textbooks don't say so. When Chen Xian's move failed, he immediately retracted his iron rod and quickly stabbed out again, stabbing Fan in the abdomen because he was kneeling on the ground and had no space to avoid. Fan was stabbed solidly and directly blacked out, almost vomiting out what he had eaten in the past few days. By the time he came back to his senses, Chen Xian had already arrived in front of him and grabbed him by the hands negatively behind his back and apprehended him on the spot. This time he was completely out of resistance. Crap! Not killing me? What's this about? To capture me as a reserve? Fan was also confused. Never heard of any kind of demon that would grab a human with both hands on his back. Humph. Stupid protagonist. Chen Xian did not show much when he heard it, but just grabbed the small bottle of the earth sacred spring that was hanging around his neck. As for that loach, Chen Xian wouldn't dare touch him. Hey, bastard, give it back to me. Damn, it's the Black Order, isn't it? You bunch of brutes. Fan suddenly thought of something. This peculiar one-eyed demonic wolf came for the earth sacred spring. Then he was most likely a summoned or contracted beast of the Black Cleric. Chen Xian didn't pay attention to him, just risking that he was too noisy. What if he lured the other wolves over later, and directly broke his hands upwards? Fan heard so much that tears were coming out of his eyes. As soon as Chen Xian opened the bottle, he directly poured the earthly sacred spring into his mouth, but as a result, he didn't expect the earthly sacred spring that had left the bottle to instantly become countless times larger, and a large amount of earthly sacred spring water gushed out. Chapter 6. Advancement. Three-eyed devil wolf. Soul furnace. There was enough for a swimming pool. Chen Xian didn't expect this to happen. In the original story, Fan also swallowed it directly. Now it seems that it was all swallowed by the little loach. Can't think too much. Chen Xian big mouth. How much to drink? How much? Drink to vomit or pinched mouth to keep it from flowing out. The other side of a large number of earth holy spring is formed a water vortex. This a small swimming pool of the amount of Chen Xian at best drank 100%, the rest were swallowed by the small loach on the other side of the vortex, and the whole process did not leak a single breath. Fan, on the other hand, took this opportunity to distance himself from Chen Xian, and had already begun to mobilize his thunder system stars. Chen Xian's body digestion was also very fast. In a short while he was able to swallow the mouthful of earthly sacred spring along with it, and it was obvious to see that his stomach bulged up into a ball, filled with earthly sacred spring. Well done, little mud blood. Fan praised. The thunder system star track in his hand was already completed, directly electrifying Chen Xian. Thunder seal, fury strike. Thick lightning shot towards Chen Xian, who was concerned about digesting the earth sacred spring, was completely unable to dodge the speed of the lightning system, directly giving Chen Xian a piece of skin charred and paralyzed by electricity. When Chen Xian resumed his actions, Fan's fire star track was also completed, only this time it was only a second level fire, and when Chen Xian's iron rod was blocked, the iron rod that had already been folded many times was directly snapped into 2 sections. When Chen Xian revealed a scornful smile towards Fan finally realized that he had just gotten on top of things and should have run while he had the chance. It was too late at the moment. Chen Xian rushed up. Several of Fan's powerful magic was still on cooldown. He could only use the second level thunder seal. The thunder system was still effective against Chen Xian and could paralyze him however. Chen Xian began to speak without martial virtues again, and when Mo Fan connected to the 5th star, Chen Xian swung out the broken iron rod, and the 3-meter-long iron rod darted at Mo Fan like a dart. Shit! What the hell? Mo Fan had no choice but to make a flying dive to avoid it, breaking the 5 stars that were so hard to connect. A 3-meter-long iron rod smashed in a high-speed rotation, which was something a human could catch. Jie! No, move it. Lousy directly does not speak. Wudu, pressure up. Chen Xian rushed over 3 meters long iron stick one after another smashed into the ground. Mo Fan can only curl up and roll on the ground to avoid, like a child being lectured by his parents after missing 10 times in a row. As if he could see that Chen Xian didn't want to hurt him, Mo Fan hurriedly shouted, "Don't fight! Don't fight!" Chen Xian's iron rod rested a few centimeters from his face, and the cold iron rod reflected his own curved face. Whistling with wind. Mo Fan is now in a very complicated mood, but it's good to survive, and no longer continue to resist, posing as a big word lying on the ground, to see what tricks Chen Xian wants to play. Only he never expected that Chen Xian actually took a cell phone out and opened the penguin add friend function to him. Bluff! Chen Xian screamed at Mo Fan with her cell phone. What's this for? You want to add me as a friend? Mo Fan was dumbfounded. A one-eyed demon wolf wanted to add him as a friend? Only Chen Xian slowly nodded. Crap! Really away from the original spectrum. But add it, as long as you don't kill me. Mo Fan instead casually took out his cell phone and swept it against Chen Xian's small code, sending out a friend request. The Supreme Wolf, Heavenly Emperor of all worlds. Looking at such a name, as well as that selfie avatar of a one-eyed demon wolf disliking the camera with his square face, Mo Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, wanting to spit but afraid of being punched. It couldn't be helped. During the 10 days of waiting, Chen Xian was really too bored, and the various passages in the underground caves had been drilled and familiarized by him. Chen Xian skillfully took out a stylus and operated it one by one, sending a series of messages after agreeing to be friends. Make a deal? Deal? What kind of deal? Tell me who you are first. Mo Fan said. He still felt that there was someone behind Chen Xian until now, because Chen Xian's behavior looked like he had lived in human society anyways. Just call me Xian. And the deal, if you will, is that I'll escort you and your family to the safety junction? And you'll promise me one thing. This trading condition of Chen Xian's was in Mo Fan's opinion that could be too weighty as it involved family members. To know, Xin Xia is a wheelchair. Originally Mo Fan himself is difficult to protect, so did not think of this. Now think of Xin Xia has not succeeded in evacuating, it is difficult to say, as well as their own father, Mo Jiaxing. And ordinary people do not know whether there is a safe evacuation. Brother Xian, right, I promise, but you have to tell me what's up. Mo Fan said. This kind of favor feels a bit bad to return. Don't worry, it won't do you any harm. I'll let you know via penguin when the time comes. Are you still going to school now? I might have to advance and have to find a place to rest. Because he had drunk a large amount of earthly sacred spring, Chen Xian's entire body was boiling hot since just now, and as his abdomen gradually flattened out, the one-eyed demonic wolf's body grew bigger and bigger, and there were already tearing marks appearing on the skin of his 2 arms. Then I'll go to the school first to see if Monkey and the others have evacuated yet. Will penguin contact. After Mo Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly went inside the side door of the school. Chen Xian, on the other hand, looked for an alley to hide in, lying on the ground patiently waiting for his body to change. Every moment, his body would grow a whole circle. 15 minutes passed. His body had become the same size as an ordinary 3-eyed demon wolf, and his back sprouted blade bone spikes. After another 10 minutes, the skin of his limbs was completely swollen and propped up. His scarlet muscles faintly lit up with a dark light, and that one eye was split into 3. Chen Xian completely evolved into a 3-eyed demon wolf. With a size of 12 meters and 3-story height, it was 2 whole heads taller than the average 3-eyed demon wolf, and its size completely crushed it. There are more exoskeletons at the joints of the body, some protective and some attacking bone blades and spikes. He was filled with power after the advancement, making him impatient to fight and hunt. There's another surprise. That is that Goldfinger has refreshed another one, the Soul Melting Pot. Function, gain 1 to 50 life points per unit kill defeat, 3 levels, 26/1000, Soul Furnace, 0, plus 1999, the parentheses are the current max life and the zeros are the life provided by the Soul Furnace. A Goldfinger that is undoubtedly much dumber than Feast in the long run. Feast is also arrogant and cocky in the early stages, and it's hard to say how many tiers it will rise to in the later stages. The parts that overlap between Goldfingers don't stack on top of each other. For example, while a boost in life value leads to powerful physical attributes, such as greater strength, these don't overlap with Feast, they can only be added and not multiplied. Powers that rise from the Soul Furnace will not enjoy a bonus to the Feast, but that's hanging in the balance. As long as you keep fighting monsters and brushing them, You'll keep getting stronger. Chen Xian got up and took out his cell phone to see that about half an hour had passed. And 10 minutes ago Mo Fan sent a message telling him that he was already following the school's large group on the way to the safety boundary and asking how he was doing. Chapter 7. Escort. Chen Xian looked in the direction of the school. It was about 3 kilometers from here to the safety boundary. And according to the way they were walking carefully, they wouldn't be able to walk that far in an hour. It was still not too late to catch up. Chen Xian directly got up and leaped, followed by a fast and furious run. But in a minute's work, Chen Xian had found the large group. These were the entire grade, as well as those residents who didn't have time to evacuate who also muddled in, totaling an amazing 4,000. The vanguard squad, that is, Mo Fan and the others were scouting ahead, and at this time, they had already fought with the giant-eyed scarlet rats, and with the wolf demon's powerful sense of smell, he could sense that there were still a dozen or so one-eyed demon wolves in front of him, and in the farther reaches there were even Battle Admiral ranked 3-eyed demon wolves, and in that case there would be casualties right away. Bastard! I'll kill you! Thunder Seal Rage Strike. Seeing the vanguard squad's classmates die in the mouths of the giant-eyed scarlet rats, Su Zhaoting became enraged on the spot and lashed out at the giant-eyed scarlet rats. Zhang Xiaohou just wanted to go up and help, but unexpectedly, another giant-eyed scarlet rat ran up from the side, scaring a few people into backing away. At this moment, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. A claw one directly pinched the 2 giant-eyed scarlet rats in his hands. Hands forcefully squeezed the 2 giant-eyed scarlet rats instantly exploded. All the organs in the body were exposed. Chen Xian swallowed 2 small demon guts in one gulp. Similar to a meatball, the vanguard squad and others looked at Chen Xian, who fell from the sky, so scared that they did not dare to breathe. Su Zhaoting's eyes trembled with fear, and Wang Sanfan's legs went soft and directly knelt in place. Zhang Xiaohou, Zhoumin, Mo Fan and the others were also hiding in the bus, deeply afraid of making a little noise. It wasn't until Mo Fan saw that Chen Xian still had that advertising cloth around his neck that he was a little unsure that he was Chen Xian. Chen Xian also just turned his head to look at him, gave a look and immediately disappeared. He could be too scary here. Took out his cell phone and used the penguin to tell Mo Fan that he would clear the road for them and tell them to go faster. Mo Fan, brother Xian, is that you? You've advanced successfully? It's me. Advanced to war general level. You guys follow me now. I'll clear the demons on the road for you. Chen Xian Morvan, thank you so much. You're welcome. Owe me one more favor. Chen Xian, with Chen Xian leading the way. The back 2 kilometers or so went smoothly all the way. The battle general level 3-eyed demonic wolves opened the way to push across the whole way, and the slave level existences grabbed up just to swallow the demonic bile in one bite and spit out the excess meat. As for the 3-eyed demon wolf, Chen Xian did not choose to strike with it because the fight would be too loud and fearful of attracting the attention of the winged song wolves. So Chen Xian just drove him away directly by virtue of his large size and aura. All other slave levels were killed in seconds. It didn't matter at all. And the winged song wolf couldn't possibly care less about the slave level. Half an hour later, 500 meters away from the safety boundary, the nearby mages began to multiply. Chen Xian didn't proceed any further. After sensing the number of demons in the vicinity and telling Mo Fan, Chen Xian laughed. How come these 2 kilometers back here are so smooth? All along the way there are corpses of demons, and all of them were gutted to death? Mu Bai asked suspiciously. Someone has stepped in secretly to help us clear the obstacles, Zhang Xiaohou said with certainty. Yeah, these demons all die the same way, Mr. Shui said. Mo Fan didn't say anything and continued to lead the way, but the eyes of the crowd looking at him were obviously different, because he was the one who led the way, and everyone tacitly didn't say anything. When they were almost at the safety boundary, they encountered Bai Yang, the black cleric's mole, just as in the original, and after Mo Fan refused to hand over the earth sacred spring to him, Bai Yang flipped out on the spot, summoning the phantom wolf beast. He was ready to directly sneak attack, only to be blasted in the face by a fire zip that Mo Fan, who had already suspected his identity, had already prepared. After being recognized the identity of the white sunbroken, directly let the 2 black animal demons sneak attack Hiyu and Zhang Xiaohou, 2 black shadows swift and incomparable. 2 sides of the sharp claws each grabbed at the 2 people. At the critical moment, Hiyu gave up using the waters to protect himself, instead putting this only shield over Zhang Xiaohou and using his own body to face the sharp claws of the black beast demon. Brush! A streak of blood traced from Hiyu's chest to his abdomen, and the black beast demon's claws were about to pierce through Hiyu's body. Phew! Just then, a concrete load-bearing pillar whistled past with a violent wind sound, hitting the black beast demon squarely in the torso. Boom! The black beast demon was instantly blown away. Its entire body split in pieces and completely broken, and Hiyu also fell into a pool of blood. Blood flowing from the wounds cut by the black beast demon's sharp claws. Why are you protecting me with Suego? Protect yourself. You can't even protect yourself, you dumbass. Looking at Hiyu, who had collapsed in a pool of blood, Zhang Xiaohou, who had regained his senses, frantically rushed to the safety boundary with her in his arms. Wind tracks. Wind track. Wind track. Wind. Obviously, it was only a short 300 meters away from the safety boundary, and with his wind track he could reach it in less than 20 seconds. But he felt that these 20 seconds were longer than 18 years of his life when rushed to the safety boundary. He who has lost too much blood and lost consciousness. Fortunately, there are personnel specializing in first aid the first time to carry out the initial stop bleeding, and use the blood agent to hang the life.as for the reinforced concrete load-bearing column where, of course, is to go and return to not tolerate the original tragedy of Chen Xian through it. However, Chen Xian had thrown not just one, but two, and together with them in pieces, there was also Bai Yang, the black cleric. Once Bai Yang died, the summoned beasts automatically returned to the summoning plane, and the black beast demon died along with them. The people of Tianlan Magic High School, along with the large group behind them, safely arrived at the security boundary. Chen Xian, on the other hand, quickly returned to Tianlan Magic High School. He suddenly remembered a detail. Tianlan Magic High School seemed to have another thing that he could use, that is the awakening stone. That's right, Chen Xian wanted to try to see if he could awaken magic. It was logical that awakening was determined by whether the soul was human or not, and if a half-human, half-demon like Appas could awaken it. It didn't make sense that Chen Xian couldn't, although his whole body is a demon bloodline, but his soul is an authentic human, not to mention the noble soul of the traveler. So many traveler seniors are in the awakening of the golden finger opened. Why he cannot be awakened? How to say that you have to try to do? Chen Xian looked one by one in Tianlan Magic High School. The classrooms were all absent and directly ignored. Finally found the principal's office. If there was a most likely place to store such a thing, it should only be here. A warehouse or something was unlikely. Something that expensive could only be kept by the principal himself. As soon as Chen Xian peeled off the wall that was in the way, his giant claws went deep into it and kept digging out. The furniture was all thrown out, and in a short while, Chen Xian pulled out a shelf with 12 black stones on it, feeling the faint energy on the stone. There was no doubt that this was the awakening stone. Chapter 8. Awakening Magic. Spatial System. Chen Xian eagerly placed the 12 awakening stones in his hands and held them tightly before closing his eyes and immersing himself in the process of awakening. But more than 10 seconds passed without seeing any visions occur. Facing the darkness in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration welling up within him, questioning whether he was truly unable to awaken. After all, having traveled to this point, his physical body had already been transformed into a demon. Could it be that even his soul had become a demon and was unable to awaken? There is no such thing as a spiritual world when you close your eyes, except that it is pitch black. However, he did not give up on this, and undeterred, he fed the awakening stones directly into his mouth as if they were beans, holding them in his mouth as he once again attempted to awaken the potential power through meditation. At this very moment, something marvelous happened. Chen Xian's entire body blossomed with dazzling silver light, and deep within the spiritual world, a flash of silver white light was like a star breaking through the dawn, piercing through the endless darkness and reflecting a brand new dimension, the spatial system. I didn't expect that he would really be able to awaken, and the first time he awakened he got the extremely rare spatial ability, which meant that he would also be able to practice magic in the All-Faiths world, which was a cultivation path with a complete system that could lead him straight to the realm of the heavenly realm. In this world, as long as there are enough resources to support them, even creatures that are considered mediocre in qualification can rise step by step, and even break through to super rank full cultivation. Even for forbidden spell level power, there are corresponding resources and methods to break the bottleneck. Talent is not the deciding factor here, at least for non-devastated people. Resources and hard work are far more crucial than talent. As long as the resources were in place, a pig could be fed into a super rank full cultivation. In sharp contrast to this is the law of the demon world. Demons from birth is limited by their bloodline growth ceiling. For example, the one-eyed demon wolf can't become beyond the existence of the three-eyed demon wolf in its entire life. The peak is only a war general level. If they want to pursue greater power, the only path left for them is the difficult and extremely risky soul and blood transformation, which completely changes the origin of their bloodline and directly turns them into stronger demons. Otherwise there is no other way. Chen Xian had been worried that he would die in the process of soul shaping. After all, it was a battle general level soul touching a commander level soul. But now Chen Xian could not worry about it at all anymore, because he could totally get stuck with a bug and raise his magic cultivation to a high level first, thus synchronizing the strengthening of his soul power so that it would gradually approach or even reach the level of a commander level soul. By then, we were all souls of the same level, and Chen Xian called on a few more mages to join together to help pull a bit of bias with their spiritual power. So was there still a fear of failing to shape the soul? Tiny undead, let's all go together. We don't need to talk to it about the morality of the jungle. My pack doesn't preach martial arts. Jailbird. After his awakening was complete, Chen Xian, in the mindset of making the best use of what he had, simply swallowed the awakening stone as well, expecting to draw more unknown energy from it. Even though he didn't know if he could truly digest and absorb it, he firmly believed that it was shameful to waste it, so he just ate it next, without incident. Fan would soon realize that Xia had not reached the safety boundary, and in his anxiety decided to risk leaving the boundary to rescue her. This meant that Chen Xian would once again play the role of rescuer, further deepening the debt of favor with Fan. If you owe a favor now, you'll have to raise me to the empire later. Just after saying that, the penguin's message sound rang in the cell phone. Open it and see. As expected, it was Fan brother Xian. My sister hasn't evacuated to the safety boundary yet. I'm heading towards Mingwen Girls High School now. Can you help me over there first? Another favor owed to me. Chen Xian opened the lack of virtue map and searched for Mingwen Girls High School. Following the map's route, he arrived at the place in no time. But the place had already been occupied by demons. Chen Xian remembers the original center of the summer is trapped in a supermarket. Open the map. Enter the keyword supermarket. The neighborhood of that big supermarket recently? On the south side of Minerva High School. In the shopping plaza. On the first floor of the shopping building. In the Walmart supermarket. A figure sits helplessly on the ground praying without ceasing. Are we being abandoned? A young girl asked with a sob. People are dead out there. We'll be found out sooner or later. The supermarket manager said with a numb face. This was the underground level. You needed to take the elevator to get down. Most of the food down there was human food. The demon wolves had little interest in that. Otherwise they would have been found out by the demons very quickly. No, we can't wait here to die. We have to get out. A man said. I've been a plumber for over 10 years. So everyone follow me and you definitely won't run into a demon. A plumber stepped forward and said. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard that. Go. I didn't want to stay here a long time ago. Hurry up and go. Yeah. Scarlet alert. This place will be discovered sooner or later. Go. Hurry. Go late. The demons are coming. When the supermarket crowd heard the plumber's words, a glimmer of hope to live flickered in their eyes. And it just so happened that there was a sewer opening in the supermarket as well. And they could get out of there. The crowd quickly packed up and followed the plumber to the sewer entrance. Wait. You guys wait. This girl has trouble with her legs. Who's coming with me to help her? A kind-hearted girl said as she stood next to Xia. Nuts. Who has the time to care about her now? That's right. Those pipe ladders are notoriously difficult to climb. Let alone take her with you. You'd be lucky if you don't get weak in the knees yourself. Please. You guys. Help. Please. Please. Don't leave her. The girl shouted as she cried. Unfortunately, no one cared about her. The crowd walked further and further away. Soon the supermarket was empty. A big disaster flies separately. It is difficult to protect themselves. No one dares to bring another drag. Gradually, only Xia and that kind-hearted girl were left in the supermarket. And from the beginning to the end, Xia didn't open her mouth to say anything. You run too, Xia said with a forced smile. I'm sorry. I really wanted to take you with me. The girl was incredibly difficult, tortured inside. Did she really want to leave Xia here alone? It's okay. Just follow it. Can I do anything for you? The girl asked. If you survive, you help give this bracelet to my family and tell them that I have been killed. Sorry. In the end, the girl left, leaving Xinxia alone and lonely in her wheelchair. All of a sudden, the entire supermarket became empty. Xia slowly lowered her head. Loneliness made her heart begin to gradually uneasy. Her hands subconsciously grasped the skirt, seemingly figuring something out. She rolled her wheelchair towards the area of kitchenware, eventually picking out a sharp fruit knife, gripping it in her hand, and piling back into her wheelchair to return to her original corner. Can a fruit knife kill a demon? Of course not. A fruit knife can only kill itself. Dang! A crash from the ground. Dang! The entire negative layer began to vibrate. Heart summarized to see a certain ceiling began to collapse down little by little. This is a negative layer. The ground do not know how thick it was just a little bit punctured. A huge wolf paw reached in, and in the next second, the entire floor was lifted up, revealing the Walmart supermarket on the negative floor. Xia watched that huge three-eyed demonic wolf so hardcore come from the ground to the negative floor, and the three eyes of that huge wolf had locked onto her at the first moment. Chapter 9. Cooperation. At this time, Xia, fear reached its peak. Hands trembling, raised the fruit knife. Just want to end here. Who would have thought that the three-eyed demonic wolf did not quickly run over to eat her alive, but instead slowly retreated back, which made her a bit puzzled. In the next moment, a huge wolf claw reached into the supermarket from the broken hole above, and this wolf claw carefully approached Xia, and a cell phone was clearly clutched on it. Seeing this scene, a spark of hope flashed through Xia's heart. Guessing that it might be a summoner's summoned beast or contracted beast performing some kind of task, the hope of being saved surfaced in her eyes with a joyful heart. If it was a summoner with a three-eyed demon wolf, then she would be saved. Gathering all her courage, she pushed her wheelchair forward, ignoring the fact that her cell phone was covered in mud, and grasped it tightly in her hand, seeing it as her only chance of survival. When she looked at the Penguin chat software interface on the phone screen, she instantly recognized that it was her brother MoFan's account. And it was obvious that the owner of this phone had a close connection with MoFan. This three-eyed devil wolf is naturally Chen Xian. The entire shopping plaza was searched by him, and he found nothing, and finally realized that there was a negative layer, which was directly locked. At this point, Chen Xian poked the wolf's head in again. Xin Xia was no longer afraid. Chen Xian carefully took her out with the wheelchair and put her back on the ground. After confirming that Xin Xia was safe and sound, Chen Xian retrieved his cell phone and quickly snapped a photo of Xin Xia and sent it to MoFan, urging him to come to the scene as soon as possible to meet him. Receiving the photo and message from Chen Xian, a stone fell to the ground in MoFan's heart, and he responded with great gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Xian. When MoFan realized that Xin Xia had not withdrawn to safety as planned, the anxiety and pain inside him instantly soared to the extreme, envisioning that if Xin Xia had any slip-ups, he would be plunged into deep self-blame and remorse, which would become a shadow that he couldn't get rid of for the rest of his life, causing him to feel that he would be a failure and become a true waste of space. Fortunately, all this was averted because of Chen Xian's timely rescue and avoided the tragedy. In a short while of work, MoFan rushed over on a motorcycle. Xin Xia was sitting quietly on the wheelchair. Chen Xian was guarding the side. No demon dared to come close. Xin Xia. MoFan immediately rushed over and examined Xin Xia for a while, looking at MoFan rushing out of the security boundary to find himself. Xin Xia was also touched for a moment and could not wait to give him everything she had. Chen Xian also didn't want to continue eating dog food, and his huge paw knocked the ground twice, followed by pointing in the direction of the safety boundary. MoFan turned back to Chen Xian and expressed his gratitude with a serious and sincere expression. Thanks, Brother Xian. This time it's really thanks to you. No matter what difficulties I encounter in the future, as long as you ask, even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, I'll definitely go to the fire and do whatever I have to do. MoFan had a serious face, without the slightest hint of joking, because what Chen Xian had saved was not only Xin Xia's life, but also is MoFan's everything. First escort your sister back to the safety boundary, then you come with me. Chen Xian sent a message using a penguin. Anything else? MoFan said suspiciously. He kind of didn't want to leave Xin Xia's side right now. Good thing. If you want to get stronger, follow me here. If you don't want to, it's fine to stay in the safety boundary. Chen Xian. Alright then. Xin Xia. I'll send you back to your dad's place first. Xian and I have some errands to run. MoFan said. Brother MoFan, let's not go, okay? Xin Xia. Brother Xian has helped us a lot. He needs my help now. I can't be a white wolf. But MoFan finally coaxed Xin Xia to subside with his good words. But in fact, he was still interested in what Chen Xian said about becoming stronger. Chen Xian stuffed him into a car, grabbed it with both hands and escorted him all the way back to the safety boundary. Without encountering Yuang as in the original, after sending off Heartsia, the Scarlet Vigilante storyline is coming to a close, with Chopper Hollow leading the military mages in a duel to the death against the three-eyed demon wolves led by the winged pale wolves. In the end, the other military mages all died with the three-eyed demonic wolves. Chen Xian planned to take this opportunity to eat the demonic bile of those three-eyed demonic wolves or whatever, to brush up on the feast tears, and he also didn't know how much experience value a single demonic bile of the three-eyed demonic wolves could provide him with. As for bringing MoFan along, it was because he wanted him to eat a few more essence remnants with the little loach, knowing that the essence remnants of a battle admiral level demon were extremely valuable. Not only could they be crafted into a mage's cultivation demon weapon, but they could also be exchanged for a huge amount of wealth in the marketplace. And for MoFan, who was still in his developmental stage, that wealth would undoubtedly greatly boost his cultivation process. In addition, the corpses of the three-eyed demon wolves themselves were also valuable resources, especially the foreign bones in their bodies, which had a high market value, and could be said to be silver for nothing, enough to purchase a large number of items and materials needed for cultivation. After realizing them. In Chen Xian's next plan, he was going to let MoFan die in the liver summoning department for more than a year, making sure to break him through to the middle rank before the start of the school year. The Thunder Department can be held back for now. Just break through to the middle rank. Save some of the Earth's sacred spring energy to use to break through the summoning department. And if it's really not enough, then buying a nebula vein will also work. Those essence vitality remnants can all be sold at that time and exchanged for some other resources. As a prescient traveler, there is no need for MoFan to step on some of the pits in the original. How should the money be spent? Chen Xian will have to give more instructions to make it work. After all, since he chose MoFan, his summoning faculty is closely related to Chen Xian, so it has to be a major. Otherwise Chen Xian will be suppressed in strength. There's no way around it. It's a necessary trade-off in order to enter the human world. Brother Xian, what are we going to do now? After ensuring Xin Xiao's safety, Imofan came back out to find Chen Xian. Chen Xian informed Imofan through a penguin message. Your necklace is actually an undead artifact. Now I'm going to take advantage of the chaotic situation on the battlefield to hunt down some demons while you're in charge of collecting the fallen essence vessels on the side. These essence spirits can be exchanged for various cultivation resources in the market. When Imofan heard this, he looked embarrassed and felt embarrassed to accept Chen Xian's help. Brother Xian, how can I let you continue to work for me? You have already helped me too much. I didn't have an undead vessel before I looked for you. I'll take 7 and you 3 of the essence proceeds from the explosion later. How about that? Chen Xian, I see. That would be great. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. After learning that it was a collaboration, the little bit of guilt in Mofan's heart was put down after reaching a consensus. Chen Xian also acted immediately, grabbing Mofan in his hands and began to run wildly. Chen Xian and Mofan were still some distance away from the building where the winged Kangwolf was located. The winged Kangwolf no longer stayed at the top of the tall building, but its powerful aura of the commander level was still omnipresent, as if it was deliberately manifesting its own existence, making its position clearly perceivable for miles around. It was likely that the team of military mages led by Zhang Kong was on their way to carry out the beheading operation against the winged Song Wolves. Chen Xian estimated that the best time for him to appear would be after their frontal clash was over, and by then there would probably be quite a few resources left on the battlefield that could be harvested right now. While support hadn't arrived yet, Chen Xian just wanted to kill a few more demons and brush up on his gold finger across a corner. A one-eyed demon wolf was gnawing on a human corpse in an alleyway. Brothers, eating? I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Chen Xian launched a surprise attack directly from behind, a claw coming down here from the wolf's back, a grab and a yank towards the location of the demon's bile. Ow! In the next second, after the one-eyed demonic wolf let out a miserable scream, all the organs in the entire body were yanked out, and he cooled down on the spot. Chen Xian shoved a bite into the wolf's mouth and swallowed the demon's bile to spit out the entrails, pulling out Mofan. He sucked at the body of the one-eyed demon wolf, and a remnant of his spirit was taken away. A set of movements were flowing, but Chen Xian still thought it was too slow. He had to go to a place where there were more one-eyed demon wolves, and kill more than a few at a time, which was faster. Chen Xian ran in the direction of the Snow Peak Mountain Stage Station. There was a large amount of wolves sent over here, and one could see the figure or corpse of a one-eyed demonic wolf just by walking down a random street. Chen Xian also does not mind, even if the death is not dead for a long time. The remnants of the essence of the spirit are not yet dissipated, all one by one, pulling out the heart and lungs, sucking away the soul. Chapter 10. This way, after killing more than half an hour in succession, Chen Xian and Mofan had harvested a total of 3 minion essence spirits and hundreds of remnants. Chen Xian had killed roughly 50 slave demons, and the soul melting furnace directly provided over 100 life points, with each slave unit gaining roughly 2 points of the feast. On the other hand, is still a long way off a feast. 3 levels, 150/1000, soul furnace, 115, plus 2000, life value was not just flesh and blood life value. Life value was a synthesis of the body's lifespan soul. Increasing life value would not only make Chen Xian strong, his soul would also be nourished. Getting rich. Brother Xian, 3 one-eyed demon wolf's essence spirits should be able to sell for a few $1 million, right? Mofan said in a very unseen manner. 1 slave level essence spirit could be sold for a few $1 million. $15 million was about right. Chen Xian didn't respond to him. He was just busy running. Violent magic fluctuations were already coming from the side of the highest building. The Bo City army mages were engaged in a final showdown with the 3-eyed demon wolves led by the winged Song wolves, and he just wanted to rush over to pick up the pieces. Chen Xian went full speed ahead. His speed surprisingly broke through 100 km per hour, still continuing to rise. In a short while, Chen Xian swiftly approached the core of the battle, and in the distance, Zhang Kong and Winged Song Wolf confronted each other like two overlords, neither of them directly involved in the fierce battle at the front line. This kind of duel between masters seemed to follow some kind of invisible rule, where only the collision between the strongest could determine the final winner. Not long after, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, and the standing figure of the 3-eyed demonic wolf was no longer visible in the center of the road, and likewise, none of the military mages survived. Chen Xian was glad that Mofan was not witnessing this brutal battlefield at the moment. Otherwise the hot-blooded middle-aged man might have joined the fight regardless, which would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous for him because the wait for the battle might be a bit long. Chen Xian let Mofan make a breakthrough in the house next to him. He could have broken through the middle rank long ago. He just never had the time, and in the road, only Zhang Kong, who opened his wings at the same time and flew high into the sky, as well as the winged pale wolf, One person and one beast flew up to 100 meters in the air and started a fierce fight. Jinkong waved his fists burning with blazing flames and fiercely blasted the winged pale wolf again and again. While the green-colored tornado wind blades kept cutting the winged pale wolf like a blade, however, the winged song wolf, with its hard shell and domineering and unrivaled demonic attacks, withstood the attacks over and over again, still displaying the terrifying combat power of a commander-class demon, taking advantage of the fact that the two of them were fighting high in the air. Chen Xian wasted no time in rushing into the fray and mopping up the three-eyed demonic wolves that hadn't completely died yet, disemboweling them and digging out their hearts without hesitation. However, there were actually only a few three-eyed demon wolves that didn't die through, and after mending, each warlord provided Chen Xian's soul melting furnace with 10 life points, which was still very considerable, and a perfect hanging feast. However, after Chen Xian swallowed the first three-eyed demon wolf's demonic bile, he didn't think so anymore, as a three-eyed demon wolf's demonic bile actually provided 30 points of feast experience. As it turns out, the mechanism of the feast is encouraging itself to prey on stronger species, not quantity over quality. 30 points for a warlord. Chen Xian only needed to eat all of the dozens of demon guts here to raise another level of feast. Although feast boosts slowly, people really smell every level up. Directly add 20% body size, 50% mass and density. How intuitive was this boost? Chen Xian was not exaggerating when he said that for every additional layer gained, he would be able to beat several of his previous layers. Livering a few hundred levels and punching ban spells and kicking emperors really isn't fun. After having the motivation, Chen Xian ate even faster. Even the hollowing out of his heart became skillful, and not long after, the breakthrough. Mo Fan also came. Seeing this miserable road battlefield, he couldn't help but freeze. Those military mages actually couldn't stop the three-eyed demon wolves either. Roar! Chen Xian interrupted his sadness with a low roar and pointed towards the pile of three-eyed demon wolf corpses. Chen Xian couldn't see the essence spirits, but Mo Fan had the little loach, so he could see the ones floating in midair. Knowing that now was not the time to be sad, Mo Fan also quickly entered the working state and began to absorb those war general level souls into the little loach. Brother Xian, good luck! There are 2 war general level essence spirits. After Chen Xian's help, the little loach that had absorbed so many remnants of the essence spirit had finally awakened, and Mo Fan had learned that there was a spirit world in the little loach. The absorbed essence remnants were collected into the river Styx in the spirit world, but it was still only a small stream. Seeing that Mo Fan had nothing to do, and that he still had more than half of the three-eyed demon wolves that he hadn't hollowed out, Chen Xian suddenly tore off the leg of a three-eyed demon wolf, pulling out the bones inside and pointing them at Mo Fan. This is a foreign bone. There's actually a foreign bone. I'll come and find it right away. Mo Fan wanted to move his hand when Chen Xian pointed it out, but realized that there were no means suitable for unraveling it. Had no choice but to rummage through the corpses that had been gutted and torn apart by Chen Xian. Although it would make the whole body dirty with blood, but it was all silver for nothing. Who cares if you can make money? By the time Chen Xian finished eating the demonic bile, the experience value of the feast was just about fully feast. 4 levels, 7 tenths. 000. Chen Xian's body instantly tensed. His skin and muscles tore. His bones regenerated. His blood pumped, and his wounds immediately healed again just as soon as they appeared, tearing and healing again when it was over. He had grown another size, and the mass of his body had become even more exaggerated. At this time, his weight was already equivalent to a dozen three-eyed demonic wolves. His height came to 13.5 meters, and his volume was equivalent to 2 three-eyed demonic wolves. Still more points, though still a tiny one in front of the winged pale wolf, again standing not quite as tall as his waist. Brother Xian, are you advancing again? Mo Fan, the blood man who was digging for foreign bones, looked at Chen Xian, who had grown another size and was flabbergasted. Can demons grow so fast by eating demon bile? Roar! Chen Xian let out a low roar and nodded in affirmation. Seeing that Mo Fan was moving so slowly, Chen Xian directly took matters into his own hands, grabbing a three-eyed demonic wolf and giving it a gusty clawing, ripping off his entire skeleton in no time. One by one, they fell to the ground, and Mo Fan carefully examined them to see there are no foreign bones. In this way, the two of them slowly dismantled the corpses of the demonic wolves on the ground, and the sky's Shinkong and the winged pale wolves didn't know where they had fought, and because there were too many corpses here, no demon dared to come close. Let Mo Fan and Chen Xian collect a good one. After finishing this ticket, Chen Xian called it a day, because the foreign bone was too big a piece for Mo Fan to keep, so Chen Xian took it with him and left Bo City. As Shinkong and winged Kangwolf had disappeared for a while now, and Chen Xian didn't dare to stay longer, in case the support came and blocked the Snow Peak Mountain stage station later. He wouldn't even be able to run away. Mo Fan, on the other hand, found a room to wash up before he was ready to leave, and considering that he had also broken through to the middle stage and had the Book of Star Maps in his hands, Chen Xian was relieved to go. Before leaving, Chen Xian took his cell phone. It turns out that the cell phone number of that one has an owner, and if his evacuation is successful, the odds are that he will go and cancel it or make up another one. Mo fan himself and then just go to find a random one. Bo City is now fallen. Just pick up a random one and then go to a number can be used. Only Chen Xian also never expected that after he left Mo fan went to be the savior again. And also met the black cleric Yuang. The plot went back to the original trajectory. Chapter 11. Nebula magic weapon at the moment of dawn. The clouds are opening up. The sun is rising. And the sunlight is pouring down between these mountains and cities. A large flock of snow-white sky eagles was flying from the direction of the sunrise in the distance. And the people inside the security boundary began to move. Its reinforcements. Reinforcements have finally arrived. A large group of sky eagles, a configuration that only mid-ranked mages could have, meant that a large group of mid-ranked mages had arrived to support them. Bo City was so remote and the disaster came so suddenly that the military support was completely too late for Bo City to fall completely. The arrival of the Sky Eagle Mage Corps meant that Bo City could be defended. And Bo City had the power to drive away the demon wolves. The wizards assembled into squads and began hunting demons throughout the city of Bo, using the security boundary as a radiating point. One by one, the entrances to the demons were destroyed, and with one less demon to kill in Bo, the whole place went into a sweep. The battle lasted a week long, and no walking demons could be seen on the ground in all of Bo anymore. Not even in the sewers. After hunt, the city of Bo has finally calmed down, only to become disfigured as well. Everywhere were the remains of buildings, collapsed bridges, broken open walls, and sunken uneven ground. This Bo City was no longer habitable, and the entire city was in ruins. A heavy yellow rain has cast a shadow over too many people, and too many people have lost loved ones dear to them and silently left this sad place. Mo fan is also discussing the issue of where to go in the future with his family. His aunt Mo Qing is stubborn and doesn't want to leave Bo City at all. His father Mo Jiaxing doesn't have much of an opinion, and Xin Xia listens to himself completely. Mo fan, you're a man of the world now. Dad, I listen to you. You decide, Mo Jiaxing said. Then go to Mordor, Mo fan said without hesitation. He himself was very eager to go to the Magic City, and after just reading the message sent by Chen Xian Penguin, he was even more determined. In novels, those old grandfathers who instructed the protagonist always appeared in strange ways, and he felt that Chen Xian was his old grandfather. Chen Xian told him to go to the Magic City first, sell his essence and whatnot for money, then go to the Magic Association for the intermediate level certified awakening, after which he should come back to Bo City to find him. But Shanghai housing prices are very high. Mo Jiaxing looked worried. Don't worry, Dad, your son, I'm already a middle-ranked mage. I have plenty of money now, Mo fan said with a proud face, but what he didn't know was that his money would soon be spent. Brother Mo fan is great. In this way, Mo fan took his family to live in the Magic City, and after selling the 3 slave-level essence spirits, Mo fan got the first bucket of money in his life. 13 million. With the money he didn't go to live in a resettlement suburban bungalow like the original, but rented a nice neighborhood house in the city with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and 2 baths, perfect for their family. After that, he went to the Magic Association to certify as an intermediate level mage, and by the way, he underwent the awakening of his second lineage. Unsurprisingly, as in the original, the shadow and summoning lineages were awakened. After returning home, Mo fan immediately told Chen Xian the news that he had awakened the summoning faculty, and in his heart, he was very eager for Chen Xian to be that old grandpa of his, and he was not too kind to say that he would let Chen Xian contract with him. Mo fan, I only have one request, and that is that the summoning department must be your major. Otherwise the contract will suppress my strength if your summoning department cultivation is too low. Chen Xian Penguin. So that's how it was. Mo fan realized that the summoning department still had this saying, but he was now very excited to see that Xian meant to be his contracted beast, have Xian as his contracted beast. That's not cool. That's strength. Can't even find a few rivals in the middle rank. Okay? When he goes to college, won't he be able to hang his peers? For a while, Mo fan immersed himself in his own world. It took a long time before he finally remembered to send the promised. On the other hand, Chen Xian was instructed to make sure to treat the summoning department as a major, and to allocate at least 6 hours of cultivation per day to the summoning department, and to make sure to raise the summoning department to the intermediate level before the start of the school year, and to master the 49 stars for releasing the contracted summoning. Otherwise, not only would his plan of rubbing Mo fan's 3-step tower go down the drain, even Mo fan himself might not be able to do the entire beast fighting competition single-handedly due to his majoring in the summoning department. Then it'll be fun when the time comes. Chen Xian's own words. Now also every day in meditation. Even hunting food has become less. Every day hungry is to use the cell phone to send messages. Electromagnetic signals used for fishing. Eat whichever demon takes the bait. Chen Xian realized that his meditation efficiency was quite okay, probably because of the life value bonus provided by the soul furnace, as well as the boost from advancing to war general. Being able to meditate for 15 hours a day can be a bit mentally exhausting, But this place was the original giant-eyed scarlet rat's ground hole, and no one would come to trouble themselves, and so, a month passed. During that time, Emofan came once and pulled all those foreign bones to sell them, counting 2 war general level essence spirits and 3 slave level essence spirits. The total income was about $80 million. 70% of it was Chen Xian's, who had asked Emofan to go buy himself a $50 million nebula magic weapon, spirit grade, and Emofan had already broken through the middle rank of the lightning and fire dual lineage when he was in Bo City at that time. Chen Xian didn't have any reason not to let him break through at that time. He couldn't say I know you will definitely awaken the summoning lineage, right? Therefore if he wanted to major in the summoning department, he would have to invest his money in that, the first one being the Vein of Nebulae, which was a must-buy as demanded by Chen Xian. $10 million just gone. In addition, he had to buy some resources that would assist him in entering the summoning plane to obtain summoned beasts, as Chen Xian had requested that he make sure to summon ones that could fly, preferably ones that were in a position to advance to the level of a war general, and in total, he had also spent more than $10 million originally. Chen Xian had wanted to buy a dead soul vessel to use, but it turned out that he didn't have enough money. It's been a long time since I'd made enough money to spend. Today Emofan came to Bo City again. Chen Xian made an appointment with him to take him to the South Ridge to hunt. When the time comes, Chen Xian will be in charge of the fight and he will be in charge of absorbing the essence as well as selling it. It's still 70-30. Emofan didn't have any opinion. After all, it was his future contracted beast, and he had seen Chen Xian's strength. This was a wolf exterminator that could kill indiscriminately in a wolf pack outside the Snow Peak Mountain stage station. After Emofan had walked for about 3 kilometers, Chen Xian suddenly leapt out from the roadside. He walked quickly to Emofan and received with anticipation what Emofan had taken out from his backpack. It was a nebula magic weapon customized just for him, shaped like a mechanical steel nail, the kind that could be jammed after nailing it directly through an iron plate. Of course Chen Xian couldn't go and buy a big dog tag to hang around his neck, and after taking the steel nail over, he had the bright idea of nailing it directly to his own ear and securing it with an iron clasp snap. It couldn't be helped that he was so wild when he ran or fought that he'd lose his nebula magic weapon if he wasn't careful. Even his cell phone he put in place and didn't carry it on him. Chapter 12. The Wild Hog's Roar. After Chen Xian signaled, he grabbed Emofan and put him into a leather pouch on his abdomen, which was still a pocket that Chen Xian had specially sewn with beast skin, and at this time it became Emofan's seat. Immediately after that, Chen Xian began to run wildly, rushing in the direction of the South Ridge. At his full speed, he reached over 130 kilometers per hour and ran to the place he was looking for in just half an hour. Their target was a boar-type demon called the Wild Boar, a demon that was actually an enlarged boar that couldn't stand up like a demon wolf, but the wild boars were powerful and had 2 pairs of tusks that were exaggeratedly large, the kind of tusks similar to those of a mammoth, which allowed them to rampage without fear of anything when they were launched into a frenzy. And this kind of demon has a very high mob rate of foreign bones. Their fangs often carry foreign bone components, although not whole, but after refining it can take out a kind of powder that is very suitable for refining magic tools. This also made them the meat and potatoes in the eyes of hunters. And there were even the kind of hunters who only hunted one kind of demon in their entire lives, specializing in hunting wild boars. This was a wild forest inhabited by a nest of wild boars. There were roughly 50 to 60 of them. Roughly half of them were warlords. The rest were relatively young and had yet to reach maturity. Chen Xian was planning to exterminate this nest of boars in order to make money. The wild boars usually choose those large trees with large roots to build their nests. Their nests are simple, as long as there are enough weeds and dead leaves on it. Just pile it up and be done with it. This wild boar forest in front of them was a nest of wild boars. Chen Xian and Emofan were crouching a few hundred meters away, waiting for a single wild boar to approach. As for letting Chen Xian directly rush in and slaughter them all, that was as too long to live. Although these wild boars were meat and potatoes, it didn't mean that people were weak. On the contrary, this kind of wild boar was very dangerous for beginner middle stage mages, because of their thick skin. The wild boars can often resist a mid-rank level 2 spell without dying, and while they are not nimble enough to kill, they do not think they are not lethal when they charge up. You'd better pray to run faster than them or shake them off, otherwise those fearsome fangs will put a big hole in someone's body. In terms of Chen Xian's current strength, fighting 5 war general level wild boars at the same time was already his limit. One had to know that the war general level wild boars were by no means easy to deal with, and the 5 of them joined forces to even dare to provoke the higher ranked war generals. The 2 of them, Chen Xian and Emofan, were calm and collected, and after spending more than half an hour patiently lurking around, they finally waited for a single wild boar that had fallen behind to follow the odor and approach this place. As the wild boar approached defenselessly, Chen Xian made a decisive strike, charging swiftly towards his target. Although the wild boar sensed the movement and attempted to escape, Chen Xian's speed made it impossible for it to react effectively. Chen Xian appeared in front of the wild boar in a flash, grabbing its thick tusks and lifting its head up. exposing its fat yet weakly defended abdomen without hesitation. Chen Xian unleashed a fatal blow, attempting to directly pluck out the demonic gall, but failing to succeed all at once. He turned to tear it with force, and immediately blood sprayed out like a spring. The wild boar let out a mournful wail, and Chen Xian used both claws to execute a ferocious attack, frantically tearing at the belly of the boar. After a fierce struggle, Chen Xian finally succeeded in pulling out the large demonic gall from the wild pig's body. The wild boar also completely died at this time, but its screams woke up the other pigs that were sleeping, and after Chen Xian and Mo Fan absorbed the demonic bile and the remnants of the spirit, they directly left and ran towards the direction of a certain pig that had gone to hunt for food earlier in the day, not worried in the slightest that the hogs' bodies will disappear. It's fine to come back for them when it's over. It wasn't long before the ground shook and vibrated in the boar forest. The movement of the wild boars as they charged as a group. Normally foraging for food they could act alone, but when there was a racial threat they were incredibly united. It was a pity that Chen Xian and Mo Fan had already left, leaving behind only the corpse of a pig. Although it was stained with blood, Chen Xian was running at high speed, but if they wanted to chase after them, they could only slowly look for the direction of the bloodstains. This time Chen Xian has already found the wild boar that came out first, chased after it and tore it up without saying a word. 3 or 2 times directly hollowed it out. After dissecting it once, Chen Xian has become more skillful, and that thick layer of fat no longer affects him to lock the demonic bile. This time they weren't continuing to run as the tremors in the mountains and forests disappeared, meaning that the pigs didn't continue to pursue. Chen Xian and Mo Fan took the demon guts in one case, and the essence in the other, and swiftly started dissecting immediately after. It didn't take long to remove the entire pair of tusks from the wild boar, which looked a bit coppery and very heavy. Just this crap. A pair can actually sell for $3 million, regardless of whether or not it comes out with foreign bones. Mo Fan lamented. A pair of tusks of a war general level wild boar. Market price of $3 million. No need to determine whether there is any foreign bone. Direct one bite contracting. As for how much foreign bone powder can be refined, depending on the buyer's luck, Chen Xian nodded. This was still something he had nothing to do with, idly brushing it over and over again. There was also the Hunters Alliance's official software forum webpage and so on in his cell phone, and some of the more suitable intelligence to be published would be placed on it as appropriate. After Chen Xian left Bo City, he began to wander around the South Ridge neighborhood to clear the map mists. I stumbled upon such a forest of wild boars, and after careful confirmation, I realized it was really these walking alien bones. Immediately, Chen Xian told Mo Fan about this news, and after discussing it, the two of them decided to team up and come hunting. Let's change directions and hunt a few more heads before calling it a day. Chen Xian wrote on the ground with his claws. That's what I think. Any more killing should put them on full alert, and I'm afraid they'll make a mad charge if they mean someone in the shadows is trying to exterminate them. There's no rush. Let's take our time and kill a few more times before we're done. After Chen Xian went with Mo Fan to recover the pair of fangs that he didn't have time to cut off earlier, changing another direction, patiently squatting outside the wild boar forest, this time waiting for nearly 3 hours or so before a wild boar came out to hunt, and it was 3 warlords going out together, coming towards Chen Xian and this at the same time. I could tell they were very wary, one step at a time scouting the grass for something to watch out for. After Chen Xian and Mo Fan glanced at each other, they both nodded at the same time, stating that they would cleanly kill these 3 war generals before running closer. Closer. Finally, Chen Xian was the first to leap out of a grass pit, and took a 3-step layup directly at one of the wild boars. Oh nah 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 nah. The screams of the pigs once again resounded through these mountains. Thunderbolt boom top, immediately followed by a purple thunderbolt. 49 stars were drawn into a star map held in Mo Fan's hand, and in the next moment, the thunder pillar descended from the sky and landed on the head of one of the wild boars. The power of the thunder pillar exploded the skin on top of its head, a charred black, its whole body paralyzed by lightning, stiffening and collapsing to the ground. The remaining wild boar saw Chen Xian frantically tearing into its kind, which was completely defenseless, and couldn't help but have its eyes redden as its 4 piggy hooves stomped hard towards the ground and began to launch a charge. Chen Xian had only just pulled out the demonic bile when the berserk swine crashed over from the side. Chapter 13. Entering the human world, Chen Xian quickly took the demonic bile in his mouth, while his claws powerfully clamped down on the pair of impactful tusks of the wild boar, using the force to bounce out, and was nudged 4 or 5 meters away by the powerful rush. Once he had stabilized himself, he did not hesitate to launch a counterattack, a powerful holding motion that slammed the severely injured wild boar into the ground so hard that the pig's body was instantly broken into pieces. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian seized the moment and decisively performed a heart extraction on the swine. On the other side, Mo Fan had also acted swiftly. Facing the pig that was paralyzed due to the heavy injury, he did not hesitate to deliver a blazing punch that penetrated directly into the wound on the top of the pig's head, ending its life. After the battle was over, Chen Xian and Mo Fan didn't care to waste any more time and directly started cutting up the pig corpses. With Chen Xian in charge of 2 and Mo Fan in charge of 1. He had in his hand a knife specialized in decomposing corpses with material. Not as fast as Chen Xian, but it could help. The vibration of the ground shaking in the distance began to ring again. Time is running out. Chen Xian animal is very rough. Tearing and yanking, fangs are often pulled out even with the meridian and flesh. After dealing with all 3 pigs, Chen Xian and Mo Fan could see dozens of pigs charging over with incomparable frenzy. With a distance of less than 200 meters, Brother Xian, run, run, run! Mo Fan also shouted out in shock. Being caught up by that group of swine could be fatal. Roar! Without needing to be reminded by Mo Fan, Chen Xian, after tying the 6 fangs together and securing them, placed Mo Fan in his pocket and spread his legs to run. Chen Xian's speed was quite fast, but he still risked being caught up against the rampaging pigs charging at full speed. Luckily he was more agile and ran around the complicated terrain a few times, directly throwing these angry pigs off. Today's hunt was very successful. 5 pairs of fangs could be sold for 15 million, which was a very high income for Chen Xian and Mo Fan's current strength. This kind of money will be harder and harder to earn though, as there are only so many rampaging swine to kill and they're gone. It was a relatively rare demon, unless one left the South Ridge to find it elsewhere. But Chen Xian wasn't that brave, and it was only in the South Ridge where it belonged to the dominion of the wolf demons that he was able to be so unscrupulous. If other demons were wandering around here, they would have been surrounded by packs of wolves long ago, and in the same way, it would be just as difficult for him to move an inch if he went to a place ruled by tribes of other races. Let's just say Qin Ling went in and was directly eaten to the bone by the feathered demon. Chen Xian helped Mo Fan drag the 5 pairs of tusks to a distance of a few hundred meters from the Snow Peak Mountain stage station and put him down to go. They agreed to come over to hunt the pigs once a month and try to let a few of his little piggies live for a while longer to see if they could be promoted to War Admiral so that it would be worth the money to kill them. After sending Mo Fan away, Chen Xian went back to that hole in the ground to cultivate the spatial system. And it had to be said that it was completely different to cultivate with the increase of the nebula magic weapon. He felt that he could now meditate for 20 hours a day. The nebula magic artifact's increase on him was not bad. Directly 10 more hours of meditation time, and the efficiency of the meditation had also increased significantly. As for the control of the stars, Chen Xian was already able to control 6 stars after practicing for a month, and would soon be able to release the beginner's magic chanting control of the spatial system. 6 stars a month. Sounds awesome, but don't forget, Chen Xian is not immortal. Not a newly awakened student can be compared. His soul is a war general level soul and has the life value provided by the golden finger of the soul melting furnace. Lifesteal is a far greater bonus to the soul than the physical body. And the soul is more equivalent to a bloodstain. The stronger the soul meant that it could have stronger spiritual power. And spiritual power was a key factor in the speed of cultivation and the control of the astral child. And cultivation was actually a process of growing spiritual power. Eventually a wizard can mobilize the stars and even the elements with a single thought. Chen Xian just slowly cultivated. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and Chen Xian's spatial faculty had risen to the beginning 3rd level full cultivation stage, and was currently using a nebula vein to make a breakthrough. In a year's time, that group of pigs were all killed by Chen Xian and Mo Fan. Not so lucky, only popped out an essence spirit. And those little piggies were also not competitive. Not a few of them advanced to War General. However, Chen Xian and Mo Fan were the ones who extracted a 70 million harvest on this nest, leaving the rest negligible. Mo Fan's summoning faculty had also broken through the intermediate rank half a month ago as promised, and at this point, he had already mastered the stars and could barely release an intermediate rank contract summon. It takes nearly 10 seconds to cast the spell, but it's finally in time, and you just need to practice more after that. Mo Fan, in order to break through the middle of the summoning department, spent 2 entire nebulae veins, which managed to rush to break through before the start of the school year, while his other departments, Thunder and Fire, can be said to be completely motionless. After breaking through the middle stage, only accumulated a small portion, completely not reaching the edge of breaking through the 2nd level. The Shadow department was even worse, only at the 2nd level of the beginner rank, but it was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level. Overall, Mo Fan's cultivation structure had changed. The Fire department that was his major had become the Summoning department, and Chen Xian certainly wouldn't pit him, since the Summoning department was going to be his major. The first subdimensional summoning couldn't be chosen haphazardly, and it had to be at least a war general's bloodline, instead of shaping the soul all the way from a slave to a monarch like the old wolf. And there was no need to choose a wolf after having Chen Xian. After much deliberation and many discussions with Chen Xian, they chose a blasted wind demon eagle. The juvenile stage is a slave. The growth stage is a war general. The maturity stage is a great war general. And the peak stage is the peak of a war general already. Peak stage blasted wind demon eagle is often at a very strong apex amongst the warlords, and some people even want to rank it in the ranks of the subcommanders. Nay, the essence spirits that people burst out of them are warlords. This blasted wind demon sculpture wasn't something that could be gotten without a price. In order to summon this blasted wind demon sculpture with a successful seal, Fan had spent a whole $30 million before and after, and it hurt so much that his heart was dripping with blood, but there was no way around it. The summoning department was just such a spendthrift. When a distinct sublime fluctuation overflowed from Chen Xian's body, it meant that he had broken through to the middle stage of the spatial system. The spatial stardust transformed into a nebula, and the 7 stars became 49, its middle order. In a year's time, his gold finger had grown a bit, but not much is all, and he hadn't intentionally swiped a feast. 4 levels, 3000/10, 000, Soul Furnace, 1444 plus, 2222, Soul Furnace grows kind of fast and just needs to be killed and then it's done. At Chen Xian's request, Fan had successfully enrolled in the summoning department of the Pearl Academy, and possessing the blasted wind demon eagle, he didn't need to be assessed by more tests like the original. The Pearl Academy will directly specialize in these rare faculties. On this day, Chen Xian was finally going to enter the human world. Fan came outside the Snow Peak mountain post and released the contract seal on Chen Xian. Originally Chen Xian was worried that the nature of his human soul would affect the contract, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be a problem at all. Chapter 14:14. The beast fighting competition. He himself seems to be what is called a two-soul unity, only half human and half demon, and can be contracted or awakened to magic. Just like apathy, Chen Xian was thus taken into the contract space by Fan. There was nothing inside the contract space, only a large amount of summoning system energy. As a contracted beast, Chen Xian could use the summoning system energy for cultivation. The summoning system energy could be used for growth, healing, restoration and cultivation. In the future, if he stayed in the contract space most of the time, then Chen Xian would definitely be practicing magic in there when he had nothing else to do. And here he didn't have to worry about mental exhaustion at all. And 24 hours of uninterrupted meditation was no problem at all. But before that, he had to get a middle order awakening stone. Chen Xian and Fan had a heart-to-heart. And now his roar Fan could understand. Fan, help me find a middle-ranked awakening stone. Brother Xian, we're almost out of money. Fan said back to Chen Xian in the contract space with a speechless face. The hell knows how they spend their money so fast. During this year, Fan harvested the first spirit seed in his life. Fire Mei Yan. After helping Tang Yu take out Chao Yi, after trying out the power of the spirit seed, he became directly addicted and said that he would get a spirit seed for the Thunder Department, because the hunting distribution between the two of him had always been 70-30, and other than not being able to affect the cultivation progress of the summoning department, Chen Xian would not interfere with him too much. Therefore Fan directly spent 3,000 W to buy a Thunder Spirit Seed, while Chen Xian himself spent 4,000 W to buy a Undead Soul Vessel, the kind that could house a War General level Essence Spirit, and each also bought a Nebula of Veins as a breakthrough in the middle level use. So counting the money is actually not quite enough, but they are not without other gains this year. The pigs to kill. The end of the fact that there are other demons can be killed. Only the earnings are relatively low nowadays. The math is really going to run out of money. How much is left? Chen Xian asked. Although more of the money was his, custody could still only be carried out by Fan. A human, only about 5 million left. Fan sighed with a helpless face. It's only been a year and he's spent more than $100 million. There's no telling how much he'll have to spend on the road behind him. 5 million should be enough. Buying one of those disposable ones won't be too expensive. I'll find a way to earn it for you when the time comes, Chen Xian said. Alright then, but what do you need the awakening stone for? Xian? Fan was curious. I have to use it for practicing demonic magic, Chen Xian casually perfunctorily said. What attributes to favor then? Whatever. A little bit of variety is fine. Just be cheap. It didn't matter to him no matter which faculty. Every faculty was strong and invincible after leveling up. Time passes. It is the day of the school year. Fan is still the same as the original, with Zhao Manyan a dormitory. Stinky two people quickly mixed together. However, unlike the original, Fan wasn't oblivious to anything. Chen Xian had long ago told him about the existence of the beast fighting competition. The two of them had decided to eat all of the resources of this session into their stomachs. Awakening stone Fan did not buy. This thing is more tightly controlled, rarely out of the market. The auction would be too expensive, not worth it. Chen Xian asked Fan to ask Zhao Manyan to buy it on his behalf, which led to the middle order awakening stone, the same as the original awakening. Chen Xian directly contained the awakening stone in his mouth, eyes closed into the spirit world to feel it silently. Not long after, a piece of transparent colored ripple-like stardust awakened from nothing, and at the same time, Chen Xian became incomparably lucid about the movements around him, and the slightest sound could not escape his perception. Chen Xian knew that he had awakened the sound system, the beginner level space, the middle level sound system, and both systems were sublime. One really has a bit of a talent for that. the day of orientation. The day had finally arrived, and the green campus of the Pearl Academy had always had a special program, which was the beast fighting competition, in which new and old students from the entire green campus challenged the summoning department summoning beasts. This day was definitely the grandest festival of the entire green campus, and the most discussed topic in the whole school was naturally the beast fighting competition that started in the afternoon, which for several years had been the most interesting program of the green campus of the Pearl Academy. Everywhere was filled with students discussing the brawl competition, some wanting to see the freshmen make a fool of themselves, others eager to become famous in one fight and be the center of attention on campus, even inquiring about what summoning beasts the summoning faculty would have. That there were some ribbons with summoned beasts on them hanging all over the campus, and I heard that there were also big posters of several students who had done very well in the previous years at the fighting tournaments at the entrance of the student community, and they looked handsome as hell. Early in the morning, Fan got up and started to organize his military clothes. He had to dress handsome. Today he was the main character. Brother Fan, for the sake of us being in the same dormitory, dramatize your summoned beast, so that we can have a bottom in our hearts? Zhang Pinggu, his roommate, asked with a raised eyebrow. There's actually nothing to hide. It's just a wolf demon, Fan said with an indifferent face. So that's how it is. I've heard that wolf demons are not easy to deal with in the same realm. It looks like Brother Fan is going to show off his skills today in the beast fighting competition. Zhang Pinggu had a face of bragging. Any fool can hear he's being shady. However, Fan didn't take any offense and just said in an agreeable tone, "That's a must. I'm going to kill through the entire arena in today's beast fighting competition." A few other housemates saw this and shook their heads and left, and Zhao Manyan came over and patted Fan on the shoulder and said, "I wish you good luck." After rushing to the Green Do Hall together, Fan separated from his housemates. The summoning department was the main character of the day, so naturally, they had to arrive early to prepare for something. The construction of the Green Duel Hall was magnificent, and the dueling field inside was bigger than a soccer field. In the past, this place was used as a ring for magicians to compete, but today it was transformed into a huge cage for fighting beasts, and the four sides of the dueling arena were laddered with seats, lined up in neat columns, and it was estimated to be able to accommodate 10,000 people. The IT is enough to show the strong financial strength of the Pearl Academy. The students started arriving one after another after lunch, and the crowd was so large that the atmosphere was maximized. At around 3 in the afternoon, the entire Seidokan was filled with students, and the competition was about to begin. Damn, so many people. A certain summoning department student's face was uneasy. His head looked out. The entire fighting hall was packed with people, and this was only one side. If he got on the stage, when he was surrounded by pairs of eyes on all sides, he might be so nervous that the stars wouldn't even connect. What's the big deal? This kind of atmosphere is what I like the most. All the attention, the center of the world, the spotlight. This is the main character. Another summoning department student had an excited face. This kind of is the born social cow sacred body. The other few people, including Fan, didn't have much of a reaction, but there was a confident gleam in everyone's eyes and only anticipation. Chapter 15:15. Pretending the Pearl Academy was originally a gathering of geniuses from all over the south and north of the heavens, so if one could stand out in such a field, wouldn't that be more proof that one was a genius among geniuses? Who does not want to pretend to pick up girls in college? Can be in this kind of top academic institutions to pretend up? How cool simply cannot be imagined. Soon the contest opened. Before I give my speech, I want to make sure of one thing from you first. Before the start of the competition, the first person to speak on such an arena of tens of thousands of people was naturally Dean Xiao. If you just want to be a man of the world who is respected in society, receives a high income and enjoys a high quality of life, then you have come to the wrong place. The magicians who came out of the Pearl Academy must be heroes with the ability to change the world and take up the mission of guarding mankind. If there is anyone who just pursues the former, we can now give you a letter of graduation from the Pearl Academy and a letter of introduction, so that you can realize this life. Please don't take up a precious place in our Pearl Academy. Wealth, fame, we are not lacking. What is lacking is an eternal heart to pursue supreme magic. The following contest will officially begin. Please welcome the 7 protagonists of the summoning department to the stage. President Xiao did not say much. Clean, did not let the other leaders to make another statement. Decisively into today's theme, the 7 members of the summoning department entered to a mountain of shouts and came to the high stage. There may be a lot of people who are disgruntled. Why should the summoning department get to be the center of attention when they just enrolled in school? It doesn't matter. Beat them, you're the star of the day. Dean Zhao's speech directly ignited the entire fighting hall. The students' emotions all boiled up, itching to immediately rush into the arena to kill the 7 summoning department. On the stage there are also many people noticed Fan. Among them there is the same from Bo City Su Zhaoting. Compared to Fan, this veritable genius, As if he is just an ordinary magician. Lost his family. Su Zhaoting also seems to be very resigned to fate. Perhaps this is the ordinary genius in the face of the helplessness of the hangman. So, which one of you will go first? Dean Xiao asked gently to the 7 people from the summoning department. I'll go first. At Chen Xian's gesture, Mo Fan stood out first, directly blocking the words of Hai Dafu, who wanted to show off a bit. From his mouth, Dean Xiao nodded his head when he saw it. He still remembered this student named Mo Fan, who had summoned a blasted wind demon eagle when he enrolled in school. Although it was still only a juvenile, it was enough to stand out in the beast fighting competition. What's remarkable is that Mo Fan is still the one who came out of Bo City. Mo Fan came directly to the center of the stage and waited for the others to come on. The rules of the beast fighting competition were that it could only be 5v1 at a time. And at this time those students who wanted to perform were teaming up. Not long after a pair of per capita early stage stragglers came up, Mo Fan directly summoned the blast wind demon eagle. Flying demons are inherently more advantageous than their counterparts, not to mention eagles such as the eagle family of demons. It didn't take 2 clicks to catch all of that squad, and Mo Fan didn't even make a move. At the beginning of the competition, Mo Fan became the center of attention of the whole field, and in the 10 minutes afterward, Mo Fan exposed his own thunder system again, and by virtue of his middle-ranked cultivation in conjunction with the blistering wind demon sculpture, he brushed off 6 squads in a row with a total of 30 people, which was a very outstanding performance. The rest of the summoning department was all perked up because they were on a quota, and once they couldn't reach the elimination number of 100, then their resources would be sealed to other departments. At this point, Mo Fan had already accomplished just 30% of the target, and it looked like there was still power left. However, at this time, Mo Fan took advantage of the time when no team was on stage to issue a question to Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao, I have a question. You say, Dean Xiao said. As soon as Dean Xiao spoke, those who had wanted to go on the field were also stopped by the referee, waiting for Dean Xiao to finish before continuing the match. Our summoning department's elimination number didn't reach the score of resisting 100 people. This semester's resources will have to be distributed to other departments. Isn't this not too fair to our summoning department? We lose. The resources that originally belonged to us are given to someone else. We win. That's just keeping the resources that originally belonged to us. Mo Fan asked in a loud voice. Dean Xiao laughed a bit when he heard this and swept his gaze to the other department heads. Student Mo Fan, this is a very good question you're asking. This is something we've actually considered. After the standard of eliminating 100 people, there's actually another standard. And that's that if we can eliminate up to 200 people, then all the cultivation resources of all the faculties in this session will go to the summoning faculty. Dean Xiao's voice echoed loudly throughout the entire fighting hall under the enchantment of magic, and when these words came out, everyone was abuzz. They only knew that there was the one in front of them. They didn't know that there was actually more behind them. The reason why it wasn't publicized is because no freshman class has ever been able to do it, so there was no choice to publicize it. Dean Xiao said. The other directors looked at each other. Some of them really didn't know. Only the director of the summoning department knew such a rule. Well, do you have any more questions? Dean Xiao asked. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth curled up in an evil arc. Everything was the same as what Chen Xian had said, since the heavens wanted him to act like a pussy. Then he, Mo Fan, would not be polite. No, Dean Xiao, it's just that I'd like to make a statement to the students of the other departments here. Make a statement? What kind of statement? The people in the surrounding seats whispered, wondering what exactly Mo Fan wanted to say, and Dean Xiao on the stage already had a bad premonition, and he suddenly regretted saying the second one a bit. The crowd was puzzled, not knowing what Mo Fan was trying to convey, and at that moment, Mo Fan, the corners of his mouth had already grinned to the back of his head. I'm a person who burns through more resources than the average magician. So, sorry. Mo Fan's inner pretentious coolness had been pulled to its fullest, roaring loudly, I'll take all of your resources. The air instantly froze, and all of the 10,000 or so trainees and teachers present froze. You've got to be kidding me. Is this kid crazy? Just now, Dean Xiao had spoken. For so many years the Pearl Academy hadn't had anyone do it at all. Why can you, a small summoning department freshman, be so arrogant? Why can you disregard their 4,000 to 5,000 freshmen in this way? Green Campus can still have a lot of old students. Among them there are also in this campus mixed for 3 or 4 years. They are also at this time dumbfounded. Looking at this just enrolled in the school will directly provoke the whole school freshman guy. Really a long time to come back to God. Damn. I can't stand it. Never seen such a crazy person before. Let you taste the power of my Luosong. I'm most displeased with this kind of person, thinking that he can do whatever he wants just because he has a head of blasted wind demon eagle and a middle-ranked thunder system? Brothers, go together and destroy him. What an ignorance. Don't know what's good for you. Don't know what's good for you. Chapter 16:16. No dipping sauce. Mo Fan stood in the center of the entire fighting hall. Facing the tirades from all directions, he was completely unmoved, only silently casting his summoning department's middle grade magic. Seeing Mo Fan sketching up the summoning star map, Dean Zhao's heart directly cooled in half. The bad premonition had come true. He only hoped that Mo Fan's contracted beast wouldn't be some kind of powerful battle general level. Don't war general. Don't dip it in the sauce. Dean Zhao prayed silently in his heart. It wasn't until the huge star map appeared in the center of the field that the people present came back to quietness, realizing that Mo Fan was a dual lineage middle-ranked summoner. So what's his contracted beast? As a grayish-white three-eyed wolf head rose from the star map, an upright 15-meter-tall three-eyed demonic wolf appeared from it. This three-eyed demonic wolf was huge and gnarled with muscles, and each of its three eyes flickered with a red light, making it look exceptionally ferocious. Its appearance instantly plunged the entire fighting hall into dead silence as the other trainees stared in disbelief at the scene before them. One must know that a freshman of the middle rank of the dual lineage was already quite rare, and to be able to summon such a powerful battle admiral-ranked contracted beast was even more jaw-dropping. Chen Xian's appearance is also accompanied by a brand new on the human treasure. This time the iron rod is even more thick and sturdy, the whole 20 meters long, diameter 30 centimeters thick, the whole rod nearly 30 tons. Spent Chen Xian and Mo Fan more than 100,000 it. Chen Xian stood up straight, head up and chest out, his right paw holding a large iron rod and pounding it against the ground. Duong! The sound of steel trembling echoed throughout the entire fighting hall, and the ground in the ring directly shattered a piece of it. And the terrifying aura pressed down on the crowd of Green School District personnel who couldn't catch their breath. Drive! What the hell? How the hell did this shit happen? It's not fair. Over the top. Way over the top. Such a powerful war general. How can we freshmen possibly beat it? The ones who had just been furious at this time also did not say a word and quietly watched Mo Fan pretend to be a pussy. They also never expected that Mo Fan actually had a war general level creature with such a strong strength. No. Man? Are you serious? Dean Zhao on the stage was also using a speechless face at the moment. The war general, even if, or this kind of large demon that was powerful at a glance, who can beat you here in the middle order? Dean Zhao. This isn't appropriate. Is it? If contracted beasts of this level can appear, then what's the point of the beast fighting competition? This isn't the kind of demon the students should be facing at this stage. A director of the fire department said. Yes, Dean Zhao. I suggest banning student Mo Fan from using this level of contracted beast. Otherwise the beast fighting competition is meaningless. Several other directors hurriedly agreed. It was a pity that Dean Zhao was not moved at all, not to mention the fact that he had just answered Mo Fan's question. Even if he hadn't, it was impossible for his personality to allow himself to engage in such unsavory behavior as pulling the wool over a new student's eyes. The significance of the beast fighting competition is not to perform, much less to become famous, but to challenge and break through oneself and show one's potential. For student Mo Fan to reach the strength he has today, this is the result he deserves. Even if someone summons a commander-level demon today, there is no way I can ban it because of that. Dean Zhao said to the several directors with an undeniable tone. Any student he treated equally. A few of the directors could only sit down honestly and not mention any more implications or anything like that. What? Not a single person has just come up to take a lesson? Since that's the case, I'm not going to be polite with your cultivation resources. Mo Fan's arrogant and smug voice came from the field. At this moment, he only felt that his pretentious soul had been sublimated. If no one chooses to challenge student Mo Fan within 10 minutes, then this beast fighting competition will end here. And all the resources of this year will go to the summoning department. Dean Zhao's voice also rang out at the right time, otherwise it would be strange if none of the 10,000 people dared to go on. When these words came out, the freshmen in the surrounding seats instantly wailed. Asking for their cultivation resources. Was that not asking for their lives? It was so hard to get into the Pearl Academy. Wasn't it for that cultivation resource support? If the resources are all gone, how can they break through to the intermediate level? How can they enter the main campus? Mo Fan also felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. If no one dared to come up, this was a protest. In case it became a big deal, it would not be good. Mo Fan, why don't you let them go together? Lest the night grows long. I have no problem fighting 200 of them at the same time. You just need to protect yourself. At the critical moment, Chen Xian gave him an idea. Mo Fan's eyes immediately lit up, and he directly shouted at the people in the seats. I see that you guys seem particularly unconvinced. How about this? You guys, the remaining 170 people will go together. These words immediately triggered an even bigger commotion, with many new students displaying difficult faces and mixed feelings in their hearts. Some of the students who were originally eager to try were ignited by Mo Fan's bravado and said that they wanted to surround Mo Fan. Dean Zhao nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He understood that although Mo Fan's move was arrogant, it also happened to give them a step down. If this group of freshmen retreated out of fear and carried out a silent protest, it would not be easy for the school administration to mess up. Dean Xiao emphasized again. Student Mo Fan has proposed a new way of challenging you. And this is a test of your courage and teamwork. I respect every student's decision, but please remember to accept it openly and use it as a motivation to improve yourselves, regardless of the outcome. Hearing this, some people in the crowd gradually began to rub their fists together, encouraging each other and discussing strategies. After all, cultivation resources were about the future, and even if they were united against Mo Fan, it was better than sitting around waiting for death. A unique and large-scale fight against the beasts is about to be staged at the Pearl Academy Green Campus. In no time at all, a large contingent of 170 people was drawn up, most of them veteran students, as it was also about their resources, as well as a small number of mid-ranked mages, probably just about a dozen or so. The crusade for the ultimate big boss has officially begun with a large group of 170 people. Dean Xiao, won't this be too dangerous? 170 people. We can't manage it. The mage referee responsible for maintaining security said. It doesn't matter. I'll strike, Dean Xiao said with his hands behind his back in a domineering manner. On the fighting stage, after the referee announced the start, Chen Xian immediately grabbed the iron rod and rushed towards the crowd. As long as he was allowed to grab the 20-meter iron rod and burst into the crowd to rotate and wave it around a few times like an electric fan, he would be able to eliminate the vast majority of people. Quickly release the ground wave. Earth wave. Earth wave. In a flash, a dozen or so primary level 3 earth waves rolled towards Chen Xian in succession. Not wanting to let him get close, unfortunately, Chen Xian's speed was still too fast, and even though the ground waves propelled him backwards, they only slowed him down a little, and he was still steadfastly charging forward. Chapter 1717. Beating up a child. Fire Z burst. Fire Z. Fire Z. Chen Xian had just rushed over when more than 20 fireballs came crashing down on them, and behind them, those lightning magic was also ready. Chen Xian quickly martialized the oversized iron rod to directly send these fireballs flying or exploding, and the power of the explosions couldn't even hurt him half a bit. Seeing that Chen Xian was about to approach the crowd, the lightning mages decisively released their magic as well. Thunder Seal. Thunder Seal. Ray, a dozen or so lightning bolts lit up in a row, and Chen Xian decisively made a turn to smash the 20-meter-long iron rod in his hand as a dart. Most of the lightning fell on the iron rod. Electricity was all absorbed into it, and the few remaining thunderbolts that fell on Chen Xian only paralyzed him a little bit, and couldn't stop him from advancing at all. The iron rod that goes but does not return rotates and smashes into the crowd, and the people are all scared out of their wits. If this hits them, they will be gone. Quickly defend. Where's the water mage? Mezua. Mezua. The water wall generated by the water imperial was broken by the iron rod as soon as it was smashed, until it took nearly 10, which managed to stop the terrifying big iron rod, and Chen Xian had already managed to rush to the front of the crowd, only to see him grab the iron rod and start spinning a big windmill, swinging through circle after circle, showing no mercy at all. Wherever they passed, they either opened their armor magic tools or shield magic tools and were directly swept away, or they were wrapped in protection by Dean Xiao with his thoughts and flew out. Dozens of people were eliminated in the blink of an eye, and the reason why it was so easy was entirely because all of those middle-ranked mages didn't put up a fight. They went to carry out the decapitation plan. In their eyes, as long as they finished off Mo Fan, the summoner, even if his contracted beast was strong, it would be useless because the summoner would be directly judged negative without him. A line of nearly 10 people, all middle-ranked mages, including Luo Song, Bai Zongfeng, Zhuang Lifeng, and Mu Nujio, who appeared in the original, as well as some who simply haven't even mastered the star map yet, and have just broken through the middle rank not long ago, with the others dragging Chen Xian down. They wanted to go around and come in front of Mo Fan to carry out the decapitation operation, but unfortunately, the ideal was plump and the reality was bony. This problem Chen Xian and Mo Fan had long considered. That is, if Mo Fan majored in the summoning department, what about his own safety? Therefore, they chose a flying type of summon beast like the Blizzard Demon Eagle. At the beginning and middle ranks, mages usually did not have the ability to fly, and even high-ranked mages didn't always have winged magic tools. At this point a demon that can fly becomes very cost-effective, as it is immune to 99% of magic by simply sitting on it and flying towards the sky. Elemental magic basically didn't want to hit people, and even the lightning system's falling thunder wasn't guaranteed to hit at longer distances, and Mo Fan did the same. He had long ago discovered the ones sneaking over. All of them were mid-ranked mages by the looks of it, without giving them any chance. He directly flew into the sky on the blasted wind demon eagle in front of them, slowly waiting for Chen Xian to clear the entire field. Crap! This is too rogue. It's even flying, Bai Zongfeng said. Let's see if I don't drag him down. Ice Lock. The exasperated Luo Song directly cast the middle rank magic, but the result was that Mo Fan flew higher and higher, not giving half a chance at all. and the ice lock directly arrived at the limit of the casting range. Looks like we can only go and fight that war general class hard. Mu Nugio, on the other hand, was much calmer. Having long anticipated that this decapitation operation wouldn't have much of a chance of success, they turned back to look at the back. Chen Xian was chasing after those mages with an iron rod and swinging it wildly, and only a short while later, the original 170 people had been eliminated by more than 100 people, the rest were all being whisked around by Chen Xian. And some who couldn't handle the psychological pressure ran off the stage directly. Chen Xian was like a big boss in a novice village, beating these freshmen to a pulp. Don't hit me. I don't want it. I want to get off the stage. A wind faculty trainee was beaten by Chen Xian and was scared out of his mind, running around in a wind track and hiding behind Mu Nugio and the others. Seeing this, the others who hadn't been eliminated yet also leaned that way, and Chen Xian rightfully chased after them and swung his stick. Rock barrier. A middle-ranked earth mage suddenly struck out. A huge rock wall rose from the ground. Chen Xian's iron rod smashed into it, bursting out countless rubbles. The rock wall was just barely able to withstand Chen Xian's huge force. The forest of traps. At this time, Mu Nugio also struck out, directly releasing the middle-ranked plant system, vines twisting into a cage-like surround towards Chen Xian, only to be torn apart by his outstretched claws in a furious clawing. Wind pan. A middle-ranked wind system veteran also finally held back a wind disc, barely trapping Chen Xian in it. If he wanted to rush out, he would have to be harmed by the tornado barriers, except that he never expected Chen Xian to be so steelhard that he froze and rushed out against the wind disc. The middle-ranked wind disc couldn't do much damage to him at all. It was only the fire and thunder systems that could cause him a little pain. The other elements couldn't hurt him at all in this realm. How could this happen? Even middle-ranked magic doesn't work? Zhuang Lifeng said with an ugly face. He was the middle-ranked mage who couldn't use middle-ranked magic. Let me. Fiery fist. An old student stepped out from the crowd, cupping the flame star map in his hand, and in the next moment, he actually swung a huge fire fist and blasted at Chen Xian. Three-eyed demon wolf is a power-type demon, with a relatively huge body size, but without a powerful demonic method. The demonic method of three-eyed demon wolf is actually an explosion of power and an explosion of speed, which is very plain and unadorned. In the eyes of outsiders, it was like the displacement and sudden advancement in the game. Facing the fiery fist that was ushered in head-on, Chen Xian didn't choose to fight it hard, but rather suddenly his strength erupted, and his leg muscles tensed up as he shifted to the side to avoid it. That flaming fiery fist brushed past him, while Chen Xian burst in front of the crowd with his iron rod, and without saying a word, a horizontal sweep. Dang! The old student of the middle rank of the fire system directly called up an armored magic tool to resist, and after a sound of hitting iron, the whole person was directly sent flying out of the field by a home run. This isn't fair at all. Luo Son's mind collapsed. If so many middle-ranked mages couldn't beat them even if they were united, then what's the point of playing? Wind pan. Don't give up. Do any of you have a winged magic tool or a long-range type magic tool? Just find a way to finish off that summoner in the sky and we'll win. Macnugio hadn't given up yet and released another wind disc to hold Chen Xian in check. Only the next second, the overheads actually came from the air of thunder and lightning, and the sky suddenly flashed brightly. Thunderbolt boom top. Mo Fan could sort of see that this female was the backbone of the group. As long as she was dealt with first, the match could end early. The pillar of thunder fell from above Mu Nugio's head, and because it was a sneak attack, she was completely too late to react. Chapter 1818. Taking the resources of the whole system, so the referee on the sidelines directly put a light shield on her, and rightfully so, she was ruled out. What? Those who were left were in disbelief. That summoner actually flew back again and released a middle-ranked lightning magic to eliminate Magne. This was still a fight. Mu Nugio also had a bitter smile on her face at this time, realizing that they didn't have any chance of winning this match to begin with, because that summoner himself was also very strong, and his mastery of this kind of middle-ranked magic was even higher than his OWN. As soon as Macnugio was eliminated, the match went straight to the end, and Chen Xian started chasing people, one by one, right out of the ring. Mo Fan also rode the Blizzard Devil Eagle to join in the clearing of the field. Those who still wanted to flip the field thought that they had a chance, but ended up being directly electrified numb. Some self-aware people had already consciously left the venue, not taking that hit from Chen Xian for nothing. As Chen Xian knocked the final trainee out of the arena, this beast fighting competition finally came to a close. I declare that today's beast fighting competition ends here, and the public resources of the entire department for that semester will belong to the summoning department. Dean Xiao announced very cleanly the moment these words came out. The entire Fighting Beasts Hall directly exploded into utter chaos. Let's just kill us. We worked so hard to get into this school for that vital extra resource over other schools, and now it's all gone. All gone. Some of those with poor mental capacity were already crying out directly. Unfair. Inside. No fair. No fair. Everyone couldn't get over the fact that some people were up in arms. At one time, the whole arena even appeared in the unfair one. Dean Xiao. What can we do? The directors were also confused at this time. There had never been any beast fighting competition where this situation had occurred. Why don't we persuade Fan to give up? A director proposed. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's not a good guy to come here. Quiet. The scene was chaotic, and Dean Xiao frowned, clearing his throat and bellowing, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Everyone present felt a dizzying wave of mental fluctuations, and instantly the entire fighting hall fell silent. Rules are rules. You say it's not fair. Then why didn't I see you jump out and say it's not fair when the proposal was made that if the summoning department didn't reach the elimination number of 100 people, the resources would be divided among you? Just because the summoning department only has 7 people, they can't turn into a mob and openly oppose it like you are doing now? Have you forgotten what I said in the opening? And what kind of wizards our school motto produces? For more than a decade, there has never been a situation like this in more than a decade of our Pearl Academy, which tastes set in stone. Today I'm happy that someone has finally broken this set in stone, although it's still far from being able to change the world. This is at least a very good sign. This angry rebuke from Dean Xiao carried a strong sense of disappointment, not to mention the trainees. Even the few directors didn't dare to raise their heads to speak anymore. If you had said it was unfair at the beginning, then Dean Xiao would have nodded and revoked the rule. But now that people are 1v200, and you say it's unfair, how can Dean Xiao, the one who answered to Fan, stand it? Just started the school year and give the impression that the best students are out of their depth and weak? This is also the reason why Chen Xian must let Fan ask questions to Dean Xiao. Even if everyone knows in advance they have to ask, only if Dean Xiao says it himself, it can only count. Otherwise, if the answer is a director, Dean Xiao finally vetoed it directly, then there is no place to cry. Dean Xiao, you have a point, but have you considered us commoner cadets? Cadets like us with average family conditions. We are competing with those who have numerous resources paying just a third of our efforts. A little bit of resources is also very important to us. Just then, a cadet with a somewhat clear and stupid face stood up and asked. Dean Xiao took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes before saying, "You want to say that he is a disciple of a worldly family? From a powerful family? Born with more resources than you guys? It's only natural to cultivate faster than you guys?" Yes. Being asked this by Dean Xiao, that student also answered directly, "Originally, I didn't want to say anything about this matter, but it seems that many cadets are carrying such prejudiced thoughts. Since you feel unconvinced, I'll tell you that this student who has taken all the resources of the current session, he's from Bo City." Dean Xiao's tone was vaguely angry as he said this. His family background is very average, even much worse than the vast majority of you, but people are the ones who have been working as a hunter since they were in high school, earning money to support their family, self-sufficient in magic cultivation, and have become the backbone of their family at a young age. I don't think there's any need for me to say more. I hope you guys behave yourselves. After Dean Xiao finished speaking, there was a silence in the arena. Everyone looked at Fan with unbelievable gazes. How could a person with no background cultivate so fast? Fan felt the countless complicated gazes from the field and helplessly said to Dean Xiao, "Dean Xiao, you're even picking out my bottom. How am I going to pick up Miss Magnificent in the future?" Ha ha, a moment of indignation. It's so hard to have an example to plug these students who complain about the injustice of fate. But don't worry, a condition like yours is completely worthy of Miss Magnificent, Dean Xiao said with a snort. For a month after the competition, Fan was quietly practicing in his dormitory, familiarizing himself with the connections of those stars. Chen Xian, rightfully so, had also stayed here for a month, all the time skilling up on the space-based astral and the sound-based astral. Today Fan was finally called by Dean Xiao to collect the rewards from the beast fighting competition. After arriving at Dean Xiao's office, there was first a brief conversation, followed by a few compliments from Dean Xiao. Only then did he start handing out the rewards. As with the original, the 3-step tower 7 days of training time, magic tool 3 choices were choose blood beast boots, beast general spirit blood a bottle, used to provide growth to the summoned beast, for the minion to advance to the war general will be a big help. And finally 2 million in cash. After leaving Dean Xiao's office, Chen Xian wasn't in a hurry to let Fan cash in on the 3 steps tower's cultivation opportunity right now, and waited until he solved the scaly skin mother demon. His spatial system and sound system astral subcontrol was still weak, and he needed to carry out proficiency before he could do so, and after consolidating his breakthrough cultivation he would then go to the 3 steps tower to cultivate. The next days developed like the original. Fan went to find a private hunting lodge to join in order to make money, also known as the Qing Tian Hunting Lodge. Just after joining the team, he encounters the incident of the scaly-skinned mother demon, and instead of providing too much help in the matter, Chen Xian allows it to develop like the original. eventually infecting a large number of students in the school's gymnasium. Chapter 1919. Dabbing the Three Steps Tower. Even the king of hunters and whatnot have been alarmed. Although this king of hunters is very water, is it? But there is Dean Xiaoyin. The scale-skin mothered demon simply cannot afford to turn any waves, but just do not want to rob Mo Fan's credit, because the strength was too strong. He was afraid of irritating the scaly skin mother demon, and when the time came, it would be bad if she fished her way to death and directly killed a large number of students. So Chen Xian wasn't called out by Mo Fan to help. However, with the Thunder Spirit Seed acquired in advance and Zhao Minyan's cooperation, he eventually managed to take down the scaly skin mother demon and harvest a warlord essence spirit. Zhao Minyan also had to bribe Mo Fan in order to monopolize the credit for this time. So Mo Fan and Chen Xian got rich again, only to spend it again the next second. The scaly skin mother demon's essence spirit was sold for nearly $30 million. Chen Xian proposed to directly buy a space bracelet to use to store the items, and Mo Fan readily agreed after handing over the $30 million to Zhao Minyan, with the favor of exclusive credit. Even if Zhao Minyan knew that $30 million was far from enough to buy a space bracelet with a large storage capacity, he still had to pinch his nose to make up the money and find a space bracelet with a very considerable storage capacity for Mo Fan and Chen Xian. After the space bracelet arrived, Mo Fan was happy for a while. This was the first time he had such a fun and convenient equipment. It was almost like a Nawal ring in the world of immortal cultivation. However, when he realized that he was out of money again, he immediately let out a wail. Oh my god, my brother Xian, can you show some restraint? We're broke again. Didn't we decide this together? How can you blame me? Besides, this space bracelet is still for you to use. Are you still not satisfied? Alas. Well, I also have a pot, but we really need to exercise some restraint. This money has not yet been warmed up and then spent. Mo Fan had a helpless face. There will be plenty of money later. Don't worry, brother will take you to fly. You first give those stars to control, understand? A month later we enter the three-step tower. Chen Xian said. He hadn't told Mo Fan yet. He was still planning to save up for a handle magic weapon. That thing was even more expensive. More expensive than the pulse of the Star River. Yet it could strengthen the handle of the Star Child. Both Mo Fan and Chen Xian needed it very much. There are a full 343 stars that need to be gripped after high level, and they both add up to a total of 8 faculties. So it's cost effective to buy a gripper to rotate through. Okay. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, and with the semester coming to an end, Chen Xian didn't want to procrastinate any longer and directly urged Mo Fan to cash in on the opportunity to practice at the Three Steps Tower. The Three Steps Tower has a very long history. A magical structure built by the gathered wisdom of our ancestors that is able to gather the unoccupied elemental energies floating between heaven and earth in one place. Elements are everywhere. The reason why the spirit seed will be born is precisely because in a certain element, magic is particularly dense place after years of refinement gradually cohesion. The location and structure of the three-step tower. It is the elements can be thousands of kilograms in a radius convergence together, like a pile of huge tree roots spreading thousands of kilometers under the surface. Even if the land looks incredibly scarce, the coalescence of such a wide coverage will likewise provide the trunk with a constant supply of growth energy. This cohesion of the Three Steps Tower could be said to be the key to cultivating magical geniuses in the Pearl School. The three-step tower has the appearance of a perfectly symmetrical three-dimensional triangle, the exterior of which is made of silver-colored metal that towers straight up and stands out in the school. Dean. The two guards greeted respectfully. It's the two of you. This is Mo Fan, so you'll be the ones to bring him in. Dean Xiao said. Come with me. I'll tell you what to do. One of the guards said and led Mo Fan into the passageway of the three-step tower. After walking in, it was a long passageway glowing with a bright metallic light. Mo Fan walked for several minutes without reaching the end and couldn't help but ask, how come we haven't reached the end yet? Is the Three Steps Tower this long? The Three Steps Tower was constructed by the great powers of the Space Department. I'm afraid you haven't come into contact with the theories of the Space Department. There is a concept of space called, 1 step is 1,000 feet, 2 steps are 10,000 miles, and 3 steps are without boundaries. The Three Steps Tower is actually also called the Tower of Boundlessness because it doesn't look very grand and magnificent from the outside, but the space inside is very difficult to walk to the end. That guard explained to Mo Fan. Spatial studies? Mo Fan wondered. That's right. There are many layers of space in the Three Steps Tower, and the energy that can be condensed by each layer is different. You are a middle-ranked mage. You are usually only able to be on the first or second layer, and it will be dangerous if you go any higher. The guard said. Don't listen to him. Go straight to the 3rd floor. As a traveler, Chen Xian certainly knew that Mo Fan was capable of walking up to the 3rd floor, and since he had come in to rub Mo Fan's chances, he would have to rub the best and go directly to the 3rd floor. Okay, thanks, Mo Fan said. You're welcome. Here it is. I can only send you as far as here. Just try the rest of the way up yourself. The guard pointed to the steps in front of him and left without looking back. going up to the second level, then resting, and then going straight up to the third level immediately after. Brother Xian, you are familiar with this place? Mo Fan was curious. How could Chen Xian, a wolf demon, know this? What do you care where I learned it? Just do what I tell you to do and be done with it. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Mo Fan finished speaking and began to climb the steps. The steps were floating in the void. Mo Fan tried step by step to see if he would fall. However, no matter how hard he stomped, the void steps wouldn't fall down even a little bit. Mo Fan then rest assured to go up. Not a moment's effort came to the first floor. At this time he was already out of breath. Usually carrying rice in one breath to climb 6 or 7 floors did not gasp much. In this moment he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Heavy breathing. What's going on here? Why is my fire magic energy being consumed as well? Mo Fan asked with a bewildered expression. This is the mechanism of the 3-step tower. The higher you go, the harder it gets. But likewise, the higher you go, the higher the elemental concentration. You can sense the current cultivation speed, at least 20 times that of the outside world. If you go up one more level, it's at least 40 times, 80 times if you go up one more level. Crap, is it that cool? Then 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 3 months outside? Mo Fan was directly stunned. 1 day tops 3 months. Is this open and shut? It's good to know. I'll come out first. I'll send you up on the second floor, and then you'll have to rely on yourself to rush to the third floor. I'm sure I can't get up there. I'll have to wait for you to pull me up. How else can it be? Would that be considered cheating? Contract summoning. Although Mo Fan was saying this, he still naturally released Chen Xian. What the hell? After Chen Xian finished, he grabbed Mo Fan and put him into his own pocket, and started to climb the second floor. Mo Fan took 1 step. Chen Xian took 5 steps directly. Chapter 20. Great increase in cultivation only in the next second. A huge spiritual pressure acted on his head, and Chen Xian felt like he was starting to have trouble breathing, and his spatial magic energy began to deplete at a rapid rate. But he still insisted on continuing to climb upwards. Another 5 steps in a single kick, slowly, getting higher and higher. Chen Xian eventually stepped onto the second floor. Only the magic energy was all empty, and the entire wolf was so weak that he couldn't even as for the Mo Fan in the pocket. He didn't suffer from mental pressure. Only his magic energy was consumed a bit, and after recovering well, he could impact the third layer again. Recover your magic energy first, and when you're in good shape, you'll directly impact the third level. Yes. Despite suffering the dual challenges of extreme mental stress and depleted magic energy, they quickly replenished their depleted magic energy in less than an hour by virtue of the 40 times super high elemental concentration of the second level, and he too decided to ride on their victory and go straight to the third level. Follow the plan. I'll give you a ride, then you take over and go up. Come on. Chen Xian finished his speech and grabbed Mo Fan and stuffed him into his pocket and started the challenge to the third floor. The first half of the journey would be carried by him and the second half would be Mo Fan going up alone. As long as Mo Fan managed to arrive at the third level, then he would be able to take Chen Xian back into the contract space by simply using the contract recall, and Chen Xian would directly appear on the third level at that time, perfectly stuck with a bug. During the climbing process, Chen Xian's head was subjected to tremendous mental pressure until he was on the verge of his limit when he climbed to about 1/3 of the way up, and then he wisely placed Mo Fan on the 7 steps in front of him, utilizing his own size advantage to disperse the mental pressure. Immediately after that, he rolled back to the second level. His whole body was empty of magical energy, and directly began to meditate. Mo Fan, on the other hand, went to finish the remaining half of the ladder. By the time he ascended to the third floor, his entire body was also completely deflated, and the mental pressure almost exploded his head. But fortunately his perseverance was good to hold on. Mo Fan immediately began to meditate to recover his magic energy. This meditation revealed how terrifying the surrounding elemental concentration was. Exactly the same as what Chen Xian had said. A whole 80 times the elemental concentration, recovering his summoning system magic energy in less than even half an hour. Mo Fan immediately cast a summoning contract to recall Chen Xian and immediately re-released him, sensing the 80x elemental concentration around him. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth turned up to the heavens. Stuck bug success. Successful in dabbling with chance. Achieving Wolf Emperor in the future is just around the corner. Brother Xian, which faculty would be good for me to cultivate first? Mo Fan asked. In his eyes Chen Xian is his old grandpa. Chen Xian has already brought him to earn a lot of money, although all of it is spent, but the money is spent on the blade. Mo Fan also feels that it is worth spending. It can be seen that Chen Xian, this old grandpa, has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and it is right to ask him about cultivation. You'll first raise the shadow department to the middle rank, then major in the summoning department and the fire department. Okay, Brother Xian, I'll listen to you. By the way, my undead soul vessel condensed the residual spirit that I absorbed in before into an essence. Now there is a problem that I can't take it out. Is there any way to make him spit it out? Emofan said, it seems that your undead soul vessel is a very strong premium item. Don't introduce its ability to people in the future. Since you can't take it out, you can only use these essences to strengthen the astral children. The strengthened stars will be easier to mobilize, and the connected star trails and charts and whatnot will be stronger. If you have 7 strengthened stars, then you will be able to cast a level 4 beginner magic of that system. 49 of them will be a level 4 intermediate magic, and so on and so forth. Get it? I see. That's how these essence spirits are used. Can't they be taken out then? One can be sold for a lot of money. Emofan said undeterred, it shouldn't be able to be taken out unless you fully master this undead vessel. But this pendant of yours is a rare item, so you probably won't even be able to fully master it when you're overclassed. So, after the question and answer, Chen Xian and Emofan both found their own place to meditate and cultivate. 80 times the elemental concentration. Cultivating for 1 day is equivalent to 80 days in the outside world. 7 days is 560 days. A whole year and a half more cultivation time. Although it would be outlawed as the cultivation level increased, it was still possible to cultivate the full 7 days, which was equivalent to 450 days of cultivation in the outside world. Chen Xian took the lead in practicing the sound system. He intended to raise his cultivation in the sound system to come to the same level as the space system, and on just the first day he raised to the second level of the beginner's rank. On the third day, the third level of the beginner's rank, and on the 6th day he finally broke through to the intermediate rank. The remaining time was used to cultivate the space department. Only at this time, the elemental concentration had been outlawed to only 50 times, and a day's time was not expected to make a breakthrough, so he could only accumulate a little bit of magical energy.as for Emofan's side. On the first day, he broke through the shadow department to the middle rank. After all, it was assisted by the little mud loach, and Chen Xian's nebula magic weapon couldn't compare. On the third day the summoning system broke through to the middle rank second level. On the 4th day the fire system middle rank second level. By this time his elemental concentration had been outlawed to only 40 times, and he was still trying to see if he could break through to the middle rank second level for the thunder system as well. Finally, on the 7th day, the time for cultivation finally arrived, and the last day was really short. Passing in the blink of an eye, Chen Xian hadn't been able to break through to the second level of the spatial system intermediate order. Only that he was close, just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. What was surprising was that Emofan had broken through the second level of the middle stage of the thunder system. Worthy of being a hangman, having a little loach is different. This little loach had still been fed a large amount of residual spirit by Chen Xian, and had grown a little faster than in the original. The 3 Steps Tower has a strict time plan, saying that 7 days is 7 days, and won't give a minute more than that, directly ringing the radio to drive people away. That if you don't go consciously, you'll be served with a direct ban, and then you'll have to suffer a flesh wound after leaving the 3 Steps Tower. Emofan also went to relax for a day. After all, after 7 consecutive days of intense cultivation, it was also difficult for others, and after following Chen Xian to run to the countryside to hunt and kill a meal of slave-level demons, it was only after returning to normal life in a few days. The semester will be over. The next is the main campus examination. The next semester will start to be the state of release. Students can go wherever they want to cultivate, as long as they can pass the main campus examination. As soon as the semester ended, Emofan went to look for a new place to live. The house that was rented before because Mo Jiaxing went back to Bo City. Xin Xia also went to Hangzhou to study over there. Emofan was forced to live in the school for a semester, so no one lived there. And Emofan didn't renew the lease. At this time to find a house naturally to find close to the school. Coincidentally just bumped into the same looking for a house Munugio and Ai Tutu. A few people after a while to talk and found very compatible. They directly share the rent. The power of fate once again pulled Emofan back to his original trajectory. Advancing little by little, the winter vacation was also passed in the blink of an eye, and 2 months had passed since the start of the second semester. And when Emofan was busy, he was carrying out the commission tasks of the Qingtian Hunting Institute. And when he was not doing anything, he left the boundary to go to the mountains and forests to hunt with Chen Xian. A few months down the line, also saved 20 million, but just so little money, cannot buy anything? Continue to save at chapter 2121, lifting the table in a few months' time. Chen Xian's spatial system had also finally broken through to the intermediate second level, and the star of the sound system was also skillfully controlled, and he had used his sound magic very frequently in the past few months, because he had learned to use sound magic to speak and vocalize. Currently this magic was still very rough and could only use that kind of ethereal mechanical voice. As Chen Xian continued to practice and optimize, later on, he might be able to learn a similar kind of demonic magic like that of the mountain men of the Andes Mountains. Directly simulating the human voice magic is a long way to go, not as simple and rough as physical enhancement. Chen Xian is now also starting to carry out bone strengthening and blood replacement, accumulating little by little until the physical body exceeds its limits. Then he can carry out soul shaping.as for the choice of battle souls. Chen Xian asked Mo Fan to contact Zhang Kong, asking him to make sure that he prioritized the sale of the collected battle souls to him once he was going to make a move on the Winged Pale Wolves. Winged Pale Wolf and the Wolf Clan is also a very cool existence. Just can fly this point, do not know how many other wolves hang. What Feichuan armored beasts? To my Winged Pale Wolf shoes are not worthy. I also don't know what to think. To go and match Mo Fan with an ice attribute summoning beast. Isn't this pure suppression of himself? This day Mo Fan received an outrageous and extreme commission. The commission was to protect Mo Fan? Paying me to hire me to protect myself? Inexplicable. But soon, Mo Fan associated it with the Black Church. Their thieving hearts still wanted to obtain the Earth's sacred spring from themselves. Zhang Kong or Tang Yu and the others found any traces, so they sent someone to protect themselves? Mo Fan brainstormed everything, while Chen Xian in the contract space thought about the next development. The next step was the main campus examination, which would be developed together with the plot of the Black Clergy, which ended up being the death of a Su Zhaoting as well as his girlfriend. Chen Xian was wondering what to do, how to change things, and will there be any butterfly effect with Mo Fan being so much stronger than the original? I'll send Disheng to protect you. Don't worry, Old Man Pao said after Mo Fan answered. He left the Green Sky Hunting Center with a heavy heart, and as a result, just halfway there, he encountered an ambush, but it was only a few small caramels, of which there was only a middle-ranked Wind Mage. This middle-ranked mage was directly kicked into serious injury by the annoyed Mo Fan, who opened his Blood Beast boots, and the other two immediately identified themselves for fear that Mo Fan would directly lay a heavy hand on them, knowing that it was just a student. Mo Fan let the two send the severely injured Wind Mage to the medical room, but Chen Xian, who was familiar with the original story, knew that this Wind Mage was a member of the Black Order. Returning to his residence, Mo Fan rubbed his temples, wanting to relax a bit, and said to himself, am I too sensitive? Even if the Black Cleric's ability is greater, there's no reason for him to run to this Pearl Academy to commit murder. No, you're very perceptive. In fact, that one that you beat to death is the Black Order. Chen Xian, who had thought long and hard, decided to just lift the table. What do you care what butterfly effect he has? Laozi first came to a move to beat the grass to scare the snake. Forcing the trial will close the net in advance. Anyway, the trial will also eat, and in the end, nothing can be caught. Just catch a dispensable basket coat. It was useless. In the end, it wasn't for Sarung to successfully set off the undead plague in the ancient capital. Since this was the case, Chen Xian thought about it and simply gave the Black Cleric a direct pressure pull, and if he dared to take the slightest action, he would directly explode his points. Push comes to shove and directly explodes Moga. What? You said that Wind-type asshole is from the Black Church? How do you know that? Is there any evidence? Mo Fan was shocked, followed by elation. It wasn't easy to catch a Black Cleric pawn in advance. There's no evidence, but he was beaten up by you like this. The Black Order's people will surely reach out to him, and it's easy to get confirmation if he's under surveillance. What do you think? What should I do? Mo Fan asked. Tomorrow when you go to school you will 100% be invited to the principal's office for tea. At that time you can just reveal it to Dean Xiao. Then you don't have to care about anything. Dean Xiao will take care of it all. It's that simple? Mo Fan was still worried that Dean Xiao wouldn't take what he said too seriously. This is enough. For the rest, soldiers will come to stop and water will come to cover the earth. Just cultivate at ease. Okay, Mo Fan said. The next day, Mo Fan was once again famous for seriously injuring a Wind middle rank senior, only out of infamy, and he was unsurprisingly invited to the dean's office for tea. Mo Fan, why did you lay such a heavy hand? Dean Xiao asked with a serious frown. Dean Xiao, I was acting in self-defense. Mo Fan said. That was too heavy-handed. You're a mage, not an ordinary person. Dean Xiao said. He's the Black Order. In the dean's room, the air froze for a moment. Dean Xiao stared carefully into Mo Fan's eyes, and under his aura, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little weak, but still believed Chen Xian. Any proof? Dean Xiao said. There's no evidence. Just spy on it or directly use mind hypnosis magic to verify it. There will definitely be a gain, Mo Fan said as Chen Xian explained the expression on Dean Xiao's face soothed, all of a sudden revealing a pleased smile. This was a good student who dared to fight against the Black Clergy. It was exactly this kind of student that Pearl wanted to cultivate. Good job. You go back. We'll take care of this matter, Dean Xiao said. Regarding the matter of the Black Cleric, the trial council had long assented to the university, and they were only cooperating, not expecting Mo Fan's side to have gained something in return after Mo Fan left. Dean Xiao immediately arranged for a shadow department tutor to conduct surveillance on this severely injured student. Fu Tianming, and in less than 2 days, there were immediate gains. A black-clad cleric goes to contact Fu Tianming, who is also the main character of this episode. Wang. After this big fish took the bait, it was immediately tracked and monitored, followed by all the grey-clothed religious people who had walked in contact with Wang were all pulled out, and those members of the black clergy in the Pearl Academy were also identified one by one. The black church's plan against Fan had already been pulled out in large numbers before it could be executed, only at the request of the trial council. No snakes were beaten for the time being, and they were still trying to collect a net with a basket coat. Soon, a few days passed, and the day of the main campus examination finally arrived, and Dean Xiao at the school-wide assembly suddenly changed his picture. From the geeky, good old principal to a stern devil instructor all of a sudden. All students whose cultivation has not reached the middle stage are ineligible to participate in the examination of the main campus. The time left for you to stay at the green campus is only 3 years, and within these 3 years you will still enjoy the resources provided by the school, and you will still enjoy all kinds of preferential treatment for students. However, if you are still unable to break through to the middle rank mage within 3 years, then after leaving the Pearl Academy, please also stop referring to yourselves as students of the Pearl Academy. Chapter 22. $20 million for a place. Dean Xiao's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, landing in the minds of all the freshmen in the school. 3 years without a breakthrough is not a student of the Pearl. This is too unkind. Don't you guys understand? Weaklings don't deserve to be Pearl students. All you guys have to do now is to work hard and work harder, so that you can stand here with straight backs next year. Now, you guys can leave. The crowd was filled with resentment, but no one dared to speak out to refute it. Those who could be admitted to the Pearl at this age, none of them had reached the 3rd level of the primary stage, which showed that there would not be any problems with the talent in cultivation, and the Green School District has a total of 4 years. If you are stuck at the 3rd level of the preliminary stage for 4 years in a row and still haven't made a breakthrough, it's not a problem of talent nor a problem of economic base. It's a problem of not trying hard enough. Some of the old students who have already resigned themselves to their fate have already taken steps to leave, and the new students are standing in place blankly. Who is present is not the pride of the sky that stands out from all places in the south and north of the sky, and this may be the first time in their lives that they have encountered such a setback. The crowd left one after another. This time the whole school conference came with a total of nearly 50,000 people. In the past, the main campus assessment programs were not quite the same. Everyone could participate, but the elimination rate would be very high. As for Dean Xiao, he directly cut off all the ones that hadn't yet reached the middle rank at once. And this boldness really wasn't something to sneeze at. Those who stayed, congratulations to you for entering the main campus of the Pearl Academy. Dean Xiao's painting style changed, and he changed back to that amiable old principal. That's it? Where's the test? Yeah, why don't you take the test? If you don't take the test, how can you divide the rankings? In the past, the top 10 in the main campus test were rewarded, and the first place could even enter the 3 steps tower. The crowd began to murmur, and Dean Xiao had known this would happen before he announced. A few days ago, we got the news that one of the military's shadow demon beasts had run away while training and managing it, and your assessment task is to help the military retrieve the shadow demon beasts, and as long as you put it into the summoning beast iron cage, you'll be awarded with a commendation. The shadow demon beast will not actively injure anyone unless actively attacked, and the individual or team that captures it will receive a commendation for entering the 3 steps tower for 7 days, with all commendations awarded to the individual for completion, and the same commendations awarded to the team for completion, with a team of up to 5 people. Hiss. 3-step tower. Fan felt his heart thumping. After experiencing the feeling of opening up once, he was addicted. Usually outside cultivation seemed less active. Just looking forward to when to enter the 3 steps tower once more. Mofan. Here's a chance to make money. Chen Xian's voice came from the summoning contract, and Fan immediately perked up and found a deserted place and asked, Brother Xian, what money-making opportunity? Didn't you hear what Dean Xiao said? Team completion and individual completion receive the same commendation, which means you can bring 4 people into the 3 steps tower. We are now the most powerful in the entire Qing campus. Selling a place for $20 million is not too much, right? Can it still be like this? Is this not going to be good? Just tell me if you're going to do it or not. Do. Of course I'll do it. You're an asshole for not making money. After reaching a consensus, Fan immediately took action. First found Zhao Manyan and introduced the substitute coaching service. Zhao Manyan readily agreed to complete a customer directly, returning to the residence again. He found Tutu and Macnujo, Demon King. This examination can be teamwork. Yay. Do you want to consider joining our beauty girl group? Just as soon as he entered, Tutu invited Fan to form a team, but well, after being mentioned by Chen Xian, Fan had realized how valuable his group slot was. So of course he chose money. I was about to tell you guys about this. AI Tutu, do you know the kind of relatively rich and eager to three-step tower of the rich son? I Ching campus first generation to play now officially take orders. Only 4 places. A sell 20 million is not too much, right? Mo Fan said. $20 million. Demon King, you want money like crazy. AI Tutu was shocked. There are still people who do this. $20 million. If it guarantees a commendation, it's a bargain. Mu Nugio's voice came from the doorway of the room. It's still Zhao Zhao who has insight. Cultivating for 7 days in the 3 steps tower can at least raise one's cultivation level by 1 or 2 small segments. $20 million is really a good deal, Mo Fan said, provided you make sure you get a commendation. Modne said, that's a must. Who can rob me, Mo Fan? The summoning beast iron cage is just laying there in the square. In the end, we still have to see the real thing underhand. Mo Fan said, you want to rob in the open? Mu Nugio said. Dean Xiao didn't say no. Mo Fan said, count me in then, but if I don't get a commendation, you'll have to give me my money back. Modne said, wait. Sister Mac, you really want to spend $20 million to team up with the great Demon King? Then I want it too. AI Tutu immediately followed the trend. I didn't see that you guys are all so rich, then why don't you guys help me pull in another head? Anyway, I'm only charging $20 million for a spot. You guys can still add some money. The extra difference is yours. Mo Fan said, with Mu Nugio's popularity coupled with Itutu's social connections, it should be able to quickly pull in the wrongdoers of the world's families. It wouldn't be that easy to convince people if they let Mo Fan go on his own. Yes, but first things first, if you can't win the commendation, this money is definitely refundable. Mu Nugio confirmed again and again, you can sign the agreement directly. I'm not the kind of person who is renegade. If I can't get the commendation, I don't have the face to take the money. Mo Fan is also a relatively straightforward character. If Chen Xian's words, even if there is no commendation, at most only 70% will be refunded. In this regard, Mo Fan and Mu Nugio reached an agreement. Mo Fan that quota was sold directly to her at $20 million, and she then went to resell it to the children of those families, as a first-hand agent. After that, Mo Fan began searching for the Shadow Demon Beast, and the Black Cleric also began to move at that moment. It was only that most of them had long been locked down by the members of the Judgment Council, and when Su Zhaoting mistakenly broke into the trap set by the Grey One, the head of the Shadow Department, who was secretly watching, had no choice but to step in early to save Su Zhaoting, and in the process, capture several of the Grey Clerics on the spot. As the director of the Pearl Academy, it was impossible for him to watch the students of his academy being brutally turned into black animal demons just like that. The consequence of striking out was that the trial would have to close the net in advance, and all the targets that were in the position of being watched at the same moment were all caught up, including Yuang, except that the blue suit behind Yuang never showed up, and while it was impossible to let him get away after interrogation, trying to dig up bigger fish through this basket case was out of the question. Chapter 23. 3 more steps into the tower, this bluecoat would 80% be outright abandoned by the Black Court, breaking off his tail and escaping to save more of his members. With things having developed to this point, naturally there was nothing left for Mo Fan to do, and it wasn't his turn to fight against the Black Court. Therefore, after Mo Fan waited for Spirit to find the location of the Shadow Demon Beast, he didn't send out a circle of friends to call all the people as stupidly as the original. Instead, he allowed Chen Xian to drag the Shadow Demon Beast to arrive at the campus plaza in a swift manner, directly locking the Shadow Demon Beast in the Summoning Beast iron cage and seizing the commendation for this main campus examination. Great! I can enter the 3 steps tower to cultivate again. Mo Fan was incomparably happy. This main campus examination was simply like it was tailor-made for him. Not only did he earn $80 million, but he was also able to obtain the opportunity to enter the 3 steps tower. Brother Xian, do you think we can challenge the 4th floor this time? Mo Fan asked with an expectant face. Don't think too much. Honestly, cultivate at the 3rd floor for 7 days. And when you have a full cultivation of the middle level of the 4 faculties, or a high level, only then can we go and challenge it. According to Chen Xian's estimation, the spiritual pressure of the 4th layer, at least a high-level mage would have to barely resist it. Mo Fan had 4 faculties, and with 4 faculties of middle-level full cultivation plus Chen Xian's words, he could try. Okay, so are we redeeming the cultivation opportunity directly, or do we have to wait a bit? Directly exchanged. You remember, the mage's cultivation only fights for overnight. 1 step fast. Only practiced into the soul of the magic is the most solid. This is Chen Xian's understanding of cultivation. What's good to eat into the stomach first? The kryptonite system doesn't need any foundation building. Got it. After the main campus examination ended, the entire metropolis began a sweep of the Black Court, and those Black Court members who were arrested, even if their mouths were hardened, still confessed many of their accomplices under the compulsion of mind torture. That basket suit also unsurprisingly fell into the net. Originally he was the blue suit in charge of this area. The arrested are also basically all his people, which even have his beloved subordinates. It is simply impossible to let him run away. Sarung's black court forces in this area can be said to have been directly uprooted. A whole night of judgment will be fighting. Those who, as long as they have joined the black court, even if it is a stray fish, cannot be spared. And Mo Fan also applied to Dean Xiao at this time to exchange for the opportunity to practice in the Three Steps Tower. Because Qin Xian knew that the next episode was to go to the Imperial Capital Academy as an exchange student, this go may be to nearly half a year long, because they will meet Lun Yan when they go to the Golden Forest City. Lun Yan, in order to complete the experiment of the demonic department, has been completely crazy. At all costs also want to let Mo Fan taste the blood particles that he made. In the future, when Mo Fan ascended to the evil sacred king, he is still one of the 8 souls of the mad soul. The proper delivery of the hanged personnel, because of the use of blood particles, Mo Fan needed to hunt and kill a large number of demons in Dongting Lake to devour the essence and repay the price of the use of the demonic system. And by the time Mo Fan returned to school, it was already half a year later. If it wasn't for the penalty of the demon department always deducting cultivation, Mo Fan's cultivation speed could directly throw off the taillights of his peers and not be able to see them. Of course, cultivation is important. The demonic lineage is actually important. If there is no demonic lineage, Mo Fan's salvation addiction is so heavy that he would have hung up long ago. But with Chen Xian on board, he can change the direction of the plot ahead of time to control the number of times Mo Fan's demons are turned on. The demonic lineage was actually one of the reasons why Chen Xian chose Mo Fan, because the demonic lineage could drastically increase the strength of all lineages, and as Chen Xian was Mo Fan's contracted beast, it was only logical that he would also receive a drastic increase. And during this period was the best time for him to brush up on his gold finger tears. When will he be invincible if he kills slowly like he did himself, adding dozens and dozens a day? With the demonic system, when the time comes, a clawdown is a few thousand tens of thousands of plus. Brush up the gold finger tier is not quacking fast. It's great to whore out the devil's bonus and brush the golden finger. After finishing, the cost is only borne by Mo Fan himself. Where can he find such a cool thing? But you also have to keep a handle on the number of times you open demons. Things that are unnecessary, and not open demons if you can. Like Patron, like the Asian Magic Association. Places that don't clash if they can less open these 2 demons. Mo Fan's cultivation does not know how many realms higher than the original. The State House when Mo Fan's cultivation is still T1. At least with Mu Ningxue about the same. At most, only a small segment of the GAP.ASA result. After making a big mess of Patnan, people Mu Ningxue was a senior and he was still in his first year of high school. I don't know how many times slower he was. And Mo Fan had been stuck at the high level for the longest time and had experienced the most events. Then the northern border Hufflepuff pyramid came in, opened once more, and was again slowed down in its developmental pace, when it is not easy to overstep, and then go to Dubai to open a time, but also exile to the Dark Realm lost a year of time for nothing. If not open these several times the devil, Mo Fan's cultivation has long been against the sky. Therefore, Chen Xian had to control when Mo Fan opened the demon and when he didn't give it a go. Once again coming into the 3 Steps Tower, this time there was no need to be as wretched as last time. After meditating and recovering on the 2nd level, Mo Fan stepped onto the 3rd level alone. It was worth mentioning that because it was a team completion, the 3 Steps Tower would also only be opened once, so they had to enter the cultivation with 5 people. Immediately redeemed the commendation, although let other people have comments, but in the way of Mo Fan is the convoy leader. Commendation when to redeem is also his decision, and ultimately can only follow Mo Fan together to go. Among them were Ai Tutu, a 2nd-generation government official, Mu Nugio, a great lady of the family, Zhao Manyan, the 2nd son of the richest man in the world, and a son of the Dongfang family's family. Watching Mo Fan directly connect to the 3rd level, they also finally understood why Mo Fan cultivated so fast. That was a whole 80 times the concentration of the elements. Could it not be faster to cultivate a few more times? What a pervert! I had to cheat a bit with my magic weapon to get to the 2nd floor. How come he can get to the 3rd floor? Zhao Manyan complained. Mu Nugio looked at Mo Fan who was practicing on top of the 3rd floor, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. Was the gap so big? The great demon king must have cheated. He must have some treasure that we don't know about. How can a middle-ranked mage go up to the 3rd floor? Not bothering to pay attention to the envy of the others. As soon as Mo Fan reached the 3rd floor, he released Chen Xian and began to cultivate the shadow department. Currently, Mo Fan's cultivation level is lightning, fire, summoning middle order level 2, shadow middle order level 1, which is not too biased. And the goal of this 3-step tower is to break through the Shadow Department Middle Order Level 2 as well as the Summoning Department Middle Order Level 3. On Chen Xian's side, He was at the second level of the spatial system intermediate order and the first level of the sound system intermediate order. And this time, he was also aiming to go up a small level each. A Goldfinger can be said to have made no progress during this time. The fifth level of the feast is still out of reach. The soul furnace has grown a bit, not much. That is chapter 24. 24. Advancing to the rank of a great war general, Chen Xian used 3 days to raise the sound department to the intermediate second level, and the remaining 4 days were all used for the liver space department to sprint to the third level. On Mo Fan's side, he had broken through the shadow department to intermediate level 2 in just 2 days, and on the 5th day, he had raised the summoning department to intermediate level 3. The quality of this level of summoning department's milk powder was very high. Chen Xian felt that his demonic strength had grown again after absorbing it, and the demonic power contained in his body had become even more refined. Mo Fan's eagle seemed to have reached the advancement stage as well, and not surprisingly, with all this higher quality summoning system magic energy, it should be able to break through in the next 2 days. And Chen Xian had also raised his spatial faculty to the middle third level on the last day, just in time to leave the 3 steps tower at the end of the day with a middle rank 3 spatial faculty. Chen Xian's spatial perception had already increased dramatically. There was a feeling that he was about to break through space. It was estimated that when he was upgraded to a high rank, Chen Xian should be able to awaken his spatial mastery and freely enter and exit the contracted space after leaving the 3 steps tower. Mo Fan customarily went to rest for a day. 7 consecutive days of intense meditation. Need to relax. Originally he also wanted to go to Hangzhou to see Xin Xia, but it turned out that he was directly called by Dean Xiao to go as an exchange student. Dean Xiao, this is not a good thing to do. I didn't even agree to it. How come I was chosen to be an exchange student? Mo Fan had a puzzled look on his face. Mo Fan, don't push your luck. With your strength, the freshman of the imperial capital wouldn't be enough for you to beat. A director pushed his glasses and said, alas, the director, you don't know. I've always been a low-profile person. This kind of thing that makes a splash is better left to others. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, the school gave this to you. It's your trust. I also know that you guys are under a lot of pressure. So each student has been issued an extra magic tool. I still have a God concentration magic tool here. Just watch and use it. Dean Xiao could see at a glance what Mo Fan was pretending to be, and didn't ink directly on the magic tool. Deal. Just like that, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, and Mu Nujio embarked on their way to the imperial capital as exchange students. After waiting for the imperial capital, the crowd first went to the local places of interest, magic holy places, to visit and travel for a day before heading to the imperial capital academy, which corresponds to what seems to be the Qingbei of the technological realm, and the Nanbuowan of the country. Although the Pearl Academy is also very bullish, but compared to the bottom line is still a little bit worse than the imperial capital. This side of the world's children more than cabbage. A brick down can smash a large number of the kind. The ones sent out from Pearl's side were Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, Mu Nujio, Song Xia, Bai Tingting, Zhang Bingxiao, Luo Song, Shen Mingxiao, and Peng Liang. All of them are selected from the freshmen of the Green Campus. The old students are not in the ranks. These 9 people are also the strongest 9 of this term. There was another Su Zhaoting, but because of the mistake of breaking into the trap of the Black Church was seriously injured. It is estimated that it will have to lie down for 1 or 2 more months, but it is also better than dying. After a day's rest at the Imperial Capital Academy, the next afternoon the 4v4 fair match between Mingzhu and Imperial Capital Direct officially began. The first game of Mo Fan did not play because he was late, and the ones who played were Luosong, Shen Mingxiao, Peng Liang, and Zhao Manyan, the most novice in the team. Unsurprisingly, the first hand directly lost. Even if Zhao Manyan then the original strengthened is the same, the entire team is scattered against others prepared to simply no resistance. Mo Fan, you're on for the next match, as well as Mu Nujio, Zhang Bingxiao, and Song Xia. The 4 of you prepare. Although he lost 1 match, Gu Han, the mentor, didn't panic at all, because having seen Mo Fan's powerful battle general level contract beast, he didn't think for a second that anyone at this age could beat that kind of thing. Don't worry, Mr. Gu Han, I will definitely defeat them, Song Xia said seriously. Just be more careful, Gu Han said perfunctorily, not expecting her at all in his heart. At this time, Mo Fan is already the general character of the school bully among the freshmen, and Shen Mingxiao doesn't dare to provoke him like in the original, and he can feel the pressure when standing next to Mo Fan. The match soon started. The Imperial Capital side sent Mu Ningxue, Lu Zhenghe, Ming Song, and Xiao Feng. Seeing Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue also wanted to try and see how he had grown over the years. As soon as Mu Ningxue appeared on the scene, there were a few incarnations of infatuation on the spot on the side of the Pearl Academy, with some stating that they were willing to not want the family property for her, and some stating that they were willing to scrap their own cultivation for her. being as outrageous as they wanted to be. All of you, wipe your saliva for me. Be careful. This woman is not simple. Her ice system should be very strong. Song Xia said with a grave expression. Mu Nugio and Zhang Bingxiao nodded to show that they understood. Only Mo Fan still had a piggy face. Hey, Mo Fan, I'm going to fight this one. You can watch the show. Suddenly, Chen Xian's voice came from the contract. It's been a long time since he fought a human. His big iron rod has long been thirsty. Today he must let the against human treasure show. Let the students of the Imperial Capital Academy also feel its power. Yes, but first things first, the one with the long snow-white hair is my girlfriend. Just leave it to me, Mo Fan said. Did I promise you? Girlfriend? You're just a dog licker. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's so hurtful. Game on. Right after the referee's crisp command, the summoning mages of both sides immediately devoted their full attention to their respective star chart weaving. With his superb and skillful technique, Mo Fan wielded a complex and orderly star track in front of everyone's eyes at a dizzying speed. At this moment, the opponent on the opposite side had obviously not yet made sufficient preparations, yet the star map in Mo Fan's hand had already converged and taken shape, and the huge star map opened up from the ring, only to see that within the star map, a huge shadow of light gradually materialized until a terrifying creature with a height of 15 meters was completely revealed. This was an upright three-eyed demonic wolf with both fierce and hideous temperament. Its body was as strong as a small mountain, covered with gray and white fur, and under the fur, countless bone spikes and bone blades that were as sharp as spears and glittered with cold light broke through the body, giving it a mechanical beauty that mixes beast instinct and death. It looks like a killing machine forged by nature and magic together, as if a combination of werewolf and demon. Shocking the whole audience, this is the current Chen Xian. According to the demon's cultivation realm then, at this time he should be in the realm of a great war general, and this form was that of a three-eyed demon wolf of the level of a great war general, and after Mo Fan raised the summoning faculty to the third level of the middle order, Chen Xian had also finally advanced a small segment. When he had gone to the extreme at this stage, he could consider soul shaping to advance to the commander level, but right now, he was strong enough, and with the sound of bones colliding and air bursting, this giant beast steadily stepped out of the boundaries of the star map and stood in the ring, holding a large iron rod in his hand and heavily pestling it towards the ground. When, a dang sound accompanied Chen Xian's aura expanding in all directions. Chapter 25-25. Teaching the Imperial Academy elementary school students a lesson. Witnessing this, not only were the Imperial Capital trainees on the opposite side of the stage stunned into silence, even the tutors on the stage felt a faint sense of oppression and war-shocked expressions. Are you kidding me? Is this really a cadet from the same period as us? It's going to die. It's going to die. The people on the Imperial Capital side had already panicked. Mu Ningxua's brows were furrowed and she was forcing herself to be calm. But in her heart, she was more surprised than anyone else because this was Mo Fan's contracted beast, born with two faculties. Although she knew that he would certainly have achievements in the future. But she did not expect Mo Fan to take off so fast. This age has such a powerful contracted beast, and then in a few years to have a commander level is also reasonable. And this is still only a faculty of the people. The first awakening of the thunder and fire do not know what realm has been reached. All. Damn it, I'll hold him off. Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf. Go! Lu Jingha had also completed his contract summoning at this time. The Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf had been shivering ever since it stepped out of the star map, not daring to come up to face Chen Xian at all. And when it heard Lu Jingha's order, it shook its head in fear and its body took a few steps backward. No brother, I really can't fight this thing. 10 of me would be nothing. Shameful thing. What are you afraid of? Give it to me. Seeing this performance of the Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf, Lu Jingha's entire face turned red. He felt that he had never been so humiliated before. In the past, this Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf of his had bullied slave levels of the same age, and now he finally tasted what it was like to be crushed by a person of the same age just because he didn't come over. It didn't mean Chen Xian would just watch. Grabbing the iron rod without saying a word was a burst of power to burst forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf. Chen Xian raised the iron rod and viciously smacked it on the back of the Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf. The speed was so fast that it was completely unable to avoid it, and the iron rod landed solidly on the back of the Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf. Instantaneous skin and flesh split open. The striking surface of the iron rod directly exploded the flesh and blood buildup, and the fur couldn't cushion the damage at all. Ow 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 ow. With just one strike, the Phantom Striped Tyrant Wolf screamed out in agony, running and screaming as it ran, while Chen Xian chased after it and struck again, directly lashing it on its hind legs, causing another skin-opening whip mark. Ow 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 ow. The Phantom Tyrant Wolf kept screaming miserably and tried to run straight out of the ring, but he was stopped by the boundary. Chen Xian chased after him and hit him with another iron rod. The phantom tyrant wolf jumped up and down in pain as Chen Xian beat him with one rod after another, like an adult holding a stick to teach a child a lesson. In no time at all, the phantom striped tyrant wolf was covered in bruises, with skin and flesh whip marks everywhere. At this point, it had stopped, the pain causing it to completely succumb. It pressed all four limbs of its body flat against the ground tightly, its head buried in the ground, facing Chen Xian and letting out a miserable scream begging for mercy. Of this scene, looking at Lu Zhenghe could not wait to bury his head into the earth. Never so humiliating. This time, they were struggling to resist the attack of the Pearl School and the others, and Mo Fan didn't even put up much of a fight just by Mu Nujio, Zhang Bingxiao and Song Xia. The three of them pressed the opposite side to take a breath. After all, Zhang Bingxiao had a battle general level summoned beast, as well as Mo Fan's blasted wind demon eagle, and after Lu Zhenghe had been invalidated, the other two trying to fend off two battle general level summoned beasts wasn't very realistic, and could only allow Mu Ningxue to fight it off, and the remaining two were simply no match for Mok Nijio and Song Xia. It seems that there's no need for this battle to continue. The winner has already been decided. Everyone in the Imperial Capital team combined may not be able to defeat a contracted beast of this level, Tutor Guhan said without mercy, after winning the last game. The tutors from the opposite side of the Imperial Capital started to make all kinds of fools of themselves. So this is going to be a slap in the face, right? We, Mordor, have directly pulled out the king's bomb. The opposite side of the Imperial Capital tutor also had to recognize the result and hastily announced the end of the match. He had already seen Chen Xian chasing after the people from the Imperial Capital Academy with a large iron rod after beating the phantom striped tyrant wolf until he conceded defeat. The scene is as funny as an adult teaching a child. In order to not let people lose all their faces, they can only come up with this strategy. However, Chen Xian is still too unforgiving. A little bit of stopping does not have the meaning to give Lu Zhenghe and others or all a stick to whip flying out. Fell dog eat. Armor magic tools are cracked. Mo Fan ended up going up against Mu Ningxue as he had hoped, using his fire system to debut to break Mu Ningxue's ice system, and managed to put on a show in front of her. I didn't expect the Pearl Academy to be so strong. I really underestimated you, the Imperial Capital tutor said. We're lucky to have recruited a genius like Mo Fan this year, Guhan said modestly. Yeah, Mo Fan, isn't this contracted beast of yours stronger than last time? It's not too over the top. And you're even born with a double lineage, Zhao Manyan said with an envious face. What a demon, Song Xia said with a TSK, skimming her lips after getting off the field. The way Mu Nujio looked at Mo Fan's eyes became out of place, presumably thinking about pulling something together again or something like that. Other people, a hard mouth stinking or not, including the Imperial Academy side of the trainees, all were Chen Xian hit fear, that big iron bar to the body of a smash. Have armor magic shield magic tools have to be wrestled a body scattered. The news of the Pearl Academy's victory over the Imperial Academy quickly spread throughout the major colleges and universities in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Along with the famous Mo Fan's natural dual faculties, Mo Fan was only a popular figure in the Pearl Academy, and this time it directly rose to the topic of conversation in the nation's colleges and universities. Someone had even collected the innate talents of the Heaven's Pride children of the major colleges and universities to rank them. And such a powerful talent as innate dual faculties naturally ranked at the top. Next, you will be going outside of the Yin realm for an adventure, and there will be no protection during the adventure, so no one will save you if you encounter danger. Guhan said, no protection at all? There is only one light magic signal pen. If you are trapped, someone will provide support, provided that you hold out until the support arrives. Tutor Guhan said. The faces of the crowd stiffened. Anyway, when the time comes, you guys will each be a little more careful is all. The general direction of this adventure will be notified to you tomorrow. You guys can take advantage of this to go and buy some wilderness survival tools. It's best to buy a defense magic tool. Tutor Li Jing said. Several mentors had changed their usual calmness, and everyone naturally understood that this experience was by no means child's play. Most of the people who could be exchange students had some savings at home, and they still had the money to buy a defense magic tool. Mo Fan now has almost a little more than 100 million in his hands, still relatively rich. Chen Xian is also suggesting that he go to buy a better shield magic tool, at least at the critical moment can save a little life. Mo Fan was also very clear about where his shortcomings were, so he didn't reject Chen Xian's offer and spent 15 million on a rock turtle shield, which had excellent defense and was able to carry the magic of a middle-ranked tier 3 incidental spirit seed, but there's no extra effect. It's just a stationary turtle shell that doesn't have the ability to also play defensive counterattacks like the Plutonic Departure Shield. Chapter 26-26. Exercise this spending money. Chen Xian can't help but splurge again. Directly is to buy 2 War General level Wolf Bloodline. 1 10 million. 2 is 20 million. If not Mo Fan stop. Chen Xian still want to buy a few more. This thing was originally given to slave level wolves to use to increase the success rate of advancement. And there were three major factors that affected the chances of advancement in demon advancement: bloodline, soul, body. The bloodline was naturally boosted by this thing Chen Xian bought, either by mutation. The soul, on the other hand, could only be enhanced with some precious and rare resources, such as the earth holy spring, as well as soul shaping. The carapace, on the other hand, relies on natural growth, lots of eating and training, as well as bone strengthening injections of bone powder, which can be partially accelerated using summoning-based magic. In addition to the higher difficulty of the soul, the method of bloodline and body enhancement had already had a fairly mature technology in the human world. The bloodline could be directly replaced with blood, and the body could be directly strengthened with bones. In the original story, Pang Lei said that the growth process of summoned beasts to strengthen their bones and change their blood was often done during the weekdays, so that they would have more time to absorb and digest, and would subconsciously move towards a better bloodline. Therefore Chen Xian decided that he couldn't condescend to himself, and that he should spend money on himself, and that what he was enhancing was his own strength, so he couldn't save a bit. Changing blood Chen Xian directly injected into the blood vessels can be, do not need to bleed first, he can fully withstand high blood pressure. Of course, not all at once injected. Every day to inject a little slowly digested is good. Bone powder is the same, however. It wasn't known if it was because of the greater size brought about by the Goldfinger feast. The amount of bone powder and bloodline Chen Xian could absorb was far greater than what a normal summoned beast would require. With one head topping the amount of 3. This meant that he needed to consume more resources than the average wolf-contracted beast, injecting more bone powder for more bloodline. Of course this is not bad news. Instead it is good news. Eating more is naturally stronger. The larger the size, the greater the strength naturally. Currently the same race and the same realm of the three-eyed demon wolf. He can at least fight 10 with one. For a three-eyed demonic wolf with the strength of a great general like this, Chen Xian could fight 10 of them alone. And for that kind of ordinary three-eyed demonic wolves, unless they were very well coordinated, Chen Xian could totally manage to take on 30 of them one by one. The more you pay, the more you reap is also proportional. Little Yanji directly ate 2 soul seeds when she advanced to the growth stage. More than $1 billion of things said no. However, people's battle power after promotion is also really fierce. Directly as the strength of the commander level advancement stage, the fact that Chen Xian could eat and kryptonize only showed that he had a lot of potential. How many summoned beasts were rich and didn't know where to spend their money, didn't know how to kryptonize, and even had no kryptonite? Getting stronger just by eating is undoubtedly a powerful gift. On the day of the exchange student meeting, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, Song He, came to explain the matters of the experience to the crowd. Experiencing was quite important to any mage, even if the academy didn't make it mandatory. Some magicians who aspire to metamorphose into a truly strong person would choose a path of experiencing on their own. Actual combat experience is also very important for the mage profession. The only way to become truly strong is to keep fighting. The students of the Pearl Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy were both traveling to the same place for training, so the meetings were held together. This time, the location of the experience will be in Jinlin City in the lower plains of the Yangtze River. Dean Sungha said, Golden Grove City? How come I've never heard of it? Imperial Cadet Ching Ching asked. This city was wiped off the map 15 years ago, Professor Chiu Yuhua said. The crowd was confused. Erasing the map? 15 years ago, a demonic plague erupted in Lake Tonkin, and the entire city was overrun by demons. Fortunately, a mage unearthed the havoc ahead of time, and the government was able to evacuate the people ahead of time. Dean Sungha said. Then won't Golden Forest City become a deserted city now? Su Dalong asked. That's right. 10 years ago that place was a demon paradise. Military mages didn't dare to step into it casually, and now there's no telling what has changed there. The number of demons has decreased drastically. Your training mission is to go into this Golden Forest wasteland and collect data. How many slaves there are, how many battle generals there are. You have to take note of it all. Dean Songhi said, we're going to conduct a danger assessment of Golden Forest Barren City based on the demon data, and it's about our decision on whether or not to rebuild Golden Forest Barren City. An Imperial Capital professor said, the task is very difficult, and I hope that each of you will assist each other in making a successful and safe return. After packing their bags, the group took an airplane to Corning, the closest city to Golden Grove, and then walked to the plains of Cave Lake. When they were about 50 kilometers out of the boundary, the trainees from both sides determined their leaders. Lu Zhengha on the Imperial Capital side and Song Xia on the Pearl side. An MO fan, just like the original, had little interest in managing the team. Soon the crowd had finalized their route and unanimously decided to follow the railroad tracks all the way towards Golden Forest City. The path of the railroad tracks on the plains was relatively safe, and most of the demons encountered by chance were single individuals, and few demon clans would choose to nest in such an open area. However, the situation became treacherous when the tracks went deeper into the winding mountain tunnels. These tunnels, dug by humans, are undoubtedly the best places for demons who prefer cave life to dwell. The adventure team soon encountered the first tunnel, whose length was close to 2 kilometers. After confirming the possible presence of demons in the tunnel, Song Xia suggested a detour, but was quickly rebutted by Lu Zhenghe. Liu Zhenghe thought that going around would consume precious time for nothing and advocated attacking straight in and directly destroying the demons in the tunnels, and a group of teenagers eager to perform agreed, and in their minds, they couldn't wait to blow up the demons. Mo Fan, on the other hand, hadn't made a statement, either teasing Mu Nujio or licking Mu Ningxue, focusing on picking up girls. Chen Xian also did not guide Mo Fan to make changes to the plot. In his future plans, Mo Fan is a must-have demonic lineage. He does not want to cause Lun Yan to not be able to find the crowd because of any accidents. The crowd finally decided to directly break through the tunnel, and after arranging the front and back of the team's formation, they stepped directly into it. Soon, they encountered the demonic race in the tunnel, the cave demon slaves. This creature resembles a large kobold, with a hunched body holding a bone club, a thin body with incomparably thick forelimbs, and the power to bend steel when wielding the club can erupt. Unlike the goblins who like to procreate, these cave demon slaves are brutal and love nothing more than to smash living creatures hard into pulp. So it can be said that they are very tyrannical facing a battle in such a hostile environment for the first time. These trainees clearly showed nervousness and panic, and even with their large numbers and most of them possessing the strength of mid-ranked mages, they still fell into a predicament when they fought against these slave-level demons. Chapter 27. Pseudo-terrorist Devil Xiaofeng even had both his legs smashed directly by the cave demon slaves, and screamed out in pain as he tore his heart and lungs apart. Fortunately, Mo Fan's strength was still okay, and even though he didn't have Chen Xian's help, the 3 intermediate order second-level spells were used alternately, and with Mu Ningxue's strength, he still led the crowd to successfully break out. It wasn't that Mo Fan hadn't thought of letting Chen Xian help, only that the space inside the tunnel was too small, and even if Chen Xian came out, he could only crawl on all fours, which wasn't convenient to play at all. Chen Xian was inconvenient to help, and the Blizzard Demon Eagle was even more inconvenient to fight in the tunnel. So Mo Fan didn't use the summoning faculty, and after some intense fighting, the group managed to rush out of the tunnel. This version of Mo Fan is still much stronger than the original, even if you don't count the summoned beasts. The cultivation alone exceeds it by a lot, and then there's the strengthening of the stars. The original Mo Fan at this point has only just discovered the secret of the little loach's cohesion of the essence, and he's still desperately trying to collect the remnants of the cave demon slaves. As for Mo Fan at this time, the initial magic of the 3 departments had long been strengthened to the 4th level, which was still very useful in dealing with slave-level demons. After successfully breaking out of the tunnel, the crowd immediately began to look for a safe place to land and set up camp to rest and recover their magical energy. The people entered the tunnel still with their chests out and their arms raised, but after leaving the tunnel they were all tired and grimy, with a few breaks and bruises on their bodies. Bai Dingding began to heal everyone one by one, but mainly focused on Xiao Feng. His legs were smashed directly, and he needed to remodel his bones to recover not so fast. Luckily, there was a healing mage in the group, or else one of their party would be wasted before they even reached the deserted city. On the subsequent section of the road, the trainees trekked all the way through the mountains and water with thorns and thistles, and the group of 17 people did not encounter any more hordes of demons except for the group of cave demon slaves that they encountered in the last tunnel. With the strength of so many of them at the middle rank, it was impossible for them to be taken down directly by dozens or hundreds of demons. After walking for almost 10 days or so, the experienced students finally arrived at the Golden Forest City. The last tunnel they did not choose to break through with a head iron anymore, but instead, they directly bypassed and climbed over the mountain. For 10 days, Chen Xian hadn't been hiding in the contracted space to meditate, and it was not easy for him to come out for a trip. So Chen Xian came out on his own on the first night of their restoration, with his current strength, as long as he doesn't meet the commander level as well as above. No matter what race he can kill in a flurry. 10 days time he is also a small wave of Goldfinger, although the 5th level feast was still a long way off. The soul melting furnace had still improved greatly, and Chen Xian had been following the adventure students around, hunting down all the demons along the way, and the 10 days were still a bit rewarding feast. 4 levels, 6333/10. 000, Soul Furnace, 3322, plus 3556, the life value provided by the Soul Melting Furnace had nearly doubled out, so perhaps Chen Xian would not need to mold his soul at that time, and would directly break through to the commander level with just the life value provided by the Soul Melting Furnace. The experienced students who arrived at Golden Forest City first surveyed the outskirts of Golden Forest City. The outskirts of Golden Forest City was a very wide flatland. There was a forest in the surroundings. This forest that surrounded the city was one of the points that needed to be stepped on, whether or not this city had any significance to be rebuilt. First of all, it was necessary to know the surrounding magnificent, whether or not it had been completely occupied by the demons. After carrying out some exploration in the outer forest, The crowd unexpectedly found that this forest did not commit to a parade of demonic clans at all, with only a few scattered lone ones wandering about. Thus, the survey of the periphery went smoothly and without any obstacles, and after the group had marked the green color on the map, a group of 17 people began to step into the city, entering inside the deserted city. Everywhere one could see all sorts of demonic feces nearby. The air was also bad to the extreme. Looking at the desolation nearby, Lu Zheng has said, "Let's find a place to land before we probe. In a deserted city where demons roam freely, we will face danger at any time. So the place where we land must be safe enough, or at least in the event of danger, we must be able to both evacuate quickly and defend ourselves well." That building then. One of Mo Fan's fingers was the municipal building of Golden Forest City. "Nice place. You're quite good at picking," Song Xia said with a smile. "There then," Lu Zheng has said, after the crowd passed through several residential neighborhoods. The municipal building was close at hand. This time Chen Xian has returned to Mo Fan's contract space. He remembered the original. At this time there is a giant lizard pseudo-dragon will come out to feed. Do not want to become a dead soul in its mouth. It is best not to run around. Although Chen Xian consciously very strong, but also not strong enough to cross the level of strength. At best, a sub-commander is more or less the same. How the giant lizard pseudo-dragon are orthodox commanders. This false terrorist demon in the municipal building was also a very strong existence. At least it was a very strong existence among the great war generals. Not much weaker than Chen Xian, however. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Chen Xian still decided to remind Mo Fan, "There's a false terrorist in this building. You'd better stay away." Mo Fan immediately froze and said, "Pseudo-terrorist demon? What is that? Pseudo-terrorist devils? Where are the pseudo-terror demons?" Hearing what Mo Fan said, Mu Nujio, Qingqing and the other plant mages immediately tensed up. The terror of the pseudo-terror demon was something they hadn't heard about in the classroom, and all of them put together wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. False terror demon is a plant-type demon with an extremely high bloodline. It is more afraid of sunlight and is mostly found in shady places. If it is an adult false terror demon, all of us together would not be enough to fight it. By Tingting popularized, Mo Fan, where do you think there is a pseudo-terrorist demon? When Zhao Manyan heard this, he followed suit and tensed up. The crowd all looked at Mo Fan, waiting for his explanation. At this moment, he could only say stiffly, "It's in the building. There's a pseudo-terrorist demon hiding inside. I didn't see it clearly just now when I was far away. Why don't we switch to another building?" "What? How did you know?" "It's kinda like that." "Ha, let me try and find out." Shin Mingxiao immediately struck out. The wind star map was completed, and a wind disk swept over. The tornado disk crashed on the surface of the building. A large amount of moss and plants were torn and lifted up by the wind disk, and in the next second, the whole building's branches and vines were writhing. They were completely alive, hideous as if the living creatures were snatching the food that they had just sought. "Crap, is it that scary?" Zhao Manyan looked at this scene and immediately had a chill in his heart. If he walked in, then what the hell? The crowd was also in a cold sweat, and at the same time, they were glad that they didn't enter it. "Hurry up and record it first," Mu Ningxue said calmly. Song Xia also immediately recorded it, marking the danger level on the map. Chapter 28. Hardcore surveys. Immediately after that, they were ready to head to other places to conduct surveys, but the result was that they hadn't traveled far when a black gust of wind came whistling, blowing those trees to the east and to the west. The demonic wind was strong, and underneath a dark cloud, huge fleshy wings slowly expanded as the distance was drawn in. And underneath the fleshy wings was a giant lizard-like creature. The powerful aura oppressed people to the point of suffocation, and ordinary people with weaker mental strength would even pass out directly. This was the biological aura of a commander-level demon. All the people's faces were white. The mind could not raise a bit of resistance, could only watch the giant lizard pseudo-dragon fall on top of the Golden Forest City municipal building. The bloody mouth opened and closed. The reinforced concrete building was like a bubble that directly cracked, revealing the pseudo-terrorist's huge steak head. A bite down. The pseudo-terrorist immediately screamed out, and the entire city could hear that ear-piercing scream. A false terror demon waved vines randomly to fight back desperately, but in the end it was still hard to escape death. The entire steak head was bitten off by the giant lizard pseudo-dragon bite, died on the spot. Watching the giant lizard pseudo-dragon drink the pseudo-terrorist demon's brains one bite at a time, the trainees didn't dare to breathe a single breath until the giant lizard pseudo-dragon spread its wings and flew away after eating and drinking enough. "It was eaten," said Bai Tingting dully. "Shit, I'm going back. What a bullshit adventure. I'm not doing it." Luo Song immediately cursed. "Me too. This place is too scary. Is Dean Pinehearth out of his mind? To send us to this kind of place to train? Is this something we can handle at this stage?" Liao Mingxian said. The crowd was also a bit creeped out. If it wasn't for Mo Fan's discovery of the pseudo-terrorist demon, at this point they were afraid that they would have to die together in the dragon's mouth. How could they still have the guts to continue surveying here? It seems that the intelligence from the Hunter Alliance's side is wrong. This place should be more dangerous than what the information says. But we might not be very lucky either. We just came here and encountered powerful monsters. So let's all be careful in the next few minutes and we can still complete the mission successfully. Lu Jinghe watched as the crowd had the spearhead to retreat and rushed to discourage them. The crowd was a bit surprised. Why was Lu Jinghe so ballsy today? But no matter what, they all still found a safe place to take a short rest first, and after arriving early at the church where they rested in the original, Mu Ningxue and Mu Nujio took the lead in saying that they wouldn't leave and insisted on completing the survey mission. As soon as these two people took a stand, they immediately gained the support of many lickspittles. And several dragon sets have said that if you don't leave, then I have to stay too. In this way, the crowd began to survey the next scouting point, during which Mo Fan, on the grounds that he thought the survey was too slow, separated and went off on his own to survey on his own. I in fact, came to the pseudo-terrorist demon's corpse. Chen Xian, a burst of digging took out the pseudo-terrorist demon seed. This thing in the original did not explain how much money Mo Fan actually sold, but according to the price of a War General 2000 W to start with the pseudo-terrorist demon's growth potential to sell a 6000 W more than enough, you should know that in the auction a flying class Warcaster's cub can be sold for 7000 W, which is a very considerable income. After harvesting the seeds of the pseudo-terrorist demon, Mo Fan Chen Xian also got to work and headed directly to the next survey point for exploration. With Chen Xian around, their way of probing was very hardcore. Instead of installing the device and then guarding it for 3 hours, they directly turned the power of the device up to the maximum, attracting all the surrounding demons to come over and get killed, only to see them place a device capable of emitting special sound waves in the center of the road intersection. And in no time at all, dozens of slave-level demons were attracted to it. Chen Xian and Mo Fan directly transformed into squatting hunters to kill them all, or skillfully hollowing out their hearts and splitting their bodies to take their bones and collect their souls. A one-stop process. This Jinlin city is also a good place to brush the monsters, so a wave of fighting down on the income of millions of dollars. Good luck. Burst of foreign bone or essence of what? A wave shall not earn hundreds of millions of dollars for the next 2 days in a row. Chen Xian and Mo Fan was fishing with the surveying device, but any demon that was attracted by its special sound wave, through a one-stop service. In the original, Mo Fan's strength is not good before he can only complete 2 survey points. At this time with Chen Xian's help, just 2 days to complete 5 survey points, or that kind of direct kill all the survey of the method. A large number of killing demons naturally also have a large number of harvests. Just the slave level essence spirit exploded for. But unfortunately there is no war general level. The remnants of the spirit are letting Mo Fan absorb to refine into essence spirit to strengthen the star. This part of Chen Xian also did not pursue too much. The action counted from the demon corpse plucked down on the foreign material. All sold out should have a 25 million income. Looks very profitable. In fact, licking blood on the knife's mouth. If you are not careful, there is the possibility of turning over the car killed in the mouth of the demon. When Mo Fan returned to the church, the congregation had only just completed a survey point, and even each of them with injuries to complete a very arduous. When Mo Fan brought back 5 survey completed device, all were shocked off the jaw. We are the same class. Why you so show awe? No brother? You come for real awe. 5 ah. How did you do it? Zhao Manyan asked with a shocked face. This is not simple. Insert the survey device towards the center of the road, and then kill all the demons that come close to it. Mo Fan's face was taken for granted, but inwardly he was madly secretly happy. Looking at the several goddesses' worshipful eyes towards himself, this force to pretend is almost letting him feel good to the sky. Che, it's just good luck. Without the contracted beast it's nothing. Right at this moment, Liao Mingxian suddenly didn't know where he borrowed the guts from and barked furiously at Mo Fan. Why don't you see some of these losers get lucky? Why don't you go complete the 5 survey points by yourself? Mo Fan was not used to him at all and directly disliked him back. Who are you calling trash? Don't think that being born with a dual lineage makes you great. You're just a dirt dog with a little bit of luck, but luck doesn't last forever. One day, you'll be fucking nothing. Liao Mingxian said furiously. I know who's a loser. What? You don't like it? If you're not convinced, go out and practice. I'll let you teach even a summoning department. Mo Fan said nonchalantly. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Just leave. Whoever loses rolls back to school on their own. Liao Mingxian was completely uptight. Excuse me, Mo Fan said, and the two of them were about to head out. Have you two messed around enough? Lu Zhenghe roared out with a furious snarl and came to Liao Mingxuan's side and tried to pull him back, only to be shrugged off by him at once. Back to Liao Mingxian pointed to Lu Zhenghe's face as a flurry of curses. Spraying the dog's blood will be described as Mu Ningxue's licking dog and the king of the bully. This time has completely enraged him. Immediately called the phantom striped storm wolf a hold down on him. Tied up. The results of this goods tied up even more crazy. Caught who bit who. Full of feces. has been saying some hurtful words. Had no choice but to crowd can only plug his stinking mouth. Chapter 29. 29. Compelling demonic spider. Lu Nian, is this guy possessed? I didn't even mess with him and I have to be sprayed even if I have money? Zhao Manyan said with an innocent face. Something's wrong. Mu Ningxue said. There seems to be something wrong. It feels like everyone is so excited. Zhang Bingxiao, who had the personality of a good old boy, also noticed that something was wrong. I thought it was because of me? What the hell is going on? Mo Fan was dumbfounded. How could he go out and fly solo for 2 days and be like this? What a piggyback, it's a mind compulsion. There are demons that specialize in mind demonic techniques in the vicinity. Chen Xian reminded, unsurprisingly. Tomorrow Lu Nian will arrive here. The blood particles can be said to be 9 out of 10. The demonic system cannot run away. The original in this section of the plot. Several people will die. Qingqing and Zhao Mingyue will be directly killed in seconds. Zhang Bingxiao also died, without affecting his future plans. He would still try to change some of the tragedies in passing. And those few dead students were the very ones who had killed each other due to the mind power of the compulsion spider. After killing each other one by one is out of status. Seriously injured. Magic tool cooling. Only to be instantly seconded by that group of military mages. Otherwise the second generation is not so unbearable. After Chen Xian nailed the existence of the compulsion demon spider, Mo Fan immediately said to the crowd, there might be some sort of demonic demon that manipulates the mind to influence people's emotions in the vicinity. We either need to evacuate now for a safer location, or we need to find it out. How are you sure? Lu Zhenghe asked. My god congealing magic artifact has been working. There must be a mind-type power nearby, Mo Fan said, holding up the god congealing necklace that emitted a shimmering light. And only then did the crowd believe what he was saying. Then find it and slaughter it. Song Xia said with a grumpy face. I agree. Let's go together. Pang Liang agreed. Then let's all go together to find it out. Does anyone know where Liao Mingxian just went? Mu Ningxue said. That thing should be hiding in the pool over there. And its strength is probably slightly weaker than the false terror demon. Chen Xian reminded. Mo Fan immediately led the crowd to look for it. And this compulsive demon spider that had caused the adventurers to suffer heavy damage in the original was directly pulled out under the 16 people's plural middle-ranked magic bombardment. This compulsion demon spider was directly dead, unable to turn over a single storm. After all, it is only a war general level creature. Even stronger is not able to block a large number of middle-order magic. The body of the compulsion demon spider is not worth much. Mo Fan directly will be the demon gallbladder in the bag. The others have no opinion. After all, it is Mo Fan who found out this goods. The remnants of the compulsion demon spider's spirit was also included in its small loach. This wave of other people was just purely part-time work. But some people saved their little lives because of it. The appearance of the compulsive demon spider made the adventurers realize even more that this was not a place they should come to. And the voices of retreat gradually grew louder. But since there were no casualties, the crowd continued with the survey mission. Back in the middle of the church, Liao Mingxian had already returned to normal. But due to the fact that those words in his heart that were full of feces had already been said before, not a single person was treating him well at this moment. After a night's restoration, an unexpected joy appeared. Mo Fan successfully broke through the fire middle rank 3, becoming a cultivation of 2 middle rank 3 and 2 middle rank 2. The crowd was still planning where to go today for the survey when, just out of the door, a large thundercloud floated to the top of the head. A string of lightning flashed in the thundercloud without any rules. Mo Fan immediately perceived the destructive thunder element. It's a level 3 thunderbolt. Quickly dodge. Mo Fan hurriedly roared to alert the crowd. As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly rumbled with a loud bang. It was clearly daytime, but it lit up the entire world in front of everyone's eyes. And a forked lightning bolt mercilessly fell towards Zhao Manyan. Zhao Manyan completed the holy shield blessing as fast as he could, blocking the terrifying falling thunder. Another forked lightning fell from the sky, this time falling towards Zhang Bingxiao. In the original he was burned all over his body without any resistance and was directly struck to death. At the moment he was very healthy, and at the moment of urgency, he called out the shield magic tool and blocked the falling thunder. The forked lightning continued to bombard the crowd, landing on them one after another. And only after everyone had offered up a variety of undercurrents to block most of the attacks did the crowd have time to look at the source of the magic, only to see a group of silhouettes suddenly appear in the woods on the side, wearing uniforms that looked like those worn by military mages. But the colors were extremely different. There were about 20 to 30 people in this group, and they were accompanied by a snow-white giant eagle. These were the military's tamed animals. The sky eagles. Military mages. Why would the military mage attack us? Qing was in a state of shock, completely unable to figure it out. It's a bit unlike that. They have strange uniforms. Zhao Manyan said. Big brother, stop it. They're all academy experienced students with me. At this moment, Lu Zhenghe suddenly said loudly. instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Seeing that the sneak attack didn't work, Lu Nian glanced at the crowd and finally stopped his eyes on Mo Fan and said to Lu Zhenghe, "Come over here quickly. Take down Lu Zhenghe." Mo Fan, who realized something was wrong, heard Chen Xian's command and immediately nailed Lu Zhenghe with a shot of giant shadow nail, followed by a shot of blazing fist on top of his head. "Dog, hurry up and make your man stop or I'll burn his head with one punch," Mo Fan said with a roar. Mo Fan also showed a ruthlessness at this moment, knowing that he couldn't let the other party stall for time. Bit by bit the fiery red fist squeezed towards Lu Zhenghe's head, only to see Lu Zhenghe's entire head skin hair instantly burnt, half of his face's flesh and blood directly melted, and his teeth burnt. Lu Zhenghe instantly let out a burst of heartbreaking screams. This kind of burning Xing non-human can withstand. Liu Nian did not expect this Mo Fan to be so ruthless, directly taking down Lu Zhenghe. Lu Nian had no doubt that if he did not stop, Mo Fan would directly blow up Lu Zhenghe's head with a punch. Save me. Lu Zhenghe's hoarse screams came out. Kind of interesting. Lu Nian took a drag on his pipe and waved his hand to signal his men to stop bombing, and the other mages that his men were about to continue bombing stopped as well. The thunder cloud dispersed, and only then did Mo Fan's fire fist move away from Lu Zhenghe's face. Only he had half of his face completely burned away at this point, and one of his eyes was in a ruptured state, and his heartbreaking screams never stopped. Liu Nian looked at this scene, his eyebrows tightly locked. He is still too anxious, looking at the opposite side of so many people, too anxious to extinguish the mouth before he did not show up first. Directly sneak attack. What kind of dog are you? Listen to me. I'm the son of Liao Feng of the Imperial Capital Magic Association. Believe it or not, I'll let your whole family die. Liao Mingxian had half of his palm chopped off by a forked lightning bolt and roared hysterically in pain. Chapter 30. Ice Crystal Shakti Bao? All the more reason not to keep you. After Lu Nian finished speaking, he directly turned Liao Mingxian into a statue with a shot of Rock Demon's pupil and sent him to meet Tai Milk. After spitting a mouthful of phlegm, Lu Nian looked at Mo Fan, who had hijacked Lu Zhenghe, and said, "Say, what do you want? It's you who wants what? We have no grievances. Why are you trying to kill us?" Mu Nujio questioned, her entire face red with anger. "Let's put it this way. One life for one life. Kid, you choose yourself. Who do you want to let live?" Lu Nian did not answer her and directly said to Mo Fan, "Don't follow his train of thought. Force him to ask why he wants to kill you all. And if you dare to ink, you'll unload one of Lu Zhenghe's arms first." Chen Xian reminded Mo Fan. Others do not know. He has read the original or know the weight of Lu Zhenghe. In the heart of Lu Nian's importance is second only to the demonic department experiments. Why are you killing us? This kind of time Mo Fan is also unconditionally believe in Chen Xian. Finished is also come a fierce energy. Fire fist directly pressed on Lu Zhenghe's right shoulder. As long as a force can be burned off. Seeing this scene, the surrounding trainees were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Lu Nian would go crazy and go on a killing spree. Liu Nian, on the other hand, had his eyes clouded over in an instant. His whole face darkened horribly, and he puffed on his pipe one mouthful at a time that he clearly showed that he didn't care about Lu Zhenghe that much anymore. Could this Mo Fan have seen something? One life for two. This is my final bottom line, Lu Nian said in a low voice, unloading. Mo Fan's eyes glowed fiercely, and the fiery fist in his hand nonchalantly pierced through Lu Zhenghe's right shoulder, the wound instantly scorching. Even the blood couldn't flow out. The pain of the broken arm caused Lu Zhenghe to go crazy with pain, and his miserable wail echoed continuously. This time Lu Nian was really sure that Mo Fan was seeing how important Lu Zhenghe was to him, but even so he would be determined to finish the demon system experiment even if Lu Zhenghe died, because he had gone completely insane. Since you guys want to be understanding, I'll satisfy you. We're doing an experiment on a new lineage. One that's enough to change the status quo of mankind, Lu Nian said with a bit of fervor on his face. So great. Oh, what does that have to do with us? Mo Fan sneered. Because you, Mo Fan, are the best experimenter for this new lineage. Because you, born with a dual lineage. Lu Nian pointed at Mo Fan as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. Mo Fan, the new lineage they have is a good one. It's in the hands of that ugly female lieutenant. Find a way to get it. Right at this moment, behind Mo Fan surged up a biting and incomparable icy cold air. Mu Ningxue did not know when she took out a snow-white Kai Kai's ice crystal demon bao. Snow flew. Ice filled the air. The earth was freezing madly, and even the low clouds turned into a sheet of ice clouds. The snowy eyes were furious. After Lu Nian said that the purpose of this time was to let Mo Fan experiment with the new lineage, Mu Ningxue knew that she had to fight for her life. She pumped all of her magical energy and even her life into the ice crystal Shakti Bao, transforming it into an ice crystal magical arrow that transcended the high-level magic. At this moment, the power of the ice system had naturally reached the soul seed level, and even the soul seed domain had appeared. Domain? Soul seed? Impossible. This is impossible. Lun Yan's eyes widened as he roared Soul Seed plus Domain plus Ice Crystal Shakti Bao. It was completely enough to cause a horrific killing power to Lun Yan's group. Everyone present, including Lun Yan's group of military mages, were all in the Soul Seed domain. Their bodies were eroded by the cold. Their magic depicting the star trails aligned incomparably slowly. Even Lun Yan's high-level magic was affected, surrounding Mu Ningxue's body. A storm of ice crystals rose up, and the ice crystal magic arrow in her hand was taut at the end of the bowstring, ready to fire. With her fingertips gently loosened, it contains endless majesty and delicate anger mixed with the sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Like the polar ice and snow world played a murderous zither sound. Hoo 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 hoo. The arrow shot straight out, without the slightest arc, close to the ground flying, where it passes through, whether it is soil, flowers, grass, trees, rocks or air, instantly turned into ice. Lun Yan was alerted under the swift dodge, but the whistling past the ice crystal magic arrow still accurately hit a dodge less than a lightning mage, although not penetrate the body. But the arrow contact with the skin instantly burst open in an instant. Dazzling ice flowers bloomed in the air like fireworks, displaying a shocking icy spectacle. Not only was the lightning mage frozen into an ice crystal sculpture, but also the vast space around him was frozen into an eternal ice crystal world in an instant. Originally should be the dawn. Everything revived. 100 birds and song of the beautiful time. But at this moment, because of Mu Ningxue, this arrow blast formation of dense ice and air of the magnificent scenery instantly returned to dead silence. The power of the ice is strong enough to freeze time, erasing all signs of life, as if even hope and vitality are also deeply locked into this frozen spacetime. On the frozen earth, a lifelike ice sculpture stood still, their faces terrified, some even still tracing his star map without realizing that they were completely frozen. This arrow shook the hearts of people. No one had expected Mu Ningxue to actually conjure up a demonic bow of such immense power. The silver flying long hair was messy and still. The moment before it was like a queen's unruffled authority was gone from Mu Ningxue's face, replaced by the weakness of a soul that had been drained away. The ice crystal Shakti Bao in her hand turned into shards of ice powder after a fine sound, slipping out of Mu Ningxue's hand. Mu Ningxue's soft body could no longer stand firm either, and fell backward in a disengaged manner. Mo Fan did not care to continue to look at Lu Zhenghe, rushed over to hold her, but felt her body cold to the extreme. No temperature at all, like a dead person. Touched the pulse, found that there is still beating. This is a sigh of relief. Move, Mo Fan said as he glanced at the surrounding crowd. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses from the shock of that terrifying arrow. Looking at Mu Ningxue, who had nearly perished, and not knowing how to say thank you. Let me out while you still can. Mo Fan nodded his head and immediately finished summoning the star map to release Chen Xian. Then with a wave of his hand the moon-colored star track opened to summon the blasted wind demon eagle. Holding Mu Ningxue on its back, he said to Zhao Manyan, "Their target is me. You guys take Mu Ningxue away. Zhao Manyan, you take care of her for me. No matter what, please don't let her die." Zhao Manyan heavily emphasized his head and left with Mu Ningxue as well as Baitingting, a healing mage, on the blast wind demon eagle, and the others flew off in a big way, each of them preserved intact, so there was no dragging of oil, and each of them teamed up to find a way to escape back to the human realm. After waiting for the crowd to leave, Mo Fan turned his head to look at the many military mages in the ice. At this time, Chen Xian had already arrived in front of the female staff sergeant Jiang Yi. After a lot of primitive killings, he didn't have any mercy at this moment. Chapter 31. Chopping the air to the rescue. A direct snap of the fingers blew her head off. Ice slag and plasma instantly exploded. Chen Xian had no fluctuations within his heart. The space system beginner level magic Nian control was instantly completed. The Nian power directly ripped off her bracelet. Chen Xian's spiritual power probed into it, injected spatial magic energy to violently unlock the door, found the blood particles, and threw them directly to Mo Fan after putting them into the spatial bracelet. "Brother Xian, let's go quickly as well," Mo Fan urged. At this moment Lun Yan was also about to break free from the ice crystals. However, Chen Xian was completely skillful and bold. With the blood particles in his hands and the dependence to save his life, it didn't matter if he ran or not in his opinion, only to see that he copied the big iron rod and smashed these frozen military mages into pieces one by one. Being directly frozen by Mu Ningxue, these people were completely unable to resist and were directly taken one by Chen Xian, including those heavenly eagles. The original "those students dare not do things. Chen Xian one does not do anything. Directly all kill light. To his demon strength to kill individuals is the matter of moving the fingers. Simply need to bother to build what magic." When Lun Yan finally got out of the ice, he found his surroundings in a mess, with blood-foaming limbs falling onto the frozen ground. A snow-white dyed scarlet, and it was only at this moment that Chen Xian unhurriedly grabbed Mo Fan and stuffed him into his pocket, pulling out his legs and running. "Bye-bye, dumbass. Wait for death you." Chen Xian taunted with sound magic as he ran. By directly taking out all of Lun Yan's men. he wouldn't be able to split his army up any further. And now it was up to him to chase after whoever he wanted. But there was no way he could catch up to Chen Xian, even if he had a winged magic tool. Good. As Lun Yan watched this scene, cerebral hemorrhage erupted on the spot and he almost didn't pass out. The anger in his heart was held to an extreme point. Ran so many people. One to silence is already impossible. His own men were also a wolf demon directly all killed. Became a Barad commander, he has no way out. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, the Magic Association and the military will not let him go. Anger had already burned out his sanity. Losing his wits, he didn't think much more and directly opened his winged magic tool and chased after him in the direction of Chen Xian. Even if he had already failed completely, he insisted on completing this final experiment. Lu Zhenghe was also killed by Mo Fan. He had nothing left to lose. At least before he died he must let Mo Fan taste his blood particles and fulfill his great ideal. On the other side, Chen Xian was running madly. His speed was incomparably swift. Lun Yan opened the winged magic tool to fly in the sky does not necessarily have him running fast. In his thoughts, Mo Fan now cannot use the demonic system without using the demonic system. Of all the times the demonic lineage was turned on, the most unnecessary was the first time, as well as Parthenon, and the Asian Magic Association, which were all unproductive and completely slowed down Mo Fan's development. Otherwise, with Mo Fan's cultivation speed, once the State House was over it was close to the cultivation level of the senior 3 of the entire system. And what the youngest super-ranked mage was not even worthy of mentioning his shoes to him. Hoo. Beneath the white clouds, messy air currents swept swiftly by, parting a sky-blue center line in the clouds. A pair of wind wings slowly appeared under the blue sky, and a man who also wore military robes but of a different pattern flapped his wings towards the middle of the Golden Forest Wasteland City. The person who came was none other than Jinkong, who immediately flew up to inquire after seeing the fleeing Zhao Manyan and the others in the sky. Mu Ningxue, what's going on? What happened? Where's Mo Fan? Mu Ningxue injured her soul by forcibly using a higher magic tool in order to save us. And Mo Fan went alone into the Golden Forest Wasteland City in order to lure those devil army mages. Zhao Manyan hurriedly explained. It's safe to fly all the way to the In realm here. You guys hurry up and leave. I'll go save Mo Fan. Jinkong said, inciting the wings of wind to whistle away to eye in the Golden Forest desolate city. Chen Xian was leading Mo Fan to break into the nest of the giant lizard false dragon. Lun Yan was in hot pursuit behind him. His winged magic tool was obviously not as fast as Chen Xian's, but it was superior in that it was able to fly a straight line distance. If Lun Yan has to chase him later, I'll use my magic voice to wake up that giant lizard pseudo-dragon and make him choke on Lun Yan. Chen Xian said to Mo Fan, Brother Xian, calm down. We're bound to die this way too. Mo Fan was also in a state of shock. Don't worry. That blood particle can save your life. As long as you use it. What kind of Lun Yan? Giant lizard pseudo-dragon. All of them will be dried up. But now is not the time to use it. Chen Xian explained to Mo Fan. So bullish? Then why don't we just use it directly? It's really too risky, Mo Fan said. The entire system's cultivation regresses by a period of time after using it. Chen Xian said lightly. Then it's better not to use it. I think the risk is still worth taking, Mo Fan said from his heart. Suddenly, a rain of light fell from the top of Chen Xian's head. Densely packed, each point was comparable to a spear. This was Lun Yan's light high-level magic. Light falls roaming. Chen Xian decisively drilled into an abandoned building. High-level light magic could not yet cause complete destruction to this level of building. Chen Xian just had to wait for the magic to end and then run. With his sound cultivation, he could clearly feel how far Lun Yan was from them. It was because it was almost impossible to catch up that Lun Yan had no choice but to release a limit distance light high grade. And none of the other magic attacks had quite enough distance, waiting for the lightfall to diffuse the zheng to end. Chen Xian began to run wildly for his life again. Behind him was Lun Yan, who was in hot pursuit, only to see a brown light flashing in his eyes, and gray petrifying power slowly coming towards Chen Xian. The lightfall diffused zheng himself can still be hard to resist. This rock devil's pupil Chen Xian is really can't carry it. This is Lun Yan's big move. At least it's a very good spirit species. This is a deadly attack. Chen Xian mobilized the demonic power in his body, instantly exploding in power and speed. A few sprint displacements pulled away and continued to run towards the giant lizard false dragon. Lun Yan, you're guilty as hell. Don't stop. Suddenly, the sound of Chopper Sky's angry roar came from the distance. Chief Instructor Jinkong. Mo Fan shouted in surprise at the sound. Lun Yan heard the voice and turned back to look at Jinkong, grinning, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth with a provocative smile. Do you dare to stop me? A punk who can't even defend Bo City? Jinkong ignored Mo Fan and gazed at Lun Yan. Hearing this, his face was all black. Bo City was also a major pain point in his life. But it is not your turn to point out a beast that is the same as the black clergy. Suffer death. Asshole. Heavenly flame funeral. Jinkong is also a violent temper. Along the way he also met a lot of trainees. Most of them were thunderbolt all over the body. Learned that Lun Yen directly crazy want to silence the trainees. Jin Kong at this time is also a direct action, chapter 32-32. Escape from the Golden Forest deserted city rock devil's pupil. Petrify. Lun Yen coldly spat out the skill suffix. All of a sudden this piece of white and blue interspersed with the cloudy sky was unexpectedly covered by a gray and white. The air was filled with petrified Egypt, and the white cloud turned to mud in a matter of seconds. Falling continuously from its floating state, the rain of fire falling from the sky met with this petrifying power, and was instantly neutralized and disintegrated. Failing to have the desired effect, Zhang Kong's face was gloomy as he concentrated and mobilized all his strength. A blazing flame aura surged out from his body, transforming into a pillar of skyrocketing fire that shot straight into the sky. Skyflame funeral fire rain in this blazing flames of the reflection appears more and more warm and tragic, like a sacrifice to the gods of the magnificent fireworks. Vowing to burn, Lun Yen burned out. However, the petrification power released by Lun Yen's rock devil's pupil was not easy to deal with, and the two fiercely exchanged blows in the air, forming a peculiar scene. The blazing flames and the icy petrification power collided with each other, dissolved, and regenerated. As if interpreting an eternal battle between light and darkness, both sides looked evenly matched. No one could take anyone for a while, and at this time, Qin Xian no longer ran towards the giant lizard false dragon. Since someone had broken his back, he could just run away, without any semblance of politeness. Qin Xian directly took Mo Fan and ran away. As long as they ran back to the Yin realm, they were victorious. As for what would happen to Lun Yen, naturally someone would clean him up, just like that. Qin Xian fled with Mo Fan at full speed, not caring if Zhang Kong could beat Lun Yen. He couldn't die anyway. Suddenly, halfway through his run, Qin Xian remembered something and circled back to where the corpses of the group of military mages were, almost forgetting to touch the corpses. This was big money. Touch the corpses and search their worn magic weapons and space bracelets or whatever deposits and stuff like that. Qin Xian said. Mo Fan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Right. These could be their spoils of war. Regardless of whether he was a devil army mage or not, there was no good or bad money. Immediately followed Qin Xian to join in the search of the body. Not a moment later, the two of them have found several space bracelets. Wearable magic tools also have a number of these are not cheap, although because of Mu Ningxue's ice arrows have some wear and tear, but it is still worth a lot of money. The space bracelet, there are still some deposits. All sold add up to there should also be 100 million. Horizontal wealth this is. Mo Fan lamented. Hurry up and slip away. After Qin Xian finished speaking, he grabbed Mo Fan and stuffed him into his pocket and ran towards an boundary again. Experienced students walked for more than 10 days before arriving at the Golden Forest deserted city. Qin Xian ran wildly along the railroad tracks at full speed for less than 3 hours before returning to the Yin realm. The closest city is Kongning City. After returning to the city, Qin Xian also returned to the contract space. Mo Fan couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and make a call, wanting to ascertain Mu Ningxue's situation. According to the speed of the Blizzard Devil Eagle, it should have arrived a long time ago. Hey, old Zhao, where are you people? The phone was connected. Mo Fan asked eagerly. Mo Fan, you're still alive. We've arrived at an boundary. The school has already notified the Magic Association to send a rescue. We're now at the Corning City Magic Association. Zhao Manyan was also thrilled to hear Mo Fan's voice. This had made him survive, and from now on he would be a buddy who had experienced life and death. Where's Mu Ningxue? How is she? Mo Fan's heart was all about Mu Ningxue, and he didn't pay any attention to Zhao Manyan's situation. She, is no longer in any serious trouble? Her little life was saved. The healing mage for the Magic Association said that her soul was damaged, and she needs to recuperate and recover for a period of time. Zhao Manyan said. Phew, survived. Mo Fan was instantly relieved. Mu Ningxue was doing this to save them. If she died like this, he would have to die of guilt. Mo Fan quickly headed to the Magic Association to make a rendezvous with Zhao Manyan and the others. The school officials from the imperial capital and Pearl were already here, and Mu Ningxue was sent back urgently. Soon the school staff formed a rescue team in conjunction with the Magic Association and traveled to the Golden Forest deserted city to rescue other lost students. After all, when fleeing for their lives they all went their own way, and many of them might have gotten separated after that. Zhang Kong also came back, only his condition was not too good. He was beaten by Lun Yen, but luckily the person came back. Boss Zhang Kong, how are you? Mo Fan came to the hospital room to visit Chopper Sky. He had saved his life anyways. Ahem. It's no longer a big deal. I was looking for you. Boy, Shinkong said as he coughed twice. Boss Shinkong, you want to talk about the natural dual lineage and the new lineage experiment, right? Lun Yen has already said it all. I will pay attention to it in the future. Mo Fan said. Well, it's good that you know. Like Lun Yen, this kind of heartless generation this world does not know how many. You must become stronger as soon as possible. Also, did you kill those military mages? Jin Kong asked suddenly as his words changed. That's all because Mu Ningxue's ice bow made a big difference. Otherwise how could I have that ability? Mo Fan said with a harumph. So, you stripped those corpses of all their belongings? There was a hint of flirtation in Jin Kong's tone. Mo Fan hemmed and hawed. I did have a search and found out quite a few good things. I'm going to sell these for cultivation resources. Brat! You're quite quick with your hands. But did you find the blood particle, which is the research result of Lun Yen and his new lineage, with the appearance of a red crystal vessel the size of a quail's egg? Jin Kong asked with a grave expression on his face. Don't say it. At this time, Chen Xian suddenly instructed. Mo Fan hesitated and finally said, no, just a few space bracelets and some deposits. A few ordinary wearable magic weapons. It's good that there isn't any. It seems like it should be on that Lun Yen's body. Jin Kong said, by the way, Boss Chopper, where's Lun Yen? Did you finish him off yet? Mo Fan asked. Jin Kong let out a bitter smile and said, being run away by him, I'm really not his opponent right now, but he won't be able to appear in the sunlight in the future with honor. The Magic Association and the Judgment Council and even the military will all be on the lookout for him. One day, I will definitely kill this beast. After hearing this, Mo Fan left the ward with a heavy heart. Lun Yen was not dead, which meant that he would definitely go and recover Jiang Yi and the other space vessels. As they contained blood particles for the time being, it is not known whether there is a finished product of blood particles on Lun Yen's body. Chen Xian deduced that there is none, because it seems that all of them, the experimental staff, are very afraid of this blood particles. Once they are contaminated with a little bit of it, they will directly turn into monsters. If he had, Lun Yen, who was a berserk soul, would have taken it out and used it for himself when he was bound to die in the original, but he didn't, which likely meant that the blood particles in Jiang Yi's body were already orphaned after he ran out of labs. By this inference, once Lun Yen couldn't find the blood particles, he would surely associate it with Mo Fan taking his stuff. As no one else had the time, don't worry, by the time he comes to the door, we'll have long been high-ranked, and we'll hang him up and beat him then. Chapter 33. Switching to fire the next day, the rescue team found all of the fleeing experienced students, with a total of 2 dead. Immediately afterward, all the people were sent back to their respective schools and homes, and the matter of Golden Forest deserted city gradually came to an end. What's left is the pull between the university and the military. Something like this was not expected by anyone, but the university is certainly not going to take it lying down. After Mo Fan returned to the Pearl Academy, the first thing he did was to hand over the loot to Zhao Manyan to deal with, counting the harvest of gold coins from fighting monsters and exploding gold coins during his training in the Golden Forest deserted city, as well as that pseudo-terrorist demon seed. A total of $2.5 billion was sold. That means he now has a total of $3.5 billion in cash at his disposal. Getting rich. Counting. Mo Fan's eyes began to glow with a golden color. Never having been so rich. Don't get too happy too early. 300 million sounds like a lot, but it's actually about the same as buying 3-star river veins. Chen Xian reminded. I still want to buy a wing magic tool for Xinxia. Mo Fan said helplessly, as if there wasn't enough money to go around. Don't worry about that for now. It will all come later. Your task now is to report to the main campus and hit the number 1 spot in the faculty as soon as possible so that you can be allocated the resources for cultivation in the 3 Steps Tower, as well as the resources for the faculty. Chen Xian said, how are the resources of the main campus distributed? Mo Fan asked. He was already used to the omniscience of this old grandpa Chen Xian. The main campus is divided into faculties and departments, and each faculty and department has different resources. Some are attribute cultivation magic weapons, some are summon beast growth resources, some are dharma doors and such, but cultivation resources like the 3 Steps Tower are the same for every faculty, and are distributed according to the strength rankings in the faculties, with the top 10 receiving them. I suggest that you directly change faculties, because the summoning faculty of the Pearl Academy can't give you much help, and those resources aren't even necessarily visible to the Blizzard Demon Eagles. You can go and discuss with Dean Xiao if you can be allowed to take care of both rankings at the same time, playing both the Fire Academy and the Thunder Academy at the same time, but only receiving one resource. This way both your Fire and Thunder systems can enjoy the benefits of the attribute cultivation magic artifacts. Chen Xian said. On that day Mo Fan went to Dean Zhao's office and pushed his way in without even knocking on the door. There were several other tutors and student council members inside. Which faculty cadet? Don't you miss it anymore? A department head scolded angrily. Dean Xiao, I'm back. Mo Fan ignored the man and directly greeted Dean Xiao originally. Dean Xiao was still a bit angry, but when he saw that it was Mo Fan, he couldn't help but hold it back and waved his hand at the others. You guys leave first, turn around and I'll call you to continue this meeting. The crowd froze for a moment, not remembering that Dean Xiao had any relatives. Still, they left one after another. Seeing the crowd leave, Dean Xiao also revealed an awkward smile and said, "Is everything alright?" "It's alright, Dean Xiao. It's just that I was almost caught and turned into a demon," Mo Fan said smilingly. The corner of Dean Xiao's mouth twitched, and with a few points of helplessness, he said, "Mo Fan, this matter is indeed a matter of poor consideration on our part. Don't worry. The school will compensate you for what should be compensated. Gotta make it up to Mu Ningxue first. I heard that she's still in a coma. If it wasn't for her, we'd all be dead." Mo Fan said, Okay. I'll communicate with the Imperial Capital side on this matter. Do you have anything else? Dean Xiao said, "There's one more thing. It's that, can you change my faculty? The summoning department has too few people. That little bit of resources is not enough for me to use. If you can let me join both the Thunder Academy and the Fire Academy, it would be great." "Don't worry, Dean Xiao. I will only take a share of the resources from the rankings, but I want a right to freely switch my cultivation resources, and I will meet the standards of the rankings. And I will definitely not make it difficult for you," Mo Fan said with embarrassment. "The first thing I'd like to do is to ask you to change your home to a new home. It's not a problem to transfer you to another institution, but you have to freely switch cultivation resources. I have to discuss with the deans of each department about how to make a trade-off. So you'll go to the Fire Academy to report first. When there is a result, I will inform you," Dean Xiao said. "Then thank you, Dean Xiao. Remember to stay out of trouble. In the schools in the small cities, the fire department is relatively rare. After all, those schools can produce a middle-ranked mage is considered a top student. But in the Pearl Academy, the fire department is a big department. Those who can enter the Pearl Academy, none of them are geniuses from all over the world. And those who can enter the main campus are above the middle rank of the entire staff per capita. In which case the fire department becomes a department with a large number of people. Mo Fan's fire nebula had already reached the 3rd level. And the next step was to cultivate it to perfection day by day until he touched the threshold of the higher level, and then make a breakthrough with the pulse of the Star River. Chen Xian's space department was in the same situation. Mo Fan had just arrived at the Fire Academy to report, and before he walked into the middle of the Fire Academy's college hall, he sat directly next to a beautiful woman, which immediately caused the Fire Academy students to be dissatisfied. This beautiful woman is naturally the original Ding Yumian. In addition to her other beautiful girls around a bunch of flies long ago, Mo Fan's bold behavior naturally attracted Ding Yumian's guard dog Huang Xingli. After some tearing to no avail, Mo Fan still sat there with a deadpan face, and the whole process Ding Yumian hadn't stated anything until the arrival of Wei Rong, the department head of the fire department. "Which one is Mo Fan?" Wei Rong asked. Mo Fan stood up unaccountably, and instantly the eyes of the entire department converged. "Are you from the transfer department?" Wei Rong asked. "Yes," Mo Fan responded. "Let me make it clear to you first. I don't accept wastes with wandering minds here. If you rank outside of the 1000th place in next month's test, you can go back from wherever you came from," Wei Rong said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Mo Fan was immediately upset. In front of so many people, Yin and Yang himself is a waste? Although it is just a knock. If it is, the average student is estimated to silently endure. After all, this is also a common situation in the country. The teacher does not respect the students has long become the norm. No big deal, however. At this time, Mo Fan is no longer an ordinary student. People have taken the protagonist of the Dragon Aotion script, born with a dual lineage, a small loach companion vessel, a contracted beast of the old grandpa who carries with him. The whole world is prepared for him, which can tolerate this kind of bird gas. No waste? This should be all the students of the Fire Academy, right? Why do I feel that there are quite a few who are not as good as trash? Is it because the teaching level is average? Mo Fan directly pulled full mockery ability as soon as he opened his mouth. What did you say? Wei Rong couldn't believe what his ears had heard and said with wide eyes. Mo Fan's words were like a deep water bomb. These words immediately startled 1,000 waves. Such a sentence could be said to have offended the entire Fire Academy. And for a time, more than 1,000 pairs of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire stared at Mo Fan in unison. Chapter 34. 34. War General Advancement Stage. Do I need to repeat what I said again? If I am a waste, then this entire Fire Academy can be worse than a waste. Mo Fan said with the same eyes locked with Wei Rong without fear. After Wei Rong heard this, he immediately turned pale and gritted his teeth. Good. If he could do it, Wei Rong probably would have wanted to directly beat Mo Fan violently. There was also a cacophony of boisterous voices in the schoolhouse. Damn! What kind of thing are you, newcomer? Dare to call us trash? Today not to beat you out, count you pull clean. I haven't seen anyone who dares to come to our Pearl Fire Courtyard to spread their wildness. Living impatiently don't want to mix in Pearl, right? You these top 100. Hurry up and give him some color. The crowd of the Fire Academy are all eager to. A strong fist will be Mo Fan blasted away. There are also completely unmoved only Mo-fan as a clown. The whole process of Ding Yumian did not look at Mo-fan a glance. The main fighter ripple. All give me silence. Wei Rong let out a loud roar. And the school hall quieted down at once, only to see his pair of eyeballs as if they were about to spit out flames, staring at Mo-fan in death. This is the Fire Academy of the Pearl Academy. I've seen a lot of absolute geniuses and whatnot, and no one has ever dared to say such words. Since that's the case, then I'll rank you in the 100th position this month to see what you're capable of. Wei Rong said in a heavy tone. Mo-fan froze and tapped the classmate in front of him and asked, "Is this Director Chimpanzee angry and confused? Putting me in the 100th place. So won't I be able to get more resources?" Huang Xingli rolled up her eyes and said, "The higher the ranking the more challenges you need to accept. Or the endless kind. You're just waiting to be wheeled to death. Also, am I familiar with you?" Mo-fan's expression was borderline. What kind of thing was this? As soon as the fire courtyard assembly ended, the entire lobby smelled like gunpowder. And there were a few people who wanted to find trouble with Mo-fan. Only he slipped away in advance. Mo-fan just changed departments and offended the whole courtyard. This matter immediately spread throughout the Pearl Academy. And soon the people in the Fire Academy also recognized this ruthless person who ate the resources of the whole department in the Green Campus by picking 200 at a time, only most of them didn't take it seriously. After all, the Green School District was nothing more than a bunch of beginner-level trash. And at full strength, some of them would be able to do 1 to 200. Because the main campus was completely different. The main campus all started out as middle-ranked mages, and possessed a certain status in the entire society. To a certain extent, they also represented different factions and forces, and there were many people with outstanding talent, strong backgrounds, and amazing strength. The rules of the main campus were also very simple. As long as they didn't break through to the high rank, they could always further their education here. This meant that there were all sorts of monsters under the high rank, and some were even 7 or 8 years older than Mo-fan. The challenge time for the faculty challenge was in the 2nd and 4th week of each month. So Mo-fan still had a week's rest. Mages who wanted to improve their strength didn't rely on mindless meditation, but had to charge up their kryptonite. Chen Xian directly forced Mo-fan to head to the major magic markets and magic auctions to spend money and buy all sorts of things. 2 speed control magic weapons, 1 energy return magic weapon, 1 concentration magic weapon, an armor magic tool, a copy of the Commander Grade Wolf Bloodline, an overabundance of Commander Grade Bone Powder, and a large amount of Beast General Spirit Blood, as well as a number of Battle Admiral Grade growth supplies. A trip down to become a pauper again. 300 million all spent. Not a penny left. The 2 speed control magic weapons were naturally one for Mo-fan and one for Chen Xian. A speed control magic weapon was a magic weapon that accelerated the control of astral seeds to speed up spellcasting. And there was such an item in the ranking rewards of the Fire Academy. The energy recovery magic weapon is used to speed up the recovery of magic energy. At present this is still very average. It is a low-quality trash goods. When triggered it can instantly recover half of the magic energy for a middle-ranked mage. When triggered, it instantly restores half of the magic energy of a middle-ranked mage. The normal recovery only doubles the speed of a middle-ranked mage. You should know that Asuria's Star Source Hourglass can instantly restore the magic energy of a large group of high-level mages. Compared to this one, it is simply not even as good. However, Chen Xian and Mo-fan were only treating it as a middle-ranked transitional equipment. And this kind of thing wouldn't be a problem to sell when they were higher ranked in the future. Condensation magic weapon is naturally Chen Xian's. Mo-fan already has one. This thing is very good to use. In the original this thing has been from the middle rank to the super rank. Saved Mo-fan I do not know how many times. Can be called the most cost-effective magic weapon. Chen Xian didn't have a mind faculty, so naturally, he had to come with something that prevented mental attacks. Although with the soul melting furnace as a plug-in, his mental strength should be strong in the future. But it was better to have it than not to have it. The armor magic tool was naturally for Mo-fan to use. The Commander Grade Wolf Bloodline and Commander Grade Bone Powder were given to Chen Xian, and the rest of those were bought for the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle. This thing was only in its growth stage now. When he reached his adulthood he would be a great war general, and at his peak he would be a war general advancement stage existence. In terms of bloodline, the Blast Wind Demon Eagle is to be higher than the 3-eyed Demon Wolf. The 3-eyed Demon Wolf is already at its peak when it reaches the Great War General realm. And if it wants to continue to get stronger it can only be a large amount of kryptonite to change its blood, strengthen its bones, and shape its soul. The Blasted Wind Demon Eagle didn't need to change his blood, strengthen his bones, or shape his soul yet, and his resources were all designed to allow him to grow faster and shorten the time it took him to reach his peak. So all of these resources were relatively cheap. In a week's time, Mo-fan was once again famous, only this time it was infamous again, and he didn't disappear for half a year like the original. So now many people knew him. And as long as he went out, he was photographed with a cell phone. Capture Fire Zhao Ritian alive. In a week's time, Qin Xian had similarly digested the commander-grade bloodline and commander-grade bone powder, and his strength had risen even higher. And with the increase of the gold finger feast, it would not be an exaggeration to directly describe it as a surge in strength. At this time, Qin Xian stood up to a height of 18 meters, towering like an ancient mythological werewolf creature. Inverted triangular muscular gnarled body clad in a gorgeous exoskeleton armor. The limbs are well developed, wrapped in a solid bone armor, joints sticking out of the bone spikes and blades as a sophisticated array of weapons, giving him unparalleled attack power. Whenever the moonlight falls, the bone blades reflect a cold and chilling light, which is awe-inspiring. The head of the werewolf was large and powerful. The bone spikes on the top of his head were sharp and angular, as if symbolizing his perseverance and unyielding character, and his sharp gaze shot out through his pupils, like stars falling into the abyss, shocking people's hearts. The exoskeleton extending from its neck to its back was like a cloak of armor, with bone spurs lined up along its spine, seeming to whisper an ancient war song as each breath rose and fell. Every advancement of a demon would be accompanied by subliminal influences in the subconscious mind. Not only the influence of the bloodline, but Qin Xian's human soul also made his advancement always lean more towards standing, so much so that this advancement made him completely into a standing form. Chapter 35. Week of the challenge. Currently, his demon realm was at the war general level advancement stage. As long as his soul level kept up, he would be able to directly advance to the commander level, although it was only a small stage of advancement. After multiplying it by the feast's addition, it could be described as a surge in strength. It should be said that each of his physical improvements would be accompanied by a surge in strength. After all, the size and body density provided by feast could not be false at all. Say add as much as you want. It's not like what the Divine Seal Salute said, that the basic power multiplied by 2, the result of the higher the cultivation buff stacked more. This thing will add less and less. Simply do not give grips half a bit of wool, but it is also understandable. After all, Yi Xin Xia high rank can release the Divine Seal Salute. Just don't expect people high rank release magic can give you a super rank magic base power times 2. Don't dream about it. It is also the golden finger this kind of thing to come true. Now is to run into Lun Yan. Qin Xian also completely not with a wimp. After all, run faster. Mo Fan this week did not go out to the activities. Are in the essence of training, all of a sudden more control of the magic weapon. Have to adapt to a little bit. Can see that he is quite concerned about the week of the challenge. Most likely did not intend to let Qin Xian to help. Want to try their own a few kilograms of a few too. However, in Qin Xian seems completely unnecessary. The original his cultivation is even lower. The equipment is even worse. The old wolf is even only ordinary war general level. Have been those fire courtyard after 100 are out of the fight. Now there is a blizzard magic carving plus dual system middle order 3rd level plus dual system middle order 2nd level. Pure and simple is abusive. 100 outside as long as it is not together. 1v1 will not to mention 200. The 4th level of the beginning of the magic with the blizzard magic carving to fight 300 no problem. If we directly let Qin Xian come, we don't even need wheels. 200 of them together will die without knowing how. The growth of the blasted winged demon eagle was also very rapid. According to this growth trend, as long as the resources kept coming, it wouldn't take 3 months for him to enter adulthood. It was only that Mo Fan, Qin Xian and the others didn't have much money left. They had to find a way to continue to get money, and before the super rank, money wasn't enough anyway. Finally, the week of the challenge had arrived, and the people from the Fire Academy had long been shaking their fists, ready to teach Mo Fan, the arrogant transfer student, a lesson. This day the people of the Fire Academy gathered in the university hall once again. The gazes of the people looked at Mo Fan from time to time, very surprised that he still dared to appear here. Not afraid of being rounded up and beaten to death? Wei Rong was still standing on the podium of the academy. His eyes quickly spotted Mo Fan in the crowd, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Today he must make this kid look good. The challenge list is out. The next challenges are all valid as long as they are on the formal competition field. The rules are clear to all of you, so I won't say any more. Let's start straight away. Wei Rong said cleanly. As the words fell, the crowd went to their respective competition grounds. Those who challenged and were challenged needed to go directly to the field to compete, while multiple students challenging the same student needed to wait. So Mo Fan's competition ground was soon overcrowded. In order to be able to properly pretend, Mo Fan deliberately picked a competition arena that could hold 1,000 people, and it was filled up at once, mostly from the Fire Academy, but also some other faculties that came over to watch the fun after hearing about it, and some freshmen who came over to cheer. Today's challenge is hosted by me. Wei Rong took out the challenge list, and after sweeping his eyes over the names of those who challenged him, he said, the 100th challenged person, and the number of challengers today is 231. Kid, now bow your head and admit your mistake to me, write a review, and apologize to the entire department. I will let you off once for the sake of you being a transfer student. No need, Mo Fan said indifferently. Don't overdo it. You have to beat me to first place this challenge week. Don't run out of magic energy by then. If you really can't, let me do it, and directly cripple one or two of them. Then not so many flies will dare to come and waste their time. Chen Xian said, Brother Xian, don't worry. I have my measure. I'll just practice. If I can't beat them, I'll call out to you, Mo Fan said. He also knew that he still had to challenge people with higher rankings and shouldn't waste too much time on these people. But crippling someone just because of this kind of thing, his all-faithful Yufei sage soul still couldn't accept it. Good. The first challenger, Zhang Wu Hyuk, is in 866th place. Wei Rong said the words just fell. There is a dragon set smile brightly walked out. Just want a nonsense 2 sentences but directly interrupted by Mo Fan. This person cultivation is so low that Mo Fan are too lazy to look at more than one glance. Game on. There was a cheer around the stage. All of them were crowds that liked to have a good time. Not to mention watching someone like Mo Fan being wheeled around. And each one of them couldn't wait to go up and give him 2 punches in the guise of a challenger. Only Zhang Youha, who they had high hopes for, chattered the whole time, but he didn't even put out a single magic, and was lifted away directly by Mo Fan with 1 thunder and 1 fire and 2 beginner level magic, which was simply humiliating. Wastes just talk too much, Mo Fan said disdainfully. Wei Rong's face darkened. Zhang Youha, this retard, was sort of remembered by him as a waste indeed. It's quite impressive. All level 4 beginner magic, dual spirit species. This kid should be quite strong. At least he can make it into the top 100 of the Fire Academy, the white-browed teacher said. Humph. That's about it. Next, Wei Rong said with a stiff upper lip. Only the second challenger was the same. Completely unbeatable. And Mo Fan didn't even use intermediate level magic to carry him away, without a moment's effort. Mo Fan again defeated more than 50 challengers consecutively like in a beast fighting contest, without using any middle rank magic at all. The most frightening thing was that this one was from the summoning department, and it was known to have a very powerful contracted beast that had once fought 200 at the same time in the beast fighting competition. Yet they hadn't even forced someone's summoned beast out until now, let alone a contracted beast. Wei Rong's face could no longer smile. It looked like he was starting to get anxious. Most of these challengers were after the 400th rank. Their cultivation was basically at the middle level of the first lineage, and they didn't even have a single spirit seed. So going up there was just giving away food. Wei Rong, it seems like you've looked away this time, the white-browed mentor said with a smile. Just then, Mo Fan on the field also began to taunt. Just this? That's it. I don't think the Fire Academy is a big deal. I'm going to go straight to the number 1 spot in the Fire Academy today, Mo Fan said very wildly. These words almost didn't make Wei Rong explode. If it wasn't for the strict rules of the school administration, he would have directly made a move to teach Mo Fan a lesson. Although the trainees of the Fire Academy were all very angry, there were not many who dared to show it. During this week's time, Mo Fan's information had long been publicized in the Fire Academy. Born with a dual lineage, a powerful contracted beast, a lightning and fire dual spirit species, and having entered the 3 steps tower twice. All of these were the information that had been raked out. Chapter 36. Sweeping the fire courtyard at this time, Mo Fan also proved that he was not just a waste of time. A mere level 4 beginner level magic was not to be underestimated. If paired with the siege of 2 war general level summoned beasts, these top 10 of the Fire Academy would not dare to say that they could win. Therefore, those ranked high were clear that Mo Fan was not joking with his words, but really intended to directly fight his way up to the first place in a single breath. Not a clown statement, but with this determination. Don't you give me the satisfaction. Next, Jia Zhenlong. Seeing this name, Wei Rong's face rarely eased up a bit. Jia Zhenlong is a mage hunter. His strength is much higher than this ranking, although he is not expected to defeat Mo Fan, but it would be nice to at least force him to do something else. It's always the level 4 Thunder Seal and Fire Z. Looking at Wei Rong is almost vomiting. Only Mo Fan but still did not use intermediate level magic. Instead, he directly called out the summoned beasts. The 8-meter wingspan of the Blizzard Demon Eagle was devastatingly threatening to mages. Jia Zhenlong was already mentally strained from coping with Mo Fan's streak of Thunder Seal Fire Z. The sneak attack of the Blizzard Demon Eagle almost took out his intestines, but fortunately the rescue was timely to plug the broken hole in his stomach. Otherwise it was estimated that he would have to lie down for a long time. Lost again, the white-browed tutor smiled and said, only to realize that Wei Rong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and hastily tightened his expression. After another series of more than 50 challengers, one of the 200-ranked students finally forced out Mo Fan's middle-ranked magic, and for a while there were amazing cheers from the field. A bunch of no-good things. Forcing out a middle-ranked magic and making it look like a big win. Zhao Manyan, who was watching the scene from under the field, spat out, instantly drawing angry glances from the surrounding Fire Academy students. Only when he saw that it was Zhao Manyan, Mu Nujio, and other rich kids. He immediately withdrew his eyes again. I didn't expect Mo Fan to be so strong. He actually managed to challenge the entire lineage without even using a contracted beast. Zhang Bingxiao said with emotion after Mo Fan changed departments and left. He became the summoning department's freshman bearer, and he already had a battle general level summoning beast, and he was also already on the list of the summoning department's courtyard. Only that he still couldn't compete with those old farts. I don't even know where this guy got so much money from. Let me tell you. Mo Fan now has soul cultivation magic weapon, soul gathering magic weapon, control magic weapon, energy returning magic weapon, concentration magic weapon, armor magic weapon, crawl magic weapon, and is worth hundreds of millions of dollars in existence, richer than even me. Do you think it can't be strong? Zhao Manyan said with slight envy. Although he had all of these, he was the son of the richest man, and Mo Fan was just a grassroots. These expensive magic weapons, which one put in the school is not ranked in the top few only qualified to enjoy the public resources. On this also a large number of children of the world family scramble. The results of Mo Fan all have. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. Zhang Bingxiao sucked in a breath of cool air. He had gone through the effort of his entire family to raise a summoning department. He really didn't know where Mo Fan got the money. Geez. Isn't Demon King he a grassroots? How could he be so rich? AI Tutu, who was following beside Munugio, asked with a curious face. People a teammate quota can be taken out to sell $20 million. There is this money-making mind and there is still afraid of no money? Munugio said. Grassroots. Grassroots is also only difficult at the very beginning. It's obvious that Mo Fan he has made it through. Song Xia lamented. The challengers with different rankings continue to fall to the top, and the mentality of the lower-ranked ones on the field had already begun to change, from teaching Mo Fan a lesson to consuming magical energy. And the arrogance in their hearts gradually wore off. I in the Mo Fan and Blizzard Devil Eagle 2-1 cooperation, basically come as a second kill, simply cannot hold up his two chain of attacks. Dozens of ranked 1 or 200 froze all be hung up to fight. The originally lively and incomparable Fire Courtyard competition arena had now turned into an esports library, and it was terribly quiet. Those students from the other courtyards who came to watch the show were also quietly recording video to watch the show, and didn't dare to let out too much laughter, fearing that they would be vindictive by the people from the Fire Courtyard. This Mo Fan is still really powerful. It feels like the Fire Courtyard can't even call out anyone anymore. It used to be faculty versus faculty wars, and this is the first time I've seen this kind of bullying of a transfer student being slapped in the face. The Fire Academy will soon be famous. Being swept away by a transfer student across the entire academy. It's already famous. The school forums already have thousands of replies. A group of trainees who were only concerned about the chaos of the world had already exploded this big melon. Not only the main campus, but also the Green Campus and even other major colleges. Mo Fan had become a little famous because of this. At this time, Mo Fan had eliminated 120 people. His next opponent was a 113 ranked dual system spirit species expert. However, under Mo Fan's unexplained streak, he still couldn't last more than 3 rounds. The summoning beast plus summoner 2 against 1 was too insurmountable. Wei Rong looked at the way Mo Fan was still swimming with ease without consuming any magic energy at all, and his hanging heart finally died, black as the bottom of a pot. His face was only helpless for a moment. This bastard is really perverted. The Fire Academy is also really a bunch of trash. He hesitated for a moment and finally said to Mo Fan with a stiff upper lip, "Let's stop here for this. Mo Fan? These trainees after the 100th place, even 100 more would not be your opponent." This word, it means that he is also soft. If it is in the past, this is more difficult than killing him. After all, they are all ordinary students. But Mo Fan is not the same. If he still cannot see that Mo Fan is a rising star of magic. Eyeballs can be gouged out and fed to the dog. While Mo Fan was casting his spells, Wei Rong could still feel that his fire and summoning cultivation was already at the 3rd level of the middle order. And it probably wouldn't be long before people broke through to become the same high level of existence as himself. There's no shame in giving such a character the benefit of the doubt. Wei Rong comforted himself in this way, unaware that the hearts of the entire Fire Academy's cadets had exploded, and that this chimpanzee director had actually gone soft on a cadet. For Wei Rong, although it was a bit humiliating to bow down to a genius student, it was better than being swept across the entire courtyard, which would be even more humiliating, and all of them would give the wheel a poop. So the entire Fire Academy would not be able to raise their heads in the future. Mo Fan was hesitant. He was pretending to be cool, and he was also thinking of completely making the name of the Pearl Demon King, but the result was that this Wei Rong suddenly stopped being tough. Let's just leave it at that and go straight to the challenge for first place. Well then, there's no point in continuing to abuse the vegetables, so just arrange a challenge for me for the number 1 in the Fire Academy. Under Chen Xian's persuasion, Mo Fan also agreed to let Wei Rong go just like that. only for the next sentence to instantly make the entire fire courtyard explode again. You're fucking serious. The moment the transfer student came, he wanted to dominate the Fire Academy ranking 1. This is to completely trample them underfoot. For a time the crowd also gave birth to infinite anger. In the way of insufficient strength did not dare to attack. Chapter 37. More practice if you are a vegetable. The venue for the first place match is right over there. You can just go over and challenge, Wei Rong said with a helpless face, eye in his eyes. At this time, Mo Fan plus a Blizzard Devil Eagle have the potential to compete for the first, let alone adding a stronger contracted beast. That is not a proper list of the first hanging up to fight? After Mo Fan heard this, he also immediately rushed to the first place's competition field. At this time he was being challenged by another cadet. Taking the name of the cadet looks like it is also the top few. Both sides are almost indistinguishable from each other. Only in the end it is still the first place's skill that is superior. And took the match looking at the first place on the field that was already panting and overconsumed. Mo Fan was suddenly a little embarrassed to take advantage of the situation. Don't be a jerk. If you're so pretentious, then don't practice magic and just scrap your cultivation. Chen Xian scolded angrily. Hey, what's your hurry? It's not like I can't say it. Mo Fan finished speaking and directly entered the competition arena, the first place to see the eyes suddenly not good up. Although there is no provision cannot take advantage of people, but these top few of them have long formed such an unspoken rule. Mo Fan's move has undoubtedly offended him. The first place also recognized Mo Fan, the transfer student, and was a bit puzzled as to why he hadn't been rounded up and crippled by the crowd, and actually had the guts to challenge him, the first place winner. At this time, the fire courtyard is still not Dongfan Lai claiming the first place, but a much older student, looks to be about 28 years old. Mo Fan heart contempt. This kind of person for a little school resources, obviously can break through the high-level froze stock, just hard to rub. For this kind of main campus parasite, the little bit of guilt in Mo Fan's heart for taking advantage of people's danger dispersed. I want to challenge the first place, Mo Fan said to the faculty mentor who was presiding at the side. The mentor didn't say anything more and directly led Mo Fan on the stage. Because of the rule of unlimited challenges, so the first place couldn't go either, and could only accept Mo Fan's challenge with a hard head. Are you sure you want to do this? Multiplying people's danger will make the Fire Academy unable to tolerate you. At that time, the top 10 experts will all wheel you around and let you experience what it's like to be multiplied. The first one was still persuading, only Mo Fan already did not care what he said. He despised in his heart this kind of waste that bullied others by being big and small on the basis of cultivating for a few more years than others, and also hid in the school to compete for the resources of the younger siblings, and didn't dare to face the demons at all. It was simply disgusting. Hurry up and start, Mo Fan said impatiently. The match begins. The mentor didn't show favoritism to anyone and announced the start of the match directly after getting ready. Mo Fan immediately released the blistering wind demon eagle, while his opponent also possessed a handle, and had even been immersed in the middle stage for a longer period of time than Mo Fan, so his spell casting speed was on par with Mo Fan. A fire breathing burst was chosen to blast at Mo Fan, only to be slapped away by a wing of the blasted wind demon eagle, followed by several more fireballs, all of which were slapped away without doing much to build anything, only just slapped the fireball. Thinking of harassing the blast wind demon eagle who was casting the spell, was immediately met by a shot of fiery fists, and at this time, Mo Fan had only just completed the 5th star track and failed to complete the star map. The first place blazing fist was undoubtedly a 3rd level 9 palace, and its range was so large that it directly covered the blast wind demon eagle and Mo Fan. As a last resort, Mo Fan sacrificed his shield magic tool and rock turtle shield in advance to protect himself and the blast wind demon eagle. Humph. This is what happens when you underestimate people. This Mo Fan is so wild. He's finally mentioned the iron plate. He doesn't even know what innate talent the first place senior has, and thinks he can sweep through the Fire Academy just because he was born with 2 faculties? Senior's innate talent is too strong. Just by completing an initial order magic, 1 star track can be completed for the next intermediate order magic star map, which is considered to reduce the casting condition of 1 star track. Doesn't that mean you can use spells in bursts? Those Fire Academy students who had come along to watch the show said, "Crap, this guy casts spells so fast." Mo Fan spat out. Those little calamies he fought earlier didn't even have a chance to release their mid-ranked magic before he was lifted away by him in conjunction with the blasted wind demon eagle in a flurry of moves. However, Mo Fan's nature was nothing more than a scummy human mage. His body was brittle as hell, and a shot of mid-ranked magic would kill him. It was a good thing that he had bought the shield magic tool in advance and now had an armor magic tool as a base card. While the first place opposite him appeared to have used up his magic tool in the challenge just now, therefore Mo Fan immediately returned the favor after completing the middle-ranked magic Fiery Fist 9 Palace in the Rock Turtle Shield. Holy Shield Guardian. The first place senior also flew through the middle rank 3 level light magic and directly resisted Mo Fan's 9 Palace, Only because of the lesser assistance of the magic tool, he could no longer get rid of the entanglement of the blasted wind demon eagle in the next moment, and could not even release a middle rank magic before being carried away by a thunderbolt from Mo-fan. You wait for me. After being defeated, the first place senior said in exasperation. I'll just wait here. See what you can do to me? Mo-fan had an arrogant face, completely disregarding him. Only after 10 minutes had passed, he had gotten all of the top 10 in the entire Fire Academy, and even after the 10th place, there were a dozen or so, all of which were veteran students. You who learned to shake people? Mo-fan said. He's now the number 1 in the fire courtyard. Any of you can challenge him. This guy just took advantage of the fact that I was in bad shape just after a match to directly challenge me, so we don't need to talk about subterfuge anymore. Just wheel him, the first place said to the other people in the top few of the fire courtyard. Hey, you're the only one who just finished fighting. Ha, I've fought over 100 of them over there. Did I yell that I was tired? What poor condition. Vegetables. Just much practice. Mo-fan opened up directly to his face and pulled full taunt ability. A few of those who had just watched the battle from Mo-fan's side also immediately confirmed this matter, except that they were still very upset that Mo-fan, a transfer student, had acted so pretentious as soon as he arrived, and had stepped on their entire Fire Academy. Isn't this a slap in the face of them? The older students? Being stepped on like this by someone so many years younger. There is no telling how they will be laughed at by other faculties in the future. That's really pretentious enough. I'll go first. I must let this guy have a taste of his own medicine. The old student who was ranked 5th was the first one who couldn't hold back. This Fire Academy had never been their terms say so. If they let this transfer student step on them like this today, their position in the Fire Academy would not be guaranteed in the future. The 5th place finisher went straight to the ring and the race started quickly. Even with the aid of most magical tools coupled with his innate talent, he still wasn't able to go more than 10 rounds with Mo-fan and the Blast Wind Demon Eagle. Just consuming a lot of his magical energy, the 5th place finisher was quickly carried off. Don't panic everyone, although he has summoned beasts to work with him, which is very insurmountable, but we just need to put on 3 more people for a wheel. He will definitely not be able to withstand it. Just now he has already used the Crawl magic tool and Shield magic tool. At best there is still an Armor magic tool on his body. Force him out. The victory is still ours. Chapter 38. Bird walking. The senior at the beginning continued to incite the crowd to challenge Mo-fan. Most of the rest of the people were also stupid, all wanting to take advantage of this, taking a first place for nothing. Eventually began the 10th and 9th. 2 old students took turns to go up on Mo-fan after some fierce fighting, forcing out his Armor magic tool. At this time he has not exposed the idea of the shadow system. People only know that he was born dual system, but do not know that he is every time to awaken dual system. If you don't want to expose the shadow department, leave the rest to me. This kind of boring battle, Chen Xian had long been impatient to see it. Every time it was just point and click. At best it hurt a little, not daring to be fatal at all. Meaningless. Alright, but brother Xian, watch your step, Mo-fan said, and immediately afterward, he retrieved the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle and directly opened the Summoning Star map. The advanced Chen Xian also made his first appearance in the fire courtyard. The 18-meter-tall domineering werewolf exuded a terrifying aura, immediately shocking the crowd into panic. Especially the ferocious aura, which was like a substance that impacted the mind of everyone present. His muscles cast like flames, his eyes as sharp as blades, and his huge wolf claws flashing with cold light all signaled the terrifying strength of this powerful werewolf, originally still fighting over who to go up to pick up a cheap. Several old students on the spot brain dangling. This contracted beast at a glance is not to be messed with. To not count? Chang Xingwu, don't you want to go on? I won't argue with you. You go on. No. When did I say I wanted to come up? It's better if you do. Don't give up. It's just a war general, right? It just looks a bit stronger. We can still finish him off if we wheel around a bit. Seeing that the crowd was starting to retreat, the original first place senior began to persuade. That's right. Even if we can't beat them, we have to try. We can't just let this transfer student take away our number 1 throne, right? Then where would we old students put our faces? An old student who had already been defeated by Mo-fan followed suit. I'll do it then. Let me. Lu Feng. Try this beast, the second-ranked old student said. Over to you. Cheer up. Make sure to finish him off. Can't let this freshman be so arrogant. The conversations of the older students. Chen Xian, as a sound mage, naturally heard every word. Although he didn't care about the identity of the wolf beast demon, it didn't mean that he could accept people casually abusing him as an animal. It didn't matter if he was called a demon or a 3-eyed demon wolf. After all, it was his species. He wouldn't care at all. But to call him an animal, that would carry a derogatory meaning. Just like a yellow-skinned monkey, a white-skinned pig, or a nigger. It carried the same insult: man is never noble because of his species, but because of his mind, his soul. Lu Feng had already come to the competition arena. Mo Fan quietly meditated on the side to recover his magic energy. Chen Xian stood in front of him. In a moment he was going to give this pussy in front of him a painful lesson, to see if he would dare to scream in the future. Game on! Roar! With the referee tutor's order, the match instantly unfolded. Chen Xian first unleashed the demonic magic of the three-eyed demonic wolf together with the strong impact of sound magic, the magic sound roar. The power that had been increased by his unique magic was just like a wild and huge wave, sweeping straight towards Lu Feng, who had little experience in fighting. Under the impact of the sound wave, Lu Feng's eyes rolled upwards to reveal the whites of his eyes, and then he fell into a dazed state, losing his ability to resist, and was blown towards the edge of the arena by the strong wind carried by the sound wave. Chen Xian did not stop for this reason, but took advantage of the victory to pursue a power burst, displacement burst, arriving behind Lu Feng in advance, and then launched an attack with a lightning-fast movement, while precisely manipulating the spatial nimbus, to ensure that while causing an effective blow to avoid causing substantial damage to Lu Feng. A claw and over seems to be a fatal blow, but in fact, the smooth hair to complete the spatial Nian control. Spatial Nian force lock Lu Feng's body all the clothes. The intention to touch the Nian force outbreak. In an instant, Lu Feng's clothing was instantly shattered under the effect of Chen Xian's spatial nimbus control power, triggering an uproar at the scene, and Lu Feng was directly plunged into an extremely awkward bird-walking mode. At this moment, he was still in a fainting state, completely unaware that he had become the center of attention. Chen Xian followed closely behind him, easily lifting Lu Feng's head with just 2 fingers and holding it up in front of the crowd. This series of brilliant and extraordinary operations, watching all the audience present, including male and female students as well as all the tutors and directors, were dumbfounded. All of them witnessed Lu Feng's social death scene. Certain girls had already begun to cover their eyes with their fingers and scrutinized it again from their finger slits. Ah, pervert, crap, it's so small. Lu Feng, that thing is so short, it's still a foreskin. Take pictures, videotape it. Oh. Big news. The second on the Fire Academy list, Lu Feng, was forced to walk a bird during the competition. I thought he had a girlfriend? How can this stuff go down? The scene was noisy. Even the referee tutor didn't react to the fact that Lu Feng had lost so quickly, and even more so disgracefully. Mo Fan Shang, put him down quickly. The referee tutor hurriedly announced the winner and said to Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian ignored him, and continued to grab Lu Feng to walk the bird. The old man is a contracted beast. The main fighter cannot understand the human language. Immediately though, the referee tutor who was responsible for maintaining the match reacted and ran straight to wake up Mo Fan, who was in meditation, telling him to come over and stop Chen Xian's outrageous behavior. There was no way. Chen Xian was too strong. The mentor himself didn't dare to make a move at all. Lu Feng was still in his hands. In case he angered his ferocity as a wolf, he would directly pinch Lu Feng's head with one force. Mo Fan was also dumbfounded after being woken up. Looking at Chen Xian's magical operation, he directly revealed an expression that he didn't know whether to laugh or not. Where was the promised attention to proportion? Xian, stop it. Enough is enough. Regardless, Mo Fan still cooperated with the referee to call off Chen Xian first. As for whether Chen Xian listened or not, he couldn't care less. Chen Xian also knew to stop before it was too late, but he didn't let go of Lu Feng right away. There was still one last step to go. Killing and killing. Chen Xian, a sound magic. The wolf's kiss issued a manic sound, directly into the dizzy Lu Feng's ears. At once, Lu Feng directly hit a jolt, the whole body inexplicably annoying itching up. Immediately after that, he came to his senses. He only felt that his head hurt so much, as if it had been clamped by a large iron vise, and when he looked at everything around him, he realized that he was still in the competition arena, and the spectators around him were all looking at him with meaningless eyes, and he himself was being lifted up by his opponent's contracted beast by pinching his head. So that's how it was. Had he lost so quickly? Chapter 39. Control list. Wait a minute. How to feel cool and whooshing all over. Lu Feng subconsciously wanted to glance down. This instant, he directly pale up, eyes in comparable panic. He realized that all of his equipment all disappeared, is being lifted up for all the audience to watch it, then looking at the surrounding eyes that meant nothing. At this moment, Lu Feng just wanted to directly die in place. The sense of shame surged to his brain, causing him to not even think of using his armor magic tool as clothing. With a roll of his eyes, he was about to pass out again. Yet the manic voice was like a pot of cold water that prevented him from passing out in time. By this time, Chen Xian had already thrown him to the ground. Lu Feng stepped on the floor of the competition arena. Immediately his feet went limp and his entire body went limp. This encounter was completely unacceptable to him. His self-esteem as a genius brought him a strong sense of shame, And the huge psychological impact directly caused him to physically and mentally break down. The words of every person around him were like sneering laughter, piercing him deeply, and it was a good thing that the referee mentor was quick, rushing to take off his jacket and cover him, so that he could ward off the stares that came with real damage. Any more armor magic tools? The referee tutor asked. After hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, he still has the armor magic tool. At that moment, he directly activated the armor magic tool and manifested energy armor wrapped around his entire body. Those sneering laughter around him seemed to have decreased as a result. Thank you, mentor. After Lu Feng thanked him, he turned his head and glared hatefully at Chen Xian, having looked at Mo Fan and said, "You wait for me. Waiting again? The last one that made me wait doesn't even know where he is at this moment." Mo Fan looked around and didn't find the figure of the original first-place senior at all, presumably seeing Lu Feng's misery and slipping away early. We'll see. Lu Feng wanted to run away after letting out his vicious words. However, Chen Xian was not going to spoil him, and directly he too a mouthful of old phlegm the size of a faceplate hit him precisely. Lu Feng was suddenly impotent and furious and launched into a frenzy, wanting to fight Chen Xian to the death, but unfortunately was dragged away by the tutor who was pressed to death. Then is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? No, I can leave. But first things first, I can't guarantee that my contracted beasts will not do anything nasty again, so you'd better think twice before you act. Of course Mo Fan understood what Chen Xian was doing this for. It was to deter those who didn't think they could do anything. You want to whore out a top-notch chaperone at no cost? Impossible. People don't want time to practice. Anyone who dares to come and waste his time better be ready for social death before coming back. The crowd of old students dispersed one after another. After witnessing Lu Feng's downfall, no one dared to mess with Mo Fan again, and Mo Fan's glorious battle record today spread out in a viral manner. The entire Pearl Academy was in an uproar. Freshman Mo Fan transferred into the Fire Academy and hit the top of the rankings in one day. Brother, you are my brother. Brother Mo Fan. In the future, I, Zhang Bingxiao, will hang out with you. After Mo Fan got off the field, Zhao Manyan and the others immediately came over, with either envy or admiration in their eyes, and the crowd was completely convinced that Mo Fan was simply a demon. When the gap between them was still just a small order, none of them were convinced because there was still the possibility of catching up then, but when the gap was more than double, there was already nothing but awe left in their hearts. As they had practiced together in the Golden Forest Wasteland City, they all knew clearly that Mo Fan possessed 4 faculties, and the intermediate magic of the Shadow faculty was also used with incomparable silky smoothness, and at a glance, it was the one that had reached the second level of the intermediate order, which meant that Mo Fan's cultivation was twice as much as theirs by more than one order. At this time Mo Fan had hit the top of the Fire Academy's list while they were all still a few hundred places away. It was a world of difference. Well said. I'll take you as a little brother. Mo Fan ha-ha. His impression of Zhang Bingxiao was also very good, just a little too honest, not as playful with him as Zhao Manyan. No talent. All buddy is more like it. Let's go. Treat you guys to dinner. Zhao Manyan said boldly. Everyone followed Zhao Manyan to a seafood dinner, during which, not surprisingly, everyone threw out olive branches to Mo Fan on behalf of the strength behind them, only to be rejected by all. Just kidding. All of them have survived. Now there is still a need to join any broken forces. They have long since not been the beginner mages who needed to be sheltered when they were in Bo City. After eating and going back to their homes, Mo Fan asked about Chen Xian's future cultivation plans, although he refused the others' solicitation. But in fact, Mo Fan is quite confused about the future. After all, the cultivation is too fast, and suddenly a little invincible to find the way. Don't you float too much. You are cultivating fast now because you only have 4 faculties. When you awaken 6 faculties at a high level, you will realize that this speed is simply not enough. That's true. 6 faculties. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. Mo Fan was so anxious by Chen Xian's words that he couldn't wait to separate his 3 heads and 6 arms to cultivate. This is all because there are so few resources. We have to find a way to get more. Easy to say. How can it be that easy to get resources? The 3 Steps Tower is only 7 days a month. We still have to start next month to get our turn. Mo Fan said all 3-step tower rewards on the main campus are given out at the end of a month. And whatever rankings you have at the end of that month's settlement correspond to whatever rewards you have for the next month. Then let's think of a way to get someone else's 3-step tower cultivation time through some extra discussive tricks. Hiss, your idea is dangerous. Although I don't know if the Pearl Academy has any regulations on whether or not the cultivation time of the 3-step tower can be given away, but I have a feeling that the pack has no chance. Mo Fan said, things happen for people. I feel that we can try. After all, we are geniuses. Geniuses always get special treatment. And we're on okay terms with Dean Xiao. We should give it a try. Alright, even if there are no rules in the way, then how are you going to get those people to willingly give up the opportunity to train in the 3 Steps Tower to you? Mofan asked. Control list. Controlling the list? How do you control it? Mofan suddenly became interested. Find a low-ranked trainee to work with and let him beat you directly so that the first place is yours to work with. And then you can go and challenge the others so that it's the same as having 2 places. That's not all. You can find more people to work with, promise them a portion of the reward, and ask them to make sure they transfer the opportunity to practice at the 3 Steps Tower to you, and we'll be in charge of being a professional fighter. The students on the list who don't pay that protection money are all jerked off. Let the students who work with us on the list. It is best to find 100 to 50 cooperation. This process we can sign an agreement. If they dare to renege on it, they will have to pay a large sum of money compensation. All in all, we earned it anyhow. Ah, it can still be like this? Mofan was greatly shocked after hearing this. How could he not expect that there would be such an obvious loophole in the main campus resource allocation for list control? Why do I feel like I'm going to be expelled if I mess up like this? Mofan was a bit uneasy even though he was jumping up and down inside chapter 4040. 5th floor feast, that's what's not a loophole. There's never been anyone as strong as you at the middle stage. So there's no loophole at all. It's your existence that affects the balance. That's the privilege of a genius. You are a genius. To where no one wants, but also afraid of being expelled. The Pearl Academy to you as a treasure cannot wait. Now the Pearl dares to let you out. Less than half a day will have to be snatched by other schools. Good. I'll do as you say. Dry up. Mofan, who had been given a wild devil's praise by Chen Xian, was instantly on top of his game and decided to try it out tomorrow. Today was only the first day of the week of challenges, and there was still plenty of time to try it out the next day. After asking Wei Rong and a few directors, he got an unexpected answer. The cultivation opportunity of the Pearl Academy's 3 Steps Tower was actually transferable. Some people even take it out and sell it openly. The market price of the 3-step tower cultivation for 7 days is only sold for $20 million. However, there is a mandatory condition that the transfer must be for main campus students, and since the 3 Steps Tower does not allow non-main campus students to enter, the price is very cheap. It was only $20 million, equivalent to just 2 veins of nebulae. And for some rich family descendants, if they were rich, they would just buy it. Of course, it is not often have to buy. Fire Courtyard is the main campus of a compound is only the top 10 only have 7 days a month 3-step tower practice time. The 7 elements of the entire main campus accounted for 80% to 90% of the people now, and the 7 element faculties leaderboards directly occupied 70 slots. While the main campus only had 100 3-step tower 7-day cultivation slots in a month, the remaining 30 slots were allocated by other cold faculties. As for those within the 50th place, some of the time allocated for cultivation was less than 3 days, and they could not cultivate at all. And they had to rise enough for 3 days in order to enter the 3 Steps Tower, which was stipulated in order to give full play to the effect of cultivation. It can be seen that the 3 steps of the Tower of the Cultivation Resources is very nervous, not as a last resort. Basically no one will take out to sell, all used to cultivate their own breakthroughs. Great, found another rule in our favor. Now is the time to practice it. Hurry up and talk to a few of the 50 openers about working together. Mofan immediately began to act according to the name on the leaderboard directly to find people from a certain student union to get a list of students after the phone number, one by one to call and ask, followed by face-to-face negotiation. The whole process was very smooth. Those outside the 50 rankings were very eager for the resources within the 50 rankings or even the top 10 rankings. They were all very interested in the plan proposed by Chen Xian, with Mofan conducting the fight on their behalf while they sat back and enjoyed sitting directly on the rankings that didn't belong to them. And it didn't matter even if they were challenged by others in the process, because they are not Mofan. It is impossible to fight from the bottom first directly to the first list. The challenge to them necessarily also ranked closer, at least not to fall out of the 50 outside. As long as their final ranking is higher than it otherwise would have been, then this control list makes sense. A week passed quickly. This week Mofan is thinking about how to control the list, can be said to be out of business, specializing in the crooked way. In this week's final settlement, Mofan had found a total of 10 collaborators, 8 of which were still in the top 50 and hadn't been dropped out of the 50th place, and 2 of which were not too competitive to be brushed down. Overall, the results of the practice were very impressive, and if this was the final settlement for the month, then the rankings of these 8 people could provide Mofan with a total of 12 days of practice qualifications. This can be more than the resources of the first ranking. This result directly let Mofan on the spot boiled up. Really should play the evil way. Honest cultivation is no future. You can start signing agreements with them. By the way, you can find some more people. If there are enough people, we relax the content of the agreement is not impossible. After all, there are only 30 days a month. We want more cannot be used up, can only be sold. Chen Xian said this first challenge week was just for those 10 collaborators to experience the top 50 rankings as well as to verify the feasibility of the plan. and since it was now confirmed, it was only natural to approach them to sign the agreement. No sign? How you go up is how you get knocked down. Fan called all 10 collaborators together, and sure enough, when he took out the agreement and asked them to sign it, all of them began to have various emotions. Especially they were very resistant to one of the regret to compensate Fan 20 million treaty, only in the end, after Fan gave up some of his cultivation resources, they signed this agreement on the spot at Plan Pass. The next step is to keep looking for partners and figuring out how to make money. Time flew by. A month passed quickly. Fan was still the same as usual, either doing hunter missions or going out hunting with Chen Xian, and as Chen Xian's strength became stronger, some of the war generals' nests they were just messing around. As a result, the income was higher than before, earning 20 million in a month's time, and this was still due to the fact that there was no explosion of essence spirit, and the remnants of the spirit were all cheaper for Fan, counting the several big orders completed by Fan. It should add up to 25 million. Every time he compared his income, Fan was so angry that he wanted to resign directly from the Green Sky Hunting Center. But fortunately, Chen Xian knew the importance of the Green Sky Hunting Center and repeatedly persuaded Fan not to leave his job, and this month, Chen Xian's feast had finally broken through to the 5th level. Feast, 5 levels, 102 out of 100. 000, Soul Furnace, 7443, plus 7963, the 6th tier feast requires 100,000 experience points, which is literally harder than getting to the top of the mountain. And the main one is a distant second. The life value shown in the Soul Melting Furnace had already exceeded 15,000. Chen Xian felt that he could self-advance at any time. Just like the feeling that welled up when he drank from the Earth's sacred spring, he had really guessed correctly. It seems that the threshold of the commander level is 15,000 life value, except that the current Chen Xian can't break through to the commander, because by summoning a contract with Fan, Chen Xian has encountered the same situation as the original Xiao Yanji, and has been dragged down by Fan, and can't break through immediately. However, Chen Xian didn't want to make a self-breakthrough so soon. He still wanted to taste what soul shaping was like. Always relying on self-breakthroughs felt just like building a car behind closed doors. There was no future in it. Gotta try a different way. He was still waiting to consume the battle spirit of the winged pale wolf. When you are a demon, who doesn't want to grow a pair of wings? In his current situation, the self-breakthrough will 100% not give him a pair of wings. Wait a little longer. In a month's time, Fan had found a total of 20 collaborators. Only in the final week of challenges, everyone started to power through the list, and in the end, only 12 collaborators survived in the top 50 on the list, and 8 were jerked off. The 12 collaborators had provided him with a total of 15 days of 3-step tower practice time, and no headstrong one chose to break the contract. 2000 W wasn't that easy to earn. Chapter 4141. Reporting Fan 15 days plus 7 days for his top 10. That's 22 days, which means that this month Fan can just soak in the 3 steps tower for 22 days. Chen Xian immediately urged Fan to head to the 3 steps pagoda to cultivate. Fearing that he would be missing out on sucking in a drop of element from the 3 steps pagoda, there are resources to use in advance, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. To know that Fan so operate has caused some of the attention of the people. After all, with his strength where to use in the rankings up and down, should not be stable in the first throne? In case they united and sued the Academy's senior management, it would be hard to say if these cultivation opportunities would still be available at that time. After all, how can you justify maliciously controlling the list? Fan also understood this reasoning of having resources in his mouth first, and without much hesitation, after recycling the cultivation qualifications of the other collaborators, he immediately applied to enter the 3 steps tower for cultivation. Once again coming into the 3 steps tower, this time Fan didn't need Chen Xian's assistance and went straight up to the 3rd floor by himself. However, at this point, their cultivation levels were already considered relatively high, and the 3rd layer could no longer provide them with much of a perverse increase. At most it was equivalent to 10 times that of the outside world. Fan was even less because his cultivation level was higher, but this is actually only 3-step tower to give the normal cultivation speed of the students. The average budget to each level of students' cultivation increase is 10 times. Like Fan kind of first time, there are dozens of hundreds of times the speed of cultivation. Completely as wool gathering, Chen Xian and Fan cultivated for a few days in the 3rd layer, then began to resent the increase, and the increase is too little. 10 times the increase. Cultivation for 10 days is only 100 days in the outside world. At best, it would not be much of a change to raise the sound system to the middle 3rd level, and while it used to take only a few days to do so, now it would take nearly 10 days. Why don't we rush the 4th floor? Chen Xian asked. Fan's eyes lit up as he turned his head and said, I was just about to say that. A person and a wolf immediately reached a consensus towards the 4th floor to launch the climb, or according to the old method, Chen Xian the first half of the section. MO Fan the second half. Except that this time the fourth floor is unexpectedly simple. Chen Xian himself are directly walked through the 7 layers of steps. The latter section MO Fan easily across immediately after that. A contract summon directly pulled Chen Xian up. And the moment he stepped onto the 4th floor, Chen Xian once again felt that goodness that he felt when he first came to the 3 steps tower, which was a dozens of times increase in cultivation speed, only this effect was rapidly decreasing. Chen Xian Mo Fan could not analyze the cause in time, and could only immediately begin to meditate, cherishing the increase that was about to pass die in 3 days' time. Chen Xian had raised his sound cultivation to the middle 3rd level as well, only that the increase had been reduced to 15 times, which was much slower. Mo Fan had also given the thunder system a breakthrough to the intermediate level 3, and the increase had dropped even more exaggeratedly than Chen Xian's. With only 10 times left, he would have to waste some time if he wanted to break through the shadow system to the middle rank 3 next. The two of them had been cultivating in the 3 steps tower for 15 days in a row, and they really felt so drained and slow in their cultivation efficiency that they had no choice but to retreat. Cultivating too fast. It's better to progress gradually. Otherwise, once the efficiency of cultivation slows down, there's no mind to meditate at all. Mo Fan said with an emotional face. Chen Xian didn't reply. He knew that Mo Fan was right. All along the two of them had been relying too much on the high cultivation bonus of the 3 steps pagoda, which made the two of them become very slack when they returned to their usual cultivation. After all, practicing for dozens of days in the outside world was not as effective as practicing for a day when one first enters the 3 steps tower. So naturally, one would not be as active. And Chen Xian knew that this mentality was not good, but if there was still that chance to make his cultivation skyrocket, he would still go for it as usual. Even if it would make him slack off in his usual meditations, he would not hesitate. Striving only for the day is his way of cultivation. The magic system is not a cultivation system, does not need the so-called heart enlightenment, do not need thoughts through the mind. This kind of pretentious conditions only need to accumulate knowledge and power. Before Chen Xian crossed over, he was an adult who had been crawling in society for several years, and had experienced the cultivation of the information age, so he had a deep understanding of human nature and all kinds of things, and had his own logic and independent thinking. A little problem. No need to take it to heart at all. It's just a lack of fulfillment of spiritual needs, and as an adult, he'll adjust to it soon enough. This month the first challenge of the week has passed. This time Mo Fan low profile a lot, did not go to engage in some of the tawdry operation, instructed the other collaborators all wait for the last day of the last week to come, in a breath of all the people to lift on the list. Although we can't use so many 3 steps tower cultivation resources, we can still sell them, so Chen Xian didn't tell Mo Fan to give up on the control list. Instead, he intensified his efforts and asked him to find a few more collaborators. During the waiting period, Mo Fan is still on a mission, hunting demons, 2 points in one line, either the Qingtian hunting house or out of the city. Home did not return, nothing to go to Hangzhou to see Xinxia. The mental state quickly recovered. Finally, the last challenge week began, and some of the top-ranked ones in the Fire Academy immediately realized that Mo Fan was ranked up and down, and the crowd immediately panicked. That's what happened last month. Originally thought it was hard to break into the top 50 and could rest on their laurels, but as a result, this lunatic went straight up and down and jacked a whole bunch of people down, causing them to be pushed straight out of the 50 when they finally settled. It wasn't as if no one had thought of just surrendering. However, there was a prerequisite for surrendering, and that was that the other party had to release a spell. This point is not my second setup. It's something that the original has, and was mentioned when Mo Fan fought Jing Jiawei in the Great Warfire Yard. Under such conditions, if he wanted to surrender, he would have to take a hit from Chen Xian, either by sacrificing a magic tool or being directly injured. In any case, it would seriously affect his ability to continue playing the list. Unsurprisingly, in a week's time, Mo Fan is even more crazy. The gang of old students are all jacked down. At first the crowd thought that this is just Mo Fan intentionally retaliation, until after the settlement of this month. A full 30 of the top 50 on the charts are Mo Fan's collaborators. According to the adjusted agreement, these 30 people could provide Mo Fan with 35 days of 3 steps tower training hours when Mo Fan recycled their cultivation time. But there was one trainee who was furious. Obviously he was supposed to be in the top 50, but as a result, he had to work with Mo Fan or else he had to be jacked down, which was as disgusting as being charged protection money. The more he thought, the more angry he simply directly find Wei Rong complained about the evil deeds of Mo Fan, and even make this matter into a small essay, small video, PPT. These to discuss the Mo mechanical text through was uploaded to the Pearl Academy of various group chats and forums. That night, Mo Fan became famous once again. Chapter 42. 42. Threat of withdrawal. Complaining that Mo Fan, the bully of the new students of the Fire Academy, relying on his outstanding strength, collects protection money by means of mandatory cooperation. and utilizes loopholes in the rules to manipulate the list, squeezing the space for other students to rise, counting MO-fan's several sins, maliciously controlling the list, maliciously collecting protection money, maliciously injuring people, maliciously squeezing the cultivation resources of his classmates, and forcing his classmates to sign overbearing terms and conditions. He flouted the school rules, disregarded the law, and strongly demanded that the Pearl Academy expel him. Expulsion of MO-fan. The Fire Academy has been suffering for a long time. Several short videos in the beginning of the article dominated the popularity of the Pearl Academy, and immediately attracted the attention of the whole school. And this look caused a direct uproar. Nothing so outrageous had happened since the establishment of the Pearl Academy. And the entire school's senior management immediately started a discussion with the directors of the Fire Academy to discuss how to deal with this matter. First of all, expulsion is impossible to expel. MO-fan is a genius. They still expect MO-fan to represent the Pearl Academy to participate in the national competition. And secondly, MO-fan just drilled the loopholes of the rules, and did not directly violate the rules. At most, morally they can be accused of it. Of course, the most important thing now was not to deal with MO-fan, but how to calm the anger of the Fire Academy's crowd, which could be seen from the comments section that the Fire Academy's crowd had been harboring grudges for a long time. The clear comment likes are all over the place. Expel MO-fan. The Fire Academy has been suffering MO-fan for a long time. Wei Rong was also completely unable to suppress it, and those older students saw that he couldn't control MO-fan either, and didn't listen to him at all. In the Academy of many high-level headache meeting, MO-fan also in the home to see the enjoyment. This review MO diatribe can be really MO-fan see cool. Almost come to the sentence. Do not read this article. Can be blood evidence of superorder? Demon King. You're done. You're definitely going to be fired now, AI Tuta said with a gloating face after reading it. Che, I'm a genius. If you don't leave me here, you'll find a place for me. I don't believe that the Pearl Academy has just expelled me, and the Imperial Academy will come to poach me the next time. If not, there are still overseas schools. Geniuses get preferential treatment everywhere. In the face of AI Tutu's ridicule and gloating, MO-fan didn't have the slightest worry and directly brought out Chen Xian's set of words, saying with unrivaled confidence, those people are just envious and red-eyed. I did utilize the rules, but existence is reasonable. I didn't make the rules. I didn't violate the school rules, let alone force anyone. Cooperation or not is all based on voluntariness. The world of cultivation is inherently weak and strong. As a genius, as a strong person, it's only right to have more options. Well said, the side of the Mu Nugio said. Looking at such a MO-fan, the eyes inexplicably produced the emotion of worship. So longing for his life. We should hurry up and sell those 3-step tower cultivation times now, or else by then the school will 100% cancel your cultivation resources in order to quell the anger of the red-eyed people. Chen Xian reminded. Makes sense. Gotta sell it quick. That, Jiao, is your Mu family still buying the 3 steps towers cultivation resources? MO-fan asked. Buy. Of course I'll buy. As many as I can. Mu Nugio said decisively. Everything in this world depreciates in value, including currency. The only thing that is the most difficult to devalue is cultivation resources. Never heard of only the cultivation resources that have gone up in price. Never heard of the ones that have gone down in price. The cultivation time of the 3-step tower is naturally a cultivation resource. And the major families will also make acquisitions whenever they have the opportunity, which belongs to the business of making a steady profit without losing money. Then it's good to sell you for 14 days. A total of 4,000 W. You transfer it to me. I'll go to the management department to arrange the transfer. MO-fan said his own ranking would have had 7 days of cultivation resources allocated to it. Plus this month 30 people provided a total of 38 days of cultivation time. MO-fan still had 45 days of cultivation hours on hand. He planned to sell 35 days of cultivation time and use the remaining 10 days for his own cultivation. Mu Nugio also do things cleanly. After contacting the family, the money quickly arrived. The side of the Ituta C Mu Nugio began to inwardly scroll up again. Immediately said, Great Demon King, I also want. You sell 7 days to me. No problem. 2000 W, no two ways about it. Itutu is also cool. And unlike Magne, who needs to ask for money from her family, she pays directly from her own pocket. Mainly Ahohum. Immediately after, MO-fan went to find Zhao Manyan. A wave of the hand in 14 days sold over. Zhao Manyan is not bad money. Have to have kryptonite. He packs kryptonite. After finishing, MO-fan would directly apply to enter the 3 steps tower to cultivate, no longer caring about the trivial matters in the outside world. Once he finished cultivating, both hands were empty. By then the school wanted to recycle but also had no way to recycle. It was unlikely that the Pearl Academy would allow MO-fan to hand over the money, entering the 3 steps tower. 1 time, 2 times, this was the 4th time he had come. Mo Fan did not hesitate and directly ascended to the 4th floor with Chen Xian's cooperation. His main task this time was to raise the shadow department to the middle 3rd level as well. Reaching the middle 3rd level of the 4 departments. As for Chen Xian, the one who was already at the 3rd level of the middle rank of the dual system, he continued to accumulate meditations until he touched the threshold of the higher rank. Cultivation time was always so boring, and when Chen Xian and Mo Fan finally made it through the 10 days and left the 3 steps tower, Mo Fan was invited to the principal's office at the first opportunity. After discussion, many of the top management decided to take back those cultivation resources that Mo Fan had gotten through improper means, those that had been transferred to him by the other collaborators. Only Mo Fan happened to be practicing in the 3 steps tower, so he was not notified. At this time in the principal's office, Mo Fan heard that he wanted to take back the 3 steps tower's cultivation hours. He immediately said, "Dean Xiao, all those cultivation resources have been transferred by me to the other students, and now the cancellation will have to be cancelled to someone else's as well, so why don't you forget about it? I promise that I will absolutely cultivate honestly in the future, and I won't have any more crooked thoughts." "What? No way. Since you transferred your cultivation resources, it will be deducted from your future cultivation resources," a director of instruction immediately said angrily after hearing this. "On what grounds? I didn't violate the school rules. It's all a legal transfer. The agreement is also a legal agreement. On what grounds should I reduce my future cultivation resources?" Mo Fan said with a defiant face. "Just because you are morally corrupt." That director of instruction was dumbfounded by Mo Fan's dislike. He could only be angry, but he could only accuse him of moral problems. The Pearl Academy has a lot of moral problems. 9 out of 10 of those worldly children discriminate against grassroots mages. How come I don't see you accusing them of moral problems? If I'm being punished in order to quell the red eyes of the Fire Academy crowd, then I could just drop out and not have to make things difficult for everyone. As soon as Mo Fan arrived, he directly offered a big move: the threat of dropping out of school. At the same time, he directly pointed out that they couldn't handle the red eyes, and also to remind Dean Xiao what he had said back at the beast fighting competition. "It hasn't come to this, student Mo Fan. Don't say such words of withdrawal." Dean Xiao's face was slightly heavy when he heard this. He was well aware of the controversial nature of the general rules of gambling and fighting during the beast fighting competition. Chapter 43. 43. Make peace. Go back to Bo City. At that time, he defended Mo Fan as the winner and condemned the red eyes of the green campus. But this time the situation is different from the original. The core rules of the beast competition is frankly gambling, but the distribution of the main campus is not. Through the rankings from strong to weak distribution, seemingly the strongest. But in fact the core of the rules is fair, and just people had put in more effort and stayed at the main campus for more years, rightfully ranking higher and allocating more resources. Not absolutely fair, but relatively fair, and not as dramatic as the beast fighting competition. Even though Mo Fan had not violated the school rules, his behavior was one of the more egregious ones by taking advantage of the loopholes in the rules and seriously undermining the core of fairness and justice. If it was an ordinary student who had utilized the loopholes in the rules, then of course Dean Xiao would have let the director of instruction and the others dispose of him. But Mo Fan was different. He was a genius. Just like what Chen Xian said, geniuses will always have more privileges. Dean Xiao had to be able to maintain fairness and impartiality while also taking into account the actual situation and implications. Abbreviation, wabi-sabi. He mused for a moment, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, and spoke. "Student Mo Fan, I can understand your dissatisfaction. The academy is definitely not targeting you alone, but rather regulating all behaviors that may be unfairly competitive or trigger a bad atmosphere. Indeed, every single one of your behaviors is reasonable and lawful and compliant, but please consider it from the academy's point of view as well. We need to ensure the health of the cultivation environment while ensuring fairness." After a pause, Dean Xiao continued, "If you have already transferred this portion of resources to other students, and the transferee himself was not involved in this matter, then naturally we will not recover it. However, we will announce to the public that we will recover all the additional resources you have obtained, and you must review this matter, and the school will not impose any other disciplinary actions on you." Finally, he said gently, "The academy is not a court of law. Our goal is to guide every student to the right path, not simply to inflict punishment. I hope you can understand the school's decision. At the same time, I also request that all faculty members should treat any student equally, punish violations severely, and be impartial. Regarding the issue of the children of the worldly family you mentioned, how could the college not understand the situation? It's just that the situation is complicated and not easy to deal with, so it can only be improved slowly, and we're all working hard to create a fairer and more harmonious learning environment." After Dean Xiao finished speaking, he looked around and saw that the crowd had calmed down and Mo Fan looked like he had been convinced, so he couldn't help but feel satisfied with his ability to make peace with the situation. Dean Xiao's words. A simple translation is, you write a review. We will announce to the public how to severely deal with Mo Fan, and this matter will be turned over. I understand. Dean Shaw. On the contrary, Mo Fan looked like he was really persuaded, as if he was feeling guilty, and Chen Xian, who was sensing all this, rolled his 3 eyes. It's good to know. Go! Dean Shao said. As Mo Fan walked by, a few of the teaching directors wanted to say something else, but were directly interrupted by Dean Shao. Alright, this matter ends here. The rules of the leaderboards need to be changed. Make sure to eliminate the possibility of malicious list control. Understood. We'll put together a suitable plan right away. After this day, Mo Fan's behavior was a lot more honest, and for 2 months in a row, it was the same rhythm of life. Hunting demons, doing quests, looking for Xinxia, and the 3 Steps Tower, and his savings had risen to 200 million, because during the period, the demon hunt had exploded a war general level essence, which was considered a very high income. It was worth mentioning that without saying a word, Mo Fan had strengthened the Fire and Thunder stars by 49, and could already unleash the level 4 Fiery Fist and Thunderbolt. It is really too hard to hunt demons. The war generals have killed more than 200 heads. How to count the remnants of the war general level is also enough to strengthen half a star. Counting so many slave level, strengthening 98 stars is more than enough. Even the 49 of the Shadow Department are almost reached. Today Mo Fan and Chen Xian returned to Bo City. At this time Bo City has been turned into a military fortress. Most of the original Bo City people have moved away. Less than 1/10 of them stayed here. And it looks like a lot less life. Dad, Mo Fan knocked on the door. Or when the old house, after the disaster, just simply built a repainted color. Mo Fan is back. Quick, come in. You can eat right away. Dad made dumplings today. Mo Jiaxing's face was full of smiles, because he really couldn't adapt to the life in Magic City. So he returned to Bo City alone. It smells so good. Mo Fan had a gluttonous look on his face, comfortably eating a meal of dumplings. Mo Fan picked his teeth and looked out the window at the reconstructing Bo City. The red fortress wall was repaired around the pristine mountain ranges to the south, blocking those that might rush out of the mountains of the demons. Why are you free to come back to see me today? Mo Jiaxing asked while washing the dishes. It's done with Elder Jinkong. We're ready to go into the mountains to hunt demons. Mo Fan said with a carelessness. Demon hunting? A busy person like Air Force Commander Chopper is also free to accompany you on a demon hunt? Mo Jiaxing was puzzled. Mo Fan didn't explain too much. He naturally didn't come here this time to hunt ordinary demons, but to assist Jinkong in killing the winged pale wolves. Chen Xian repeatedly asked him to ask Jinkong about the progress of the crusade, and every time Jinkong said that it was a little bit worse, until yesterday when Jinkong was asked by Mo Fan to get impatient and said directly, "You line you come, ask the chicken hare to ask." And so they did come. Not ordinary demon hunting la. Not to say, Dad, I'm going to look for Boss Jinkong first. I may not necessarily have come back tonight. Mo Fan finished speaking and got up and was about to go out. Be careful. The demon wolves of the South Ridge are all fierce. Got it, be careful. Mo Fan had already walked away, and Mo Jiaxing's droning voice was still coming from behind him intermittently. In a short while, Mo Fan arrived in the middle of the military headquarters, and after inquiring from a military mage, he soon arrived in front of Jinkong. You kid, you really dared to come over. When Jinkong saw Mo Fan, he was also very surprised, and directly came up and wrapped his arms around his shoulders, patting him hard a few times. That's for sure, Boss Jinkong. I've gotten stronger. Count me in for killing the winged song wolves. Mo Fan said happily. Being able to fight side by side with the person who had protected him in the first place, he was incomparably excited in his heart. Oh, it's only been a few months since I've seen you. You're so confident. I'd like to see how strong you are. As Jinkong said that, he nonchalantly probed his spiritual power towards Mo Fan's spiritual world. This look was a shock. Hiss. All 4 faculties are full repair. You kid is high on drugs, right? So fast. Jinkong was completely unbelievable. Mo Fan had actually raised his cultivation to this point. If he were to break through further, wouldn't that be the same as himself? Chapter 44, 44, Demon Dealers. Hey, how about it, Boss Jinkong? Can I help you? I still have 2 powerful summoned and contracted beasts that can touch against the commander level. Mo Fan said confidently. Blast Wind Magic Eagle. This thing also was fed by him to the adult stage. At this time the wingspan of the whole 12 meters so big. Proper big general level flying class demon. This is not the kind of trash like the Sky Eagle. Enough to fly blindly in most demonic areas without worrying about being attacked by a feather demon. And the speed is also carried. Previously, Chen Xian could still win him by virtue of the outbreak of running. And now it is properly hung. This goods now fly too fast. Chen Xian's long distance average speed of up to 200 kilometers per hour. This goods easily broken 400. The current limit is still unknown. That's just straight line terminal velocity. Though, and doesn't mean he'll be nimble in a fight. Good boy. You can really help. To be honest, the last time I traveled to the South Ridge I had already inflicted serious injuries on the winged song wolf. As a result, he was still able to call out some of his henchmen to create a considerable obstacle for me, allowing him to escape to the depths. If you had been around at that time to help me deal with those three-eyed demonic wolves, I would have definitely been able to take down the winged song wolf, Chopper said with great regret. Running into the depths. Wouldn't I have come for nothing? Fan said there's no way. But I've already instructed people to pay more attention to the movements of the South Ridge demon wolves. As soon as there's any news of the winged song wolves, I'll inform you to come over immediately. Zhang Kong said helplessly, there's no need to be so troublesome. I'm also a demon wolf clan. I can just go in and look for the winged pale wolf. Yao! Boss Zhang Kong. I have an idea. My contracted beast is also a demonic wolf. I can get him to find out where the winged pale wolf is. Fan said with an excited face. Bang! Zhang Kong slapped on Fan's head and said to him with a look of looking at a retard. Are you stupid? What did you learn in class? The bloodline suppression of the demonic wolf clan is very serious. Do you believe that your contracted beast left you and instantly rebelled directly when it saw the winged pale wolf? Hiss. It hurts. This demonic wolf of mine is different. He wasn't affected by the winged pale wolf at all during the Bo City crisis. Fan explained. It's that amazing? Let me see? Chopper said. Yes, but he's a little big for his size. So let's go outside. The two of them came to a clearing. Fan cast Summon Star Map. Chen Xian walked out from it, and her eyes just looked at Zhang Kong with the eyes of a retard. Oh, it's quite big. It's half as tall as a winged pale wolf. Its strength should be at the War General level advancement stage, but it doesn't seem to be anything special. Zhang Kong stared at Chen Xiandao suspiciously. What the hell are you looking at? Silly dog. I'm your father. He too. Chen Xian directly spat a mouthful of old spit the size of a faceplate at the side of Chopper Hollow after cursing. Spittle bouncing off the ground and splashing onto Chopper Hollow's face after Chen Xian proved his extraordinary with practical actions. He directly retreated back into the star map and hid in the contract space. Zhang Kong didn't react at all. As soon as he peeled away the thick phlegm from his face, his whole body was in a black question mark. He had just been scolded by a wolf, and also spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. On the side of Fan also confused. He completely do not know Chen Xian and Chopper Empty what deep hatred. How Chen Xian usually very good to talk to a wolf. See Chopper Empty directly become so poor quality? Feeling the flames rising from Zhang Kong's body, Fan felt that the big thing was not good. And as expected, the next second Zhang Kong directly came to Fan as if a volcano erupted, and yanked up the collar of his clothes and said, release that demon wolf for me. I'm going to skin him. At night, Chen Xian left Bo City to enter the middle of the South Ridge alone. This place was originally the home of the demon wolf clan. Chen Xian went in and walked completely sideways. No one ungrateful dared to come and mess with a three-eyed demon wolf at the advancement stage during the daytime. Fan ended up being brutally beaten by Zhang Kong to quell his anger. Chen Xian really hate the role of Zhang Kong, and he is not a class of people. Zhang Kong is if the representative of selflessness. Saint-like character. Do things always first consider the world's life? Their own lives, family and friends of life, can be put back. As if there is nothing more important than the righteousness of his heart. Zhang Kong is actually far more suitable to be Fan's proper soul than the cold hunter king, who has dedicated and sacrificed himself his entire life. And a big reason why Fan has grown to become so fond of saving the world in the later stages of his growth is from Zhang Kong. But very often, human beings do not actually need a savior. As long as human beings do not fight within themselves, they are sufficient to be spared 90% of the suffering. Chen Xian rampaged through the mountains and forests, barging in everywhere. And with his sound system's maximum range perception fully open, coupled with the demon wolf's powerful sense of smell, Chen Xian avoided all the dangers and troubles, and went straight into the depths of the southern ridge. There were still quite a lot of commander-level demons in the South Ridge. Chen Xian had found over a dozen of them so far, but none of them had found the winged pale wolf yet, although there was more than one winged song wolf in the South Ridge. Chen Xian remembered the appearance and scent of that winged song wolf and would definitely be able to recognize it as long as he encountered it. And he didn't know if it was because of crossing over to become a demon wolf, but Chen Xian just had such a feature. If it was for Fan to identify the two winged song wolves, he definitely wouldn't be able to recognize which one was the one that attacked Bo City in the first place. He would just say that it wasn't the same. It's the same way we look at black people. A day later, Chen Xian finally found the winged pale wolf in a certain valley, only to see that his back and wings had a large number of burns, which should have all been inflicted by Zhang Kong. After finding this fellow, Chen Xian didn't beat the bushes and directly patrolled a circle around the several kilometers around him. Sensing that there were no demons nearby before leaving, this winged song wolf had really found a good place to recuperate, and no demons even bothered him. Chen Xian quickly rushed towards Bo City. He couldn't wait to bring someone to chop off his dog's head and take his battle soul for a taste. It was only in the process of speeding along that Chen Xian passed by a three-eyed demon wolf's den. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind immediately afterward. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He remembered that it appeared that the lowest price for a War Admiral grade cub was sold at 20 million. Rather, it was still in short supply, and was directly snatched up as soon as it was auctioned, and he himself was a three-eyed demon wolf. It was definitely impossible to give birth to his own, but he could steal from others. And right in front of him there was exactly one three-eyed demon wolf's den. Is it possible for one to just steal a few three-eyed demon wolf cubs from it and sell them? The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt it was. Chen Xian decisively turned around and headed towards the wolf den. This is the moment when the all-faith demon human trafficker comes online. Chapter 45. 45. Demon wolf trader Chen Xia came directly to the cave entrance of the wolf den. With the demonic vision of the three-eyed demon wolf, Chen Xian could easily see countless scarlet and dark eyes staring at him in the cave. It was a three-eyed demon wolf, as well as their cubs. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian directly stepped in. Not to mention that his personal strength was enough to bulldoze through this wolf den. Even without strength on his side, with his smart brain and demon wolf status, he dared to come and sneak up on these stupid wolves. The moment Chen Xian entered the wolf's den, all the three-eyed demonic wolves in the cave were on alert. And even though they sensed that Chen Xian also possessed a three-eyed demonic wolf bloodline, they could not ignore his challenging stance. Chen Xian stepped into the depths of the wolf's den, finding his target a massive three-eyed demon wolf and barking violently at it, disguising himself as a powerful lone wolf intent on challenging authority. The low roars of the surrounding three-eyed demonic wolves suddenly rose and fell, and a tense and dangerous aura filled the air in the face of Chen Xian's blatant provocation. As the leader of the wolf pack, the three-eyed demon wolf did not show the slightest bit of cowardice. In front of many of his own kind, only the strong can defend his position, which is the law of survival of the demon wolf clan, only to see the large three-eyed demonic wolf slowly striding to Chen Xian's eyes. This was clearly a demonic wolf that had reached the strength of a great war general. No wonder it was able to be the boss of a three-eyed demonic wolf lair. Except that compared to Chen Xian, he was still one realm behind. Not to mention Chen Xian also had the bonus of feast souls, melting furnace and magic. Roar! Chen Xian stood upright, exactly twice his size, and let out a roaring fury at him. The soundwave demonic magic mixed with the sound magic was like a raging wind and rain, directly giving him a shockwave-like face-washing experience. The three-eyed demon wolf leader realized that he was not a match for the wolf in front of him at all, but out of dignity and territorial awareness, it did not choose to back down immediately but tried its best to fend off Chen Xian's sonic wave attack. The surrounding wolves also retreated backward under the strong impact. They felt the overlord's aura emanating from Chen Xian's body, and the powerful energy that did not belong to ordinary demon wolves caused them to feel awe. Chen Xian utilized this momentary shock effect. His eyes sharply locked onto the leader. His body's strength erupted. Like a lightning bolt he struck swiftly. His whole body's strength gathered in his fists. His instantly expanding muscles were as hard and powerful as a small hill, his fist pointing directly at the Wolf King. With a loud bang, the heavy fist smashed into the Wolf King's head like a thunderclap, and the power overflowed. The Wolf King had no way to defend himself, and his figure instantly flew backwards, hitting the hard rock wall of the cave, making a dull rumbling sound. The rock cracked, dust flew up, and the Wolf King fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a chaos and panic. Originally solid cave structure due to this punch was damaged. The surrounding rock walls have collapsed, rubble rolled down, a huge sound echoed in the entire wolf cave. The rest of the three-eyed demonic wolves to see the situation is even more alarmed and uneasy. Have to avoid the scene once into a loss of control. Ow! After Chen Xian had cured the Wolf King with one punch, he immediately raised his head to the sky and let out a wolf howl that shook the valley. It was a declaration of the victor and a new round of reconstruction of the order of the wolf pack. The sound of wolf howls rolled and swirled, creating a gust of echoes within the cave, the aftermath of which could not be dispersed for a long time. The originally restless three-eyed devil wolves instantly quieted down, their gazes revealing awe and obedience. Chen Xian looked around, and after realizing that all the demonic wolves had all gotten down and bowed their heads to show their submission, he quickly approached the three-eyed demonic wolf pups that were playing together. And at the moment, they didn't even know that the Wolf King had already been changed. As the new king, whatever Chen Xian did was reasonable, only to see him pull out a huge bag from his space bracelet, not caring about the 3, 7, 20, directly open the dozen or so cubs all loaded in. The human space bracelet is too small for him, so he puts it in his stomach pocket, tied directly with hair, and when he needs to use it, he just pulls it out of his four-dimensional pocket like Tinker Bell. This pouch is made from the skin of a special demon and is very durable. It was meant to hold something else, but I didn't think it would come in handy at this point. After Chen Xian finished loading all the cubs, He ignored the puzzled looks of the other three-eyed demon wolves and resisted the huge bag before taking a step towards the cave entrance. The surrounding demon wolves were dumbfounded. What is this new king's big brain disease? Where is he taking his pups? However, only a few uneasy she-wolves followed. The other three-eyed demon wolves all stayed where they were when Chen Xian walked to the entrance of the cave. He saw a few she-wolves following behind him and instantly turned around and let out a roar filled with majesty. Frighteningly, the few she-wolves ran straight back, and after confirming that there were no more three-eyed demonic wolves to follow, Chen Xian directly turned a corner at the entrance of the cave and disappeared from the view of the three-eyed demonic wolves, followed by directly spreading his legs and running wildly. Run! That's exciting. Chen Xian went full speed all the way to a small place like the South Ridge. By using his sound system and demon sense of smell, he bypassed all the dangerous places. Not in less than an hour he ran out and returned to Fortress Bo. Oh power 2. Chen Xian was outside the fortress city, using sound magic to call out aloud "O Force Give," which was the code word he had agreed upon with Mo Fan Jinkong. Within a few minutes, the two flew from Fortress City to Chen Xian. Brother Xian, you're back. Did you find the winged pale wolf? Mo Fan asked. Found it, but rather it's still in a wounded state, with flame burns on its back and wings, currently hiding in a valley to recuperate. Chen Xian said, can't be wrong. It must be him. These flame burns are exactly the same as the parts one attacked him with. Zhang Kong said excitedly. Let's get going then. All set. Ha, Brother Xian. What are you carrying here? Why is it still moving? At this moment, Mo Fan discovered the animal skin bag that Chen Xian was carrying, and the three-eyed demon wolf inside was struggling due to the uncomfortable space. This is an unexpected delight. Let me show you, Chen Xian said, directly removing the beast skin pouch and opening it up, revealing a dozen or so wolf-dog-sized three-eyed devil wolves in it. It's the cubs of the three-eyed demon wolf. 1234, 16 of them, Chopper exclaimed. Hiss, isn't that getting rich? Brother Xian, where did you get this from? Strolling through the auction and magic market many times. At this time, Mo Fan was no longer the bumpkin in the original. As a summoning department, he still understood the price of the war general level bloodline cubs. Any one of them would have to start at $20 million. And the demand exceeds the supply. As soon as it appeared in the market, it was immediately bought away. Although the three-eyed demonic wolf is not as precious as the flying demon, but as a large-sized demon, it is still worth a lot of money. Chapter 4646. Killing the winged song wolves stolen from the three-eyed demon wolf's den. We can keep using this method to make money in the future. Chen Xian said. Three-eyed demon wolf, bastard. Bastard. Upon hearing that there would be more in the future, Mo Fan's eyes immediately turned into the shape of gold coins. Fantasizing about having endless cultivation resources in the future, the sight of the chopping air at the moment is also a face of envy. Since the departure of the ancestral family, he no longer have access to resources from the family to help. All the cultivation resources have to rely on his own to fight for his source of income is the salary, the military support, kill the demon's income, all converted into money a year. There is no 200 or 300 million. Is not good to say that at this time to watch Mo Fan Chen Xian easily have a few hundred million into the account. Say not envy, that is not true. Let's just put it in the military department for safekeeping. And when we go back to Mordor we'll find Zhao Manyan to sell it for us. Mo Fan said. Chen Xian nodded. And Jin Kong didn't have much of an opinion. And after locking the demon wolf cubs into a few large iron cages at the military headquarters, he set off directly into the South Ridge, putting Mo Fan and Jin Kong into his four-dimensional pocket. Chen Xian once again turned on his mad dash, relying on his keen sense of demonic smell and the wide-range perception granted by his sound magic to weave through the Nanling Mountains, gradually approaching where his target was. After some difficult trekking, Chen Xian and his group finally stopped in front of a hidden valley. They approached cautiously, working out a detailed battle plan and preparing to capture this injured winged song wolf in one fell swoop, not giving him a chance to call out to the other demon wolves. The winged pale wolf, who had fallen into a deep sleep, didn't notice the approaching danger in the slightest, and the two men and the wolf decided to use the most ruthless moves to help the winged pale wolf to awaken to sleep. Chen Xian took the lead, only to see his body's strength explode, violently bursting into the top of the winged pale wolf's back. The huge commotion instantly woke up the winged pale wolf and immediately opened its eyes. However, it was too late. Chen Xian's 10 fingers sharp claws under the effect of demonic law spawned to 3 times the length. Terrifying demonic power surged up his arms. Each sharp claw trembled in high frequency. The next moment, Chen Xian was grabbing at the root of the winged pale wolf's wings like a wild wind. Sharp claws chopping in the air transformed into air traces as if it was going to tear open space. At the same moment, Mo Fan clenched his fire fist in his hand and threw out his fist at the winged song wolf's eyes. Instantly 9 inflammatory augers flew out and crashed heavily into the winged song wolf's eyes. It's a level 4 fiery fist. 9 Jiao. Instead, Chopper Hollow launched the second level of Heavenly Flame Funeral from high in the air. Hellfire Stone. The target was precisely the head of the winged pale wolf. In the face of the sudden fierce attack, the winged song wolf, despite being seriously injured, its instincts as a commander-level demon made it struggle to get up, trying to get out of the crisis in front of it. However, Chen Xian's attack followed him like a shadow. His 10 fingers and claws were like the scythe of the god of death as they ruthlessly pierced into the roots of the winged song wolf's wings, tearing them apart crazily. Blood instantly gushed out. The intense pain caused the winged song wolf to cry out in agony and its wings dropped helplessly, no longer able to fly in the same instant. Mofan's fire fist bloomed with a blazing light, and the 9 yen jiao transformed into fire dragons that broke through the air and swiftly and incomparably attacked the winged song wolf's eyes. The yen jiao roared and charged over. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the winged song wolf's vision, causing it to fall into a short period of confusion and panic, and in mid-air, Zhang Kong had long since finished storing up his power and released the second level of Heavenly Flame Funeral, Hellfire Stone. A burning meteorite descended from the sky, aiming at the head of the winged pale wolf with destructive power, as if even the sky was responding to their attack, raining down sanctions on the enemy together. Boom, rumble rumble. The Hellfire Stone smashed heavily on the top of the winged song wolf's head, violently exploding a huge fireball, and the winged song wolf's entire head was burned to a bloody pulp, with a piece of his skullcap blown away, inflicting a truly heavy blow to him. However, even so he still didn't die. The life of a commander level was very tenacious. As long as he was allowed to recuperate for a few months, it was estimated that he would be able to recover. Ow! The winged song wolf let out a violent wail in pain and violently got up to fling Chen Xian away. Chen Xian clenched his teeth and endured the huge impact. He knew that he must not give the winged song wolf a chance to catch his breath at this moment. While being thrown, the dead weight dragged on his wing, which had been torn apart at the root, instantly broke off, hard ripping off one of the winged pale wolf's wings, reducing his mobility greatly. For a while, the winged song wolf was wounded on top of wounded, and one of its eyeballs was also burst by Mofan, and a big hole was opened out of the top of its head by chopping the air. The severely injured winged pale wolf was ferocious. His eyes were fixed on Chopper's sky in the sky, wanting to take care of the mage who was the biggest threat to him, but he didn't find it possible to fly at all, and with the loss of one of his wings, he was no longer able to fly. Angrily, he immediately turned his target to Chen Xian, his body's strength bulging up as he rushed towards Chen Xian, his huge wolf claws about to land on Chen Xian's body. Chen Xian had no fear in his face as he tightly gripped the paw of the winged song wolf, the demonic power in his body flowing into his arms in a continuous stream, and he engaged in a fierce wrestling duel with the brute force of the winged song wolf, which was capable of destroying almost everything. The soil under his feet flew. Every step backward plowed a deep furrow in the ground, which showed the terrifying extent of the confrontation between the two sides. Power. At the critical moment, a violet purple-black thunderbolt raced down from the sky above the dome of the sky, and the dazzling electric light illuminated the entire battlefield. Dazzling people of this lightning was like an angry dragon, wrapping around the back of the winged pale wolf with pinpoint accuracy, forming an impenetrable web of electrical disasters, followed by thunderous, continuous thunderbolts falling from the sky, intensively bombarding the winged pale wolf's backbone, leaving behind a scorched black brand. This was the 4th level of thunderbolt electricity disaster that Mofan had executed, and it was incredibly powerful, weakening the winged song wolf's combat power in an instant. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, the winged song wolf let out a heartbreaking wail, and the immense power it had originally used to tussle with Chen Xian was drastically cut down due to the lightning strike. Chen Xian keenly captured this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not hesitate to activate his entire body's demonic power. His strength instantly soared to the extreme, and with a fierce thrust, he pushed the winged song wolf hard to the ground. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian swung out wild punches and claws like a raging storm, striking the winged song wolf's head without mercy. Zhang Kong in the sky also seized this good opportunity and swooped down quickly with his wind wings, joining in the close combat. The fire magic weapon in his hand flashed with an eye-catching magical halo, and the fire magic energy of his entire body instantly gathered within his fists, condensing into a force that destroyed the sky and the earth. As if a fiery red meteor that burned hotly pierced through the sky, Zhang Kong drove this fist containing powerful firepower straight into the mouth of the winged song wolf that had already been beaten to a bloody pulp by Chen Xian. Immediately afterward, an endless burst of flame erupted from the 7 orifices of the winged song wolf's head, as wild and violent as a volcanic eruption. Chapter 47. Return to the Perlin. The next moment, a boundless pillar of fire erupted from the mouth of the winged song wolf, which not only penetrated its original head trauma, but also spread to the depths of the earth, and shot up into the clouds. The winged song wolf's life breath came to an abrupt end the moment the pillar of fire rushed into the sky, killing it completely. Chen Xian had already moved away from the rushing pillar of fire and came to Mofan's side. This level of magic was still a great threat to him. Rubbing it all together was a serious injury to start with. So strong, looking at Zhang Kong who walked out of the pillar of fire. Mo Fan had a yearning look on his face, fantasizing about the scenario where he would be just as strong when he was higher ranked in the future. Hurry up and collect the essence spirit, Chen Xian said to Mo Fan. Got it. Mo Fan used the little loach and sucked at the fluorescent light on the winged pale wolf's corpse. A somewhat flawed commander-grade essence. It's really bursting with essence spirits. Such good luck. As long as you take it and process it into a battle soul, Brother Xian, you'll be able to break through to the commander level. Mo Fan said with an excited face. The description of the battle soul in the original chapter 1080 is that it is mutated from the essence spirit. Exactly how it is mutated is unknown, and it is said here to be processed directly by humans. That's good. But I have to buy you a Star River Pulse first. Are you sure you have a breakthrough in your summoning department? If you can't, you can use two. You can't put it off any longer. Chen Xian said. I'm sorry Brother Xian. Honestly, I don't have much certainty. I've been cultivating for a few months and I still can't feel the crack of the bottleneck. Mo Fan said with frustration. He also knew that it had a bit to do with his own mindset, because in the 3-step tower cultivation sword, a time to meet the unmoving bottleneck naturally unacceptable. Weekdays in the cultivation in fact slacked off a lot. Energy are used in the hunting of demons and picking up girls. Anyway, go back and buy 2-star river veins directly. And directly use this month's 3 steps tower cultivation opportunity to have a greater success rate in breaking through to the 3 steps tower. Chen Xian said. You kid, are you going back? Not accompanying me to stay in Bo City for a few more days? Jin Kong walked over and asked. Hey, no, let's wait until I break through the high rank. Then we can hunt demons together. Mo Fan was now anxious to break through the high level with Chen Xian breaking through the commander, which had the heart to stay in Bo City, and immediately rejected Zhang Kong. Alright then, by the way, this winged pale wolf's essence spirit was collected by you kid, right? In that case, just leave the corpse to me. I'm going to light up its corpse and expose it to the sun on the Bo City Plaza in order to console those dead people of Bo City. Zhang Kong said heavily. That's for sure. Mo Fan immediately responded. Although Chen Xian had a craving for the demonic bile of the winged song wolf, but the battle soul had taken it. It would be unreasonable to reach out to the winged song wolf corpse that had special significance to Zhang Kong and take it again. And people were still the main force this time. It's just a commander. When he advances to be a commander, then he can still eat whatever he wants to in the end. Chen Xian Jinkong and the Blizzard Demon Eagle combined their efforts to move the winged pale wolf's corpse for a day and a night before moving it out of the South Ridge. By the time they arrived here it was already considered to be the Yayan realm. Chopper Hollow went straight back to the Bo Fortress and called for a load of bakers. And a group of people used all sorts of tools to hang the winged pale wolf's corpse and dragged it back to the Bo Fortress. When the corpse of the winged song wolf was dragged to the square and stood up, countless people of Bo City were already in tears and overwhelmed with emotion. This winged song wolf had once brought endless fear and disaster to their homeland, with many families broken and countless living beings suffering. Now that he had finally died under the joint efforts of Zhang Kong and Mo Fan, this victory was not only a deterrent to the demon wolf clan, but also the best spiritual consolation to the people who were still in Bo City, under the sunlight. The huge body of the winged wolf seems to become a witness to history. Bo City will come out of the disaster. Revitalization and vitality. Every Bo City residents who witness this scene, the fear and grief in their hearts are slowly fading, replaced by the determination to rebuild their homes and the vision of the future. Mo Fan's name, too, quickly spread throughout the entire Bo City fortress with this feat, and both the residents and the military mages were in awe when they saw him. Uncle Wang, there's really no need. It won't fit in the house anymore already. Well, this will do. Mo Fan drove away the nth resident of Bo City who came to send gifts of thanks and looked at the door of his house that was chanting stuffed with things. He couldn't help but give a helpless smile. Mo Fan, won't you stay for a few more days? Back in the house, Mo Joshing looked at Mo Fan and asked. No, I'll go back to the Magic City after dinner, to prepare for my breakthrough to the high level. I'll come back some other day. You're okay to stay at my place for a few days. I'll call Xin Xia again. It's been a long time since our family had a meal together. Mo Fan said. Well then, cultivation is most important. I'll go up again when you break through the high level. I won't bother you guys to cultivate now. Mo Jiaxing said. What are you talking about? Cultivation is about having a good mindset. We can't wait for you to come more often. Where would we be disturbed? Eat. After dinner, Chen Xian drove Mo Fan, carrying a dozen or so 3-eyed demon wolf cubs, and re-entered the Pearl Academy. And Mo Fan contacted Zhao Manyan at the first opportunity to ask for his help in disposing of the War General Cubs. 16 War General Cubs were taken away directly at a price of 400 million. Mo Fan Chen Xian was instantly rich, and immediately headed to the auction and market to buy 2-star river veins directly into the hand. Actually spent 220 million is also on the expensive side, counting the 200 million left over from before. Only 380 million left on hand. Chen Xian asked Mo-fan to sell that middle-ranked handle he had outright, replacing it with a soul-ranked handle used by a high-ranked mage, and sticking 300 million into it after the sale. All of a sudden the money is about to be spent again, but it's worth it. This thing not only speeds up the speed of holding the stars, but also speeds up the speed of casting spells. Mo-fan is about to be high-ranked, and a few of the other faculties will also break through soon without any surprises. This handle is just articulated. When the time comes, Chen Xian may have to prepare one alone as well. After all, after experiencing the spell casting speed bonus brought by the handle, it is no longer possible to go back to the previous spell casting experience, leaving the auction house and arriving at the Green Sky Hunting Center. Mo-fan found Old Man Pao and asked him if he had any knowledge of processing Essence Spirit Battle Souls. Then Mo-fan's only remaining $80 million was gone, and he owed $20 million backwards. Pao Old Man or magical powers. A random phone call to help Mo-fan contact a good processor. Only the charge is also really expensive. Directly is $100 million of processing fees, not two prices. Paying half the deposit would have been enough, needing to wait over a month in line, whereas the full payment would have allowed you to jump right into the queue and awaken the war spirit in just a few days. Under Chen Xian's strong request, Mo-fan could only ask Zhao Manyan to borrow $20 million and bite his teeth to pay directly. It's just money, right? Big deal. I'll steal some more warlord pups. A few days later, already Mo-fan once again entered the Three Steps Tower. This time he too did not stay more in the fourth layer. After a slight rest, Chen Xian grabbed Mo-fan and headed towards the fifth layer. Chapter 48, Advancing to higher levels. Soul shaping. They would have discussed it and felt that after breaking through at the fourth level there was a high probability that they still wouldn't be able to break through to the high level of the summoning department unless they used 2-star river veins. But that would be too defeating. That was the backup plan. And they must be saved if they could be saved. Utilizing the increase in cultivation brought about by the fifth layer might be more effective than the star river vein this time. Chen Xian had a headache after climbing only half the height, and the mental pressure was too massive, sending Mo-fan back to the fourth floor after another dozen steps. Mo-fan was exhausted by the time he finished the second half of the climb. His magical energy nearly depleted, and it took him a day to recover. Once again using the old method to pull Chen Xian up. It's not bad. There's a 50 times. Try practicing and see if you can find a breakthrough. Chen Xian said. Yes. Mo-fan began to sit and meditate, recalling the feeling he had when he broke through the intermediate level, constantly using his mental intent to keep stimulating the summoning system nebulae, which shone brightly in his mental world, as he attempted to touch and guide those star children through his mental intent, making them more active and stronger, as a way to explore the mysteries of higher level magic, seeking to break through the existing shackles and move towards the high-level magician. A day passed and a special magic fluctuation surged out of Mo-fan's body. He finally found that feeling of an impending breakthrough and took out the Star River vein to use it on the spot. The vein of the Star River is as big as a goose egg, shaped like a diamond, but more crystalline than a diamond, dotted with countless dense points of light. A closer look will find that they are like a river of stars in general, beautiful and bright. Mo-fan clutched the pulse of the Star River, combining its magical power closely with his own spiritual intent, and that power poured down like a vast river of stars, sinking into his summoning system nebula. Those stars that originally flickered faintly in the nebula, catalyzed by the power of the vein of the Star River, suddenly glowed with unprecedented brilliance, like the brightest stars in the night sky, leaping up one by one, creating a subtle but strong connection with each other, as if they were woven into a complicated and mysterious constellation. Mo-fan was fully focused, guiding this massive force through the summoning system nebula, impacting the barrier that was blocking him from moving towards the higher ranks. Each impact caused him immense pain, but at the same time, it also brought a hint of joy and anticipation that he was about to break out of his cocoon. Half an hour passed, the barriers around the nebula layer by layer broken, the nebula into a river of stars, 343 stars into a river of stars, the whole river of stars just in Mo-fan's spiritual world flow. Then before the constrained nebula is more magnificent and magnificent, the starlight is linked together, aesthetically pleasing in the vastness of the spiritual universe flow, finally breaking through the high rank. Whoops, Mo-fan roared out in excitement. Having only used one Star River vein, that's how this $100 million was saved. Chen Xian, who was meditating at the side, also woke up, and looking at the high-level aura and summoning system fluctuations overflowing around Mo-fan, he immediately understood. An inexplicable suppression disappeared, and Chen Xian felt that he had become ready to evolve again. Even as the energy in his body urged him to hurry up and advance, he also wanted to advance as soon as possible, but in order to use the winged pale wolf's battle spirit, it was better to be safe and break through the spatial department to a high rank first. You can adapt to the summoning department high rank first, and I'll call for your help when I'm ready. Chen Xian said as he took out the Star River Pulse and started to break through the spatial department. High rank. Mo Fan nodded and didn't say anything. He also knew that soul shaping was extremely dangerous, but he couldn't persuade Chen Xian. Just like he wouldn't give up on getting stronger, Chen Xian used today to easily break through the high level of the spatial system. His soul has long reached the level of the commander. The spiritual power is naturally higher. Usually hiding in the contract space, nothing to do but meditate all the time. There has long been a feeling of breakthrough, including the sound system is also. After the high level of the space department, Chen Xian's control over space had increased drastically, and there was a feeling that he could cut through space with a light touch, only to see his arm reach directly into the middle of a certain familiar space with a single swipe of the void. Sure enough, after awakening the spatial control power, he himself was able to freely travel through space and freely enter and exit the contracted space. A breakthrough of a high rank would naturally bring a high rank soul as well, providing help for Chen Xian's soul shaping. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly took out the winged Song Wolf's battle soul and said to Mo Fan, "I'm ready." Mo Fan immediately came back from his cultivation and looked at the winged pale wolf battle spirit in Chen Xian's hand with an indescribably worried expression on his face. Soul shaping is from the destruction and remodeling of the soul. The pain of the soul is the most difficult to endure. Not only need a strong soul strength, but also need a strong faith. Chen Xian alone tugged on the winged pale wolf's beast soul, introducing it towards himself. A body can only have one soul. Once another complete soul intrudes into the words, the first thing its own soul has to do is to reject. Once the intervening soul is almost to dominate the body, the two souls will kill each other. As soon as the winged Song Wolf's battle soul touched Chen Xian's soul couldn't stop trying to repel it. And at this time, he possessed a higher degree of initiative, only that he forced himself to endure this feeling of rejection and allowed the soul of the winged Song Wolf to enter this body bit by bit. And as the winged Song Wolf gradually integrated, his consciousness was slowly reviving. Chen Xian's soul was also finally able to reach him. Enter the tussle stage. Without any politeness and without any intention of retreating, Chen Xian directly attacked the winged Song Wolf soul body, tearing off and devouring its massive soul body bit by bit. Outside, Mo Fan and Chen Xian were connected by heart, and were using their spiritual power to deftly suppress the winged Song Wolf's ferocity, making it difficult for him to resist. And the winged Song Wolf could only watch as his battle soul was slowly torn apart by Chen Xian, becoming Chen Xian's soul nourishing liquid. It didn't take long for the winged Song Wolf to be completely devoured by Chen Xian, and Mo Fan in the outside world breathed a sigh of relief as a result. Chen Xian, on the other hand, continued to meditate, digesting this soul force. Gradually Chen Xian's mind began to emerge memories that did not belong to him. They were all memories of a wolf. Memories of the winged pale wolf's fights from childhood to adulthood began to slowly emerge in his mind. I see. Is this the side effect of soul shaping? Inheriting someone else's power while also having to inherit his chaotic and unpleasant memories. Chen Xian silently endured. I am the spirit world. The spatial star river was in the center, and the sound nebula was on the side. Surrounding them were some stray demonic energies that Chen Xian needed to mobilize when he used his demonic techniques. The soul power of the winged Song Wolf soul body that had been torn apart by Chen Xian was mixed in with this demonic power, and Chen Xian needed to continue tearing these broken pieces apart bit by bit, shattering them until his own demonic power was able to be completely fused and absorbed. And in the process of fusion, there was the inevitable need to accept the chaotic and unbearable spiritual memory fragments of the winged pale wolf, which could be said to be very torturous. Chapter 49. Promotion to Commander. However, Chen Xian could see that the original life value belonging to himself in the soul melting furnace was constantly on the rise. Soul furnace, 7764, plus 11365, in parentheses is one's base lifesteal, and 7764 is the lifesteal that the soul furnace provides for one. Now Chen Xian finally understood why the soul melting furnace didn't take away the entire essence when Chen Xian was involved in the kill. He just siphoned off a strand of pure and flawless essence, which had accumulated to provide Chen Xian with a powerful soul force. Time slowly passed. 2 days. Chen Xian finally completely digested the winged pale wolf soul power. The original bright and dark fluttering demonic power seemed to have become solid, and also colored with the winged pale wolf's wind attribute. Digesting the soul power of the winged pale wolf caused Chen Xian to be slightly mentally disturbed, and the illusion of the wolf's memories often appeared in his mind. Still, he insisted on completing his advancement in the 3 steps tower. I'm going to start advancing, Chen Xian said to Mo Fan. Don't worry, the summoning department has just broken through with a very sufficient amount of magical energy. I will supply it to you first, Mo Fan said solemnly. Chen Xian took a deep breath, the tension and anticipation within him turning into endless motivation as he decided to follow that strong desire to advance within him, no longer suppressing it, but releasing it fully. In an instant, a fluctuation that shook heaven and earth erupted abruptly, and the entire 3 steps tower was enveloped by this shockwave. The atmosphere oppressive and solemn, only to see Chen Xian's werewolf body, which was originally 18 meters tall, begin to expand dramatically, his bones emitting bursting noises within his body, and then rapidly regenerating. Every inch of his bones greedily drawing power and growing. Chen Xian endured unprecedented severe pain. His flesh and blood bursting in the expansion of his bones but miraculously reborn quickly. His internal organs suffered damage in the compression and remodeling of his bones but were reorganized under the effect of the powerful life force, forming a more efficient and sturdy life circulation system. Especially eye-catching is that its back suddenly gave birth to a pair of large bone spikes, which struggled to penetrate the flesh. The left and right sides of the gradual extension. The end of the bone spikes into 3 can be freely retractable giant bone gun. The construction of a unique, both power and aesthetics. As if it was a clever fusion of the natural world and mechanical science and technology to eye in this series of devastating transformations, Chen Xian's muscle fibers underwent countless ruptures and regenerations, becoming even stronger and fuller, wrapping tightly around his bones like steel bars and iron cables, and every subtle movement contained incomparably powerful kinetic energy. His chest was like a stirring war drum, his heartbeat thundering, each beat releasing rolling life force that drove the amazing metamorphosis underway in every part of his body. As the bones in his body continued to reshape and strengthen, Chen Xian's size continued to climb, at one point exceeding 50 meters, his skin glowing with a metallic luster under the agitation of his power. And those newborn bones were not only stronger, but also came with mysterious runic imprints, as if they were a direct embodiment of the laws of nature. At this moment, Chen Xian seemed to be transformed into an ancient beast that was awakening. Each shattering and rebirth of bones was accompanied by a deafening roar, and each rupture and healing of flesh and blood shone with the light of life. Mo Fan held his breath and concentrated. He went all out to channel high-level magic energy into Chen Xian. His face was slightly pale, but he did not flinch. He knew that this was the critical moment for Chen Xian to advance to the commander level. He had to pour out all his summoning system magic energy to help him. Suddenly, the power within Chen Xian's body reached its peak. The bones in his body stopped growing crazily, and all of his power converged in one place at this moment, like a whirlpool in the ocean, deeply attracting the elemental forces around him. Immediately after, an unprecedented amount of demonic power erupted from Chen Xian's body. His wolf head's eyes lit up with eye-catching golden flames, a mixture of wisdom and bravery, revealing endless depth and vigor. His wolf claws became even sharper like knives, and the hooves and paws underneath his feet were hardened like fine gold, clanging when they landed, slicing through the ground and leaving a deep imprint. The 6 bone spears on his back flashed coldly under the light, and a ring of demonic power aura lingered around Chen Xian's body, like a commander who dominated the battlefield. Majestically regal, he let out a heaven-shaking roar from his mouth, announcing that he had officially broken through to the commander level, and an unprecedented power and confidence filled his entire body. Mo Fan watched this scene with nervousness and excitement. Chen Xian with this size and this selling look, it was no exaggeration to say that just after advancing was enough to reign supreme amongst the commanders. Fighting 5 winged pale wolves is no problem at all. Chen Xian raised his hand and clenched his fist. The airflow in his palm was squeezed to emit a sonic boom of movement. Feeling the exhilarating strength all over his body, he felt incomparably intoxicated. At this time, the size was fixed at 53 meters. Looking down, Mo Fan was just like a mole cricket. And this size was considered huge among the monarchs, certainly not compared to a super huge one like the totem and the corpse of the mountain heavenly crown purple limegot tree. However, he believed that he would have the opportunity to surpass them in the future. And with the amount of food and strength he had now, he was already in a position to brush up on the tiers of the feast. How shocking! You guys have actually broken through the high rank with the commander level. A familiar voice came from the steps. One could only see Dean Xiao slowly walking up to the 5th floor with a pleased smile on his face. Dean Xiao, why are you here? Mo Fan said in surprise. If I don't come, you guys are going to tear down the 5th floor. Dean Xiao said without a trace of anger. Originally, he was in the principal's office drinking tea and having a meeting, when he suddenly felt a strange force appearing in the 3 steps tower, and the commotion seemed to be a bit big, so he personally rushed over to confirm it. This time, he realized that Mo Fan had quietly already broken through to the high level, while his contracted beast was advancing to the commander level, and immediately cast a spell to fortify this layer. The 3-step tower is big. Let's make a small breakthrough which can be demolished, Mo Fan said angrily. Every piece of space in the 3 steps tower is very important and cannot be damaged. Who let you advance for the contracted beasts in the 3 steps tower, or to advance such a powerful commander? In case there are any consequences, can you afford it? Dean Xiao said sternly. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not unaware of this, and no one told me no. Promise I won't in the future. Of course he couldn't tell Dean Xiao that it was strongly requested by Chen Xian and could only muddle through on that. Fortunately, Dean Xiao didn't pursue the matter too much. After all, it didn't cause any major consequences. Instead he asked, how long have you been in the main campus? You've broken through to the high level. What are your plans for the future? There's nothing planned for now. Let's continue mixing at the academy first. And in the future I should also be a hunter. Mo Fan said truthfully, since you don't have any future plans, I can arrange one for you. Do you know about the World State House competition? Dean Xiao asked, Chapter 50-50. Jet Flight. What is the World Academy competition? Mo Fan had a puzzled look on his face. This was something that Chen Xian hadn't told him yet. The World Academy competition is the national team playing the national team. Limiting age and cultivation. Basically college students. It suits you. At this time, the Chen Xian above his head spoke. With a size of more than 50 meters, his speech was no different from that of a normal person. After all, he was relying on sound magic to speak. Dean Xiao looked up at Chen Xian. He could feel the fluctuations of the sound system, but he couldn't tell if it was magic or demonic magic. He was just surprised that Mo Fan's contracted beast had such a high level of spiritual intelligence and knew so much about human affairs. He's right, but there's also a year-long training session in between, where the State House team will go on adventures around the world to explore their own opportunities. I highly recommend you to participate. With your strength, this session should be able to bring a very good result for our country, Dean Xiao said. He was now incomparably optimistic about Mo Fan, not because of anything else, but this growth rate, it was just too fast. Hey, Dean Xiao, it's incumbent to serve the country. It's these 3 steps to the tower, said Mo Fan, who was already heartbroken after hearing this, but still said in a bitchy manner. 3-step tower. Before you have graduated you will be able to get the treatment of the main campus. If you think it is not enough, you can consider graduating earlier and join the Pearl as a teacher. We have more favorable treatment for vocational education personnel. Dean Xiao's eyes reflected to cover the treacherous eyes. Ugh, I don't have the energy to be a teacher. Then there's another way. As long as you lead the national government team to a good result in the national government competition, you can use these 3-step towers however you want, Dean Xiao added. Then I have to fuck up the other countries, Mo Fan said, and he put up a fight for the 3-step tower. The candidates for the State House competition still need to go through the nomination battle and ballots, and it will start in a while, so you guys should leave the 3 steps tower for now, Dean Xiao said. Isn't there still 2 more days of cultivation? Mo Fan wondered. Dean Xiao looked around and felt the drastically decreasing elemental concentration and said without any good humor, because you two are casually messing around. This cultivation space needs to be maintained now, so you guys should go first. Let's go. Mo Fan. Chen Xian didn't say anything more. He knew that it was because he caused this, casually taking a step forward. His body disappeared like a phantom and entered the contract space. This hand looked at Dean Xiao and Mo Fan were incomparably surprised that there was actually a spatial attribute. After Mo Fan left the 3 steps tower, Chen Xian couldn't wait to try out his current strength and immediately urged Mo Fan to head to the outskirts. When Mo Fan flew to the outskirts of the magic city on the Blizzard Devil Eagle, Chen Xian ran out by himself, only to see a blurring and transformation of the space behind Mo Fan. And Chen Xian's 53-meter giant werewolf appeared. At this time Mo Fan was still in the air. Chen Xian was naturally in the air when he came out. Under the effect of gravity Chen Xian quickly fell towards the ground. At this time he manipulated his back 6 bone guns towards the ground with a thought. The demonic power that had liquefied at some point in the spirit world was mobilized by him, and the spell patterns on the exoskeleton of Chen Xian's body lit up one by one, and an intense energy converged on the strangely shaped bone wings behind him. The 6 bone lances on the 2 pairs of bone wings suddenly spewed out intense blue high-temperature airflow, as if they were rocket propellers, causing Chen Xian to quickly adjust his stance in the air to counteract the downward trend. The blue flame sprayed by the bone gun was like a shooting star breaking through the night sky, hot and swift, instantly transforming into surging power, allowing Chen Xian's huge body to not only stabilize the downward trend, but also to flip and climb in mid-air in a robust manner. With the help of this powerful reaction force, Chen Xian not only avoided falling, but instead displayed amazing agility in the air. The continuous output of the high-temperature airflow sprayed by the bone lance's wings propelled him to soar through the sky. Alongside the blast wind demon eagle, Chen Xian's evolution was indeed noteworthy. The wings he possessed were not the pliable feathers of ordinary creatures, but a bone structure full of sci-fi, as mysterious and powerful as that of the heavenly wisdom dragon, combining both biological and mechanical beauty, just like an interstellar battleship soaring through the heavens. Sharp and elegant, the high-temperature airflow came from the combined product of the fire attribute demonic power born after the advancement in the winged pale wolf's wind attribute demonic power. The commander-class bloodline Chen Xian used gave him a golden flame when he broke through that he could release by spitting, while the winged pale wolf's wind attribute demonic power was freer and could be released at will, and the high-temperature airflow's demonic power, on the other hand, could only be released from the bone spikes. This meant that there were other parts of Chen Xian's body that could eject hot air currents, such as the heels, elbows, knees, head, back, and tail. Bone spurs grew in these places, and as Chen Xian moved his mind, the bone spurs at his heels ejected powerful high-temperature airflow. his speed and maneuverability instantly increased by a notch, making his figure in the air even more agile and nimble, just like a hybrid of a living mechanical Godzilla and a skywise dragon, dazzling to the extreme and shocking to the entire audience. Fan twisted his head to take a look and his eyes lit up. There is no man who doesn't love monsters and giant mechs, and immediately said to Chen Xian, "Brother Xian, please do let me ride it." The corners of Chen Xian's mouth twitched. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? But he still didn't refuse and allowed him to carry him towards the distance after putting away the blasted wind demon eagle. "Turn on the navigation. Let's measure the speed," Chen Xian said. "No problem." Fan said. Chen Xian properly placed Fan in the protective space formed by the tough-as steel hairs on his neck to ensure his safety. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian adjusted his stance and prepared to fly at full speed with all his might. In an instant, apart from the bone spurs that maintained his balance and steering, the rest of the bone spurs parts of his body that could release hot airflow activated at the same time, and a blue stream of scorching hot air shot out like rocket propellers, instantly propelling Chen Xian into the night sky as his speed soared. Under the precise measurement of the navigation system, Chen Xian's speed data was sharply refreshed. 100, 200, 300. It didn't take long to come to 855 kilometers per hour, only to want to continue to improve. Very difficult. It seemed that the current limit was just like this. This speed was already completely hanging on to the blasted wind demon eagle. No matter how fast he glided, no matter how much the wind demonic method was pushed, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the principle of jet flight. Chen Xian was still quite satisfied with the result. After all, there was still his weight to consider. At 53 meters tall, plus the weight and mass provided by the feast, it would have to be tens of thousands of tons anyhow, but he was still quite surprised to be able to propel his size to such high speeds. The process of evolution would be affected by the will of the individual. In Chen Xian's subconscious, he just wanted a pair of wings that could jet. After all, it was impossible to glide faster than jet. This was common sense in a scientific realm. Chapter 51. 51. Hell's curses for the wing magic tools and wind wings. These people also do not rely on gliding to enhance their speed, but rely on wind magic to propel themselves, made to look like wings just to better and better balance in the sky. After his advancement, Chen Xian's strength ushered in a huge leap. His huge size as well as his terrifying strength made him a bit invincible in melee combat. And now this blue high-temperature air jet gave him terrifying maneuverability. Imagine how terrifying it would be for a heavy fist of tens of thousands of tons to hit a sonic boom under a burst of power with high-temperature air jet propulsion. This wasn't even the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that he was also a space system high-level mage. Once this combo reached close quarters through instantaneous movement, it would be a nightmare for all mages. There was an additional surprise for breaking through the commander level. And that was the addition of another one of his golden fingers, Goldfinger. Hell's curse function: collect souls to close into the lantern. Consume a certain number of souls to increase magic power and magic resistance. Chen Xian's spiritual world had an additional ghostly green lantern. This lantern was very simple in function and not difficult to use. Absorbing souls only required a touch and it could be drawn into it or released. You can also have the lanterns refine the souls in them, which will be transformed into curses, which will provide magic resistance and magic bonuses to Chen Xian. Curses, to put it bluntly, and blessings are the same thing. The essence is a kind of wish. For example, cursing you to heal your injuries, blessing you to die. The two in turn is actually not much difference, except that one comes from the Dark King, one from the divine soul Athena. Although Chen Xian's hellish curse was called a curse, it did not come from the power of the Dark King, but was based on the most essential power of wishing. And his natural existence belonged to the entire world rather than a particular individual. The new golden finger is still the series of getting stronger by killing monsters. Chen Xian is beginning to doubt that this golden finger is not the kind of killing and upgrading game to come. Come on, don't go back to school for a while. Let's go to Cave Lake and have some fun. Let's see if we can catch the stupid dog Lun Yan, Chen Xian said, just in time to try out the strength of his new golden finger with the promotion. Caveman. Great. I've wanted to fuck those stupid giant lizards for a long time. If we meet Lun Yan, I guarantee that we'll make him eat his words, Fan said with an excited face. Just like this, Chen Xian moved forward at full speed. At this moment, Chen Xian's figure was like a heavily armed supersonic fighter jet, leaving a brilliant blue trajectory in the air, all the way through quite a few demonic regions, causing turmoil among the demons. But fortunately, Chen Xian was now also strong. Not many dared to mess with himself. In only an hour's time, Chen Xian flew Fan to the plains of Dongting Lake, to the edge of Jinlin City, and he was exhausted because of it. Fast was really fast and the consumption was really high. Originally full of demonic power, at the moment has very little left, less than 1/10 more. The consumption of full speed flight is really too great. Chen Xian usually used to fight to assist a little bit of stance. Enhanced mobility is not much to consume. Used to catch up on the road is a bit of a luxury. Walk in. I'm out of breath. Chen Xian said. Mo Fan nodded and walked forward alone. While Chen Xian was a spatial phantom and disappeared back into the contract space, it couldn't be helped. His size was too big and his aura breath was too terrifying. Approaching less than 1,000 meters away would have to scare the demons away and even attract the attention of the commander level, but it didn't matter. It would allow Mo Fan to get close, and he would then protrude from the contract space on his way to decimate all those lizard skull giant demons. Soon after, Mo Fan had stepped into the ruins of the Golden Forest deserted city, looking at the scene in front of him with mixed feelings in his heart. Thinking back to the last time he came here, he was still extremely weak and had to flee in haste in the face of Lun Yan's oppression, and now, when he returned again, he had long since changed, and even the giant lizard pseudo-dragon that had once terrified him had the courage and strength to deal with it. Head dash on. Mo Fan quickly found a huge swamp in the middle of the city, which was inhabited by several nests of lizard skull giant demons, and there were even War Admiral level giant death lizards hiding inside. There is nothing to say. Chen Xian immediately cut through the space, rushed out. The swampy land does not affect his courage. 50 meters of giant height, a foot down on the spot, stomped a lizard skull giant demon. Chen Xian hands 5 claws open, like catching fish, general precision probe into the swamp, grabbed 2 lizard skull giant demon. A pinch burst in his sound magic perception. These swamp under the lizard skull giant demons simply know where to hide. Even the heartbeat Chen Xian can be perceived. A lopsided massacre was staged in this swamp in the city, and Chen Xian didn't wail as soon as he came out for fear of scaring away these lizard skull giant demons, until he killed a dozen or so lizard skull giant demons. These stupid giant lizards reacted to run, but unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Xian's hands, feet and wings were able to exterminate a giant lizard with his hands, and with his high-intensity maneuverability, he easily exterminated these guys cleanly. Until then, he started his meal. This time he didn't pull out his heart. Instead he grabbed the giant lizard to the part of the demon's guts directly as a mouthful of bites down. The remaining corpses were not wasted. As much as he could bite, the layers of the feast have also begun to increase for the first time in a long time. Ha! Brother Xian, how come none of the essence remnants exploded this time? Mo Fan wondered. It's all for me to absorb, and in the future, all souls touched by me will be absorbed directly, Chen Xian explained. Hiss, then won't I have to fight my own essence spirits in the future? Relying on Chen Xian. Along the way Mo Fan didn't know how many remnants of his essence he had picked up, and now he had 2 of his middle-ranked magics strengthened to the 4th level. At this point, when he was told that he wouldn't be able to whore himself out in the future, it was still a bit hard for Mo Fan to accept. You're not weak anymore. You also have the ability to kill demons and kill demons alone. And don't forget that you haven't awakened a new lineage yet. No surprises. You'll have to awaken 2 more lineages this time. Chen Xian said. That's right. I can't rely on you for everything. I'm strong too, alright. Mo Fan cheered himself up. But as soon as he thought of awakening 2 more faculties, he felt a headache. So many faculties to cultivate. It was simply making things difficult for him. Go on. Just follow this routine. Let's try to kill more giant lizards. It's best to kill the Golden Forest Barren City and use it as a stronghold to enter Dongting Lake in the future, Chen Xian said after examining the corpses of the giant lizards slightly and taking out the foreign bones and loading them into his space bracelet. Mo Fan walked towards the next swamp, not hurrying to the giant lizards. The next moment, Chen Xian rushed out of the void, slaughtering the group of giant lizards without reservation as he had done, followed by a one-stop service of soul-sucking, heart-pulling, and bone-breaking for 2 consecutive days. Mo Fan Chen Xian too swept around the ruined mountain peak where the giant lizard false dragon was located, and dozens of lizard skull giant demons' nests were directly destroyed by Chen Xian. Chapter 52. 52. The Great Desolate Star Fall. The rest were all closer to the ruined mountain peaks. Any closer would attract the attention of the giant lizard pseudo-dragons, and although they weren't afraid of him, if they slaughtered him directly, they would definitely scare all of the giant lizards away. Although the 2 of him had decided to sweep the Golden Forest desolate city, they had no intention of letting these demons leave alive, and they still wanted to kill them all if they could. It is worth mentioning that Chen Xian and Mo Fan found a large number of giant lizard eggs in these nests. There is no lack of giant death lizards such as the War General level, directly all loaded into the space bracelet. When the time comes, you can take it back to sell it. This thing can even be boiled and eat it. I'm ready. Can you hold your own? Chen Xian asked. I'm fine with it. I'll kill as many of these little demons as come, Mo Fan said after sweeping the surrounding giant lizard nests. The 2 of them were finally going to launch an attack on the ruined mountain peaks, with Chen Xian naturally in charge of killing the giant lizard pseudo-dragons, while Mo Fan was in charge of killing those small monsters. The small monsters near the giant lizard false dragon were all much more powerful, and the number of giant death lizards was much higher, and many of the lizard cranium giant demons were in the advanced stage, making them much harder to deal with than the ones in the swamp. However, Mo Fan's strength is not to be underestimated now. The 3 combat faculties are all in the state of mid-rank full cultivation, and the skills are all at level 4, with the blasted wind demon eagle. It's enough to defeat dozens of war generals. I'm on first. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he decisively struck. The wings of the bone lance closed. The bone lance went vertically downwards, instantly releasing a powerful high-temperature airflow, accompanied by a deafening roar. He was like a blue meteor sprinting towards the sky. This move immediately caused the giant lizard pseudo-dragon on the ruined mountain peak to become highly alert, its large vertical pupils suddenly opening up, closely tracking Chen Xian's approaching figure. After arriving at an altitude of 3,000 meters, Chen Xian quickly adjusted his course, pointing directly at the core area of the ruined mountain peaks, i.e. the lizard pseudo-dragon's lair. With the tail flame behind him at full power, the propulsive force reached its extreme under the superposition of the Earth's gravity, and the speed instantly broke through the speed of sound barrier. Chen Xian incarnated as a blue meteorite whistling down, showing the gargoyle pseudo-dragon the fist that descended from the sky. Great desolate starfall. The giant lizard false dragon immediately realized that danger was approaching, and sure enough, Chen Xian's target was precisely himself, so he immediately made a counterattack, brewing a strong tornado ultrasonic wave in his mouth, spraying it out madly towards the speeding Chen Xian. Although the tornado ultrasonic waves impacted Chen Xian head-on, they were like waves hitting a reef, failing to shake him in the slightest. Chen Xian was like an indestructible sword, penetrating straight through the gargoyle false dragon's spitting attack, only receiving slight resistance and slowing down slightly. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon's tornado ultrasonic waves did not pose a substantial threat to Chen Xian, who, as if carrying a titanic momentum, fell down at a rapid speed without regard to anything else, locking his target firmly on the pseudo-dragon. Faced with the enormous pressure brought about by Chen Xian falling from the sky, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon sensed the fatal crisis out of instinct, and tried to escape quickly out of fear. However, the speed of Chen Xian's charge made the pseudo-dragon's escape attempts come to naught. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian smashed hard against the back of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon with the force of a thunderous thunderbolt, as if a meteorite had struck the ground, and the pseudo-dragon was instantly crushed by the tremendous impact and plopped down at the foot of the ruined mountain peak. Chen Xian's fist pierced through the hard scales and flesh of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon like an armor-breaking cone, directly crushing the pseudo-dragon and running all the way from the top of the mountain to the surface of the former Golden Forest city at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, the entire city shook the ground. The ruined mountain peaks completely collapsed and shattered under this strike, and the explosion like shockwave lifted up the sky of dust, covering the sky and the sun. The scene was like the coming of the end of the world, which was jaw-dropping. The giant lizard false dragon let out a heart-rending wail, its roar of pain and fear echoing throughout the entire region, its life force decaying drastically under this heavy blow from Chen Xian. The strength of Chen Xian's attack was so great that it not only destroyed the giant lizard pseudo-dragon's physical defenses, but also nailed it firmly to the ground. As if the earth couldn't withstand the impact of this power, the pseudo-dragon struggled to get up. Chen Xian, who had already adjusted his stance, immediately swung his tons of heavy fists and heavily smashed his head, which instantly made him dizzy, and before he could react, he was punched again by Chen Xian, followed by a furious storm of life-threatening punches, each of which struck his bloodied and battered skull. In the midst of Chen Xian's meal of ola that did not speak of martial virtues, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon's signs of life dissipated cleanly, and was directly killed alive by him. Mo Fan witnessed all of this from afar and was also shocked by Chen Xian's heaven-destroying power, completely not expecting the powerful giant lizard false dragon to be directly killed by Chen Xian in seconds. At this moment, the dust gradually dispersed, and the huge body of the giant lizard false dragon collapsed into the rubble, losing its vitality, while Chen Xian stood on top of a pile of rubble, his bone lance wings folded up, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, reflecting a heroic and invincible stance. The ruined mountain peak was directly dismantled by Chen Xian's move of the Great Desolate Starfall, and at this moment, the giant lizards inside all ran out, and when they saw Chen Xian directly kill the giant lizard pseudo-dragon in seconds, these giant lizards were scared out of their wits, and ran towards the outside of the city with no life. Finish them off, Chen Xian said. Okay. Mo Fan immediately power up, sitting on the blizzard magic sculpture directly chased after the giant lizard to kill, thunder and firebombing, with the blizzard magic sculpture for mending, chasing whoever dies. After collecting the essence of the giant lizard false dragon, Chen Xian joined in the slaughter of the demons. His killing was incredibly convenient. He only needed to make a charge and it was done. But anyone he stepped on and caught in his claws was basically killed in one hit. The killing efficiency was very high. Not a moment's effort had killed dozens of giant lizards. There was no head that dared to resist. This was the role of the higher demon's oppressive effect on the lower demons. Not more than an hour later, hundreds of giant lizard slaves and war generals alike were directly killed cleanly by Chen Xian and Mo Fan. Although some of them ran away, But it was harmless. Chen Xian immediately began to feast. It was meal time. Finally able to have the strength to brush up on the layers of the feast, while Mo Fan was sorting through the corpses, looking for any foreign bones and such. Chen Xian first went after the giant lizard pseudo-dragon, pulling out his demonic bile and directly smothering it in one gulp. And instantly the feast's experience value added 3,000. Chen Xian did not let go of the other parts of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon. The bloody mouth opened directly to its tearing, bite by bite to devour it. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon's size counting the tail is 35 meters long, although compared to the Chen Xian is very small, but it is clear that it is not his size. A meal can be eaten up however. Feast granted Chen Xian the ability to eat, and no matter how much he ate, he could quickly digest it and convert it into feast experience value. The giant lizard false dragon was reduced to a skeleton in less than an hour. Counting the demon guts he had provided Chen Xian with a full 10,000 experience points, which could be said to be very substantial. Chapter 53. 53. Star River Magic Weapon. Chen Xian also did not waste on the other giant lizards. Before the size is small only to eat the demon bile. Now the size is so big, of course, is directly a mouthful of board. It took more than a day to eat all of them and just spit out the bones, but it was convenient to make a selection, taking all the useful foreign bones and directly weathering the useless ones in situ. Feast, 5 levels, 15664/100000, Soul Furnace, 10,365, plus 23560, Hell's Curse, 0. With just 9 more giant lizard pseudo-dragon-like existences to eat, Chen Xian would be able to obtain another layer of the feast. The Soul Furnace didn't go up that fast. Not nearly as much as it added to his own breakthrough Hell Curse. Chen Xian has not tried it yet. It needs to consume the souls in the lantern to get it. Currently the souls in the lantern are all the giant lizards. There is also a giant lizard pseudo-dragon's essence. This thing was directly killed alive by Chen Xian. Maybe the souls are not infested by magic. Directly bursting out of an essence, this thing should also be worth a bit of money. Chen Xian did not choose to consume it. The remnants of those other giant lizards did not hurt, and directly consumed all of them in one breath. The lantern of the spirit world instantly erupted with an eerie green demonic light, and in the next moment, the remnants of the spirit inside were all digested. Hell's Curse, 10.7% add 10.7% magic immunity and magic bonus straight away? That easy? Chen Xian felt that there must be a demon in here, or else he would have been directly 100% immune to any further random kills. He attempted to use the space system beginner level magic nimble control and found that it really did increase his power by roughly 0.1%. However, when he used the middle-ranked magic spatial rhythm compression, the bonus was only 5%, directly cutting it in half. Sure enough, this bird Goldfinger was still a dangling thing. It couldn't possibly make it that easy for Chen Xian to just fight monsters and become invincible, but even if it was cut in half, Chen Xian casually calculated, wouldn't 200% be immune to mid-order, 400% be immune to high-order, 800% super-order, 1600% forbidden spells? How can this be good? It's too easy. It seems like the problem will only be in which percentage, and by your estimation after 100%, it will just grow in difficulty. Chen Xian had consumed roughly 1,000 residual souls, and the Hell Curse had grown by 10.7%, so if you do the math 10,000 residual souls would be enough to grow to 100%, and you'll naturally know when the time comes. After simply packing up the harvest, Chen Xian left with Mo Fan. Having been out for a few days, none of the high-level new faculties had been awakened yet, so it was just time to go back and sell the stuff, awakening them along the way. After returning to the magic capital, Mo Fan first went to sell all the harvests from the Golden Forest deserted city line. Foreign bones, giant lizard eggs, essence, all added up. The harvest from this trip was actually 400 million. Among them, the essence of the giant lizard pseudo-dragon accounted for the bulk of the essence. Those giant lizard eggs and foreign bone slave level essence are average, adding up to just that much. Not as good as the 3-war general level essence. Chen Xian asked Mo Fan to directly buy a high-level awakening stone, the kind that was full of energy, and directly spend $80 million, and then pay back the money borrowed from Zhao Manyan. $100 million was gone. Found that many people are saying that awakening stone are the same, but in fact the original awakening stone is not the same. You can go to see the 1751 chapter, 1756 chapter, clearly said that the awakening stone required by the superorder is extraordinary, and Mofan superorder awakening of the Earth system is attached to the characteristics. Chen Xian took out his undead magic weapons and speed control magic weapons again and sold them. With a high level of cultivation coupled with the Hell's Curse lantern, these two things were no longer useful. Originally he would like to directly buy a Star River magic weapon, but it is too rare. This thing, the market is not at all. Some are directly as a family heirloom, or is mortgaged out in exchange for some rare resources to go. Basically no one will be used to sell money. Mo Fan directly approached Zhao Manyan. Yet even a princeling like Zhao Manyan could not easily dispose of this level of resources in the Zhao clan. Chen Xian had no choice but to force Mo Fan to go to Old Man Bao again, who was the last divine magistrate and had connections all over the world. After Mo Fan promised Spirit numerous conditions for demon hunting, Old Man Pao finally relented and promised to sell a Star River demon artifact to Mo Fan. Only the opening is 800 million. Where can Mo Fan afford to pay back? Immediately began to bargain. However, the Old Man Bao this goods is also iron. Iron cock of iron. Not a penny less. Mo Fan was very resistant, so he wanted to give it up. But where was Chen Xian willing to do that? It was for him. We'll take it, but we can give him an installment. Pay it off in a year. Mo Fan immediately told Old Man Bao that he didn't have enough money and wanted to pay in installments. Installment is fine. The down payment has to be at least $200 million, or else it's off the table. Deal. If you don't come up within a year, I'm going to take back this Star River demonic artifact. Old Man Pao said indifferently. That's impossible. I'm not going to overstay my welcome. Mo Fan said, paying 200 million. Chen Xian immediately replaced it with a Star River magic weapon worth 800 million. And his cultivation speed was instantly different. And the original one was immediately sold by him. With more than 200 million left in his hand, considering it again and again, he finally bought a Star River pulse. Just in case. Whether it was Mo Fan's other three faculties or Chen Xian's sound faculty, there was the possibility of a breakthrough at any time. So he bought one just in case. Mo Fan returned home, and after getting rid of Itutu's pestering, he immediately ducked into his room and took out the awakening stone, and couldn't wait to put his hand on it. Once, a dazzling silver-white light blossomed on the awakening stone. It was true that it had still awakened the space system just like the original, followed by another flash of strange light. This time it was the chaos system. The butterfly effect brought about by Chen Xian began to appear, due to the fact that he didn't use the blood particles in Jinlin City, and at this time, Mo Fan had entered the high level ahead of schedule. There was simply no demonic lineage that could be awakened. Therefore, space and chaos had awakened at the same time. Mo Fan was thrilled when he finally came to this conclusion after a while of groping in the spirit world. Ha ha, brother Xian, I've awakened both the space and chaos lineages. Mo Fan immediately shared this good news with Chen Xian. It's good to be awakened. There is no difference between high and low, between lineage and lineage. It mainly depends on how deep your understanding of magic is. Spatial chaos is strong, but it requires a very high level of brainpower. It's not something that ordinary people can practice. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he directly took the awakening stone to the contract space and began awakening as soon as he took it into his mouth. In the spirit world, the space system Star River was alone in the center. The sound system Nebula was on the side, and the colorful demonic power was scattered throughout the entire spirit universe in various places. Suddenly, a dark red ferocious light lit up from the edge of the spirit universe, and the dark red light transformed into a tiny stardust that landed next to the sound nebula. Unusually well-behaved Department of Curses. I can't believe I've awakened the curse system. That goes pretty well with his new gold finger, but this lineage seems to be relatively underrepresented in the original, so it's hard to plagiarize the development direction. You need to feel your own way across the river. After this day, Mo Fan's days began to become regular, with a mission to complete the mission, without a mission to go to the cave lake to hunt demons. And only once a month he needed to enter the 3 Steps Tower to cultivate for 7 days. The only thing that has changed is that there was an extra ling-ling when they went to the cave lake. There was no way this was the price for wanting the Star River magic weapon. No one could talk to Old Man Pao except her. It was worth mentioning that Lun Yen had already fallen into the net. A certain military chief had personally taken action to apprehend him. This was the news from Chopping Hollow. In order to erase the taint of the military, someone had also put up a fight. Chapter 54. 54. Totem Gentile Serpent. In the twinkling of an eye 2 months passed. This day Mo Fan came to Hangzhou, took Xinxia to the mall to buy when a huge skyscraper of snake appeared in the window. At first Mo Fan thought it was which skyscraper? That's not Lu, a serpentine super monarch? You'd better not go see him. Until Chen Xian's reminder. Mo Fan, where to restrain curiosity, directly turned his head, carefully observed, followed by the intention to observe. This look, people are given a shock when the serpent of Emotion slowly turned around. The huge face came into view. Even though its form was flattened, it still exuded a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Its eyes were like bright spotlights standing at the top of a tall building, silently focusing on Mo Fan and Xinxia, revealing a disturbing gaze. The neck part of the snake is unusually thick, as if wearing a huge hat shaped by the wind. The whole body is covered with dark scales. In the colorful neon light reflection, the texture on the scales is hidden, more mysterious and majestic. It stood in stature. It looked like a statue, had it not turned its head on its own. Perhaps the vast majority of people thought it was a new skyscraper. Why would such a serpent of the skyscraper appear in the downtown area? For such a being, Just a fling of its body would be enough to devastate the downtown. Oh my god. What's that? Help! Finally, someone noticed this shocking scene, and the surrounding area was in chaos. Mo Fan deadpanned Xia, shielding her behind him, while he began to ask Chen Xian for help. What should we do, Xian? Mo Fan asked anxiously. Don't panic. They're not attacking you. Sure enough, the head of the serpent of Mo Tian slowly approached, as if it had discovered something, but it did not attack them, and moved away in no time. The appearance of the totem Xian snake soon caused panic. Countless people in the neighborhood began to flee in a panic. Traffic congestion in this area. Countless people climbed out of their cars, rolling and crawling to escape from this place. Human mages with wings on their backs quickly arrived on the scene, but there was nothing they could do about it. These people simply did not dare to launch an attack on such a being. Don't even dare to get too close, until it turned itself into a cloud of mist and left. Still no mage dared to use a single spell. Mo Fan inside the restaurant had been drenched in cold sweat. Only after confirming that the Xian snake had really disappeared did he sit down and breathe heavily. Even with Chen Xian's reminder, it was still too scary. Brother Mo Fan, are you alright? Xia worried. And, it's fine. Mo Fan reluctantly returned a hard smile to her. It didn't take long for the news of the totem Xian snake appearing in Hangzhou to spread all over the internet, and Mo Fan immediately took Xia away from here. At the moment he just wanted to send Xia to a safe place. The pressure of online public opinion was so great that the officials quickly stepped in to explain, claiming that this was a kind of beast shadow formation. Not real, but just a phantom, used to deter demons. Many people who weren't there to see it accepted that there were no casualties or building damage after all, but only those who were there to see it with their own eyes knew that it was anything but a mirage. That was a great demon that truly existed. After Mo Fan sent Xia back to school, he immediately tried to figure out what kind of great demon that was. Brother Xian, do you know what kind of snake that is? When things are not decided, directly ask old Grandpa Chen Xian. Totem Basilisk, a supreme monarch level demon. Wherever a demon of this level appears is a purple alert start. Chen Xian said, Supreme Monarch? What realm is a Supreme Monarch again? I've heard of the Monarch level. Mo Fan wondered. Just as there are strengths and weaknesses in the slave level War General level, there are also great strength gaps in the Commander level, and in the Monarch level, Slave level, Slave Advancement Period War General level, War General, Great War General Advancement Period Commander level, Sub-Commander, Commander, Grand Commander, Commander Advancement Period, Monarch level, Sub-Monarch, Minor Monarch, Monarch, Major Monarch, and Supreme Monarch. This is the realm of demonic strength. Chen Xian said, Hiss, wouldn't that totem Xian snake be a Supreme Monarch of the highest realm? Mo Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. Supreme Monarch is not the highest realm for demons. Above the Monarch level there are also Emperor level existences, and the Emperor level is one of only a handful in the entire world, and is often the head of a demonic empire. In short, you only need to know what ecological level the Supreme Monarch is, and you won't encounter anything further up in a short time. Chen Xian said. Oh, hearing Chen Xian's explanation, Mo Fan was already numb. The totem Xian snake actually wasn't an Emperor level demon yet. How terrifying should that Emperor level be? Can't brainstorm. When practicing at night, Mo Fan complained to Chen Xian that he had difficulty entering a meditative state, and as soon as he meditated the image of the totem Xian snake gazing at him would appear in his mind. Chen Xian didn't want to spoil the plot. Xian snake's bodyguard was still very important to Mo Fan, so Chen Xian didn't help him, but only told him that it was a curse, saying that he couldn't do anything about it, and asked him to find some acquaintances in the Judgment Society to solve the problem. An acquaintance of the Trial Council. Mo Fan naturally remembered Tang Yu at the first moment. At this time he was actually not familiar with Ling Qing, so naturally he could only turn to his enlightened teacher Tang Yu. Tang Yu, on the other hand, happened to be in the midst of agonizing over the totem Xian snake's molting stage, just as Mo Fan crashed into the door. Wasn't this a free laborer? When Mo Fan found Tang Yu also told him the way to lift the Xian snake's mind fear, followed by introducing the totem clan to Mo Fan, instilling his identity as a totem guardian in his head. God will have a molting period every 10 years. At this time he is incomparably weak. It will give some natural enemies and those who are scheming to do something wrong an opportunity to take advantage of it. The molting period of God is very sensitive. A little bit of threat may make him become agitated. That's also why he appeared in the center of the city. Tang Yu said, Really, what with me? Mo Fan was directly interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Actually, we suspect that there is a mole within the clan, so we need your help as an outsider for this guardianship program. I'm sure you'll help the teacher, right? After all, you still owe me a favor. Tang Yu said playfully, deciding to tie Mo Fan to the thief ship when she received his call. It's not just a stardust magic weapon. I even saved your life. Big deal. I'll give you back too. Mo Fan said in a wealthy and generous manner. Back in the day was back in the day. You can't count favors like that. Mo Fan finally agreed to Tang Yu's request, who made him a sentimentalist. However, he still offered to take the Xian snake's molted foreign scales as payment. Soon after, Tang Yu received a call from the Judgment Council, and was enraged to learn that someone had used the corpses of 2 poison hunters to design a false accusation against Totem Shen Snake. Mo Fan followed Tang Yu as he rushed to the Hangzhou Magic Association building and arrived in the trial conference hall. After listening to the big drama of the meeting between Zhu Meng and Luo Coronet, he was also informed of Zhu Meng's attitude this time, which was that he must eradicate the Totem Shen Snake. Chapter 55-55. The plague. Zhu Meng had been eyeing the Totem Shen Snake for a long time. The 2 poison hunter corpses were nothing more than a front. As long as the Totem Shen Snake appeared in the downtown area, he would be able to find a random reason to make a move on it. Who made him a trial counselor? In order to completely unfold his hidden strategy and gain more support to climb to a higher position. In his eyes, the death of a totem is no big deal. When the meeting was over and the crowd had left, Tang Zhong and the other Totem Guardian clan immediately decided to bring the Totem Shen Snake out of the West Lake ahead of time, heading to a safe place to molt. Just like that, Mo Fan followed Tang Yu to the West Lake once again, and this time the Totem Shen Snake finally showed up. Gollum gollum gollum, the surface of the water rolled up violently, and from this rolling motion, one could tell that this underwater thing must be huge and incomparable. Sure enough, a shocking black shadow slowly surfaced, and it was impossible to imagine how this tiny piece of water could hide such a huge mojo. The dark shadows gradually became clearer and broke the surface of the water, and a large snake's head finally appeared, its sleek body appearing to shimmer in the moonlight. Gulp! Mo Fan involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of water as he watched this scene. The Totem Shen Snake first glanced at Tang Yu, followed by gazing at Mo Fan once again. Big guy, that Zhu Meng is coming after you again. I'll take you away now. That one is my student Mo Fan, Tang Yu said as she jumped onto the Shen Snake's head. However, the Shen Snake didn't respond to Tang Yu right away. Instead, it continued to stare at Mo Fan, looking at him uncomfortably, feeling like he was going to be swallowed the next moment. Why does he keep staring at me? Mo Fan asked nervously. Tang Yu also sensed that something was wrong, and suddenly, she thought of an unbelievable possibility and immediately asked, Mo Fan, have you broken through to the higher ranks? My summoning department has broken through to the high level, Mo Fan said truthfully. Tang Yu suddenly opened her mouth wide, looking at Mo Fan's eyes full of shock. To know that she herself had awakened magic years before Mo Fan did not know how many years, and only just now broke through the high level, while Mo Fan, the student's associate department, broke through first. No wonder the big guy has been staring at you. During molting he was very sensitive to any existence above the high rank and commander level, but I'll explain it for you. Tang Yu immediately began to pacify the Totem Shen Snake, showing that Mo Fan was here to help him, and under her persuasion, the Totem Shen Snake also lowered its guard and obediently retreated into the totem bead. Let's go. We're going to send the big guy to White Mountain, Tang Yu said. Mo Fan nodded and summoned the blistering wind demon eagle, pulling Tang Yu to ride on it, and considering the sensitivity of the Totem Shen Snake, he stopped shouting Chen Xian out to irritate him. However, with the maneuverability of the blasted wind demon eagle and the terrifying perception of the Shen Snake's molt stage, it was impossible for Zhu Meng's people to discover them all the way to the west. The White Mountain is in the westernmost After crossing the White Town will arrive, because there is a flight summoning beast. Mo Fan and Tang Yu's rush speed is not at all the original walking comparable. Also do not need to enter the White Town to rest. And Zhu Meng has not reacted to the Shen Snake to put the White Mountain to go. In fact, Chen Xian was quite puzzled. Totem Shen Snake was a supreme monarch no matter what. If he wanted to run away, he still needed Tang Yu, this little Karami, to help him. You can just fly away in the clouds yourself. It's not like a molt is so weak that you can't even move. The most outrageous is Zhu Meng. This bastard is actually so brainwashed that he let the adjutant bring some middle-rank trainee judges to chase after them, really thinking that the Totem Shen Snake is some kind of dish. Even if he was weaker, that size would still be able to casually take down a super-ranked mage if he launched into a rage. And he didn't even know how to think about it. After sending the Shen Snake to the White Mountain, Mo Fan Tang Yu's mission is completed. Unlike the original, because no conflict broke out, Zhu Meng also has no reason to arrest people. Shen Snake ran away on their own. Who can you blame? In contrast, Chen Xian could only lament that it was not worthy of a dry meal. Soon the first few infected showed up dead, and the many pharmacists were shocked at how quickly the disease died. From infection to death in less than a week, this meant that more people would die next, and even White Town was only the first location, and although it had been quarantined, there was no guarantee that more places would not be infected afterward as well. The next development was exactly the same as the original. Even the people of the Totem Guardian clan didn't trust him, and Tang Yu himself was beginning to falter. Outside the quarantine zone, the top healing mages are gathered in one room. They are facing the grim reality that in 3 days the first infected may be marching to their deaths. and at present they can only calculate the remaining survival time, unable to find a cure, and are plunged into an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. One of them reported to the leader known as Mr. Deer, "We have only 3 days left, and in 3 days the first infected will all turn out to be as miserable as the last time we saw them, for a total of..." Mr. Deer raised his hand to interrupt the report, knowing the data like the back of his hand. What worried him more than the number of the first infected was the exponential growth in the number of subsequent infected, which could no longer be accurately counted. "If we can find the source of the disease, we can develop an antidote," the man in the white hat said. "Since everyone agrees that this plague is related to the giant snake that has appeared downtown, why hasn't targeted action been taken immediately?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Zhong and Xu Meng walked into the tent meeting, and Mr. Deer glanced at them without letting the man say anything more. "Tang Zhong, do you want to watch the body marks spread all over the place? As long as you don't do anything now, your wish will come true," Xu Meng said with incomparable exasperation. Tang Zhong doesn't look relaxed either, and he's shaken by the fact that he wants to get this thing over with as soon as possible. "I'll have Tang Yu bring back the totem's blood. If the plague is truly due to him, his blood will do the trick." Tang Zhong eventually compromised. Soon after, Tang Yu went on another trip to the White Mountain with Mo Fan, fetching the blood of the Xian snake and handing it over to the group of apothecaries to have it tested. Chapter 56. 56. Thunder Ring of Punishment Formation. Before the lab results came out, bad news came from the western fortress of HZ City. A large group of crazy white demonic eagles surged out of the western ridge, approaching towards the city, and no matter how much magic bombardment was used, there was no way to dissuade them for a while. The situation in Hangzhou was aggravated, and several of the Judgment Society's top brass couldn't figure out how. For good reason. These originally peaceful white devil eagles would suddenly attack the city, especially the heavily guarded HZ City. Shilling, located in the western part of Hangzhou, has become a no-fly zone for mages due to the fact that a group of white devil eagles with violent temperament and strong sense of territory live there. Despite its proximity, the white devil eagle had not violated human territory in decades, causing the defenders of Fortress West to let their guard down for a time. However, when the plague struck HZ City, this group of white demon eagles took advantage of the fire. Now, the military mages of the Western Fortress line up to face a massive demonic invasion not seen in decades. Namely the swarm of white demon eagles flying densely from the sky. The military mages wouldn't sit around waiting for the white devil eagles to beat them to the door. They planned to take a direct ride on the Skyhawks to clear them out. Only the unexpected happened. When they gave the order to take off, all the Sky Eagles were unresponsive, and the Sky Eagles that had originally been trained to be absolutely obedient began to resist the humans' orders, and even began to break free from their bonds and flee. The military mages were instantly puzzled, and it was only when the chief tamer made a judgment call and confirmed that the Skyhawks were rebelling because of the higher-blooded monarch-level eagle demons that the military mages finally relented and shot all of them on the spot. Pieces and pieces of Skyhawk fell under the blood of execution. The war hadn't even begun when the military mages cut themselves off. The white magic eagles weren't particularly high in rank. The biggest problem was that they were birds of prey. The magicians on the ground couldn't reach them at all. The birds of prey attacking the city had always been the most difficult to guard against, and without the Sky Eagle, there were a few mages in the entire barracks that could take off, so how could they fend off that large group of white devil eagles? Linging Temple Trial Meeting. The news of the Western Fortress reached here in the first place. The entire conference room of the presiding judges and counselors looked grave and maintained a serious silence. No one had expected the situation to be so serious. Whether it was the sudden plague or the white devil eagles that attacked the city on a large scale, we're in a state of internal and external trouble. Has Mr. Deer developed a potion to ward off the plague? Xu Meng asked. The potion is available, but the potion developed through blood only has a resistance effect and cannot eradicate it. We need the bile of the totem Xian snake or something more. Mr. Deer replied. Tang Zhong frowned and said to Tang Yu, make a trip to God as soon as possible to obtain his bile. Xu Meng got up violently and said, since his blood can develop a resistance potion, it must be his doing. Don't you realize how serious the situation is? He walked out of the seat and came to Tang Yu's body. Tang Zhong tensed up at once, worried that he would take it out on Tang Yu. But it turned out that Xu Meng made a shocking move. I can understand your guardianship, but now Hangzhou is facing a great crisis. Only Xu Meng lowered his head and bent 90 degrees to Tang Yu. I implore you to call back the totem Xian snake now. I can promise you that if I find a way to free it, I will never kill it. Tang Yu looked mature, but in reality, she was also a dumbass with big breasts and no brain, and was directly fooled by Xu Meng's set of acting skills that moved her ego to heaven. It was immediately decided to call back the basilisk. The people came to the West Lake on top of the Su Causeway, and Tang Yu played a piece of zither made of snake scales and waited for Xian Snake's arrival. Not a moment later, the greenish-black mist covered the entire sky. A dark mist slowly approached the West Lake. The crowd all stared at the greenish-black figure in the mist. That's how it disappeared without realizing it. Lung Qing slowly spoke. This was the first time Mo Fan had met Ling Qing. Previously he only knew that she was Ling Ling's sister. A deputy judge. The greenish-black mist came to the sky above the center of the West Lake, and a black lightning bolt fell from it, and the entire body of the snake was planted into the lake water, sending up huge waves, waiting for the lake to calm down. The totem shen snake poked out its head and slowly swam towards Su Di. Big guy, have you finished molting? Tang Yu asked loudly. It hasn't finished molting. At a glance, Counselor Luo Coronation recognized that the totem shen snake hadn't finished molting. The IT still looks a little weak. At this time, he turned his head and Zhu Meng glanced at each other, and a ruthless color flashed in both of their eyes. Only Zhu Meng raised his hand in a gesture of giving orders. At once, countless figures jumped out from the Su embankment, and these well-trained people had long been ambushed in place, only waiting for Zhu Meng to give the order. Some of these people were dressed in the costumes of the palace guards, while others were dressed in the costumes of the Judgment Council, and they were clearly Zhu Meng and Luo Coronet's respective henchmen. Take it down for me, Zhu Meng shouted. Open the Thunder Ring of Punishment formation. Never let him have a chance to get away. Luo Coronation also completely flipped out at this moment, ordering his men. The change was incomparably sudden, and Tang Zhong, Tang Yu, Mo Fan, Lung Cheng, and the others were all caught off guard. The Shen snake sensed that the atmosphere had become filled with a solemn aura, and immediately opened its bloody mouth, spewing out a whistling gale, like a typhoon mercilessly sweeping by. Except that it did not make any progress. Suddenly, the thunder elements came together agitatedly overhead, countless thunder stars forming a star map. Star map stacked on top of star map to form constellations. 7 huge constellations articulating to form a huge superordered star palace on the dome of the West Lake sky. In the next second, 9 thunder halberds that were strong enough to break through the clouds descended from the sky, and the halberds surrounded the 9 mangled star pillar formation, firmly controlling the Shen snake in the center, and dense chains of lightning passed through the halberds. Zip! 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 The Shen snake that was suppressed within it angrily lifted up layers and layers of huge waves, even using that flooded body to crash against the power of the thunder halberd that imprisoned him. Unfortunately, he was too weak right now to break through the Thunder Ring of Punishment Grand Formation, and every time he charged, he would be rebounded by countless chains of lightning that splintered and struck his body. Hiss and roar. The totem Shen snake was like a giant python that had fallen into a trap, struggling angrily and being electrified. It constantly hissed out a sound that resounded throughout the entire city. At once, countless people on the periphery of the West Lake discovered the movement here. The city was in an uproar. Even though the West Lake had been blocked off, there were still many places where the situation could be observed. Tang Yu still wanted to plead for Shen snake, yet Zhu Meng didn't care, and with a wave of his head, he laid the charge of the plague on Shen snake's body, speaking it out in a loud voice with his sound magic to the growing number of onlookers in the distance. Chapter 57:57. Emergency at Fortress West. This statement immediately aroused panic and shocked indignation among the people, and they all said that they wanted to slaughter the snake and must get rid of the basilisk. Tang Yu, on the other hand, could only explain vociferously, her voice small but so feeble. Brother Xian, do you think the source of the plague is really the Shen snake? It was only then that Mo Fan remembered his old grandfather who had been muted for many days. However, Chen Xian actually didn't want to pay any attention to the Hangzhou incident crap. The whole thing was very abstract from beginning to end. Without the wisdom-quenching operation of Zhu Meng and Luo Coronet, the 2 human executives, there was no shit at all. Chen Xian had even thought about changing the plot and not allowing Shen snake to save a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Only in the end, he convinced himself with the fact that it was not a matter of concern, and that it would be best to follow the original, so that Mo Fan could establish a good bond with Shen snake, and it would be convenient to take him down to the copy in the future. Beyond that, it's just a matter of seeing if we can get something out of Congressman Zumont. The role of Mo Fan in this episode looks like that of a savior, but in actuality, he is completely wiping Zhu Meng's ass, and not getting half the benefits. Zhu Meng, the 2 votes of the school of the fight for the votes, for Mo Fan is simply useless. Good a havoc people good whose big shots add up to stuff him into the state government that can be too simple. Not to mention behind the scenes there is also Hua Zhanhong, and the attention eventually into the national government team is just a replacement identity. A little resource did not share. It is not easy to turn positive and follow. Mu Ningxue, a retired team, ran back to the domestic pavilion. Really is the whole Law Yufei, the main playing a loyalty to the country, cannot afford to eat a little imperial food. No, Chen Xian just gave him a negative answer and left it at that, allowing things to continue to fester. The Thunder Ring's punishment formation continued to torment the Shen snake. Zhu Meng and the others were waiting for his life breath to weaken before preparing to behead him. However, bad news soon came. The West Fortress requested for emergency support. The White Demon Eagle Legion appeared, monarch-level creatures. The Sky Eagle system was paralyzed. Only some high-level mages were left to fight normally. and they were completely unable to stop the white demon eagles from flying into the city. Zhu Meng then realized the seriousness of the matter. Without the sky eagle, even more guards would be useless. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, the greater good overcame selfishness and chose to let go of the totem Xian snake first and support the western fortress frontline. No matter how much Luo Coronet persuaded him, he flew off to the western fortress at the head of his own court guards. After the crowd left, the Thunder Ring of Punishment formation was nevertheless retained, and Fan traveled to White Town to make a rendezvous with Ling Ling at Ling Qing's command to investigate the issue of the blood agent, Fan. This plague is actually caused by the diseased blood of a Ling Claw epidemic rat. After Fan arrived at White Town, Chen Xian suddenly sued to know. "Ha? Are you sure?" Fan asked. 100% certain. "Then why didn't you say it earlier?" Fan was instantly a bit angry. If Xian had said it earlier, then there would still be all these things. How else could you establish a bond with the Xian snake if you said so earlier? Chen Xian secretly said, to which he could only snub past. "I only just determined this. This diseased blood is a great tonic for demons. It looks a lot like foreign blood, but it's fatally dangerous for humans. Lun Qing's judgment is most likely correct. That batch of potion was most likely made from diseased blood. That's why it spread so quickly." Chen Xian said, "What about the antidote? Is there an antidote for this kind of diseased blood?" Fan asked eagerly. "The poison can be detoxified with a plant called eagle red herb, which may not be available here, but should be available in the West Ridge." Fan immediately relayed this matter to Long Qing and Ling Ling. The two immediately understood that this disaster was man-made in all likelihood, and directly instructed Fan to keep quiet for now and wait for Lai Tian and Ling Qing to collect evidence. Immediately after that, he and Ling Ling went into the middle of the White Town to confirm the problem of that batch of blood agent. And with the fake officer's ID clothing, Fan easily got a box of the problematic blood agent and handed it over to Ling Ling for testing. As expected, the problem was with the blood agent, and everything was consistent with the intelligence provided by Chen Xian. Unlike the original, Lang Chang and Li Tian, who learned about the cause of the incident in advance, laid their nets in advance, directly locking up a large number of Luo Coronation's beloved henchmen, and directly apprehending all of the Deputy Judge Wang Yi and his wife and other people. They were not given the opportunity to be forced to commit suicide, because the matter involved a member of the Judgment Council. Lang Chang and Li Tian were simply not of a high enough rank to make an arrest of him, and could only report it to the Supreme Judgment Council. However, this process is very cumbersome. Wait until after the yellow flowers are cold. Luo Coronation learned that the matter was exposed. All the men were arrested. Without saying anything, directly run away. With his shadow system super rank cultivation, he could make a good living anywhere. And although the All-FA World Magic Association was the largest, each region had its own magic association. As with reality, once Luo Coronet escaped abroad and was admitted by the magic association of a certain country, then the Judgment Council would not be able to recapture him back. The battle in the Western Fortress was already an emergency, and there was no one who could care about him at a time like this. It was still imperative that he traveled to the West Ridge to obtain the eagle red grass and get rid of the plague. The source of the plague was determined. Tang Zhong and the other totem clan members immediately requested Zhu Meng to release the Xian snake, and considering the emergency situation in the Western Fortress, Zhu Meng could only unravel the Thunder Ring of Punishment formation for the sake of better unity. On the Su Causeway of the West Lake, Tang Yu had long since cried into tears, and the Xian snake in the West Lake rolled into a mountain of snakes, and the 9 shocking thunder halberds surrounded her in the center. Fan came to Tang Yu's side and asked, "He's still alive, right?" I don't know. His breath is getting weaker and weaker. He was killed by me," Tang Yu said with red eyes. "Don't you find anything different?" Fan said with a smile. Tang Yu hadn't understood what Fan was saying. Not a moment later the 9 thunder halberds slowly dispersed, and Tang Yu looked at Fan with excitement and disbelief. Just like this, Fan successfully captured Tang Yu's heart. This would have to be replaced by some homo old colorful batch. "This time I've already done the job." Chen Xian reminded Fan that he could use those diseased blood agents to recover Xian Snake's injuries, and with Xian Snake's help they would be able to break through the White Demon Eagle Legion without any injuries and enter into the West Ridge to obtain the Eagle Red Grass. Fan immediately called Ling Qing and asked her to carry 2 truckloads of diseased blood hemodopia over. The quantity of this batch of contraband was quite huge and it was fine to take some of it away. Instead of destroying it, it would be cheaper to Xian Snake waiting for the truck to deliver the blood agent. Chen Xian walked out from the contract space, grabbed the container and disassembled it, walked to the front of the Xian Snake, and without any fear at all, he directly broke it open with a big mouth as to pour the medicine inside, and even the packing box with the glass bottles poured it in, and it would be digested anyway, due to the molting stage. At this moment he didn't look as huge as he did when he first appeared, and it was estimated that he was only 600 or 700 meters long, and at this time, he coiled into a pile of poo in the form of a mountain of snakes, and Chen Xian was just able to reach him. Chapter 58. testing Mo Fan the matter of brushing Xian Snake's favorability. Of course Chen Xian was happy to do it for him. As for Tang Yu, not important at all. Without Xian Snake's favor, she was dispensable in Chen Xian's eyes. Just as Chen Xian was about to feed the second container as well, the Xian Snake's large eyes snapped open, its astonishing pupils gazing towards Chen Xian as its massive body slowly lifted up. Chen Xian didn't feel any hostility and also slowly retreated towards his back. Hiss! The totem Xian Snake let out a low cry as its tail curled towards Chen Xian. A handful of the container containing the blood agent was swept away to be swallowed in one gulp. What's he screaming about? Mo Fan asked. This is the big guy thanking you. A smile finally surfaced on Tang Yu's face. Only it had long been streaked with tear stains from crying. With these blood agents, he should finish molting soon. Chen Xian's voice came out. Spoke. I didn't expect your contracted beast to be so spiritually intelligent that it would actually speak human language. Tang Yu was stunned. It was the first time she had ever known that a Ling Ling on the side was not surprised at all. When they hunted demons together some time ago, she knew that this was Mo Fan's external brain. She even suspected that Chen Xian was some old demon reincarnated and reincarnated. This is the protagonist treatment. With the big guy, we should be able to easily enter the West Ridge to collect the eagle red grass, Mo Fan said, provided that he is still willing to help you humans. Chen Xian, however, said indifferently when these words came out. Not only did Mo Fan's gaze darken, even Tang Yu didn't feel that the Xian Snake that had been treated so badly by humans would continue to help them. At this time, the Xian Snake had already gone back to sleep and started molting and growing. Tang Yu was called by Tang Zhong, and the entire West Lake was left with Mo Fan, Chen Xian, Ling Ling and the totem Xian Snake. From here, looking towards the western sky, the battle between the military mages and the White Devil Eagles intensified as the battlefield gradually approached the city. After waiting for a long time, the totem Xian Snake finally woke up, only to see that the injuries on his body had completely disappeared, and all of his skin had been replaced with greenish-black light scales shedding his skin. He leaned back, looking smaller in size, but the molt had freed him from his weakness completely. Hiss 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 hiss. The Xian Snake spat out red letters and let out a low cry, its eyes staring deathly in the direction of the west. Xu Meng's super-ranked aura was incomparably eye-catching. He's not trying to take revenge, is he? Mo Fan asked nervously. Ling Ling hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Lang Qing. This if the totem Xian Snake went on a rampage again. This city would really be cool. Luckily, the Xian Snake only screamed a few times before crawling back, his eyes looking towards Chen Xian and Mo Fan. He knew who helped him when he was in trouble, so he decided to listen to the two of them. You want to listen to us? Feeling the mind language transmitted by the Xian Snake, Mo Fan asked incredulously. The basilisk once again transmitted an affirmative psychic reply. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the West Ridge to collect the eagle red grass. Human lives are at stake. Mo Fan said. Chen Xian didn't say anything more and went back to the contract space on his own. For him in his previous life, human life might be a matter of concern, but for him in this life, only profit was a matter of concern. Mo Fan and Ling Ling rode on the head of the Xian Snake, then headed towards the West Ridge. The Xian Snake soared into the sky, forming a counter-current waterfall in the sky above the West Lake. The speed of the monarch-level creature's flight was too fast, and the large HZ city was surprisingly quickly transformed into a beautiful night scene. Gradually falling into the background, in front of them were countless white devil eagles. The Xian Snake completely ignored them. The terrifying aura rushed across, and the white devil eagles directly fled in all directions in fear. Mo Fan Ling Ling arrived in the middle of the West Ridge without any obstacles and completed the collection of eagle red grass. Only at this time the western fortress had long been in danger. Countless white demon eagles had long since crossed the defense line and rushed into the city to feast on the ordinary people who were not immune to death even in the face of the most trashy minions. The quarantine area was even completely surrounded by white demon eagles, and countless mages were struggling to defend themselves. Are you still willing to continue guarding humanity? Chen Xian appeared beside the Xian Snake at some point and looked towards Hangzhou in the distance. Mo Fan and Ling Ling also perked up their ears and watched Xian Snake's reaction. If he was still willing to make a move, then there was still a possibility of saving everything. The Xian Snake silently gazed at the city that was burning with the fires of war. The city of men that he had guarded for 1,000 years. Is it all really worth it? At this moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. He only straightened his snake neck and slowly shook his head to show that he didn't want to. It was obvious that he was really hurt this time. Just as Mo Fan and Ling Ling's eyes darkened, Xian Snake transmitted the mind language again. If it was their request, he would still step in. Mo Fan's heart stumbled like a roller coaster. Hearing that Xian Snake was willing to make a move, he was immediately going to ask him to do so, only for Chen Xian to jump out at this time. Mo Fan, I have a request. What request, Xian? Mo Fan asked. A small test of sorts. If you want Xian Snake to strike, first have Xu Meng announce to the entire city the causes and consequences of this disaster, as well as his dereliction of duty. and also personally accuse Luo coronet of the crime, just like what he did during the Westlake. Chen Xian said, "That's impossible. This will make the authority and credibility of the Judgment Council hit rock bottom and cause social unrest." Before Mo Fan could say anything, Ling Ling had already objected. Chen Xian ignored her and gazed at Mo Fan on his own. There was no way he would let Mo Fan be a silent savior with no bottom line like the original. Mo Fan frowned and fell into a tangle. At this time he had not been infected by the spirit of fearless sacrifice of Zhang Kong, or a three views of normal, a little self-interested attributes of Mo Fan. Rather than the later life of the full law Yu Fei, Chen Xian of course had to step by step to get his mind towards him, and as if he could see that his two benefactors were in disagreement, Xian Snake stood quietly waiting for the outcome. In the end, Mo Fan took a deep breath and said, "I promise. Let's go find Zhu Meng now." Chen Xian nodded and flew beside Xian Snake. Together they flew towards the Silver Poor Lord over the western fortress. Xu Meng had already opened his heavenly Thunder Palace armor and flame riding lance at this time to fight fiercely with the Silver Dome Lord. Several of the super-ranked mages were bruised and battered, and together they weren't enough for the Silver Dome Master to beat them. Not a moment later, Xu Meng was also slapped off the ground from the sky by the Silver Vault Lord, and the huge impact collapsed the entire street. Xu Meng could only lie on the ground, spitting out blood in large gulps as he angrily and unwillingly watched the Silver Dome Lord lead his men towards the city. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and the greenish-black poisonous mist transformed by the Xian Snake came to this area, and the white devil eagles in the sky scattered. Chapter 59. Forcing Zhu Meng to publish the truth, a black shadow recluse descended from the sky and arrived in front of Zhu Meng, and it was none other than Mo Fan. "Counselor Zhu Meng, there is only one way to save this city now." Mo Fan looked at the wretched Zhu Meng and opened the door. "Say, what way?" Zhu Meng also asked eagerly. "Let the totem Xian Snake strike," Mo Fan said. "Then you're looking for the wrong person. You should be looking for someone from the totem clan." Zhu Meng got up and was about to leave. "No, the Gentile serpent is in the heavens, and he has only one request, and that is that you personally announce the truth of the disaster to the people, just like what you did in Westlake at that time." Mo Fan said, "It's impossible. You think this is child's play? Can anything just be published?" Unsurprisingly to Chen Xian, Zhu Meng reacted very strongly, understanding what would happen once a person of his caliber stepped forward and published the truth, discrediting the Judgment Council and the court mages. "So you're just going to watch the city fall under the wing of the White Devil Eagle? This is all because of what you two beastly counselors have done." Mo Fan was instantly furious, pointing at Zhu Meng and cursing. Originally he saw that Zhu Meng fought with all his might had already changed his impression of him, but it turned out that this bastard was also the same as those in the upper echelons, all the way to the mound of the old dog. "Keep your eyes open. Those are human flesh gnawed to pieces by the White Devil Eagle. Do you see that? Those wailings of those afflicted by the epidemic. Do you hear them? Those tragedies of wives and children being torn apart." Zhu Meng stopped in his tracks at the sound of Mo Fan's roar and looked up at the huge black shadow hovering in the air. His face became extremely complicated. He was clear that the totem Xian Snake possessed the ability to change the outcome of the battle, but he was equally clear about the consequences of announcing the truth. "You don't understand at all." Zhu Meng's voice trembled as he tried to explain something, but was directly interrupted by Mo Fan. "Stop covering up. There can't be a bigger upheaval than this place turning into a hell on earth." At some point, Tang Zhong had also arrived here, originally coming to confirm Zhu Meng's injuries, and just happened to overhear the conversation between the two. "Representative Zhu Meng, please think of the greater good. For the sake of this city, for the sake of the people who have suffered an undeserved disaster because of you and Coronet Luo," Tang Zhong pleaded. Chen Xian looked secretly pleased beyond measure, finally letting these old dogs taste the taste of putting the big picture first. As well as Zhu Meng clenched his teeth and was speechless for a long time. He looked towards the devastation all over the place, and then looked up to the totem Xian Snake that majestically towered in the sky. His heart was full of mixed feelings, so finally, he nodded heavily, a determined gleam in his eyes. "Okay, I promise you. I will publish the truth and take my responsibility. Please step in and save this city." He was seen turning his head to face the city, activating that amplified magic device with what was left of his magical power, and explaining to all the citizens what had happened, and the conspiracy and evil behind this matter, admitting his dereliction of duty. After saying these words, Zhu Meng's entire body seemed to have aged 10 years at once, and his straight back collapsed at this moment. It immediately boiled over. How turbulent the public opinion of the previous crusade against the Xian Snake was, how exaggerated the sound waves of the crusade against Luo coronation and Zhu Meng were at this moment, even tens of times more horrifying, except that the disaster hadn't passed yet, and no matter how much the people grumbled, they could only hide towards the safety boundary. Chen Xian didn't dissuade Mo Fan and Xian Snake anymore, even joining the battle together. Xian Snake took the lead, directly biting towards the Silver Vault Lord, dragging him and flinging him in the direction of the western fortress. stopping him from approaching the city. At the same time, the Xian snake spewed out a large amount of poison from its mouth, forming a barrier of poisonous gas, stopping all the white demon eagles outside the city. And the white demon eagles didn't dare to come close to the poisonous mist for half a minute, while the totem Xian snake and the Silver Vault Lord were engaged in a great battle. Chen Xian directly began to fish in troubled waters, transforming into a blue stream of flame that traveled through the skies of the entire western battlefield, as he continually passed near the corpses of the dead white demon eagles, taking the unowned essence remnants into the lantern. Single-mindedly harvesting souls, completely regardless of the battle, as long as it was not an essence spirit. It would be directly refined and transformed into the layers of Hell's Curse upon receiving the lantern. 20%, 30%, 50%, 100% only to see the percentage rise very quickly. It didn't take long for it to complete 100%, which meant that Chen Xian's primary spells had increased in power by 100% and were completely immune to primary spells. Middle ranks, on the other hand, only have a 50% increase in immunity, while high ranks only have 25%. Which is cut in half every time you go up a major stage, and Chen Xian also experimented with the difficulty after 100%. If the original boost to 100% only required 100 slave-level essence spirits, then to boost to 200% it would require 200 slave essence spirits, and 300% would be 400 slave essence spirits, and so on, multiplying the difficulty by 2 for each 100% improvement. If you do the math like this talent Chen Xian would top out by raising it to 800% at best, and every step further up would be astronomical. 800% would already be completely immune to super-ranked magic, but wanting to be immune to forbidden magic would be impossible as it would need to be at 1/600%. And Chen Xian wouldn't be able to collect that many souls in his lifetime. After going over the formula in my head, reaching 800% would require a whole 28,400,000 slave-level essence spirits. A long way to go. Keep collecting. 120%, 130%, 150%. On the magic-ridden battlefield, no one cared about Chen Xian, the soul thief, and all eyes were gathered in the great battle between Xian Snake and the Silver Vault Master, who was currently pressuring the Silver Vault Master. Whenever he tried to fly over the top of the Xian Snake's head to cross the poisonous gas barrier, he would be violently slapped by the Xian Snake's gigantic tail that looked like a heavenly pillar, and he was instantly knocked into the air and rolled over. Unable to recognize his direction, It took the initiative to rise high into the sky, encircling above the Silver Dome Lord, forming a circle of closely connected trajectories, which seemed to have carved a huge halo full of mysterious power. Inside the halo, densely covered with all kinds of marks, textures and ancient runes engraved on the scales of the Xian Snake. At first glance, it was like a giant 8 trigrams map containing thousands of secret spells, tightly locked in the upper part of the silver-colored Dome Master. This invisible force gradually materialized and amazingly coalesced into a towering ancient stone monument. Each monument was more than 10 meters in height, and they were materialized from previous marks, textures, and symbols, causing the original piece of greenish-black totemic light to instantly transform into a dome-shaped monument formation made up of countless ancient boulders. This set of majestic dome-stone monument array is from the 9 heavens above the fall of the mortal world. Even in the distant part of the city can also be clearly seen that the momentum of the pressure of the 4 directions, as well as its scale of the grand, so that people have to cite totem Xian Snake that originated from the ancient powerful magic and boundless god's might. The celestial steel seal was like a catastrophe of heavenly collapse, accurately smashing into the Silver Vault Lord. The steel seal that carried heavy earth magic was huge in size, and with the gravity effect unique to the earth element. Its power was enough to compare to the destructive power of several large mountains stacked on top of each other. After an earth-shaking roar, the earth trembled, and a deep circular chasm appeared between the 2 parallel highways. Within the chasm, the blood that flowed out of the silver-colored Dome Master was splattered all over. Chapter 60-60. White Devil Eagle retreats pressed into the ground. The Xian Snake didn't even give the Silver Vault Lord a chance to ascend into the air and directly suppressed him. Brutal to the extreme, the steel seal shattered apart into countless pieces of debris in the abyss, and the Silver Dome Lord crawled out in a sorry state. Its head, back, and wings were all covered in blood, and it didn't know how many of its solid gold feathers had fallen off. The Silver Vault Lord's wretched appearance was seen by many people, and it was only at this moment that they realized who was the true guardian deity of Hangzhou. The White Devil Eagle Legion attack in the sky has obviously weakened. They knew that they could not break through Xian Snake's poisonous gas boundary, so they did not make meaningless sacrifices. The edge of the city. White Devil Eagle corpses have been laid on the streets layer after layer. It looks incomparably spectacular. After being seriously injured by the totem basilisk, the Silver Vault Lord didn't dare to lash out at the city even if it had any more anger, and it caught and summoned a large legion of white demon eagles to provide cover for it. He himself spread his wings and fled in the direction of the West Ridge. Except for the Xian Snake, there was no one present who could keep him. except that the Xian snake had also just passed through the molting stage, and his strength had not yet been restored to the peak, and did not go after him, and the Silver Dome Lord did not know how much life-preserving ability he had. Gluttony. The Xian snake raised its head and let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Its voice traveled far and wide, and its roar echoed not only to the west, but in several other directions through forests, plains, and rivers like a declaration of territorial sovereignty. The legions of white devil eagles all followed the Silver Vault Lord as he slowly left. The plague was stifled thanks to Spirit's timely delivery of eagle red herb to the quarantine zone. The diseased blood no longer gave off the fragrance that caused the white devil eagles to go crazy, and they no longer stayed in the city of men. The alert was finally lifted for this terrified city, and the people within the security boundaries returned home as Fortress West reorganized its defenses, and other types of flying tamers were brought in from other places for full defense. As the entire white demon eagle army retreated, the battlefield gradually quieted down. Shen Xian's high-speed flying figure became incomparably eye-catching, and after collecting the souls from the last area, Shen Xian also stopped. The souls on the battlefield had become scarce, with only one or two scattered in each place, no longer as dense as they were just now, and at this point, Shen Xian's Hell's Curse had already provided him with a 240% bonus. This meant that all beginner mid-ranked magic would be completely immune to him, and higher-ranked magic would be immune to 60% of the damage. Even his base magic would get a 240% bonus. Divide it by 2 for every big band that goes up. Only the behavior was not involved in the kill, so the tears of the soul melting pot were not gleaned, and at this point the war was over, and the wilderness outside the western fortress was littered with the corpses of the white demon eagles. Shen Xian followed the memories in his mind and came directly to the corpse of a commander-class 4-clawed demonic eagle. A total of 3 such commanders had been put to death in this war, all of which were killed by human super-ranked mages who took advantage of the Silver Vault Lords being blasted and beaten. The body still retained the infestation of superorder elements. Shen Xian directly tore its body apart and pulled out the demonic bile and directly devoured it. At this time, do not eat. Wait for those military mages to clean up. The battlefield can be all cleaned up, taking advantage of their efforts to reorganize their defenses. Shen Xian directly swallowed the demonic guts of the 3 4-clawed demonic eagles, and the corpses were roughly turned over, eventually peeling off a few pairs of alien claws, which were estimated to fetch a good price. Only in the end did he eat the corpses of the 4-clawed demon eagles one bite at a time. This was all essence and could not be wasted. A team of military mages collecting corpses came here and saw the scene and had absolutely no idea what to do with it. They could only report it up the hierarchy that a commander-class wolf contract beast was feeding on their loot. If it was an ordinary contracted beast, they would have just expelled it. However, Shen Xian was more than 50 meters in size and looked just like a monarch, so the military mage squad didn't dare to mess with it at all without a moment's effort. A military commander brought Mo Fan to claim it, but at this time, Shen Xian had long since swallowed a large portion of several 4-clawed demonic eagles into his stomach, digesting them all poorly. Brother Wolf. I'm dropping Brother Wolf yo. Quickly stop eating. People are coming to clean up the battlefield. Mo Fan said. The military commander on the side looked at this scene and wanted to cry. If it was someone else's contracted beast doing this, he would have directly detained it. However, this was Mo Fan's contracted beast. The feat of people riding on the head of the Xian snake and expelling the Silver Vault Lord was not known to be seen by many, and his own superiors had implied that he would try to satisfy people's requests. So what else could he do? What's wrong with eating 2 commanders? If it wasn't for the information I provided you, the Silver Dome Lord would have already entered the city and killed everyone. What? You have a problem with eating 2 commanders? Shen Xian did not avoid violating the rules and spoke directly in front of the several military mages. The several military mages also froze. Although the intelligence of the commander-level demons was high, it was rare for them to be able to speak human language, let alone the Demon Wolf clan. That's also true. Cough. Mo Fan was embarrassed by Shen Xian's words and turned his head to look at the military commander. This military commander is also a bit old. Quite a good person. Not the kind of dog-eyed character. Directly led the crowd to close the team, and went to other places to clean up the battlefield. Mo Fan, you saved the whole of Hangzhou this time. What benefits did you reap? It's not like you're doing a good deed without seeking fame or fortune, is it? Shen Xian knocked and asked. Does the scale skin shed by the Xian snake count? Mo Fan thought carefully. He seemed to have only this substantial harvest. Just this? Shen Xian looked disdainful. Alas, this is it, Mo Fan said with a sigh. One more test for you. I don't care what method you use. You must ask for a return from the person in charge of the Hangzhou side. A substantial return of the same value as the information I provided. Shen Xian said seriously. Brother Xian, you're making things difficult for me. Mo Fan had a bitter smile on his face. What? Didn't you have a good time when you were in the limelight? Now you know it's hard? Who are you being generous with? I don't care what methods you use. If you can't get a return that satisfies me, Next time there's a natural or man-made disaster like this, you won't be able to count on my help. Chen Xian said. He didn't expect Mo Fan to get him much resources, and the main purpose of saying so was also to change Mo Fan's mindset of doing things, so that his thoughts would be closer towards himself. Mo Fan's real level of education is actually only 9 years of compulsory education in the scientific realm, and after crossing over to the magic realm at the age of 16, he basically hasn't received any real education. To put it bluntly, they have only received enlightenment education, not social adult education. Now in his early 20s, he still looks like a brat. Growing up can be said to be completely without setbacks, but whenever there is any dissatisfaction, it will be hammered through by his incomparable magical talent, which is why the formation of the childish posture of always keep the first heart. Chen Xian didn't expect Mo Fan's mind to immediately take on his own shape, but there was a first time for everything, and once Mo Fan understood the kernel of this, he would think about whether it was worth it or not, instead of giving it up in a brainless valor every time. As for what he could fight for in return, it was probably not enough for Chen Xian to stuff his teeth. Chapter 61-61, Vampires. In the end, Mo Fan still followed Chen Xian's request to go and find Zhu Meng and Tang Zhong, indicating that the source of the intelligence was someone else, and whether he could apply for reimbursement of a portion of the cost of the intelligence. So Zhu Meng didn't know if it was out of guilt or what, but he gave Mo Fan an expensive winged magic tool out of his own pocket, and looking at the colorful streams of light, it would have to be several E's anyways. On Tang Zhong's side, on behalf of the Totem Clan and the Linging Temple Judgment Association, he sent Mo Fan a summoning system magic weapon, which could help Mo Fan to open the second contract in advance, and it was also incomparably valuable. Worth a few $100 million was inevitable after Mo Fan used the little loach to devour it. His cultivation speed was a whole lot faster, and Chen Xian didn't make things difficult for him anymore. The Hangzhou Xian snake incident came to an end. Zhu Meng needed to be taken away by the Palace Magic Association side to be investigated for publishing the truth and dereliction of duty. Luo Coronet, on the other hand, is directly wanted in plain sight by the All Magic Society. Chen Xian is also considered to have indirectly saved 2 lives of Wang Xiaojun and Grey Eagle. Without the spirit to pull him out, he would not have died so tragically, though he lost his honor. His life remains. This appearance of the Xian snake let people know that the West Lake in Hangzhou really has a so-called guardian deity, and gradually the West Lake has become a Netflix place where people look forward to encountering the Xian snake surfacing. It's just a shame he never showed up again. This time around, the gains were still quite high, starting with Chen Xian's Goldfinger development rising substantially. A feast, 5 levels, 95664/100000, Soul Furnace, 46,988, plus 28,560, Hell's Curse, 240% during the 2 months of regular days. Mo Fan and Chen Xian had traveled to Dongting Lake many times to brush the monsters, during which time they had killed several commander-level creatures, providing Chen Xian's Goldfinger with a large amount of experience value. A large amount of demon hunting would naturally result in a large amount of income, counting the essence spirits that the White Demon Eagle Legion had exploded this time. After selling them all, his 2 deposits came to another 600 million. As for the magic cultivation, these 2 months were spent controlling the 343 stars after breaking through the high rank, and Mo Fan was already able to successfully release the high-rank summoning system magic Beast-Tide Summoning. Chen Xian was slower. His high-level Constellation Space Instant could not be unleashed yet. Without a high-level handle magic weapon, the star's handle was just too slow. At the moment there was only one high-level handle. Considering Mo Fan's magical cultivation was the main thing, wait until he finished the 343 stars handle before it was his turn to use it. He decided to go back and spend this money to buy another high-grade handle. Otherwise it simply wouldn't be enough, because both of his second lineages had touched the threshold of breakthrough. When he entered the 3 Steps Tower again, he would be able to make a breakthrough directly with the Astral River Pulse. After Mo Fan gifted the 7-colored flowing Lightwing magic tool to Xianxia and fulfilled his childhood wish, he returned to the magic capital, with Chen Xian's urging to head directly to the magic market and auction house. The 300 million handle magic weapon went straight into his hands. After buying another good quality Star River vein, there was only 200 million left, and Mo Fan returned it directly to Old Man Pao, still owing him 400 million. It's a long way to go to make money. Another new month. The 3-step tower cultivation time has not yet been used. Mo Fan and Chen Xian directly redeemed after a breath of 5 layers. Full breakthrough in the second department of the high-level barriers. Mo Fan's breakthrough was in the fire system. Chen Xian was naturally in the sound system, and the 2-star river veins were all he had for the 2 of them, and when they ran out, they were gone. And there wasn't an extra tolerance point. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Xian rightfully broke through the high rank of the sound system, and the curse system reached the 3rd level of the primary rank. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan's fire system high rank breakthrough failed, although the effect of using the Star River vein for the second time would be discounted. Mo Fan's summoning department was already at a high rank, and breaking through to the high rank of the second department would actually fail, which was not expected. It meant that the soul realm wasn't high enough. Unlike Chen Xian, who had a soul furnace to provide life force to nourish his soul, but even if the breakthrough didn't succeed, this cultivation would become a better accumulation. And the next breakthrough would be even easier. After leaving the 3 Steps Tower, Mo Fan took the Xian Snake's retired foreign scales to the Pearl Tower to find a forger to work on them. And this forger was also introduced by Old Man Pao. The Pearl Tower was also the headquarters of the Magic Capital's Magic Association. And to be able to have his own place in such a place showed that the person Old Man Pao had introduced to him really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, named Huatua. Business is so good that Mo Fan's order actually has to be lined up until next year to get a turn. And if you want to jump the queue, you have to pay 3 times the price. Mo Fan definitely can't wait that long. After next year, he doesn't know how strong he will be. By then it's unlikely that this equipment will make himself obsolete. As for triple the price, it is really hard to beat a hero for a penny. They are really out of money. They still owe Old Man Pao a few $100 million. As a last resort, Mo Fan could only take up Huatuo's hunter mission to obtain the vampire's blood fangs. In the original, this is a plot about Lu Ru. Due to the butterfly effect brought about by Chen Xian, Mo Fan has not yet used the blood particles. Therefore it is impossible for Lu Ru to transform into Mo Fan's exclusive vampire made like in the original. Chen Xian did not interfere with Mo Fan's choices here, letting him and Ling Ling do their investigations on vampires. Seeing that Mo Fan was actually interested in vampires as well, soon Mo Fan found Lu Ru's home. At first he thought he had encountered a ghost. After all, Lu Ru just looked exactly like her sister, Lu Xian, who had died at the hands of a vampire. It wasn't until Lu Ru opened her mouth to explain that Mo Fan realized that they were twins, disguised as Lu Xian's friend who came to the door to greet them. Mo Fan briefly learned about Lu Ru's family and was driven away without any gain, so to speak. On the contrary, Ling Ling's side had gained something by investigating the surveillance footage of the deceased's whereabouts during their lifetime, and they thus determined the existence of vampires, and had also set their sights on Lu Ru, since he knew that this vampire had a preference for twins. And after laying his hands on Lu Xian and then pestering Lu Ru, Mo Fan directly chose to use the stupid method of directly tailing Lu Ru to conduct a 24-hour surveillance, waiting for a rabbit. Arriving at the dormitory of the women's university where Lu Ru was, Mo Fan directly lurked down using the shadow system. On the first day, there is no gain. Lu Ru has stayed in the dormitory, and let his roommate help pack his meals the next day. Just when Mo Fan was about to fall asleep, Chen Xian suddenly alerted. His higher order sound system had already allowed him to be the first to sense unusual movements. It wasn't long before Mo Fan also felt a shadow-based power fill the air. The spirit of the moment was shaken. The fish is hooked. Surprisingly, it's a shadow system expert. Can you find him, Xian? Mo Fan asked as he stayed in the dark shadow area made by his opponent. I can, but just wait for him to show himself. Later you drive him towards the back of the mountain. I'll just get him. Chen Xian's size was too big, and the commotion of a fight here was not small, so it was expected to spread to the girls' dormitory. The vampire never showed up, and Mo Fan was patient enough to just keep waiting. Not long after, the girls' dormitory side came from the movement, only to see the soft and weak Lu Ru actually tumbled out of the balcony. Down the water pipe has been sliding down. Chapter 62. 62. Blast the vampire. Seeing this scene, Mo Fan instantly understood. Damn it, this damn vampire even planted a compulsion on Lu Ru long ago. I think Lu Ru would be so weak during this period of time also because of being sucked out of her blood by that thing from time to time. Mo Fan said. Lu Ru quickly and smoothly climbed down and opened the fence wall, a barbed wire gap. It was easy to get to the forest outside the school wall, and her look was very dull, like sleepwalking. See that direction? You can just do it, Chen Xian reminded, only to see that where Lu Ru was advancing, a strip of land was shrouded in darkness, and the vampire Nie Dong was hiding there, waiting for Lu Ru to throw herself into the net. Mo Fan immediately felt anxious and directly opened the Blood Beast boots with the level 4 shadow escape to burst forward at full speed. Crossing in front of Lu Ru in the blink of an eye in the darkness, an upright wind system silhouette appeared. The collar of the large red trench coat stood up high. The sharp chin, handsome face was hidden in the collar. Only the upturned nose and a pair of pupils glowing with a sinister luster were exposed. Looking at the dark aura on this person's body, Mo Fan didn't hesitate for a second. Hot flames ignited from his body and the rosy red star map instantly took shape. The furious Mo Fan surged forward to Nie Dong's face and swung a fiery fist of burning flames. Mei Yin, fiery fist, 9 jiao. Mo Fan's arm was actually being climbed by a thin fire jiao, just like the lifelike jiao pattern on his arm flying out. Fire energy exploded in Mo Fan's body, and at this moment of the energy critical point, Mo Fan did his best to blast his right fist towards Nie Dong without mercy. Fist out. Fire ons exploded and flashed. 9 fiery and piercing inflammatory augers erupted from his arm. The roaring flames rolled up a monstrous sound even more like the wild roar of the augers. shaking the entire forest. As the nine Zhao flew at his face, Nia Dong was instantly startled, completely not expecting a mage to crush him here. And under panic he only had time to open his two pairs of huge fleshy wings to wrap around himself for a first approximation of protection. Boom! The rumbling sounds overlapped and turned into a loud bang. The nine-headed flame Jiao dragon simultaneously bombarded Nia Dong's flesh wings on all sides, and the majestic flame impact directly sent his body flying several hundred meters out. Nia Dong's body was covered in skin and flesh. His wings instantly blew up and broke into countless blood holes, and the flames attached to his body, with no intention of extinguishing them at all. Ah! Roar! Nia Dong's miserable wail instantly resounded through the entire back of the school, and for a moment, Lu Ru, who was pretending to be stupid and flabbergasted, froze. How could she not expect this mage hunter to appear here? Hurry up and get out of here. I will avenge your sister. Emofan finished saying that the Thunder System star map was ready to strike. Chen Xian also similarly froze. He almost forgot that Emofan has long been not the original small Karami. At this time Emofan has been a high-level mage. Fire and Thunder System double level 4 middle-ranked magic, coupled with a good equipment. Pinch and Yedong is not a hand-to-hand. The level 4 Fiery Fist directly inflicted heavy damage on Yedong. He didn't hesitate at all and turned into a shadow and directly prepared to bolt. However, Emofan, who had opened his Blood Beast boots and level 4 Shadow Escape, wasn't slower than him at all. Chase it up and get another level 4 Thunderbolt. Thousands of thunderbolts, electrical disasters. A thundercloud enveloped Yedong's figure. Feeling the violent destructive power above his head, Yedong was so frightened that his soul was scared, and it seemed as if the word danger was floating above his head. He wasn't that afraid of the fire system. The heat was only temporary and the power of the Nine Jiao was relatively scattered. It was a different story with the lightning system. This lightning magic was enough to instantly blast him into slag. Don't ever spare your life. You want me to do anything. As long as you let me go, I give you money. Yedong screamed and cried miserably and begged for mercy. However, Emofan didn't care at all, and after witnessing his evil deeds with his own eyes, he simply didn't want to give him half a chance. Bang! The bucket-thick thunder pillar fell with incomparable fury, smashing heavily on Yedong's body. The thunder exploded, and the terrifying impact instantly pressed Yedong's handsome face into intimate contact with the ground, and large swathes of scorching wounds appeared on his back. The mournful screams were unceasing as Yedong was in so much pain that he was unable to speak properly. The thunder pillars exploded to form a thunder net that firmly bound Yedong, making him unable to move immediately afterward. The thunderclouds overhead continued to bombard, bucket-thick pillars of thunder landing on Yedong's back one after another, and the rumbling explosions drowned out Yedong's miserable screams. That's enough. That's enough. We're already dead. We can't even blast the blood in teeth anymore. After feeling almost done, Chen Xian immediately reminded that the blood teeth were to be used to pay for the forging fee, so blasting them would be a waste of effort. I accidentally overexerted myself. Emofan hemmed and hawed and dispersed the thunderclouds that were still building up, taking a step towards Yedong's corpse. Unexpectedly, Lu Ru not only didn't stay away, but also followed. Only Yedong was already dead beyond death. His entire body had become charcoal, and a dark red essence slowly surfaced on his corpse. Chen Xian's quick eyes and hands, directly from the void, stretched out a large wolf claw, a dark red essence into the lantern. This vampire's essence should be quite good. After all, it is a race that focuses on demonic magic. Chen Xian planned to devour him by shaping his soul to see if he could learn his demonic techniques. Lu Ru had been staring at Yedong's charred and blackened corpse, and had been immersed in the self-touching feeling of having successfully avenged her sister's death, when a huge beast's claw suddenly flickered out and almost didn't die of fright. Don't you see it? Lu Ru asked nervously as she looked at Emofan, who was breaking off the bloody teeth. See? No need to be nervous. That's my contracted beast. Emofan explained. Lu Ru was stunned. With claws that big, how big should this contracted beast be? Thank you for avenging my sister's death. I apologize for treating you badly before, Ryuju said with a bow. It's okay. I'm just glad you're okay. It's all the mage's job. After Emofan sent Lu Ru back to school, he reported the matter to the Mordor Judgment Council, and in the meantime, he gave the vampire's blood fangs to Huotuo, and the Shin snake armor would probably be in his hands in a month or so. After this day, all the vampires in Magic City hid themselves in a low profile and didn't dare to come out to suck blood at Wu and Yedong, who in the original story still needed to call out for help to deal with him. Now couldn't go more than a few rounds in front of Emofan, which was still a great enhancement. Brother Xian, why is this vampire's soul dark red? Emofan asked curiously. In the past, the souls he had encountered were basically all ghostly green, whether they were humans or demons. Why was the soul this time a dark red one? Chapter 63. The Red Soul. People have souls, demons have souls, The process of cultivation is actually as cultivating the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the strength. However, everyone's soul is not completely pure, and the process of cultivation will be tainted with all sorts of soul power. It could come from the natural elements of heaven and earth, from the grudges of the undead, from dark and evil curses, or even from holy white magic. This red soul is actually a characteristic of having been eroded by some powerful being, and you'll slowly be exposed to the knowledge on souls in the future. Chen Xian briefly and roughly explained and did not inform him of the red devil's existence. The following days began to become regular again. Mo Fan and Chen Xian still traveled to Dongting Lake to hunt demons whenever they had time, and that horrible demon hunting efficiency directly led to major changes in the ecology of Dongting Lake. The large number of deaths of the commander class caused the demons to become agitated. In itself, although the cave lake was famous, but it was a relatively small demonic region. It would be good to have 100 commander class. With Chen Xian and Mo Fan's terrifying demon hunting efficiency, they had to kill several commanders once they went out. Those other war generals and slaves are even more numerous. Basically see the pile directly kill, single directly ignore, are too lazy to kill. They basically wasted more time cleaning up the battlefield every time they went out. After all, they had to wait for Chen Xian to finish eating before they could pick the foreign materials. And they didn't know how many foreign blood and foreign skins had been eaten by Chen Xian by mistake. On this day, Chen Xian and Mo Fan customarily came to the cave lake to hunt for demons, and they directly slaughtered a commander-class iron gallopede python, which Chen Xian had only just devoured cleanly, and was still ready to continue hunting deeper when he did. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed drastically. The clear blue sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and not even a bit of sunlight could penetrate down. Darkness enveloped the sky, torrential rain poured down, and a terrifying aura emanated from the clouds. In the depths of the dark clouds, a blue light broke through the air, like a giant python spitting out a letter, meandering between the gaps in the clouds. Appearing and flickering, they converge into a mysterious and terrifying energy field that shocks the living beings of the world, as if heralding the awakening of some supernatural power. Every time an electric light breaks through the sky, a brief blaze of light rips apart the darkness, which is then quickly swallowed up by the endless haze, creating a bizarre spectacle of intertwining light and shadow. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian grabbed Mo Fan without saying a word and ran straight away, moving at full speed in the direction of the nearest city, and behind them, blue tail flames erupted like meteors trailing in the sky, propelling them through the wind and rain at maximum power. The many days of non-stop wool gathering of Dongting Lake had finally annoyed the powerful existence in the depths of Dongting Lake. Chen Xian's speed was very fast, advancing to 700 km per hour in the blink of an eye. This speed was enough to get rid of most of the creatures. However, there was still a dark cloud blooming with blue thunder behind him in hot pursuit. Only the speed was also already its limit, and as Chen Xian's many advances were all turned on, his speed continued to rise, and he gradually distanced himself from the terrifying presence in the dark clouds. Seemingly unwilling to just let Chen Xian and Mo Fan successfully run away, only to see a loud roar coming out of the dark clouds. That terrifying existence directly shook apart the dark clouds, revealing its true colors within. It was a huge Jiao demon with thunder in its mouth. Although its size was not as large as the Xian snake, it was still a third of its length, and it looked like it was not to be messed with. After realizing that he couldn't catch up with Chen Xian no matter what, he directly stored his power in place and blasted a plasma thunder cannon towards Chen Xian. The 10-meter-thick terrifying thunder column instantly bombarded on Chen Xian's back, and a layer of ghostly green soul light slightly hindered it. The thunder column came into positive contact with Chen Xian's back. Boom! The terrifying high of the plasma thunder column instantly blew Chen Xian's skin to the ground, and the terrifying impact of the explosion directly knocked his flying speed to the next level. Fortunately, the curse of hell immunized Chen Xian from a large amount of damage, and he endured the pain, froze and did not get knocked down, and one after another, he pushed his demonic power to ignite the high-temperature airflow to propel him. This time, Chen Xian had already pulled out the blood particles. If this bastard still chased over, there was no way but to let Mo Fan use the blood particles to transform into a demon to kill the entire Dongting Lake. Fortunately, after Chen Xian flew for a while, he realized that the Jiao demon had not chased him out, and the dark clouds above his head did not extend this far. The Jiao demon was ultimately a more aquatic species, and could not have chased him this far. Chen Xian stopped and landed, directly checking for injuries. Hiss! Oh my god! How are you? Then, Mo Fan took a look and almost fainted in shock, only to see that Chen Xian's back was directly opened up with a bowl-shaped wound that was more than 10 meters in diameter, and all of the surrounding flesh and blood was blown apart by that terrifying pillar of thunder. The blood flowed non-stop. Mo Fan saw this and immediately injected Chen Xian with summoning system magic energy. As a contracted beast, it was possible to use summoning system magic energy to recover from injuries. Don't worry, my regeneration ability is still very strong. So many alien blood and meat is not for nothing, it's just that you'll have to rely on you to go back on your own. I'll have to recuperate for a while. Chen Xian finished speaking and directly returned to the contract space. That head of the Zhao demon at a glance is the existence of orthodox monarch level. 10 meters thick thunder column should be his anger under the anger of the furious strike, replaced by other commanders to resist. At this time basically dead. It was also the fact that he, with Hell's Curse's spell immunity probably immune to over 30% of the damage for him, and then resisted by Feast's post 6 tier torso. That prevented him from being run right through. The 5th level of the Feast was originally almost full of experience value, and after a few demon hunts it managed to raise it up to the 6th level up. Body size directly came to 60 meters high. Looks even more horrible. Hit those 20 or 30 meters of the commander level demons. Basically directly 3 or 2 hammered to death. Although it was very easy to abuse a general commander, it was still much worse to want to touch a proper monarch. And if it was a sub-monarch, Chen Xian could have messed around with it. Luckily, this time Ling Ling was taken to school by her sister and didn't bring her along, or else there might really be some kind of accident. Without Chen Xian's protection, Mo Fan didn't have the heart to continue hunting demons, and could only fly back to the human city alone in the Blast Wind Demon Eagle, and then turn the car back to the magic capital. The Blast Wind Demon Eagle didn't dare to cross the demonic region like Chen Xian. This daunting lake. A short period of time cannot come. Their own and Mo Fan's breath is likely to have been that head of the Thunder Jiao demon to note down. In case to come back to be stared at death. Do not know how to die. You're gonna have to do some demon hunting for a change to brush up. It was a new month. Chen Xian and Mo Fan entered the 3 steps tower again to practice. And in 7 days Mo Fan successfully broke through the fire system high rank, officially becoming a dual system high rank mage. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had broken through to the middle rank in the curse department. As for the space and sound departments, they were untouched. And it was estimated that they wouldn't make much progress for a long time, considering that Mo Fan had opened the second contract early, plus the fact that he had to change places to do his demon hunting and brush up on his money. Chen Xian decided to go ahead and walk off the Yanji plot in the northern corner of the Scorched Plains. Chapter 64-64. North point of the Scorched Plains. Mo Fan is so strong now, the butterfly effect is not even sure how big it is. Whether or not he can get Yanji Chen Xian is not guaranteed. But the fire resources all over the place after the arrival of the fire calamity is still worth traveling to. Due to a month of frequent demon hunting, Mo Fan and Chen Xian's small treasury had another $400 million in savings. There was nothing to buy for the time being, but they still spent $50 million and bought some blasted wine. Demon Eagle's growth resources to IT should allow him to break through to the war general advancement stage within a month or two. Mo Fan. There is an elemental demon named Yanji over at the north corner of Dunhuang Scorch Plain. Very suitable as your second contracted beast. Look at arranging a time recently. Let's go and try our luck, and change the place for demon hunting. In the meantime, Chen Xian, who was recuperating within the contract space, said, "It's fine, but doesn't your injury matter, Brother Xian?" Mo Fan asked. "It's not in the way. It will basically heal completely in a few days." With the help of the summoning system, magic energy and foreign blood, the recovery was very fast. "That's fine. I'll go get Ling Ling. Let's do a little bit of rundown first, so we can have a clear goal when the time comes." Mo Fan said, "Don't look for too many people. When the time comes, we'll have to share the resources." Chen Xian commanded. "Okay." Mo Fan quickly contacted Ling Ling and invited her to join him in the treasure hunt at the northern corner of Dunhuang Scorching Plains. Ling Ling directly agreed without saying a word. She herself aspired to adventure and experience, let alone a place like Dunhuang. It belongs to the adventurous places in the country that can't be missed no matter what. And there is another advantage of bringing her along. That is, she will do the strategy and know where there are treasures. And the most important thing is that she doesn't share the proceeds with Chen Xian and Mo Fan. And what is earned is spent by both of him. But Spirit had spent a lot of money on preparing the raiders. Both instruments and intelligence cost money, and that part came out of his 2. Mo Fan also had to go and prepare some vessels and instruments. The ones for storing spirit seeds and soul seeds, and the instruments for probing elemental concentrations. All was ready and they set off on the 4th day. Except that there were more Xanxia and Zhao Manyan in the group along with Chen Ing and Zhang Xiao. Chen Xian, on the other hand, spat on Mo Fan's ability to do his job, saying that he would bring fewer people resulted in 4 more all of a sudden. "Brother Xian, doesn't this need someone to protect Ling Ling?" I then brought old Zhao with me. Who knew that he called his cousin to come as well? "But you can rest assured that she won't share resources with us." Xinxia, I really can't help it. Spirit contacted her without authorization. I can't just not take her. Mo Fan explained with a bitter smile on his face. "I don't want to talk about you." With that, the group boarded a plane to Dunhuang City in Gansu. Dunhuang could be much farther away than Dongting Lake, and it was unrealistic to expect Chen Xian to fly there. Dunhuang is a very famous ancient demonic place in China, where the purest bloodline and the longest history of creatures reside. And the brilliance of the magic civilization in China is also recorded in that piece of sandwall and broken city. And mage hunters will always go there to look for the ancient civilization. And if they are lucky, they can even excavate a large number of remnants of the Earth's treasures and magical tools. It was a pity that the area around Dunhuang had long ago turned into a demonic playground. And the Sand Tiger Demon Clan was even more famous and ferocious, arrived in Dunhuang. The hearts of the people were born of an unspeakable sense of openness. As if this yellow earth contains magic, can invariably broaden the human chest to the boundless. As far as the eye can see, the vast expanse of yellow sand, densely covered with mounds, the color gradient from light yellow to deep maroon, just like the natural palette of the earth, staggered, depicting a three-dimensional and richly layered picture. Dunhuang's landscape is unique, very different from the verdant valleys of the south and the vast plains of the east. Neither is it absolutely flat, nor is it continuous without boundaries, but the power of wind and sand cuts it into multiple layered terraces. As if the pages of the Earth's history were turned over one by one, each layer deposited traces of the ages, silently telling ancient legends. After a group of 6 people arrived at Dunhuang City, they directly switched to the camel-taming beasts to head to the scorched plains. The distance wasn't too far, it was that the demons on the road were too dense. After leaving the sub-animal realm, the density of the demons increased rapidly, and they could be attacked if they passed by any random place. Upon leaving the sub-anon realm, the taming camels can no longer be used, and the people will release them, and they will return on their own to the Anon realm where they were bred. The group began to travel on foot, and without the old wolf, Xia could only continue to ride the tamed camel. Luckily the psychic was in full control of the tamed beast. Roar. After 5 kilometers forward, a roaring sound with wind and sand came from over the dunes. So unlucky to encounter a tiger-type demon as soon as you arrive? Zhao Manyan knew what kind of creature it was as soon as he heard it. No, it's luck. Just arrived and a demon comes to the door. Mo Fan finished speaking and took a step forward. It's Sha Xiaohu, the more ferocious of the war generals. Ling Ling wanted to remind something, but it turned out that Mo Fan directly rushed to Sha Xiaohu's face, and a shot of Fire Fist disliked his face directly in seconds. The control after the high rank made Mo Fan's spell casting even more free. Before Sha Xiaohu had a chance to get big and ferocious, he was directly hit by Mo Fan's fiery fists, and the 9 palaces directly erupted out of Sha Xiaohu's body and exploded into thin air. Crap, go. Mo Fan, you're so strong now. Zhao Menyan's mouth was wide open in shock. A battle general can take seconds. Brother Fan is so strong. Zhang Xiaohuo and Xia were still adoring. Chening was also in disbelief that someone had actually thrown themselves off by such a large gap at the same age. This kind of level is all but a small Karamika to me, Mo Fan said conceitedly. Mo Fan, take your time playing house by yourself. I'm going to go brush the monsters. Chen Xian, who couldn't look away, directly walked out from the contract space. It was not easy to come to Dunhuang. He wasn't interested in following them as they walked slowly. A giant bone-winged werewolf emerged from the void, directly startling the other few people besides Ling Ling, who had never seen Chen Xian after his advancement. Don't be nervous, it's not like I'm going to eat you guys. Brother Xian, then you go ahead and act on your own. I have to protect them. Mo Fan said. Chen Xian nodded without much comment and directly erupted a high-temperature airflow to lift off, heading towards the northern corner of the scorched plains. The airspace here belongs to some powerful creatures, and there aren't many demonic races that are good at flying, and only occasionally can we see 1 or 2 vultures and other flying demons. When passing by a Dunhuang demon tiger's nest, Chen Xian directly adjusted his body shape and fell down from a high altitude like a meteorite in the sky. When the 60-meter-tall, 70 to 80,000 ton heavy terrifying figure wrapped in supersonic kinetic energy brazenly smashed into the Dunhuang demon tiger's lair, an unprecedented catastrophe instantly descended upon these ferocious demonic beasts. The dozens of Dunhuang demon tigers that were originally inhabiting their nests were like fragile ants in front of this thunderous strike. Chapter 65. Shaohong River. The huge size and terrifying kinetic energy instantly triggered a devastating impact, and the ground where the nest was located was like being hit by a giant hammer, violently trembling and collapsing, with rocks cracking and soil tumbling, and the entire area was plunged into a doomsday-like chaotic scene in an instant. And this sudden attack, dozens of Dunhuang demon tigers had almost nowhere to run, and a dozen or so of the demon tigers that were closest to the center of the nest directly took the full force of Chen Xian's crashing blow. Their bodies were instantly crushed into bloody fragments under the irresistible pressure, their life breath instantly dissipating, and they were buried under the rubble before they even had time to wail. As for the rest of the Dunhuang demon tigers, even though they were lucky enough not to be directly crushed, they were unable to escape the intense shockwave that was triggered by the impact. The shockwave swept across the surroundings like a wild wave, destroying the rock walls, trees and even the remaining structures around the nest, and at the same time, it also swept those demonic tigers that hadn't yet been killed into it. Their bodies trembled violently under the violent energy impact, their internal organs were traumatized and their bones were broken. Even with their strong physique and tenacious vitality, they were unable to withstand the baptism of this terrifying force, and they collapsed on the rock wall of the ruins. Wailing in pain, Chen Xian did not have the slightest bit of pity, and as he got up, a cold light flickered in his eyes as he walked straight towards those demonic tigers that had not yet completely broken. His movements were swift and powerful, and between his casual waves, his claws were like sharp blades that tore through the air, and his chopping strikes contained high-frequency trembling power, instantly cutting through space and pointing directly at his targets. A powerful chopping wave poured out like a blistering wind and rain, cutting with unerring precision on those Dunhuang demon tigers that were still wailing. The sound of bones and flesh being separated was accompanied by blood splatters as those demon tigers were sliced into several pieces in extreme agony. The spark of life quickly extinguished under Chen Xian's relentless attack. Chen Xian quickly finished harvesting the many souls and immediately began to feast on them, completely disregarding whether or not they would burst out with foreign materials. Grabbing the corpse of a Dunhuang demon tiger and smothering it in one bite, without a moment's effort, Chen Xian had devoured all of the demonic tigers, leaving not even a single bone remnant behind. It was rather unfortunate that due to Chen Xian's reckless maneuvering, a few of the cubs in the nest were also directly crushed by the shockwave, or else they would have been able to reap a profit. Luckily, there were plenty of demon tigers in this place, so Chen Xian didn't need to be heartbroken at all. And just find the next nest, Chen Xian pushed his way across the desert Gobi. Encountering any bunch of demons he directly took away with a shot of the great desolate starfall, and he didn't even bother to care about the ones that were left alone, so he just kept moving forward, devouring many demons along the way, and finally arriving at the Shaoang River. Shaoang River is a long time has been dry for many years of the plateau flow vein. After many years of wind erosion of the entire river channel has become incredibly broad, even in the map to see that the Shaoang River is also like an earth-colored dragon lying on the ground in Dunhuang. Its length is about to cross half of Gansu, and its narrowest place is also feared to be about 10 kilometers. The Shaoang River is dotted with horrifying creatures, the white sand demon soldiers, which look out over the rising Gobi land and into the dry, sinking land. It is a river, but it looks more like a sea, slowly sinking down the continental shelf, covered with some fine white sand. The thickness of the sand varies, rising and falling from afar. It looks more like a white sea is fluctuating. The Shaoang River is the fastest way to get to the northern corner of the scorched plains in the desert Gobi. If you take a detour, you'll have to make a big detour to the lair of the Dunhuang demon tigers, which is much denser and has 100% monarch-level tigers. So basically, everyone chooses to go through the Shaoang River. Chen Xian naturally didn't have this trouble because he could just fly over there. And as for the forbidden air of that dead dragon's corpse, it was only targeting humans and ordinary demons for a bit. Not being able to fly over could only mean that it wasn't flying high enough or fast enough. Not to mention, at this point, Chen Xian wasn't something that anything would dare to mess with. That he was only curious about the Shaoang River, where so many white sand elemental demons could be born. There must be something special about this river. Chen Xian flew directly into the sky above the middle of the Shaoang River, holding the remains of a long severed Dunhuang devil tiger in his hand, and without hesitation threw it down to the mysterious and unpredictable sea of sand below, which was just like throwing a stone into a lake. Stirring up 1,000 layers of waves, the body of the devil tiger smashed heavily on the sea of sand in the Shaoang River, lifting up the white sand in the sky, dust flying and making a great noise, and its movement spread rapidly like ripples, spreading over a vast area of several kilometers in a circle. In a few moments, bounce, bounce, a loud bang instantly exploded from the white silt, and the white sand and dust instantly flew over a range of several kilometers, like countless augers churning under this white sand river. The next moment, only to see a body size up to 5 meters of white sand demon soldiers like hellish ghosts out of the ground. Half from under the sea of sand stood up. They are clad in white sand, like evil ghosts appeared on earth, quickly arranged into a circle and a circle of strict white barrier. The wreckage of the Dunhuang demon tiger closely surrounded, leaving no gap beyond the white circle. In the depths of the vast sand sea of the Shaoang River, countless fuzzy silhouettes are rapidly emerging from all directions, converging towards the center like a tidal wave. These are the white sand demon soldiers who have awakened and rushed here after sensing the violent movement. The white sand demon soldiers were inhabiting the Shaoang River. All of them were holding huge sand blades that were 3 meters long, and their sand-covered bodies weren't as soft and vulnerable as they looked, but instead they were densely connected together, making them look like pieces of formidable armor. A pair of hostile eyes, like phosphorescent flames in the darkness of the night, flickered with a deep hatred for any creature that violated their peaceful realm. For these demon soldiers sleeping at the bottom of the sandy sea, the most intolerable thing is for outsiders to break the silence here and disturb their long sleep. Even the slightest vibration can touch their sensitive senses, instantly awakening all their kind within a radius of several kilometers, together towards the source of the disturbance surging agglomeration. In no time at all, several hundred heads of white sand demon soldiers had already converged around the demon tiger, and they were densely clustered around the corpse. and even though the Dunhuang demon tiger had been torn to pieces, making it almost unrecognizable, the white sand demon soldiers weren't satisfied with it. They were still furious, waving their giant sand blades in their hands, and continued to frantically hack away at the lifeless pieces. Chen Xian felt that such a stupid demon was more than suitable for brushing the experience value of the gold finger, and his figure instantly rose up in the air and shot straight up into the clouds. Immediately afterward, a bright and dazzling blue meteor cut through the sky, wrapped in a terrifying energy that was enough to destroy everything, and fell straight towards the densely gathered white sand demon soldiers below at a rapid speed. Chapter 66. Starry Heavenly Tree. The white encircling circle that surrounded the group of demon soldiers was actually like a target mark carefully drawn by the heavens for Chen Xian at this moment, clearly marking the core location where the enemy was concentrated. Chen Xian aimed at this focal point with unerring precision and blasted straight at the target with an irresistible majestic momentum. The moment the meteor hit the ground, heaven and earth were shaken, as if time had stopped at that moment. Afterwards, an unprecedented shockwave centered on the meteor's landing point instantly erupted. Sweeping through this entire section of the Sha Wang River, dozens of white sand demon soldiers assembled together bore the brunt of this blue meteor falling from the sky. They didn't even have the time to react before they were directly crushed by Chen Xian's 60-meter-plus figure transformed into a meteor with a titanic momentum, their bodies instantly bursting under the tremendous impact, turning into flying debris. The rest of the defenseless demon soldiers likewise failed to escape this havoc. They were swept by the sudden and terrifying energy fluctuations, and were thrown into the air, then tumbled and collided in the chaotic air currents. And finally, under the reckless impact of the energy ripples, they were turned into pieces one by one, and merged into the storm composed of the remnants of the countless demon soldiers' bodies in the sand and gravel. The blue energy ripples were like furious waves, taking the meteor impact point as the core, spreading outwards crazily. Wherever it passed, the white sand tossed, and the sea of sand boiled like a boil, raising violent waves as high as dozens of meters, carrying gravel, fragments of demon soldiers, and the pervasive aura of death, raging and attacking in all directions like a fierce beast, waiting until the aftermath of the great desolate starfall gradually dissipated. The originally noisy white sand sea became dead silent, and the only thing that remained was the messy battlefield and the scattered remains of the demon soldiers. Silently telling of the thrilling scene just now, Chen Xian silently put the soul of the white sand demon soldier into the lantern and immediately began to rummage through this sea of sand. The white sand demon soldier was an earth elemental demon, so of course Chen Xian couldn't directly feed on it. However, this kind of elemental body should also condense special resources to be right. Chen Xian silently collected up their remains and carefully examined if there were any foreign materials in them. Luckily, Chen Xian had the two major subdimensional faculties of sound and space, which had strong perceptual abilities, and could help him find those wrecks easily. Otherwise, if another person came to the sand and sea battlefield, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find it for the rest of his life. But he wasn't stupid to have to blast these white sand demon soldiers apart. Rather, his aura was so terrifying that the white sand demon soldiers didn't even dare to come close to themselves, and if a smaller sized being stepped onto the Sha Wang River, even if they were the same commander level or high level mages, they would 100% go and chop him up into mincemeat. But Chen Xian's 60 meters tall and tens of thousands of tons of body weight, a foot down, what the fish all scared away. White sand demon soldiers reckless to reckless, but not really brain dead. This level of existence unless the master of the Sha Wangha appeared, or else no one dare to mess with. Soon, Chen Xian found a foreign material from the remains of the white sand demon soldier, powdered and with the attribute of earth. It should be worth some money as well. In the original story, it seems that Mo Fan did not have time to touch the corpse and then hurriedly left the Sha Wang River. In fact, this kind of place that can give birth to elemental demons is actually very worth exploring. But now is not the time. Chen Xian did not stay much longer again and continued to fly towards the northern corner of the scorched plains. After passing through the White Shaong River, a vast expanse of land colored by flames appeared before our eyes, the legendary northern corner of the scorched plains, a special area that is still shrouded in mystery, compared to a place like Cave Lake, which has been explored repeatedly and almost everywhere by hunter mages up and down the country. The search for untapped opportunities in it is undoubtedly like a dream come true. Only those demonic territories that are sparsely traveled and have not yet been explored and exploited by humans on a large scale may contain real opportunities and treasures. The northern corner of the scorched plains is a secret place, sheltered by the Shaong River and the geographic barrier of Dunhuang, and very few mages have managed to reach it, making it a truly undisturbed and fertile land of unknown possibilities. The northern corner of the scorched plains wasn't very large, and looking down from 10,000 meters in the air, it was a huge fire basin that Chen Xian was able to leap over with ease. The surrounding area was maroon in color, and a flat-topped mountain rose from the center of the northern corner of the scorched plains. In fact, this flat-topped mountain in the center of the northern corner of the scorched plains is more akin to a volcano in form, but with a very different structure than the usual wide-bottomed, narrow-topped volcano. It is more like a straight volcanic pillar, thrusting resolutely into the blue sky, and is so steep and precipitous that it would be impossible for an ordinary person to climb it without the ability to fly. The top of this volcanic, flat-topped mountain, a forest of fire clouds miraculously grows. The plants here are unusual in that they do not rely on ordinary sunlight and rain, but rather on the heat of the flames as a necessary condition for survival and reproduction. In the midst of this sea of blazing forests, the one that attracted the most attention was the unique star-whispering heavenly tree. Not only was it the master of this fiery cloud forest, it was also a special life form that gave birth to the mysterious fire jackfruit. The name of the fire jackfruit signifies the extraordinary birth process and the power it contains. Once the fruit has matured and successfully hatched, it will give birth to a Yankee, a life form that is closely connected to the element of fire and possesses extraordinary abilities. Yanji is one of the purposes of Chen Xian and Mo Fan's visit this time. It's best to be able to contract it, even if it can't be done. It's not forced, like the original kind of situation is ultimately more special. At this time, Mo Fan has already high level. There is also Blizzard Devil Eagle, this kind of flight class summoning beast. Under this butterfly effect, there is no need to go to the bitter end into the interior of the fire pillar mountain to climb. Just fly up directly. This meant that they would find the flame witch much sooner than in the original story, and Chen Ying could possibly recognize her earlier. And the ghost woman's plot wouldn't even have a chance to get off the ground without Chen Ying's backstab. The various parties who coveted the fire jackfruit could only return without any success. The strong strength of the Flame Witch's commander class advancement stage was no joke, and Chen Xian was not sure he could even beat her without hesitating too much. Chen Xian flew directly towards the top of Fire Pillar Mountain to say hello first. At the edge of the fire cloud forest, a bulge of rocky soil whose slope was soothing and broad, like a miniature mountainside spreading out over flat ground. At the highest point of this mountainside, there stood an outstanding giant tree, which was very different from the surrounding fire cloud trees. Unique and attention-grabbing, this giant tree is completely leafless. Its branches are as twisted and sinuous as dragons, and even though it is not decorated with green leaves, due to the dense branching, it still shows a pavilion like a cover. Its existence is like a lonely watchman, standing under the stars, as if it is one with the night sky. The trunk of the tree points straight up to the sky, as if it wants to break through the sky and merge into the endless curtain of the starry sky. Dense branches like veins stretching in all directions, twisting and turning, looking up from under the tree, only to see the stars inlaid in the treetops, as if the entire star tree was decorated with bright stars, becoming a magnificent picture hanging in the night sky. Chapter 67. Flame Witch. At the top of the scorched plains, the star tree stands alone, and although countless hunters have traveled to the northern end of this fiery land, the world has never imagined that this barren place could hide such a stunning beauty, a miracle in the desert. At this moment, the flame demoness Jiangfeng was sitting quietly on a certain thick branch of the star-whispering sky tree. Her gaze focused as she silently guarded a fiery red fruit that had yet to mature. This fruit carried the hopes of the Yanji clan, waiting for the moment of maturity to arrive. On the ancient bark of the star-whispering sky tree, an orange glow flowed between the cracks, a vivid portrayal of the energy surging within the tree. These rays of light were like streams of life, following the veins of the tree, constantly converging towards the nurturing fiery red fruit, as if they were performing a silent ceremony, injecting endless energy and vitality into the fruit's final awakening. Suddenly, the flame demoness Jiangfeng raised her head fiercely and looked towards a certain direction in the sky. She felt a strong aura approaching, only to see a pale blue flaming meteor speeding in the distance. The flaming meteor carved out a splendid and eye-catching trajectory in the night sky, and as it approached the starry heavenly tree with lightning speed, Chen Xian's figure gradually appeared inside the meteor. His image was as majestic as a mountain, becoming more and more distinctly visible in the blazing pale blue flames. As the flame demoness, Jiang Feng gazed at this scene with an enemy-like stance rising on her face, only to see the meteor slowly decelerate. An immense and incomparable bone-winged werewolf descended from the sky. The pale blue high-temperature airflow jetted downwards, and Chen Xian landed firmly on the ground. Feeling the many creatures fleeing in all directions in the fire cloud forest, along with Jiang Feng who was like an enemy in front of him, Chen Xian did not make any more rash moves. Being too strong wasn't a good thing. In the future, he had to think of a way to learn some skills to conceal his breath and figure. Otherwise it would be too troublesome to brush up the monsters, and the demons would run for their lives as soon as they saw him. Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm, Chen Xian said with sound magic. Purine, get out of here. The flame witch let out a clear and serious shriek, and at the same time, a wave of psychic intent was transmitted. If you want the Yanji clan's bloodline to be passed on, then you should hear me out, Chen Xian said. Purine, the flame witch let out a ferocious cry, releasing a terrifying aura all over her body as a ring of fire was released from her body, the high temperature sweeping in all directions. as if warning Chen Xian not to have any crooked ideas about Yan Ji. However, Chen Xian did not care at all and was completely unafraid of its might. Even taking one step forward to step closer, the flame which belonged to a type of demon that was restrained by Chen Xian. And for the elemental demons, all of their strength basically depended on demonic spells. Chen Xian's Hell Curse is not only immune to magic, but also immune to demonic spells, like this commander-level demonic spell, which was directly immune to 65% of Chen Xian's body. The remaining bit of damage was simply unable to effectively kill his torso, not to mention that Chen Xian's demonic power already contained the fire attribute, and his torso had a certain amount of flame resistance, which was the reason why Chen Xian was emboldened. There was also the fact that the flame which shouldn't dare to start a fight with Chen Xian so close to the starry heavenly tree. The general destructive power of a commander level was already very strong. If the two of them were to fight with all their might, the whole of Flat Peak Mountain wouldn't want to be spared. As the flame which watched Chen Xian approach step by step without being able to do anything about it, she couldn't help but be inwardly flustered. You don't have to be so scared. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, we both want Yan Ji's bloodline to be passed on, Chen Xian said to the flame which smashed a few large fireballs on Chen Xian, but they did nothing, so she had no choice but to compromise and put away all her might and ask, "Purr, you're here for Yan Ji? You were once a human. So naturally you don't need me to narrate to you about the power and ambition of human mages. If the news of Yan Ji's birth spreads outwards, I don't know how many powerful mages of the fire system will flock to the northern corner of this tiny scorched plains." Chen Xian said the flame witch's energy face made up of fire elements was filled with gravity. Jiang Feng was naturally aware of the power of the human super rank. Her mother Rox, as a former leader of the Judgment Council, had a semi-forbidden spell strength that could be described as destructive. And 100 of her bundled up together were not enough for someone to fight. Below her there were countless super-ranked high-ranked mages, and a few more of some of the old-fashioned high-ranked mages would have been enough to pose a greater threat to her. Not to mention the super ranks. Naturally, she knew full well that she couldn't guard the newborn Yan Ji, and at this point she couldn't help but look forward to what the giant creature in front of her was going to say next. My suggestion is to directly find a summoner for Yan Ji. The summoner's summoning lineage magic energy is enough to accelerate Yan Ji's growth. The fastest speed for Yan Ji to grow to adulthood. The adult Yan Ji has the strength of a monarch level, and no existence can spy on her. Chen Xian said, "Purr, what is the purpose of your doing this? It has nothing to do with you, right? In fact, I'm here to promote my own summoner, an excellent human mage. Only in his early 20s is already a dual system high-level cultivation. Cultivation talent is extraordinary. Born awakened dual system, or a grassroots background, without any family power background to hold back. The most important thing is that the character is very good. 3 views are correct. Educated, capable, responsible, cultivation attitude is correct. Self-discipline and self-improvement, without any surprises. In the future, it will definitely be a mage standing at the top of the human race. Following this kind of summoner, within 3 years, we can have Yan Ji grow into adulthood." Chen Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly marketed Mo Fan to the flame which then silently watched Chen Xian push, only not believing a single word. Her special ability gave her an inexplicable feeling that this giant beast in front of her was very cunning and not a good person. "Purr, bring that summoner you mentioned to me, and I'll consider it personally." "Sure, I'll arrange it. Let's mix things up today." When the fire calamity passes, there will naturally be a large number of mages heading here to look for the fire calamity fruits. At that time she will naturally have a sense of crisis, and that will be the opportunity for Chen Xian to make his move, leaving the top of Flat Top Mountain. Chen Xian directly hunted the natives indiscriminately in the large fire basin that was the northern corner of the scorched plains, and since they were all going to be burned to death once the fire calamity came anyway, it would be better to cheapen it so that he could brush up on the experience value of his gold finger. After continuously killing for a whole day, the large nest inhabiting in the northern corner of the scorched plains was basically killed by Chen Xian, during which time he also harvested a fragment of an earth spirit species with a portion of a fire spirit species, and a dozen or so demonic cubs of the warlord level bloodline, which could be sold for a lot of money. 1 or 2 sporadic single. Chen Xian is too lazy to kill, and the small nest is more difficult to find. Chen Xian is also directly give up, or Sha Wangha's white sand demon soldiers are good to brush. Chapter 68. 68. The fire robbery. Following the direction of the contract sensing, Chen Xian flew towards Mo Fan and the others. At this time, they had already passed through the Sha Wang River, and the white sand demon soldiers that had caused a little bit of trouble for them in the original story couldn't do anything to help the high-ranking Mo Fan at this time. Chen Xian quickly found the people who were resting, and his huge 60-meter form descended from the sky. The ground shook, and Zhang Xiuho's tent, which he had managed to set up with great difficulty, was suddenly spoiled. The great commotion quickly woke up the crowd, and Zhao Manyan, who was on night watch, immediately winced. the star chart in his hand already ready. Don't panic. It's me, Chen Xian voiced out. Scared me to death. I thought it was some great demon attacking. Zhao Manyan let out a sigh of relief. But looking at the huge Chen Xian was still very uncomfortable, afraid of being trampled to death by a foot. Brother Xian, did you get anything? Mo Fan said as he walked out. The gazes of the crowd all looked over. They were actually very curious about such a demonic wolf that could speak human language. Only asking Mo Fan didn't reveal too much. Chen Xian placed the bag in his hand towards the ground, revealing a dozen or so unconscious demonic cubs among them, including a sand-whistling tiger, an armor-slaying beast, and a double-faced molten turtle. There are 15 heads in total. They should be able to sell for a few $100 million. This time, we can go back and start preparing the reinforcement of the Fire Soul Seed and Summoned Beast Tide for you, Chen Xian said. For the matter of Mo Fan's fire system already being high-ranked, the crowd had already been shocked once on the road, and when they heard about the summoning of the Beast Tide, they instantly realized that he was already dual system high-ranked. What? You can summon a wave of beasts, so you're already dual lineage high-ranked? Zhao Manyan shouted excitedly. Worthy of being brother Fan, worthy of being brother Mo Fan. Zhang Xiaoho and Xinxia are transformed into fanboys and fangirls on a daily basis. Chening had long since collapsed her Dao heart. The top few ranked in the imperial capital was like an ordinary person in front of Mo Fan. She was not considered a genius at all, that's for sure. I'm a major in the summoning department, but can this summoning beast tide still be strengthened? Mo Fan said. Summoning beast tides can also be strengthened. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the race of beast tides summoned. But there is also a part of an ancient spell that can increase the number of summoned beast tides or even briefly increase the strength of the beast tides, just like a kind of blessing, Spirit said. Then what would it take to strengthen the summoned beast tide? Mo Fan asked hurriedly. Summon beast tide, a high-level magic, was something he had used before, only that he had only summoned 20 fire fawn wolves out, which belonged to the general warlord level demons. The summoning beast tide skill is inherently somewhat indiscriminate, essentially just opening a door to the summoning plane, from which the summoned beasts that rush out are essentially uncontrollable, and thus the summoner must choose a race that is close to the contracted or summoned beasts. This would allow for better control of the beast tide by virtue of the higher pressure. And 20 fire fawn wolves were not really that useful, and were considered to be a very low cost effectiveness amongst the higher level magic. After all, the constellation of magic, summoning beast tide, was one of the most difficult to cast and construct, with one of the longest forward swings of all the high-level magic. Contents of the original chapter 1302. There is only one way to get stronger. Charge money. A few $100 million smashed down, no results. A few billion smashed down must have results. Whether it's a Dharma door or a magic weapon, or whatever contract blessing, as long as you're willing to spend money and put in the effort, you'll always be able to get your hands on it. Chen Xian said. No wonder you're so rich. So that's how you guys make money, by directly stealing demon cubs and selling them. Zhao Manyan said. Ha ha. This is something only Xian can do. It's very difficult for mages to poach. Mo Fan gloated. I've already found Yan Ji's trail, so I'll take you to meet her tomorrow and see if you can get recognized by someone. Chen Xian said. You found Yan Ji? Then have you discovered the whereabouts of the fire jackfruit? Chening hurriedly asked. After hearing this, Chen Xian glanced at her. A big reason for their mother and daughter's tragedy in the original was actually because of her self-righteousness, clearly not recognizing herself before she dared to make those decisions without authorization. Without her coming to scorch the plains, it was impossible for the flame demoness to be stabbed by that cold iron guile foreign demonic weapon, and it was even more impossible for Zhao Yulin Ghost Woman and the others to get their hands on the fire jackfruit. Don't even think about it. They won't give it to you, Chen Xian said. At this moment, he had another idea. Should he find an opportunity for the squad to stumble upon Zhao Yulin and the Ghost Woman's group, so that he could throw Chuning over the edge? After all, it was her real father and her fake mom. This way the plot could be on track. The flame which would be sneaked by Chuning, the fire jackfruit would fall into Zhao Yulin's hands, and he himself would go and snatch it back. It's such a big favor. If you don't choose my family's summoner, it's not fair, is it? Then Chen Xian would have no choice but to use some even lesser tactics. And he didn't really like that until he had to. Chen Xian returned to the contract space and waited for the descent of the heavenly tribulation fire. No matter what, the resources all over the place after the heavenly tribulation fire were the main thing. The crowd continued to go back to rest, and the night passed quickly. And the next day the crowd continued to move forward to explore this mysterious scorched plains fire basin. Soon enough the crowd found some spirit seed fragments. With the help of various instruments and a more careful search, they were able to discover these resources faster than Chen Xian. Only just after digging for a short while, the fire of heavenly calamity descended all over. Look guys, it seems like it's burning up ahead. Such a big fire, Zhang Xiaoho said as he pointed ahead. As the crowd looked forward, there was indeed a patch of flames burning brightly. even growing larger. Why do I feel like this fire is coming closer to us? It's going to burn to the sky. Zhao Manyan said the flames were like mountains and seas. At first they were on the horizon far away, so they looked like nothing more than a cluster of flames like waves. But when they engulfed the horizon and swooped over here with a vastness, they realized with a jolt how astonishing that fire was. Chen Xian walked out directly from the contract space, scooped up the crowd along with the land they were standing on in his hands, and the wings of the bone lance behind him spewed out a blue high-temperature airflow rising vertically, and in no time at all, he flew up to 1,000 meters in the air. Looking down from here can barely see the edge of the fire basin in the northern corner of the scorched plains, only to see that at this time the entire fire basin is burning a blazing fire. Like a blossoming fire lotus, countless species of demons inhabiting this frantic escape, running slow directly baked into a charcoal, scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness for the wolf god. Suddenly I want to awaken a summoning lineage. Don't even think about it. Even if you awakened you wouldn't be able to contract this strong. All of them felt the aftermath of the robbery. No middle-ranked mage could have carried it under that firestorm. After the fire tribulation, the resources in the scorched plains earth in the northern corner of the scorched plains, which has suffered a baptism by the fire god, will grow like bamboo shoots after a rain, making the heavenly materials and treasures that were originally hidden in them more valuable while also giving birth to countless new treasures. When the earth cools down, we'll start looking to collect these treasures. Chen Xian said. Chapter 69. Sextuine. Yuan crystal. The most valuable treasure after the fire calamity is the fire calamity fruit. Chen Ying was still not willing. She came here for this fruit. I've told you not to think about it. Unless you call out for a super-ranked mage. Chen Xian directly interrupted. It would be fun if Chen Ying could really call out Rock. He didn't believe that Rock wouldn't recognize his own daughter. Jiang Feng, the ghost woman's bastard, was also bold as hell. The daughter of a semi-prohibited spell mage dared to impersonate her. Then we have to speed up. Once the outside world learns that the northern corner of the scorched plains has just experienced a huge fire disaster, then countless mages in the know will flock to the northern corner of the scorched plains. And then the northern corner of the scorched plains won't be at peace. Spirit said the fire was indeed like the wrath of the gods descending upon the earth. The flames not only possessed the most incomparable beauty of nature but also carried a strong aura of death. But such a huge power rolled out, which also meant that the energy was poured into the earth that was already like a fire pit. Many special plants, magic stones, spiritual species, Yuan eyes can be to absorb energy, by the power of heaven and earth to nurture. Just now that fire robbery for the non-flame life inhabited here may be a terrible disaster, but in these special objects can be a timely rain irrigation. At this time the scorched plains can be described as gold all over the place is not an exaggeration. The fire calamity that burned the entire scorched plains quickly dissipated. The fire basin earth absorbed all the energy heat. Chen Xian slowly landed with the crowd, sensing that the nearby fire element was thick to the extreme, and it seemed as if there were fire resources in the distance that were scratching their heads and seducing Chen Xian. Hurry up and search. Focusing on spirit seeds, soul seeds, fragments, magic crystals, and Yuan crystals. Chen Xian commanded. The crowd also acted immediately, scrambling to find resources. Elemental detectors were casually set up, and the scorched plains after the fire calamity was very safe. No demons were attracted to it at all, and all of them let the fire calamity burn them to death. Chen Xian also started to act at high speed with his perception, where the fire elemental fluctuations were most obvious. The past was a handful of uprooted, and then used the spatial system to sift out the resources. Finally his speed was getting faster and faster, gradually moving away from Mo Fan and the others, gradually approaching towards the side of Pinnacle Mountain. Except that the territory on the mountain of Pinnacle Mountain was owned by the Flame Witch, and unless there was a soul seed, it would be impossible for Chen Xian to go and grab it from her territory. In the midst of the blazing fire elemental agitation, Chen Xian's figure was like a lightning bolt shuttling over the scorched plains, and wherever he passed, whether it was the fire attribute spirit seed fragments hidden deep underground or the magic crystals and magic stones nurtured in the hot lava, they were all unearthed by him with precision and accuracy. In half a day's time Chen Xian had harvested quite a lot. The fire resources in his carry-on space were stuffed to the brim. Although most of them were relatively cheap, they couldn't help but be numerous. There were even 3 spirit seeds that were stored in special vessels, and the shards were countless. Just as he was about to head off to join the crowd, a nascent fluctuation of a special fire element attracted Chen Xian's attention, and he immediately flew in that direction. Only a fire Yuan crystal that had just formed and had not yet had time to cool down was emitting a dazzling light with an incomparable aura. Picked up a treasure. This should be the most valuable of this harvest. Meta crystals. Any attribute has the potential to give birth to a meta crystal. Yuan crystals had many functions. The most famous one was to be used for quenching soul seeds. Artificial soul seeds needed to be condensed from a large number of spirit seeds, while Yuan crystals acted as a fusion agent in them. And how the quality of the quenched soul seed, whether there is a domain or not, also has a lot to do with the quality of the yuan crystal. In front of the eyes of this just-born energy is very abundant and pure. Not surprisingly can be refined a very outstanding fire system soul seed. Chen Xian took good care of it before flying back to Mo Fan and their side to gather. Their harvest was also very good. The spirit seeds found 5 whole out. And the fragments were also massive. It was much more efficient than Chen Xian's. After all, he couldn't perceive what was buried too deep underground. But Mo Fan and the others could use the elemental detector to directly locate it, and then dig it out with the earth magic ground wave. But even so, their harvest was not as good as his, because they only picked the good ones, not the small ones, the magic stones they didn't want straight away, taking up space in the bracelet, and the fragments were too small they didn't want them. It was too troublesome to collect them. Chen Xian is what to take what? The goose over the hare a little bit without leaving. So much magic stone broken crystals sold out at least more than 100 million. Not to mention that he also accidentally picked up a fire system yuan crystal. This thing universal price has to be more than 200 or 300 million. With the motivation brought by the resources. All of them were full of energy. And they didn't think of resting even when it was completely dark. So they continuously searched for treasures for a whole day, all harvest full. Their respective space bracelet all stuffed, in front of the magic stone broken crystals. At the moment is also nonchalantly loaded in Chen Xian's space bracelet, and his own space is also loaded to the brim. Even the bag used for poaching demon cubs is taken out and loaded. Fortunately he can hold it if he can fit it in his large size. When the crowd began to camp and rest, Chen Xian then flew Mo Fan to Flat Top Mountain, taking him to mix it up for the Flame Witch. With such an excellent summoner, there was no chance that people would see eye to eye? Arriving at Flat Top Mountain and landing in the Red Cloud Forest, Chen Xian softly said to Mo Fan, "I forgot to tell you, Yan Ji is a creature born from a fire jackfruit. There is a fire jackfruit that was just born here. This is most likely the last Yan Ji in the world, and its guardian is a flame fiend of the commander level advancement stage. All you need to do is to get the approval of this guardian so that she will be able to hand over the Yan Ji to you." Chen Xian suddenly felt like a matchmaker. And after introducing how excellent this summoner was to the Flame Witch, she introduced the other party to Mo Fan. "No wonder you keep saying that Chen Ying's idea is hopeless. But what would it take to gain the Flame Witch's approval?" Mo Fan asked. "There's no effective way. Just let her know how good you are first." "Oh yeah, she was once a human too. Her personality should be similar to your sister's. More kind." Chen Xian said. Mo Fan nodded and slowly approached towards the starry heavenly tree. And from afar, he could sense the Flame Witch's burning gaze. "Hi, I'm back again. Let me introduce to you. This is Mo Fan, also my summoner, currently at the summoning faculty cultivation of high rank 1. Chen Xian greeted towards the Flame Witch in the distance after confirming that Chen Xian was a contracted beast. The Flame Witch, on the contrary, was no longer as wary of him, but only kept sizing up Mo Fan, wondering how he had managed to take in such a powerful demonic wolf. "Purr, you guys give it up? I won't give you Yanji." The Flame Witch looked at Mo Fan being so young and already having a dual system high rank. She was also in awe, and despite being very moved, she made a gesture to drive people away. "Ugh, don't It's not like we're here for a hard robbery. We're here with sincerity. No matter what your requirements are, we can fulfill them to the best of our ability." Chen Xian hurriedly spoke. Yeah. I promise that I will treat Yanji as family and guard her growth with everything I have. And I will help her learn the human language, just like Xian did. Help her grow into the new Yanji queen. Mo Fan said. Chapter 70-70. Storming the bone-snaking dragon. The Flame Witch's complexion slightly loosened. This Mo Fan was indeed a bit out of her expectation. She scrutinized for a moment and weighed the pros and cons and said, "Purr, you do have a lot of potential and are very outstanding amongst humans, but I still don't feel comfortable handing Yanji over to you. I will examine you for a period of time if you are willing to accompany me here for a period of time." Mo Fan was overjoyed when he heard this, just as happy as if his mother-in-law had nodded her head. "No problem. I'll be gone for the next few months until you're satisfied. But I have to send my partner back to the In-Realm first." Mo Fan said. The Flame Witch nodded and transformed into a fiery red light, circling around the star-whispering heavenly tree before finally stopping in front of a fruit that emitted an orange-red glow. "That's the fire jackfruit," Chen Xian said to Mofan. Mo Fan looked at the fire jackfruit that hung from the branch of the star-whispering sky tree, emitting a warm and mysterious light, and his heart surged with anticipation. He knew that this was not just a fruit. It was the cradle of Yanji's birth and the starting point of the great responsibility he was about to take on. "Let's go. Let's send Ling Ling and the others back to the In-Realm first, and then we'll come back to welcome our new partners." Mo Fan turned to Chen Xian and said, his tone filled with determination. Chen Xian nodded, grabbed Mo Fan and rushed up into the sky, turning into a pale blue meteor and leaving this place. Only the flame demoness was left alone to guard the precious fire jackfruit and the starry heavenly tree. Returning to the side of the crowd's camp, Mo Fan was just about to explain his future whereabouts to the crowd when he didn't realize that there was a figure missing from the crowd. Chen was gone. We just met Chen Ying's parents. Chen followed them away from the team. And I didn't expect to meet my eldest uncle and the others here. Zhao Manyan explained. Chen Xian was secretly happy to hear this. Truly the heavens have helped me. Isn't this an immediate opportunity to be able to complete the Flame Witch's test? In that case, let's leave her alone. I'll send you all back first. At that moment, Mo Fan explained his agreement with the Flame Witch to the crowd. The crowd didn't have any opinions after hearing this. The harvest this time was already very large. They directly sold the resources gained this time and shared them equally. At least $40 million per capita. There was nothing to worry about regarding Mo Fan's choice. His strength was already a notch higher. Not to mention the fact that he was protected by a contracted beast like Chen Xian. By the way, how many spirit seeds did you guys obtain in total this time? Chen Xian suddenly asked. There are 8. Spirit said. Then sell them all directly to us. And give me some spirit seed fragments as well. I have use for them. Chen Xian said. After spending 250 million, Chen Xian bought all the fire spirit seeds and fragments they had in their hands. These were all spirit seeds that were born at the same moment as that fire yuan crystal, and should be suitable for synthesizing soul seeds when the time comes. Accounting the 5 you have in hand, you should be able to synthesize a fairly high quality one. After finishing, Chen Xian carried the crowd directly across the Shaowang River. On the way, the bone-snaking dragon tried to attack Chen Xian, but it flew too slowly and could only eat Chen Xian's fart as it sank down. The Shaowang River has somehow become violent. According to the original direction, the abyss has been close to the neighborhood. The next will float all the way to the ancient capital. It seems that the ancient capital to get the plot is not far away. The plot of the ancient capital. Chen Xian was not going to spoil it, and Mo Fan needed to enter the Fury Abyss once to absorb the energy of the Eternal Demon Lotus so that the little Loach could gain advancement. Chen Xian could also use this opportunity to demonize Mo Fan, while he himself rubbed off a pop of demonization increase, popped and killed a wave of undead minions, and brushed up on his gold finger experience. After sending all the people back to Dunhuang City, Mo Fan said goodbye to them and instructed Zhang Xiaohou to make sure to send Xin Xiao back to the academy before reporting back to the military department. Immediately after that, they flew back to the northern corner of the scorched plains with Chen Xian, and when they passed through the Shaowang River, that bone-meandering dragon started to be bitchy again, chasing after Chen Xian and spitting all kinds of breath. This is the time to annoy Chen Xian. The tiger is not powerful. You think I am a sick cat, is not it? Shit. I'm gonna kill it. Chen Xian roared and violently reversed his direction, transforming into a blue meteor that crashed into the bone meander dragon, directly colliding fiercely with the bone meander dragon in midair. His huge body was like a moving mountain, and his huge palm, 7 or 8 meters wide, carried an undeniable power as it tightly clasped the head of the bone meander dragon. The power gap between the two revealing itself at this moment. Despite the fact that the bone meander dragon's appearance mimicked the majesty of an oriental dragon, it did not actually possess a true dragon bloodline, and its mere 60 meters or so in length clearly did not hold an advantage in front of Chen Xian, especially in the face of Chen Xian's burly, winged werewolf body type. Chen Xian utilized his advantage to press the bone meander dragon hard towards the ground, his bone lance wings acting as a propeller, ejecting a jet of hot blue air to fuel the downward force, ensuring that the fall was unstoppable. Under this powerful impact, Chen Xian's tough body was unharmed, as if no physical attack could penetrate his thick-skinned defense. As the ground approached, a roar heralded the impact. The sands of the northern corner of the scorched plains seemed to be the softest cushion in the moment, but for the bone-meandering dragons, it was a catastrophic end. Boom! The bone-meandering dragon was ruthlessly smashed on the sand. A bowl-shaped crater appeared on the spot. The bone-meandering dragon in the huge kinetic energy roll of the destruction of the downward sinking. The sand lifted up the waves of earth. Yellow sand flying in the sky. Chen Xian looked down at the bone-meandering dragon encrusted in the earth under his feet. The anger in his eyes did not diminish at all, and his powerful heavy fists, propelled by the high-temperature airflow, fell in a furious storm carrying a sonic boom that shattered the air. The giant pit grew larger and larger, and the commotion within the pit had no intention of stopping, and it was as if Chen Xian's rage was going to beat the already undead bone snake dragon to death once more. Once they were crushed by Chen Xian's size, without the help of a heaven-defying demonic technique or other people, they were basically exempt from the fate of being killed by Chen Xian's living punches. The bone meander dragon just happened to have powerful demonic techniques, only to see him find the right opportunity to spit out a mouthful of dark spit that was made from the convergence of dead energy towards Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian sidestepped and dodged away. As a result, the bone-snaking dragon took the opportunity to erupt another demonic spell. The land that was originally punched into a large pit suddenly came to life, and the rocky soil in a circle of several hundred meters was buried directly towards Chen Xian, using the terrain to suppress him for a split second. Although Chen Xian instantly broke through with a burst of demonic power, The result was that the bone-snaking dragon had already slipped away and fled into the Sha Wang River, disappearing after an output. Chen Xian's anger had subsided a lot, and only then did he look for Mo Fan's figure, who had just directly run off in the sky to attack the bone-snaking dragon. Not caring about him at all, already a high-ranked mage, there was no need to have Chen Xian thinking about everything, only to see a blizzard demon eagle descend from the sky and land on Chen Xian's shoulder. Chapter 71-71. Interception. Obviously a super raptor with a wingspan descending over a dozen meters. Landing on his shoulder was a bit of a birdie. This Shaong River will be our monster spot for the next few months. I'll have to kill him next time I catch him. Mo Fan put away the blizzard devil eagle and landed on Chen Xian's shoulder in tears and laughter. I didn't see that Xian was also a careful plus grumpy. Just as Chen Xian was about to head to Pindingshan together with Mo Fan to search for the flame witch, there was a sudden and violent heat wave on the side of the sky, and Pindingshan was wrapped in blazing flames without warning. A huge ball of fire rose up leisurely, and the distance could not hide its heat, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. A shocking fluctuation swept across the area, forcing all the creatures in Flat Top Mountain to flee in haste. In the center of that fireball, the flame demoness was hidden, her feet stepping on the flames, but she displayed an amazing serenity. The witch's entire body was surrounded by an aura of angry flames, and the layers of ringed flames spread towards the sky like angry waves, forming a spectacular red ring of fire until it connected with the sky, turning into a sea of fiery red clouds. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xian immediately judged that Zhao Yulin and the ghost woman's scheme had come to fruition, and that the flame witch had clearly suffered a backstab from Chunning, and the fire jackfruit had fallen into the ghost woman's hands. As expected, a team appeared in Chen Xian's field of vision in the distance, hastily speeding towards Sha Wang River from the direction of Pingdingshan. And Chen Xian carefully recognized them and found that Chen Ying was on the list. Chen Xian carefully recognized Chen Ying, and found that she was among them. This definitely confirmed that the group of people was Zhao Yulin and his team, who had fled with the fire-jacked fruits. Without any hesitation, Chen Xian's backbone wings jetted out with high-temperature airflow and quickly flew towards Zhao Yulin's team and the others. Without saying a word, Chen Xian met with the little desolate Starfall. After all, it was Zhao Manyan, his eldest uncle. Chen Xian did not go straight to the death, and his huge size descended from the sky, smashing heavily into the center of the group. A circle of substantial shockwaves swept out, and the entire team was lifted off their feet on the spot. Enemy attack! A family mage yelled. Roar! After Chen Xian got up, he directly issued a roar like a heaven-shaking roar. The sound-wave demonic spell tore through the atmosphere, shocking the many mages to shatter their eardrums and bleed from both orifices on the spot. The mages with weaker cultivation conveniently fell into a coma. Chen Ying was shocked by the magical sound to the point of dizziness, and the whole person seemed to see the figure of Mo Fan's giant contracted beast in a daze. Hand over the fire jackfruit. Chen Xian stared deathly at the ghost woman, golden flames igniting in his eyes as if he was about to shoot out electrically the next moment. It wasn't so much that he was wheedling and didn't want to just finish them off, but he was stalling. Can you win the flame witch's favor by snatching the fire jack back outright? Not necessarily. People are suspicious. There's no chance she'll brainstorm that this is Chen Xian's self-directed arrangement, and telling her yourself is never as believable as her discovering it on her own. Therefore, Chen Xian only needed to stop the group and wait until the flame witch arrived before revealing the ghost woman's true colors, and then the truth would naturally come out. The flame witch will recognize her family, take out the ghost woman, and retrieve the fire jackfruit, thus owing Chen Xian a favor. How could such a powerful wolf demon appear here? Zhao Yulin, who was hiding behind a protective magic tool, exclaimed with a pale face. He was confident that he could maneuver around normal commander-level demons, but this wolf demon that not only had terrifying strength, but could also speak, was far beyond his scope of response. Don't freeze, hurry up and attack him with high-level magic, the bandaged ghost woman said sternly. Rock Devil's pupil, petrified. In the bandage on her head, a dark brown pupil dilated violently, and in an instant, a piece of grayish-white aura enveloped Chen Xian with lightning speed. On this yellow sand-filled scorched plains, the power of Earth System high-level magic was multiplied when it was cast. Chen Xian was completely unafraid in the face of this kind of attack. He had long since ceased to be the three-eyed demonic wolf that had to run for his life when he saw Lun Yin's petrification. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold arc. The golden flame in his mouth was like a dragon's breath, violently erupting, violently colliding with the raging petrification power. The two sides' energies roaring and annihilating each other. The power of petrification gradually weakened. On the contrary, the golden flames became more and more violent, effortlessly engulfed all, and then turned to the ghost woman. Raging pounced. Quick defense. Rock barrier. Shueihua sky curtain. At the critical moment, it was still Zhao Yulin's Shueihua sky curtain that barely blocked Chen Xian's demonic spells. Matter of fact, demonic spells and magic were never what Chen Xian was good at. His demonic rank was frankly an ordinary commander. and demonic spells were far inferior to those of a great commander-level existence. Even with the Golden Finger Hell Curse's enhancement, he was never good at punching and tearing with sharp claws. Still, he didn't take the opportunity to directly rush up and finish off Zhao Yulin and the others, but continued to cast demonic spells to stall for time, waiting for the flame witch to arrive. The body rotated and rolled up a huge tornado sweeping towards the ghost woman. Anyway, as long as one attacked her, the others would naturally protect her. As expected, Zhao Yulin bumblingly offered up his bottom defense magic tool to resist Qin Xian's tornado demonic spell. Just then, an orange-red meteor shot up from the distant flat-topped mountain, and the flame witch rushed straight out after easing her injuries. The ghost woman who saw the scene instantly had an ugly look on her face. The plan was clearly going to succeed, but it turned out that a demon wolf was killed halfway. At this moment, she was glaring at Qin Xian. Her eyes were about to burst out. She was already desperate, and she couldn't do any more hiding at this time. She had to explode with all her might and sell Zhao Yulin in order to be able to escape with her life, only to see the ghost woman hiding herself and stealthily brewing up the high-level curse magic, Ghost Xing. The ghost woman's curse-based constellation was very hidden, and a huge half-void ghost monster appeared behind her at an unknown time, which was as upright as a small mountain and black, like a spirit of an evil ghost. However, Qin Xian was standing on high ground and had everything in his sights. Regarding this sudden change, he appeared unusually calm, even with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The seemingly imposing spirit of the evil spirit was but an insignificant threat, the small mountainous size only reaching a fraction of his height and unable to hurt him at all. Just as the evil spirit of the ghost rushed forward with full of resentment and curse power, Qin Xian merely let out a soul-shaking roar, and that voice contained a power that could not be underestimated, instantly penetrating the netherworld and directly crushing the ghost woman's meticulously prepared high-level curse. Accompanied by this roar, the lurid-looking hill-like soul of the evil spirit seemed to be cut by an invisible blade, instantly splitting into pieces and transforming into grievances scattered all over the sky, leaving behind a piece of nothingness in vain. Curse system. You actually know curse lineage magic? Zhao Yulin cried out in shock. The Jiang Feng he remembered was clearly an earth, fire, and space mage. When had he mastered curse lineage spells again? Ha ha ha. The ghost woman didn't reply, only letting out a piercing laugh. Seeing the orange-red meteor-like figure getting closer and closer, she realized that she was at the end of her rope. Chapter 72. 72. Burning the ghost woman. Since even her strongest curse, Ghost Xing, could not pose a threat to the mysterious demon wolf, the other party's strength clearly far exceeded all of them. The other party was probably waiting for the flame witch to arrive. The ghost woman made a quick judgment. The giant wolf and the flame witch that was about to arrive were in cahoots. If she wanted to escape this, the only way out was to hold Chen Ying hostage. As long as Chen Ying was in control, she could use it as a bargaining chip to make them fearful, and even the flame witch might be forced to do her bidding. Not being able to think of anything else, she immediately activated her own fulfillment magic tool and lunged towards the unconscious Chen Ying with the intention of strangling her. Just in the nick of time, a black shadow suddenly rose up from Chen Ying's shadow, and it was none other than Mo Fan, who had been in ambush for a long time. Mo Fan's face was resolute, and his eyes were filled with hatred for the ghost woman. Qin Xian had already told him beforehand that this ghost woman was an extremely vicious and wanted criminal who might take Chen Ying as a hostage. At first, Mo Fan was still a bit unconvinced until he witnessed this moment with his own eyes. Mei Yan. Fiery fist. Nine Jiao. Mo Fan leapt out violently, the flame star diagram blazing within him. Blazing flames like wildly curling tornadoes wrapped around his arms, and with a single swing of his fist, 9 fiery dragons roared out of his fist's blades, fiercely striking the ghost woman's chest. The ghost woman had just activated her armored magic tool when she was blasted hundreds of meters away by this huge force, eventually sinking into the rolling yellow sand. Who are you? How dare you attack our Zhao family? Zhao Yulin was also confused at this moment. How could there be another person? What was all this about his wife having a cursed lineage? Only before he had time to be puzzled, a slap formed by spatial thoughts slapped him hard on his face, directly sending his entire person flying over 10 meters away. Half of his teeth were slapped out, his mouth was full of blood flowing non-stop, and his entire person was in a daze. Qin Xian had been looking at him with displeasure for a long time, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was Zhao Menyan's eldest uncle, he would have directly stomped on him. The orange-red meteor transformed by the flame which arrived just in time, and the flame meteor accurately hit the yellow sand where the ghost woman was hiding, and in an instant, the horrifyingly high temperature swept away, and the yellow sand quickly melted into a transparent glass-like shape, exposing the painfully struggling ghost woman below. The huge spiral-shaped hole left by Mo Fan's 9 Jiao punch directly on her armored magic tool. Under the fiery burning of the flame fiend at the moment, the skin and flesh blossomed, the blood quickly evaporated, and the pain caused her to let out a heart-rending scream. In the face of the ghost woman's wailing, the flame demoness did not soften her heart. The anger in her heart seemed to be able to burn out the ghost woman's soul. and she recognized that this person was the same person who had been seriously injured by the fire of the heavenly tribulation many years ago, and who she had come to the rescue of. The kind-hearted rescue of the past was exchanged for today's wolfish betrayal, assuming her identity, luring her husband to come and take the fire-jacked fruit, and even instigating her own daughter to sneak up on her. Such behavior was despicable, shameless, and worse than a beast. Whenever Jiang Feng thought of her daughter's unhesitating stabbing of the ice magic tool into her back, her heart ached like a stranglehold, and this deep grief transformed into a torrent of anger that drove her will for revenge. The swirl of fiery flames mercilessly swept over the ghost woman. Each flame was a judgment on her crimes, attempting to completely devour her from her body to her soul. The ghost woman struggled in vain, attempting to escape from this boundless sea of flames. But could the flame of the flame witch's fury be extinguished so easily? Spare me! Let me go! Please, mercy! The ghost woman begged for mercy in despair amidst the excruciating pain. But to the flame demoness ears, the ghost woman's pleas were what fueled her monstrous fury even more. Her anger burned like a blazing fire, and every word seemed to roll over the sea of fire before being consumed by the flames of anger. Begging for mercy. You still have the face to beg for mercy. You're a scum, and scum like pigs and dogs. You only deserve to receive the punishment of eternal burning in the fires of hell. The flame demoness spiritual will spread throughout the entire scorched plains. So angry that she was all but talking, the flames grew fiercer, turning into an endless fire torture that turned every ounce of the ghost woman's remorse and fear into ashes. The ghost woman's screams faded until her last desperate whimper dissipated into the rolling heat. As the flames continued to rage, the ghost woman's resistance gradually weakened until everything fell into place, leaving only a pile of ashes to prove she had existed. Although the flame of vengeance was extinguished, the inner trauma and vigilance took root in Jiang Feng's heart. She picked up the space bracelet that had already burned to the point of melting, and took out the precious fire jackfruit from it, carefully holding it in her hand. How is it? Is the fire jackfruit alright? Can Yanji still hatch normally? Chen Xian walked over and asked. The flame witch's anger, with the death of the ghost woman, also finally subsided, and as she looked at Chen Xian and Mo Fan who walked over, she also revealed a look of gratitude. I'll let her hatch normally. Great. Right. What about the few over there? Mo Fan asked worriedly. After his excitement, they had helped the demons this time. Killing and exterminating them was impossible. There was no way he would do such a thing. But if they were allowed to return to the Yin realm to denounce the matter to the Magic Association and the Judgment Council, then he, Mo Fan, would be an adult traitor. The flame witch shook her head, signaling that she could fix it. Mo Fan was confused, but still quietly watched her perform. Soon enough, the flame witch flew over to attach herself to Chen Ying, and they quickly established a mental connection with each other. And the moment the flame witch was mentally connected to Chen Ying, the truth flooded into Chen Ying's mind like a tidal wave. Not 5 seconds later, Chen Ying, who understood everything, broke down on her knees and cried. Years ago, her mother chose to give up her chance to escape for the sake of her father's survival, and she herself was consumed by the fire of the heavenly tribulation, and was ultimately saved by the old Yanji, who was transformed into a flame demoness. I can't believe I was deceived by a ghost woman for so many years and almost killed my own birth mother. I'm sorry. Chen Ying kept apologizing and repenting. The flame which came out of Chen Ying's body and looked at Chen Ying, who had fallen to her knees and was crying in pain. The emotions surging in her heart were complicated and difficult to describe. She stretched out her hand and gently resting on Chen Ying's shoulder, he conveyed silent comfort and understanding. Everything is in the past. What matters is a good future. The flame witch's comforting words instantly made Chen Ying cry even louder. The flame witch flew towards her husband, Zhao Yulin, again, and synchronized her operations on Chen Ying, learning everything. Zhao Yulin experienced the same spiritual awakening under the guidance of the flame witch. Emotions surged like a tidal wave as he realized his wife's sacrifices and suffering over the years, as well as the truth that he had almost been deceived and used. He fell to his knees, side by side with Chen Ying, tears mixing with remorse and gratitude. Chapter 73. Elemental species. Mo Fan, who had stood by the side and watched everything, also roughly understood what had happened, and while mentally feeling incredulous, a new doubt surfaced. Did Xian Chen know everything in advance? Although Chen Xian had never revealed half of it, or even shown any foresight, he acted as if he would always push things in the most perfect direction. Mo Fan wasn't really completely stupid. So many experiences had been able to make him realize what was going on, but he didn't choose to break the ice. A recognized flame witch and Chen Ying and others seemed to have endless words. Chen Xian and Mo Fan did not choose to disturb, silently went to look for resources to go. This fire robbery down the resources cannot be tapped yet. A few days later, in the fire cloud forest on Flat Top Mountain, under the starry sky tree, Chen Xian and Mo Fan came here once again. The flame witch eventually stayed behind, deciding to complete Yanji's legacy before finding her own quest in life, and returned here after sending her family away. Little Yenji is hatching today. The flame which said to Chinxian and MO-fan.1 could only see the fire jackfruit hanging high above the starry heavenly tree. And in the hole in the tree below the starry heavenly tree, there was actually a fire elemental seed hidden. The quality was very high just by sensing it. It was definitely not an ordinary spirit species. The starry heavenly tree was slowly absorbing its energy, supplying the fire jackfruit bit by bit. This is a soul seed? Chen Xian asked. A subsoul seed, which is needed for Yenji's hatching. Subsoul species? There are still sub-level soul seeds? MO-fan wondered. Original chapter 2199, of course. There are gaps between spirit seeds and spirit seeds, soul seeds and soul seeds, and you can divide them according to the realm of the demons. False, sub, lesser, and greater, subsoul species, let alone forming a realm. The attachments may not even be complete, and the increase is merely 4 times at most. Shen Xian said the doubling magic effect of the increase of a series of elemental species such as spirit seed, soul seed, heaven seed, and so on, was actually enhancing the quality of one's elemental-based magic energy. The elemental lineage that everyone awakens at the very beginning is the mortal seed, which defaults to a value of 1, and the increase obtained by refining the spirit seed and soul seed increases this value. The spirit seed is 1.5 to 3, the soul seed is 3.5 to 6, and the celestial seed is unknown. Of course, this value also naturally increases with cultivation, beginning 1 intermediate 2 higher 4 superorder 8 forbidden spell 16. The claim of several times in the elemental species is also only against the primordial mortal level. This multiplier gets fainter and fainter as the cultivation level increases. Like expecting a spirit seed to boost the power of a white plate superclass mage's superclass magic by 2 to 3 times is a fool's errand. The quality of people's super-ranked mage's own magical energy was no worse than the increase provided by the soul seed. A soul seed, not counting attachments and domains, is less than twice as effective at boosting a superclass mage's superclass magic, closer to twice as effective at best. This could be seen from the performance in the original. No matter how much or how exaggerated MO-fan's increase was, it was impossible for his high-ranked magic to surpass a super-ranked magic. His fire high-level full cultivation when fusing Yen-Ji had a whole 3 soul flames, each of which was an extreme quality, considered an increase multiplier of a full 18 times the power. 3 soulfire, 3 attunement, 3 fields plus Yenji's power plus astral sun enhancement. That's a deluxe enough panel, isn't it? It's still not comparable to super-ranked magic. This 18 times increase would be good to have 4 times if you really calculate it, really if it can be equivalent to 18 high-level 3 fire magic. Then when in the Kunlun fire cave directly Mu Lifu cotton all out. Not at all to be suppressed, the above is purely a personal understanding, so you can take it as a second setup. With the fading of the subsoul species, the starry heavenly tree completed the transformation of this power, and a pure and flawless soul power nourished the precious fire jackfruit, heralding the imminent birth of a new life. At that moment, a miracle happened. The impenetrable shell cracked open at the seam, as if nature's most exquisite gift box had released its treasured secrets. From this tiny fissure, a tiny arm cautiously poked out, an arm belonging to the little Yenji that was full of life and curiosity even though it was only a mere 5 centimeters. Its form is like a candle flame, fragile and warm, seemingly ready to be extinguished by the outside breeze, yet containing incredible vitality. The birth of the little Yenji was not accompanied by a cry in the usual sense. On the contrary, this little life form made up of delicate flames appeared to be unusually lively and active. It celebrated its new birth in its own way, instantly showing a keen interest in its surroundings, especially its unique preference for the shell of the fire jackfruit, which seemed to signal that it was born with an unbreakable bond with flames, and that being able to draw the energy necessary for its growth from such an environment was nothing less than a miracle of the heavens and the earth. At the top of the starry heavenly tree, the flame witch's face was soft, and her eyes were filled with doting and relief. As she slowly ascended, the air around her seemed to be surrounded by a warm flame breath, creating a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. When she gently cupped the little Yenji, her movements were so delicate that it was as if she was caring for the most precious treasure in the world, and every light touch was an outpouring of maternal radiance. The little Yenji seemed to feel an unprecedented sense of security in the witch's palm, and the tiny flaming body occasionally flickered even brighter, as if responding to this unconditional love. Fan, hurry up and get acquainted. They say that babies trust the people they have just seen with their eyes open the most. Don't let go of this good opportunity. Chen Xian said. Fan froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth curled up into a gentle smile as he nodded, secretly deciding in his heart that he would cherish this opportunity to establish a close connection with little Yenji. With Chen Xian's reminder, he realizes that this is not just a simple meeting, but the beginning of what could become an integral part of each other's lives. Stepping lightly, Fan slowly approached the space surrounded by warm flames, and the flame which looked up at him, a hint of recognition and anticipation flashing in her eyes. Fan took a deep breath and tried his best to keep his breath calm so as not to disturb little Yenji, who was enjoying her mother's embrace. Hey little guy, I'm Mo Fan, he said softly, reaching out his hand. His fingertips gently touching little Yenji's soft body made of delicate flames surprisingly. Instead of dodging, the little Yenji curiously used its tiny flame tentacles to lightly touch back Mo Fan's finger, seemingly engaging in a silent communication. Ha ha, it likes me a lot too. Mo Fan giggled, his heart looking forward to signing the cute little guy as his second contracted beast. Purr. I can promise to let little Yenji contract with you, but you must wait until she is in her infancy before you can take her away. And until then you must live here. The flame witch said. She actually knew that a summoning system high-level mage could not be found, although Yenji was also in high demand, but she couldn't just give it away to anyone. Chapter 74. 74? Coronation Flare. Of course I'm willing. After all, isn't true friendship and trust something that takes time to cultivate? Mo Fan said with a smile. The little Yenji purred in approval as if she had understood as well. Mo Fan quickly drew the summoning star map, and after the contract seal was formed, he looked at the flame witch, and only after she nodded her head in recognition did he drop the contract seal to little Yenji, who also accepted it without rejection. In this way, Chen Xian and Mo Fan lived in the scorched plains, with a large number of spirit species fragments feeding. With Mo Fan's high-level summoning system magic energy supply, the little Yenji wanted to grow to the juvenile stage only needed a month and a half. Compared to the 3 months in the original story, a whole doubled the time faster, and during this month and a half, Mo Fan lived a very fulfilling life every day, either hunting demons with Chen Xian, playing with little Yenji to cultivate their relationship, or learning the high-end effects of fire magic with Flame Witch Dai in the high-level field. Mo Fan is still a white man. The fire control is not developed. The Flame Witch has possession and strong fire control, plus also as a human being is the main training fire system. She could be said to be the best fire teacher, and Mo Fan had learned a lot of fire techniques from her, and his ability to fight alone had greatly improved. He was already able to be completely on his own when conducting demon hunting with Chen Xian. Another surprise was that Jiang Feng was actually a forger in her lifetime. Not only did her forging ability not weaken after becoming a flame witch, but she gained a more convenient forging ability. After realizing that Mo Fan and Chen Xian were interested in refining a fire soul seed, she even came out and said that with her ability she could easily complete the refining. Even as long as there were enough materials, she was able to refine a powerful soul seed with a fairly good quality. So they hunted more frequently. The White Sand Demon soldiers in the Sha Wang River could not satisfy them anymore, and they broke into the territory of the Dunhuang Demon Tiger many times in a month and a half. The demon tiger nests were too ended countless by him. The commander-level demon tigers were all hammered to death by 3 by Chen Xian. The demon tiger cubs were all sold off, I don't know how many of them, and the deposits were also rattling up, only that all of these harvests ended up being put into the refining of the soul seed. The raw materials of this soul seed, counting those spirit seeds, the cost alone was estimated to be pitched at 1.5 billion to start with. The soul seed that was eventually refined was also incomparably powerful. Mo Fan nearly had a bit of difficulty refining it, but it was only after the Flame Witch's possession increased that he managed to refine it. The Flame Witch called this soul fire, Corona Flare. At Mo Fan's call, the elements in the sky and earth seemed to respond to his will, and the fire elements in the air quickly converged, forming a bright and dazzling golden-orange flame. This flame was not only exceptionally hot, but also contained the power that originated from the sun. Shining brightly enough to make everything around it pale in comparison, its temperature was high enough to instantly liquefy steel, and the substances of nature were almost unbearable in front of it. The 6-fold increase in power of the mortal species made Mo Fan's fire magic energy as majestic as a volcanic eruption, and it was as if he had grasped the fire of the stars, and the magnitude of its power was shocking. Even more intimidating is the purifying power attached to its soul seed. Corona Flare is not only the embodiment of destruction, but also the nemesis of evil forces. Dark magic, curses, and evil spirits could not hide under its light, and like ice and snow meeting the spring sun, they gradually melted away into nothing. This purifying power is undoubtedly a lethal weapon against enemies who lurk in the shadows. When Mo Fan opened the Corona field, the whole world seemed to be bathed in the blazing sun. This domain not only greatly enhanced his ability to control the fire element, making the flames as easy to use as his fingers, but also transformed him into a walking sunwheel, emitting an unseen light and heat around him. The purifying power contained in the light of the corona radiated in all directions without discrimination, and wherever it went, whether it was filth or evil, it was completely incinerated, leaving behind only purity and light. Under the influence of this domain, the surroundings seemed to undergo a holy baptism, and all negative existences went up in smoke in this storm of light. The Corona Flare flame was undoubtedly a great soul species, and by obtaining this level of soul fire, Mo Fan's individual strength was already enough to single-handedly take on an average commander-level creature. Not only did Mo Fan improve, but Chen Xian also had the flame which refined new equipment for herself. A large iron pillar fused with ores found in the scorched plains through special ores purchased from the human world. It's a full meter in diameter. The length is up to 70 meters. It weighs a full 2,000 tons or so, although there was no mold to shape it. The Flame Witch's spatial nimbus worked in conjunction with Chen Xian's spatial nimbus and still managed to barely solidify it into the appearance of an iron pillar. At least it was straight enough, and as for sanding it would be too much of a hassle. So Chen Xian used it by wrapping it directly with the animal skin of the Dunkirk demon tiger. A month and a half in, and Goldfinger has improved. Feast, 6 levels, 53475 to 1, 000. Soul Furnace, 53,111, plus 30,123, Hell's Curse, 260%. The feast became distant again, and at the current rate of growth, one would have to eat 100 unicorns the size of a giant lizard false dragon in order to ascend to the 7th tier. The Soul Melting Furnace was a pretty quick boost. Just kill the little monsters anyway. And Hell's Curse was about the same. Another 180 minion Great Essence would boost it to 300%. And another 800 minion Great Essence would boost it to 400%. 400% could be immune to high-level magic and commander demonic spells. At that time Chen Xian would be even more invincible at the same level. It's just that it's not that good. The White Sand Demon soldiers of the Sha Wang River are all scared of him. And so are the Dunhuang Demon Tigers, who don't dare to come within 1,000 meters of him. Chen Xian is also afraid that killing like this again will lead to a monarch-level demon tiger. Although he is very resistant and strong, he is not yet able to cross so many levels. If the demon level can grow up to the Grand Commander or Commander level advancement stage, it is possible to tier wide. It was only that his demon leveling up was far away, and Mo Fan's summoning department level was behind his own. So it was hard to expect him to give him much of a growth increase, coupled with the need to raise the Little Yanji and the Blizzard Demon Eagle. Chen Xian was stuck here for a while, and Mo Fan was also very distressed about the lack of milk. So he could only allocate a little more cultivation time to the summoning department every day. Little Yanji is grown into a war general level. The future demand for summoning system magic energy will be even greater. But it is the Blistering Wind Magic Eagle. This thing will soon reach its peak. After that is to face the soul shaping for blood and bone strengthening. There will not be too much demand in a short period of time. Purr. Bye-bye. Little Yanji stood on Mo Fan's shoulder and waved her hand towards the Flame Witch and called out, "Today, Mo Fan and Chen Xian will be ready to leave this place. The cultivation speed here is too slow. Except for Mo Fan's fire cultivation has been refined. Other in no enhancement." Chapter 75 to 75. Re-entering the 3-step tower with a month and a half to go back and enjoy the 3 steps tower once more. Chen Xian had to raise the curse faculty as soon as possible as well. And Mo Fan also had the 2 faculties of spatial chaos to cultivate due to Mo Fan's fierce reputation in the Pearl Academy, which led to his incomparably solid position at the top of the list. No ungrateful one dared to take advantage of his absence to launch a challenge. After all, Lu Feng's scene of being forced to walk the bird was still fresh in his mind. All kinds of small videos, emoticons, directly let Lu Feng cannot bear it. Early graduation to change a city life to go. Chen Xian returned to the contract space and Little Yanji scurried in after her. She was also very curious about this huge wolf uncle. Only Chen Xian hadn't teased her much. After all, she was just too small for Chen Xian. Just like a fly, when Chen Xian meditated, he let her carry on playing on the side. Little Yanji actually had her own contract space, only it was very small. The contract space on Chen Xian's side was incomparably wide, and he didn't know how it was set. After Mo Fan returned to Dunhuang City, he took a plane and flew to the Magic City, spending a month and a half in order to contract Yanji. After returning to the Green Sky Hunting Center, Ling Ling pestered Mo Fan at the first opportunity and couldn't wait to see Yanji's appearance. Purine. Without the need for Mo Fan to release it, the little Yanji thought that after arriving home, she herself flew out of the contract space and stayed in front of Ling Ling to have a crooked head kill. Cute. Is this Yanji? Ling Ling's eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. She gently reached out her hand, wanting to touch the spiritual little flame, but she was a little hesitant for fear of disturbing this lovely little life. Well, just call little Yanji. From now on, she will be a member of our demon hunting squad. Mo Fan smiled as he explained. His eyes were filled with love and anticipation for little Yanji. He could see that Ling Ling was equally filled with good feelings for little Yanji, which made him feel relieved. The little Yanji seemed to sense Spirit's goodwill. Not only did she not dodge, but instead became more lively, gently dancing around Spirit's fingers, and occasionally spitting out a few small sparks in a mischievous manner, as if showing off her magical abilities, or as if she was playing hide-and-seek with Spirit. So cute. I've never seen such an interesting contracted creature. Spirit finally couldn't help herself and carefully touched the little Yanji gently with her fingertips, and when she felt the warmth that wasn't scalding, a bright smile bloomed on her face as well. This is a beautiful girl, should have a contract beast. Giant wolves or something, is simply a demon. Did you receive any high-level big orders while I was away? I'm so poor right now, Fan asked, due to the fact that it is stronger than the original. The orders taken are also more and higher. The efficiency is completely different. Fan at this time is already at the level of Master Hunter. And it is no problem at all to take some tens of millions of large orders. The income is not much slower than demon hunting. Of course, if Chen Xian is reckless, it still can't be compared. But doing hunter quests, in the end, it is easier than demon hunting, and it can also raise the hunter level. There's a big order of $100 million. The request is to travel to the Western Ridge to hunt the unicorn thunderbird and obtain its unicorn exotic bone. Spirit said, Unicorn thunderbird? What kind of strength? It can't be a commander level, right? Fan wondered. If it was a commander level, then forget it. 100 million was not enough to take a shot at a commander level at all, let alone to obtain a foreign bone. Although he was short of money and still owed old man Pao $400 million, he wasn't so bottomless as to take such a job. It's just at the Great War General level. The difficulty of this quest is that the number of unicorn thunderbirds is small, and the mob rate of the foreign bones is not 100%, and it often requires the hunting of multiple unicorn thunderbirds in order to complete it. Spirit explained. Got it. It's just that it's hard to encounter this kind of demon in the outskirts of the West Ridge. That's why no one is taking this mission, right? Fan wasn't a dullard now. Where could a war general level foreign bone be worth $100 million? It was 80% that the hunting difficulty was higher. Well, this one-horned thunderbird tends to inhabit forests far away from the city. It's hard to bump into them on the periphery. You have to go deeper into the demonic region, which would make the probability of encountering a commander class much higher. Plus the West Ridge is the territory of the Silver Vault Lord, so no one has taken up this quest. Spirit said, it's simply a mission tailor-made for us. Take it. For the next 1 or 2 months, we'll be brushing the monsters of this West Ridge. Chen Xian said to Fan. Okay, we'll take it then. After dealing with some trivial matters, Fan rested for another day before heading to the 3 Steps Tower for cultivation. Last month's cultivation opportunity had not yet been used. Counting this month, there would be a total of 14 days of cultivation time. Chen Xian had directly raised the curse department to intermediate level 2, and was likely to break through to level 3 at any time. Fan, on the other hand, had raised all of the spatial and chaotic departments to beginner level 3 completion, and was ready to break through to the middle level at any time. Except that both of them were so poor right now that they couldn't even get their hands on $10 million. Couldn't even afford to buy a nebula vein to break through to the middle stage. Fan, why don't you go borrow some money? Chen Xian said. Don't do it, brother Xian. We still owe old man Pao $400 million. Fan said a little reluctantly, unable to pull this face in his heart. Why don't we borrow from that big idiot Chopper Kong? I'm telling you, don't look at him like he's a rogue leader. But actually his family is rich. Chen Xian compelled. Oh, what other identities does Boss John Kong have that I don't know about? Quickly give me the gossip. Fan was instantly curious. Okay, sooner or later, I'm going to have to know. So I'm going to tell you about it in advance. Zhang Kong, formerly known as Zhu Xingyi, the youngest master of the Zhu family, a major international family. The family status is just about the same as Zhao Manyan, but his family is mixed in politics. Jin Kong was a member of the last previous National House team. Those who can be selected for the National House team are basically geniuses of their age. Jin Kong has only demonstrated the fire and wind systems, but those shouldn't even be his major. Because of a woman, Jin Kong offended the Heterodox Academy. The Heterodox Academy represents the Holy City and is the absolute dictator of this world. No one can disobey their will. His grandfather was Zhu Huanyao, a counselor of the Asian Magic Association, who bailed him out through the convenience of his identity and changed his name to Jinkong, arranging for him to be placed in the middle of the domestic military to guard the tiny city of Bo. Chen Xian said, I see. For what woman? Fan asked what woman was worth giving up his future. An ice fatalist named Qin Yuer. A fatalist is an overly powerful innate talent, just like Mu Ningxue's innate spirit ice. Qin Yuer's ice fatalist is innate soul ice. Those who suffer from disasters are often unable to control this power, and at the age of 10 she caused some disasters and was forced to be sent to the heavenly mountains to be sealed, which was only stabilized when she awakened to magic at the age of 14, and at the age of 17 when she was highly ranked. But the altered sanctuary doesn't care if you can control it or not. As long as it's unknown to them, they will sanction it. Because she made a big splash at the National Palace competition, she was targeted by the alien sanctuary and is still frozen in the scars of Heavenly Mountain. Chen Xian said, Chapter 76-76. Nomination contest shit. The Heterodox Academy is so overbearing. Fan, who was learning the truth about the world for the first time, was also very unconvinced. So in the future, when you meet someone from the alien sanctuary, don't worry Xian. You want me not to mess with them casually, right? I won't mess with them casually. Before Chen Xian could finish, Mo Fan said with very little self-awareness. No, what I want to say is that in the future, when you have a conflict with these people, you must not be merciful. These people are your enemies. They don't kill demons, but they monopolize the huge cultivation resources of humans, and they specialize in dealing with humans themselves. They are hawks and dogs that uphold the dictatorship of the holy city. You don't have to treat them as humans, just treat them as the Black Order. Without their permission, the Black Order cannot exist in this world. Chen Xian took the opportunity to give Mo Fan a general impression first. When he encountered it in the future, he would naturally combine it with the behavior of the exotic sanctuary and brainstorm everything Chen Xian had said. Don't mess with it, brother Xian. We are honest little people. Dictatorship is dictatorship. I'm not interested in meddling in this kind of political struggle. Mo Fan quickly waved his hand and said, this can't be by you. As long as you walk on the road to become stronger, you will definitely conflict with them. The holy city will not allow the existence of power beyond the control. You awaken 2 departments at a time. When you get to the forbidden spells, a whole 10 departments. I know that with your potential, you will be able to ascend to the forbidden spell. And if you ascend to the forbidden spell, who else on earth can beat you? So do you still think that the holy city will let you break through to the 10 lineages of forbidden spells at ease? Chen Xian said, it's too far away. Although I'm also very confident. But this kind of thing is at least a decade or so later. Don't take it too seriously, La. Mo Fan said indifferently. It's not far at all. Mo Fan. It won't take decades. Just a few years, and you will inevitably touch the threshold of forbidden spells. You need to prepare yourself mentally. Your existence is destined to cause a major impact on the existing order. Will you submit, or will you stand on your own? You should think from now on. Chen Xian said seriously. Mo Fan immediately fell silent. Chen Xian's foresight has never been wrong. He is so serious words, is bound to be not alarmist. What about you? Xian, you are also so special and powerful. What is your position? You haven't told me where you came from? Mo Fan asked. He clearly remembered that at the beginning, Chen Xian was just an ordinary one-eyed demon wolf. Then after advancing, he started to change, from a demon wolf to a werewolf, and now he was unlike any kind of creature. That kind of jet bone wings was even more unique. The whole world could not find out the second pair again. To say that this was not carefully designed, Mo Fan did not believe it. Regarding my origins, I will naturally tell you when you have surpassed the rank of full cultivation. Right now you don't deserve to know. Chen Xian said perfunctorily. Well, in the blink of an eye, another month and a half had passed, and Mo Fan's life was still as stable as ever. Eating and cultivating to fight demons, pretending to pick up girls and spending money indiscriminately, life was still so peaceful except for the extra little Yenji. With his high-level strength and the identity of a master hunter, Mo Fan took 3 big orders in a row, so he could be said to be a working maniac. Together with the resources popped out from the West Ridge hunt. Once all the resources were sold, there was a total of $300 million of income in this month and a half. After buying some resources to help Mo Fan break through the intermediate bottleneck of the spatial and chaos lineages, he bought 3 more spirit seeds for little Yenji to use as food. This kind of high-end formula she had been eating for a while. The spirit seed fragments that she had collected in the Scorch Plains in the first place had already been eaten by her, and they were completely useless. The remaining 200 million, just in case. As for the debt of Old Man Pao, just owe it first. There are still more than half a year to pay the debt. The Blizzard Devil Eagle had already advanced to the War General level advancement stage, which was at its peak in the race, and as long as he was allowed to settle down a bit more, he would be ready to change his blood and shape his soul, and his advancement also slowed down the pressure of Mo Fan's milk powder. It was already stressful to raise Chen Xian, a giant wolf, but now there is another little Yenji to raise. She and Chen Xian are both big milk powder users, the kind that frames the dazzle. Mo Fan used this month's cultivation opportunity, and when he entered the 3 steps tower again and came out, the Chen Xian curse lineage was already at the middle 3rd level. Mo Fan space and chaos were already at the 2nd level of the middle order and chased very fast. Thunder and Shadow are still middle order full repair. Due to the experience of failing once, Mo Fan does not want to use the Star River Pulse without absolute certainty now that he knew deep down that he had to split a penny into 4 to spend it. The blasted wind demon eagle aside, even if he was no better fed, the cost of advancing to the level of commander would be at least 1 billion. The resources of the flying class's commander class demons were always the most expensive, unless one goes into the wild and slowly brushes them. Bloodlines are easy to find. It's the battle souls that are hard to find, not to mention the little Yenji. It is said that she has to eat soul seeds during the growth period. Hearing Mo Fan's head is big, Chen Xian was even more kryptonite, and if he hadn't made this soul seed, he would have been more kryptonite than Mo Fan. It's a long way to go to make money in recent times. The nomination qualifiers for the World State House competition are also about to begin. The various worldly family prides had also started to really make an impact. Like what Mu Nugio had already rushed into the top 10, becoming the leader of the freshman session with the exception of Mo Fan, even Zhao Manyan. He hadn't been seen much lately. Zhao Manyan mostly didn't go for a spot on the academy side, but even if he obtained a spot through other means, he would need to put in several times the effort of a normal person whether or not there is a big power behind the support. The competitors are as many as the sea. If there is no ability to deter the herd of skills, it is simply impossible to kill out of the enclosure. It could be said that for the sake of a place in this world school competition, but anyone with intentions was basically thinking about how to roll their opponent's nomination battle. There were 10 places in the Pearl Academy, and the top 20 rankings of each academy could participate in the tournament to compete for the 10 places. The rules of the tournament are that 4v4 winners and losers are scored by specialized judges after taking the nomination fight. It is equivalent to obtaining 1 vote, and in order to become a member of the national government, there must be a minimum number of 4 votes. And the other 3 votes is to fight for the background and means. After obtaining 4 votes, they would have to go through another final round of screening and compete with the Heavenly Pride from all over the country before they were finally determined to be the official State House members. Otherwise, even if they had a monstrous background, they would still be just substitutes. Therefore, the backdoor was basically a substitute. In order to rub the name of the State House team and get to know the Heavenly Pride of those top powers, which would be very helpful in the future. At Chen Xian's request, Mo Fan personally went to sign up for the nomination contest. Without the outrageous dog-bloodedness of the original where AI Tutu was an imposter, the competition was mainly a test of team fighting ability, but this meant nothing to Mo Fan. As a high-ranked mage, he had already pulled away from the other students in the fault line. Mo Fan quickly completed his enrollment and drew his signature. The draw was for the purpose of dividing up the teams. Usually after the draw everyone would announce and meet their teammates. Mo Fan didn't need to at all. He was enough to sweep a team by himself. Chapter 77. 77. One move to win. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was finally Mo Fan's turn to play on this day, and by now he didn't even know who his teammates were. Stepping to the playing field at a pleasant pace. Mo Fan looked around and realized that the competition venue was huge. The seats were all filled with people. Even the referee was one more than usual. The Demon King is here. I don't know who shouted. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards Mo Fan. Only he didn't care. The more gazes he gazed at, the madder he became. Pearl School bully Mo Fan. The perennial #1 in the Fire Academy. The one no one dares to challenge. Mo Fan. I haven't seen the great Demon King strike in months. I wonder how strong he is now. I don't know about anything else anyway. That 3-eyed demon wolf that's a few floors tall is invincible. Taking a big iron pillar and casually swinging it can kill us middle-ranked mages. I also don't know why that demonic wolf is so smart and can use weapons. With a summoned beast that's strong and the strongest in the Pearl Academy, a place in the state competition should be a nail in the coffin this time, don't you know? I've heard that Demon is already a member of the inner circle. In the audience, countless people whispered and discussed Mo Fan's power and mystery. There were those who were so sour that their eyes reddened, and those who worshipped from the bottom of their hearts. Mo Fan took a general look around and quickly found his 3 teammates, walking up and asking, "Hello classmate, are you from the 3rd team?" Right. I'm Team 3 Li Ziki. I didn't expect to really line up with the great Demon King himself. This is the time to lay down and win, teammate Li Ziki said excitedly. Ha. Don't worry, I'll pack and fly you. But it's very lively today, Mo Fan said without any modesty at all. That's for sure. A lot of people are here for you Demon King today. Other matches aren't this lively. Everyone wants to see how strong you Demon King really is. Another teammate said. Mo Fan carefully looked toward the audience and found that Zhao Manyan, Mu Nugio, Su Zhaoteng, Ding Yamian, Zheng Bingxiao, and these acquaintances were all here. Not only them, basically, the top few of the entire department were there. They knew that unless they broke through to the high level, it was impossible for them to beat Chen Xian, the giant demon wolf. So they only wanted to see how much of a gap existed between themselves and Mo Fan, the summoner, as a way of comforting themselves that there was actually not that much of a gap between them and the top geniuses. However, this was just that their impression of Mo Fan Chen Xian was still stuck in the middle-ranked war general. If they knew that Mo Fan Chen Xian had long been a high-ranked commander, they wouldn't have gotten up any more bumper stickers. Ding! Ready for the match. The referee's announcement rang out. Mo Fan came back to his senses and looked at the 4 people on the opposite side of the room. Those who could participate in the competition were basically dual lineage middle stage full cultivators now. There weren't any weaklings, but they were waiting for them at the moment and didn't dare to have any slackness, since so many people wanted to know his strength. Then Mo Fan would naturally satisfy them. He had no intention of letting the summoned beasts take care of it this time. He was going to do it himself. Game on! With a whistle from the referee, the match officially begins. All of them darted to draw the Star Trek star map. Mo Fan didn't give the other party a chance to strike, only to see his flame star map completed instantly. His high-ranked cultivation combined with the control of the magic weapon. The speed was unknown how many times faster than these middle-ranked mages. Sun Flame, Fiery Fist, 9 dragons out of the sea. Golden-orange flames instantly covered Mo-Fan's entire body. And as Mo-Fan's fist blasted out, a spectacular scene jumped out at him. The golden-orange flames transformed into 9 blazing inflammatory dragons that came out of the air from his arms. As shocking as the 9 dragons coming out of the sea, causing everyone present to be moved, the flames not only illuminated the arena field, but also seemed to carry the aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea, causing the other players' spell casting to stutter under this majestic flame might. The air seemed to be set ablaze, the temperature rising sharply, and the people in the audience couldn't help but retreat backward. Fearing that they would be affected by this uncontrollable force, the referee's face became grave. Magic of this level had far exceeded normal middle-rank magic. The strength that Mo-Fan had displayed far exceeded the scope of an ordinary middle-rank mage. This is high-order mastery. No, not only that, it's soul-level fire. The referee nervously turned his gaze to an old professor in the audience for help. This level of magic was not something he could easily block. Mo-Fan's 4 opponents were scared out of their wits as they faced the 9 raging hot inflammatory dragons. Without any hesitation, he offered his shield magic tool and armor magic tool, and the magic he wanted to cast was changed to defensive magic. And under Mo-Fan's intentional control, the 9 inferno dragons completed the defensive magic of the opposite several people before it devoured them. Rock Barrier, Koyo, Ice Lock, 3 middle-ranked tertiary magics protected them in layers. Yet the moment the 9 inflammatory dragons touched these defenses, they erupted with fierce fiery flames, like 9 angry dragons breaking through their bonds. The power of the flames hardened and tore through all of the protections. In a thrilling burst of sound, a center of a storm interwoven with flames and shattering defensive magic formed in the middle of the arena. Despite Mo-Fan's opponents resisting with all their might, their defenses were as fragile as papier-mâché under the 9 dragons out of the sea's ferocious attack, breaking down one after another. Seeing that the 4 opponents couldn't hold out at all, Mo-Fan controlled the flames to recover himself, forming a domineering stance surrounded by 9 dragons. And after furthering his education and categorization from the Flame Witch, he had already comprehended the embryonic form of the fire domain on his own. And after obtaining the Coronation Flare Flame, he even directly awakened and activated the domain, which pushed his control of the fire system to an extreme. The referee, who was just about to make a move, was instantly relieved. He was really afraid that his defense magic would also be directly broken through by Mo-Fan's 9 Inferno Dragons. That would be embarrassing. The embers were scattered in all directions, and the entire arena was filled with a scorching odor. How is this possible? An opponent shouted incredulously, kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock and unwillingness, clearly not expecting to encounter such overwhelming power. The gap is surprisingly large, a disoriented man said, his body powerless as if his soul had been drained. Mo-Fan stood in the center surrounded by flames. The golden-orange flames around him seemed to give him supreme majesty. His deep eyes swept over everyone. It wasn't just a victor's stance. It was absolute confidence in his own power. The match is over, the referee announced in a loud voice, with a hint of trembling in his voice. In the audience, the crowd was boiling with awe and applause, all shocked by Mo-Fan's heaven-defying strength. My God, how did this pervert Mo-Fan's fiery fist become so strong? Zhao Manyan exclaimed. Although he knew that Mo-Fan had the 4th level of fiery fists, he hadn't seen him this awesome when he was in Dunhuan before. Chapter 78. Undead Riot. In the ancient capital, many students recognized the 4th level of Fiery Fist. After all, Dongfang Lai was also a celebrity of the Pearl Academy. His natural talent was the mutant star child. Casting fire magic would automatically add a level, and Fiery Fist Ninjia was naturally his signature skill. However, most people didn't understand why Mo-Fan's Ninjia was so powerful. Saying that one topped several of Dongfang Lai's was not an exaggeration at all. No students went to think in the direction of soul seeds. After all, soul seeds are too precious. Not something that students at this stage can access. Most mages who have completed their full cultivation at a high level have not been able to put together 3 lineages of soul seeds. Soul seed. Only Dongfang Lai under the stage murmured and whispered, watching Mo-Fan's 9 dragons out of the sea showing great power. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and jealousy. As a mage who had used the 9 Jiao of Fiery Fist many times, he was sure at a glance that this was the gap between the soul seed and the spirit seed. The surrounding chatter gradually reached Dongfang Lai's ears. He took a deep breath to try to calm the waves in his heart. However, a wave of irritation could not be stopped from surging to his heart every time he thought of Zhumeng giving all the votes that could have been gifted to their Dongfang family directly to Mo-Fan. It was like fire in his heart, and the unwillingness and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Mo-Fan's dazzling performance exacerbated this pain. After a long time, Dongfang Lai finally still recognized the reality. Helplessly paralyzed on the chair. What is a soul seed? How precious is it? He couldn't be clearer. He realized that he would never be able to catch up with Mo Fan in his life. And the waist that had been straightened for more than 20 years was finally broken. Holy shit. Big brother. Bullish. From now on, I'll obey you in the Pearl Academy. Lee Ziki gave Mo Fan a thumbs up. He was truly convinced. Biggie, take me next time. Mo Fan smiled and did not say anything. Feeling the surrounding comments, the inner soul of the pretender was greatly satisfied. From every mouth said Mo Fan are as if the most warm power of faith in general nourished his soul. From now on, whoever dares to say that they are backed up by a contracted beast will be served directly with a fiery fist. Walking towards the audience, Mu Nugio and the others immediately surrounded them, and Zhao Manyan directly wrapped his arms around Mo Fan's neck to lock him under his armpits. Say, did you gain something extra in Scorched Plains that we don't know about? Zhao Manyan locked Mo Fan's neck in a death grip, making sure to make him give a good explanation. Only his middle-ranked mage physique was not enough to look at in front of Mo Fan, who straightened his back slightly and directly lifted Zhao Manyan's entire body. Stop it. It's just a little gain. I learned a little bit from where the flame witch was, Mo Fan said perfunctorily. Great Demon King, you're so strong. Won't you definitely have you in this State House competition? AI Tutu said excitedly. I'm sorry, but I've been an insider for a long time. How on earth did you cultivate? You're at a high rank so quickly. Mu Nugio was very puzzled. She felt that her high rank was still far away, while Mo Fan was already at the high rank of 2 lineages. You'll know when you're like me, when billions are added to your body. Don't gather around here. Hurry up. The nomination competition was still going on in an organized manner, and after this day everyone knew that Mo Fan was already a high-ranked mage and had a Fire Soul seed. There were so many tutors present that naturally recognized Mo Fan's strength. Thus Mo Fan's information spread all of a sudden, which led to every time Mo Fan competed, he was just going through the motions, and no one would think that they could beat a high-ranked plus soul seed, and this also made Mo Fan's reputation. Each college with the right to nominate all know Mo Fan such a person. The national government competition has not even begun before the high-level plus soul species can be completely said to be the captain of the strong competition candidates. Time passed, another 20 days passed, and Mo Fan, who had just come out of the 3 Steps Tower, whistled and walked on the road to the Qingtian Hunting Institute with a beatific stride. After this period of time, his space department had also been raised to the middle 3rd level. The other departments were still the same. The Thunder Department and the Shadow Department hadn't been taken care of for this period of time, and there was absolutely no intention of breaking through the bottleneck. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had successfully broken through to the high level of the Curse Department, and he realized that the Soul Furnace could be fully described as his own soul cultivation vessel, and that an increase in his soul cultivation would naturally lead to an increase in his magic department cultivation. The cultivation speed was already no slower than Mo Fan at this time. After all, his little loach hadn't evolved yet. This period of time has been relatively degenerate. Coupled with the nomination contest, Mo Fan Chen Xian did not go hunting demons much, and the hunter mission did not do much, so the income is also relatively general. All used to buy milk powder for the little Yenji. The current Mo Fan is not the poor Mo Fan in the original. The little Yenji is fed directly to the spirit seed from infancy. The growth rate is not at all comparable to the original. Coupled with the rate of increase of high-level summoning magic energy, it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a year for little Yenji to be promoted to the rank of Commander. As for the Blistering Wind Demon Eagle, or the War General Advancement period, the Strong Bones for Blood has begun to carry out, and now it is also the beginning of the Kryptonite. But as the big head of the War Soul has not yet identified a good choice, Mo Fan Chen Xian decided to wait for what time to meet the right demon to say again. Mo Fan took out his cell phone, just wanted to give the heart of the summer to come to a phone. The results of the phone itself rang. Mo Fan opened the message to see a short line of words, but let Mo Fan the whole person as a thunderbolt general body trembled dramatically up. The pair of godly eyes were more hit even the heart and soul, or some cannot find it. The undead riot in the ancient capital. The Shihong team sent to rescue the survey team, including Zhang Xiuho's inspection officer, were all wiped out. All gone. This word is like an ice spear ruthlessly stuck in Mo Fan's heart and lungs. Coldness straight into the soul. The whole person as if falling into the 10,000 years of ice grotto. For a long time cannot pull themselves out. The loss of a dear friend cannot be empathized with by those who have not experienced it. And the military mage is always with his head in his hands. So how can there be no casualties when fighting with demons? When Zhang Xiaoho joined the military department, he had thought of vetoing it for him. But when he thought of the reckless gesture he made when he rushed towards the security boundary with Hiyu in his arms, he realized that he, his big brother, could not dissuade him. Although as early as when Zhang Xiaoho decided to join the army, Mo Fan was psychologically prepared for this day. However, when the bad news really came, he still found it hard to accept. His eyes unconsciously reddened, but he forced himself not to let his eyes flow out. Live and let live, Mo Fan said in a hoarse voice. Do you want me to drive you there? I should be able to arrive in one breath if I go to the ancient capital bypassing the Qinling Mountains. Chen Xian said. If you go to the ancient capital, you need to bypass the Qinling a little bit. Other demonic areas Chen Xian can completely not put in his eyes, but the Qinling is different. The Qinling's feathered demon is too damn much, and the airspace consciousness is very strong. Chen Xian directly across the words of 100% will be beaten up by the big demon. Trouble you brother Xian, Mo Fan said, without making any preparations. Mo Fan just wanted to get to his dear friend's side as fast as possible. Chapter 79-79. Traveling to the ancient capital, Chen Xian emerged from the void. Spatial Nimbus lifted Mo Fan and placed him into the fur at the back of his neck to form a protection. And the wings of the bone lance came together to spew out high-temperature air currents that shot up into the sky and flew in the direction of the ancient capital. In just an hour's time, Chen Xian was close to the ancient capital, where the clouds were as dense as black velvet, covering all the sunlight. Without rain, the sky and the earth were obscure, coupled with the gray and withered colors that came with the season. And so there was not a bit of life left. This time, the ancient capital was in a state of martial law, and the outer city even built a high wall, which was not the ancient city wall of the ancient capital, but the outer city wall that was temporarily built. And the range was dozens of times larger than the inner city wall. People who had been living in the suburbs had all been asked to relocate within the city walls. And such a wide range of security boundaries was rare even in the world. The city gates were guarded by people from the Magic Association, who were responsible for the inventory. And it didn't matter in broad daylight, but ordinary people were strictly forbidden to enter or leave at night, because they were rations for the undead. When they left the city gates, Chen Xian followed an airliner as it slowly descended from the black clouds, arriving directly in the vicinity of the airport. And after Chen Xian slowed down for Mo Fan with a single thought, he himself directly concealed himself into the contract space. There were already a few mages from the airport who had come to confirm the situation, and with a beast that big, even though Chen Xian was carefully controlling his own might, some of them still saw it. After Mo Fan landed, he turned into a shadow and vanished. Directly falling into the city could reduce a lot of tedious identity inspection processes and save a lot of time. Mo Fan didn't have the heart to experience the people of the ancient capital and headed directly to the Bell Tower Magic Association. The Bell Tower Magic Association is the very center of Xian, standing stormy in the inner city wall. Mo Fan originally wanted to first go to the military district that Zhang Xiaohou belonged to understand the situation, but he felt that it was just a waste of time. So he directly inquired about the person who gave the direct message of death. The man told him that Zhang Xiaohou disappeared during the execution of the rescue operation. The remains were not found and no further rescue was sent, but it was certain that the place of disappearance was between Yangyang Village and Hua Village. Yangyang Village and Hua Village are both people of the dangerous dwelling clan, belonging to a special existence. They are the pure descendants of the ancient king, not subject to the attacks of the undead. Their village is in the middle of the countryside. The undead riot them, but so far safe and sound. Unfortunately, these villages completely refuse to use modern equipment, resulting in the difficulty of information transmission. The entire army or a village people ran through said, I do not know how many days have passed. The military has not verified at all. Mo Fan was not at all familiar with where the dangerous dwelling clan was, and even if Chen Xian's flying ability was very strong, it would not be convenient to search for them in the midst of the vast dark clouds. When they went out of the outer city walls, the most important thing was that the undead region outside the city was infested with monarch-level undead, and Chen Xian didn't want any accidents to occur in this episode. So Mo Fan needed an experienced guide. It is still quite dangerous to go out of the city at this time, not to mention the vicinity of Yangyang Village where the Fury Abyss has appeared, and the Magic Association could not find anyone interested at all. And Mo Fan found the short man as a guide in the Hunters Alliance, and was ruthlessly extorted for $10 million just like the original. The time of departure was set at the dawn hour of the next day, and Mo Fan couldn't sleep the whole night, and in the middle of the night, he ran to the outer city wall to watch the military mages fight with the undead. The outer city walls are guarded a dozen times more at night than during the day, and a look down from the top of the city will reveal a multitude of aimless wandering figures outside the city. Deadly black clouds slowly pressed down from high in the sky, and the land that was moisturized by the rain of dead chi. An unknown undead crawled out from it, their green eyes staring deathly at the outer city wall as if they had smelled the taste of the living. They have come like zombies, black bodies. From a distance it looks like a group of refugees running towards food, but when they densely gathered together and crashed into the city wall like a rotting flood, their hideous faces and hungry eyes then made countless mages feel their scalps tingling. The magic of the military mages quickly fell, and the magic of flames, frost, thunderbolt, and storm, which presented different colors, wildly exploded, and large swaths of blood and flesh splattered open, spectacularly chilling. On the distant horizon, a huge, silent shadow slowly emerged, surrounded by a black mass of all the undead. It was hard to imagine just how many there were. It was obvious that a monarch-level undead had appeared. only that the Gudu side was still as if they hadn't seen it. Having long since adapted to this kind of existence. Mo fan looked shocked. Always thought that the war is very far away from the people. But I do not know that this bearing endless years of the ancient city but all the time no longer face such a war decision between the living and the dead. In the stay-up party seems to be a short night. At the moment Mo fan is feeling so long. Well, finally is up to dawn. Outside the city of the earth's light trembling has disappeared. The outer city wall looks or why change? The battle should be over. Mo fan headed directly to the southern city gate to meet up with the dwarf man, who at the moment had several people gathered around him. The first thing Mo fan noticed was Asuria, along with her 2 attendants, as well as the short man and a dangerous dwelling clan member. Adding Mo fan to make a total of 6 people, the crowd registered and set off straight away. The south was also the direction of the Qinling Mountains, so flying was not feasible. The crowd could only walk along the way. Mo fan, the bastard's eyes have not left from Asuria's buttocks. The heart gradually rises evil ideas. Underneath that thing is also hard. Hey, short man, where did you find this woman? Mo fan still couldn't help but ask curiously. He. She came to me on her own. The short man's eyes flashed with evil lust as he said towards Mo fan. What? You've been seduced as well? I'm just casually asking. It feels like she's not simple. Mo fan said with a stiff upper lip. Which can be simple. I short man, what kind of beauty have not seen? Like such a superb. As long as let me come on once. After not touch other women can. The short man had a lewd face, obviously treating Mo fan as a fellow traveler. Can't you people think healthy? Mo fan continued to mouth off against the small tent. Che, look at you. It was getting late, and in this season of long nights and short days, the sun went down after 5, and the undead would start coming out after dark. Here, eat this. Dangerous dweller Destrong took out the grey garlic from his backpack and handed it to the crowd. Mo fan didn't think much of it and took it and ate it straight away. Vomit. In the next second, Mo fan sprayed it all out. Grass. You give this stuff to dogs, right? It stinks so bad. Mo fan cursed angrily. This is grey garlic. It can mask the breath of the living. If you eat it, the undead won't attack us. There are only a limited number of them. You wasted one. If you don't have enough tonight, you're on your own. The short man said without a trace of anger. Old me doesn't need this kind of thing. Big deal. Kill through the past. Mo fan said. Asuria cast a curious gaze. Some old-fashioned high-ranking mages in this land of the dead have to be very careful. Dare to say kill through the past in this. Either strong strength or brain fault. Oomph. I can wait for you to kill through the undead then. The short man sneered. Chapter 80. 80. Heavenly Flame Funeral Shoe. There's a noise. Big Strong warned. Where? Under the ground. The crowd fell silent, listening intently as something drummed and cooed in the dirt beneath their feet. Eat the grey garlic. The short man said. Asuria and the 2 attendants all decisively ate it, while Mo fan had a head of iron on his face and had no intention of eating it at all. He tried it last night. His own flames against these undead have a very obvious restraining effect. The field open can directly kill a large area, so he is not afraid of the undead at all. A sound like a throat being blocked came out of the dirt, and Mo fan turned just in time to see a head full of maggots drilling out of the dirt. What a disgusting thing. Mo fan kicked over, directly disconnecting this head from its neck to send it flying dozens of meters. At once, hissing sounds rose up around them, and a large area of dirt cracked open, exposing an extremely large tomb just less than 10 meters away from Mo fan. The tomb looked to be some years old, and the stone tiles were all rotted beyond recognition. Inside lay more than 24 half corpses and half skeletons, and when they heard the head's call, they unexpectedly opened their fishy red gazes and climbed out of the tomb all at once. Originally, Mo fan thought the 24 was a lot. Who knew that there was another grave hole under that grave? And there was a constant stream of skeletons drilling out of the grave hole, each one bloodstained and hideous. Eat me. Mo fan's fist grazed toward the air, and in an instant, a fiery flame rolled up, and he raised his hand and rushed toward the tomb to direct a fiery fist of earth. Golden-orange pillars of fire erupted from the ground, filling the entire tomb, and the purifying fire of the corona flare seemed to have an absolute restraining effect on these undead. Bursting into flames like gasoline when burned casually, dozens of half-corpses and half-skeletons were turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. A series of residual vampires turned into rivers of souls flowing into the small loach. Mo fan was surprised to find that the quality of the undead was very high, and these dozens of slave-level undead actually coalesced a large portion of their essence. Killing 70 slave-level undead would be enough to coalesce an essence if you did the math that way, saving about a third. It's nothing more than that. These undead, Mo fan said openly. Asuria watched as Mo fan so easily solved dozens of undead, feeling very incredible. She thought that Mo fan was at most a middle-ranked third-level mage, but she didn't realize that it was a genius who had mastered a high-ranked with a soul seed. Although the short man was shocked by Mo fan's strength, he still reminded, "Look around, Fan twisted his head and found that there were as many as 7 or 8 more of these tombs just now, spread out in the small muddy fields several hundred meters around. Hordes and hordes of undead assembled like soldiers, their gazes deadlocked on the only one emanating the scent of a living person. Fan, humph, is that all? Just in time. After Sha Wangha had been hobbled by Chen Xian, Fan was worried that there was no place to brush up on his residual souls, so this Gudu undead was just the right thing to do. While the undead were lining up, the fire star charts were drawn one by one on Fan's body, and by the time the undead launched their charge, his high-level constellations were already completed. Heavenly Flame Funeral. The night became his most perfect curtain. Fan's arms were raised high, and the power of the burning constellations surrounded his body. As if a river of stars poured down and coalesced in the center of his palm. A large cluster of golden orange fire was lifted up by Fan and was being sent up to the sky little by little. As Fan violently pushed the top of his head, all of a sudden that large cluster of golden orange fire flew up to the sky, and from a distance it looked like a dazzling star eye in the sky. That golden fireball condensed by him was like a miniature star that suddenly bloomed and tore the night sky apart, and the golden and orange flames transformed into a rain of thousands of flames, as gorgeous and deadly as a meteor shower, pouring down towards the dense undead legions below. The moment the rain of fire touched the ground, every drop erupted with flames strong enough to devour everything, turning the earth into a sea of fire. The undead had nowhere to hide under this overwhelming funeral of heavenly flames, their shells twisting and crumbling in the flames, turning into ashes. The piles of undead were all covered by the rain of fire, their screams were engulfed by the flames, and their twisted figures struggled in the flames, but they could not escape the fate of being purified. Every drop of the rain of fire that landed was a huge kill for the undead. Not only the undead, but also the ground was licked by the blazing flames and turned into a scorched earth. Those undead that came out of the catacombs finally couldn't support themselves under the baptism of Fan's flames and turned into ashes. Completely dissipating, these rampaging undead creatures looked so small and powerless in front of Fan's corona flare flame that they could only be turned into a wisp of residual spirit flowing toward Fan to be devoured by the little loach. It was nothing more than that. Fan felt little pressure. Even releasing high-level magic was a bit of a fuss. Obviously the damage was overflowing. His heavenly flame funeral could have killed more undead. The short man looked at a scene and was stunned. Not only is he a high-level mage, he is also a not weak high-level mage. Several hundred undead instantly killed all of them. Although you are very powerful, but the journey is far away. Your magic energy is limited after all. I suggest you take the grey garlic better. Asaria's clear voice came out, rarely opening her mouth. As soon as Fan heard the beautiful woman persuade him, he immediately felt that it made sense, and immediately went along with the step, picking up the grey garlic and eating it. Next on the way there are no accidents. The crowd smoothly came to the Yang village. However, at this time the Yang village has disappeared. The whole village has been burned clean. The villagers have also all disappeared, with no bodies, no blood, and no clues left behind. After discussing the matter, they all decided to go to the next village, Huatsuan, to look for it, but the journey to Huatsuan would take about 2 days, and the ash and garlic in their hands would not be enough. The dwarf man wanted to go back to the ancient capital to replenish the grey garlic before resuming his journey, but Fan and Asaria unanimously vetoed it, saying that it would be good to kill the past, and to use the grey garlic when they encountered a place with too many undead. The group began to retrace their steps, and the journey was relatively uneventful. With more of the short man and 2 of Dreamshape's entourage making their way out to deal with the wandering undead, they were lucky enough not to have stepped into the land of the catacombs, and were safe until close to midnight, which was a saving of a lot of grey garlic. Suddenly, a ghastly white lightning bolt cut through the narrow sky and earth, and at once the oppressive black canopy of the sky and the darkness of the rolling earth were illuminated. The air became dull at some point, and as thunder continued to rumble over the clouds, drops of bean-sized rain fell, hitting the land so heavily that they were able to splash up a small cloud of mud. Shit, it's going to rain, the short man cursed angrily. Come on, the rain will wash away the smell of grey garlic, Dajo said. Chapter 81-81. Arrival at Hua village. The crowd didn't dare to slow down, and they all sped up to catch up. Lightning struck again, and at once a blood-red color that had been washed over by the rain ahead was imprinted into the crowd's line of sight. Not good. There's too much blood in water here. I'm afraid there will be a big corpse, the short man judged from experience. What are you afraid of? Can there be a monarch level 1 even bigger? Fan said. I almost forgot there's a master like you. You have to protect us. At this moment, the short man's attitude towards Fan was completely different. Don't worry. I'll kill as many of these undead as come, Fan said. The crowd was instantly filled with a sense of security. Fan's strength was obvious to all, able to destroy hundreds of undead in one breath. Even if he encountered a commander level, he could still maneuver around. Stunned and speechless, suddenly, 2 hissing sounds that made your heart go poof came from the side. In the rain, The shadow of a huge corpse as strong as an ox is getting clearer and clearer. This guy has several arms, each arm holding a rusty knife and axe. The rain washes over the knife and axe, washing down all the air-dried blood, looking even more horrible. And I don't know how many living people have been hacked to death by this knife and axe. As strong as an ox, with hideous limbs. And even creepier was the fact that such a thick body had a woman's tiny head, with long, dirty hair cascading down, and a face that was full of gloom and malice as the rain washed over it. Why did you leave me behind? Why? This undead female ghost let out an unpleasant and incomparable shrill sound, while frantically charging towards the crowd. It's the corpse general. A big corpse general. Quickly use high-level magic. The short man shouted excitedly at Fan. After spending so many years in the ancient capital, he knew very well how terrifying a corpse general was. The vast majority of the undead were slave level, but once the number of carrion corpses grew, a team of mid-ranked mages would have to be wiped out. If you disturb the corpse general, it is even more deadly. The corpse general will call all the undead within a radius of 1 kilometer. Even if you can kill hundreds of undead, it is impossible to resist thousands of undead gathered like a tidal wave. Corpse generals were already a nightmare for mid-rank mages, not to mention the kind of great corpse general that had itself been nourished in the land of the undead for dozens of years. The only thing that could threaten them was high-level magic. Don't be in a hurry. Leave this ugly corpse general to me. You guys will take care of the group of carrion corpses over there. Fan said. Leave it to us. Asariya greeted them with her 2 attendants, handing over the most difficult to deal with, the great corpse general, to Fan. All come and stay with me. As the cold rain fell, the big corpse general wielded the blunt axe and stomped down furiously towards Fan by virtue of his brute strength. This guy wasn't even killing people with the sharpness of his sword and axe. He was completely using the weight of his sword and axe to smash the shadow vanisher. Fan's body sank into the rainy night, avoiding the great corpse general's attack and circling around behind him. Fiery fist. 9 palace burning killing formation. In a low voice, Fan's mind turned quickly. The firestar map bloomed. The fire element converged into a fist, bombarded the ground. In an instant, 8 tons of fire leap, for blazing cracks in the big corpse will be around the body of the well-bloomed, weaving a flaming 9 lattice. The firewall boiling, will be trapped in the core of the lock. At the moment when this cage took shape, the intersection point of the 9 palaces erupted with a roar, and a pillar of fire rose up from the sky, the golden-orange holy fire flowing like a heavenly river, pouring down, drowning the great corpse in the endless flames of light and carrying out a cleansing and purification of life. The great corpse general's struggles and roars instantly disappeared under this overwhelming baptism of flames, eventually turning into a pile of ashes that landed on the ground that had been reshaped by the flames, with only charred black traces remaining to prove that it had once existed. 1 move for instant seconds. The great corpse general, who had caused quite a bit of trouble for Fan and the others in the original story, was actually so unbeatable at the moment that a mere shot of the revamped fiery fist 9 palace killed him. Even Asariya was amazed at Fan's efficiency in killing monsters at the moment. Such a powerful a big corpse would say seconds. With the death of the big corpse general, the carrion finally stopped gathering non-stop, and no more carrion appeared after this wave was killed. And not long after, the day also brightened up. The next road are not much obstacles. The crowd smoothly came to the village of China. But after arriving at the village of China, the crowd is again empty. Village to hit a head of water. How the village of China people also disappeared. Ugh. I'm dying of thirst. Let's fix some water first. The short man saw a well in the center of the village and quickly walked up to it, peeking his head down. The short man saw the deep, dark well, and as he pondered how to get the water up, suddenly a face came up from under the well almost matching the short man's face. Both faces were startled. The short man sat back and fell, and there was a heavy plop from the well. The crowd turned around and knew there was someone in the well when they saw the short man's face. He was about to fish up the person in the well, but he didn't realize that hundreds of villagers were hiding inside. The villagers climbed out one by one and gathered in the area, and by the time the last man and woman climbed out of the well, Fan's eyes stared blankly, unable to contain the surprise in his heart. Who is this if not a monkey? Fan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaoho. Only Zhang Xiaoho did give him a puzzled look as if he didn't recognize him at all. What are you doing? Su Xiaoluo glared at Fan. You don't recognize me? Fan ignored her and asked Zhang Xiaoluo. Zhang Xiaoluo still had that blank expression, but Su Xiaoluo was delighted in his heart and hurriedly said, You know him? He seems to have lost his memory. He doesn't even know who he is. Amnesia. Fan opened his mouth, looking at Zhang Xiaoluo like this. He eventually sighed in relief with slight helplessness. It's good that it's not dead. The dangerous dwelling clan of Wamora has taken refuge in a well because they were attacked by the undead, who appear to have lost the refuge of their ancestors, and the undead no longer see them as nothing. The village headman, Xia Sang, decides to take the people with him to relocate the ancient capital, except that there are a lot of people who are unwilling to leave, and in the end, Only 3 dozen people in a village of hundreds are willing to leave. There was no way for Mo Fan to make a decision for these people. It was all his own choice. There seemed to be no absolutely safe place in this world. All he could do was to escort those who wanted to leave away. Naturally, Asariya and the 2 attendants had little interest in escorting the villagers, and simply parted ways with them. The village names were all in good physical shape, and had traveled quite a distance in a single day. Except that as night approached, the crowd began to panic and none of them were sure if they were still sheltered and if the undead would still attack them soon enough. Night fell, and the undead quickly crawled out of the land, only to wander around to themselves as if they hadn't seen them. A large group of living people, determining that the well-water god's shelter hadn't failed. The villagers breathed a sigh of relief and stepped faster. Chapter 82. Undead Department. The night was peaceful, and the people spent the first night safely, and then began to wonder why the undead had attacked them earlier. Brother Xian, what do you think is going on? Mo Fan wondered. Undead lineage. It's likely a necromancer manipulating the undead to attack the Huatsuan people, Chen Xian said. So, this Hua village is being targeted? Mo Fan asked. 9 times out of 10, Chen Xian did not choose to tell Mo Fan too much information, letting things fester towards the original situation. Another day and night passed, and after dawn, they were very close to the ancient capital. Xia Sang appeared to have brought a better road, and it shouldn't take more than the night to reach the ancient capital. The villagers gossiped in a few words, each with a slight smile on their faces, having spent 2 consecutive nights safely, just when they thought they didn't need to worry about their lives for the rest of the night. Aha! Suddenly, a scream came from the back of the group. Everyone was startled, and Mo Fan turned his head violently to find that the undead that had appeared out of nowhere had rushed into the crowd and started slaughtering. Mo Fan's thought of the Star Trek was completed in an instant, and with his hand raised, a thunder seal was struck, directly paralyzing and controlling this carrion. However, in the next second, another miserable scream rang out from another direction, followed by the undead that began to continuously crawl out of the earth all around. These undead did not have that bloodthirsty characteristic at all. Instead, they were like a group of mechanical killers that only knew how to kill and did not know how to eat. The situation came too suddenly. The formation was very scattered. The people did not even think that there would be undead appearing in the daytime. For a while, people were attacked in several directions, and Mo Fan could not take care of them at all. Blasted Devil Eagle, Little Yenji. Mo Fan again turned his hand and released Little Yenji and Blast Wind Demon Eagle to help him with the undead in several other directions, not choosing to let Chen Xian come out to help. After all, the size was too exaggerated and would probably be too much help. However, he didn't call out, but Chen Xian came out on his own, and a large area of space above Mo Fan's head blurred, and Chen Xian's huge figure emerged. However, he didn't move too much. He just released his sound magic to sense the movement around him. A sound wave passed out and rebounded back to feedback. Chen Xian immediately identified the location of the person in the shadows. The mountain-like head twisted over to gaze at the figure behind the distant rock, and a faint sound wave was transmitted through the slightly open mouth hiding behind the rocks. Fangu was startled when he saw a giant wolf suddenly emerge from the Huatsuan team, and when the giant wolf gazed at it, he was even more creeped out, and the blood in his whole body froze, as if his heart was suffocated by holding it. Only after listening to Chen Xian's remote voice transmission did he leave in a hurry. Chen Xian also returned directly to the contract space after transmitting the voice, without doing anything extra. These undead were just left to Mo Fan to solve by himself. At this time, Mo Fan could be too much stronger than in the original, and his high-level cultivation allowed him to easily wipe out all of the group of undead only because the formation was too large for Mo Fan to take care of. There were still a few people who were killed by the undead. Geez, how can the undead still appear in the daytime? The many villagers immediately panicked, and seeing that they were going to be in chaos again, Mo Fan couldn't wait to take the chains and tie them all together. Brother Xian, is this a means of the undead department? Mo Fan asked. He was sort of clueless about such cold knowledge of the undead department, and could only turn to his old grandpa Chen Xian for help. The requirements of the present of the undead for the environment are actually quite stringent. The undead of China need to be present under conditions of dense dead air, or darkness, while the undead of Egypt need to be within the range of the underworld glow. The undead summoned by the undead lineage awakened by human mages also have to abide by this rule. This kind of rotting corpses and living dead are obviously undead belonging to Huaxia, and it's very unreasonable to be able to show up in the daytime. This should be that necromancer's special means. I suggest you collect the corpses of these undead or the crystal cores or something like that, and report it to the Good Magic Association. There might be something to be gained. Chen Xian said. I see. The undead department has such restrictions. No wonder it's so much stronger than the summoning department. Mo Fan nodded and put a few representative undead corpses and undead crystals into the space bracelet as instructed by Chen Xian. Fangu still has some weight in the Good of plot, and before the Good of catastrophe, Chen Xian didn't want to casually move him in case the plot changed. As for how many people could be saved, that could only depend on fate, and he would save those who could be saved in passing, but not to the detriment of his own path of development. It was impossible for Chen Xian to jump right out and announce the Black Order's plans just to be a savior after a long time. After the undead did not appear, Mo Fan took those non-stop yelling Huatsuan villagers back on the road. After the previous experience, they were also a lot better behaved, did not run around again along the way. It was getting late, so they finally made it to the entrance of the outer walled city of the ancient capital. And soon they got a creepy news. All 6 critical villages in the Hamchi area have been sacked by the undead, and few have survived. The crowd was stunned, and they all felt that after the robbery, it was fortunate that they had followed Mo Fan to the ancient capital, or else they would not have ended up being gnawed away by the undead. Mo Fan didn't care about these villagers anymore, since Zhang Xiaohou had found him. Then at this time he only needed to bring him back to the military region he belonged to. The rest of those things of the dangerous Dwellers clan, whoever was behind the scenes, had their eyes on Huatsuan. He didn't bother. After finishing, he was about to leave, but there was a problem. Zhang Xiaohou, who pretended to have amnesia, was not willing to go with him, only recognizing Su Xiaoluo as the rescuer. Like an incomprehensible child. Mo Fan was very helpless and could only entrust Zhang Xiaohou to Su Xiaoluo to take care of him. Anyway, the person had already arrived at the ancient capital, and after he had reported his situation, he would wait for the military to come and pick him up, without curing Zhang Xiaohou and sending him back to the military department. He still didn't feel very comfortable, so he didn't go back directly and simply prepared to stay in this ancient capital for a few days. As for the nomination battle, it doesn't matter. His own multiple 1, 2, 3s and 4 take flies with the whole team has been able to garner enough ratings that one vote won't go away. The final screening ceremony isn't that soon. It'll be at least a month before it starts. Having nothing to do, Mo Fan was preparing to meet his old folks, and heard from the short man that a group of people from Bo City had also been resettled in the ancient capital, and had taken over a street back away from here specializing in magical items. Mo Fan walked on this back away street, walking past several stores in a row, realizing that the accents were all from his own Bo City, and that they were living well without the gloom of the war. Walking, Mo Fan suddenly heard an incomparably familiar voice. This voice was against his own secondary school career for several years, turned into ashes. Probably cannot forget. Joe Legs. Grass. Who fucking scream? Believe it or not, I am magic bombing. Zhao Kuan-san is due to the little brother to do things unfavorable. Angry it fiercely turned his head. Suddenly the voice is getting smaller and smaller, as if he saw a ghost. Chapter 83-83, Class Reunion. Come on. Tell brother what you're going to blast. Mo Fan's hand lit up with purple arcs of electricity as he took a step to Zhao Kuan-san and slapped his shoulder harder. Zhao Kuan-san was full of bitter smiles and hurriedly apologized towards Mo Fan and brought up the fact that he used to be dog-eyed and so on. Whoever mixes the best in the same Bo City will naturally be noticed by the people in the same village. Mo Fan had already made a name for himself in the Pearl Academy. Not only was his cultivation heaven-defying, but he was also a member of the inner circle of the State House contest. So this wasn't just mixing it up. Zhao Kuan-san quickly looked for Mubai. Mubai was also overwhelmed with emotion when he saw Mo Fan's original body. He had been paying attention to Mo Fan's news. Naturally he knew that he was not what he used to be. Soul Seed plus high grade, powerful contracted beast. No matter which one is not something that the present day him can touch. This feeling is like a childhood nemesis who one day suddenly soared to great heights. Sitting in a Maybach, living in a mansion, and running a large company. Mubai's feeling is much more profound, because he understands that it is impossible for him to catch up with Mo Fan. Driving a Maybach at this level is only a member of the masses of the Pearl Academy. And Mo Fan, who can trample the entire Pearl Academy under his feet, is simply too dazzling for people to see straight. But the two of them each already don't mind those small grudges in the beginning. After the baptism of disaster and a few years of social experience, both are no longer as naive as they once were. Mubai, for today's Mo Fan, is also considered to be convinced. After getting to know each other a little bit, Mubai proposed to call a few high school classmates, and the crowd got together. In a restaurant, Mo Fan, Mubai, Zhou Min, Zhao Kuan-san, and Wang-san Fatty, a total of 5 people. I'm afraid that this is the only high school gathering after the disaster in Bo City, although their identities were different now. It wasn't as awkward as I thought it would be, and we all simply confided in each other about our experiences over the years and gossiped about the whereabouts of the other students. However, what the crowd was most interested in was actually the fact that Mo Fan and Jinkong had killed the winged pale wolf, and when the people of Bo City in their ancient capital received this news, they had been partying for a whole week, and their business had stopped. The mention of winged pale wolves could not help but associate them with the Black Juting, and all of a sudden hatred and anger filled the booth, and the more the people talked, the more the fire grew, and they simply decided to go directly to help Zhou Min, who was on duty. To kill the undead and vent their anger, everyone was fine with it. There's no point in singing karaoke and drinking all the time. Jo-min's place of duty was the outer city wall in the northwest corner, where the number of undead was relatively sparse and very suitable for students to practice. Helping Jo-min on duty to kill monsters would increase her ranking. The Gudu Academy would use the number of undead killed as credits and rankings. And if you wanted to get more academy resources, you had to go out of the city and kill undead like crazy. Jo-min was not a particularly outstanding student in the Gudu Academy. Far from the top few. At most the top 100. In order to participate in the party, she had given up an opportunity to be on duty. Less credits for this duty. It is likely that her ranking down a few dozen. Then this month's resources can be a lot less. Where are the people to get over the fact that the competition is so fierce and this is something that affects their future? Mo Fan immediately patted his chest and said he would give her a wave of Carnival of the Dead. Mo Fan put on the high rank badge of the Hunters Union and followed the crowd to the Horn City Tower, and immediately gained a whole lot of admiring gazes. In this magic world, cultivation is the best identity, and did not receive any difficulties in sarcasm as in the original. Mo Fan easily led the crowd to the northwest corner of the city and headed out. Usually the team waited for the command from the military mage on the watchtower before heading to the designated spot to kill the enemy, and these commands were often aimed at those undead who had the intention of destroying the walls. After all, the number of undead was so high that it was impossible to let the mages go out and kill them indiscriminately. Magical energy was precious, and the undead couldn't be killed. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was directly leading the crowd to kill the piles of undead in the distance, whether it was carrion, evil ghosts or skeletons. Facing Mo Fan's soul fire was a one-trick pony. Gently a fire nip could kill several. Crap! Mo Fan, this fire system of yours is too convenient to kill undead. It's simply the undead nemesis. Zhao Koan-san was stunned. He ground wave pushed to death. Don't want to push dead carrion. Mo Fan a fire Z instant seconds several. That's right. If I had a fire type like this, I would definitely be able to take the top few of the ancient capital academy. Jo-min looked envious as well. She hadn't recognized this as a soul grade fire. Top few? You can underestimate the soul seed. Even high-level mages only have a small percentage of people who have a soul seed. Having a soul seed can completely compete for the official members of the State House competition. Mubai, who had seen more, said, "What? Doesn't the soul seed require a very senior high-ranked mage to refine it?" Jo-min said in shock, "Class president, you wouldn't think that Mo Fan is still an ordinary high rank, right? I heard that people have changed to major in the summoning department." Wang Sanfan did understand a little bit more. He still had contact with his afflicted brother Su Zhaoting, so he naturally knew how heaven-defying Mo Fan was. Jo-min suddenly opened her small mouth wide and looked at Mo Fan incredulously, really wanting to cut this demon open to see how he actually cultivated. "So you know high-level magic?" Jo-min asked. "Want to see?" Mo Fan asked with 13 flavors. "Think. X4 since that's the case. Then I'll make an offering." It was rare to show his saintly openness in front of people for once, so Mo Fan simply opened up directly to the end. "Little Yenji. Possession." Purring, the little Yenji happily broke out of the contract space and dove headfirst into Mo Fan's arms. The robbing flames ignited Mo Fan's skin at once, and his hair was held up upside down by the flames that rose up to the sky. The heart-scorching flames rolled over into magnificent battle robes. The flaming battle clothes were worn on the body, and the pupils had flames erupting from their pupils. Mo Fan's fiery aura skyrocketed, pressing down on the crowd a little bit, except that the temperature was very well controlled and didn't hurt the crowd at all. Heavenly Flame Fire Feather. The 7-star charts around Mo Fan were completed in a short period of time, transforming into golden-orange fire constellations. With Yenji possessing him, his fire control was even better, and the magical energy of the Heavenly Flame Funeral transformed into 2 immense and incomparable flame feathers that spread out on Mo Fan's left and right sides. Flame feather wings are naturally not for show. Mo Fan flew up into the sky across the battlefield, like a phoenix fire shadow reborn by fire. His eyes scanned the undead within a circle of several hundred meters. Most of them were very scattered, and after roughly determining a good location, he decisively released a big move. 1,000 layers of fire feathers. At that moment, the flame feathers behind him exploded, and countless flame feathers were like a tracking missile, shooting towards the undead within a few hundred meters in a radius, turning into a stream of gold, orange, brown, red intertwined light that fell. The scene was like a strengthened version of the Acacia rainstorm. Each feather of flame was able to cause a huge explosion, making up for Mo Fan's insufficiently precise guidance. And all of a sudden, an entire area outside the northwest corner of the city was saturated with strikes, and it was as if each strand of flame possessed a consciousness of its own, and they were performing a sacred task, purifying this land that was shrouded in the breath of death. After the flames, the air was filled with the scent of scorched earth, and the undead that had been roaming around, searching for the souls of the living, were turned into ashes under the overwhelming baptism of flames. Chapter 84? Decapitation. Such a huge commotion immediately scared the military mages in the watchtower, who thought that a super-ranked mage had struck the people of Bo City. On the other hand, had long been dumbfounded, looking at Mo Fan, who slowly landed as if he were a god descending from the heavens, and in their hearts were waves of shocking emotions. Against the sky. Only after a long time did Wang Sanfan open his mouth. Zhou Min's credits are going to brush up this time, Mu Bai said with a bitter smile. Thank you big brother for sending the credits carnival. The previously serious Zhou Min was also in a rare position to be mouthy. Ha ha ha, what are you polite with me? All are your own people. You are willing to give up resources to participate in the party. We also to save this magic energy is not. Class reunion. In front of people show Saint. Mo Fan's vanity at this time is greatly satisfied. Although vulgar, but very cool, being exploded by such a wave of Mo Fan. The others don't want to continue to kill. Just the characteristics of his flame. There will not be any more undead converging around in a short period of time, and the crowd can't possibly run farther away to kill the undead. That would be too much of a wave. After killing so many undead, the crowd could be considered to be returning in triumph. Countless people at the city gates threw gazes of awe at Mo Fan. Even if his temperament was no longer dangling, no one could ignore the high rank insignia on his chest after registering the kill record under Zhou Min's name. The crowd was about to go back to their respective homes when the city road was suddenly enveloped by a huge bloody light. Buzz! The alarm bell rang, meaning that a great demon had appeared, and everyone was on alert, followed by a rallying signal rising, asking all idle mages to gather at the North City building. The crowd was confused and didn't understand what was happening, except that they headed to the assembly anyway. Arriving at the North Citadel, the roads here were already overcrowded, full of mages who had come in response to the rallying call, except that most of them were beginners. Invite the mages above the middle rank to come up to the Citadel. A loud voice came out. So all the mages of the middle rank and above climbed up and concentrated in the hall of the Citadel. Are these the only ones? The voice was none other than Zhu Meng. Mo Fan was instantly surprised. This guy actually hadn't been suspended yet? The crowd sent out respectful greetings, and at the same time Mo Fan recognized Zhu Meng. Xu Meng also spotted him, and both of them immediately felt bad luck. I'm glad everyone was able to make it to the support, but I have some unfortunate news for you. Just 30 kilometers due north, a breaking abyss has appeared. Xu Meng didn't think much and opened the door. A light sentence directly exploded in the crowd. The Fury Abyss, that is a hell furnace. Not to mention their group of intermediate rank, super ranked mages go in are all dead. The crowd began to cacophonize, saying there was nothing they could do. Everyone began to speak of the horrors of the fatal abyss, and the truth was that not many people had seen it at all, except that everyone knew it was horrible, and people were talking about it. Zhang Xiuho's instructor, Fei Horn, stood out and explained to the crowd once again what the Magic Association knew about the Fury Abyss. With a huge amount of grievances, spatial distortions, time and space shuttles, and a large amount of dead and undead, so that it was difficult for a super-ranked mage to survive going in. Brother Xian, do you know what this fatal abyss actually is? Mo Fan asked. A spatial vortex that drifts, with the appearance of containing a large amount of dead chi, and inside is an undead demon country. Chen Xian introduced in a simple and clear manner. Ah. Why isn't it quite the same as what they said? Mo Fan wondered. They have incomplete information. Can it be that this fatal abyss is approaching the ancient capital? There were already smart people in the crowd who guessed the answer. That's right. Half a year ago Breaking Abyss appeared near the Shaoang River in Dunhuang 600 kilometers away from the ancient capital. 3 months ago he appeared near the Xianqi 100 kilometers away. And now he has appeared 30 kilometers outside the city. Fei Horn said, closer than one at a time. It can't be that we're being asked to go on a mission to the Furying Abyss. A middle-ranked mage asked. The crowd began to murmur again, mentioning the Furying Abyss as if the mages of the ancient capital were beating a retreat. Quiet. The place where the fateful abyss has appeared will leave behind a very strong aura of death, and I'm sure it won't be long before there are many battle general ranked undead and commander ranked undead gathering there. I would like everyone present to stand guard here at the Citadel this night. Once that group of ranked undead has the intention to step closer towards here, everyone must destroy them. Xu Meng said loudly. As long as we're not traveling to the Breaking Abyss, we're fine with it, a hunter captain said. I'd love to. Count me in. Plus me. Once the crowd heard that they were not probing the Fury Abyss, they were all relieved. There were 4 or 5 high-ranked mages and 40 to 50 middle-ranked mages present, so there was no problem in guarding a city wall. Even if there was a commander-level appearance, they would still be able to counteract it. Whoa! Just as the crowd was expressing their willingness to contribute, a roar shook the city walls from the north. Zhu Meng and a few other senior officers' faces changed, and they all turned around to look at that large dark giant shadow in the distance. It's it again. It looks like this demonic tyrant wants to use the death aura brought by the Fury Abyss to impact the northern city wall. Xu Meng said angrily. It's not good. We must call for backup. The military staff officer said. Personnel have been difficult to draw. Military Division Lu Su said. No, our troop strength is limited, but the undead are endless. If we can't last through this night, the northern wall will be completely breached by this undead monarch, and then the northern city will be a sea of blood. Flying Horn said. It looks like we can only execute a decapitation. Xu Meng said with a frown the moment these words came out. The staff officer was the first to object. Abandoning the defense to attack into the undead heap uncertainty is too great. If not careful, they will be trapped in the undead legion. If something happens to them, these senior staff, then the ghost tyrant will be all the way through, and directly kill the northern city area. After a heated argument, several senior officers finally failed to decide on a plan, and it wasn't until the Hunt King Daksha stepped forward and put together 4 super-ranked mages that the execution of the decapitation operation was finally decided upon. The number of super-ranked mages was enough, but other deployments were needed. The ghost tyrant was surrounded by a group of bone generals, ghost generals, and corpse generals. These little kids couldn't pose a threat to the super-ranked mages, but they could annoy them so much that they could hardly make super-ranked magic, especially a kind of whiting ghosts commanded by white specter ghost ministers. The mind shock they released greatly affected spell casting, not to mention the other commander-level corpse ministers, bone ministers, and ghost ministers. Thus this group of summon mages came in handy. They would be responsible for covering the light mage core as they began their light spells to destroy the white-ing demons. There was no need to face too many warlord or even commander-level demons. After all, they were a summoned force of dissipated mages, and they were not expected to play much of a role this time. The operation had drawn a full half of the number of high-ranked mages guarding the city walls, a full 20, and these people along with the 4 super ranks were the real main force of the decapitation operation. Chapter 85. 85. The Hunting King's fleece. It was one thing to guard the walls. It was another to go out and fight with the undead. After hearing the conversation of several leaders, many of the summoned mages were backing out. This was no joke. If they were not careful, they would not be able to come back, but there were also many righteous people who stepped forward. Veterans, locals of the ancient capital, mage hunters, and students. Mu by Zhou Min and the others also responded, while Mo Fan stayed silent. Ever since he heard what Chen Xian said about the fatal abyss, he didn't really want to meddle in other people's business. Demon Man, you'll be in charge of leading this group of mid-ranked gathering mages, and the rest of the high-ranked mages, all follow me. Xu Meng said. Hey, I didn't say I want to participate, Mo Fan said. In the original storyline, he had refused to participate, only to be forced by Zhu Meng and Demon Man. When these words came out, the surrounding people all stared with wide eyes, and when they saw the high-level badge on Mo Fan's chest, they were even more unbelievable, and then their expressions gradually took on a look of disdain. And their cultivation was so high that they were actually so afraid of death. Humph, I almost forgot that your kid is already high-ranked. Less to my old man pretending to be a coward. The last time I was victimized by you, this time let you also taste the taste of great justice. Wait for you to charge at the front. Xu Meng, as if remembering something, blowing his beard and eyes, said, Don't you have any beautiful dreams? This trick won't work for me. It's fine if you want me to help. You have to give some benefits. I'm just a student. I'm not as good as you guys who are big officials, Mo Fan said directly. You want benefits, right? I see that you're also a master hunter. I can release a bounty mission to you in the name of the Hunting King. The mission contribution value is enough to raise your hunter rank by 1 star. If you can kill a commander-class undead in this mission, there will be an additional $50 million in bounty. Hunting King Du Xiao stood out and said, This amount of money is also a small amount of money for him already. He also has an impression of Mo Fan. Scale Skin Mother Demon Incident. Solve the problem that the crowd cannot do anything. Then what if we kill a few more commander-level undead? Mo Fan asked down the line. After hanging out with Chen Xian for so long, he had already smelled the wool. This time he had to gripe him to death. As expected, the Hunting King Du Xiao didn't take Mo Fan's question seriously and directly spoke. $50 million for a commander level. There is no cap on the top. A gentleman's word. A team of horses. So many people present had heard the Hunting King's promise, but most of them treated Mo Fan as a clown. A commander-level demon. Could it be killed casually? Even a team of high-level mages might not be able to take it down completely, let alone a student high-level. Mo Fan ignored these people and followed himself among the high-ranked group behind Zhu Meng. A continuous black cloud met the land of the undead on the distant horizon, and on the boundary stood a massive figure that was slowly approaching. The figure was surrounded by a tidal wave of undead hordes, like a new king raising his arms and calling on his hungry, wandering, and helpless subjects to attack the city. As the Fury Abyss grew in time of existence, the resentment and death aura it produced became more and more powerful. even accelerating the evolutionary process of certain carrion corpses, skeletons, and evil ghosts, allowing these undead, which would have needed more years to settle down, to advance in their promotions. In the world of the undead, there is a strict hierarchy, and the high-level undead can summon their low-level counterparts at will. The lowly undead lack a sense of autonomy and roam around all day, but if they are guided by instructions, they are willing to follow them, fearless and indifferent to death. With only the endless greed and thirst for life in their hearts, the more vast the grievances, the more spectacular the number of undead gathered, and in turn, the aura of death swept across everything, and even from dozens of kilometers away on top of the city walls, one could feel the stench of corrupted corpses that poured out like a sea breeze. At the very center of the long northern wall path loomed the lofty citadel, on top of which were gathered more than 200 mages of middle class and above, with an order, led by the 4 super-ranked mages, Zhu Meng, Lu Su, Fei Horn, and Duo Xiao. The mages leaped out of this perfect defense against the undead and rushed towards the black zone that people feared the most. Most mages still fantasize that they are participating in a war to kill a monarch, and waiting for the triumph to pass will become their beautiful life resume soon. The crowd rushed into the army of undead, and the 20-odd high-level mages in Mo-Fan's team took the lead in using high-level magic to clear the area, each of them performing magic clearing towards an area. For a time, all kinds of elemental power raged and fluttered. Tian Yen Funeral, Light-Falling Manzanar, Ice-Sealed Beer, Rock Demon's Pupil. Heavy major range of high-level magic directly cleared a large area out. The raging human mages quickly attracted the attention of the ghost tyrant, and several necromancers and bone ministers immediately swarmed over. Not daring to allow the high-level magic to clean up the low-ranked undead, several super-ranked mages disappeared at some point, hiding in the shadows to find the right moment, ready to deal a fatal blow to the ghostly tyrant. When the White Spectre Ghost Minister died, more than 20 high-ranking mages were invincible, directly leading the large force in the undead legion hard to advance a distance of 1 kilometer. Behind the large force only need to clean up some from the left and right sides of the influx of undead can be only when nearly 10 commander-level undead all arrived. High-level mages were all dragged on the spot. Commander-level undead is actually quite good to deal with. After all, there is nothing intelligent. Do not need too many high-level, 5 or 6 basically stable kill. However, the task of the high-ranking mages was supposed to be just stalling the commander level. There was no requirement to kill, as long as they held steady and waited for the light spell formation to activate and destroy the white nether ghosts. Then they could execute the beheading. The battle situation was very scorching. The large army had been completely caught in the surroundings of the undead army, surrounded by undead on all sides. There was no way back. Either they succeeded in decapitating the ghost tyrant and a few super-ranked mages drew over to lead the crowd to kill back to the ancient capital, or they were directly wiped out. Mo-Fan and another light high-level mage took on a commander-level bone minister. Bone-type undead were skeletons. This skeleton had bones that he didn't know what kind of demon it had been stripped from. It was a complete 4 of a kind. The bone minister's defense was very strong, and Mo-Fan's Corona Flare Flame's restraint on him was obviously not as effective as it was against corpse-type undead. But by virtue of the Great Soul Seeds and Little Yenji's attachments, he was still able to steadily suppress this bone minister, but to kill him is very laborious. This bone minister defense effect is too strong. Unless there is a lightning system high-grade plus soul species release of deathly lightning, but it is possible to directly shatter the crystal nucleus with one fatal blow. Mo-Fan's strength made another light system high-level mage feel very shocked. Others were just dragging it down. He too could be good, directly pressuring the bone ministers to fight. If this went on, he could really kill the commander-level undead. Not bragging rights, Brother Xian. It's better for you to do it. It's too much effort for me to deal with this kind of thing. Mo-Fan suddenly said. The bone minister thought that Mo-Fan was distracted and took the opportunity to throw out a bone whip made from the spine of an unknown creature, exuding a cold and gloomy aura as it heavily lashed at Mo-Fan. Chapter 86. 86. The hero's appearance. Watch out. Mo-Fan's partner immediately warned loudly. However, as if Mo-Fan did not see the bone whip in general, he did not even dodge a little, letting the bone whip fall down. Suddenly, a large giant palm emerged in the void and grabbed the more than 70-meter-long bone whip, followed by a huge figure that turned from virtual to real again and slowly emerged behind Mo-Fan. Countless people were startled by the huge creature that suddenly surfaced, and then realized that it was probably the contracted beast of some summoning mage. The one who appeared behind Mo-Fan was none other than Chen Xian, as he yanked over the bone whip with a force, and the tremendous force directly brought the bone minister's more than 20-meter body flying through the air. Chen Xian took a step backward. His center of gravity adjusted toward his back foot, raised his fist sideways to store up his strength, aimed at the bone minister who flew over to count the time, behind the back elbow after the propulsion erupted, and directly a seriously heavy punch hit out. Boom! The moment the more than 20-meter bone minister hit Chen Xian's heavy fist, it exploded into a sky of debris on the spot, with countless bone fragments flying all over the battlefield. Completely unbeatable, Chen Xian's favorite thing to deal with is this kind of medium to large size demons that he has crushed in size and mass density. Basically it's all one at a time. One hammer to death. Without any miracles. No matter how heaven-defying the magic defense of this commander-level bone minister was, when it met Chen Xian's physical heavy punch, it was killed on the spot. And looking at that partner, he was directly frozen. This is actually your contracted beast. Don't just stand there. Go help the group of middle-rank mages. They seem to be a bit overwhelmed. Imofan said. Chen Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. His size of more than 60 meters allowed him to see the entire battlefield, and the ghostly tyrant in the distance also noticed him directly. The ghostly tyrant was almost the same size of more than 60 meters tall ghostly shadow. However, people were playing with demonic techniques, not size-based demons, and Chen Xian's appearance made him feel uneasy, and although his breath was not strong, it was oppressive right at this moment. The 4 super-ranked mages shot out in unison, each leaping out of nowhere to appear directly in front of the ghost tyrant, with one magic after another falling on the ghost tyrant's body to suppress it. Covering the hunting king Du Xiao as he drew the super-ranked Star Palace, Chen Xian's appearance directly gave several of the higher-ups the certainty of victory in this operation. Once the commander-class undead were suppressed by Chen Xian, the light-based spell formation would be successfully opened without any hindrance. After resolving the bone ministers, Chen Xian directly spewed out high-temperature air currents and soared into the sky, coming thousands of meters above the ground, his massive eyeballs locking onto a meat mound necromancer on the ground, which was the only commander-level undead that could slightly resist Chen Xian in terms of size. The appearance was a pile of large meatballs more than 40 meters in diameter, with a large mouth occupying half of the entire body, like the slime of the zombie world. Daunting, this fleshmound necromancer's battle power was very half, and would only rely on his size to crush his enemies. His function was to produce slave-level undead, capable of refining corpses and transforming them into skeletons, completely an undead factory. Dead undead as well as dead human corpses. He was able to devour and process them into new rotting corpses or skeletons. This kind of large-sized demon was also the one Chen Xian was most happy to deal with, only to see him falling as fast as a meteorite from the sky, the hot airflow jetting behind him interacting with the acceleration of gravity, instantly breaking through the sound barrier and forming a meteor with an azure blue trailing trail that struck directly at the meat mound necromancer. This is the moment when the heroes take the stage. As Chen Xian's giant body crashed down, the flesh mound corpses instantly burst. Blood and flesh flew across the sky. A powerful shockwave swept across the surrounding area. Thousands of skeletons and carrion corpses were reduced to pieces in an instant, and all the undead within a radius of 800 meters all suffered a devastating blow. A huge deep pit was left behind. Chen Xian got up from it. The surroundings were naturally completely emptied. Only a large number of unowned essence spirit remnants were floating around. Loitering around to collect them all into the lantern, without much hesitation, he directly chose to refine all of the remnants of his spirit. And this heroic ascent at least killed thousands of undead, and the kills were even more numerous. And the hellish curse added another 3%, this efficiency carry. Chen Xian immediately addicted. Once again take off to look for undead dense place. Aiming at a skull minister again, a great desolate star fall. Pale blue meteor again fell down with another destructive commotion that shook the ground. Chen Xian climbed up from the pit and looked at the essence remnants floating around him, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head. If they were all humans, Chen Xian didn't know how many of them he would have to kill with this move of the Great Desolate Starfall. However, demons weren't as fragile as humans, and the shockwave that was enough to crush human flesh could only barely smash a slave-level skeleton. A little problem with the circulatory system and the human body will surely die. And these carrion skeletons or whatever, missing arms and legs do not affect their madness in the slightest, so the killing efficiency of the Great Wasteland Star Meteor is also affected. However, this was also very fast. And Chen Xian used this move to kill 3 more commander-class demons one after another, greatly reducing the pressure on the others, only that he didn't continue any further. The continuous Great Desolate Star meteorite striking the ground also caused a little injury to himself. Part of his hard bones even shattered. The effects of force were mutual. Chen Xian's move was actually hurting the enemy 1,000 times, but the gains were also very considerable. Both Soul Melting Furnace and Hell's Curse were greatly improved, with Hell's Curse directly adding 15% after giving up the Great Desolate Star meteor. Chen Xian began to kill the undead by unusual means, only to see him remove the giant solid iron pillar from his back, the giant weapon weighing more than 2,000 tons directly affixed to the ground in a sweeping motion, 100-meter-sized fan, in which all of the slave-level undead died. The war general level ones were also sent flying out a few hundred meters by the fall. The efficiency was even faster than the Great Desolate Star meteor. Chen Xian just took this thing and started clearing the field piece by piece, only that the surrounding undead were endless. No matter how Chen Xian killed them, there wasn't the slightest sign of reduction. On the side of the large force, the Light Mage Corps was already in position. The threat of the White Nether Ghosts was minimized. and it wouldn't be long before the ghost tyrant would die under the siege of several overclass mages. Mo Fan was no longer keen on killing the commander at this point, after he and another high-level mage of the Thunder system combined their efforts to kill a corpse minister. He also returned to the side where the gathering took place. The demonic man by himself couldn't protect so many people. People were constantly dying. Mo Fan was afraid that Zhou Min and the others would also have any accidents, so he came around them to relieve their pressure. In fact, he was also better suited to killing small monsters. His skills were all AoE, and he didn't have the kind of skills that were very strong on a single unit before. The Thunder system had a high level of fire and small inflammation. G's cooperation to kill small monsters is unbeatable. A rain of fire is hundreds of thousands of undead died. The remnants of the essence of the spirit are as if the river generally converged to the small loch. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was a little farther away from the crowd, alone in the army of undead. Very rushed straight. His size is too big. Fight is very easy to accidentally injure these shrunken mages. Only far away from the crowd he can slaughter undead with impunity. Chapter 87. 87. Raging rain. Wherever they passed, the undead all became mincemeat crumbs. Violent. This battle lasted more than 2 hours. Chen Xian's big iron column let the undead to corrosion rot in a large section, the most front end of the whole thin circle. The whole iron column here missing a corner there, broken a piece of it, and even by the Chen Xian smashed, obviously bent. And then go on with the estimate will have to be broken, collecting the iron pillar behind his back. Chen Xian still didn't retreat, continuing to storm through the undead army. A sprint would not know how many undead to trample to death. The dense tide of undead was also instantly blown up into flying limbs in the sky by his collision. Right at this moment, in the distance over the battlefield of the ghost tyrant, a violent magical fluctuation came out, and before long, the commotion subsided, followed by several milky white rays of light rising into the high sky. The large troop of people who saw this scene let out excited cheers. This taste of the overclass mages had succeeded, and the ghost tyrant had been successfully killed. The crowd began to break out and slowly retreated in the direction of the ancient capital. Chen Xian returned to Mo Fan's side, and the Yen-Ji possessed state of him slowly landed on Chen Xian's shoulder. This battle was a great way for them to kill. However, Chen Xian also knew that the real havoc had just begun. It's going to rain, Mo Fan, Chen Xian said. Well, I hate rain, Mo Fan said. How is your magic energy consumption? Chen Xian asked again. The fire magic energy consumption is a bit too much. Everything else is preserved okay. This time the harvest is very much, especially the essence. I feel that my thunder and shadow lineages are touching the edge of a breakthrough, Mo Fan said. That's good. These are for you, Chen Xian said, pulling out a bunch of undead crystals and handing them to Mo Fan. This is the undead crystals, able to directly restore the use of magical energy. War general level you take the spare. These big ones are commander level undead crystals. You directly take the grips of Du Xiao, a sum of money, Chen Xian said. Mo Fan's eyes immediately let out light. He himself slaughtered a commander level undead, counting Chen Xian's 5. Du Xiao could glean 300 million for this wave of bounty quests. Chen Xian is not just a mindless killing. Demon corpses he still have touched, only with the spatial faculty touch. Foreign bones in the pocket do not know how many pieces. In short, this time is a great harvest. Is Chen Xian's hell's curse had also come to 300%, and the life value provided by the soul furnace had risen significantly. So Chen Xian had the feeling that he was going to advance again once the ghost tyrant died. The undead have lost their backbone, like a plate of scattered sands each with their own mane. Chen Xian came to the front of the team. The body directly get down and stick to the ground on the opening of the full force of propulsion. High temperature airflow burst out. Chen Xian as a giant roller general high-speed plow through, leaving it completely cleared out of the road without a moment's effort. The large troop was led by Chen Xian and Mo Fan to kill the heavy siege. The outer wall of the ancient capital in the distance was introduced to the eyes. To hear basically, even if it is safe. The mages inside the city began to pick up. It can be. Where did you kid find such a fierce contracted beast? It completely tops a high-level square. Demon Man flew in from the back and landed on Chen Xian's shoulder to ask himself. You may not believe me when I say it. The real protagonists are all cast by the divine beasts themselves, Mo Fan said. You kid is really lucky. This big guy is much fiercer than the King Hunter's green-eyed beast. This time it's really thanks to him, the demonic man said. No need to be polite. Just help me fix this thing. Chen Xian suddenly spoke in an unning voice, removing the worn and tattered iron pillar. Who's talking? Gollum. No problem. The demonic man was directly startled by the loud sound, twisting both to directly meet Chen Xian's huge eyes and immediately agreed. Not long after, Xu Meng and the others cut through the air, bringing the injured Du Xiao to return to the northern city wall first, only to also cast their eyes curiously towards Chen Xian as they passed by. When the army finally arrived under the north city wall, the sky finally began to rain. Chen Xian raised his huge head to observe carefully, but he could not see any magic present. But the itchy feeling in the rain was so consistent with the raging rain of a few years ago, except that he was now in a higher realm, and this slight sensation could no longer affect him. Mo Fan. The rain isn't quite right, Chen Xian said. Mo Fan froze, and then his face stared up, carefully looking at the rainwater. Why was it a bit on the yellow side? Brother Xian, what's going on? Mo Fan asked. It's kind of like the rain in Bo City back then, Chen Xian said. What? Mo Fan's pupils unexpectedly quaked when he heard this. The Black Order had targeted the ancient capital? But the undead don't show any signs of berserking. Is it possible that this berserking rain can still work on the undead? Mo Fan wondered. Do you still remember that group of undead that appeared during the day? I suddenly remembered that the feeling of this raging rain is very similar to that group of undead that appeared during the day. If this raging rain can make the undead appear during the day, then this city will soon face an unprecedented catastrophe, Chen Xian said. Mo Fan immediately felt creepy after hearing this, looking at the black pressurized undead army behind him that couldn't be seen at a glance, imagining the scene where this group of horrible existences wouldn't dissipate during the daytime, attacking the ancient capital day and night. Mo Fan only felt like falling into an ice cave, associating the rare appearance of the Fury Abyss here in 100 years, with an undead demon country in it. This was by no means a coincidence that could be explained. It was as if Mo Fan had already seen the scene of corpses everywhere and the city breaking down. It must be reported immediately. Mo Fan no longer hesitated and directly flew towards the city's north building on the Blastwind Demon Eagle. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had an illusory figure and disappeared. Meanwhile, Fang Gu had already begun his revenge operation. He found the place where the people of Hua village were settled, and directly released a group of living dead undead and skeleton corpses, and launched a brutal and inhumane massacre against the people of Hua village. Different from the original, without Lu Ru such a nanny to protect, the people of the Huatsuan village was soon slaughtered clean by Fangbone. Even if Zhang Xiaohou how to save the tide is useless, can only be dead to protect Su Xiaoluo a person. Only Fang Gu didn't want to kill the two of them. It could also be said that he didn't dare to. After all, Chen Xian's warning transmission seemed to echo in his ears, and every time he recalled that prime figure, Fang Gu couldn't stop trembling, as if he was going to be mercilessly stomped to death in the next second. Regarding Fang Gu's revenge, Chen Xian directly chose to ignore it, only warning him that Zhang Xiaohou and Su Xiaoluo were under his cover, and he didn't bother with the rest. This village is also more anticlimactic. The village head's son joined the Black Ju Ting, while the village head steals water from the kunai of other villages and exchanges it for cultivation resources for his own son. The water of the kunai is the fundamental reason why the people of the village of Dangerous Dwelling can survive in the land of the undead. As long as they drink it regularly, they will be ignored by the undead and walk freely in the soil of the undead Fang Valley village of Koan Well water. It is because of the theft of the exhaustion of the dry, no Koan Well water, they can only wait for death. Help in the village of Hua was also rejected. Fang Valley had no choice but to refine all the village people into a living dead. Chapter 88. 88. Purple started looks alive, but it's really just intelligent undead, not even as good as vampires. For the feud between them, Chen Xian had absolutely no thoughts of interfering, neither wanting to protect the Huatsuan people, nor wanting to stop Fang Gu from taking revenge, so he just let nature take its course. Mo Fan came to the upper floor of the north of the city. Xu Meng and a few other senior staff were here. A few healing mages were healing Du Xiao. All of them should have been injured in the extermination just now. Xu Meng, I have something important to tell you, Mo Fan said as he directly pushed the door, and despite the guard's obstruction, the guard's face changed and he wanted to make a move, but he was directly stopped by Xu Meng. You say? At that moment, Mo Fan immediately spoke the speculation of the raging rain and the undead to several senior officers, and everyone felt that Mo Fan was a bit of a devil. How could there be undead that appeared during the day? This is an undead corpse that can appear in the daytime. I'm not the only one who saw it. The entire Hua village and the hunters who traveled with me also witnessed it, Mo Fan said solemnly. A few of the executives still don't really believe it, but Xu Meng is the only one who has already believed a few points. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the door was pushed open once more, only to see an old black-haired man in Honorable Magic Association attire walk in. Immediately notify the members of the Division Research Council to confirm the situation of the raging rain and the undead within half an hour, the black-haired old man exclaimed with an undeniable tone. President, what are you doing here? A few of the higher-ups greeted each other, and Mo Fan realized something. This person should be Han Silence, the president of the Bell Tower Magic Association. If I don't come, are you guys going to put such an important matter aside? After killing a monarch, do you think you're going to turn your noses up to the sky? Han Silence said angrily. Originally he had come because he had heard that a few of the higher-ups had suffered serious injuries from executing the Ghost Beast Tyrant, but he hadn't expected to actually hear this news. I dare not. I will immediately arrange for the Division Research Council to analyze it. Come on people. Senator Zhu said. Han Silence opened his mouth. This time several people do not dare to be slow. As the president of the Bell Tower Magic Association, his eyes and grasp of the information is much more than others. The original God's capital prophet is also the earliest to contact him, and set up the guillotine plan against the Sarung. Long ago detected the Black Ju Ting has made a move in the ancient capital. Actually, if we just grab an undead and place it next to the sunlight stone, won't we know if the undead are fearless of sunlight? Dok Xiao got up at this time and said. He himself was a light super rank and had a deeper understanding of the light element. The subordinate at the door with a high-level cultivation immediately acted after hearing this. Something like sunshine stone wasn't that rare, but it wasn't that bad either. But the military department still had IT didn't take a moment's effort for this high-ranking military mage to fly back from outside the city with his winged magic tools flapping, dragging 2 carrion and skeletons imprisoned by earth-based cages in his hands, and holding a sunshine stone emitting the light of dawn in his other hand. Only his eyes were filled with terror as he dragged the undead into the hall and said, Chairman, the undead really aren't afraid of sunlight. Obviously on the way here he had already tried. Normal undead would be compelled to dig down and hide their bodies in it when they were hit by the sunlight. Yet this carrion and skeleton were unresponsive, letting the light of the sunstone envelop their bodies without a single reaction. Zhu Meng didn't believe it and personally went up and grabbed the sunshine stone, walked up to the 2 undead and shone it at them against their faces. But unfortunately, there was no reaction. How is this possible? Zhu Meng couldn't help but say, big deal. Dok Xiao said they all knew clearly that once the undead no longer feared the sunlight, they would attack the city 24 hours a day, which meant that the defending mages couldn't get any rest. The outer walls of the ancient capital didn't have any shifts. All of them rested during the day and guarded at night. And the power of the mages during the day wasn't even 1% of the power of the mages at night. Without rest time, the exhausted city guard mages probably won't last long. The most terrifying thing is that the more undead that awaken, the heavier the aura of death and resentment will be, without the sunlight to suppress it. No one knows how horrible the undead land will actually awaken. The existence of the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and it looked like it was unlikely to stop anytime soon. And there were only 2 hours left before dawn, so they had to think of a way out as soon as possible. Undeterred, the executives personally grabbed a few more undead to try. With no change, the undead really aren't afraid of the sun. Turn on blue alert. Let a portion of the outer city area head to the safety boundary first. Han Silence ordered. Yes. Military Division Lu Su immediately began to take action. The alarm bells began to ring. The blue alert light flare signal ascended to the sky. Countless good people noticed this scene. The residents close to the outer city wall were forced to rush to the safety boundary. Some other residents who were uneasy also followed to the safety boundary. Fear not, because it wasn't a demon that broke through the city, but an order from the Magic Association. There wasn't a serious panic incident, and the evacuees were relatively organized. And the pressure to defend the city at this time wasn't much, so many mages were directly called to clear the roads. President, the latest news from the Division Research Council is that the composition of the rainwater is exactly the same as when Bo City was affected. The undead can show up during the day after absorbing it. The rain could last all day, or even longer. Councillor Zhu reported. Tell them to come up with a solution immediately. Gather the Forbidden Mage Corps, and all the super-ranked mages in the entire ancient capital to the Clock Tower Magic Association to discuss a plan. Han Silence said. With less than 2 hours left until dawn, Han Silence is also undeterred, and must wait until dawn to witness that all the undead do not fear the sun before leaving. Everyone who just participated in the battle has withdrawn to the city. This time, it's really thanks to you, little brother. Military Secretary Lu Su said towards Mo Fan. It's all what I should do, but as a matter of urgency, we should still find out the Black Ju Ting clique within the city as soon as possible. Once they mess up within the city, it will cause even more terrible destruction than the undead. Mo Fan said. Sure enough, you guys coming out of Bo City are very backbone when it comes to the Black Ju Ting. Dok Xiao said. Just don't worry, the forbidden mages have already begun to act. The Black Ju Ting in the city won't be able to run wild for long. Lu Su said. Even if you praise me like this, you still have to settle the bounty quest for me. It's a total of 6 commander-level undead. Mo Fan said. What do you mean? 6 heads? Dok Xiao's eyes went wide. I didn't lie to you. I took down all the undead crystals. A total of 6. So many people also saw it. You don't want to renege. Mo Fan said. You bastard kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? Dok Xiao instantly felt like he was being punked. 300 million, even he had to earn it for a while. In the end, he did not renege on his debt. The Hall King of Hunters was not so unpromising, and a phone call to contact the Hunters Union directly took care of it. With the passage of time, Mo Fan had already had a premonition that this havoc might be extremely terrifying, and he couldn't help but ask, Brother Xian, just how difficult is it this time? Purple starts. Chapter 89. Purple Alert Mo fan's face paled for a split second after hearing this. He directly picked up the phone and called Zhou Min, asking her to head to Bo Chang Street to bring people to withdraw to the safety boundary. For Chen Xian's words, of course, he unconditionally believed in them. It was impossible for Chen Xian to be aiming at nothing immediately after that. He remembered that Zhang Xiaohou was still on the side of the Huatsuan people, and hurriedly asked Fei Zhao where the Huatsuan people had been resettled. Hua Village? We just received news that the entire village of Hua Village has been slaughtered clean by a necromancer, with only one man and one woman left. Originally we thought that it was the work of the Black Ju Ting, but the forbidden mage captured the village head of another dangerous village, who is not a Black Ju Ting, and the reason for the killings was revenge. Han Silence said. What? What about Zhang Xiaohou? Mo Fan and Fei Horn snapped their eyes wide open. He's the surviving Kazuo. Don't worry, he's no longer in any serious condition. His memory has been restored, and he's currently returned to the military department. A subordinate explained. Mo Fan sighed in relief. As long as the people he cared about were fine. As for the Huatsuan people, there was nothing he could do. The sky is already light. Lu Su had been watching the eastern horizon, and when light appeared there, he was the first to warn. Wait a little longer. The clouds and rain are so heavy that this amount of light isn't even enough to disperse the undead. Han Silence said calmly. Only as time passed, his thin wrists began to tremble slightly, and the sky grew brighter with each passing moment. Yet the undead remained impassive, not slumbering at all. Not only did they not fear the sunlight, as if with the appearance of the dawn, the land of the undead was like a powder keg that was completely ignited. More and more undead were drilling out of the mud, and the black tide in the distance was flooding towards the only human city. The bell rang. The dawn came, and the war should have ended there. Yet the eyes of the undead grew scarlet, and the pressure on the guards multiplied, as countless military mages began to frantically squeeze their magical energy. Howl. A death knell-like howl came from the northern corner of the city, only to see a skeletal creature with massive bone wings fly down against the clouds in the distant sky. Wrecking Break Underworld Lord. Han Silence said in shock. The Wrecking Break Underworld Lord hovered at a distance of several kilometers from the city wall, its three heads raised high, its mouth containing dark death energy. Anyone could tell that it was about to start spitting. Space hummed as the Wrecking Break Underworld Lord spewed out a mouthful of dark energy that transformed into a black rainbow of death, pouring straight towards the outer city wall with the intention of destroying it outright. Asshole! Stop it! Morning World Glacier. Han Silence instantly struck. The Super Order Star Palace had begun brewing as early as when the Wrecking Break Underworld Lord appeared, and at this time, it completed directly on top of the Death Dark Mantle's face, unleashing a glacial river shock of absolute 0 degrees. With Han Silence's roar and the release of the Star Palace, it was as if the sky instantly froze, and a ghostly blue light suddenly blossomed, blocking the pitch-black rainbow of death hard before the outer city wall. It was as if the morning world ice river was trying to gather the cold power from the depths of the universe, forming a river of ice that stretched across the sky in an attempt to freeze that destructive energy from the wrecking shard underworld lord. The cold air and the dead air collided fiercely, erupting into a roaring roar, as if the oldest two poles of heaven and earth were converging at this moment. The frost spread rapidly, and even the moisture in the air was instantly frozen, forming tiny and radiant ice crystals that shone brightly in the sunlight. The military mages on the city walls watched this scene with astonishment, their originally despairing state of mind illuminated by this sudden ray of hope. Han Silence's ice system was a super rank 3 magic, which could be a threat even to supreme monarchs, except that it was more troublesome for a mage to brew an astral palace as all seeing that his spit was blocked. The Wrecking Break Underworld Lord immediately let out a deafening roar, the sound wave shaking the entire city wall. All the undead obeyed his call and frantically attacked every section of the city wall. For a while the pressure skyrocketed. More undead at the monarch level's call also rose up from the land in droves. The white bones of Samsonite. Endless. A purple alert enveloped the sky over the city at the first opportunity, and endless panic suddenly hung over every resident of the ancient capital, as the sky shadowing, bone-winged creatures hovered above the city, overlooking a city that could be easily obliterated as if it were livestock. This section of the wall was guarded by Han Silence, so he would switch to a different section. It was impossible for Han Silence to fly faster than him, and the Wrecking Break Underworld Lord began to target the destruction of the other walls in preparation for tearing an opening for the undead hordes to attack into them. Zhu Meng, Dok Xiao, Fei Horn, Lu Su and the other 4 super ranks had also arrived. Even if they were not in good shape, they had to resist the pressure at this moment. However, on the distant horizon, the shadow of a very huge mountain peak slowly emerged, and with each point of ascent, a ground-shaking movement could be felt on the city walls, enough to anticipate just how huge that existence was. The corpses of the mountain peaks rose like a great flag in the sky, little by little, and tens of thousands of undead assembled and gathered around their bodies, so numerous that they spread over the distant horizon. Too many, too many. Han Silence's entire body was trembling. This undead army was already so numerous that even if they stood still and let the entire city's mages kill them, they wouldn't be able to finish killing them. Calm down, President. I'm afraid that guy is in existence on the same level as the totem Shen snake. Can't hold it back, Chairman. In the distance, the wrecking shard underworld lord delivered another death spit, successfully tearing a hole in the outer city wall, and countless undead swarmed in. Unable to resist at all, Han Silence, who was watching this scene, took a deep breath and ordered, all military mages, listen to the order, retreat to the inner city boundary. Anyone could see that it was no longer possible to hold the outer city walls. Fighting the undead in such a situation would only result in incredibly high casualties, and there had to be a guardian boundary protecting it in order to better destroy the undead. A few of the higher-ups immediately took action, informing all the mages and students who were holding their positions to withdraw back to the city. Fortunately, there was an early opening of the blue alert, and a large number of people had already been the first to be relocated to the inner city. And although there were still quite a few people in the outer city, the pressure had been reduced considerably. You should also hurry up and escape. The purple alert, and the mages must also stay in the safety boundary. Han Silence finished speaking to Mo-fan and turned to leave. Mo-fan at this time is still in shock. He has never seen such a horrible war. Ancient records of millions of troops is often just a gimmick, whether from the text or the movie cannot be mentioned, but nowadays the ancient capital. But let him know what a million or even 10 million undead army is like. The black pressure of the tide of a piece of water, stretched to the horizon, cannot see the end of it at all. There are constantly undead crawling out of the ground, tens of kilometers around. The undead are in a crowded state. Chapter 90. Rescue. Mo-fan came back to his senses. He naturally didn't need to be in a hurry to hide into the inner city boundary like an ordinary mage. Even if he was surrounded by an army of undead, he and Shen Xian could kill their way out. As long as they didn't go up against a monarch-level existence, the two of them weren't afraid of the undead's numbers at all. At this moment, he naturally understood what he had to do. The most important thing he should do at this moment was to help more people evacuate to the safety boundary, only to see him leap out in a single step and jump off the city wall. And the blasted wind demon eagle instantly caught him, flying towards the direction of Bo City Street. At this time there are still a large number of people who have not yet been evacuated from Bo City Street. 1 hour is far from enough time. Zhou-min, Mubai and others are organizing the orderly withdrawal of personnel to the inner city, and the team is lined up to tens of thousands of people, just like Principal Zhu during the Bo City disaster. This time it was their turn to step forward. Covering the evacuation of the commoners was the responsibility of their middle-ranked mages. At the forefront of the team, there were more than 20 beginner-level earth mages, who had used ground waves to do group acceleration for the large troop. The ancient capital was not a small city. The distance between the outer wall and the inner wall was close to 10 kilometers far away. Even mages would have to run for some time, not to mention ordinary people. Fortunately, the evacuation was 1 hour in advance. The road traffic situation had been maintained by mages in real time, and a part of the people had already entered the inner city by car first, and this remaining 10,000 people had no choice but to walk. If it wasn't for the roll of the blue alert, Zhou-min and Mubai's identity alone wouldn't have been able to talk so many people into evacuating. But fortunately everything was still in time. Mo-fan dropped down from a high altitude and came to Mubai and Zhou-min's side and asked, "How come there are still so many people who haven't evacuated?" Mo-fan, "There's already a portion of people who evacuated first. These are the ones who ran slowly. As soon as the purple alert appeared, the road was completely blocked. The car couldn't move at all." Zhou-min explained, "To be able to do this is already the best we can do." "What exactly happened? Why did the purple alert suddenly turn on?" Mubai asked. "The undead are about to break through the city. The outer city walls can't hold it. It's too late to explain. Follow me on the main road. Find a group of people who can drive. Go commandeer the big cars that no one is driving. You don't need to be skilled in driving, as long as you can move forward and brake. I'll open the road for you." Mo-fan said. Yes. Mubai and Zhou-min immediately took action, and in no time at all, they identified several hundred young people who could drive, and had these people look for vehicles on the road that could be driven by themselves. Since the all-French world is often plagued with disasters, the driver's license test also teaches people to leave the keys in the car if they have to abandon it in the event of a disaster, making it easier for rescuers to move it. These people easily found hundreds of large cars, under the command of the crowd. The 10,000 people all on the car. "In order to survive we do not care what the integrity, as long as you can sit down or stand firm, can get on the car." The scene is comparable to the sand train. There were those who couldn't stand it who chose to drive themselves to find a car to drive, and all had keys in them anyway, and all 10,000 found transportation in one way or another. Mo-fan, on the other hand, was walking in front of the group, letting the blast wind demon eagle lift all those ownerless cars to the side of the road. and he himself was using his Nianli to help. There is no choice to let Chen Xian do it. It is really too big and inconvenient. A foot down the road are trampled. What car do not want to drive? However, he could help Mo Fan with his Nianli, which was much stronger than Mo Fan. Both in terms of spiritual power and spatial system cultivation were crushed, as well as the increase of the golden finger Hell Curse.Hell's Curse, but for Chen Xian to provide 300% magic bonus. Nian control as the primary magic is naturally perfect to enjoy the full amount of bonus. The golden finger of the bonus does not bring any ambiguity at all. Say triple on triple, directly equivalent to 3 Chen Xian at the same time to use Nianli. Therefore, his thought control is also ridiculously strong. Only when fighting always cannot be used. The thought power also has a casting range. Otherwise the space thought power is too buggy. Separated from a long way away has been using the thought power to nausea people. The mage is already fragile. Casually a spiritual power of the first realm of the thought control can break the neck of the person. Chen Xian's idea control range is currently 100 meters around the head. This range for humans is quite large, but for Chen Xian is really not much use. If he grows a little taller, this idea power cannot reach the feet. However, the range of spell casting increased with the spiritual realm, and Chen Xian's body size was always not faster than the spiritual realm. As for the power of the nimbus, it didn't do much for him either. It was a struggle to lift one of his arms, let alone lift himself. Of course, pushing a car is still a breeze. Nianli can be adjusted according to the amount of magical energy invested to adjust the size of the power. The more power invested, the greater the power naturally is considered to be a sustainable casting skills. Thus, a magical scene appeared on one of the main roads leading to the inner city of the ancient capital. The way the Blizzard Devil Eagle opened up the road was by lifting the cars directly to the side of the road with a flap of its wings, and Mo Fan flew an unowned car to the side of the road wherever he passed. Behind them, the large force followed closely behind, the crowd riding in a variety of vehicles traveling quickly on the cleared road. Zhou Min and Mu Bai and a group of other mages split up to command, making sure that each vehicle was overloaded as much as possible like sand, while maintaining order to avoid panic spreading. The seamless cooperation between Mo Fan and Chen Xian caused the originally congested road to miraculously become unclogged, and the large troop following behind them grew longer and longer, with countless crowds that hadn't yet succeeded in evacuating all joining in. Those who can drive. Those who can't drive just squeeze in. After passing through a longer paralyzed section, they came across the section where the Forbidden Mage had taken over, and seeing that there were so many people in the large group behind them, the Forbidden Mage was very cooperative and gave them priority in letting them pass. A journey that might have taken more than 2 hours on foot froze and sent the crowd to the inner city boundary in less than half an hour. As people got out of their cars and looked around, many had tears in their eyes, both from fear of unknown dangers and deep gratitude for being rescued. Many of them cast grateful glances at Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhou Min, and all those who had lent a helping hand in the moment of crisis, and some even went up and expressed their gratitude with short words or a deep bow. Thank you guys, really thank you. If it wasn't for you guys, we might still be out there not knowing what to do. A middle-aged woman held Zhou Min's hand, her voice trembling. It's what we should do, Zhou Min said. Everyone hurry into the inner city and find a place to settle. Don't cause trouble for the military mages, Mo Fan said loudly, looking at the people in his eyes. It was as if he recalled the time when Bo City was in disaster, when he joined the school's team in order to enlist in the school's team, only to be ordered to become the vanguard in the face of danger, weaving in and out of the crisis-ridden streets, saving countless residents who did not have the time to evacuate. Now that time has changed. When disaster strikes, he still leads the evacuation of the crowd from the safety boundary. Some things have changed and some things have never changed this time. He is no longer an insignificant minor player in the disaster. Chapter 91-91. House arrest of senior officials. Boom. A deafening crash came from the rear. Mo Fan turned to look. It was actually a meat-mound necromancer that had fallen from the sky, smashing right into the middle of the intersection hundreds of meters away, its huge size directly blocking the entire intersection. Not only that, countless rotting corpses and skeletons were frantically pouring out of his large mouth, and at first glance, there were thousands of heads, which was completely a demonic troop carrier. And how did he get so far away? Mo Fan raised his head to look into the distance, only to see the flesh-mound corpses in the sky falling one by one like cannonballs attacking a city, and the artillery that was shooting them over was actually that blurry figure far away on the horizon, the corpse of the peak. Mo Fan couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying power it would take to throw a meat-mound corpse of such magnitude from dozens of kilometers away on the horizon to the ancient capital city. Ah, run, the demons are coming. It's the undead. The undead have entered the city. Countless people saw this scene, scared out of their wits, and even more palpitating, if they didn't arrive in time, another 5 minutes at night, then wouldn't they be blocked? Calm down, don't be afraid. Everyone, enter the city in an orderly manner. The demons will be dealt with soon. Mu Bai yelled at the top of his voice, Only the effect was minimal. People's brains were already filled with fear, however. He didn't lie. This place was so close to the inner city of the ancient capital. How could a commander level be allowed to spread its wildness? Before 30 seconds had passed, a dark purple deathly lightning fell from the city wall, directly opening a big mouth for the meat mound corpse minister to eye in the next second. 2 more heavenly flame funerals fell, as well as a lightfall manifestation, which also included a tier 2 hellfire stone, instantly inflicting heavy damage on the flesh mound necromancers, and those low-ranked undead that had been brought over were burned to a crisp. Several forbidden mages struck out at the same time, instantly wiping out this flesh mound necromancer. Forbidden mages were originally the higher cultivation existences among the higher ranks, and 3 would be enough to deal with a commander class. Only the number of forbidden mages was ultimately limited. It could not be as endless as the undead, and at this point, there were dozens of flesh mounds of necromancers that had been thrown into the city, so it was completely busy. The forbidden mages were needed everywhere to put to death the flesh mound necromancers, or else these disgusting things would take human corpses and harden them into skeletons. And then the undead in the city would snowball and grow. Seeing more and more flesh mound corpses flying into the city, Mo Fan still couldn't help but strike. And this time Qin Xian also followed. It was very convenient for him to deal with these flesh mound corpses, slowly tearing them all to pieces. Against these flesh mound corpses that flew into the city, Mo Fan and Qin Xian began to strike one by one. The 2 of them dealing with the flesh mound corpses at the same time was much more efficient, and they were bound to kill them within 10 minutes. Along with the undead around the flesh mound corpse, they killed them all. In this way, Mo Fan Chen Xian killed the flesh mound necromancers while rescuing some of the residents who hadn't had time to evacuate to the safety boundary, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming a large amount of magic energy, the exhausted Mo Fan returned to the inner city. He didn't choose to go out of the outer city again for rescue. He had to go and see how Zhang Xiaohe was doing. The one he cared about the most in the ancient capital was Zhang Xiaohe, and then the group of classmates as well as the people of Bo City. At present the people who care about are basically safe. Then next he will naturally have reservations. After all, no one can guarantee that this inner city can actually hold. At that time, in case the security boundary breaks, then it is not a scene of great difficulties. Each flying separately, Mo Fan took the Blizzard Magic Eagle and flew directly into the inner city, finding a military commander beside the Flying Horn to ask where Zhang Xiaohe was, and he didn't realize that Zhang Xiaohe was actually in the Clock Tower Magic Association. Before revealing the truth to you, it had been for my men to dress up exactly like me, and I really wanted him to be safe and sound. Really don't want to believe this, but as I said earlier, Sarung is among us, so we'll have to restrain you all next. I won't have my own men sacrificed so casually without full certainty. Chairman, you give the order, the Divine Capital Prophet said as he looked at the corpses on the ground just for the sake of confirming whether this information that Sarung had among the top brass was correct. The life of a subordinate was lost. Han Silence nodded. All of this was his arrangement, only to see him wave his hand. Countless forbidden mages emerged and surrounded the group of executives. The ancient capital is at stake, and as the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, I have no choice but to offend you all. Han Silence released a piece of purple soul chains that bound the people present. President, who will fight against the 8 deadly monarchs if we are lost? President, this will only lead to a bigger mistake. President, no matter what the many super-ranked mages said, Han Silence was unmoved. Mo Fan came to the bell tower watchtower to see the scene. So many super-ranked mages said to be controlled. Watching him was also shocked. Han Silence just happened to turn back to see him as well, and he was still very impressed with this talented young man who was the first to realize that there was something wrong with the rainwater, and a rare smile appeared on his sorrowful face. Your name is Mo Fan, right? This time it's really thanks to you being resourceful enough. Otherwise I don't know how many people would have died in their sleep. Han Silence said the rain-soaked earth had been paved over with undead, and that originally lofty outer city wall was like a fragile dam, its soft body simply unable to withstand this ferocious tide of spirits. The outer city walls were destroyed and the thick masonry collapsed. Looking out from the inner city walls, the ancient capital had been soaked in a black ocean for dozens of kilometers around. The undead is finally into the city. From all directions, the most people are trembling is not these undead spirit ocean devouring ability, but at a glance in addition to the front of the undead tidal wave line step by step, the tidal wave behind the line of black pressure, stretched for an unknown number of kilometers. People cannot help but suspect that they are the invaders of the country of the dead. The president has lifted me high. It's all because of the president's decisive order that saved so many people. I'm here to look for my brother Zhang Xiaohe. I've heard that he's been sent to the Clock Tower Magic Association? Mo Fan asked. So he is your friend. You are all good. Follow me. Han Silence finished walking in front to lead the way. Han Silence led Mo Fan to an unused courtyard, where Zhang Xiaohe was lying on a bed inside. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Mo Fan asked hurriedly. It had only been a short time since he was rescued. Why was he lying down? He was poisoned by a kind of poison called forgetful worm of the black clergy. The forgetful worm will seal a part of his memory. Once he remembers this memory, then he is not far away from death. That day he suddenly reported to Fei Horn that he had found out the identity of the Black Jew Court's Hutsu archdeacon. And then the whole person collapsed. I could only barely save him with all my strength. I had to have an antidote for it. Han Silence said, Chapter 92. Muga what? Who is the Black Jew Ting Hu Jin archdeacon? Mo Fan had difficulty accepting such an ending. It was so hard to bring people back, but they ended up dying again. It's Muhi from your Bo City. But unfortunately, he's been hiding for a long time now. And the forbidden mages I sent out didn't even manage to find him. Han Silence said, Muhi. Mo Fan's gums bled when he heard this name. Forget about this person for now. Mo Fan, do you have the Earth Sacred Spring in your hands? At this time, the Divine Capital Prophet walked in and said, The Earth Holy Spring? What do you need an Earth Sacred Spring for? Mo Fan wondered. We found that the Earth Sacred Spring and the water of Kuanjing are things of the same composition, able to neutralize the 9 specters due in the raging rain, and the water of Kuanjing in Fangu has already been used to refine corpses, and we are now in dire need of a copy of the water of Kuanjing to neutralize the rain and allow those undead to fall asleep, the Divine Capital Prophet said. Mo Fan, no matter what you want, on behalf of the Ancient Capital Magic Association, I promise you that I will not let you suffer. Han Silence said. Seeing this, Mo Fan sighed and said, If I had it, I would have taken it out. But my situation is the same as Fangu's, and the Earth's Sacred Spring has long been refined by me. Han Silence seemed to have expected this result, and slumped in his chair with a disheveled look on his face. It seems that the heavens are going to kill me. Gudu, the Divine Capital Prophet had no intention of giving up yet, and said through clenched teeth, There is still hope. If we can find the tomb of the ancient king, no one has found it in 2,000 years so far, but he's going to awaken soon. So maybe we can find out before we die. Han Silence said despondently. Originally, Chen Xian was still considering whether or not to give out the information that the ancient king's tomb was in the Fury Abyss, but after thinking about it, he vetoed it and directly asked Mo Fan to go and find Muhi out. No matter what, Zhang Xiaoho had to be saved, so Mo Fan had to find a way to get Muhi out, and talking about it himself would only add to the trouble of not being able to explain the source of the information. What information needs to be explained? What information does not need to be explained? Chen Xian still has a sense of proportion. Like this information about the life of the whole city, do not give you ask a bottom of the sky out of the people will not be willing to give up. Mo Fan left the courtyard and immediately took action. He found Mu Bai like in the original. After confirming that Mu Bai was not He Ju Ting, that's when he told him about the fact that Mu He was the archdeacon of Hu Jin. Although Mu Bai had suspected it, he still had a hard time when it was actually confirmed. This was his own biological father. Although he had never admitted it, Mu Bai knew that he was his illegitimate son. His own biological father was such a dehumanizing person. Bo City, Gudu, so many lives in his eyes was as cheap as a lab rat. Mu Bai finally, just like the original, chose to destroy his family, passing the false information that Mo Fan possessed the Earth Sacred Spring to a certain Mu He's beloved, and succeeded in luring Mu He out. Only this time Mu He and Mo Fan's meeting will not be as pleasant as the original. In the original, Mo Fan knew that his strength was unbeatable before he didn't act rashly, allowing Mu He to wear the blue teaching uniform in an arrogant manner to the Bell Tower Watchtower to negotiate with the senior management. But at this time, Mo Fan is a high-level mage. Mu He this pussy still wanted to take Mo Joshing out to force a couple of sentences, humiliate and shame Mo Fan. The result is that Mo Fan a little bit on the bomb. Directly with him in the city to fight, the new revenge and old scores are counted together. Under Yan Ji's possession, as well as Chen Xian's powerful Nianli beating, Mu He had no power to fight back, and was directly beaten to the point where his nose was bruised and swollen, and his mouth full of teeth nearly fell out, and his arms and legs were all broken, so he couldn't see half of his human appearance. Morven yanked him by the hair and walked towards the Clock Tower Magic Society like he was dragging a dead dog. It was black and squelchy, touching. At some point, the ocean of undead had flooded to a kilometer away from the inner city, looking at the boundless death, darkness and fear enveloping them. As if their souls were about to fall into the sea of despair, everything outside of the inner city was reduced to nothing. The undead hordes had brought unimaginable destruction just by passing through the inner city shrouded by the golden boundary. All seemed to have become a lone boat, staggering within the black ocean, ready to drown at any moment. On the city walls, the military mages stood in rows and rows, and no matter what level of mages they were, they all had the deepest fear imprinted in their eyes. The undead had come after all. Those who hadn't had the chance to enter the inner city had no hope at the moment. Death would be a luxury, and turning into the undead would be the ultimate end. The North Gate. The crowd, as thin as mud, was squeezing its way in incredibly slowly towards the gates. but the black tide of frenzy had already engulfed it. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of people, with death staged at every corner, like a true apocalypse. Cries, shouts, filled the cold air. Hoarse and exhausted, corpses, ghosts, and bones filled the sky like a tsunami. The earth and buildings crumbled, and the sky and clouds lost their color. Just how many people have not been evacuated can be known simply by looking at the tears and desperate hisses throughout the overcrowded inner city. And there are countless. Fan dragged the dead dog like Mu-He to the top of the bell tower, where many of the top brass had long since received the message to wait here. And the many super-ranked mages who had been restricted were also here. The forbidden mages also came quite a bit, but there was no sign of Lu Huan. After all, the wrecking chakra underworld lord had already begun to attack the security boundary, so he had to go up and take the top of the corpses of the mountain peaks also approached the area, and at this point, they were already approaching the forbidden zone, and once the corpses of the mountain peaks started attacking, then it was the time to execute the numerous super ranks that had been restrained. This is Mu-He. You guys try to find a way to pry the information out of his mouth. Fan said. Cough, cough, ha, Fan. You're just a worthless, insignificant, little character. You can't change anything. Mu-He, who had a mouth full of blood, continued to babble. The gazes of all the higher-ups coalesced on his body, and each of them could not wait for his super-ranked magic to fall and cleave him to death. Considering that Mu-He still had a role to play, Han Silence still held back the hostility in his heart and forced himself to use healing magic to help the wound in his mouth recover briefly so that he could speak normally. Muga, where exactly is the tomb of the ancient king? I don't think you would want to experience the cursed Xing of the military division. Military division, Yaoting said seriously. Upon hearing this, Mu-He, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, revealed a mocking smile and said to the crowd, if you release the several innocent elders, counselors, and military divisions, we can make a deal. To show my sincerity, I can give Zhang Xiaohuo the antidote first. It was clear that his aim was to have Sarung alive and the bargaining chip was the royal tomb, which was just a glimmer of hope for Gudu. But Gudu had no choice. Release them. Han Silence, who had prepared himself mentally, said coldly. However, not all of them were released. Merely just Zhu Meng, Duo Xiao, Fei Jiao, and the three of them were released first. You can continue. Han Silence's eyes were filled with a murderous aura, as if he wanted to break him into pieces. Chapter 93, revealing Lingxi. Sarung fell. Muga's eyes were livid as he forced himself to rise. While at least a mage could barely lean back even with broken arms and legs, his wild eyes looked to the north, at the undead outside of the city as if expecting something, and did not speak. It seems like you're stalling for time, so it's time for you to die, Han Silence said with murderous intent, but he still didn't dare to strike. Fan. I have a feeling that the female hunter elder is Sarung. Do you dare to try her out? Right at this moment, Chen Xian suddenly thought of some interesting maneuvers, directly poking at Lingxi's true identity. So is it possible for Sarung to die here? Anyway, the ancient capital plot has reached here. There has been no accident. Fan is bound to enter the breaking abyss. As for what impact will be after that, Chen Xian is holding an indifferent attitude. Wait until the State House competition begins. Fan with his own strength is also considered to start taking off. Why don't you dare? Fan heard, was worried about nowhere to solve it. Chen Xian gave a direct reminder. His own old grandfather. Of course, unreserved trust. President. Everyone, are you willing to believe me? Just as the crowd was agonizing over the fact that they had nowhere to turn, Fan suddenly spoke out. The crowd looked over. Xu Meng listened to these words as if he had seen the savior of Hongzhou when he was there. Kid, did you make some big discovery? Xu Meng asked excitedly. You were the first to discover the havoc, so of course I trust you. You can boldly express whatever ideas you have. Han Silence said. That's good. I think that I can find out who Sarung is. After Fan finished speaking, he ignored how shocked the crowd looked after hearing that and walked towards the remaining top brass who were restrained on his own, pretending to face each other face-to-face glance, and finally came to the front of Lingxi, looking at Lingxi in different and old eyes. Fan at this moment cannot help but feel that perhaps this person is really Sarung. Still, he murmured in his heart, Brother Xian, are you sure this man is Sarung? 100% sure. There was only one woman in the entire room who was a senior member of the Hunter Alliance, and the others were even all men. Even if Chen Xian had never seen Lingxi, he could do the elimination method to recognize her. After hearing Chen Xian's reply, Fan's eyes that met with his gradually became ferocious, and the fluctuations of magic spread out. Only he hadn't had the chance to make a move yet. Noticing that it was not good, Sarung directly snapped. Her slender fingers pointed out swiftly. A tiny eye of the storm topped the fingertip and stabbed at Fan. Fan was completely too late to react. The speed of spellcasting was too much slower than the other party. Han Silence on the side. But in the moment Lingxi's broke open the lock of the soul, he reacted. Instantly the temperature of the whole field plummeted. Only the distance was a bit far. Too late to save Mo Fan. Looking at Mo Fan is about to be directly exploded by the sarung. Han Silence's eyes widened in horror. At the moment of crisis, a strong yen force instantly enveloped in front of Mo Fan while pulling him backward. The Nianli barrier slightly hindered this stormy finger before it was pierced through, only for Chen Xian to fan her out at the same time. Do it! Han Silence roared, lifting the soul locks of the remaining high level. While his magical aura erupted, the frost domain instantly opened, paving the way for ice locks to poke at Sarung, and all sorts of constellations began to crackle out from his body. The several other super ranks that reacted also struck out, and countless elemental powers attacked Sarung. The one who reacted first was still Mo Fan. At the same time he was pushed away by Chen Xian. He was the one who instantly fired a fiery fist to blast out the 9 Zhao. The 9 dragons entwined into a pillar of fire that directly blasted out. Bitch! Eat me! Sarung's Wind Wing Guardian is also instantly completed. At the same time a dark black armor will cover it layer by layer. The fire column falls on it completely, can't set off a bit of wind and waves, can only push it far away. With so many super ranked mages surrounding her she didn't dare to be arrogant at all, and directly began to pull out her bottom card. A starlight energy barrier instantly unfolded and surrounded her in it, blocking numerous instantaneous high-ranked magic. Immediately after Sarung quickly tore up a teleportation scroll. A time and space door was about to open to send her away. Bastard! Don't try to escape. Han Silence was already furious. A strange spherical magic weapon was raised by him. A strange fluctuation spread out from the spherical magic weapon, and the space seemed to vibrate with it. Space-time disruptor. Seeing this thing, Sarung completely panicked. The spatial portal became completely unstable. It was no longer able to transmit things at all, and people going in might be torn apart by this unstable spatial and temporal force. At the same time, countless high-level magic fell from the sky. Colorful elemental torrents fell on the starlight barrier but couldn't break it by the slightest bit. This should be a defensive magic weapon to deal with super class level magic. High level magic couldn't even think of shaking it for a second. Let me do it! Dok Xiao exclaimed, only to see the 5 light constellations slowly swirling around him, turning into 6 in the blink of an eye, and as the 7 constellations formed a star palace, a gate of light floated above Sarung's head. In the gate of light, the torrent of holy light coalesced into the golden sword of judgment and fell with a roar, and as a single highest lethality super ranked magic, the Sword of Judgment inserted itself hard into the starlight barrier, triggering a violent explosion of light. The Clock Tower Magic Association collapsed on one side with a bang. The ground was blasted out with a huge crater out, and the people around them immediately moved away from it when they saw it. Even the mages were no exception. The forbidden mages took the opportunity to come forward and formed a boundary to trap Sarung. Han Silence and others also surrounded the front to beat up the dogs. So many super ranks surrounded Sarung soon could not hold up. Gird your loins, devil! Today is the day you die. Li Yujian, who was implicated, said angrily. Sarung looked around and realized that there was no way back. Every single person's magic was in a state of readiness. There were even a few super-ranked magic among them. The attitude of these high-ranking people was already very obvious. In order to kill her even if it caused huge casualties, they would definitely not let her go again. She moved her gaze to Mo Fan who had followed her. Her eyes were very complicated. She didn't understand how she had been recognized. This time it was really planted. Sarung slowly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. She had no way out on her own but to wait for the Pope or Halen or whoever to find a way to fish her out. Numerous super rank is also very cautious. This time all kinds of confinement restriction suppression means all used. Far a bunch of weakness directly set on Sarung. Han Silence's soul chain was not completely ineffective. Only at that time, after all, it was just a suspicion, and could not do things too dead. Directly put so many super steps completely abolished, right? Sarung breaking the soul chains actually cost her souls. The strongest one of the faculties couldn't be used at all. Otherwise she wouldn't have been kept, but now it was different. Being restricted by the many super ranks with various means of suppression, and then being captured and imprisoned with the means of the Judgment Council. She was already unable to turn any waves. Han Silence, deeply afraid that the others would fall for any more tricks. Directly 2 ice locks pierced through Sarung's shoulders and dragged him into his hands. I didn't realize you were Sarung. What a snake and poisonous woman. Chapter 94, Fatal Abyss. Jumping Sarung bowed his head, not saying a word, and was dragged back to the top of the bell tower. Even if the place was blown to rags by magic at this point and was still headquarters, Moga looked at the taken down Sarung, his eyes filled with horror. This meant they were finished. Nullify the cultivation of these 2 first, Xu Meng proposed. These Black Ju Ting were full of tricks. There might be some unknown means. Directly abolishing their cultivation was the simplest and most brutal. Han Silence nodded and signaled for a forbidden mage to come forward, and after feeding Sarung the psychotropic poison, He cooperated with the crowd to use a secret method and managed to use the curse system to abolish his cultivation. And all the galaxies collapsed, so that he couldn't even use a single piece of magic anymore. Sarung's soul felt like it had been torn apart, and he directly fainted on the spot, and He did the same. Come on people, pry the location of the Imperial tomb out of them as soon as possible. Han Silence said. Professionals immediately arrived. There is no intention of avoiding the crowd. Directly as the bright and open to the Sarung and move hands, a variety of mind curse type undead magic fell on the two, ready to use this to dig out information from their brains. Chairman, there's Oblivion Worm. Only to see that on Sarung and Muhi, they had clearly implanted themselves with forget-me-nots. Not the immature kind of Zhang Xiaohou, but forget-me-nots the size of an actual centipede, which were affixed to the epidermis of the brain. What? Through the magic halo of the professionals, all of them saw the forgetful worms in Sarung and Muga's minds, and they could not help but feel bereft. These people of the Black Ju Ting were really hard on themselves. This meant that they likely wouldn't be able to pry any valuable information out of Sarung and Muga. Boom! Just then, 3 kilometers outside of the city, dark blue waves suddenly rolled up under the blackened canopy, and white waves tumbled across the sky. A sudden tsunami fell from the sky towards the dense undead to go. Layers of undead originally occupied the entire open space under the city gates. Under the strike actually gave the city gates to a big cleaning. Thousands of undead were engulfed by this terrifying celestial tsunami, heading in a direction away from the city gates. It was Lu Huan who struck. Flying Horn said, "The chief of the Forbidden Guard has struck." Great! Lu Huan's outburst was very exciting, but not even 2 seconds of excitement. A deafening roar followed. Wrecking Break Underworld Lord followed suit, directly looking for Lu Huan for the Imperial City PK. Worthy of being Lu Huan, alone he was able to stop the Wrecking Break Underworld Lord. Zhu Meng said the sky was sinking, and the people standing in the bell tower could just about see Lu Huan fly into the rainy sky and fight with that morose white giant Wrecking Chakra Underworld Lord. The magic Lu Huan used was basically super rank magic, and the high rank magic mixed in with it was surprisingly handy. He alone could top an entire army of mages. The magical energy fluctuations that were casually rolled up caused hundreds and thousands of undead to be reduced to nothing. Most of the people here were also super ranked mages, but none of them were able to kill the golden boundary like Lu Huan did, and battle the monarch in a sea of corpses, only before the crowd had time to feel how they felt. The next second the Fury Abyss jumped over, only to see that the space where Lu Huan fought with the Wrecking Shard Underworld Lord was peeled off layer by layer. The misty rainy sky was actually directly swallowed up a whole piece, and what was exposed was actually a huge dark vortex, which was slowly expanding, like a black hole that was suddenly born, radiating a fatal attraction. The entire space around them was in the middle of a complete distortion, and the first to sink into it were the tens of thousands of undead, followed by everything that was in the range of the distortion. Lu Huan and the Wrecking Break Underworld Lord happened to be right above the Fiend Abyss, and they tried to detach themselves from it almost simultaneously, but they found that there was no way to do so, and their bodies gradually fell into that hell furnace. The dark vortex slowly opened up as if it was the entrance to hell, or as if it was some kind of gigantic horrible creature opening its bloody mouth. Ghosts cry, corpses roar. The creepiest voice in the world came out of it with the most desperate, resentful, and agonizing emotions. Fate Abyss. I don't know who was the first to break the calm. An unsettling sensation was transmitted to all, causing limbs to tremble and scalps to tingle. The Wrecking Break Underworld Lord and Lu Huan were ultimately dragged into it, without even a little wave rolling up. 2 supreme beings died so unexplained. This is the Fury Abyss? Is this the Black Forbidden Land? Is this the Furnace of Hell? Dead silence. The entire inner city was plunged into a dead silence, and everyone's voices seemed to have been dragged into the fatal abyss. Not good. The Fury Abyss is approaching the inner city, Zhu Meng said. With this reminder from him, the crowd recalled in a trance the previous drifting paths of the fateful abyss, coming closer to the ancient capital one at a time, and at this time, it had even descended directly into the outer city. Everyone dared not think about that terrible speculation. If the next breaking abyss jumped, did it appear directly in the inner city? Panic was the first thing to appear on the faces of a number of the top brass, who were beginning to prepare for a retreat. Han Silence's face was filled with helplessness. Even though he had captured Sarung, it seemed to be useless at the moment. At most, he would kill her to vent his anger. Just as everyone was in despair, a forbidden mage walked over to the divine capital prophet and handed him a note. The secret language symbols were only understandable to him, and when the divine capital prophet opened it, his eyes became very excited. This person had finally sent a message. President, there's hope. Han Silence's empty eyes had a glimmer of color. The tomb of the ancient king has been found. It's in the Fury Abyss. I know you all think it's desperate, but hear me out first. No one, including the most powerful mages, can step halfway into the Fury Abyss, but there is that group of people. Yet the breaking abyss will not reject them. They are the people of the dangerous dwelling village. the divine capital prophet said with an excited expression. Only what was hidden under the excitement was despair. He did not tell the crowd about the fact that the breaking abyss would jump for the second time in less than a day. He was afraid that the heart of the army would be completely dispersed after he said it. Is this true? How are you sure it's true? The group of executives were all very excited. And eventually, after total explanations and examinations, they determined that the matter was true, and that the tomb of the ancient king was really in the Fury Abyss. They brought Fanggu over, and after the secret training of the village head from Fanggu's mouth, this fact was confirmed even more. We are blessed by the gods. Even if we fall into the kingdom of death, we are still the same honored guests. I wonder if this kingdom of death refers to the Fury Abyss. In case you need me to travel to the Fury Abyss, I am willing to wear my sins and try my hand at it. Fanggu said. It's been 2,000 years. Many things have long been blurred, and no one can confirm if they are still valid. I'm glad to hear it. Han Silence said. Chapter 95. 95. Traveling to the Fury Abyss. Let me go too. I'm from Bo City. My ancestors are also from the Dangerous Dwelling clan. Our customs are all exactly the same. Zhang Xiaoho said. What if you're not? Su Xiaoluo said hurriedly. She was also a survivor of the Dangerous Dwelling clan and was invited along with Fanggu. If it's not, then it's not. It's better to jump now than to wait for the breaking abyss to come. If everyone dies by then and I survive because of this special bloodline instead, I can't accept it, Zhang Xiaoho said. He couldn't accept a world where only he was left alive. He definitely wouldn't be glad for his bloodline. He would only feel that it was deeply sinful. To die is at best an easy way out. But to live as an agony. Mo fan had wanted to persuade him again. But when he heard him say that he just gave up, everyone has their own choices. Zhang Xiaoho has already made his own choice. He has his own path to walk. Mo fan, let's go to the fatal abyss as well. There are good things inside. Chen Xian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. Mo fan's eyes widened as he listened. Looking at the hell furnace with the Yin Fury corpse chi rushing through the sky, he only felt his legs weakening. Xian, don't fuck with me. I'm not a purebred dangerous dweller. Don't worry. You have the Earth's sacred spring. You can't die. Chen Xian said. Sure, listen to me, and you'll be right. Since that's the case, then add me. I've drank from so many Earth's sacred springs, I shouldn't have too much of a problem. Mo Fan said to the crowd. Mo Fan, are you serious? Han Silence asked. Waiting here is death either way. It's better to go to the Fury Abyss to fight. It's how to break through the undead. See now. The Fury Abyss is a few kilometers away from us. Mo Fan said. Humph. Do you take us super ranks as mere ornaments? Xu Meng blew out his beard and said. We will kill a bloody path for you. Dokshao also stepped forward and said. We have long been prepared to fight the undead to the death. I'd rather die on the way out than wait for the Fury Abyss to swallow me up. Han Silence gradually gained confidence in his heart when he saw that many of the higher-ups were willing to come forward. I'll personally make a move to hold back the corpse of the mountain peak. Mo Fan, you're the strongest among your Fury Abyss squad. Make sure to protect a few of them. Han Silence said. No problem. I'm in good shape now. Killing a few commanders isn't a problem. Mo Fan patted his chest and assured. Good. The president is willing to fight alongside us, so we'll give it our all. After Jun Shi Yaoting finished speaking, he immediately began to give orders. Zhang Xiaoho, good job. Our military region is proud of you. When you come back alive, I will surely help you advance to a higher rank and promote you to military commander. Fei Horn said as he stepped forward and patted Zhang Xiaoho's shoulder. In front of this desperate undead havoc, the crowd of the ancient capital showed unprecedented unity and courage. Zhang Xiaoho looked at Fei Jiao. A trace of emotion and perseverance flashed in his eyes as he nodded his head deeply without any extra words. All the determination and gratitude coalesced in that firm gaze. I won't let you guys down, Zhang Xiaoho replied briefly but forcefully, then turned his head to look at his teammates who were about to travel with him, with both the fear of the unknown and the desire for victory in his heart. Meanwhile, Han Silence and several core executives were urgently discussing strategies on how to break through the heavy encirclement of the undead in the shortest possible time and arrive safely at the breaking abyss. The plan has been formulated. All of them have made the final preparations. Sarangan Mu he were also brought in the team. This is Mo Fan's intention. Even if the many senior, no matter how unwilling, they have to accept. Mo Fan's meaning was simple. In case he died, he would drag the two assholes along with him. And when he turned into an undead or went to the hellish underworld or something like that, he would make sure to then kill them as well. To put it bluntly, he was not assured that the two of them would have a chance to escape if they stayed in the city, and it was safest to bring them with him, and to throw them to feed the undead at critical moments. The party came to the Inyuan gate, and there was still an area of peaceful land outside the gate, while beyond the golden boundary were densely packed with undead. Witnessing such a scalp-numbing scene, even the forbidden mages sucked in a breath of cool air, and some of them had their legs trembling, knowing that apart from Su Xiaoluo, Zhang Xiaoho, and Fanggu, Everyone else here could be starting at a high level. Strange. Why are there still ordinary people? Fangu pointed suspiciously at the crowd on the other side. It was a group of mostly average males, led by the military mage, that arrived at the north gate. They walk in a very funereal manner. Even if you can't see the face, you can feel the gloomy expression. The pace is slow, the expression is wooden, just like the Walking Dead about to go to the guillotine. Looking at this scene, Fan had a bit of a not so good guess in his heart. It wouldn't be. Can't it be that these ordinary people are going to go out with us as well? Zhang Xiaohou looked incredulous. Has this holocaust pushed the bottom line of the top brass so far? Indeed. They will first exit the city through the small gate, attract the attention of the undead, and only right after that will the mage corps take you out through the north gate and kill you straight to the Fury Abyss. The divine capital prophet said, and several people looked at him with unbelievable faces after hearing this, as if they couldn't believe that the top brass would do something so dehumanizing. We're not forcing anyone. We're just speaking the facts and needs to the people. It's all voluntary. They know better than you what this means. To attract the attention of the undead with their flesh and blood so that you can successfully enter the Fury Abyss. Their bodies will be gnawed by the undead to the point that they will be completely disfigured. Their heads will be viciously removed, and their blood will be sucked clean. But all of this will also happen to their loved ones and children. And so then there are people who will choose to be this undead bait. And the number of people is even higher than we can imagine. Jun Shiyaoting's face was solemn and cold. Mages can be sacrificed? Is it any wonder that ordinary people can't? We could have refrained from telling you all this, but I hope that you can realize just how much this path has been paved at great cost. And no matter how much difficulty you encounter after entering the Fury Abyss, I ask that when you want to give up, you can remember that this is an opportunity that countless people have fought for with their lives. Please. Han Silence said solemnly. Fan and the others were all shocked after hearing this. Using flesh and blood to pave the way for them? Just what kind of spirit did one harbor that could make ordinary people willingly become such a sacrifice just to exchange for a ray of life for others? An unspeakable heaviness pressed on the hearts of all. Of the small door by the north city gate quickly opened, and the group of volunteers neatly headed out, with a super-ranked mage taking the brunt of the kill straight out. The other mages followed close behind, magical halos blossoming from their bodies, barely lighting up faintly in that black ocean. Chapter 96-96. Violent Demon Wolfsoon. The volunteer team also rushed out of the golden boundary, and their huge aura of the living immediately attracted the attention of a large number of undead. And it could be seen that the sea of undead that had originally surrounded the golden boundary raged and converged towards that side. Zhang Xiaohuo's eyes instantly reddened as he looked at the voluntary team that had sunk into the sea of the undead. All breaking abyss teams, prepare. Han Silence's voice floated out. At the citadel, the mages were swarming in groups. Hunters, students, military mages, forbidden mages, beginner, intermediate, high, and super ranked, lightning, water, fire, wind, light, and earth. Kill. Accompanied by Han Silence's drink, the 4 super-ranked mages took the lead, simultaneously opening their winged magic tools and rushing into the sea of the undead. Terrifying magic fluctuations emanated from them, and the light of magic erupted from the sea of the undead. The 4 super-ranked vanguards opened the way and directly bulldozed the 400 to 500 meters of undead sea, followed by countless skyflame funerals falling, an unknown number of forbidden mages casting high-rank magic at the same time. Each fire rain was the size of a fist, and another large swathe of undead was directly annihilated. Go! All the mages began to advance. Fan and the others were directly surrounded in the center to protect them. No one knew what exactly they were going to face underneath the breaking abyss. Han Silence didn't allow them to waste their magic energy at will. The surroundings were all high-ranked mages, each one lighting up his dazzling constellation, and the wind mages directly used their formation secret techniques to form a wind arc, sending the crowd a few hundred meters forward. 400 meters away, the number of skeletons spiked. Skeletons were harder to deal with than carrion, needy and plentiful. They were the most terrifying undead legion. A bone minister roared, and in an instant, countless skeletons surged in as if they were 1,000 armies. And some of these skeletons had long-range bone spur attacks. The bone spikes that covered the sky seemed to fall like a torrential rain, only to be blocked by the high-ranking mage's waterflower canopy, the entire 8 directions of the waterflower canopy, which firmly protected Fan and the others. Kill the bone ministers. Han Silence barked and ordered. Dok Xiao just wanted to strike out to kill Bonehens with a round of Audit Demon Sword in seconds, but as a result, the space in front of the team suddenly had a twisting blur, followed by a huge and incomparable bone-winged demon wolf surfacing. Countless people were all startled for a moment, only to quickly react to the fact that this was inevitably some summoner's contracted beast. Chen Xian chose to come out, naturally, because there were too many essence remnants around. With so many people striking out at the same time, this could be much faster than killing them on their own. Chen Xian directly topped the list, taking in all of those masterless souls into the lantern immediately after the straight towards the bone minister. The head of the bone minister completely do not know how to write the word fear, rushed up to the whale to fuck him, completely ignored Chen Xian higher than his height of 3 times. Chen Xian grabbed the bone minister and lifted it high in the air, followed by grabbing its ankle and flinging it hard to the ground. Boom! Chen Xian's fling directly threw the bone minister's entire skeleton apart, only that he wasn't dead yet. Chen Xian violently stomped down on the bone minister's head with another foot, and at once, the entire ground seemed to have collapsed. Even if his bones were as hard as they were finally cracked this time. And Chen Xian stomped on its head with 1 foot and grabbed its ankle with 1 hand to pull it up with force, instantly dismantling this bone minister into pieces. The entire head was ripped out, revealing the undead crystals within. Chen Xian directly and violently pulled them out, resulting in the bone minister's sinful life. What a violent devil wolf! Whose contracted beast is it? Doksha was also very pleasantly surprised to see. This demonic wolf was much more violent than his own green eyes. That boy Mo fans. I honestly don't know where to find such a strong contracted beast. Xu Meng said, you guys, if this kid Mo fan goes to the State House competition, will such a strong summoned beast be banned for disrupting the balance? Demon Man said, it's very possible, but the rules of the competition are super rank as well as under monarch cultivation. And although this demonic wolf is not yet at monarch cultivation, I feel that the strength he brings with this size has long been stronger than the average sub-monarch. Xu Meng said, don't get distracted. I'll leave the corpse minister over there to you. Han Silence said, yes. Different magical rays appeared on both flanks of the forbidden mage square. These mages might not be able to do a single magic to roll up hundreds of casualties, but after each of their star trails and star charts lit up at the same time, they could surely form a magical torrential rain comparable to super-ranked magic in power, bombarding the line of undead waves coming from both sides. There was another skeleton ahead. Chen Xian stayed on top of the front, collecting souls while quickly allowing the lantern to refine them again. 300+% magic immunity was already enough to ignore slave level as well as war general level demonic spells. As for physical attacks, to the extent that he now has thick skin and flesh. If these small monsters can break him out of defense, then his feast will be in vain. 6 layers of feast brings a density bonus but a whole 11 times more. It is no exaggeration to say that his flesh and blood are harder than iron. Only those undead above the commander level issued corrosive skills were able to inflict a little damage on him. The other undead he ran straight across and crushed through. And if he couldn't get through, he directly propelled the jet to maximum power to turn it on. It was just squeezing a huge wave of undead to death. And his Hell's Curse was also raising very quickly, rising to 350% in no time, which made it even more impossible for the lower ranked undead to hit him. And even the corrosive ghouls were having trouble dealing damage. There's a horde of corpses coming from the right front. The voice of a forbidden mage commander came from the sky. The party had advanced 2 kilometers and the entire stretch of road from the inner city was full of wreckage, and that, apparently, wasn't enough. Just breaking through the skeleton horde, a huge army of carrion corpses was waiting for them. The corpses were the most numerous and the most difficult for the mages to deal with. After all, they couldn't be killed in any way. Corpse poison. The necrotic storm is coming. A psychic commander's voice rang out from everyone's mind. The crowd looked forward. The black corpse poison frenzy across hundreds of meters away from the feeling of pouncing on the face. Chen Xian stood in front of the brunt of the corpse poison storm to drown. Like this super large range, the lethality of the demonic law, he really did not have much to do. But this also cannot hurt him, as the fury abyss team was also quickly enveloped by the necrotic storm. Only a burst of golden light and milky starlight was quickly released from it, and countless golden light swords pierced through the poisonous fog frenzy. A lightfall roaming the sky cast by an unknown number of high-ranked mages at the same time. The light was heavily unearthly, and the aura was majestic and wild. The corpses are too thick. It seems like our big front line is having trouble charging through. Xu Meng's voice rang out. Chen Xian was also indeed being held back by this group of rotting corpses, black as a tsunami, drowning Chen Xian's size of more than 60 meters. Chen Xian fought to push forward, but to no avail, completely stuck on top of the corpses. Chapter 97. 97. Corpse of the Mountain Peak. Prioritize rescuing the Great Demon Wolf. Han Silence's order was given. I'm here. A super-ranked mage from the Greatly family stepped forward. Havoc Water Tsunami. After a short period of preparation, this water-based super-ranked mage released a powerful astral palace, and a magical tsunami up to 200 meters high rushed forth, engulfing towards the group of rotting corpses that were entangling Chen Xian. The tsunami-like water current was like a roaring beast, carrying the force of mountains and seas, instantly rushing into the corpses. The rotting corpses shattered in front of this irresistible force, and were swept away by the raging current, and the originally impermeable corpses were directly washed clean. Chen Xian quickly broke free from the group of corpses, his body emitting a faint ghostly green light. Obviously the corpse poison just now did not cause substantial damage to him. The magic immunity of the Hell Curse was still in effect. Chen Xian didn't rush into the sea of corpses again mindlessly. These undead are really something. under the command of the corpse with a mountain peak. It can actually vaguely have a linkage effect. No wonder the original Qinglong is so huge it will still be dragged down by the undersea undead directly after pulling away from the distance. Chen Xian directly flew into the sky. In the twinkling of an eye rose thousands of meters in the air. Dealing with this kind of corpses or have to come to some hard work. This time Chen Xian directly leaped 7,000 meters in height. In the past, the Great Desolate Star meteorite he did not dare to fly so high. He had made attempts. A few more falls at a height of around 5,000 meters would have injured him. And the accelerated impact of a 7,000-meter fall would likely cause him to be seriously injured outright. But this time there was a thick sea of undead on the ground as a buffer, and Chen Xian was a little more bold. I in the team. When Mo Fan saw Chen Xian flying through the sky, he immediately understood what he was going to do and hurriedly shouted to the surrounding mages, "Prepare for defense, the shockwave is coming." Upon hearing this, the commander of the mine department immediately passed on this information to all the mages. At the same moment, Chen Xian accelerated downward in the air at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star cutting through the sky. His target was obviously the dense army of undead on the ground. With the rapid decrease in altitude, the high temperatures generated by the air friction caused Chen Xian to be wrapped in a layer of flames around his body. But this was not a problem for him. Instead it became part of the attack. Everyone witnessed a crimson meteor fall from the sky, falling into that densest tide of carrion corpses with great force, accompanied by deafening explosions. The ground seemed to be hit hard by a giant hammer. Dust and debris were lifted up to 100 meters high, and an area of death and destruction suddenly opened up in the sea of undead. Under the impact of this terrifying force, the corpses were completely torn apart, and the undead creatures were swept away like straws. Even the more powerful war general level could hardly withstand such a direct and violent blow. The smell of scorched and ashes filled the air, signaling the power of Chen Xian's move. The Great Desolate Starfall, after the violent shockwave shattered the tide of corpses, it surged in all directions without decreasing its momentum. The mage square had some warning in advance, and several layers of watery canopy firmly wrapped around the breaking abyss team to avoid the impact of the shockwave. When the crowd came back to their senses, they suddenly realized that the boundless sea of undead in front of them had been blown out of a section close to 800 meters of fallout, and the undead around them were rapidly filling this void, while the place where Chen Xian had fallen had turned into a 300-meter pit. Seize the opportunity. Full speed ahead. Han Silence yelled. The wind mages immediately powered up, and the wind walking boat started up again, advancing a distance of 700 meters forward in the blink of an eye, with Chen Xian instead being left behind, and getting even closer to where the Fury Abyss was. So fierce, this great demon wolf, simply the contracted beast in my ideal state. Dokjiao's mouth was watering as he watched Chen Xian go on a rampage, utilizing body weight and speed to fall and cause a heavy blow. I'm afraid this kind of killing power is even more tremendous than super rank magic, right? Xu Meng said. Indeed, but it's not without a price. This is a move that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. The great demon wolf should have been injured. Jun Yaoting's eyesight was even more venomous. He could tell at a glance that Chen Xian was in excruciating pain at this point, with a whole bunch of bones cracked all over his body, and that 7,000 meters of maximum power was really still too much of a stretch. Chen Xian limped to follow up. This injury is actually not considered serious. 5,000 meters high fall more will be like this. Chen Xian just need to wait for this body to heal on its own. Reign of recovery. Unexpectedly, the constellations in Han Silence's hands quickly completed, falling on Chen Xian's head to form a milky white aperture. Within the aperture drops of healing rain fell, dripping on every part of Chen Xian's body. Those bones that were cracked because of the accelerated impact began to heal rapidly, and all the stains were also cleaned in this purifying rain, and the entire demon wolf was directly revived with full blood after collecting a circle of essence remnants. Chen Xian refollowed the large troop. At this point, the team was only less than 2 kilometers away from the Fury Abyss, and was about to complete their mission. But everyone had a grave expression on their faces. That most terrifying corpse of the mountain peak was finally going to strike. A gray-black mountain rising from the ground towered over the legions of corpses, and the vast sea of corpses literally flowed past its ankles. Chen Xian's size was not in the slightest bit put in his eyes. A 60-plus meter tall body was indeed enough to be proud of amongst the unicorns, but the corpse of the peak was a little more than 3 times Chen Xian's height. Once this fellow stepped in, the entire magic team would be dispersed, and at that point would be the time when the mages would have the highest mortality rate. Boom, boom. With a kick, a deep footprint appeared on the earth, along with some rotting corpses that didn't have the time to dodge away were all victimized, and another kick across. The waves of the earthquake reached here, and the overburdened ground cracked out countless traces. The corpses of the mountain peaks move seemingly slowly but are already approaching. Corpse of the peak. The corpse of the peak is here. Is such a thing humanly possible to resist? The heart is firm, and without enough experience, any spiritual conviction will be washed away in the face of the shock brought about by such a huge object. I'll block him. Last kilometer. Full speed ahead. After Han Silence shouted, he opened his winged magic tool and flew into the sky. Countless constellations extending out from within him, the Super Order Star Palace flew to completion in a short period of time. Warning world ice rain. Han Silence's voice resounded through the clouds, and as his words fell, a sheet of ice crystals glowing with a ghostly blue light sprinkled down from the starry sky, like the frost of doom, covering the corpse of that lofty mountain peak. The moment the ice crystals touched the corpse, even that huge body seemed to be frozen, and its actions became sluggish. However, this could not cause effective damage, and the corpse of the mountain peak was unraveling this frost power little by little. Chairman, I'll come to your aid. Thunder Ring of Punishment. Shu Meng roared. The Thunder System Star Palace is ready. Directly towards the peak of the corpse release, 9 thunder halberd respectively fell in the peak of the corpse, surrounding the formation of a circle surrounded by countless manic electric chain from the thunder halberd released, striking the peak of the corpse of the huge body. Anti-bar tip. The original chapter 1384 mentioned that the Sphinx is over 100 meters tall, and chapter 2849 mentioned that the Sphinx is on the same level as the corpse of the peak's body type, so it's said to be close to 200 meters considering that the Sphinx is in a dog-crawling body type, and the corpse of the peaks is in a standing body type. Chapter 9898. Summoning space. The 2 super ranks were completely insufficient to slow down the corpse of the mountain peak, and even the 2 control-type super ranks of magic were still being wrenched away bit by bit in front of this terrifying body. Several more super-ranked mages struck together, and Yao Ting's spatial faculty was out of this world, forming a huge spatial compass stuck on the neck of the corpse of the mountain peak. After countless consecutive instantaneous transmissions towards the corpse of the mountain peak, in the next second, a terrifying spatial power that was enough to kill monarch-level creatures was born. The dead axis. Like the broken sound of a space bullet line echoing in the silence, the dead shaft directly from the throat of the corpse of the mountain peak through the back of the neck. The corpse of the mountain peak suddenly stopped for a few seconds. Immediately after that, blood spurted out from the front and back of the corpse's neck, turning from a thread into a fountain. Not bad for a space-based super rank magic. Several other super ranked mages, seeing that Yao Ting had made a miraculous achievement, similarly opened their astral palace. Before the corpse of the mountain peak could get angry, several more super ranked magics were used together. The Gate of the Inferno, the Earth Sinks, Holy Decision, the Demon Judgment Sword, Star Palace after Star Palace. The light of the stars alone was on the verge of rupturing the cloudy canopy. 2 or 3 kilometers away. The corpse of the mountain was like it was right in front of his eyes, and the magical ripples rolled over by the super-ranked magic were incomparably shocking. It was fortunate that the corpse of the mountain peak was incomparably arrogant and didn't choose to bring a group of corpse ministers over to surround him, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easily restrained. While we're at it, charge to the Fury Abyss. Mo Fan shouted. Chen Xian did not know when he was once again at the forefront. Without so many super rank, the pressure on the team also increased suddenly and dramatically. The good thing was that the closer they got to the Fury Abyss, the undead instead became less dense. It seemed that this hell's furnace was feared even by the undead. Gradually, a gust of wind comparable to the fangs and claws of the shadowy ghost surged over from the front, and the further this gust of air went, the more biting it was, and it felt as if the souls of people were going to be chipped into pieces by this wind. Even Chen Xian, who possessed the hell's curse, felt slightly uncomfortable, not to mention the others. The wind boat sped on, and finally we could see that horrible baneful abyss. It was an abyss that sank without warning, and those gloomy winds that could shred people's souls before were gushing out from here. We can't advance any further, or we will be sucked in by the gloomy winds of the fatal abyss, Zuofeng said towards Mo Fan. On the last stretch of the road, Han Silence had completely released the command to MOFAN. Mo Fan glanced at the forbidden mages and realized that all of their formations could no longer be maintained, and it might be difficult for them to even defend themselves if they moved forward again. You guys retreat first. There aren't many undead left here. I can handle it by myself. This fatal abyssine wind doesn't have much effect on a few of us. It seems like we really are the honored guests of hell, Mo Fan said. Zuofeng nodded and gave the order to retreat, followed by saying towards Mo Fan and the others, everything, I'll leave it to you guys. Mo Fan nodded wordlessly and turned around to continue forward with his teammates. The fact was that the wind had an effect on him, except that the protective soul light emanating from the little mudloach protected him. Chen Xian was also unable to carry on, and could only hide back in the contract space, waiting for Mo Fan to enter the fatal abyss. This contract space is from the greatness of the summoning realm. The original, even the Black Dragon Emperor, such a horrible existence can be stowed in the place. And Su Dir seems to use what secret method makes the Black Dragon Emperor cannot be free to break open the space to escape from it. Unlike Chen Xian and Xiao Yanji, can freely enter and exit, this contract space is the strongest cage and the safest haven. No matter what place Mo Fan goes to, what kind of test he goes through, whether it's the breaking abyss or the dark plane, as long as he stays in the contract space, the little Yenji will be able to follow him all the time, and wanting to attack into it is also delusional. Even such a powerful spirit body as the Nine Spectres Queen wanting to enter Emofan's contracted space would have to be opened by Emofan on his own initiative to do so, which can be called a bug-like stowage ability. The further into the abyss one went, the more the cloudy wind became like a massive whirlpool of heaven and earth, enveloping the zone in chaos, so much so that the bewildering legions of corpses were gone. Completely like stepping into another heaven and earth. Emofan's trio quickly arrived at the mouth of the fatal abyss. Originally they thought that they were shouldering such a heavy responsibility. No matter what the hardships and dangers were, they would not even frown. But they had truly arrived at the mouth of the fatal abyss. When a glance toward the abyss, it felt like the heart jumped out at once, and all of the internal organs were in a knot as hard as spasms all over the body. This, if there is an intensive phobia of people, most likely have already been scared to death by this scene. To use the hell melting pot to describe it is really more appropriate. The world's most extreme evil ghosts, evil demons, and demonic creatures are piled up like a garbage dump incineration pond, becoming a sea and a mountain. Tens of thousands of hisses, growls, screams, and cries mingled together, piercing right through the soul, as if all that pain had crawled through his body. Brother Fan, are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaoluo swallowed his saliva and said, Still okay, Fang Gu. You're older, why don't you go first? Emofan asked with a trembling voice. I'd rather wipe my neck right now than, Fang Gu said, times two. Only before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xian's nimbus pushed a few of them down as he couldn't wait to get through this plot. In the process of falling, the four people very naturally hugged each other. Who did not want to face that mountain of corpses and bones and sea of ghosts and shadows? Thousands of ghosts surrounded them, and although they didn't cause any substantial damage to them, they poured a large amount of resentment into their minds. The pain of the death of these resentful souls were all instilled over and over again to the three. The whole process was actually incredibly short. But Emofan's trio seemed to be experiencing tens of thousands of years, as long so long that they were almost feeling like they were not themselves. The fury of the abyss is not deep. What is deep is the resentment. It's a bottomless pit of pain. Luckily, Chen Xian was hiding in the contract space and did not have to suffer this ordeal. The descent was only a few seconds, and the three of them finally passed through the first level of the breaking abyss and fell to the second level of the breaking abyss. The second level was huge, a small world altogether, with a gray floor and an obscure sky dome in all directions. Chen Xian used his mind power to wake up the unconscious trio, who took a long time to slow down before they could distinguish that this was reality, not a nightmare. Damn! Who just kicked me? Fang Gu cursed angrily. Don't mention it. Anyway, it's all coming down. We don't have much time. We'd better hurry and take a look at that white tomb palace in front of us, Emofan said as he pointed ahead. The white palace in front of them was very eye-catching, all made of white jade, smooth enough to reflect the sky dome in it. This was most likely the tomb of the ancient king, led by Emofan. The four of them headed to the white tomb palace. Through the steps, Fang Gu passed through a bronze mirror, and the group easily entered into the middle of the main gate. Chapter 9999. Using the blood sharpener. The next is again with the village chief of Fang Gu's secret training all the way through the layers of difficulties. Came to the heart gallery. The people restrain their hearts, not as good as watching the murals, but found that the corridor is endless. Simply cannot go to the head. In the end, by virtue of Su Xiaoluo recognizing the painting of the key in it, he led the crowd to successfully break through. What was different from the original was that because the entire village of Hua Village, except for Su Xiaoluo, everyone had been killed by Fang Gu, so no one had given the copper mirror that could see into the Fury Abyss to several of the higher-ups, and thus they were completely unaware of what was going on in the Fury Abyss. After walking through the gallery, what appeared in front of the crowd was the former palace. Fang Gu recognized the eternal demon lotus here, and the path to the altar would not appear without destroying it. Emofan, quickly let that pendant of yours absorb it. The energy of this thing is enough for you to break through 2 faculties to the higher level, Chen Xian said. That goes without saying. Emofan had long been unable to hold back the little loach that had been trembling, and ran up to the stone platform to grab the eternal demon lotus and directly stuff it into the little loach. In the blink of an eye, the eternal demon lotus that had just come to life was sucked clean, and Emofan saw this and hurriedly sat down on his knees and entered the little loach's Stygian river small world to observe. I only saw that the eternal demon lotus was floating on the river Styx, withering and dying little by little, while the river Styx, condensed by the thousands of essence remnants, was growing rapidly, and the small world began to slowly expand along with the quality of the little loach to get a leap in the improvement. A pure energy feedback to the spirit world of Emofan. Emofan is also quickly refined to the breakthrough of the Thunder Nebula. Not a moment later, the Thunder Nebula instantly exploded into a river of stars, bright and incomparable high level of thunder. Become manic thunder power surged out from Emofan's circumference, frightening Fang Gu and the others into retreating. Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic for a while. This was Emofan's third lineage high level, right? Surprisingly, He really refined the eternal demon lotus. Unbelievable, Su Xiaoluo said after the crowd rejoiced. They began to depart again. This time they finally entered the ancient king's tomb palace. After passing through a bunch of juvenile stone corridors, there was a jade platform. The left and right sides of the platform were like cliffs, accompanied by an intense wind of death and extinction. Chen Xian knew with a slight perception that this was definitely a heavenly species level treasure, only that they were unable to access it. This wind of death and extinction could even tear apart monarch level creatures. Continuing onward, we finally came to the 9 Deaths Bridge. At the same time, Chen Xian also sensed the figure of Zhang Kong following behind him. Chen Xian understood that the game plot was over. I don't know what I'm going to do next. I just know that I'm going to go on a killing spree. Fang Gu explained to the crowd what the Bridge of 9 Deaths was, and the crowd was immediately caught in the middle of a difficult choice. Either to go separately and choose 4 out of 10 for a higher probability. It's either 1 or 2 out of 10. So that if we have to live together, we have to die together. Just sorry for those who die for good. Separation means life and death. Companionship on one side and the burden of millions of lives on the other. It's a choice of the heart. Chen Xian didn't deliberately interrupt. This was Mo Fan's growing experience. He needed to make a choice, and the crowd was waiting for him to make a choice. To break in together. To die together. We'll go this way together. Mo Fan finally made up his mind. Recognizing exactly what he cared about, it was a moment when the scales of the heart tipped. Zhang Xiao Gu stated that he, an outsider, would not walk a bridge with them, and would add a point of hope for the survival of the ancient capital. Both sides departed on their own. You too, go and follow Fang Gu. This bridge isn't a 9 Deaths Bridge at all. It's a bloodline detection bridge. Both of you are pure ancient king descendants. Following Fang Gu can reach the blood throne without any problems. It was at this time that Chen Xian finally spoke out. Who's talking? Zhang Xiaoluo looked surprised and looked around to find the source of the voice. As if? Mo Fan? Su Xiaoluo looked at Mo Fan uncertainly. It's Brother Xian. It's that big devil wolf. Since Brother Xian said so, then you guys hurry up and go over to Fang Valley. Mo Fan said. I don't. We'll die together if we have to die. That's what Brother Fan himself said. Zhang Xiaoluo said excitedly. Less arrogant. You will only drag me down if you follow me here. Hurry over there. Mo Fan said angrily immediately afterward. He walked forward on his own, but in his heart, he was nervous and asked, Brother Xian, are we going to die? Why don't we just wait for them where we are? Do we have to walk through this dead door bridge? Look at your wimpy face. Get ready for a big kill. I'll let you experience the power of the high end of the game against the odds later on. Chen Xian said. Zhang Xiaoluo looked at Mo Fan's determined back. His eyes were moist. He knew that Mo Fan was right. The trip to the fatal abyss had made it clear to him how small he was, and he hated this feeling. Firmly turning around, he took Su Xiaoluo and chased after Fang Gu. Moving forward along the White Arch Bridge, Mo Fan had unconsciously delved into the darkness. Looking back, the way he came was gone, so he could only continue on. The end of the Bridge of Dead Doors was a silver-colored wall mirror, which was actually a space door. And Mo Fan traversed through to the middle of the dead door room. A vortex of silver thread suddenly appeared high above an empty space, and Mo Fan fell from it, looking around carefully. This was another alien space. Underneath his feet was a gray hard land, surrounded by walls of space. The scope of this alien space was not very large, probably only a few kilometers in diameter. Chen Xian remembers that in the original story Mo Fan was in the breaking abyss that left from here. This deathly door would constantly release spatial vortexes to grab the undead from the outside world and enter them. This spatial vortex could actually lead directly to the outside world. To be honest, this mechanism was quite puzzling. If it was Chen Xian who wanted to get someone killed with the other dimension, there was no need to go through so much trouble at all. This time the space vortex had not yet appeared. Chen Xian figure emerged and took out the long-cherished blood particle and threw it directly at Mo Fan's brain. The blood particle smashed on Mo Fan's head, and the glassware instantly shattered apart, turning into blood mist fragments that emanated among the air. And they were like living creatures, slowly scrutinizing something, like a demonic creature that had been released from Pandora's box and was pondering whether or not this offering was to his liking. Suddenly, all the blood mist madly drilled into Mo Fan's pores, and just when Chen Xian thought there wouldn't be any accidents, those blood mists suddenly stopped again, and then as if they found something delicious, they split a part of it and madly surged towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian was drilled into the middle of his toes by the blood mist before he could react, but fortunately the dose was small and there shouldn't be any major problems. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was caught off guard. His whole body instantly stiffened, and his pupils seismically began to change color at the same time. With his left eye flickering with a silver aura and his right eye a chaotic heterochromatic color, the black hair on top of his head grew rapidly like thorns while becoming tough, and his body erupted with pale blue flames rushing up to the sky, rushing that tough hair upside down. Mo Fan's form was experiencing radical changes in the midst of severe pain, his bones bursting and growing, accompanied by crackling sounds. his muscles expanding uniformly along with it, and every pulse seemed to be undergoing a baptism of the soul. Chapter 100. Demonization. Every extension of the bones was accompanied by an awakening of power, and they not only strengthened his physique, but also seemed to weave a natural battle armor. The expansion of the muscles was balanced and powerful, molding a physique born for battle. Underneath every inch of Emofan's skin, there seemed to be unknown forces surging, signaling the formation of a new life form that was far beyond mortal. Instead of being a burden, the newly generated bones miraculously penetrated the boundaries of flesh and blood, evolving into a layer of delicate and tough exoskeletal armor. The armor was like a heavenly craftsman's creation, covering his body's surface, which was staggeringly inscribed with mysterious spell patterns that were extremely similar to those on Chen Xian's bone wings. Ancient and majestic. In this shocking scene, Emofan's figure was bathed in the churning blood mist, and his form drastically changed, reaching a height of 5 meters, just like an unbeatable ancient god. Surrounding him were raging thunder and fierce flames, which intertwined and rose, pointing straight up to the sky, signaling that an unprecedented storm of power was brewing. The influence of the blood lezy was far more than just the metamorphosis of the physical body. It was a raging torrent that quietly penetrated into Emofan's spiritual realm. This strange force, like an invisible tentacle, instantly spread to every corner, completely subverting his spiritual universe. In this instant, Emofan's spiritual world underwent a radical change. Those bright star rivers and nebulae that represented different power systems, including the passion of fire, the mystery of summoning, the wildness of thunder, the depth of shadow, the distance of space and the disorder of chaos, all converged under the pull of an irresistible force. They were no longer separate trails of light, but miraculously fused into one, turning into a vast and infinite blood and ink-colored star spin, which rotated as if it possessed its own will, containing a power powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. At this moment, Emofan's spirit and physical body completed an unprecedented synchronized evolution, and the demonic system was quietly and silently born in another way in the middle of Emofan's spiritual world. Chen Xian's spiritual world was also invaded when the blood mist was incorporated into his toes, only that the amount of volume was too small and completely insufficient to affect him in any way. This time, after Emofan's demonic awakening, a pure and incomparable demonic summoning power passed along the contract to Chen Xian's spiritual world, and Chen Xian didn't have any hesitation to directly receive and absorb it. Originally, Chen Xian thought that he would transform into an incomparably powerful summoned soul shadow like Old Wolf, Apathy, and Yen Ji in the original. As a result, he didn't expect that as soon as this pure and incomparable demonic summoning power entered the spiritual world, the blood mist that had previously invaded Chen Xian's spiritual world instantly boiled up and directly digested this demonic power to grow itself. This strange force instantly eroded Chen Xian's entire spiritual world, and like Emofan, in the spiritual world, the boundaries of the originally clearly defined spell lineages began to blur, and space, curses, and sound, the power of the three lineages mingled and mixed with the energy of the blood leviathan, forming a completely new and unnameable energy form. Instead of causing conflict or rejection, this energy brought an unprecedented harmony and strengthening to his spiritual realm. Those demonic forces scattered in the corners of the spiritual world, as if being pulled by an invisible gravitational force, converged into that strange star spin formed by the fusion of the power of the blood leonine, making this star spin become a core in Chen Xian's spiritual world, harboring a huge and complex power outside. Chen Xian's size was in the midst of growing by leaps and bounds, and with that newborn demonic power surging into his body from the star spin, his original size of more than 60 meters quickly climbed to 150 meters tall, and the entire small world seemed to have become as if it had become as narrow as a prison cage. At the moment, Chen Xian's appearance hadn't changed too much. It was still that of the giant standing demon wolf, only that the exoskeleton of his body had become even more hideous, and there were 2 more demon horns on top of his head. Feeling the explosive power that filled their bodies, both Chen Xian and Emofan seemed invincible in battle at the moment, as if they could kill the corpse of a mountain peak with a single punch. "San, what's going on?" Emofan just regained his senses from this powerful feeling and turned towards Chen Xian to ask, "Do you remember the blood sharpener that Lun Yan researched?" "That's right. This is the moment to go all out. Enjoy this power and collect as many essence spirits as you can. Otherwise, when this power dissipates, your cultivation may regress greatly," Chen Xian explained. "I see. So how should we get out?" Emofan asked. "Your spatial faculty should have also leapt to the extreme level with this power boost. Experience it for yourself." Chen Xian finished. A spatial vortex just happened to appear, and Chen Xian tore it apart with a claw, breaking through the void and revealing a battlefield of the ancient capital that had been flooded by the sea of the undead. Stepping out with one foot to step into it, he couldn't wait to try out his own power after demonization. Behind him, Emofan also immediately followed when he saw the scene. Although his space was not as high as Chen Xian's cultivation, it had the boost of Yen Ji's female divine soul shadow, and Yanji's spatial power was at the monarch level. An instantaneous movement crossed over Chen Xian. Looking at the sea of undead below, Imofan couldn't wait to release the devil's fire. A circle of golden fire corona that covered the sky from its feet opened up, instantly devouring the skeletons and rotting corpses in a 1-kilometer radius. The golden devil's fire seems to be the ultimate purification of the world, and the evil power of the undead is like snow melting in boiling water, instantly melting away when it touches a little bit. Under the illumination of this golden flame, even the air seemed to become pure, and the eerie atmosphere of the sea of undead was swept away, replaced by an incomparable blazing energy fluctuation. Chen Xian also couldn't wait to vent his power, only to see him raise his prime fist and swing it heavily downwards. The heavy fist containing unrivaled demonic power on top of it. This punch, shattering the void. The air wall instantly cracked open countless spatial fissures, as if the sky had been torn apart by an invisible giant hand, exposing the dark and mysterious void thereafter. Immediately afterward, a spatial shockwave surged out, carrying a heaven-destroying aura that swept across the entire sea of the undead. With the outbreak of this power, the ghouls and skeletons within the several kilometers sector ahead seemed to have encountered an unprecedented fear, as they trembled and crumbled in the midst of that ravaging spatial impact, and even the strongest bone ministers were completely shattered into nothingness at this moment. Ouch! Chen Xian raised his voice to the sky and let out a shocking roar that resounded through the sky and clouds. The roar spread throughout the entire battlefield. Every undead present, everyone in the ancient capital, all of them could hear it. The surrounding undead that were close were even directly shocked to death by the soundwave directly. And this, too, managed to attract the attention of the corpse of the mountain peak, and his prime body slowly turned around. Chapter 101 to 101, Dueling the Corpse of the Mountain Peak. This time, he finally looked squarely at the great threat that was Chen Xian, a scarlet glow flickering in those huge eyes, his body covered by pure black death aura, only to see his feet take flight. Each step caused the earth to sink and trampled countless undead to death, and the entire battlefield was shaken by the ground. Chen Xian didn't have any intention of admitting defeat either. Even if the corpse of the peak was 2 heads taller than him in size, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He believed that the increase in mass that the feast had provided for himself was definitely enough to make himself invincible in the monarch class. Facing the charge of the corpse of the mountain peak, he disliked it without fear, only to see him take a step, the entire land around him instantly collapsing. A far heavier footstep than the corpse of the mountain peak. Chen Xian also met the front with a fearless charging stance, the two giants on the battlefield like a comet colliding with the moon. The atmosphere woven by the demonic aura and the deadly aura made space and time seem to freeze. The air around him was as heavy as a lead weight, and between breaths were all collisions and contests of power. Boom! 2 huge fists that were enough to shake the sky and the earth collided violently in mid-air, erupting into a deafening roar, the shockwaves spreading like ripples, plowing the ground into a gully, a continuous stream of dust and debris being thrown high into the air. And for a moment, the daylight was also trembling for the sake of it. The indestructible body of the mountain corpse was challenged like never before at this moment. Chen Xian's heavy fist after the feast more than 11 times the quality of the hammer of the god of heaven. Every inch of the power contains the power to shake the universe. For the first time, the eyes of the corpse of the mountain peak flickered with horror, and the body that had once been considered invincible actually showed tiny cracks under Chen Xian's attack, with a hint of faltering mixed in with the deathly aura that permeated it. Only Chen Xian didn't give him a chance to react as he swung out another round of heavy fists, directly blasting at the corpse of the mountain peak's chest. There was no way. It was still too short. The corpse of the peak should be close to 200 meters at this moment, and it was a bit difficult for Chen Xian to hit him in the head. Anti-bar tip. The original chapter 1384 mentioned that the Sphinx is over 100 meters tall, and chapter 2849 mentioned that the Sphinx is on the same level as the corpse of the peak's body type. So it's set to be close to 200 meters considering that the Sphinx is in a dog-crawling body type, and the corpse of the peaks is in a standing body type. Bang! Chen Xian's heavy fist boomed, forcing the corpse of the mountain to stagger backwards, and wherever his large body passed, the skeletons of the undead turned into pieces under his heavy pace. Realizing the disadvantage in physical strength, the corpse of the mountain peak immediately surged with a monstrous death aura, and the death energy gathered between its palms was like substance as it fiercely slapped out towards Chen Xian to eye in an instant. The dark, night-like death aura transformed into thousands of black lightning bolts, each being carrying the coldness of the sub-dimensional abyss and the power of spatial tearing, densely spreading across the sky and pouring down towards Chen Xian. Wherever these spatial lightning bolts touched, even Chen Xian's impenetrable body was not spared, leaving a deep crack and blood flowing like a stream. But the will to fight in his eyes grew fiercer and fiercer, not wavering in the slightest. Luckily, his spatial system was likewise elevated to an extreme under the effect of demonic power, and he used his spatial nimbus to fully withstand the spatial lightning. Otherwise this kind of spatial lightning would be enough to inflict heavy damage for a large body like his. At that moment, Chen Xian no longer had any reservations. Since you used your demonic magic first, Then I will not be polite. The gun and bone wings behind him and the bone spikes around his body seemed to possess life, becoming more agile and free, releasing heat waves as if they were solid. And even his multi-million-ton body was as swift as the wind under the impetus of this force. His fighting style is primitive and direct, specializing in close-quarters physical combat. And thus the demonic techniques he has mastered are mostly used to enhance his physical attacks and mobility, only to see the propulsive force behind him erupt violently. The huge demonic wolf rushed straight at the corpse of the mountain peak with amazing speed and power, and the two collided with a deafening roar. Bang! Chen Xian and the corpse of the peak instantly tangled together, and with his savage-like raw strength, he violently flipped his opponent to the ground, and then rode on the massive body of the corpse of the peak like a conqueror, his fists raining down like rain. With each heavy blow pointing straight at his opponent's head, dust flew and the earth trembled. The fierce battle between Chen Xian and the corpse of the mountain peak seemed like the most spectacular storm in heaven and earth. Each of their strikes contained the power to change the sky and the earth. The surrounding undead creatures were easily swept into the vortex of destruction like fragile withered leaves under the aftermath of their raging energies. And none of them were spared. The undead were like grass in the grappling of these two titans of natural disasters, ancient capital. In the golden boundary, looking at the prime demon wolf that was twisting and fighting with the corpse of the mountain peak, a group of mages who were stubbornly resisting were shocked. Their fight was like a battle between two ancient beasts. Every collision made the earth tremble and the air stirred up ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Such a powerful demon wolf. Just where did it come out from? Fei Horn had a shocked look on his face. A demonic wolf that could fight against the corpse of a mountain peak had never been heard of before. This can't be the great demonic wolf's father, right? Du Xiao, whose magical energy had long been close to depletion, gave a reasonable guess. No matter what, there is always hope for Gudu, Xu Meng said. The east side is about to hold out. Squeeze out your last drop of magic energy for me to go over and support. Han Silence roared. Yes. Seeing that Chen Xian alone held the corpse of the mountain peak, Mo Fan also rushed a few instantaneous transfer to the golden boundary here. At this time the army of the undead has been about to flood half of the golden boundary. Most of the mages have long been magical energy used up again and again, relying on potions and other things to force the recovery of magical energy to support. The ancient capital's mage force had lost most of its dead and wounded while escorting the Breaking Abyss party, with two super-ranked mages being hammered to death by the corpse of the mountain peak alone, and more than half of the other high-ranked forbidden mages similarly dead or wounded. After Mo Fan and the others entered the Fury Abyss, they were surrounded by an army of undead in the middle of the neighborhood of the Fury Abyss, and the corpse of the mountain peak, after being restricted by the many super-ranked magics, called out to a large number of necromancers, which not only broke the restrictions of the super-ranked mages, but also inflicted heavy casualties on the forbidden mages. In the end, only a part of the people managed to escape back to the golden boundary. At this moment there are already many people who are dissatisfied with the decision made by the senior management. A good guard battle is not fought. Have to go out of the city to escort the dangerous Dweller clan to enter the Breaking Abyss. The morale was so low that even some of the super-ranked mages were looking for a chance to run away. Without hesitation, Mo Fan waved his hand, and a bright and dazzling golden fireball was born in response to the call, which contained the divine purifying power of Corona Flare inflammation and the newly awakened demonic power, which were intertwined, causing it to shine with a sun-like splendor. He threw this fireball, which contained both hope and destruction, into the depths of the sea of the undead. The fireball cut through the sky like a falling star, and the moment it touched the undead ocean, it erupted with incomparable light and heat. Chapter 102. 102. The devil makes his appearance. This light and heat seemed to carry the fury of life and the end of death, and wherever it touched, the air of corruption and despair was swept away, replaced by the holy light of purification and rebirth. Low-ranked undead in the baptism of this light is like the morning dew meets the first sun, have annihilated. Mo Fan's movements did not have the slightest stagnation. He followed with another lift of his hand, as if he was commanding the winds and clouds in the sky and earth, only to see the sky suddenly darken. Dark clouds rolled over, and thousands of thunderclouds answered the call, densely spreading over the sky of the ancient capital. Between the lightning and thunder, each ray of thunder contained a terrifying power of destruction, a display of the depth of his demonic power's control over the elements. Thunderclouds quickly coalesced under Mo Fan's control, forming a pool of thunder, ready to strike. He took a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he fiercely pointed his finger, and as if thousands of thunderbolts heard his master's command, they transformed into a thunder dragon, and with an aura that tore through the sky, they bombarded the center of the undead army. Electricity flashed, thunder rumbled, accompanied by deafening explosions. Wherever the thunder and lightning dragon went, the undead were purified one by one and turned into ashes, and even the breath of death in the air was dispersed by this power of thunder. As if all the filth in heaven and earth couldn't escape from the punishment of this purification. Mo Fan's two big moves directly cut off the biggest attack of the army of undead surging towards the golden boundary. Seeing that the Gudo mages were still under pressure, the encircling undead had not seen any half reduction just by gently pointing his finger. An astonishing sight appeared in front of everyone's eyes, as if his shadow possessed an autonomous consciousness. It rapidly expanded and turned into a vast curtain of dark shadows, covering half of the sky immediately afterward. What came out of this dark shadow with wings were thousands of flying shadows of raptors that were fused from the soul shadows of the blasted wind demon eagles and the magic of the shadow system. These flying shadows were like hunters in the darkness of the night, silent but swift, and their target was aimed directly at the undead who were pressing against the golden boundary. Each flying shadow was Mo Fan's shadowy power. Not only could it hide its form in the shadows, but it could also attack with amazing speed and deal a fatal blow to the enemy, only to see that the encircling undead were dwindling at an alarming rate, either being poked through the undead crystals by sharp wounds, being torn in half by a claw, or being directly obliterated by the power of the shadow. As the shadow flying shadow wreaked havoc, the encirclement of the undead army began to shrink rapidly. The number of undead dropped drastically, and the originally impermeable sea of undead was at the moment like it was being swept away by an invisible storm, revealing a gaping hole, and the pressure outside the golden boundary suddenly reduced, and for the first time, the Gudo mages' faces showed a look of exhilaration. Oh my god! What is that? It's dark. What powerful magic! Gudo is saved. Strong men have been sent from above. Mo Fan's magical glow was so strong and incomparable that people were able to easily recognize that it was magic, not demonic magic, and most of the mages were immediately thrown into euphoria, which meant that they had support. What is that? Several of the higher-ups had long since noticed the exoskeleton-clad creature in the sky. They couldn't be sure it was human, because even in armored magic gear, the size was too inhuman, a full 5 meters tall. No matter what, as long as it's helping us, Han Silence said. Gov, do you have a feeling that that magical blow is very much like the demonic system? Demon Man quietly asked Dokshao. Shoo, there are many people and ears. Dokshao released a layer of light barrier to insulate the sound and said, it can't be wrong. This is definitely a demonic magic glow. Can it be that the military's experiments have succeeded? What a terrifying magical glow. Super rank 3 magic doesn't have such a strong magical glow, right? Shu Meng said. It's possible that the upside-down powerhouse has struck, the divine capital prophet said. Rumble. In the undead battlefield where the sky was collapsing, the two walking giant natural disasters were still continuing to fight, and wherever they passed, whether it was solid rock or hordes of undead, they were all reduced to pieces. As if the world was nothing more than a fragile toy in front of them, the corpse of the mountain peak had gone through a great battle with many super ranks, with so many super ranks of magic landing on its body. It was impossible to say that nothing had happened to it at all, and it was clearly being suppressed by Chen Xian as it was in poor condition. It was only that Chen Xian was currently wondering why Mo Fan hadn't come over to help, only to look back. Nice guy. What about the monsters? Damn it, I'm not a wage earner then? Mo Fan, can't hold it anymore? It's your turn to resist a wave. Immediately, Chen Xian shouted towards Mo Fan, did not understand how the matter of Mo Fan heard. Directly turned into a black shadow disappeared over to the mountain peak of the corpse's head as a hair-big sun inflammation explosion washed a face. Chen Xian took the opportunity to pull away and said, you hang in there for a while. I'll suck in some souls to recover. After saying that, without waiting for Mo Fan's reply, he looked at the densest undead zone, and propelled the maximum power output behind him. His huge body type swept across the battlefield like a meteorite, and the undead were crushed into pieces wherever he passed. Xian, Mo Fan was about to say something about joining forces or something like that, but it turned out that Chen Xian had long since gone away. He had no choice but to look again at the corpse of the mountain peak that slowly got up. At this time, the corpse of the mountain peak was already covered in rags and tatters. The bones of the whole body did not know how many were hammered by Chen Xian, and the whole face could not see its original appearance at all. He could only call up the necromancers around him, and there was no shortage of Arch-Chancellor-level existences among these necromancers, so if he wasn't careful, even a super-ranked mage would be killed by a single blow. Only after demonization. Mo Fan has absolutely no worries in this regard. After demonization, the mage will carry out a certain amount of alienation based on the race of the contracted or summoned beast. In the original, the one who provided him with alienation material was a small caramels like the Blast Star Wolf, and the material that provided him with the mutation at this time was Chen Xian from the contracted beasts. Although the bloodline was still quite average, belonging to the bone-armored demon wolf clan's Fae, it was at least a commander-level bloodline, not comparable to the original's war general level. Mo Fan was just as capable of spurting out high-temperature air currents to propel himself from the spell-pattern spikes of his bone armor, except that due to the flame characteristics, therefore the air currents spewed out were golden in color. But the speed was far superior to Chen Xian by countless times. Point 1 was that Mo Fan was lighter. and the other was that Mo Fan's flame was more advanced, burning out a higher quality stream of AIR. Mo Fan is like a small superhero wearing a steel battlesuit, and the corpse of the mountain peaks as well as many corpse ministers began to fight each other. Mo Fan with high agitation will be the corpse of the mountain peaks fooled. Thunder fire a punch after flying storm back. After storing up his power for the destructive heavy strike, he once again came up at high speed and down, tormenting the corpse of the peak like a fly, and he couldn't even think of running to Chen Xian to continue the physical fight. The corpse of the peak is being held back. Super ranked mages who can still move strike quickly. Target. Kill the corpse of the mountain peak. The pressure of the golden boundary was greatly reduced, and seeing that the opportunity could not be lost, Han Silence immediately let out a loud shout and led several super steps to kill the corpse of the mountain peak. If he could kill this 1,000-year-old maniacal corpse directly, he could completely deter the army of undead. Chapter 103. 103. The killing spree waiting for the crowd to fly closer before seeing Mo Fan's face after demonization. The sharp-eyed Zhu Meng was the first to recognize that this was not Mo Fan. You are? Mo Fan. What? This is Mo Fan? Han Silence was stunned, completely unable to figure out how Mo Fan had become so huge. Cut the crap. Hurry up and help. Mo Fan once again dodged the corpse of the mountain peak's deadly laser eyes and said to the crowd, "It's really you, kid." Dok Zhao's eyes were filled with horror. Hadn't the demon department been called off? How could there still be? Ooh, the corpse of the mountain peak was really angry this time. Teased by Mo Fan's high maneuverability one after another, the already violent man went directly into rampage mode, and his dead chi was squandered like no money. A few of the higher-ups didn't dare to be careless and immediately joined the battle, helping to suppress the corpse of the mountain peak while inquiring about the situation within the fateful abyss. It was only that Mo Fan didn't know much about what was going on in the breaking abyss, and was brought out by Chen Xian before he had time to react. It's fine. As long as I can kill the corpse of the mountain peak, it's fine for me to enter the fatal abyss once more. At that time, Mo Fan said, with his first experience, he felt that he wouldn't have any problems entering with his own strength. Chen Xian had already begun his journey of slaughter. That huge figure was invincible in the army of the undead. He was the god of death on the battlefield, the meat grinder, and moreover, the power and incarnation. His fight was a display of absolute brute strength. Every attack was filled with violence and bloodshed. He spun, jumped, and every landing was accompanied by the whistling of bone spikes, creating a dance of death that cut the undead legions to pieces. And Chen Xian's bone wings not only brought him lightning speed, but also stirred the air currents between his wings, forming a small storm, which, as if they were conscious, pursued the undead and swept them into the endless darkness of the abyss. His bone lance, as the baton of this massacre, guided the melody of death, each swing a music of death that made the undead dance to it until they perished. Each of Chen Xian's strikes seemed to be carefully calculated, ensuring maximized lethality without losing elegance and efficiency. The low-ranked undead were crushed like ears of wheat under his feet, and although the corpse generals and corpse ministers put up a little bit of resistance, they could not help but be transformed into Goldfinger's experience value under his continuous attacks. With a casual stomp, patches of undead shattered like withered branches and leaves, their wails and bone cracks intertwined into a symphony of doom. Each of Chen Xian's steps was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and each trampling caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The heavy fist that had been stored up in strength was blasted out, and it was as if a vacuum rift had been torn open in the air, and wherever the fist energy passed, the undead were as if swallowed up by an invisible giant wave, and instantly turned into nothing. Wherever Chen Xian passed, destruction and death followed like shadows, like heavenly punishments sent down by the gods. Each step shattered the covetousness of the undead, and each strike shook the foundations of the earth. The souls that were included in the lantern were quickly converted into an increase in hell's curse by it, which had come to 454% at this point, meaning that high-level magic would no longer damage him. Chen Xian was still reaping the rewards, and the number was soaring at an alarming rate. However, he was no longer satisfied with this rate of slaughter, and he began to seek a more rapid way of brushing the monsters, only to see his wolf's mouth spewing out large swaths of golden flames, and wherever it passed, the army of undead was burned up, along with their grievances, swallowed up and turned into ashes. This hellish inflammatory breath was like a volcano erupting, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire, with Chen Xian weaving in and out of it, as if he were a god of war reborn in fire, playing the music of death and destruction to the extreme, feeling the burning flames. At this time, Chen Xian had a new idea. He suddenly thought that he was affected by the demonic power but didn't change into one of Mo Fan's soul shadows. This was because he was also parasitized by the blood leviathan and demonized along with it. What if one were to take the initiative to fuse with Mo Fan again at this time? Wouldn't it become even stronger? As soon as he thought of it, advancement erupted behind Chen Xian, and after rushing out of the sea of the undead, he soared into the sky, looking at the corpse of the mountain peak that had been beaten by Mo Fan and the crowd of super-ranked mages. who had no power to fight back. Chen Xian did not have any mercy, directly transforming into a destructive meteor falling from the sky. The weight of 1,000,000 tons at this moment as if it had lost its physical constraints. With only pure destructive will and unparalleled power remaining, he was like a bright golden comet, dragging a long flame trail, charging down towards the corpse of the mountain peak. The air emitted a sharp whistling sound due to his speed, and the space seemed to have been torn out of a crack of light. Boom! A loud bang shook not only the earth, but also the senses of everyone present. Chen Xian was like a meteorite flying out of the sky, smashing the corpse of the mountain peak hard into the ground below. Dust flew up, smoke and flames instantly covered the sun. As if the sky and earth had changed color, this power far exceeded any battle scene they had seen before that they had never seen before. And the unimaginable destructive power shook everyone to their core. The huge body of the corpse of the mountain peak was deeply embedded in the earth by Chen Xian's blow, and it was as if a huge crater had formed around it, with dust and flames rolling up from it, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and the roar and agony of the corpse of the mountain peak echoed in it. But it appeared to be extraordinarily small and powerless. His right shoulder was directly smashed by Chen Xian, bursting out countless chunks of flesh and bone fragments, and his huge body was nearly in tatters. As Chen Xian's upgraded version of this strike, the Great Desolate Starfall, directly gave him a heavy blow. After slowing down, Chen Xian directly got up and beat up the dogs. For the undead he didn't have any mercy to speak of. The corpse of the mountain peak was dead and gone. This thing was the enemy of all living things. Chen Xian wouldn't have any special feelings for him just because he was an undead from Chinese history. An undead was an undead and couldn't coexist with living things. Chen Xian aimed at the undead crystals in the neck of the corpse of the mountain peak, and his sharp bone claws dug in frantically like a groundbreaker, vowing to single-handedly pull out the lifeblood of this core. The corpse of the mountain peak sensed the approaching death. The source of that power was about to be stripped away, and instantly let out a terrifying struggle. The deathly aura that was like substance transformed into a torrent that swept towards Chen Xian's face like a furious wave. Chen Xian loomed unmoving. His arms were like mountains raised high. The rock-solid fists converged in one place, ready to go, as if a taut spring had reached its limit, and in an instant erupted with earth-shattering demonic power, slamming down, setting off a mountainous wave that shook the entire battlefield. Boom! With this deafening roar, the head of the corpse of the mountain peak was smashed hard into the ground, and the entire body stood still. No more movement, dead silence. Chapter 104 to 104. Decapitating the corpse of the mountain peak. The crowd present had revealed shocked expressions. Chen Xian's violent strike had directly smashed the head of the corpse of the mountain peak into the ground. The shock of that sight was simply unbelievable. Cracks spread out like a spider's web, covering the cranium of the corpse of the mountain peak, signaling its irreversible defeat. This power, muttered Han Silence, his eyes flickering with undisguised shock, as he, like the other super-ranked mages, were all deeply touched by the overwhelming strength displayed by Chen Xian. Chen Xian did not hesitate for a moment. His actions were crisp and clear as he stabbed his sharp claws deep into the neck of the corpse of the mountain peak, and that rough and strong arm erupted with the power of a mountain torrent, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. Chen Xian seemed to have ripped the flesh and protective bones directly from the neck of the corpse of the mountain peak, as if tearing apart the cracks in the earth, exposing the undead crystal within it that was the size of a small mountain and shone with an ethereal light. This undead crystallization, which seemed to be the source of the mountain peak's corpse's power, was now laid bare in front of Chen Xian. No one present did not suck in a breath of cold air. This undead crystal was intricately connected to the massive veins and tough cartilage of the corpse of the mountain peak, like a web woven by life and death. Under the tense and breathless gaze of the crowd, Chen Xian's enormous beast claws extended without hesitation and tightly gripped this crystal that contained incredible power, with an irresistible force yanking, only to hear a muffled bang. The undead crystals together with those entangled blood vessels and cartilage were violently ripped away from the body, leaving behind a horrifying hole. As if it was the abyss of death, blood and death energy sprayed in all directions. The magic fluctuations in the air suddenly surged, and where Chen Xian stood, it seemed as if he had become the center of the storm, and his figure appeared extraordinarily tall and unshakable at this moment. The undead crystals trembled slightly in his hands, emitting an even more dazzling ethereal light that seemed to carry a hint of relief and a resigned murmur. Chen Xian quickly put it into his carry space. This thing should be very valuable and could be used to refine a top-tier magic weapon. The corpse of the mountain peak burst out was a complete essence. Chen Xian was quick on his feet and put it into the lantern. His consciousness sank into it and could still hear his roar. It was worthy of being a high-level soul with such a strong spirituality. In the original, this thing just happened to meet the appearance of Zhang Kong, and directly saved it back. At this time, Chen Xian brought Mo Fan demonization in advance, did not waste a lot of time in the dead door between, and there is still some time before the appearance of the armored robe Zhang Kong. This was the time for Chen Xian to go on a killing spree, swipe his golden finger, and show off his power. The fall of the corpse of the mountain peak was like a great gloom being dispersed, bringing a ray of long-lost light to the battlefield. Losing the command of this horrible existence, the order within the undead army quickly disintegrated. The once closely connected corpses and the undead army began to lose their direction, as if the connection between them had been cut by an invisible hand, and their cohesion and combat power fell to pieces. Those distant corpse ministers, who had originally been forced to obey orders under the pressure of the corpse of the mountain peak, now lost their constraints and began to silently withdraw from the battlefield, returning to their respective tombs, as did the corpse generals. Having lost their leader, it was as if they had lost their reason to fight, withdrawing from the battlefield in small batches. More of them still kept pounding the golden boundary, however. On top of the city walls of the ancient capital, the long-suppressed atmosphere was finally released. Witnessing the sight of the mountain's corpse falling, the soldiers and magicians defending the city could no longer hold back their inner excitement, and a burst of deafening cheers erupted like a tidal wave, echoing over the entire ancient capital. Without the corpses of the mountain peaks, just by these low-ranking undead to play a few more days also do not want to break through this golden boundary. By that time the powerful mages of China and even the Asian Magic Association has long been supported over. There is no longer any worries. Brother Xian is awesome. Mo Fan saw the scene and immediately broke his voice. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and kill more undead minions before it's too late. Chen Xian said. What's too late? Mo Fan was puzzled. Don't ask for now. Hurry up and sense the contract. Is there that feeling of fusion? Chen Xian asked. I'll try. Mo Fan immediately tried it, sensing Chen Xian's presence from the spirit world. Only that although he sensed it, he didn't have that feeling of fusion between the little Yanji and the blasted wind demon eagle, but instead had the feeling that he was going to be attracted to Chen Xian. Mo Fan truthfully explained the situation to Chen Xian with a little thought. Chen Xian realized that it was most likely because Mo Fan's cultivation level was lower than his, and his demonic system star spin after demonization was smaller than his own. But in that case, how do you make him integrate into yourself? Is it possible to do what Mo Fan's soul shadow? That's not taking off your pants and farting. Why don't you try using the soul shadow of goddess Yanji to try fusing with me directly? Isn't Yanji able to possess? Try possessing me directly at me. Chen Xian's mind spun and he had an idea. Mo Fan nodded and immediately called out the Yanji goddess soul shadow. In this case he also possessed the full power of Yanji goddess. Mo Fan carefully experienced it, and soon turned into a fire mane that flew towards Chen Xian and slammed directly into his body. At this moment, it was as if Chen Xian and Mo Fan's spiritual worlds were showing signs of connection through Yanji's possession ability and summoning contract. Chen Xian finally felt the slightly smaller star spiral from Mo Fan's spirit world. In the spiritual universe, the two demonic star spinners slowly touched, and in the next moment, they fused into one. A huge demonic astral spiral was born in this regard, and the Chen Xian in the outside world once again skyrocketed in size, climbing to 230 meters tall, completely surpassing the corpse of the mountain peak, while at the same time a layer of flaming coat was draped over his body. With the flaming coat presenting the sight of a demonic wolf's shadow, Chen Xian's skin cracked layer by layer, revealing a single flame scorching pattern, and ultra-high temperatures were born from within his body, forming scorching waves of fire that swept in all directions, and the entire crater seemed as terrifying as if a volcano had erupted. Han silenced Xu Meng and the others instantly retreated violently, completely unsure. How did this great demon wolf become bigger? Unknown changes were occurring within Chen Xian's body. Incomparably intense energies were raging within him, and Chen Xian finally realized that something was wrong. How did you start auto-progressing yourself? Roar! Chen Xian let out a shocking roar, just like an ancient beast awakening, resounding through the sky and shaking the entire battlefield. Chen Xian's figure was wrapped in a flame coat, adding a bit more mystery and majesty. His eyes flickered with a blazing light, as if there were starlight pulsating in them, a symbol of power, a sign of advancement. Chapter 105-105. Evolution not good. This great demon wolf can't be going out of control, right? Han Silence screamed in his heart that it wasn't good and hurriedly signaled the crowd to keep their distance just in case. Xu Meng and the others were also shocked. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. Chen Xian's sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Suddenly, Chen Xian rushed directly into the sea of undead, the scorching heat emanating from his body directly burning the surrounding undead directly into ashes, leaving a path of incineration and destruction wherever he passed. Chen Xian realized that his advancement this time was very bad, a side effect of demonization. The expansion of the demonic astral whirlwind made this body mistakenly believe that it had reached the point where it had to advance at this moment. Chen Xian had no choice but to find a way to interrupt it. Otherwise this demon star swirl would have directly turned Mo Fan and Yan Ji and the blast wind demon eagle's souls into nutrients and devoured them all. Only for a moment he couldn't think of anything. He could only look for suitable energies to supply the demon star spin to digest. These energies were naturally the essence and residue of the many low-ranked undead. Chen Xian would put them into the lantern before putting them into the demon star spin, for the digestion of the demonic system. Only the speed of killing is far from keeping up with the consumption required for the advancement. If this goes on Mo-fan and Yen-ji, they can be killed by themselves. Chen Xian traveled through a few years for the first time to feel anxious. As a mentally mature traveler, where the original plot is basically in his grasp. But instead this time because of their own curiosity and greed overturned the car, focusing only on being strong but ignoring potential dangers. If one could not quickly find a solution, remorse would accompany him for the rest of his life. Then this journey across the world, no matter how strong one grew, would be a failure. A strong sense of responsibility came over me, and the brainstorming was more violent than ever. As time passed, Chen Xian's body had completely burned up. The intense heat and flames had made it completely impossible to see what kind of creature he was. It was completely a round of blazing sun walking on the ground. Mo-fan's corona field was automatically used by him. The power was even more extreme under the demonic power. A whole dozen kilometers range of the corona field. Chen Xian was even more completely into the storm mode. Endless purification of stellar light radiation of the entire undead battlefield, far more than the sun's light to restrain the undead. This moment, what berserk fountain? What the dew of the 9 ghosts? Completely ineffective. The rain are constantly evaporating. The undead by the light of purification radiated as if turned into ashes, within the range of 4 to 5 kilometers around Chen Xian. All undead creatures were almost completely purged, leaving behind only scorched earth and embers. The outbreak of this force caused the situation of the entire battlefield to change drastically, and the originally densely packed army of undead was now rapidly cut down like leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. Chen Xian couldn't wait to gather up the essence remnants and immediately threw them into the demon star spin. Then immediately turned around and stared at the sea of the undead further away. In the next moment, this burning hot sun rushed over and burned them all to a crisp as Chen Xian kept repeating this process until the energy in his body could no longer be hidden. Finally, a terrifying energy like a red lotus nuclear explosion erupted violently from Chen Xian's body. Like a newborn star was suddenly born in the center of the battlefield, and its radiance and heat dispersed the surrounding darkness and dead silence completely. A 10-kilometer radius was engulfed by this red lotus nuclear blast. The earth trembled. Thunderclouds tumbled in the sky, and it seemed that even the elements of nature were shocked by this power and responded. The undead were like withered grass after being fall in front of this force, defenseless and dying at the touch of a button. Han Silence and the many other mages also had to retreat back within the boundary to defend themselves against this indiscriminate destructive attack. Shocked beyond belief at the great demon wolf's red lotus nuclear blast, after that red lotus nuclear explosion-like energy release reached its peak, the scene around Chen Xian gradually subsided. The embers and smoke from the battlefield slowly dispersed, and there was an aura of rebirth in the tranquility after the storm. Chen Xian stood in place, and his evolution had finally come to an end. Although there was no significant change in his appearance, his inner aura was as if he had been transformed, as if his entire soul and body had undergone a complete baptism. He took a deep breath, and there was a nascent furnace at work in that chest cavity, absorbing the free magical elements around him and transforming them into purer energy to feed his entire body. This feeling was unprecedentedly smooth and fulfilling, allowing him to understand that his body had constructed a brand new energy circulation system that was able to process and utilize the energy drawn from the outside world more efficiently, whether it was the transformation of the demon star spin or the elements of nature, all of which were perfectly integrated by this system. San, Brother Xian, in the spirit world, Mo-fan's call was so strong. He was in the same perspective and the same sensation as Chen Xian. He could feel that he almost got cold just now. Mo-fan. Chen Xian was bursting with joy. After the advancement was over, he could finally sense Mo-fan's presence. Just now he was in a completely out of control state. Good thing he had a big outburst in a hurry and killed a large number of undead to fill up that little bit of advancement energy with his essence and residual spirit. Can you disengage now? Chen Xian asked. Yes, but the spirit world is still connected. After Mo-fan finished speaking, the shadow of the flame demon wolf detached from his body and walked out. Mo-fan moved twice in front of Chen Xian, signaling that this flame demon wolf was him. This fusion is too dangerous. Let's slow down our power now while maneuvering this star spin to stop, Chen Xian said. Good. To be honest, in the future, he guessed that he would never play any merging with Chen Xian again. It was just too terrifying. Together, the two focused their mental energy on the demonic astral spin while guiding it to stop expanding and growing, forcing the demonic force to shut down. After his advancement, the demon star spin seemed to have been consumed with a large amount of energy as well. And even if he didn't voluntarily shut it down, it would quickly run out. The huge demonic star spin instantly split into 9 magic faculties as well as a special demonic core. 3 of the faculties were Chen Xian's, 6 were Mo-fan's, and the last one was Chen Xian's demonic nucleus. And all of his incomparable and complicated demonic power did its best to coalesce into a single demonic nucleus under the demonic star spin. This demonic core was pale blue in color, and its appearance was equivalent to a miniature version of the demonic star spin. Chen Xian could feel that it contained a huge amount of power, Phew. Finally recovered. Fan let out a huge sigh of relief. Looking around with a light, the entire earth had become a scorched earth, and the flames were even buried into the ground. The surrounding undead had almost all died in the middle of the Red Lotus nuclear explosion, and the faraway Fury Abyss was still releasing undead death chi. Your body hasn't recovered yet, Chen Xian reminded. Fan looked down. Sure enough, the terrifying bone armor was still there, only it had shrunk quite a bit. The 5-meter-tall terrifying body was only left at 3 meters, and those exoskeletons that extended out of the body were shrinking little by little, and some of them were just falling off. Chapter 106 Chopper Air debuts. Fan suddenly recalled what Chen Xian had said, that using blood particles would drop the entire cultivation, and rushed to check its own spiritual world. As expected, the Star River of the Fire and Thunder departments was dim, as if it had been hollowed out, and the Summoning department, which had originally stepped out of the higher order level 1 for a while and was about to touch the higher order level 2 bottleneck, was also knocked back to its original form at this moment. The Shadow department did not fall off. It was still at the 3rd level of the middle rank, but it was a long way from breaking through to the high rank, and the Space department and the Chaos department both fell off by a small level. Crap, Nima, where's the pit? Lousy's cultivation. It wasn't just him. Apart from the Space department, the Star Rivers of Chen Xian's other 2 departments had also become incredibly dim, and the total amount of demonic power had also decreased, which was a side effect of the demonic power. However, he had other gains as well, and those were the drastic increase in the Golden Finger, Hell's Curse and Soul Furnace, as well as the evolution of the demon's body. This time, without the catalyst of demonic power, he had shrunk to a size of less than 100 meters, and was still in the midst of continuing to shrink. There were some peculiar changes in his appearance, starting with 2 more demonic horns on his head, followed by more fire patterns on the surface of his body's skin. These lines were similar to the light emanating from his previous bone spikes, flickering with fiery energy fluctuations, as if they were the outward manifestation of the demonic power within his body. Whenever Chen Xian mobilized the demonic power in his body to circulate or cast spells, these firelight patterns all over his body would shine like living creatures, forming a flowing, intimidating lightscape. Such a change made his entire body seem to be wrapped in a layer of burning red lotus flames, which was both mysterious and intimidating. Just as Godzilla entered a destructive state of red lotus transformation, which represented both rebirth and signaled unrivaled power and destructiveness, there would be a period of backlash afterward, and one would need to provide essence remnants to counteract it. But that wasn't a problem. There were large amounts of remnants and essence remnants around, all of them bursting out of the undead who had died in the Red Lotus nuclear blast. Don't wail. Hurry up and act. See what's around? Chen Xian reminded, and after saying that, he didn't care about him. He directly flew up at high speed, and collected at this large amount of essence spirit remnants. After Fan read it, his eyes instantly turned into the appearance of gold coins, and while his body was still not completely degraded, he also ran wildly in the other direction, and the little loach automatically collected the essence remnants for him, and his speed was not at all slower than that of Chen Xian. Only before he had completed half of his 2 collections, a chaotic vortex emerged in the sky, followed by the armor-robed Chopper Hollow stepping out from it. Originally Zhang Kong thought that he had sacrificed everything and would debut as a savior, but he didn't expect that his future undead subjects had all been slaughtered to death, and those who hadn't died yet were the ones who ran away fast. Even the corpse of the first general of the mountain peak under that ancient king was lying quietly on the ground, looking cold already. What made him most dismayed was that all of these undead had actually died within a short period of time, and their souls had not yet dissipated, and had not even had time to be absorbed. And right now there are 2 hateful guys are collecting these souls that belong to them, but not his own good student with his unqualified demon wolf? Ben turned into a heavy hostile spirit of the undead, seeing this scene suddenly angry, only to see the armored robed Chopper Hollow palms gently flicking to space. Suddenly the ground where Chen Xian was rolled up in a rocky giant wave to overthrow it and wash it in front of Chopper Hollow, and Fan was treated in the same way. Chen Xian got up to take a look and crikey, the armor robe chopped empty, slipped and slipped. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian's figure blurred and directly disappeared into the contract space. Here, as long as Fan didn't act as a lead party, Zhang Kong shouldn't be able to kill his way in, should? Right? Unexpectedly, Jin Kong did not do anything extra. Instead, he directly threw out the unconscious Zhang Xiao and Su Xiaoluo back to Fan, and the whole process did not even look at Fan one more time. As for Fanggu, who didn't show up, it was 80% that he died of greed. The ancient king's armored robe wasn't something that anyone was qualified to wear. Armor-robed Jin Kong raised his hands high. Monstrous evil gas invaded the whole world. The battlefield, which was just a scorched earth, was immediately polluted completely by the death gas. All those masterless souls were brushed and turned into roaming stars and flew towards Jin Kong. Originally there were still cheering people in the ancient capital instantly fell silent, although Zhang Kong was a small figure, but the sense of presence of the emperor level could not be ignored. Everyone's field of vision appeared in his obvious silhouette. That was the figure of the ancient king when he conquered this land and swept across the 6 heavens and 8 wastes. Han Silence's face is like ashes. Obviously about to win. Mo-fan felt his soul trembling. Just how powerful was this? Luckily, after Jin Kong collected all the souls, he didn't have any intention of attacking and directly turned around to blend into the void and left. With the departure of the armor-robed Chopper Hollow, those undead hordes that still survived also sank into the earth. As if they had been ordered to do something that could not be disobeyed, the entire army of the undead began to fall asleep. And in the southern city district, a hidden ghost monarch also dispersed with a large number of ghosts, followed by skeletons and rotting corpses, which disappeared into the night one by one. As if they had never existed, the entire battlefield quickly returned to dead silence, leaving only the stunned faces and heavy breathing of the good mages. Mo-fan took a deep breath and said, "Brother Xian, I think I saw Chief Instructor Zhang Kong? What on earth is that?" Unsurprisingly, it is related to the ancient king. You should ask Zhang Xiao what happened inside. This kind of existence is the emperor level I mentioned to you, Chen Xian said. Regardless, the undead army eventually retreated, and along with it, the corpses of the mountain peaks were also taken away, leaving behind no semblance of anything. Mo-fan also gradually recovered, except that the backlash had already started. Good thing he had a large amount of essence remnants to counteract it. Toward the direction of the ancient capital, the Black Ocean completely disappeared, and the wreckage of the city was completely exposed to the gradually brightening sunlight. Collapsed buildings, broken streets, broken bridges, and completely disfigured urban areas, all of which were all tinted with a layer of scorched black coating. The only well-preserved inner city, with countless survivors and intact walls and buildings, was as if it had been deflated, and there was a silence under the dawn, and for a long time no one realized the Holocaust was over. We survived. We really did. Cheers echoed through the city like waves, and the first rays of dawn pierced through the dark clouds and illuminated the devastated land. The rain still pours down, but at this moment, every drop seems to carry the warmth of rebirth, washing away the fear and despair of the past. On top of the city wall, the exhausted mages helped each other and sat paralyzed on the wet ground, but their faces were filled with the relief and joy of having survived the calamity. Chapter 107. 107. The end of the show. How many people hugged each other tightly and cried into tears after the desperate situation? Those who knew, those who didn't. In the tears of this victory, all boundaries were blurred, and no matter what their original identities were, in this moment, they were all guardians of the city, comrades in arms who had experienced life and death together. Thank heaven for letting us witness the miracle, an aged mage said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with tears, but a satisfied smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, great demon wolf and flame man. I don't know which child's clear voice pierced through the crowd, childish yet full of sincere emotion. These words were like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, stirring up layers of ripples, causing the surrounding crowd to first freeze, and then erupt into even more enthusiastic cheers. Mo-fan walked on the road, listening to the clamor of the crowd, walking towards the headquarters without slowing down. A warm current rose in his heart, all the way. He was no longer an insignificant minor character when disaster struck. This battle was fought from darkness to dawn, from dawn to darkness, finally waiting for the real dawn. Mo-fan was also exhausted at the moment, and his spirit was very tired, but there was one more important thing he had to confirm by traveling to headquarters. With the disaster behind us, apart from rebuilding the city, the most important thing at this point is naturally the trial of the culprits. Drum Tower Conference Hall. Han Silence sat on the main seat of the conference table, and Han Silence, Zhu Meng, Fei Horn, Duo Xiao, the prophet of God's capital, as well as the vice-chairman of the Forbidden Guards, which were several super-ranked mages. Did the seats on the sides, the rest of the super-ranked mages, either died in battle or ran away early? Junji Yaoting died at the hands of the corpse of the mountain peak. Junji Lusu died in the Sea of the Undead after being seriously injured by a ghost minister sneak attack. This war could be said to have broken the roots of the ancient capital. Numerous executives were discussing the demonization on Mo-fan, and after knowing that they had been the target of the demon department's experiments, they unanimously decided that they would help Mo-fan conceal this ability. Suddenly, Mo-fan pushed the door directly into the room, and all of the many executives looked at him with anger. And only after seeing the visitor did they instantly change their faces. Yo, here comes our big contributor, Du Xiao, who had broken an arm. Flirted. Mo-fan, how are you? Han Silence asked with concern. The demonic systems experiment was either a rampage or demonization. It would be too much of a mistake if any after effects were left untreated in time. Chairman, I'm fine. Where are Sarang and Muga? It's time to execute them. Mo-fan asked impatiently. He could be said to hate these two brutes to the bone. Plus Chen Xian had also reminded him many times that the black clergy's background was very hard, and the more he delayed, the more likely there would be accidents. Therefore, Mo Fan's obsession with getting Sarung and Mu he killed was incomparably deep. This, Mo Fan don't be anxious. Sarung and Mu he's cultivation has already been abolished by us. The execution is a matter of time. It's just that such a significant matter has to be reported clearly to the top. Xu Meng said, if you can't trust it, it's better to execute it directly in the ancient capital. Mo Fan said directly when these words came out. A few of the top brass were embarrassed. A brute like Sarung was naturally punished by everyone. But who would judge it was a problem. This was not only a heavenly reputation, but also a hot potato. Executing her would naturally be a halo and dazzle the world. But at the same time, she would also have to bear the revenge of the Black Ju Ting. To complicate matters, there's the unspoken rules of the system. You're just going to take all the credit for this kind of big splash? What will the people above you think of you? Mo Fan. Truth be told, this Salong's execution right has a great value. We did decide to hand it over to the holy sanctuary for trial in exchange for some international benefits. Han Silence said truthfully. There was no point in beating around the bush when Mo Fan was so straightforward. I don't accept it. The sins Sarung committed were all within the country, and we caught them ourselves. So what's the point of letting the holy sanctuary judge them? Mo Fan flatly refused. It's not up to you or me to say. It's already been reported. And the Pearl and Imperial Magic Association will still ask us to hand it over to the holy sanctuary. Han Silence explained. Then wouldn't it be fine if we execute them in advance? Mo Fan said undeterred. You are asking little old me to retire. Han Silence said helplessly. Mo Fan. You're not too young. You know it's impossible. Don't make it difficult for the chairman. Xu Meng opened his mouth. I'm sorry for making this decision. As a great benefactor of the ancient capital, no matter what other requests you have, we will try our best to fulfill them. The vice chairman of the Forbidden Guards also lowered his stance at this moment and persuaded Mo Fan side and stopped insisting after knowing that there was no possibility. He could only pray that the holy sanctuary would succeed in putting Sarung on trial, seeing that Mo Fan was willing to compromise. Han Silence also revealed a pleased smile and said, although we don't have the means to execute Sarung, there's still nothing wrong with executing a Muhi. And this will go a long way in bringing solace to those who have lost their friends and family because of the Black Ju Ting. All 6 of my faculties have lost a section of their cultivation due to the side effects of that. Is there any way to make up for it? Since he couldn't execute Sarung, then Mo Fan could only do himself some favors. It's fine. This decline in cultivation should be able to be repaired back very quickly. And we will compensate you with a sum of cultivation resources that can be directly refined. Han Silence said after briefly checking the spiritual world and soul for Mo Fan, due to the timely filling of the demonic power's need for essence. Mo Fan's soul was not damaged as it was in the original's initial awakening. Any more? Just a little more equipment. Mo Fan said. For equipment, there doesn't seem to be a shortage of anything, does there? Xu Meng said, have them refine a Star Ocean magic weapon for me, and make it with the essence and undead crystals of the corpse of a mountain peak. Chen Xian said. Mo Fan immediately relayed Chen Xian's claim instantly. Han Silence and the vice chairman of the Forbidden Guards revealed bitter smiles. A Star Ocean demonic artifact made from the essence of the corpse of a good guy's mountain peak. They wouldn't dare to think of it themselves. That processing fee shall not go to heaven. Besides, there was no one so awesome in the ancient capital who could refine the essence of the corpse of the mountain peak. Mo Fan. Treasures of this level can't be refined anywhere. I can find someone to refine it for you, but the processing fee, you have to pay for it yourself. Xu Meng said. Although his strength was average, his connections were unrivaled, and the fact that he was still able to appear in the ancient capital was enough to explain everything. Alright, then contact me when you find it. Mo Fan also realized that what Chen Xian wanted was unimaginably expensive, and didn't continue to ask for payment, keeping the favor for this time first. The subsequent reconstruction of the city would have nothing to do with Mo Fan. The tide of death had already receded, and support from all over the world was able to arrive at the ancient capital. All kinds of survival resources were sent into the city from countless helicopters, and batches of construction mages came from all over the country to build a large number of houses of resettlement. The survivors were also all properly relocated, and unlike Bo, the ancient capital was a rich land with a long history, and not many chose to leave. Even with the undead, chapter 108, 108. Follow-up to the show. Mo Fan rested for 2 days in the ancient capital and finally chose to leave directly after gathering with his buddies from Bo City. Brother Fan, take care. When Chen Xian took off, Mo Fan vaguely heard Zhang Xiuho's shout, which was instantly drowned out by the roar from the hot airflow spurt. Chen Xian led Mo Fan all the way towards Xiantu. He too plans to recultivate his fallen cultivation back in the Three Steps Tower, and this time with Han Silence's handwritten letter sent to Dean Xiao. He believes that Dean Xiao will grant Mo Fan a long period of USE.AS for the cost of using the three-step tower. The ancient capital has been arranged. Anyway, without Mo Fan out of a penny, the ancient capital havoc came to an end. and the harvest this time was incredibly large. Starting with Chen Xian's Golden Fingery Feast, 6 levels, 352, 147 to 1, 000, 000, Soul Furnace, 103,465, plus 225,474, Hell's Curse, 580% feasts don't get much of a boost if you're in a feast because you've been fighting and haven't had time to eat. Plus the flesh of the rotting corpses is so disgusting, Soul Melter. Originally the biggest boost this time. Only he didn't expect the side effects of demonization to be so damaging to his vitality. Directly cutting it by a third. Hell's Curse in turn became one of the most obvious boosts this time around. And at this point the immunity to spells provided had reached the point where he was able to ignore high-level second-level magic. And even high-level third-level could only give him a boot in the ass, the spell gains provided by Hell's Curse. On the other hand, increase base power by 580% at first level and 290% at mid-level and 145% at high level. Such a horrible addition is far more than any Soul Seed or Divine Seal Salute. After all, the Golden Fingers addition is never a whole lot of falsehood. Saying that the addition of 145% is really equivalent to 2/2 Chen Xian casting high-level magic at the same time, even if Chen Xian's other buffs stack up more. What with the Soul Seed, Heavenly Seed or Blessing? The Golden Finger will always be for his high-level magic x 2.45. Not only did the Golden Finger improve, but Chen Xian's demonic realm was also raised to the level of Archon. And after demonization was terminated, a demonic core was left behind in the middle of his spiritual world. The quality of the demonic power contained in this demon core was very high, and other than the lack of blood ley components, all the other attributes that were fused during demonization could be found in it. The demonic power of the Ghost Shadow Demon Eagle, the demonic power of Goddess Yanji, Mo Fan's 6 lineages of magical energy, and everything from Chen Xian were all incorporated into it. Moreover, Chen Xian also realized that he could continue to urge this demon core to rotate and turn into a star spiral that devoured all power. Only without Mo Fan's demonic power, he couldn't gain the kind of strength that would boost his strength by a large level for no reason. The demonic lineage was ultimately exclusive to Mo Fan, and would truly awaken when Mo Fan overclassed and vacated the awakening slot. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was out of the question. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. The demonic lineage was obviously some sort of very powerful demonic force, and with the demonic core himself appeared to have been excluded by it. This also allowed Chen Xian to confirm that this demon core should be something very important. It was affecting the changes in Chen Xian's fleshly body all the time, and he had to allow it to develop and grow. After talking about cultivation and then the harvest of wealth, first was the essence and crystals of the corpse of the mountain peak, then a large amount of undead essence, as well as the foreign materials that Chen Xian had picked up by hand with his mind power. These things were still too much even after paying off the cost of demonization, selling them all and then counting the original deposits. There were at least $3 billion. For some time to come both Mo Fan and Chen Xian no longer needed to worry about money. With such a huge amount of money in hand, Mo Fan's mood of dropping segments was much better. And this time his little loach pendant was also eaten. And the energy of the eternal demon lotus hadn't been fully digested yet. So many remnants of the essence of the spirit were fed into it. And there was no shortage of commander-level essence of the spirit. This would be of great help to Mo Fan's next cultivation recovery. As soon as Mo Fan returned to the Pearl to find Dean Xiao to report. After explaining what happened, after hearing this, Dean Xiao directly opened up the topmost level of the 3 steps tower to him. With no restrictions at all on how long he could cultivate, he was absolutely certain that this was the kind of wizard he wanted to train. And those who could stand up to disaster were worthy of honor. Mo Fan just dove headfirst into the 3 steps tower, and with the unique cultivation environment there, he devoted himself to the recovery of his cultivation. With the high intensity of his cultivation and the assistance of the 3 steps tower, he gradually felt his power rebound. And his cultivation that had fallen due to demonization was slowly being filled. Unlike the original, this time it was 6 faculties that dropped, so more meditation is needed for recovery. And it's a good thing it's at the 3 steps tower and not manhwa. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil due to the undead holocaust in the ancient capital and the news of Red Sarung's arrest. These 2 events were like a double salvo that shook the global magical community and society. The fall of Sarung not only means the fall of a powerful dark force leader, but also a huge impact on the Black Court as a whole. The Sacred Sanctuary announced that it would personally take charge of Sarung's execution, while a full-scale cleansing of the Black Court was about to take place. Under this series of chain reactions, Sarung's many followers and the Black Court's grassroots forces suffered an unprecedented blow. From the ancient capital to the immortal capital, the demon capital, the imperial capital, and then all over the country, the Judgment Council collaborated with the various magical associations to launch a large-scale cleanup operation. And many hidden Black Court strongholds were exposed, and their members were captured or eliminated one by one. The Black Court network in the country was almost devastated, and for a while, the rats in the country who were hiding in the shadows were all at risk. Mo Fan cultivated while still having the kung fu to participate in the nomination competition. Except that he didn't need to make a move at all. The little ENG and the Blizzard Devil Eagle were enough to sweep away all the opponents. And the second round of screening passed with ease. After 2 months of days like this, Mo Fan and Chen Xian's cultivation levels finally all recovered to their pre-demonization realms. During this time Zhu Meng came to a phone call and introduced Mo Fan to an old mage of the undead system over full. This fellow was Zhu Meng's old superior, now retired, named Han Wanan, and his secondary occupation was a refiner. On weekdays, he served as the undead department advisor of the Chinese Magic Association and the Judgment Society, so if there were any souls that needed to be refined or any problems, they could go to him. For Zhu Meng's sake, Mo Fan managed to strike a deal with this old mage. He would help Chen Xian refine the essence of the corpse of the mountain peak into an extremely high-grade Star Ocean magic weapon, and whether he succeeded or not he would charge $500 million for the labor. However, this refiner is also eccentric in nature. There is a very outrageous request. That is, this person only do fine products. General quality he does not do, and fine products naturally need more better and better materials. These materials are to Chen Xian Mo Fan to come out, considering that even if it was made to be exquisite, it was still for his own use in the end, plus the fact that there was nothing wrong with this person's character and reputation. Chen Xian also made the decision to let Mo Fan agree to it. Chapter 109. 109. The State House race election. However, I didn't expect Han Wanan. This old bastard is really shameless. Directly listed an outrageous list to Mo Fan, which is all the materials he needs. He can't find them himself, and he doesn't have the money to buy them. And let Mo Fan and Chen Xian gather all the above materials and then go to look for him. Chen Xian took a brief look and almost didn't hold back to give him 2 slaps. The first line was the Na crystal that was worth a fortune in the original. Other yuan crystals and what not to mention. There are also a large number of complicated ores, or plant crystals, or biological organs, demons and foreign bones. The whole list reads like these materials alone are worth at least $5 billion. This costs more than the most core monarch level essence. For fuck's sake. Young man, trust me. This level of treasure is not that easy to refine. What I can assure you is that with all the materials, I am 100% sure that I will be able to refine an extremely powerful Star Ocean demon weapon for you. Han Wanan said as he stroked his goatee. Master, why don't you refine a lesser one for me? Mo Fan said. The next best thing is not practicing. To do that kind of garbage, you will find someone else. Han Wanan's attitude was very resolute. Mo Fan had no choice but to compromise in the end. This thing really isn't something that anyone can refine. Only the materials on that list. I don't know how long it will take to collect them. First let the good side mention us to look for it, as well as go back and let Ling Ling look for these materials for us. When the National Palace competition starts to train, then you compete for a captain or something, and bring her around while training and looking for it. Chen Xian proposed. Good idea. It just so happens that she's been clamoring for us to take her on a demon hunt. There's no reason why she would refuse. Mo Fan's eyes lit up, completely agreeing with what Chen Xian said, just in time to mention the payment to Gudu. Moreover, there were still 3 days before the final round of screening for the State House competition, and by then, the top students from all over the country would gather at the Imperial Capital Academy, and the form of the screening was unknown for the time being. However, Mo Fan, being an internal student, was already the nail in the coffin. Although the news of the demonic department was hidden from those few executives, it was only hidden from the Magic Association, not from all the executives. A certain military bigwig received the news at the first opportunity and paid attention to Mo Fan. With the support of this big brother, it would be hard for Mo Fan not to internalize it, but even with his strength, he was still on the board. 3 days passed by in a flash, and on this day the Imperial Capital Academy ushered in the final round of selection for the official members of the State House competition, which had attracted the nation's attention. The Imperial Academy main campus magic duel. Top students from various schools from all over the world gathered together, each with dreams and aspirations, looking forward to emerging in this event and winning the ticket to a higher level of cultivation. The talented students who have been nominated from each school will determine the strongest 10 official State House members, and as for the number of substitutes, it depends on whether there is a golden father or not. The seats of the dueling arena were empty, and a total of 39 contestants stood on the circular platform of the central dueling arena, listening to several State House instructors talk about the final rules of the tournament selection. Mo Fan was also amongst the group and was currently gazing at Mu Ningxue with a piggy face. Honestly, if you really like her so much, you can totally just adopt her. This little bit of money, I won't have a problem with it. Chen Xian flirted. I would like to, but how can there be such a good thing? People are backed by Mu. Where do they need this amount of money from me? Mo Fan said. Then you'll have your chance soon. Don't forget that he is Mu Zhuoyun's brother. The matter of the Black Order of Gudu is not going to go away so easily, and her family is 80% going to be affected by it. I can't wait to see you perform. Chen Xian said. an evil wolfish grin unconsciously surfacing on his face. Ah, it can't be. I almost forgot about this? Emofan's eyes widened in sudden anticipation. Hey, that who? Did you listen carefully? I won't repeat it a second time. Suddenly, a tall and thin tutor pointed at Emofan and said loudly, all of a sudden, all the eyes of the gathering over, which many people are the original appeared in the national government team members. Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyan, Ai Jiangtu, Zhang Yu, Nan Zhu, Chen Xian even saw Chen Ing, and perceived that her aura was also nearing a breakthrough. With one foot on the threshold of the high rank, she, who had not given up on magic as the original had done, had likewise displayed excellent talent. Her identity and talent is also really enough to squeeze into the national government team. It should be known that her grandmother is the patriarch of the Judgment Council, although she has withdrawn from the magic world for many years. But the cultivation of the 3 series of semi-forbidden spells is no joke, and nowadays, her connections are not even known to be as hard as they are. Here, Emofan replied back, full of concern. Humph. Let's continue. The tall and thin tutor snorted coldly and didn't count anymore. The fact that you were able to stand out from the many academies and stand here already proves that you are extraordinary. However, as brilliant as the doors of the State Palace are, they can only be opened for the top 10 geniuses. After today, only the elite of the elite will be able to move on. Tutor Feng Li's voice echoed in the dueling arena, stirring up the resonance of everyone. The participants in the room listened quietly, full of anticipation and aware of the challenges. Mr. Feng Li continued, I believe you are all ready to show your sweat and talent on this stage. Now, let me reveal the final selection rules. Each participant needs to participate in 3 individual duels and 2 5-member team battles. Individual results will be used as the basis for the team battle grouping, and we will strive to make each battle a balanced competition. We will rate you based on your performances, and select the final top 10 by combining the individual results with the team scores. At this point, one of the participants raised his hand and asked, Mentor, may I ask how the opponents for the individual duels are decided? That's interesting, Feng Li said with a slight smile. The opponents for the individual duels will be chosen by yourselves. The selected students may not refuse the challenge until they have completed 3 duels, and each of them must complete 3 duels and cannot repeat the battle with the same opponent. As for the healing and blessing mages, considering their unique value in the team, they can directly advance to the team combat session. With this statement, there was a lot of discussion. Everyone was watching to see who was a soft touch, and some of the trainees had already begun to make eye contact, trying to find the best person to fight against amongst the many competitors. Remember, choosing an opponent is also a strategy, Tutor Feng Li added, his eyes sharply scanning the room as if he could penetrate every student's mind. Evaluating your own strength and gauging your opponent's potential, this is a mandatory lesson for mages, and this is not only a test of your magical skills, but also a trial of your wisdom and courage. Soft persimmons may be easy to pinch, but sparring with the strong is more likely to inspire potential and make the fruits of victory sweeter. Understood, Mentor. Very well, now I'll give you 10 minutes to think and adjust your mindset. After 10 minutes, the individual dueling session will officially begin, Feng Li said as he swept his gaze over the trainees present. Chapter 110. 110. Emofan vs. Ai Jiangtu. As time passed by, the atmosphere of the entire dueling arena gradually heated up. Emofan carelessly came to Mu Ningxue's side, wanting to get a word or two, but she directly closed her eyes and meditated, not caring about him. Finally, the 10 minutes of preparation time ended, and Tutor Feng Li once again walked up to the front stage and announced, preparation time is over. Individual duel now begins. The students whose names I read directly go up to the stage to pick their opponents. Ai Jiangtu. Feng Li was the first to name Ai Jiangtu. In the crowd, a man with a straight posture and dark skin walked up to the stage. His steely eyes looked around and finally landed on Mofan. Mofan immediately felt bad. A look at this kind is the military school side of the Iron Bean. Just standing posture gives people a feeling of toughness. This goods 80% is staring at their OWN. As expected, Ai Jiangtu pointed at Mofan with one hand and said to Feng Li, it's him. Among the people present, only Mofan's aura had reached the high rank. The rest were all at the middle rank. Not enough for him to fight with a single Nian control. Mofan didn't push back. Since he was chosen, he just walked onto the stage. It wasn't him who should be wimpy. Prepare both sides. Game on. With Feng Li's command, delicate and intricate magical boundaries rose up around them, and they would provide the necessary security during the rest of the match. Mofan and Ai Jiangtu both looked at each other with their eyes facing each other. The stars in the spiritual world mobilized quickly. Ai Jiangtu took a step and rushed towards Mofan to take the lead in the attack. The silver star trails flickered. The spatial nimbus power surrounded his body. Mofan, on the other hand, was rapidly completing the Thunder System star map. and the fourth level of thunderbolts compiled into a vast thundernet that fell down, dense and impermeable, to capture AI Jiang2. AI Jiang2, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect MO-Fan's intermediate level magic to be completed so quickly, or a high-level lightning system that had already adapted to a certain level of control and had made changes to the magic. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and immediately returned to the space system star map with a spatial rhythm. Compression. The impenetrable thundernet fell into the compression area. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be pinched by a big invisible hand. The spreading speed of the thundernet suddenly slowed down. The energy density dramatically compressed. The electric light in the compressed area flickered and jumped, emitting a crackling sound, but could not help the greatness of the space. After resisting MO-Fan's thundernet, AI Jiang2 burst forward again. As a space mage, he needed a closer spell casting distance in order to allow the space nimble control to effectively utilize its true power. After all, with something like Nimbus, the farther the distance, the more difficult it was to maneuver, and the lower the weight that could be lifted. So many space mages would choose to play a handful of melee battles. MO-Fan wasn't a vegetarian either. Facing such a strong opponent, he no longer reserved his strength. The flame star diagram completed its construction in almost an instant, and a blazing golden-orange flame rose from his palm as he violently slammed down towards the ground. The power of the fiery fist surged into the ground. A scorching hot wall of inflammation rose up to the sky and stopped in front of AI Jiang2. Just as he was planning to retreat, another wall of inflammation rose up behind him, as if he had a premonition. He didn't try to break through from the side again. As expected, the next instant the two walls of inflammation rose at the same time. The four walls of fire crossed to form a well, and AI Jiang2 was firmly trapped in the mouth of the well. He could feel the high temperature of the flames. The strength of the magical power must be a soul species level flame, and at this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that MO-Fan's control of the fire system had reached such a point. The crowd under the stage and the tutors were all stupefied. The scene in front of them overturned their perception of the strength of the trainee. This kind of cultivation, is it really a trainee? MO-Fan didn't hesitate, and urged the fiery fist burning and killing formation at fire speed, only to see the ground at the entrance of the well suddenly brighten with a flash of incandescent light, followed by a column of golden-orange flames violently rising up to the sky, as if it was a violent eruption of lava from the center of the earth, and the entire dueling arena was illuminated by the rushing columns of fire. In the nick of time, AI Jiang2's silver constellation suddenly bloomed. The power of space coalesced, instantaneous movement of high-level magic to help him in the second before the flames engulfed, bizarrely appeared in the back of MO-Fan. The ripples of space has not yet subsided. He has already raised his arm to prepare to give MO-Fan a Nianli elbow strike. Asa mage who had also awakened the spatial system. It was naturally impossible for MO-Fan to even sense the spatial fluctuations behind him. He completed his turn almost instinctively. The spatial star trails were completed with a single thought, and the same thought power coalesced with his fist. Turning around and counterattacking with a single punch towards AI Jiang2, the numinous fists collided with the numinous elbow strikes, stirring up a circle of space ripples visible to the naked eye, like ripples rippling on the surface of the water. Boom! With a loud bang, MO-Fan's Nianli was instantly pierced through by AI Jiang2's Nianli, and MO-Fan, who saw the scene, stared in disbelief, completely not expecting the gap to be so large. Seeing that the raging elbow strike was about to land on him, MO-Fan opened his armor magic tool very much from the heart, and immediately after that the person was sent flying. This time, MO-Fan's spiritual power is only the peak of the second realm, barely touching the third realm. Then the space system is not at all the opponent of the fourth realm of AI Jiang2, and the quality of the thoughts is even more shattered at the touch with the protection of armored magic tools, but did not get hurt. After all, this is nearly $1 billion worth of high-end goods. Want to use intermediate order or early magic to break open delusional? You lost. At this moment, AI Jiang2's cold voice came out. MO-Fan raised his head in uncertainty, only to see AI Jiang2 manipulating the cursed system star map in his hands, and looked around before realizing that he had fallen into the middle of a trap woven by hundreds of dark red spider silks at some point, which was clearly the cursed system intermediate tier 3 evil spider's trap. The cursed system specializes in attacking the soul. Even if MO-Fan has an armored magic tool, it won't help. The dark red spider silk will fall directly through the material and fall on MO-Fan's soul. Together with AI Jiang2's spiritual realm, it's enough to instantly inflict heavy damage on MO-Fan. You have underestimated me too much. MO-Fan's eyes turned golden orange as a circle of coronal aura spread out, the extreme purifying power sweeping in all directions. The dark red spider silk that contained the power of the curse began to dissolve the moment it came into contact with this pure power. As if the sunlight dispersed the morning mist, coronation fields. MO-Fan still insisted on not using the summoning faculty and decided to take down AI Jiang2 by his own means. He didn't want to be covered for the rest of his life. As AI Jiang2 watched this scene, the expression on his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. No. You're such a rogue soul seed that you've directly killed the curse system. So what the hell am I supposed to play with? AI Jiang 2 could already predict his own defeat. The space system could not break that armored magic tool with just his thoughts. The curse system as a killing move was even more directly overcome. He had no doubt that even if his Ghost Xing evil ghost could be released, it would still be directly incinerated by the terrifying flames.as for Mofan's great soul flame. Even if he sacrificed all of his defense, he would definitely end up being blasted to pieces. Chapter 111. The situation was very much in line with what he thought. When Mofan started to unreasonably turn on the spell machine gun mode, after the unreasonable blood exchange reckless fighting style, AI Jiangtu quickly fell into the wind, and at one point was suppressed completely unable to fight back. The original Mofan is suffering from no defense, can't fire at will, must have a Zhao Minyan's protection in order to output at full power. Until near the end, that the most important Black Dragon armor magic tool only came late. Now Chen Xian will directly give Mofan to make up for this defect, is not just money. Chaos does not give the opening of the hanging. Chen Xian opened for you. In the end, AI Jiangtu was still unable to defeat Mofan, and accidentally hit a giant shadow spike, and Mofan took the opportunity to complete the heavenly flame burial, directly surrendering and admitting defeat. This time, the crowd and tutors under the field have been deeply convinced by the heavenly performance of these two people. The first time out of the field is too high level. Directly to the other trainees whole not confident Are.mu Ningxue looked at Mofan who was showing great power. Her eyes were full of complex colors. Once that Bo City bumpkin, now he had soared to greatness. Instead, she, the proud daughter of heaven, was now facing a family crisis. Zhao Manyan Ruchening is not at all surprised by Mofan's heaven-defying strength. The summoning faculty that people majored in is not even used yet. Mofan wins. Next, Nanju. The next individual duel was nothing to see, except for AI Jiangtu and Mofan. Everyone else was a middle-ranked mage, and there was absolutely nothing to watch when they fought. Although AI Jiangtu lost to Mofan in the first round, the next two rounds were all crushes, and there is ultimately an insurmountable gap between the high and middle ranks. Mofan, on the other hand, directly chose Zhu Jiming and Lu Yilin at the encouragement of Chen Xian. These two did not get along with Mofan, and since they were going to have conflicts sooner or later, it would be better to let Mofan offend them all over again in advance. For these two little chickens, Mofan looked at a kind of unexplained sense of displeasure. Do not need Chen Xian and then how to compel. Directly a fiery fist 9 Zhao, even people with shields all lifted away completely as the second kill, and this also made the two of them look very ugly. The shame of being killed in a second by a single blow deeply stung their self-esteem, making the two of them feel ashamed in front of the many geniuses, so much so that they also lost the next match in the match against the others, and they couldn't help but resent Mofan in their hearts. The most infuriating thing is that AI Jiangtu, due to the fact that he didn't know who he was going to choose as his opponent, but the rule was that he had to play 3 matches, he directly chose Lu Yilin and Zhu Jiming who were the same as Mofan. And all of a sudden everyone lamented for the level of unluckiness of these two people. For ABAR.I in the end, Lu Yilin and Zhu Jiming both suffered 3 consecutive defeats in the individual tournament directly. And normally speaking these two are basically out of the national government team. The resentment in his heart towards Mofan climbed to the top. However, due to his strength, he did not dare to make a big move. The other original full members had achieved good results, except for Zhao Manyan, Mu Tinjing, and Lai Kaifeng, who were rookies. Everyone else basically had 2 wins. And there was only one Mu Ningxue who had 3 consecutive wins, only after the individual dueling session was over. Everyone's cultivation level was basically exposed as well. The most dazzling ones were undoubtedly Mofan and AI Jiangtu who were already high-ranked. Mu Ningxue didn't reach the high-ranked level, so her dazzling battle record was not much cared about, and the light was covered by the 2 high-ranked levels. After the individual dueling session, there will be a half-day break before moving into the actual team battles the next day. After leaving the venue, Mofan traveled to the Imperial Magic Market. As a city tied for first place in the country with the Magic City, the Magic Market here was not at all worse than the Magic City, and the even more ancient heritage made it possible to find things here that were not even available in the Magic City. At this time, Mofan had a huge amount of money in his hands, and after discussing with Chen Xian, he decided to first find the resources for the blasted wind demon eagle to advance. Both the bone powder and the bloodline needed to begin to be upgraded at this time, all day long. Mofan soaked in the magic market. Useful and useless to buy a whole lot. Novelty, buy. Cool, buy. Affordable, buy. Mofan was like a tycoon, spending like crazy, but it was only a small amount of $100 or $200 million. Chen Xian no longer cared, just as if her son had made his own decision to buy some expensive toys. However, they didn't forget the main purpose. Mofan came to a store called Phantom Antiques, which ostensibly sold all sorts of ancient magical artifacts, but in reality, It secretly traded precious magical materials. This was recommended by a certain store owner. And Mo Fan really had a bit of something when he took a look at it. Not only was it a commander-level bloodline, but there were even multiple commander-level beast souls. Boss, do you have any bloodlines or beast souls of a commander-class flying bird type here? Mo Fan asked. Find the right person, lad. Look here. The bloodline of the commander-level fiery sun eagle, and the ghost shadow night crow, poisonous demon snake bird. You see that one is suitable? Boss face winks. A look is the old oily. Slaughtering people do not know how ruthless. You this or what price? Mo Fan does not care about the 3721, and did not say if you want it or not, directly asked the price. These blood veins were taken from the more extreme commander-level creatures. Each one of these blood veins will cost more than $200 million. Once the boss saw that Mo Fan was not that white, he also directly set a price on the high side. And after that, he would say how he could pull it off. At this time, Jiang Yu, who was following his master around the supermarket in the next store, seemed to hear a familiar voice and turned his head to look over a glance and discovered that Mo Fan was buying a summoned beast bloodline. Master, look at that person. That person is the Mo Fan I told you about. You don't even know how wonderful today's individual duel was. It said that he's still majoring in the summoning faculty. As a result, he didn't even use the summoning faculty and crushed everyone. No surprise then the candidate for the national government captain is him. It's not the same as what you said about internalization. Jiang Yu grabbed Pang Lai's sleeve and pointed to Mo Fan next door and said, Pan Lai craned his head to see it, came a little more interested, and took the initiative to head that way. Mo Fan was bargaining fiercely with the owner. Suddenly, a slightly old and majestic voice came from the side. Old Slick, you're slaughtering field mages again, aren't you? Mo Fan turned his head and saw an old man in casual vestments walking over with a young mage. Mo Fan had some impression of him. He was also a participant in the State House tournament selecting personnel to come. That old man had a smiling face, but his eyes revealed a sharpness that could not be underestimated. The boss's face stiffened. Then he squeezed out an awkward smile and rushed to welcome him. Lord Chief. Our business here is a serious one and we never rip off foreign mages. I didn't know you were coming today. Otherwise I would have prepared some good goods to entertain you. The boss said with a snort. Pang Lai smiled faintly as his gaze turned to Mo Fan and said, You are Mo Fan? A big name in the younger generation. I've heard your name no less than 10 times. Chapter 112. Regimental Battle. Hello senior. I am Mo Fan. Am I that famous? Mo Fan respectfully returned the greeting. He could feel that the old mage in front of him was very strong, and combined with the boss's attitude, he presumed that he should be a big shot. I am Palace Chief Pang Lai, and this is my disciple Jiang Yu, whom you should have met today. I've heard all about the contributions you made during the Bo City disaster and the Hangzhou plague. What a great example. Totally qualifies as a model young mage. Pang Lai praised without mincing words. Senior is too kind. I just did what I had to do. In the face of a disaster, everyone's efforts are valuable, and I'm just one of them. Mo Fan said modestly. Old Slick, this is a pillar of the younger generation. You have to make the price fair. If you let me know that you've tarnished the reputation of the imperial magic market, I won't mind rectifying the market. Pang Lai looked towards the boss, a hint of warning in his words. When the boss heard this, he quickly nodded his head and hurriedly assured that he would give Mo Fan the best price, and also promised to give some extra small gifts to show his respect for Chief Pang Lai. Then we'll leave first. If you have any trouble you can always look for Jiang Yu. He can reach me at any time. Do well. Look forward to your performance in the State House competition, and try to get a good result back for our country. After some small talk Pang Lai said goodbye to Mo Fan. Jiang Yu waved goodbye towards Mo Fan and left. In the end, the boss directly sold the price to Mo Fan at a cost of 100 million per copy, and Mo Fan directly bought 3 copies of the Commander-class Ghost Shadow Night Crow bloodline at once, as well as a large amount of high-quality bone powder. This was the first time that Mo Fan had experienced the elevation of his status. Before, when he was a high-level mage manifesting himself before the people of Gudu, he hadn't felt this way. This moment, even the palace chief was willing to be acquainted with himself. Mo Fan was not a fool. Naturally he knew what people were doing this for. With his strength that crushed many heavenly prides, it would be impossible to say that he wasn't the State House captain. This identity is big enough energy. Pang Lai's meaning is very obvious. Personally down for Jiang Yu befriended Mo Fan. This back of the State House on the matter. Mo Fan and Jiang Yu can develop between how good not to say, but certainly not to cross the line, developed well. Like Mo Fan, this kind of genius in the future must also be a party big brother. This is all Jiang Yu's future connections, network contacts. Is not it through these human relationships accumulated little by little? The next day, the crowd reappeared at the Imperial Capital Academy Magic Dueling Arena. Today is going to be a 5v5 actual combat test. and the personnel for each match were arranged by several mentors overnight, with the aim of achieving balance, so that everyone will have the opportunity to perform without having too great a disparity in strength, and being seconded by a single move right at the beginning. Unsurprisingly, in order to equalize Mofan's strength, his team was placed with 4 little hotshots, the kind that could be directly treated as a number divided by 2. His opponents on the other hand had a much more luxurious lineup: Ai Jiangtu, Mu Ningxue, Nan Ju, Lai Kai-feng, and Zhao Manyan. This lineup is pretty well rounded, with defense, offense, spirit, mobility, and everything that could be said to be pulled full circle in this group. The match begins. After the crowd came on stage, Feng Li directly announced. Several of Mofan's dragon teammates looked at him, waiting for his eyes to act. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and build the star map. Fiery fist, 9 dragons out of the sea. Mofan finished with a swing of his fist and 9 golden glittering swimming dragons leapt out of his arm, heading straight for the 5 opponents. A few of his dragoon teammates also reacted immediately and rubbed up their star charts. Crap, Nima Mofan, you're laying down the law. Facing the 9 raging flaming swimming dragons, Zhao Manyan immediately shouted out, while the star map in his hand was not slow at all. The golden star map blocked in front of him, transforming into a light barrier. This was the 3rd level of light blessing, and when combined with Zhao Manyan's extreme spirit seed, the light barrier that should have been able to block all intermediate ranked magics unexpectedly crumbled as quickly as glass the moment it was collided by the 9 inferno dragons. The blazing flame swimming dragon attacked unabated and swept straight towards the 5 people. Nirvana Ice Lock. At the critical moment, Mu Ningxue stepped forward. Her domain unfolded at the first time at the beginning of the match, but it was too fast for Mofan's oppression to condense much ice element at this time. However, she still braced herself to complete the middle-ranked star map, and countless ice locks wove into a net of ice, stopping the 9 dragons in front of them. It was only too presumptuous for a spirit-level ice seed to stop the soul-level 9 dragons' flame. The ice net was melted layer by layer and evaporated into water vapor, and the 9 dragons seemed unstoppable. Good thing to offset most of the power. Ai Jiangtu easily with the spatial rhythm will be compressed and dissipated. If it is the complete 9 dragons, he would not dare to try it. Will get it wrong, will be blown up for himself. At the same time, several of Mofan's dragon set teammates were about to complete their star charts, and were about to bombard Ai Jiangtu and the others, when a burst of strong notes took the lead, hitting several of the dragon sets from 1 to 4, and the mid-ranked magic was directly interrupted. Nan Ju struck. Her sound magic was indefensible. She might not stand out in terms of fighting, but again, the sound system was useful in a way that every hunter team and mage squad aspired to have. Mofan did not take advantage of the opportunity to suppress the fire again. Once the fire is fully opened up, the opposite side will not have any hope. Ai Jiangtu's magic he has long been familiar with, simply will not be like last time to give the other side the opportunity to kill at first sight. But Mu Ningxue was on the opposite side. He still wanted to let people perform a wave, at least carry away the 4 dragons, and then he himself suppressed it with a strong 1 against 5. As expected, Ai Jiangtu had been staring at Mofan's movements and didn't dare to act rashly, while Mu Ningxue had nothing to worry about, seizing the opportunity to directly go forward to fight 1 against 4, with ice locks flying all over the sky chasing after the dragon setters. Zhou Manyan staying out of range and offering protection, hiding in the shadows. Lai Kai-feng thought he had found the perfect opportunity and jumped out to give Mofan a shot of giant shadow spike, not realizing that his every move had long been known. Mofan directly shadow escaped to avoid Lai Kai-feng's giant shadow nail directly fell short, but also by Mofan's shadow escape close to the body. Just want a shadow escape to escape life but was invisible. Thought force pinch, followed by directly suppressed into the space rhythm of compression cage, directly killed in seconds. And Ai Jiangtu's side also took this opportunity to complete the curse system high-level magic. Ghost Xing, a small mountain-sized evil spirit lunged towards Mofan. As a high-ranked magic, even if Mofan's fire system was no longer restraining the evil spirit, it was impossible for a middle-ranked magic to extinguish it, and this evil ghost only needed to grab Mofan for a moment to achieve victory. Ghost Xing was a one-strike kill move for fragile humans. Facing this huge evil ghost like a small mountain, Mofan did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly opened the blood beast boots and the shadow escape to continuously escape. And in his hand, the fiery fist was continuously bombing out, kiting one shot after another. Chapter 113. List of State House members without a moment's effort. The evil spirit was worn down to a dullness that felt like it was about to dissipate at any moment. Only at the same time, 4 of his own dragon set teammates had also been carried away by Mu Ningxue and Zhu Xiaomanyan, and at the moment the 4 of them were encircling him, preparing for the final beating. The 2 colors of orange and blue bisected the entire field, with Mofan's coronation field and Mu Ningxue's nirvana ice field drawing a dividing line in the middle. With Mofan alone on the right and Mu Ningxue's 4 on the left, it looked like a division, but in reality, the orange field covered the entire field. and Mu Ningxue's field was merely struggling to survive in Mo Fan's hands. Mo Fan, show some real skill. I know there is a big gap between myself and you, but I don't need your mercy either. Mu Ningxue said in a clear and cold voice. Does he still have a summoning faculty that's useless? The summoning department is said to be his major? Nanju asked with deep seriousness. This version of Mo Fan was really famous, and the reputation of the Pearl Demon King was thunderous even in the military academy. Sisters, it's better not to let him go all out. That contracted beast of his stands up and pokes through the ceiling of the dueling arena. A few of us little caramels can't even break someone's skin. Zhao Manyan advised bitterly. Is the gap even this big? AI Jiangtu frowned. He naturally knew that Mo Fan's summoning department was his major. He just didn't know that it was so ridiculously strong. Mu Ningxue didn't say anything. Zhao Manyan's words weren't even on her mind. Her hands silently condensed an ice lock. Her attitude was already clear. Since you all want to see what I'm really capable of, I'll fulfill you. Little Yenji, possessed. The corners of Mo Fan's mouth rose up a face, and he said evilly, real strength? Lao Tzu's strongest ability is shaking people. In the contract space, the little Yenji was lying on top of Chen Xian's head playing as usual, and suddenly after hearing Mo Fan's call, she excitedly broke through the space and drilled into Mo Fan's body in one go. The entire process could not be seen by the outside world what was happening. Only Mo Fan's body suddenly surged in aura. A raging ring of high-temperature fire pushed out in all directions. AI Jiang to several people hastily pushed back to avoid. When the high-temperature fire ring dispersed, Mo Fan had already completed his transformation. Golden, orange and maroon flames draped over his body as if it were an energy battlesuit, and the magic fluctuations carried his hair up to the sky like a flaming god of war from heaven. A pair of feathered wings made of flames grew behind his back, carrying him slowly upwards. Looking down on AI Jiangtu and the others who had been pushed back due to their terrifying aura. My goodness! What kind of dharma is this? A tutor was stunned, completely unable to recognize what kind of path this was. Kind of, like, an elemental demon? Pinehurst said uncertainly. Just now there was a flash of fluctuation from the summoning system. It should be a possession or increased type of contracted beast. The sharp-eyed Feng judged. This Mo Fan. It's not to be missed. This year our country is expected to hit the top 3. A tutor said excitedly when Mo Fan sacrificed this form. The match couldn't go on normally anymore. Except for AI Jiangtu. Other people's magic didn't even break defense for Mo Fan. Not to mention that he could fly. Only to see Mo Fan put up his sword finger and forcefully swung it downwards. And then the fire feather behind him exploded into countless streams of light falling down. And the power of each stream of light was comparable to that of a middle-ranked fiery fist. Zhao Manyan scared to death. Not brother? You come for real awe. The 4 of them combined their efforts to offer up all kinds of defense magic tools. But in the end, they still couldn't carry Mo Fan's wild bombardment. Just a dozen or so streams of light pierced through all of their defenses, and more of them dissipated into nothingness under Mo Fan's manipulation. Looking at Mo Fan slowly descending from the sky, it was as if the arrogance of a genius in the hearts of AI Jiangtu and Mu Ningxue had been dispersed. This was a true demon. The match is over. The mentor quickly announced the results of the match, and at the same time, because Mo Fan's strength was too much, several mentors decided to let him skip the actual battle session and directly become an official member of the state government team. AI Jiangtu, being the only high rank, also enjoyed the same treatment. The high rank was directly admitted so that the others' race selection could be arranged. Otherwise it would be too disruptive to the balance. Sure enough, after kicking those 2 high ranks out, the rest of the match was a lot more normal, with everyone getting a chance to perform, and it was a lot more entertaining to watch. The day passed quickly, with some even playing 3 games as the numbers didn't make up for it. Except that the last game didn't count for points. The actual combat session is not based on winning or losing, but only on performance, and the final results came out quickly, along with the list of official statehouse players. Captain, Mo Fanai Jiangdu Munising Shui, name, Nanju, 1932. Mao Zedong's second wife and leader of the gang of Forjiang Yujiang Xiaoshunan Rong and I, 1974. Chinese diving athlete. These 7 are the undisputed, full-fledged members of the team who will cross the line based on merit alone. Below them are a few more who are poised to compete for the final 3 spots. Morning Glory Mu Tinjiang official Fishu Jiminglai Kaifeng, 1944. Hong Kong politician, President of the Republic of China from 2005. Oriental Flames. These are the closer real-world performers who will compete for the remaining 3 full membership spots. It is natural that the competition cannot still be in the form of duels, but in the form of votes. That's right. It's so plain and simple. Since the strengths are similar, there's no point in striving for excellence. It's directly more than financial strength. In the magic world, financial strength is also the embodiment of a mage's potential. Some people's cultivation to the advanced level is immediately matched with the soul seed. Some people until the high level of full cultivation is matched with the soul seed. This is the gap of financial strength. In the end, without any surprise, The three of them, Channing, Zhu Jiming, and Guan Yu, won the places of full members with one more vote. The Mu clan behind Mu Tingjing was also very powerful, but naturally, they had already voted for Mu Ningxue as the number one seed first, and it wasn't that simple to compete with others at this time. It's a good thing the State House team still has room for replacements, and these guys can still go for a replacement spot. Except that a replacement spot is just purely a ratio of votes. After all, they're jerks, and they don't require any strength. The captains of the State House crew are thus confirmed, and at the beginning of spring next year, all will assemble and depart for a year-long experience. After leaving the imperial capital, Mo Fan returned to the Pearl and continued to disappear into the Three Steps Tower. Anyway, Dean Xiao now has no restrictions on his use of time, as long as Mo Fan pays the cost of running the Three Steps Tower. How long do you want to stay? He had been recovering his cultivation some time ago, which couldn't be considered cultivation at all, and he hadn't even had time to master the constellations after so long of a breakthrough at the high level of the Thunder system. Take advantage of the fact that there are still 2 months to go before the State House experience to get one last boost. Brother Xian, why is my Nian control so much worse than AI Jiangtu's? In the Three Steps Pagoda, the meditating Mo Fan suddenly had mixed thoughts and thought of the scene where he sparred with AI Jiangtu in Nian control. That's because your spiritual power is not strong enough. Today I'll tell you again the realm division of spiritual power. Spiritual power is divided into 1 to 9. 9 realms. Every 3 realms is a large segment, divided into small, medium and large. 3 large realms. There is a clear watershed between the major realms. Chapter 114. Spiritual understanding. Your current spiritual power has barely reached the 3rd realm, belonging to the small realm. AI Jiangtu's spiritual power is at least of the 4th realm, belonging to the middle realm, and there is a world of difference with you, comparable to the crushing of a soul species against a spirit species. There are no spirit seeds, soul seeds or anything like that for sublime magic and mind magic. Their skill power depends on the amount of magical energy and the quality of spiritual power that the mage sacrifices. Chen Xian said, so that's how it is. It seems like there's still a lot I don't know. So how do I raise my spiritual power? Mo Fan asked. Spiritual power comes from many places. The most direct manifestation is the spiritual world, the exploration of the spiritual world, the expansion of the spiritual world, the expansion of every galaxy in the spiritual world. All of these will provide you with the most direct spiritual power. In addition to this, there is the spiritual power provided from the soul, from the spiritual power provided by the will of the mind. But these are rather nebulous. I can teach you a way to condense your spiritual power. That's using more Nin control, practicing more delicate casting of Nin power, going from only being able to lift a stone at close range to threading a needle across extreme distances. You need to keep challenging yourself, gradually expanding the range and precision of your Nianli control. It's just like exercising your muscles. Through repeated practice, the use of Nianli will become more comfortable, and your mental strength will also increase. Remember, the enhancement of spiritual power is a gradual process that requires patience, perseverance, and constant practice. As time passes, you'll realize the progress of spiritual power and eventually reach the limits of humanity. Chen Xian said this knowledge was summarized by swiping his phone when he was fine, versus reading a book. After all, staying in the contracted space was boring, and the only way to pass the time was to play with his phone. The way Chen Xian played with his cell phone was to operate it by holding a stylus through his mind power, and his mental power could be exercised. How to say? In his previous life, he had also read a lot of supernormal ability novels, and he had never seen a pig run without having eaten a pig's meat. The method of exercising spiritual power is nothing more than that, or multitasking, or challenging the limits of spellcasting, or spiritual high load. This kind of power has been developed to the point of teaching for dummies, and Chen Xian can use it again by casually combining the rules of the magic world and altering them. Ah, isn't this meditation? Exhausting your spiritual energy and then slowly recovering it is the way to raise your spiritual energy? Mo Fan asked. That's right, it's pretty much just meditation, and I found that meditation is actually the process of boosting the mental power to boost the soul. But a mage's meditation on a regular basis is always accompanied by the cultivation of a particular lineage, which can lead to a big drop in mental power as it's all used to open up a particular lineage of galaxies. Manipulating thoughts is by far the most effective method I've found to raise mental power. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that some of the old mages of the mind department have more effective meditation methods, only that they haven't made them public. Chen Xian said. I see. Thank you, Brother Xian. Mo Fan said thoughtfully. Time passed by in a flash, turning to the day when the State House team members gathered, and quite a few things happened during that time. The first of which was that Mu He's matter began to ferment, and due to being a close relative of He Juding, Mu Ningxue was forced to lose her place as an official member of the team instead. Mu Tingjing has replaced her official spot, and it's hard to say if Mu Ningxue will be able to keep a replacement spot immediately after the Spring Festival passed. During the New Year's period, Mo Fan took Xinxia back to Bo City to reunite with Mo Jiaxing, and then got together with a group of high school buddies. And this time the people who came were significantly more and more flushed. Mo Fan once again felt the elevation of his status. The students who used to look down on him, or were not too familiar with him, there was an unheard of enthusiasm. Mo Fan once again experienced that cultivation determined status. This day Mo Fan was about to head to the imperial capital to gather. Suddenly on a whim, want to give Xinxia a phone call to inform some, but did not expect how can not get through. The heart of the panic he directly called the heart of the Xia's mentor Dear Ping, for Xinxia's brother, the famous Pearl Demon. Dear Ping also heard about it, directly informing him that Xinxia was seen by Patnan's tutor and decided to directly take away to study abroad. Mo Fan heard but was on fire. What school style is so brutal? Looking at the genius of other schools directly on the door, hard to rob? Even family members are not given notice, but also confiscated their communication tools? It's still transnational. Completely ignoring the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xian had already hinted to Mo Fan more than once that the Dragon Kingdom in this magic realm was pretty much a loser. But he had been stuck in his pre-crossing worldview. This incident should wake him up. The existence of transcendent power allowed the holy city to have absolute power and realize absolute dictatorship. For mages, the magic association founded by the holy city was the true king's law. Other than that, the sovereignty of any country is incomplete. The holy city claimed externally that it would not interfere with the development of the magic association. But it didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to do so, and from the beginning to the end, the Magic Association had never been out of their control. Learning that Xinxia was on a private plane to Greece and was about to be taken away, Mo Fan was instantly anxious and only wanted to get to her side as soon as possible. After contacting Tang Yu's side to investigate which airport it was, he flew to the seashore, and Chen Xian's figure slowly emerged, and his huge size immediately caused people on the seashore to panic, fleeing for their lives in a panic. Thinking that it was some monarch-level demon that had invaded. This was still the first time Chen Xian appeared in front of people after his advancement. At this time, his body size had come to 84 meters. His appearance, in addition to his head, could no longer see half of the shadow of a wolf. The two limbs of the hind legs and tail, in order to support the huge body standing, had evolved to be very thick and huge. The body shape was very powerful just by looking at it, and the original thick fur was vaguely showing signs of starting to fall off, replaced by sturdy leather armor, which appeared to have more of the fiery patterns from the Red Lotus mode. After renewing the wings of the bone lance, another foreign material appeared in his body. The Red Lotus skin is exactly the foreign skin that was born after Chen Xian's advancement. The demon's cultivation is just like this, constantly refining his body into all kinds of powerful magical materials, and ultimately becoming the perfect emperor's body. At this time, his size looked more like Godzilla, and the 6 massive bone gun wings on his back were fully expanded, nearly 150 wide, dominating him. Chen Xian ignored the horrified reactions of the crowd around him and calmly gathered his spectacular wings of bone lances, followed by the activation of the demon core in the middle of the spirit world like an efficient power core. It drove the demonic power in his body to flow at an astonishing speed, and pale blue light blossomed one by one along his skin, covered with mysterious lines, as if the ancient runes were being awakened one by one. Chapter 115 to 115. Conflict with Parthenon. Almost at the same time, the elemental furnace inside Chen Xian's chest cavity activated its operation, like a miniature black hole in nature, greedily sucking in the elemental energies around him, and through the unique transformation mechanism in his body, these elemental forces fused with the original pale blue demonic power, metamorphosing into a blazing crimson red, as brilliant and destructive as the Red Lotus flame. The whole conversion process is secretive and violent, as if the dark tide of magma underneath the Earth's crust is poised to explode. With Chen Xian's will, this newly generated crimson demonic power was precisely guided into the wings of the bone lance. In an instant, each propelling port seemed like the crater of a volcano that had been held back for several years, erupting with a searing stream of energy that propelled Chen Xian's ponderous body straight into the clouds. Like a swiftly rising red sun, he instantly broke through the clouds and soared through the sky. His figure drew a crimson trajectory in the azure sky, carrying Mo Fan towards Hangzhou Airport. Below the coast, countless people looked up high in the sky, witnessing this incredible scene. The seawater was evaporated by the high-temperature airflow by an unknown number of cubic meters, lifting up layers of mist. With the sonic boom brought about by the high-speed flight, the entire coastline seemed to be trembling for it. Although his size had become even larger, Chen Xian found that his speed was even faster. The chemical reaction between the high-quality demonic power brought by the demon core and the elemental furnace appeared to be very terrifying. In the past, 1 point of demonic power could only propel 1 kilometer, but now with the mixing of the elemental furnace the effect doubled more than 100 times. From today onwards, Chen Xian no longer had to worry about running out of fuel, and with his current strength, sustained full-speed flight for 10 hours was no problem at all. 1200130014000 the hourly rate of speed continued to rise, and the scenery below became almost a continuous band of blurred shadows, eventually beginning to slow down after approaching Hangzhou at the terrifying speed of 1,600 kilometers per hour. This speed was far from Chen Xian's limit, except that Mordor was too close to Hangzhou to provide Chen Xian with a runway to continue accelerating. After decelerating, Chen Xian flew towards the Kunshan private airport, his sharp eyes enabling him to see the private jet from Greece below about to take off from a high altitude. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xian directly slid down as a crimson meteor. Just as Chen Xian was about to hit the ground, Chen Xian fiercely adjusted his body posture to increase wind resistance while all propulsion was pushed downward and backward to complete a decelerated landing. The massive demonic wolf fell from the sky, and the counter-thrusting air currents tore up the earth and shattered the airport glass, sending countless staff members fleeing in fear for their lives. Chen Xian ignored these people and turned around and reached out to grab the private jet that hadn't had time to fly away. The dozens of meters of private jet was held in his claws like a big toy. Gherkin inside the plane immediately realized something was wrong and pushed the hatch open to get out, only to find such a scene. A titanic beast standing on the airport grabbing their plane? Why would a beast so terrifying appear in a place like this? This is Hangzhou. Ha! 100,000 grass horses galloped inside Goguen. Xinxia, are you in there? Mo Fan ran towards the airplane and shouted. Where did that brat come from? Hearing Mo Fan shouting the name of his mission objective, Gherkin also realized something. This giant beast was in league with him. Xinxia also heard Mo Fan's voice, and immediately responded to Mo Fan with her mind system. Are you bandits? Did she say that she wanted to go with you guys? Hearing Xinxia's response, Mo Fan also dropped his heart and immediately questioned. We are the tutors of the Parthenon. We now have urgent matters that we must return as soon as possible. Immediately have your contracted beasts put down my private jet. Gherkin did not answer Mo Fan's question and directly warned. Mo Fan wanted to continue disliking him, but Chen Xian directly made a move, only to see a huge stream of nimbus energy emerge along his palm, extending all the way to the nose of the airplane. In the next second, the entire scalp of the plane was directly torn apart from side to side, and the highly valued private plane directly blossomed into a broken discus, revealing Yi Xinxia and the other temple personnel on the seats therein. My private airplane. Seeing this scene, Gherkin let out a scream of pain. This private jet was one that he had spent several $100 million on. Chen Xian didn't pay any attention to him for half a second, manipulating his Nianli to pull out Yi Xianxia's seat in the palm of his hand, followed by directly letting go of that airplane wreckage and letting it smash into the airport and fall to pieces. Gherkin was furious. A super rank aura was released, and the star map constellations began to continuously emerge outwards, directly about to make a move. Stop! Hangzhou Spirit Hidden Judgment Council. You are ordered to stop casting magic immediately. Just then, Lang Qing said belatedly as he slapped his winged magic tool. Trial Council. Can't you see someone letting a contracted beast loose to attack the airport? Gobin growled. All I know is that an unknown person took a rare lineage magic student captive in Hangzhou, and was successfully stopped by our Judgment Society's outsourced assistants. Lang Qing wasn't very old, but he was very skillful at pulling his tongue, and he didn't fall behind in reasoning at all. Look carefully. I'm a temple mage, not some unknown person. Gobin was still trying to talk his way out of the situation with his identity. The temple mage also has no right to trample on our laws. Your behavior is already considered kidnapping. Lang Qing did not give face at all. If it came earlier and there was no conflict yet, she could definitely persuade. But now that the private jet was smashed, it was definitely a tear. Who to help she naturally knew. Good. Since that's the case, then today I'm going to learn about the Hangzhou Judgment Society. Seeing that Lang Qing's attitude was clear, Gejikan directly struck out. Ghost Vines. Chen Xian had already handed over Xinxia to Mo Fan, and was currently checking that she hadn't received any injuries again, when suddenly a thick and incomparable ancient wood sprang up in all directions around them to surround the two, which was ready for a hard robbery. It was just a high-level plant system. Chen Xian didn't need to worry about Mo Fan. Since he could start a fight, then Chen Xian wouldn't be polite. Ong roar. Chen Xian took a deep breath. The elemental furnace in his chest burned violently, and in the next second a scorching demonic power accompanied by a sound wave roared out. Inflammatory breath seemed to burn the sky. Goguen didn't dare to be careless, and with a thought of the astral diagram, he put on the light blessing sacred shield for himself, and the inflammatory breath washed Goggen's whole body, but it was firmly blocked by several consecutive light shields before Gherkin could react. Lang Qing's rock demon's pupil heaven sand coalesced into a heaven-splitting heavy axe that fell down raw, directly slapping it to the ground. The Jurgocalypse, whose defense had been broken open, rose up in a sorry state, and opened its magic tool to avoid Chen Xian's powerful trample. Hurry up and help! Goguen shouted over toward the wreckage of the plane, but he had brought one with him. Soon, a high-ranking mage flapped his winged magic tool towards Lang Qing and stopped him. leaving Chen Xian one-on-one with Gurkhan. Bastard! Let you taste my power. Berserk thunderballs surged up from Gurkhan's body, one after the other blasting at Chen Xian like a machine gun. Chapter 116. One strike and you're dead. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes turned grim as killing intent rose in his heart, allowing the lightning balls to fall on his body. A layer of ghostly green light immunized through and through. Chen Xian didn't strike again at random, disguising himself as a very bulky and only capable of those few demonic spells. He was going to find the right opportunity to directly strike again fatally with a single blow. Light falling manzanar, silent thunder death light, and ghost wooden hands. It was also as if Gurkhan had realized that Chen Xian appeared to be very bulky and began to constantly kite him with high-level magic. But Chen Xian's Hell's Curse was just too buggy and was immune to it through and through. The plants growing out of Ghostwood's hands weren't as tall as his knees, let alone trying to hurt him by virtue of physics. Surprisingly, it's so resistant to fighting. Just what breed of demon wolf is it? Well, let's trap you first, then we'll take care of your summoner. Goguen began to brew up super rank magic. As lightning constellations converged one after another, finally the 7 constellations are completed and combined into the vast star palace. The punishment of the thunder ring. The star palace landed on top of Chen Xian's head, and between the flashes of electricity, 9 giant thunder halberds roared down, as if it was the wrath of a heavenly god, enveloping all the space around Chen Xian. Weaving a dense web of lightning with the intention of depriving him of all freedom of movement, the thunder halberd released a bolt of divine punishment lightning that fell on Chen Xian's body. A mysterious power surged out from Chen Xian's body, and his body's surface glowed with a faint ethereal light, as if it was protected by a layer of invisible barriers. When those thunderbolts that were enough to break down a commander touched this barrier, their power was even greatly reduced, as if they had been weakened by 70 to 80%, and they could only leave scorched black traces on his skin, unable to break through the defense at all. I can't cure you yet. As if he had been completely certain that Chen Xian was trapped by him, Gurkhan flapped his winged magic tool towards Mofan and Xianxia as he cared for himself, and what Chen Xian was waiting for was exactly this moment. Just when Gugugukan confidently passed from the side of the 9 thunder halberd, a prime beast claw unexpectedly topped thousands of thunder force from which stretched out, a pinch in the palm of his hand, and in the process crashed through the thunder halberd from which rushed out, falling into Chen Xian's palm. Even if he was a super-ranked mage, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Chen Xian clenched his fists tightly without relaxing a bit at all, immediately after that, directly injecting magic and demonic spells into it. First the terrifying Red Lotus high temperature, followed by space compression, directly forming high temperature and high pressure in the palm. Even with his high-end armored magic tools as well as his life-preserving underpinnings, Chen Xian would be able to directly refine him through high-pressure heating. The human body was so fragile. Once the circulatory system and the body was damaged, it was not far from death. Even a super-ranked mage with transcendent power who had already alienated part of his body could not avoid it.asa traverser. Chen Xian also has a preliminary understanding of textbook biological knowledge, medical common sense. People in what circumstances will be fatal he is still clear. With transcendent powers, killing is really a very simple thing. Chen Xian kept pouring all sorts of magic and demonic spells into his palm. Blazing fire, demonic sound through vibration, and inertial shaking. It was as if Chen Xian's palm had become a sadistic hell, and as his arm flung and shook at high speeds, Gurkhan's fragile body had long since passed out from the abuse. It was a good thing that he was a super-ranked mage. If an ordinary person had let Chen Xian shake him like this, he would have already exploded into a bloody mess at this point. Imagine your own body being packed in a confined space, continuously experiencing sharp stops back and forth at speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour, the kind with no buffer. This was what happened to Gurkhan at this time. Chen Xian could have added another ghost shing or evil spider's trap, but in the end he showed mercy. The consequences of killing a super-ranked mage were too serious. The holy sanctuary would not just sit back and do nothing, and at this time it was not the right time to start a conflict with them. When Lung Qing brought Gurkhan's companion's uniform, he was met by Gurkhan, who was already unrecognizable. The good news, it's alive. Bad news, might as well be dead. Quickly save the people. Lung Qing immediately took care of Mofan to bring Xianxia over. Although Mofan was angry, he didn't dare to slack off. At least a human life, or a super-ranked mage. Xianxia quickly used middle-ranked healing magic to heal Gurkhan, and after half a day's work, he finally managed to hang on to his life. Brother Xian, why did you hit so hard? Mofan asked. Their temple healing ability is pretty dope. Just carry it back to heal and be done with it. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Mofan, your contracted beast is highly intelligent, but it is also brutal, Lung Qing said. He had actually heard Gurkhan's yells and could see Chen Xian's subsequent series of bizarre behaviors and concluded that he was deliberately retaliating. She was certain that if it was in the wilderness without outsiders, this demonic wolf would definitely lay down its deadly hands. Will there be any trouble? Mo Fan asked. Of course. He is after all Patnan's super-ranked mage. And we have to give an explanation for being injured like this. And this matter will be dealt with by our judgment council. After all, they were the ones who didn't take advantage of the situation and even made the first move. Lung Qing said. Then I'll trouble eldest sister. Mo Fan said. Out of this mess. Mo Fan also did not have the heart to care about what the State House collection. Let the State House tutors call one after another he did not pay attention to. Stay in Hangzhou to accompany the heart of the summer. It caused Xianxia to be very overjoyed as well, and she had to drive him away to gather at the imperial capital. Chen Xian didn't care much. Even if the state government doesn't participate, he doesn't care. As long as Mo Fan cultivates the summoning department step by step, it's fine. The cultivation effect brought by the 3-step tower after the high rank has obviously decreased a lot. Wanting to complete the accumulation of the high rank level 1 to level 3 by virtue of it is a whimsical idea. The highest cultivation effect of the 3-step pagoda was equivalent to a high-quality Star River magic artifact, and it wasn't as good as Mo Fan's little mudskipper. This level. The addition of the 3-step tower cultivation had already not reached the kind of multiplication effect of one day topping a few months at the initial level, but rather addition and subtraction. One day would only top 2 or 3 days. So every day's meditation was very important. Instead of continuing to stay in the school and dabble in the 3 steps tower, it would be better to go out and look for elemental sanctuaries in the natural world or other opportunities. And the cultivation level could potentially increase faster instead. Of course, it's not to say that man-made treasures like the 3 steps tower are bad. This world's magic system is a kryptonite system after all, as long as the kryptonite is inevitably gained. And so are man-made treasures. And fly meat is also meat. However, a mage is not an immortal cultivator. And a mage's lifespan is only as short as 70 or 80, no different from that of a mortal. And people, naturally, cannot always hide in a cave-closed meditation. People need to grow. People need to be exposed to new things. People need to explore the wider world, experience different lives, make friends, experience love and hate. That's the man. People are made up of experiences, not cultivation. Why were some mages unable to break through the middle rank throughout their lives? It was because the process of cultivation was like learning boring and unusable knowledge that required a lot of time and effort. Chapter 117 to 117. Departure for exercise. An ordinary beginner-level mage would meditate for a maximum of 4 to 6 hours a day, after which the entire day would be in a state of mental exhaustion, without outside resources. This kind of meditation would need to be maintained for up to 5 years before one could cultivate to the full cultivation of the beginner rank. And how many people can hold on to that status for 5 years and not live? No work? No school? No play? After awakening at the age of 16, every year is the prime time of life. Who can hold on to the daily muddling through after meditation? Even if you meditate once a few days, day after day, to simmer for 10 years, to simmer to the beginning of the full repair, there is still a layer of middle-order bottlenecks waiting for you. At this time you have 10 million savings to buy nebula veins? If you don't have it, keep on simmering for another 10 years or so, and you might be able to break through to the middle rank. But of course by that time it's already the twilight of your life. And you don't have a few years of good life left. Not to mention that a mage's spiritual world is one that will fester as it ages. A lot of people just stay up and get old, with no hope of breaking through. Mo Fan accompanied Xianxia on the Hangzhou side for a whole week before heading to the imperial capital to gather. Of course, Heart's Hire ended up traveling to Parthenon. Gurkhan was sent back ahead of schedule after he was hanged for life. Parthenon's side resent a tutor over to pick up Xianxia. This time the person who came spoke much more politely. Even if Xianxia herself insisted on going, the other party also fully consulted Mo Fan's opinion. Originally, Mo Fan did not agree in any way, even if Xianxia insisted on going, until he was told by the crowd that he was holding Xianxia back, and only then did he agree to loosen up. As for Gurkhan's serious injury, Patnan's side wouldn't give him a head start at all. After all, he was the one who messed things up, and if Xianxia didn't pick it up because of this, he might even be punished. When he arrived at the meeting place, Mo Fan immediately saw 5 black-faced State House instructors. Hi, Mo Fan, who was aware of what weight he carried, greeted naturally. Captain Kakufu, you have a big rack, making our entire team of 5 mentors wait for you for a week. What? Is this to give us a hard time? The 5 tutors didn't give Mo Fan half a good look. How dare I? This is not just being involved in a diplomatic dispute with Parthenon, a time to be entangled. Really not intentionally let you wait. Mo Fan said. Stop being poor and hurry up to join the team. Feng Li said seriously. Good Lu. Mo Fan jogged to the front of the national government team. The team has arrived. The 10 official members are still there. The only difference is that Mu Ningxue and Mu Tinjiang's position changed. With Zhao Manyan the same row at the end of the team, the old Zhao also poked his head out and gave a thumbs up. Everyone's here. so let's keep it short. There are a total of more than 200 countries competing for the 32 slots in the Venice Statehouse battle, and the ticket to Venice requires a trip to the world's major powers to kick off and collect the challenge badge. And the top 32 countries will travel to Venice for the Statehouse battle. That's what you're aiming for. The chapter of challenges will run concurrently during the course of the year of training. So good luck on your journey. The 5 mentors, one by one, sent the crowd off to the calendar. There was no pomp and circumstance, and no one even knew exactly which people were representing their countries. Only by breaking into the Venice Statehouse competition could they actually appear before the world. After disabling the crowd's identity and a series of other information, the Statehouse mentor told them to head to a small fishing village by the sea to gather. But it turned out that when they arrived here there was nothing, and the direct experience began. Mo Fan, as the captain, naturally knew what the next mission was: to travel to Japan's Sea Battle City to train and challenge the Japanese National Pavilion. As for how to get there, the mentor doesn't care. Still, it's a bummer to be tricked into this. Hey, dude, lend me your cell phone. Mo Fan stopped a passerby and asked with a harmonious smile on his face. I don't know you. That passerby looked at Mo Fan's group of people, who looked like they were not to be messed with, even backed away. Cut the crap. It's not like I won't give it back to you. After being rejected, Mo Fan changed his face on the spot, snatched the passerby's cell phone. The other party was powerless to resist, simply couldn't even hold it for half a second before it was snatched. After realizing the huge gap between strength and numbers, the passerby stood aggrieved and looked at Mo Fan. What a bandit, Captain. Jiang Yu spat out a sentence. It's not good if the mentor knows about this, right? Nanju said. Then it wouldn't be better to not let them know, Mo Fan said as a matter of course, and then dialed the phone to call Ling Ling, informing her to gather here. Here, it's returned to you. Mo Fan manipulated his nimbus and grabbed the cell phone and sent it to the passerby to hand it back. The other party got his hands on it and rushed away, not daring to stay much longer at all. May I ask our bandit captain, what are we going to do next? Jiang Xiaoshu asked in a conspiratorial manner. The next mission is to go to Japan to train and kick ass, Mo Fan explained. So the first problem we face now is how to get to Japan? We don't have an identity now. Is it hard to smuggle us across the border? Zhao Manyan said. Mentor left us here. He should have intended for us to take a boat. If there's a fishing village here, there's bound to be a harbor as well, so we can look for it first. Nanju analyzed. You have to have status to ride a boat. Zhu Jiming said. Are you stupid? The mentor just wants us to smuggle ourselves to Japan. Chening said as she looked at Zhu Jiming with eyes of a retard. You're not stupid. You're not stupid, you go get the boat. Zhu Kuman, who felt that he had lost face, responded. Alright, stop arguing. Go over there and ask first. Nan Rong and I persuaded everyone looked at Mo Fan. After all, he was the captain, and his opinion had to be sought on how to act. You guys are free to move around. We'll rest here for a while, and when my friend comes we'll head out directly. Mo Fan directly announced the dismissal. The whole crowd was baffled. In the end, Nanju still felt that Mo Fan was unreliable, and took Mu Ningxuat and Jiang Xiaoshu, a few women, to find their own boat. Ai Jiangtu and Guan Yu were uneasy, so they followed along. Hey, Mo Fan, you're not going to ask Ling Ling to help us sneak across the border, are you? Zhao Manyan came over as if he had seen through Mo Fan. You'll know when the time comes. That said, you're really good. Really letting you go through the back door. Mo Fan said. That's right. Didn't we agree to sew the world together? How could I possibly let you enjoy all this happiness alone? But you have to take care of me. You don't know. Before you came, those people looked at me as if I was a big burden. Zhao Manyan said with indignation and dissatisfaction. Don't worry. I'll cover you. In the future, whoever looks down on you in this team, that's to go against me. Mo Fan. I'll fuck him up. Mo Fan said with full righteousness. Good brother. If I get kicked out of the clan in the future, I'll go hang out with you. Zhao Manyan joked with a touched face, not realizing that this would come true a year later. Chapter 118. 118. Red Ling Demon. Alas, if only Mu Ningxue was like you. How nice. If she had come earlier to tell me about being implicated by Mu He, I should have been able to keep her official place. Now it's all too late. This woman, just too much face, never came to me since the beginning, as if I made it difficult for her. Mo Fan said helplessly, recalling Chen Xian's line about expecting him to perform. It was as if he had heard the jeers in the contract space. I tell you, Mu Ningxue, this kind of woman's self-esteem is strong. But wherever there is still a little bit of a chance to turn over will not be compromised to the people. You take the gold mountain and silver mountain in front of her. She felt that you are in the humiliation of her. If I say, you should directly and ruthlessly conquer her. Mentioning women, Zhao Manyan became professional, his expression gradually confident. It was only after the sky darkened that Ling Ling finally arrived at Bird City and found Fan and the others. As soon as Fan saw little Ling Ling, he went on a rampage of Rua at her little head. Yeah, I still have to get married. Ling Ling pushed Fan away in disgust. Seeing as Fan promised to take her abroad to play together, Ling Ling let him Rua twice. Hey, it's not that I miss you. By the way, do those things on the list have an eye on them yet? Don't be afraid to spend money. We're not poor now. Fan said. There are some that can be bought directly. I asked my senior brother in the hunting lodge to help me buy them. Those few rarer ones can't be helped. You can only think of ways to find them on your own. But I can buy more knowing secret scrolls for you, so that you can find them faster as well. Spirit said. Alright then, our first stop is Japan. Let's go find the others first. Fan said. Ai Jiang Tu Nanju and the others have not returned yet, and do not know what happened. After greeting Zhao Manyan and Jiang Yu and the others, Fan released the blast wind demon eagle to carry the crowd up into the sky and began to search for Ai Jiang Tu and the others. After circling around in the sky for a long time, the direction was finally confirmed through the brightness and darkness of the state government's insignia. And it was surprising that this group of people were so restless that they ran straight out to sea. Following the light signal cue given by the State House insignia, the blaster devil eagle eventually swooped down towards a rocky island, on which Ai Jiangtu and the others were fighting a group of sirens. Fan immediately stepped in to help when he saw this, only to see his thunder system star map instantly complete, and under the high level of control, the fourth level of thunderbolts crackled and fell like a wild thunderstorm. The redling demons that attempted to escape instantly died a whole bunch of times. The blizzard demon eagle threw off the crowd on its back and turned into a green-colored sword that passed through, and several heads of redling demons had their heads exploded on the spot, instantly killing them in seconds, killing them with a single blow. The ground of the rocky island was left with a long deep scar, and the blasted demon eagles began to go back and forth through the group of sirens, killing far less efficiently than the mages could. It's the captain. The captain and the others are here. Jiang Yu was the first to spot Fan and the others. The crowd looked up and realized that Fan was standing on a small rocky hill continuously casting lightning magic, one well-head thick pillar of lightning after another, falling furiously, each one causing a violent explosion. In no time at all, the redling demons were killed cleanly, leaving behind a field of corpses. I mean, what are you guys doing here? Catching seafood? Huh? Fan asked curiously. Look at this. Ai Jiangtu came to a redling demon that had its head blown off by a blizzard demon eagle, which had a noticeable protrusion on its abdomen. Ai Jiangtu Nianli and his arms simultaneously exerted force, and with one hand, he tore through the belly of the redling demon and took out the tainted meatball in it. What's this? Zhao Manyan asked as he came forward. When Ai Jiangtu wiped away the mass of filth with his mind power, the corpse of a long-dead baby surfaced in front of the crowd accompanied by Mu Tingjing and Chen Ying's screams. Everyone's expressions became enraged, and Fan's face completely changed as his anger seemed to rise. What's going on here? Fan asked with a heavy voice. At first we were looking for the harbor when we stumbled upon a sea monkey that had bizarrely dashed into the sea with a baby in its arms from a city building. It was only after some tracing that we found this place, Mu Ningxue explained. Damn, what is this city defense of Feiyu City for? Never heard of any city where something like letting demons into the city to steal babies would happen. Zhao Manyan cursed angrily, swallowed raw. It was still alive when it reached the stomach. It should have just died not long ago too, Spirit said after careful observation, and the crowd realized that there was another loli here. Here's another one. The crowd turned their heads to find Nanju taking out another baby's corpse from the stomach of a redling demon. Give it all to me. Fan's voice was so cold that it seemed like polar ice cold, and the killing intent in his heart was already completely pressed. After picking up the two infant corpses, Fan's hand ignited a golden-orange flame, and the purifying light from the stars fell on the corpses, washing away the filth while also purifying the two young corpses. Jiang Yu, you and Ling Ling go back to Bird City and check where else this kind of thing happens, Fan said in a deep voice. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely find out everything for you. However, why did you bring this little beauty with you? Jiang Yu scratched his head and asked, who are you looking down on? Spirit had a fierce look on her face. She's my hunter partner. You guys take the blast wind demon eagle back. Fan finished speaking and called for the blast wind demon eagle. Hiss. This is the captain's summoned beast. It's almost close to the commander level, isn't it? Jiang Yu said with glowing eyes. The blizzard demon eagle had strengthened quite a bit recently, and his bloodline and bones were already enough to support him in advancing to the rank of commander, but he didn't have a suitable battle spirit, so he was stuck here. Alright, hurry up and move, Fan said. After the two left, Fan looked towards the sea. A small redling demon was watching this side of the sea in the distance. Who can take that guy alive? Fan asked. His chanting power wasn't enough to extend that long. I'll do it. Mu Ningxue volunteered. You're a substitute, so what's the point of showing off? Really? At this time, Mu Tinjing, a woman with a missing piece of her brain, didn't know what kind of wind she was pumping, and when she saw that Mu Ningxue was about to perform, she directly seethed. What's wrong with being a substitute? You think you're so strong? Don't you know how you got your spot? Is it for your face? Do you want the two of you to have a one-on-one match? Mo Fan heard where he could not bear it and directly disliked him angrily. Mu Tinjing completely did not expect Mo Fan, the captain, to stand up for Mu Ningxue, pointing at Mo Fan and holding her face red with anger. But she did not dare to put another harsh word. You? Not convinced, right? If you don't serve, speak with strength. If you don't have strength, shut up. Dragons should also be a little self-aware. Mo Fan didn't leave any half-heartedness, directly saying the words to death. And at the same time speaking to the others, Official Fish and Zhu Jiming didn't dare to let out a single fart at this moment, for fear of offending Mo Fan. No one else stood up for Mu Tinjing. After all, her sudden illness was quite inexplicable. The captain should have done so. Chapter 119. Red Lobster. Mu Ningxue glanced at it and didn't say anything, turning around and casting up a wind track, freezing the ice and killing towards the little redling demon. While the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly without a moment's effort, he used an ice lock to grab the little redling demon and dragged it back to the rocky island. Immediately after that, Zhang Xiaoshu compelled him with his mind-based magic and successfully made the little chilling demon incarnate as a bandwagon party. Next, the redling demon clan would endure Mo Fan's wrath. Riding on the boat that Ai Jiangtu and the others had found, the crowd followed behind little redling demon, the full responsibility brother with full horsepower. And Shen Xian also seemed to smell the flavor of seafood, so he should be able to have a full meal today. Shortly after, the state government team quickly locked onto the redling demon's hideout. 4 small, isolated islands spread out in a sort of 3-around-1 fashion, each only a few hundred meters in diameter. The outer 3 islands were inhabited by a group of sea monkey monsters, and the island in the center was the redling demon. It was worth mentioning that the redling demon was a kind of amphibious demon, and they would become even stronger if they were in the water. I scouted. The sea monkey monsters on the 3 islands are nearly 2,000 to 3,000. All of them are slave level. Not too many, but it's troublesome. The redling demons in the middle are not easy to count. I estimate that there are at least around 300 of them. The official fish came back to report after scouting. It's already comparable to a small clan. Nanju said. Plan how to strangle them all? Mo Fan said. These sirens are not the naive ones on land. The land demon Shen Xian can eat them. However, he wants demons in the sea. Shen Xian just appeared. It is estimated that this group of guys directly dived to the bottom of the sea. How deep it is. How deep it is. A little bit of shadow is not given to you. Shen Xian was still planning to taste the higher feast of a commander class like the Red Split Demon versus the land commander class that one added. Let me try to see if I can freeze the seawater between the islands, and when the time comes, I'll lure the redling demons out and kill them all in one go. Mu Ningxue said. Good idea, but would it be too much of a stretch to freeze all the seawater? Do you need help? Nanju said, eyeing Mu Tingying. No, I'll be fine on my own. I just can't be interrupted. Mu Ningxue said. That's good. Next, the people discussed the plan of action. First dive Mu Ningxue into the designated location, then let the people go to attract the attention of the redling demon for a while, and wait until the sea surface completely freezes, and then kill the redling demon in one fell swoop. Soon the crowd acted. Mo Fan personally sneaked the path of the sea monkey monsters will monitor the assassination. All the way to the shadow disappearance with the spatial nimbus did not appear half a bit of accident. After sending Mu Ningxue to the freezing point, Guan Yu, a fast-running wind mage, was immediately arranged by Mo Fan to stab the redling demon's lair to buy time for Mu Ningxue. The captain's arrangement? The official fish also had to listen to. The wind and earth system was supposed to do this job. It didn't take long for the crowd to see a group of redling demons chasing after the official fish, with wind rails being applied to their bodies one after another. Deeply afraid of being caught up. This time, around the center island, the seawater had already frozen into ice, and the plants along the coast were frozen stiff and broken. And looking down from a high altitude, the 4 islands seemed to be set in the middle of a huge ice ring. Mu Ningxue's freezing mission has been completed. At the same time, her ice domain had completed its initial accumulation and directly opened up to envelop all sides, as if snowflakes were falling from the domain. The powerful ice sealing power continued to erode the seawater, making it even harder. Just at this time, the official fish side also encountered trouble. A group of sea monkeys cooperated with the redling demon with human sea tactics surrounded him. The most unethical is that this group of sea monkeys do not talk about martial virtues, don't know where to pull out a pile of dirt, and threw it at the official fish. Tons of magic damage and spiritual damage forced the official fish to make mistakes. An accident was caught by the redling demons. Dozens of war general level redling demons, This time the armor magic tool was bound to be beaten out. Save me! Official Fish shouted from the group of redling demons. AI Jiangtu instantly moved to be the first to arrive at his side, and his powerful Nian Li exploded out, directly shocking all the redling demons around him, followed by Mo Fan's blazing fist 9 Jiao. Blazing 9 fire dragons swept through. Dozens of piled up redling demons fell 10 on the spot, and the rest of them were also affected by the waves and lingered on. What an overbearing flame! AI Jiangtu secretly exclaimed. He didn't know until he was burned, but now that he saw what happened to these demons, he realized that Mo Fan's fire system was a demon killing machine, and he had to know that this was a battle general level demon. Killjoy explosion, wind pan, ice lock, poisonous insects. The crowd reacted as a series of mid-ranked magic blossomed on the battlefield like brilliant fireworks. Each ray of light a merciless pronouncement against the enemy. Sound waves roared, wind blades sped, ice locks tightened, and poisonous insects wreaked havoc. Only so many middle-ranked magic caused just less than half of Mo Fan's casualties, and one middle-ranked magic simply couldn't kill a war general. Warlord-level creatures are still too meaty. Oh nah! Just then, a wild roar came out from the redling demon's cave, and a red-colored storm swept in, shattering everything along the way. Just by listening to the voice, the crowd knew that it was by no means an ordinary redling demon, but a huge-sized commander-class demon. This turned out to be a pack that possessed a commander level. A group of national government members who had not yet reached the high level had their faces changed greatly. The commander level meant a fatal threat to them, and now they could only pray that Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu would be able to stop him. It's a commander level red rift demon. Nanju's voice carried a shock that was hard to hide. She was at the front line and was about to face that raging crimson storm head-on, just as she was about to summon her shield magic tool to defend herself. The space around her suddenly shook, and in an instant, Mo Fan had silently stood beside her. Nanju had not yet had the time to ask when Mo Fan had learned instantaneous movement, only to see an immense and incomparable demonic wolf's arms suddenly reach out in the air in front of him, traversing through the void and grabbing directly at the center of the crimson storm. This scene frightened the crowd, who didn't dare to breathe until that prime wolf claw held the crimson demon hunting lobster's shrimp-like body as soon as it could. And only then did this Titan-class demon wolf slowly cross space to fully emerge. The terrifying size of more than 100,000 tons of weight stood on this small island. And all of a sudden, the entire central island sank downward by 1 or 2 meters, and the ice ring that had been so hard to freeze up the 3 islands directly burst open and fell off the ground. Shook in the scene, and the terrain of the center island changed as far as the naked eye could see. Even the air around them seemed to freeze. The sound of shattering ice was accompanied by the trembling of the ground, causing all the people and demons present to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The sea monkey monster and the redling demons saw the red split demon being suppressed by Chen Xian without any resistance, and immediately fled to the sea as if they had gone mad. The instincts of the creatures told them that when they encountered this level of existence, they had to dive down and dive down again, and dive down as deep as they could. Chapter 120. Total destruction. The red split demon's body erupted with a crimson light. Countless blood blades flung out as it twisted, and Chen Xian's palm holding its body even bore the brunt of the blood-colored storm that cut it by 1,000 cuts. However, Chen Xian's palm was like an iron casting, tightly holding that huge lobster-like body. Although the red light and the blood blade drew an appalling trajectory in the air, it could only leave insignificant traces on the surface of Chen Xian's skin, and failed to penetrate his impenetrable defense in the slightest. Seeing the many sea demons fleeing in droves, Chen Xian directly lifted up the huge red split demon, and that fat body was easily incorporated into the huge mouth in the eyes of the shocked crowd, and with a shocking crushing sound of bites, the red split demon was broken in two on the spot, and its head instantly exploded in a death that could not be repeated. Hunt down and kill. Don't spare a single one, Mo Fan yelled, bringing the crowd back from their shock. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that this demonic wolf was actually Mo Fan's contracted beast. Mo Fan led the way, after Yan Ji possessed him as if he was a heavenly god descending from the earth, his rooted hair backwashing like burning fire filaments, his huge flame feathers like 2 giant guillotine blades. The whole person rushed directly into the group of redling demons. The hand coalesced a 10 or 20 meters long flame giant sword. A forceful sweep directly 4 or 5 heads of redling demon completely waste. The flame in the air cut out a blazing trajectory, as if the sun's rays of light in the earth engraved a brand. Every strike from Mo Fan was accompanied by the wailing of the redling demon, and wherever the flame sword went, the flame of life was extinguished and turned into a scorched earth. Muningshue was the first to follow, killing towards the group of fleeing redling demons on the side. Dozens of ice locks hardened under her manipulation, dragging down dozens of redling demons. At the same time, she manipulated the power of frost to block off the redling demon's path of retreat. The ice prawns were like forests, solidifying the seawater and building a maze of death, leaving them nowhere to escape. AI Jiangtu instantly moved into the dense group of redling demons, spatial magic at his fingertips, Nimbus with the various effects of spatial rhythms, coupled with the curse-based traps, killing the sirens wasn't slow in the slightest. Guan Yu, Mu Tinjing and the others were not willing to lag behind, each casting their own master skills, wind blades, toxins, sound waves, various elements intertwined into a net of death, completely enveloping the Redling Demon Clan. To end this battle, there are no flukes, no omissions, only total removal. After Chen Xian swallowed the red split demon into his stomach, he didn't feel a trace of satiety at all. Aiming his gaze at the fleeing sea monkey monsters, his body's demonic power surging as pale blue streams of light flowed from the lines on his body surface. The elemental furnace in his chest cavity was crazily absorbing the surrounding elements. The temperature in the air was gradually rising higher and higher, and Mu Ningxue's frozen sea surface was melting little by little. When this energy refined from the elemental furnace mingled with the demonic power, a terrifying red lotus demonic power was formed, and Chen Xian's mouth opened wide, the crimson light escaping from his mouth heralding the coming of the spitting power that would destroy everything. In the next second, a fiery scorching light gushed out from Chen Xian's mouth, and wherever it passed, the sea monkey monsters were instantly turned into ashes, and even their screams were swallowed up by the heat. On the surface of the sea, a path of death made up of flames was clearly visible, a direct manifestation of Chen Xian's terrifying power. Chen Xian moved his huge head, and the path of death composed of flames swept along with him, and the sea monkey monsters, under this force majeure, were reduced to nothing, along with their fear and despair, annihilated. Seawater in the high temperature boiling, steam up layers of fog, this sea covered in a hazy and hot. It was only at this point that Chen Xian realized something as an afterthought. It's bad. I'm so happy, I forgot to leave my body intact. What are we going to eat now? Luckily, this was only one of the sea monkey monsters on one side. There were still tons of sea monkey monsters in the other direction, many of which had already jumped into the sea. And these Chen Xian didn't bother chasing after changing his battle strategy. Chen Xian directly switched to a rogue fighting style, grabbing the land on the island and smashing it directly at the sea monkey monsters, the house-sized chunks of dirt exploding into countless chunks in the air, killing a whole bunch of sea monkeys monsters in a matter of moments. This time, there were bodies left behind. Seeing that the battle on Mo Fan's side was about to come to an end, Chen Xian also started the mode of killing and eating at the same time, grabbing a few sea monkey monsters and just swallowing them straight away. And when he walked around, the whole island shook. Beast tide summoning, the Redling demons were being killed less and less by the state government players, leaving only a few dozen scattered, and Mo Fan directly opened the beast tide gate, summoning dozens of meteor falcons to come out and chase them down. Not a moment's effort, the battle was finally over. All the Redling demons totaled more than 300 heads, nay the state house players were all demons. Each one of them was able to fight against a dozen or so warlords at the same time, and some of them were actually already high-level mages. Only that they couldn't complete the constellations. Mo Fan's full force outburst was even more than 1 against 100, and if he hadn't been worried about melting all of the ice and letting the Redling demon run away, he would have just gone crazy and executed the heavenly flame funeral. The crowd came back to their senses and looked at Chen Xian again, still full of shock. With such a powerful existence as a contracted beast, no wonder Mo Fan was so crazy. Now Mo Fan's position in the team was unshakable. Chen Xian didn't care about that much and walked along the huge ice ring. The corpses of those Redling demons and sea monkey monsters floated up under the manipulation of his thoughts and floated into his wolf's mouth, directly swallowing them in one gulp, and even exempting them from chewing. Hiss, Captain, how many meals does this big guy of yours eat in a day? Zhang Yu asked in awe. I didn't even notice if you didn't tell me. It seems like Xian only eats once in a long time. Once if that? I honestly don't know how much he can actually eat. Mo Fan spread out both hands. The experience of the demonic guts and meat of these Redling demons was quite high. One head could top 50 experience value now. The red split demon provided Chen Xian with nearly 2W of experience value. It seemed that the direction of the feast's development was the sirens. A meal added almost 40,000 experience, and another dozen or so siren clans should be able to break through to the 7th level of the feast. While Chen Xian was in the middle of eating, Mo Fan led the crowd back to Fei Bird City. No one dared to have an opinion on the matter of Chen Xian devouring the Redling demon's corpse all by himself. By the time Mo Fan and the others found Ling Ling and Zhang Yu, they had already found out that this had been going on for a long time in Bird City. Only the ending was the same as the original. Just as they were about to dig out the mastermind behind the scene, they were called off by the state mentor. However, Spirit pinpointed the suspicion on the East China Sea Magic Association, and Mo Fan could only do nothing when he knew about it. The East China Sea Magic Association was, after all, something that even the Magic City Magic Association couldn't control. Only this incident, however, also left a thorn in Mo Fan's heart and a bad impression of the ruler of this world. This hasn't even traveled to Japan yet, and we've already terminated a demonic colony. Are we out for a demon hunt? Zhao Manyan joked. His laughter mixed with a few hints of relaxation and confidence. Chapter 121. Private Jetsukeman sniffed and followed up with, "Any leads on the ship then?" Nanju shook his head, explaining, "Not yet. The one we just checked out actually belongs to a local fisherman. Do you guys have any ideas yet?" AI Jiantu inquired towards the others, just as the crowd was discussing unsuccessfully. Fan suddenly turned his words around and said something shocking, "Don't need to look for any ships. Just take my private jet to go." When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. So luxurious? There is still such an experience as a private airplane for the National Palace training? Crap! When did you buy a private jet? So rich. Zhao Manyan reacted the most. As the second son of the Zhao family, he was at best playing with supercars. Private planes like this in the magical world, that was the configuration of the top godly man, because the skies beyond the boundary are also unsafe. Routes become extraordinarily valuable. And an airplane without a route is a piece of scrap metal. I've never experienced a private airplane in my entire life. Nanrong and I said expectantly. The others also looked at Fan with shocked faces. They didn't realize that this captain was not only strong but also a tycoon. That's right, after all, the strong mage who isn't rich, even if he was originally a grassroots. Hey, looking forward to it, huh? I guarantee this will be an experience you will never forget. Fan smiled mysteriously and then led the crowd to the beach. Ling Ling already had a bad feeling at this point. As expected, by the time the crowd arrived at the seashore, a crimson meteor, brighter than the sun, fell from the sky, and when it was about to hit the ground, it urgently counter-jetted, completing its deceleration and falling into the sea. Chen Xian stood on the sea and stretched out his palm in front of the crowd, his nimbus reaching out to include them one by one in the palm of his hand. "Here, this is my private airplane." Fan stood in the middle of Chen Xian's palm and proudly introduced it to the crowd. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to react, he hugged Ling Ling and looked for a safe corner to turn on the shield magic tool and went, "No, wait, why do I need to use a shield magic tool?" Zhang Yu was still asking in confusion. Chen Xian had already withdrawn his palms and half closed them, forming protection for the crowd, and immediately after that, the elemental melting furnace began to operate, demonic power merging into the wings of the gunbone on his back, and crimson hot air streams gushed out in the palm of his hand. Zhao Manyan, who reacted immediately, put layers of defense on himself, feeling the vibrations around him as well as the rise in temperature. The others also followed suit and offered up their defensive magic tools. In the next second, a strong lift came from the soles of their feet, and everyone was toppled by this force, against the palms of their hands. And the strong feeling of pushing caused the people to lie firmly on their backs against the palms of their hands. It wasn't until Chen Xian flew high into the air and began to fly smoothly that he adapted to the inertia. Chen Xian even used his Nianli to protect them when he grabbed them in his hands. Otherwise the air friction could directly burn a person to death. Not everyone was as thick-skinned as he was. This was a good distance from Japan, so Chen Xian could take a good measure of his top speed. 1-800-1900-2000, 2300-2300 kilometers per hour. Close to Mach 2. Want to continue to improve it is very difficult. Can push the wind resistance force area so large object to this speed. This propulsion effect is really no comment. Has exceeded the previous generation of top fuel. This is what you said. A private airplane. In the thought barrier, Spirit roared at Fan. Hey, this is the fastest. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Fan comforted her. Mind soothe. A faint layer of mind fluctuation came out from Jiang Xiaoshu's body. The physiological reaction brought about by high-speed movement was very uncomfortable. At this time, all of them had felt much better. Thanks, Fox Jiang. Fan said. I should, brother Fan. Jiang Xiaoshu said with a teasing smile. After hearing this, Fan felt all crispy and glanced at Mu Ningshue's eyes before saying, I'm a man with a family. Behave yourself. It's okay, I don't mind. Without a moment's effort, Chen Xian arrived in Japan. If it was Fan alone, Chen Xian would have just thrown him into the city and just disappeared himself. Anyway, his stealth ability was okay. At this time so many people will not be very convenient. Chen Xian casually find a piece of the coast of the uninhabited mountainous area, slowly landing. Will be put a crowd. This place is nothing demon. At most a few head of the slave war generals. The crowd can be completely their own walkout. Chen Xian didn't choose to go back to the contract space. He was suddenly very interested in the sirens and decided to go ahead and have a full meal. Anyway, after that Fan would have to stay in Japan for more than a month. This time could be used to brush up on the feast. After picking up a locating mutual magic weapon with Ling Ling, Chen Xian flew away directly. Nowhere he chose to go to. The far sea was right in the middle of the near sea. After briefly trying underwater, he found that his propulsion system was still able to be used, except that the resistance of water was very huge, 800 times that of air. and Chen Xian's terrifying maneuverability would look like a chicken's nest in the water. It seems that it is still necessary to learn the Siren Demon Law. Just that the red cracked demon exploded an essence out for Chen Xian, and decisively put it into the spirit world among the demon nucleus to refine it. This process was just like Fan taking the essence spirit to strengthen the star. The difference was that Chen Xian's demon core would absorb the full amount of the essence spirit's power, while the essence spirit energy that Fan strengthened into the middle of the star was unclear to anyone what kind of grubbing it had gone through. The existence of the star child was already quite bizarre. They were disobedient at birth, requiring one to give spiritual energy to control it, refine it, and feed it. And their role is also very important. That is to connect the star track, communicate with the elements, mobilize magical energy. Different star patterns have different effects. The magician's spell casting is actually to line up a star track and then put it together. However, as a demon, Chen Xian knew that only spiritual power was needed when utilizing demonic power. And even though demonic techniques might not be as refined as magic, their power was even more immense and brutal. It wasn't as refined and delicate as magic. And that was only because demons hadn't formed an advanced civilization and hadn't passed down the knowledge to specifically cultivate demonic techniques. If magic didn't have the various astrological patterns that human civilization had summarized over the years, then human mages would be just as bad as demons, if not worse. In Chen Xian's eyes, the star child is protection and assistance, and likewise a shackle. And this star child must have a powerful source, even for every faculty awakened by mankind, and this is likely to come from the holy city. After all, Michael's heavenly mountain has truly suppressed Fan's astral child, so that it cannot connect into a magical astral track, and even carry out backstabbing into spiritual power to suppress themselves. Perhaps the angel's mouth magic origin is precisely the astral child origin. Chapter 122. 122. Double Guardian Pavilion. It was good that Chen Xian didn't have to worry about this. One was that he had a demon core, and the other was that Fan had already cracked the trick in the original, which was the fusion spell. Fusion spells are definitely the ultimate answer to the world of magic. Not only does the fusion of magic produce a 1+1 effect, but it is also possible to step out of the limitations of magic alone after a forbidden spell and reach a realm of creation. Dean Xiao even broke through the Cold Moon Eye's demon god's magic disintegration with the help of the fusion technique. As such, the fusion technique was also something Chen Xian had to learn. Only that he currently had no clue the original pale blue demon core had an additional azure layer after refining the red split demon. And Chen Xian could feel his demonic power starting to work for seawater. Only it wasn't that obvious yet, but it was strong enough. At this point, Chen Xian's flexibility in the sea increased drastically, and the resistance of the seawater was no longer as exaggerated as it was in the physical sense. At the same time, the memory fragments of the red-colored cracked demon began to emerge a little bit. This was one of the side effects of complete refinement. Hoshiko's protection was still meaningful. Chen Xian digested and absorbed it properly before he began to move around in the ocean. He was within 20 kilometers of the coastline, never running too far. Who knew what horrible monsters were in the sea? Huge body size coupled with the super high temperature emanating from its entire body. Such a Titan-class demon wolf was just diving in the sea. The high temperature caused countless water vapor to evaporate around it. There was no point of concealment to speak of. Fortunately, Chen Xian's strength was terrifying. Not many sea demons dared to provoke themselves. At the same time, he had also discovered that after revolving the elemental furnace, it appeared that he no longer needed to breathe the oxygen in the air, and whatever his body needed to circulate energy, the elemental furnace would automatically ingest it for him. It's just that his eyes don't work very well in the ocean, and they need to continue to evolve. Soon after, Chen Xian encountered a group of red shrimp demons, which were numerous, and even though their individual strength was only at the slave level, they were tantalizingly large due to their sheer numbers. Faced with this kind of culinary temptation, how could Chen Xian hold back? He instantly activated his strongest propulsion, transforming into a ravenous beast of the ocean, and with a single lunge, dozens of gathered red shrimp demons instantly disappeared under his sharp teeth. The surrounding tiny demons were like small fishes and shrimps. They scattered and fled when they saw this, but Chen Xian followed him like a shadow, like a gluttonous snake that was never satisfied, chasing after each and every one of the escapees. But in a matter of moments, this small demon nest was completely swept away by him, leaving not a single thread of life behind. Experience value plus 1000. At this moment, it dawned on Chen Xian that the ocean turned out to be the best stage for him to advance through the tiers of the feast, enjoying the feast as he pleased without the need to be restrained. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian continued his exploration, and after swimming a few kilometers in the direction of the red shrimp demon's escape, he encountered another small colony of blue ling demons, with no commander-level existences visible in the colony, and it was obvious that their strongest might have already gone out to hunt. In response, Chen Xian did not go soft, as he silently launched a visit to this clan's nest, devouring the old and weak who had stayed behind in their homes one by one. while waiting for the return of those young and strong blue Ling demons who had gone out, preparing to give them a surprise. In the process of collecting and investigating the nest, Chen Xian actually had an unexpected harvest, a water spirit seed hidden deep beneath the seabed. Such a treasure might be difficult to easily refine even for some ordinary commander-level demons. But for Chen Xian, since he couldn't directly refine it, he would use the most direct way, swallow it. Without hesitation, he swallowed it into his mouth along with the sea sand surrounding the spirit seed. And the precious spirit seed thus became his food along with the sand grains of the CBED. As soon as the huge energy contained in the spirit seed entered Chen Xian's body, it was immediately surrounded and gradually eroded by his raging demonic power. And thanks to the addition of the oceanic properties conferred by the red-colored split demon, Chen Xian's demonic power itself already possessed preliminary water attribute qualities. Even though this attribute was still weak, it was enough to serve as a medium for Chen Xian to create a subtle resonance with this water spirit seed, opening up the possibility of refining it. And as long as he succeeded in refining it, his mastery of the water attribute would be greatly strengthened. Refining was very slow. Chen Xian needed to continue meditating to comb through this power to integrate it into his demonic power and body, and it was expected to take half a month before he could possibly refine it. Without a moment's effort, the Zhan Blue Stinger demon returned to the lair with a group of blue Ling demons full of expectations, but at a mere 200 meters close to the lair, he was shocked to discover Chen Xian's figure. And that moment of shock turned into a scream of despair as he turned around and desperately fled towards the deep sea. Only it was too late. The speed and power of Chen Xian's advancement of the outburst had long exceeded the scope of their imagination, and amidst the desperate screams, the Zhan Blue Thorn demon and its clan members were ultimately unable to escape the fate of being devoured. With his experience accumulating once again, Chen Xian felt more and more that the ocean was his place to feast. Not only was there plenty of food here, but it was also conducive to his rapid growth. Each feeding was not only an enhancement of his demonic power, but also a deepening of his adaptation and understanding of the water-based demonic techniques, and the ocean is very rich in resources. The human world is very precious water resources, some in the sea just randomly thrown on the seabed. See if you dare to pick up. Chen Xian continued to wander. He was going to spend this month in the sea. Only in the sea would his feast experience value increase significantly. On the other side, Mo Fan and the others, just like in the original, ended up going into a temple to stay there in order to avoid the identity checks of the law enforcement officers. It was as if this world had some kind of magic that began to correct the plot after Chen Xian left, and they encountered Narahara Hollow, a vessel demon spirit. Just as in the original, A Zhao Manyan was directly seduced by a slip of the tongue, and in the end it was Mo Fan and Ai Jiangtu who took out Naraharakan through Nanju's secret method of dreaming into the middle of the wooden fish world. Lao Zhao was also blessed with the totem vessel of Basho, and never went down the drain again. By now the Kakufu crowd had departed for the Oban Shuang Shikaku, their first stop on the kickoff. As soon as they arrived in Osaka, Jiang Xiaoxiu led a group of women to spend money, eating, drinking and buying, and Mo Fan didn't dare to have half an opinion, so he could only lead the remaining members of the State House to the Shuangshij Pavilion. Shuang Mukaku is built on two twin hills that watch each other 7 or 8 kilometers from the coastline, and their national pavilion is also being built on the top of the hill, looking like a castle from here. Looking toward the sea, you can clearly see the largest sea battlefield in Osaka, and as a result, a number of high-ranking Japanese military officials live here. When they came to the stone enclosure, guarding the gate of the enclosure were 2 Japanese mages dressed in the style of Japanese samurai robes, and when they saw Mo Fan's group of young men, their eyes immediately glared, feeling as if they were trespassing on forbidden land. "Hey, you're from Rokoku, aren't you?" a woman in a kimono questioned in the international language. Looking very unfriendly. Chapter 123, 123. Challenging Chikane Wangetsu ha? How did you know? Mo Fan was also strange. Obviously they all looked similar, and there wasn't much difference in their dress. How did they recognize them? It's only you Dragon Kingdom tourists who are so rude. Don't you see the sign at the bottom of the mountain prohibiting tourists from entering? Can't read, can you? The kimono woman condescendingly stood up there and said with slight disdain, "Miss Flower, we are not tourists." Mo Fan said, "Chinese who come here to work to mix Japanese identity also cannot. Hurry down the mountain, or I will throw you down one by one." The kimono woman said with incomparable arrogance. After hearing this, the State House team and the others were completely offended. "Damn chicken bitch, you're shameless, aren't you? I'd like to see how you'll throw me down." Mo Fan cursed angrily at once. "What did you say? Try saying it again." Chikage Wangetsu was so angry that Dare rose and fell violently. "I said, you're a stinking idiot for stepping on a horse. You're a chicken shit who lets people." Mo Fan's foul language soared wildly, although the translation of the international language was not too standard, but it was better than the meaning was clear. This could make Wang Yuqian Kara furious. Magic aura spread out, the air suddenly cold. the marble under the feet gradually floating strange vine branches. Yoo-hoo! Stinky chicken bitch batch raised it. I'm going to use my fierce fist to make you feel good today. Mo fan cursed. The same magical aura surfaced. The air instantly dried up. The burning star map cupped in his hand about to swing out with a fist. Stop it all. A brash voice came from the Western Guardian Pavilion. Accompanied by a strong super rank aura, the atmosphere of sword fighting between Mo fan and Wan Yuqian Kaoru was directly suppressed, and they dispersed their brewing magic on their own. The crowd looked at the source of the voice together, only to see a hardened old man who stayed in his beard striding towards them. Qian Kaoru, it's time for you to change your temper. These people, they should be our honored guests, the famous sword of the hopeful moon said. Old man, it's a good thing you showed up just in time, or else this precious granddaughter of yours would have been beaten into a fathead. Mo fan said to the famous sword of Wan Yu froze, thinking carefully before finding the meaning of fathead in his mind. On the sidelines, Wan Yuqian Kaoru was already so angry that she was about to burst her big thunder. Humph! What kind of honored guests can these insolent people be? You have no idea what coarse language he just abused me with. That was also your fault in the first place. Well, let's leave it at that. I think all of you should be the Dragon Kingdom State Council members, right? Counting the time. You guys came really fast. Look out, Moon famous sword said. Hearing this, Mo fan also stepped forward to give the State House badge, confirming the identity of himself and the others. The next crowd was also arranged to visit and rest in the Xuangshukaku, and to meet the members of the Japanese National Pavilion. Only the process was not too wonderful, and the atmosphere of both sides was tense. By the time the dinner was served, several women had also arrived at the Xuangshu Pavilion, and the tearing between Jiang Xiaoshu and the Japanese National Pavilion instructor had once again escalated the conflict, both parties harboring anger in their eyes, desperate to teach each other a lesson. I think it's better to just cut it out. Anyway, it's just stepping on a footprint. Dinner party or something? We're not bad for this meal. Jiang Xiaoshu's mouth was full of gunpowder flavor. These words can make the entire West Guardian Pavilion's small life all furious. This is a naked insult. The air went quiet. Jiang Xiaoshu, Don, TB like this. Mo fan pulled her. Wan Yuqian Kaoru and a few of the higher-ups had originally stood up, and when they saw that Mo fan had discouraged them, they had only subsided a bit. You women are one by one eating your fill in Osaka. We people are still hungry. If you want to fight, wait until we are full. Mo fan then spat out the words behind him. Once this word came out, the small day of the Double Guardian Pavilion completely exploded, directly called for people to set up the playing field in advance. And many mages were so angry that they pinched and folded the cutlery in their hands in a hard way. The dinner party directly cannot be carried out. Eat also cannot eat. Did not eat full or angry full. The reception hall air is quiet. Only Mo fan and others in that loud conspiracy. A moment to fuck whoever. Mo fan wanted to fuck Wang Yuqian Kaoru. Officer Fish wanted to fuck Captain Yellow Hair. And Jiang Xiaoshu wanted to fuck some demonic slutty chicken. It's hard to hear people's teeth. After consultation between the two sides, it was determined that the challenge would be one-on-one. 3 out of 5 rounds. With the dragon side picking the opponent. It didn't take long for the dueling grounds to be set up and the protective boundaries to function properly. The crowd moved to the middle of the Western Guardian Pavilion fighting arena. Originally the others were still thinking of fighting for some performance, but looking at Mo fan, Official Fish, Jiang Xiaoshu's fire that couldn't be resisted, they had to give up this opportunity. On the side of the Japan National Pavilion, seeing that the National Palace team and the others only chose 3 individuals to play a 5-set, 3-win match, not putting their little day in their eyes at all of them were also enraged. And if it wasn't for the fact that the Japan National Palace team had to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to challenge them as well, they might have to come up with some underhanded tactics. Official Fish is the first to challenge. His opponent is Golden Hair Okamoto-san. The strength of the two men is equal, except that Official Fish is better by virtue of his equipment. Both of them were speed-type mages, and the entire fighting arena was littered with wind tracks laid out by these two. And they were like countless cyan-colored tracks that crisscrossed this tournament arena. Both of these two were very old-fashioned in their mastery of the wind, fighting from the ground to the sky, from long range against waves to close combat. The two were entangled and fought so hard that it was hard to see Mo fan dozing off of the mage's protracted battle as the most boring, or the destructive move to determine the victory or defeat in one move to be comfortable. Finally, with an ear-piercing metallic sound, Official Fish managed to defeat Okamoto-san with an injury for an injury. Only he himself ended up lying down with injuries. The state government players fought with the state hall players like this. To be honest, it's quite humiliating. I guess letting Zhao Manyan go up wouldn't even be a fight like this. After briefly treating both of them, the second match started immediately. Mo fan as the captain naturally had to be the finale, so Jiang Xiaoshu went first. There were no surprises in the outcome, and with the disgusting level of the mind department, There was no reason to lose in single combat. Kosho Ikari surrendered in humiliation without ever putting out a single spell in its entirety. Next it was Mo-fan's turn to take the stage. And look, it's all you, Chikage Wangetsu. I'm going to have to beat you into a fat head this time. Mo-fan pointed at Wang Yuqian Kaoru and said nonchalantly. A few of the small day executives frowned, and then said, Mo-fan, you'd better pick someone else. No need. Just her. A few of the National Pavilion instructors wanted to persuade them further, and the Japanese students watching around them were all showing strange sneering expressions, but Mo-fan just wasn't moved. Sensei, since he insists on picking me, I'll practice with him. The big deal is that when he loses he'll let them pick another person to fight. Wang Yuqian Kaoru slowly stood up. Humph. Damn bitch. I'll let you see it right away. Mo-fan took the lead and walked onto the fighting stage. Chapter 124 to 124. Defeating Chikage Wangetsu. Wang Yuqian Kaoru went to the opposite side of the table, and the participants in the seat were talking. Only they were speaking Japanese, which Mo-fan couldn't understand, but the words were full of sneers, as if he was some kind of clown. Ha ha ha. This guy is about to have bad luck. That's right. How dare you pick Ms. Chikuma? I'll beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. Serves you right. I bet he doesn't last 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 3 minutes tops. Wait for the show. The corner of Mo-fan's mouth twitched. From the dissimilarity of these people one could tell that Wang Yuqian Kaoru was strong, but Mo-fan didn't think that she could be even fiercer than himself. This could be seen from the aura. Let's begin. Nobuko Fujikata opened her mouth to announce. Mo-fan and Wang Yuqian Kaoru were separated by a distance of 50 meters. The general duel of mages would seize the first opportunity. After all, magic you and I. As in the turn system, but Wang Yuqian Kaoru didn't. As if she was deliberately waiting for Mo-fan to take the lead for a bit, being as arrogant as she wanted to be. How arrogant? Mo-fan wasn't used to her either. If you dare to be so arrogant, then I'll just start at a high level. When she saw Mo-fan's thunder system star charts popping up one after another around her body, Wang Yuqian Kaoru began to lose her composure. The high-level aura that Mo-fan was radiating was not weaker than her at all. Wang Yuqian Kaoru didn't dare to make any more waves. This was an opponent that required her to go all out. There was no option for a high-level starter. The constellations were very time-consuming to cast, and there was still a chance that she might be slowed down by the already backhanded one. Only to see her scatter a piece of seed in Mo-fan's direction. And in the next moment, the ground instantly cracked, and dozens of seedlings drilled out of the stone slabs, transforming into vines and pumping towards Mo-fan. This is in the hands of a high-level mage. The forest of Koan. There are thousands of changes, completely different from the kind of small chickens like Munugio. Mo-fan tens of meters in a circle are surrounded by tree vines. Mo-fan, who also realized that the other party was not to be messed with, was not polite, and the blood beast boots were directly put on, together with the high-level cultivation and the system brought by the blood sharpener. He was like an agile demonic beast shuttling directly through the tree vines. Finally, the thunder constellation is complete. Silent thunder deathlight. Mo-fan's entire body was bursting with electricity, and the moment he struck was a killing move. Aiming at Wang Yuqian Kaoru's direction with a vicious push, a sharp beam of lightning broke through the air and struck directly at Wang Yuqian Kaoru's location. The silent thunder deathlight single kill is the best of the high-level magic. Amazing power. Speed is as fast as lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye has reached Wang Yuqian Kaoru's eyes. Wang Yuqian Kaoru was shocked at the sight. Her opponent's spell casting speed and high-level control far exceeded her expectations, and she was able to finish casting a spell even under these circumstances. The silent thunder deathlight did not exist to say that it missed, and there was no possibility of Wang Yuqian Kaoru dodging it. And as soon as Mo-fan made a forward swinging motion to push the electricity, Wang Yuqian Kaoru offered up the armor magic tool and the shield magic tool. Water canopy is also instantly open. Layers of defense are completed in the flash of lightning. The terrifying beam of lightning instantly pierced through the water canopy. The defense of the magic tool is also difficult to resist. Its terrifying power also suffered a penetration. The terrifying beam of lightning landed on the armored magic tool with a loud bang, but by now the beam had already been offset by a large amount of damage, and Wang Yuqian Kaoru was directly blown hundreds of meters out. Wang Yuqian Kaoru adjusted her posture in midair and barely stabilized her form, her face pale. Obviously that strike just now had given her quite a shock. The aftermath of the lightning crackled around her, leaving a large scorched and dented mark on her armor. Mo-fan stood in place, did not ride the victory. This kind of time does not stop to taunt 2 sentences. It is not him, only to see his gaze seemingly absurd, but in fact to observe Wang Yuqian Kaoru's reaction said, "How does it taste? Dead bitch? Bastard." Wang Yuqian Kaoru gritted her teeth, but her eyes burned with fighting spirit. If not for her timely activation of magic tools and defense magic just now, I'm afraid that she would no longer be able to stand here, and she must not allow him to use high-level magic at will again. Storm Wave. Wang Yuqian Kaoru cast her spells quickly. After completing a water system star map, she quickly depicted the high-level constellations. Her spell casting was stealthy and swift. Emofan had only just dispersed the stormy waves with a fiery punch when her high-level plant system had already been completed. Only a dark red seed landed at Emofan's feet, and in an instant, countless ghost vines erupted, and the earth in a 100-meter radius was filled with these ghost vines. Emofan's face changed as he realized what this was. Plant-based high-level magic Ghostwood Hand. He had learned about gherkins when he was at Kunshan Airport. The Ghostwood Hand would change with the attributes of the Spirit Seed Soul Seed. Remembering that Han Silence's Ghostwood Hand was directly summoning a giant cannibalistic flower that could swallow dozens of Warlord-class undead in one bite. At this moment, the Ghostwooden Hands that Wang Yuqian Cairo executed was a large area of huge ghost vines like the tentacles of an octopus, and each of them was as thick as a 1,000-year-old tree. Emofan didn't dare to keep his hand, only to see him leaping high to avoid the incoming ghost vines. His body lit up with golden-orange flames, and a circle of fire-coronated aura opened up from the soles of his feet, instantly burning back a large number of ghost vines. Fiery Fist. 9 palaces. Emofan heavily blasted the flames in his hand towards the ground. Dozens of meters in a radius erupted with fiery columns of fire. Countless ghost vines were incinerated. However, the range of the ghost wooden hands was still too large, and the middle-ranked magic couldn't completely eliminate them even if they were restrained. Wang Yuqian Cairo manipulated the ghost vines and kept pumping them towards Emofan's location, but she was unable to break through the encirclement of the sky-charging fire pillars, and the water high level could not be used as an offense, so she could only watch helplessly as Emofan completed his high-level magic in the middle of the fire pillars. Heaven, flame, burial, right. As a fire aura that rose up to the sky surfaced, Emofan's voice rang out like thunder, and the flames of his entire body became even more blazing at this moment. As if it had gathered all the flame essences in heaven and earth, the clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart by this force, revealing a crimson dome of heaven, as if even the sun was crowning it, only to see Emofan raise his arms high. A huge flame vortex coalesced above his head. The flame vortex rotated and accelerated to ascend into the sky, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky. That beam of light erupted away the moment it reached its apex, transforming into a sky full of flaming meteors, which carried destructive power and poured down in all directions, shrouding the entire fighting arena under a rain of fire. Wang Yuqian Cairo raised her head in horror, not daring to imagine that such a terrifying magical might was actually coming from the person in front of her. She didn't dare to have any carelessness, and quickly held up the waterflower canopy. Water overpowered fire, and with the power of this magic so spread out, she was sure she'd wait to block it. However, that piece of fire rain, under Emofan's control, fell in large quantities on Wang Yuqian Cairo's side, and only just after the fire rain fell, the barrier formed by the waterflower canopy shook under the bitter support. Wang Yuqian Cairo finally managed to hold out until the end of the rain of fire. Only when she looked up and looked around, the breath she was hanging in the air completely gave out. All of the ghost vines were burned to the ground. The entire fighting arena became a sea of fire, and a dozen long shadow needles formed a dark starburst formation that appeared under his feet at some point. It's a level 4 giant shadow spike. Dark Mantle. The victory is decided. Chapter 125. 125. Congealed evil pearls. At this point, the crowd under the stage had long been dumbfounded, especially on the side of Little Day, completely unable to believe that their instructor would lose to a State House student. The people on the side of the national government team were also very shocked. They didn't expect this Wang Yuqian Cairo to be so strong, and only after asking did they realize that it was an instructor. The most outrageous thing was that Emofan even won the fight. Just how perverted are you? I lost. Wang Yuqian Cairo hung her head in loss, feeling humiliated. Humph, don't be so arrogant in the future. Emofan snorted coldly, lifting the dark manifestation and extinguishing the surrounding flames, except that the venue must have been damaged, but it was none of his business, and silently walked off the stage to ask for the challenge badge. Emofan. Bull. Our State House team is so strong. We'll definitely get that good result today in Dragonland. A group of members of the State House immediately blew up, and the seats on the small day side were each as if they were dead relatives. Their faces were dark and scary. Their own instructors let a trainee defeat them. This was really a disgrace. The Japanese military division coldly grunted and directly left the ring. Fujikata Nobuko's face was hot, remembering the harsh words said before the match, feeling the gaze of the onlookers as sharp as a sword. Looking at the moon-famous sword, looking at Emofan's face is very complicated. After the match was over and they took the challenge badges given by the famous sword of the Lookout Moon, the crowd went back to their respective houses to rest and wait for tomorrow's departure to Tokyo Sea Battle City. Stationed at Tokyo Sea Battle City to kill demons, this was their next mission in the calendar. When night came, the Basho approached the coastline of Shuangshikaku just as the original did, and his massive size directly triggered hundreds of warning buoys at once. The garrison was instantly alarmed. realizing that a giant siren was approaching the coastline, and immediately sounded the alarm of the entire double-guard pavilion. Up and Down entered the middle of the alert state, and Mo-fan was also woken up by the sudden alarm. Thinking that his disaster physique had struck again, it was only after careful confirmation that they realized it was a certain powerful sea beast that had mistakenly entered human territory and left directly after being discovered by the humans. And the higher-ups of the Double Guardian Pavilion were baffled of being woken up. Mo-fan also cannot sleep, simply began to wander up, with the shadow system of the shadow hiding cover. There are not many people can find him. The next development is the same as the original. Mo-fan mistakenly entered the boudoir of Wang Yuqian Kaoru, saw something that should not be looked at, was caught by the right. In order not to lose his reputation, can only choose to private. Agreed to break into the forbidden East Shuj prison with her to save her big brother Tsuruta. After a tense and exciting infiltration operation, they did find Tsuruta in the East Shikaku, the largest mage prison in Asia. Except that at this time Tsuruta had already had his mind eroded by the Nimbus Evil Pearl. The red devil that had just been born in the Evil Pearl of Conjuration had obviously found a more valuable host, and directly manipulated Tsuruta into giving himself up. However, Mo-fan turned away from it, not even wanting to look at it more than once, and directly threw it to Wang Yuqian Kaoru. Intuition told him that this thing was evil. The two exited the East Guardian Pavilion and parted ways, but halfway there Mo-fan felt uneasy, feeling that if he just let Wang Yuqian Kaoru go back on her own, what serious consequences might happen. He was not assured that he immediately chased back. As expected, holding the condensation Evil Pearl in her hand, Wang Yuqian Kaoru was immediately eroded by her mind, and directly went on a killing spree on the street. Fortunately, Mo-fan arrived in time to stop her evil behavior. After Wang Yuqian Kaoru came to her senses, she was also terrified, and she decisively threw down the bead that exuded evilness, not daring to approach it by half again. Mo-fan did the same, and the two of them directly notified the old man, the famous Sword of the Looking Moon, to come over and deal with it. During this period, this condensation evil bead even wanted to roll into the sewer, but it was held down by Mo-fan with a Nien control. Mo-fan thought that the congealed Evil Pearl was trying to escape, not realizing that high-end hunters often appeared in the form of prey. From the beginning to the end, the condensing Hua Evil Pearl's target was him. Mo-fan, if you really wanted to run, you wouldn't have to go to such trouble to make a killing in the street. It was only after coming over for a while that the famous Sword of the Looking Moon rushed over, and the moment he saw the condensing evil bead, his entire aura clearly changed. The expression on his face became incomparably grave, and his eyes flashed with a sharp color. The congealed Evil Pearl seemed to be very fearful, no longer emitting half of its evil nature, and was as quiet as an ordinary black bead. The famous Sword of Wanyu did not ink, and decisively pulled out a piece of silver cloth to wrap it up, and then dismissed the police and the city's demon hunting team who had arrived at the sound of the noise, taking away Mo-fan and Wang Yuqian Kaoru. After bringing the two of them to his meditation room, the famous Sword of the Looking Moon explained to the two of them what the congealed Evil Pearl actually was: the East Guardian Court, as the largest prison in Asia, in which were imprisoned all the 10 evil villains mages. Each person's hands were stained with at least hundreds of mages' lives, and there was even no lack of the existence of super-ranked mages among these people. The condensed Hua Evil Pearl is precisely condensed by the soul energy extracted from the souls of every criminal by the cursed Grand Formation in the East Guardian Pavilion, and these soul energies contain a huge amount of evil thoughts, grudges, evils, greed, hatred, killing, indignation, and desire. The East Guardian Pavilion also still has the Darkness Grand Formation. This dark environment then allowed this originally fragmented remnant of thoughts to grow and flourish, eventually giving birth to the Red Devil again in the congealed Evil Pearl. Under Mo-fan's pressing, the famous Sword of the Watching Moon then admitted that a Red Devil had run out of the Shuang Guarding Pavilion in the beginning, and told of the existence of Ichio. Back then, he and Ichio, as well as Yazi and Nobuko, discovered the first condensation Evil Pearl at the same time, and originally wanted to report it to the police. Only in the end, the greed in their hearts overcame their reasoning, and the four of them chose to refine it to enhance their cultivation. The conjuration evil bead did contain a huge amount of soul energy, which any mage and demon could utilize to drastically increase the strength of their souls. And souls were also cultivation. The cultivation of the four had increased dramatically in a short period of time, but they had begun to change their temperament drastically. And not only did they go on a rampage to abuse and kill demons, but they even began to take pleasure in torturing criminals. All of them lost their minds to the evil soul chi in the congealed flower Evil Pearl, and even tried to find ways to intentionally imprison more prisoners in the East Guardian Pavilion as a way to feed the congealed flower Evil Pearl. The four of them did a lot of hurtful and even heartless things during that time. Eventually Ichu woke up in time and tried to stop the crowd from continuing. Unexpectedly, the three have long been in the madness, even secretly planning to exterminate him. Fortunately, Afal has long been aware of their intentions. one step in advance with the condensation of the evil beads to run away. This is the first red devil to escape from the Twin Guardian Pavilion. Whether the original Ichigo had awakened in time or had been more deeply eroded by the evil bead was no longer important. At this time he had been completely taken over by the Red Devil. Completely, the Red Devil's first fall was born. The famous sword of Wang Yu was in tears as he spoke, looking very repentant. In the end, he asked Fan to send the beads to Tokyo and give them to his old friend for purification. Chapter 126 to 126. Leaving the Shuanghua Pavilion, Wang Yu famous sword is also afraid of this evil bead. Afraid of falling into madness again. Just want to send him as far away as possible. He does not want, but also cannot let General Takagi get. That guy is greedy. No one can guarantee that he was eroded mind will do what kind of unspeakable crimes. After some fruitless postponement, Fan had no choice but to agree to the request. After all, he was one of the few people who could maintain restraint in front of the Nimbus evil bead. Except that the famous sword of the Wang Yu demanded that the Wang Yu Qian Keiru be allowed to follow along with him. To make sure that Fan wouldn't be corrupted by the evil bead due to his greed, the soul chi in the concentration evil bead not only accelerates the cultivation of a mage, but it is also a great preference for shaping the souls of summoned beasts. After returning to the room, Fan thought about it and still felt that the promise was too hasty, which also involved the Red Devil, and Ling Ling just happened to be around as well. In case she knew about it, she couldn't tell what kind of radical action she would make, coupled with the fact that Chen Xian was also not around. Fan was more or less at a loss, and after thinking about it, he decided to refer to Chen Xian's opinion, and immediately felt the link of the pact in the spiritual world. Transmitting his call, Chen Xian, who was far away in the middle of the distant sea, felt Fan's call at the first moment. Was this some kind of problem? After eating a squid commander directly in one bite, Chen Xian maneuvered the jet propulsion behind him and swam towards the surface. Behind him was a squid siren community that had just been brutally massacred, and at the moment it was already dead and wounded, with only a small portion desperately fleeing in the distance. Without a moment's effort, Chen Xian broke through the sea level and shot straight up 1,000 meters into the air, flying straight in the direction of the contract in the spirit world and arriving at the Double Guardian Pavilion in just 10 minutes. This time in the middle of the night. Chen Xian also wanted to be too flashy, did not directly rushed into the guard range of the Double Guardian Pavilion, did not touch those sea buoys, and directly landed in the middle of the mountains and forests near the Double Guardian Pavilion of 10 kilometers. So that Fan flew in the Blizzard Devil Eagle to pick him up. It wasn't long before Chen Xian returned to the middle of Fan's contract space and flew back to the Twin Guardian Pavilion on the Blizzard Devil Eagle. After briefly telling Chen Xian about how things went, Fan asked, "Brother Xian, do you recognize this congealed evil pearl with the Red Devil?" "Good stuff. This condensation evil pearl is definitely a treasure. You keep it well and see if you can swallow it privately. I don't know much about the Red Devil's words. His origin should be related to a dark king in the Dark Realm. The evil bead in your hand can be considered the embryo of the Red Devil, but you don't need to be afraid of him. The blood sharpie thing that I gave you last time is actually the same origin as this, and it's advanced by an unknown number of times, and your body should have already adapted to this kind of thing by now. Of course, this adaptation is only physical. It only ensures that you won't turn into a monster. It doesn't mean that you can be free from him affecting your mind. If you want to refine this evil soul power, you need to find a way to channel the power of the blood sharpener. Only that power can harness the Red Devil." Chen Xian said, can you not refine it? It always feels so evil. And last time when Han Silence and the others took me for a checkup, they did say that I've immunized myself against the blood Leviathan, but they also cleared out that evil force at the same time, right? How else can this be channeled?" Fan spread his two hands. "No, it can't be removed without some kind of specialized spiritual object. It should still be hiding in your spiritual universe. Do you remember what Lunyan said? It's a new system. It should be just like an unawakened magic faculty, hidden in your spirit world. You have 6 faculties now, and your spiritual world is completely stuffed to the brim, with no room left for a bit of awakening. So when you break through the super rank and have extra awakening bits, you can try to channel it out, just like a mage's self-awakening." Chen Xian explained. Unlike Fan was that Chen Xian himself had originally gained a little bit of blood lizard energy, only that the demonization had completed its advancement at the same time. And the extra demonic core in the spirit world had fused this power along with the other demonic power, compared to Fan being able to awaken the demonic system. It's not how superior it is, but it's not bad either, is it? At least the ability to shape the soul is much more convenient. Fan pondered after listening to Chen Xian's explanation. It was as if he had 1,000 relationships with this Red Devil in the underworld. And this series of things that had happened was by no means accidental. Sure enough, one must be carrying some sort of destiny by traveling to this magic realm. Fan could only comfort himself that power was not divided into good and evil, even if it was the power of a demon, or the power of a red demon evil soul. As long as it was used for guarding, Then it had meaning. The sky gradually brightened up. And Mo Fan, who hadn't slept all night, was sleepy at the moment, and after arranging for the national government team and the others to depart for Tokyo at noon, he directly collapsed into sleep, making up a few hours if he could. In the afternoon, Mo Fan was still huffing and puffing in his room when Zhao Minyan's voice came from outside the room. Mo Fan, get up! Mo Fan got up from the bed and pushed open the door to his room, and his entire body was much more refreshed. What? Mo Fan asked. That woman, Chikane Wangetsu of Or, the one you sparred with, is actually traveling to Tokyo with us, Zhao Manyan exclaimed. Oh, and then what? I already knew that. Mo Fan was speechless. You knew that already? So you didn't tell me? Shit. He got up so fucking late, he wouldn't have done something worse than a beast last night, right? Zhao Manyan reacted and cursed. Stop it. Something came up last night and I almost planted it. Let's not talk about it. Where are the others? Mo Fan asked. They're all waiting for you. And that one you chickage is there too, Zhao Manyan said. Okay, I'll wash up and get going. Without a moment's effort, the crowd took another ride on Mo Fan's private jet. The experience that Chen Xian brought them was not very good, but it couldn't help that he was fast. Plus they don't have an identity or anything to use trains or airplanes. And a taxi would be slower. Chen Xian just used less than 10 minutes to send Mo Fan and Wanya Qian Kairu to the old friend's address of Wanya famous sword. Only that this so-called old friend had long been cool, living in the deep forests of the mountains and old forests. The grave grass did not even know how high it was, under the helplessness. Wanya Qian Kairu can only call to Wanya Mingjian explain the situation. The results did not expect Wanya Mingjian also have no way out. Even let Mo Fan himself to bring back to the country to think of a way, although he was taken aback. It was exactly what Chen Xian wanted. And Mo Fan decisively accepted the evil bead and directly handed it over to Chen Xian for safekeeping. Chen Xian discovered a shocking fact as soon as he touched the evil bead. And that was that the hell-cursed lantern was actually able to directly take in the energy in the evil bead as essence remnants. Good guy. Together with this gold finger as long as the soul class is under its control is it? Chapter 127. 127. Eastern CC Battle City. Chen Xian decisively gave the red devil that had not yet been born in the evil bead into the middle of the lantern and locked it up next door to the corpse of the peak. This newborn red devil's soul looked to be quite spiritually intelligent as well, and could even yell at Chen Xian. It was just that Chen Xian's golden finger was no joke. No matter how high you were in the realm, his setting was absolute. After kicking Wanya Qian Kairu out of the group, Mo Fan led the group to Tokyo Sea Battle City to collect the quest.to Tokyo. Chen Xian has not suitable for more appearances, at least as a world-class first-line city. Not to say that there is no forbidden spells, the superorder is certainly not less. Too much flamboyance is inevitable to get into trouble. Decisively dive into the sea to open the food. The crowd was shopping and catching up. This time we came to Japan. Tokyo Sea Battle City is our main purpose. Our first mission of training is to become a 4-star district team within a month. To be honest, I don't know what the heck a 4-star district team is. Our mentor was telling us that we'll find out when we arrive. Mo Fan said. I remember that there aren't resources given out on the way to the National Palace team members' adventures? What kind of resources will be rewarded upon completion of our adventure mission this time? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and asked. Considering that there are still a lot of people in the team who haven't advanced to the higher ranks, the resources given out this time are the Star River Veins, which are honestly just average. I think if everyone worked a little harder on their own, they might have more than this amount of income in a month. Mo Fan said. Indeed. Only $100 million to want to hire a high-level mage like you for a month. This is something that would not even be considered if it was a single in a hunting lodge. Spirit said. Are hunters that profitable? Nanju was shocked. In his impression, aren't all hunters living in fear and keeping their heads on their pants? Treatment, information, supplies, and other expenses already took up a large portion of a hunter's income. So how could there be so much money for training? But the captain is not an ordinary hunter. Ai Jiangtu said seriously. In fact, just by virtue of his identity as a Space Department higher order, as long as he had a suitable job, it would be more than $100 million a month. But that was just a big deal. He had a higher future with higher pursuits. Hey, we have the great demon wolf, Spirit said with a cheeky grin when the crowd thought about it. It was true. This great demon wolf was simply a wild beast, a hexagonal wild beast that could fly at high speed, carry people, transport, resist and fight, and combine many abilities. If you think about it like that, how much money does this guy Mo Fan make in a month? It's not like everyone is as rich as you are. The Star River Vein is important to us as well, Official Fish said with a slight reluctance, while glancing at Mu Ningxue. Yu Ningxue heart at this time is also very complex. She is clear that this time the resources are no replacement for that share. No Star River Vein. just rely on their own poor spiritual power. Slowly meditation simply do not want to break through the sturdy and incomparable nebulae barriers. This meant that in a month's time her cultivation level would be separated by a large band gap by the others. Then she could only be eliminated back to her home country in ashes at that time. How could she be willing to do that? What are you in a hurry for? I didn't say that I won't let you complete the mission anymore. But if you all trust me, I can definitely fight for more benefits for you all as the captain. That's right. Mo Fan's words were meant for Mu Ningxue. He also knows that this woman is dead set. Directly stuffing money and resources to her will be 100% rejected. In that case, just show her what she can do and tell her that she makes money very easily and that I can take you with me if you want. Does it have a familiar ring to it? Yes. It's one of the descending strikes used by rich and established middle-aged old denizens to steal your girlfriend. Last night Chen Xian gave him a proposal. Following the route given by the national tutor to experience the words did not make much sense to him. It would be better to fly directly to the various countries to directly set the challenge badge, and then plan to hunt demons and collect resources alone for the rest of the time. After Mo Fan thought about it, he also felt that it made sense. Just like the Sea Battle City training mission. He wouldn't see much improvement even if he stayed in this kind of place for a month. Might as well go demon hunting myself. Do you have any ideas? Mo Fan? Chening asked. Sea Battle City is here. Let's go and see what this 4-star district team is all about first. I'll tell you guys what I'm thinking after I finish this mission and everyone is high ranked. Mo Fan said as he sold the idea. Except that the crowd had already been raised in interest. The huge fortress that blocked the ocean could already be seen ahead. And the 2 layers of the magnificent crescent-shaped dike connected together could be seen from high above. This magnificent dike is divided into the front dike and the back dike. The front dike is facing the sea. It is shorter, but it is also more than 10 meters high, and its thickness is more than 30 meters. The back embankment is very grand. Just the height is more than 100 meters. The thickness is also nearly 60 meters, equivalent to a main road. Is a real shield of Tokyo. The dam constructed with special materials and earth magic was so strong that even a monarch-level demon would have trouble destroying it. Equivalent to the level of a scientific realm's nuclear defense, the Eastern Sea Battle City was built amongst the crescents of these 2 lanes. And after the small days of building this gigantic siren battlefield, a large number of oceanic buildings suitable for human mages to fight in were constructed inside. On weekdays, one only needed to hire hunters to guard the city, and by the way, release the sirens into the Sea Battle City. And then one would be able to obtain a large number of cheap siren corpses. His own army and magic association were directly relegated to the second line, and money and resources flowed into his pocket. Everyone knows that mages can earn money by killing demons, but who dares to guarantee that they will be safe if they travel to the wilderness? This world was full of the kind of mage hunters who only hunted one kind of demon for their entire lives. Because of the familiarity, because of the take, because of the stability. Not anyone like Chen Xian Mo Fan. Hunter indicators all kinds of hexagonal playing field. How many people in order to save money to buy less supplies and buried life? And how many people because of the strength of the poor and died in battle? Some people because of running slow and passed away. Some because of incomplete intelligence died in the unknown. And there are even people who died in the companionship of the Ui Guasia. Various reasons. People are so complex and fragile. A small golden forest city is for ordinary middle-rank team is already a nightmare copy, not to mention the Sahara, the pyramids, the Taklamakan, the Qinling Mountains, the Tian Shan Mountains, the Kunlun, and even the dark plain that Mo Fan has experienced. All of these places were forbidden places that were unattainable to ordinary people. This was why so many mage hunters were keen on Tokyo Sea Battle City. After familiarizing themselves with the sirens here, the income here was really quite high. Other than that, a high-level mage earns tens of millions of dollars a month here or properly. There should be several $100 million of income a year. Better than the kind of hard work of Zhangkong to guard Bocheng. Chapter 128. Contracting neighborhoods. The group arrived in the middle of a cylindrical building below a high embankment and followed the directions to find the person who received them. This person is a magic association administrator, named Lai Hangbao. Looks like the early 30s. Looking thieving, but the position is not low. Specifically responsible for the small days to select mages to town of the Sea War City. After a few moments of understanding, the crowd realized that they had been sold by the State House mentored. It turns out that this Sea War City is divided into 32 neighborhoods, and the government and the Magic Society of the smaller days directly paid to outsource these 32 neighborhoods to other people. And these people are the district owners. The obligation of the district owner is to destroy the sirens in the neighborhood in time for high tide, whether it is to hire hunters or hire mages, or even to go on the field themselves. These magical associations will not care much as to how the money given by the government is to be distributed. Naturally, it is also up to the district heads to decide. Lai Hangbao, on the other hand, is the equivalent of an intermediary, specializing in providing the district master with a team of mages, mainly for the Chinese, and it is clear that he should have some means. Otherwise it would not be easy for the state government team to push so many black households with no information on them to the district master. Only Imofan was very dissatisfied with this so-called experience mission. The reason was that Lai Hongbao had not received a single penny of the money for hiring them. And besides, a month of time for a high-level mage of his level was so good to buy? I don't care who you paid the money to before. If you want to hire our Green Sky Hunting Institute's mage hunters to guard the 20th block for you, 300 million, or else it's off the table. Imofan said directly and decisively, $300 million. Why don't you go and grab it? The government is not even sure to give the district owner 300 million, and I have paid. If you say so, I can directly sue your leader. Lai Hongbao said excitedly. Then go ahead and sue. Let's go. Imofan said. Ugh. Wait, Captain. What about the mission if we just leave like this? Jiang Yu hurriedly advised. Although he was also very unconvinced by the calendar arrangement, the others were also torn. Following Imofan's nonsense, he himself would definitely not be replaced. But it was hard to say about the others. It's just a 4-star district team. Let's just ask the district owner to contract it directly. Why do we have to go through this black-hearted agent? Ling Ling, I'll leave this to you. Imofan said. Well, there should be quite a few hunter quests posted by the district masters and the Hunters Alliance here as well, so we can find a few big ones to take on. Spirit said. The eyes of the crowd lit up. So that's how it was. Although everyone's identity was frozen, Imofan's partner wasn't. Hurriedly, they followed Imofan's footsteps. Hey, you guys, wait. I've paid for it. Lai Hongbao still wanted to say something, but Imofan and the others had already walked away. So he was so angry that he picked up the phone and cursed at the other side. Sure enough, not a moment's effort later, the liaison in Imofan's hand that was in contact with the state mentor rang, and it looked like it was coming to raise an offense. To this, Imofan had only one answer. I'm here to participate in the State House competition. Not to work. He immediately made several tutors so angry that they spat out blood, and bluntly said that they wanted to remove him from the position of captain, only to be rejected by Fongli. With Imofan's strength, if he didn't become the captain and still clashed with the captain, how could that be solved? For the sake of the big picture. In the end, the several State House tutors could only compromise with Imofan. After all, the State House grades were related to whether or not they could still be promoted later. They are all old and smart, and none of them dared to mention this kind of faint trick of kicking Imofan. Using the signboard of the Qingtian Hunting Institute as well as proof of his and Imofan's Master Hunter badges, Ling Ling successfully contracted a block from one of the district masters and registered a district team for the crowd. Due to the good reputation and the fact that the neighborhoods under the jurisdiction of the district owners are more centrally located, the hiring fee is a full $400 million. The length of employment is 1 month, half up front and half again after 1 month. Imofan did not explain the hiring costs to the crowd, merely telling them that they would be paid according to their performance. At this moment, Imofan had heatedly replaced Lai Hongbao's role as an all-around evil intermediary. But who made him capable? Isn't that how money is earned? Just how much did you charge for hiring? Zhu Jiming asked undauntedly. Working for someone his own age gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It seemed to him that Imofan must have made a lot of money and only shared a little of it with them. Looking at Zhu Jiming's jealous expression that was the same as Yuang's, Imofan said without the slightest bit of politeness, how much is none of your business? You're just working for me. If you're not convinced, you can register a district team yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys haven't advanced to the higher ranks yet, I wouldn't even want to waste my time here. And I would have gone to challenge all the national pavilions long ago. Who cares about a broken Star River vein? As soon as this was mentioned, Imofan was angry, because resources were not sent to replacements. Although he was not a replacement, Mu Ningxue and Zhou Manyan were. The two of them should have been the ones who really worked for nothing. And in the original, he had to add himself to the mix, wasting a month of time for nothing. Not to mention ending up with nothing, under the subtle influence of the thoughts instilled by Chen Xian. Imofan also already had a concept of his own value, not mindless giving, but reasonable asking. Zhu Jiming was disliked and was speechless. His face was green and white for a while. He didn't know whether he was ashamed or angry. By what right to ask a question and be gripped like this? Other people are not much better, especially those who have not yet reached the high rank. They also know that the main beneficiary of this training mission is the middle rank. As a middle ranked mage, obtaining a Star River Pulse in just 1 month was like feeding rice into your mouth. Forget it. Imofan, what's the point of getting angry with him? Arrange it however you want. It doesn't matter if I substitute. Zhao Manyan eased the atmosphere. Yeah. This mission is a high rank with a middle rank anyways. If old AI doesn't have a problem with it, we have even less of a problem with it. Jiang Yu said. AI Jiangtu also nodded his head, stating that he didn't care. His eyes were always set on the State House competition. to him as long as he could get good results in the end, and fight for more resources to be allocated for the country. The rest was harmless, the rest of the people also responded. And Jiang Xiaoshu was also shading up Zhu Jiming. Ouch! Some people. To not be so sour. Zhu Jiming's face instantly swelled red, but he hardened and held it back. The giant baby of him finally understood the truth that when going out, strength is honored. Without advancing to a high rank, one would never want to have a say in the team. Okay, let's work on which neighborhood we're going to town. Chen Ying said. The crowd sniffed and began their intense preparations. Starting tomorrow, every high tide must be guarded in the 17th district. And they began to study in detail the geography of the 17th district, the patterns of passing sirens' activities, as well as formulating plans to deal with various emergencies. Chapter 129. The Great Tide is coming. There are 32 blocks in Battle City, lined up from 1 to 32 from low to high embankment, with 30 narrow streets, 6 wide streets, and 1 main street in each block. All of the buildings are gray and white, and were built to fight the sirens. The tidal phenomenon in the magic plane is the same as in reality. About 2 rises and 2 ebbs per day, except that each day is delayed by about 48 minutes from the previous day, and the tidal phenomenon rotates once a month, and there are 2 high tides every month. During the high tide, the sea will not only flood the height of the low dike, but even the buildings in the neighborhoods from the 1st to the 10th will be directly submerged, and the battle line will be extended towards the square high dike. The worst of all were the sirens. During the high tide, the sirens would become more active than ever before, and their demonic spells could even affect the tide, creating violent tsunamis that would carry them into the human cities to kill. The survival of some of the large sirens had requirements for the depth of the seawater, and the function of the low dike was actually to isolate those large-sized sirens from breaking into the sea battle city, which allowed those mercenary mages and hunters to assuredly exterminate the sirens. Time quickly came to the moment of the next day's high tide, although today was a small tide, and there was a high probability that the seawater wouldn't spread to such a high place as their 17th district. But Fan still led everyone to experience what a sea battle felt like first. It's kind of fun, eh? Jiang Yu said. The crowd traveled through the roofs of various streets. The distribution of buildings in Sea War City was too convenient for humans. The interval between buildings was very close to each other. Even some of the main streets were connected. The buildings here are actually frequently destroyed and frequently rebuilt. And every time they're rebuilt, they take the opinions of mages who participated in actual battles. And after many updates, they formed the current Sea Battle City. Nanju said. You know this place well. Nanju? Fan asked. Came here once before with a military commander. Nanju nodded. Let's get closer. We can't even drown here, Jiangtu suggested. He couldn't wait to see how people here killed demons. The crowd had moved closer to the buildings in the 10th block and watched as those mages in the front row under the low embankment went from one to the other, exterminating the sirens that had infiltrated the city. It's nothing, right? Why does it feel like it's easier than even our fight against the Redling demon? Jiang Xiaoshu said in disbelief. This should be the combat advantage of Sea Battle City. Let's learn more. Jiangtu said. Can see these mages in the main fire bear is the wind system, ice system and thunder system, and responsible for the defense of the light system, water system mostly. Their cooperation is often 3 people together to be able to easily eliminate a war general, utilizing the special terrain of Sea Battle City, which allowed them to take on the sirens one by one. A block of just 20 mid-ranks could easily be defended. And up until now they hadn't seen any high-ranked mages make a move. The crowd watched until the tide receded, and the water spread just 15 blocks high, still a bit away from their 17 blocks. This also gave them a rough idea of how the town guards operated in the Sea Battle City. Usually it was the first 10 blocks that handled the small tides. Most of these people were mid-ranked and there would be no high-ranked presence, and when the mid-tide comes, it is 32 neighborhoods fighting at the same time. The competition during this period when the most intense. The seawater is not high. The sirens are not many. Very safe. Basically every neighborhood is robbing monsters to kill. It's worth mentioning that any siren corpses lying in the City of Sea Battles belong to the Tokyo Magic Association, who uniformly buy them from the district owners at a low price. And they don't care how much the district owners distribute to the fighters. Ling Ling and Fan signed an 82 split agreement with District 17's District Master, where the District Master does nothing to siphon off 2 layers, and the remainder is distributed by Fan himself. After understanding this specific mission, Fan began to arrange the work. There were 10 small tides this month, which meant that they had 10 days of rest, and these 10 days only needed to be guarded by 2 people in Area 17.at. Other times, no absences were allowed without special circumstances. Fan directly told the crowd that the absence would be registered on their performance and handed over to the mentor when the elimination day came. For a while, those few players who were on the verge of elimination changed their faces drastically, fearing that they would be told something negative by Fan to their mentor. Successive days down, the crowd basically adapted to the rhythm of life in the Sea Battle City. The tides rise and fall of the sea battle city at all times to fight with the sea demon. Experienced a few mid-tide of the crowd has obviously grown up. Cooperate with the tacit understanding of the degree of up more than one grade, but just this bit of difficult challenge couldn't help the crowd of the Statehouse team at all. After all, the mid-tide was similarly a feast for ordinary mages, and they, as the pride of the heavens from all over the world, had to be even better than ordinary mages, pursuing higher challenges and obtaining more resources. Therefore, the crowd began to set their sights on the upcoming tidal wave, which was the battlefield to test their true strength. During the high tide, the sirens surge in numbers and are much more powerful, posing a far greater threat to mages than the mid-tide, while the rewards can break through the sky. Mo fan calculated through several times in the tide with the district owner of the demon corpses divided into an average. Each time is only about 20 million, but also have to be the district owner to take away 20%, to the hands of only 16 million. As for the small tide, it is completely unproductive. The seawater can't even flood their 17th district, not to mention killing the demon. It's a struggle to look at it. One can only look forward to the next big wave. The share of the demon corpses. Mo fan directly received all of them, and gave the people of the state government team just one answer. When the task is completed will be settled one by one according to the performance. As for how much it will be deducted when the time comes, the hell knows. The tide was coming in. The Tokyo Magic Association gave advance warning, and the Kakufu team and others quickly took their positions, with the white waves approaching bit by bit. The entire East Sea City just like a dense magic atmosphere. Feeling different magic elements have been transformed into a visible force field. Colorful magic in the entire East Sea City in the middle of a fierce collision. The tide is constantly rising. From the initial distance of 100 meters from the short embankment, bare a land of mud and sand. Gradually the sea water pounded on the feet of the short low. Each impact has become a few points stronger. The sound of the waves like hissing, waves like a torrential downpour. Unlike the traditional city wall defense, where the short embankment only served as the starting line of the battlefield, the center of gravity of East Ocean City's defense was located at the high embankment, which was as solid as a mountain and unbreakable. All 32 rooftops of East Sea City's neighborhoods had mages standing by in spectacular formations, and the numbers were just as impressive. This tide is not naturally formed. Ordinary waves are only a few meters high, but now the power of the siren pushed to the limit, easily over the low embankment, like a huge blue and white tongue, wanting to devour the city. The distant roar has arrived, trembling the earth. The decisive battle is about to start. Dark clouds cover the sun. The sky is one, without a single crack. The front of the tide points straight up to the clouds, and the visual impact and psychological fear it brings is far beyond the expectations of the people in the Statehouse. Chapter 130. 130. Fierce beast of the Blue Valley. In the midst of these huge waves of azure blue and white foam, densely covered black dots could be seen. They rose and fell with the waves, and could not be seen from a distance. However, once one was in the East Sea City, the truth was clear. It was the very figures of the sirens breaking out of the waves. This scene was both a shuddering spectacle and a feast of fear. If the waves sweeping over the short dike were like a dark night, then the sirens were the stars dotted over it. And even from a distance, the fear that originated from the bottom of the heart was like a substance, enough to penetrate the distance and tear the heart of the brave to pieces. Gulp. Zhao Manyan swallowed and said, Mo fan, I'm a bit weak in the legs. Can you be a little bit out of your league? You, big man. Jiang Xiaoshu scolded, completely ignoring the fact that her own legs were shaking even more. Nanju, pay attention to the reporting point. Mo fan ignored him both. At this point the seawater had risen to the first floor of their 17th district. The top few neighborhoods had already been reduced to rubble by the ravages of the high tide. It's a good thing their top 10 neighborhoods don't need to be out of action during a big tide. After all, there's nowhere to stand. But that makes the neighborhoods 11 to 20 suffer. And they will be the new front line. 50 meters to the right rear. A warlord-class sawtooth green demon. The roar was deafening, as if it was going to rip through his eardrums, and Nanju had to roar out loud, "Leave it to me." The official fish volunteered to apply a layer of wind rails to himself and floated on the surface of the sea towards the jagged green demon. After a few days of holding down the town, some of the common sirens they recognized. Among them are the sawtooth green demons, who have scalloped spiny fins on top of their heads, greenish bodies with rough skins, and all of their lower bodies resembling frogs, which can swim in the water and stand on the shore. With his special armor fist spike magic tool, Officer Fish had a very strong aggressiveness, and an ordinary war general level like this would basically be cool if he zapped him. As expected, this jagged green demon had only just shown its head when it was passed through by a wind rail, and its entire head was zapped by the official fish. Be careful, there are more sawtooth green demons coming, and ling demons, and unknown demons. Nanju warned loudly. Only the official fish didn't seem to care at all. A few days of experience had inflated him quite a bit. He felt that the sea demons were simply untouchable, as long as they didn't enter the water. Killing them on these buildings was as simple as catching fish. Never mind. Let's see me give them a big one. Officer Fish said conceitedly. Wind Disc Tian Luo. The tornado barrier spread out from around the official fish, instantly spreading over a range of 20 meters. And the Sawtooth Green Demon and Ling Demon hiding in the seawater were immediately stormed out. The official fish rushed straight forward to a demon and zapped it to death. Looking incredibly dashing, only this handsome did not last more than 5 seconds. A poisonous tongue like a flying sword from the water to the official fish. The speed of the palpitating, the tornado barrier just dispersed. The timing of the poisonous tongue arrow was just right. The official fish was completely unable to react in time to open the armored magic tool, and was directly stabbed in the left shoulder. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, and his entire body was carried away by the impact. However, in the next second, a huge force came from the poisonous tongue, and the official fish was directly dragged over by this poisonous tongue. At the end of the poisonous tongue was a bloody mouth floating on the surface of the water, which turned out to be a shark-type demon. Officer Fish, help! Nanju hollered. In the nick of time, a sharp cry came from high up in the sky, and in the next second, a terrifying residual shadow swept across the water, so fast that it was impossible to see it, only to see a raptor with a wingspan close to 20 meters flying into the sky with that caracal shark demon in its mouth, and then tearing it apart high in the air, devouring the demon core without waste. This is naturally the Blast Wind Demon Eagle to the rescue. After a large amount of resources to strengthen the bones and change the blood, at this time the Blast Wind Demon Eagle can also be called a pseudo-commander, just short of advancing. Phew! Still the captain is reliable. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Fifi beside him, and then at the Blast Wind Demon Eagle above his head. He couldn't help but sigh at how long it would take for Fifi to be able to command a concentrate. Old AI, you go and pick up the official fish. Everyone else guard this main street. I sense a bigger wave of sirens pouring in. Mo Fan said with a gloomy face. Chen Xian wasn't around, and he had gone out to sea. At this time Mo Fan could only rely on himself. With his current strength at most he could barely deal with a commander-level demon. Once there were more commanders, he could only defend himself. Good. AI Jiangtu didn't say much. Those who came out of the army naturally knew that they couldn't arbitrarily question the command. The sea kept irrigating into the city, and the raging was still caught in the broken parts of those buildings in front of them. And most of the neighborhoods hadn't met the battle much yet, and all the buildings in the neighborhoods were severely damaged, collapsed directly, broken at the waist, tilted down, crushed by the tilted down, and the seawater was full of the wreckage of the houses. AI Jiangtu stepped on these debris and quickly approached the official fish. At this point he had also saved himself, blood gushing out after he chopped off the poisonous sharp arrow and pulled it out. After taking the blood and hemostatic potion, the official fish was still pale, and unsurprisingly was poisoned. Can you still walk on your own? AI Jiangtu asked with a serious look on his face. He didn't like this kind of stupid bastard who didn't listen to the command, but he wouldn't target him for it. Yes, but I may not be able to continue fighting, the official fish said with his head down, which was disgraceful. Follow me. It didn't take long for the first 10 blocks to be completely submerged, and the sea had flooded to half the height of the buildings in the 17th district, a depth of water that would basically allow for most of the demons to appear. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted over in the 15th district next door, only to see a prawn with a body size of more than 20 meters wield a deep blue chop, and a large building on the main Broadway was directly sliced in half and rolled into the middle of the seawater. It's appeared. It's a commander-class demon. It's the Blue Valley Fierce Leaving Beast. One more head. There's another one over here. Help! Help me! The mages guarding the 15th district and the neighborhood shouted in unison. It's those two guys again, Chen Ing said with a worried expression. These two commander-class demons had appeared once the day before yesterday, not during the high tide. The crowd at that time happened to be absent, only to have some knowledge of them. Want some help? Jiang Shashu asked. If I'm going alone. Let's guard our 17th district first. Can't you see the dozens of stone ball demons pouring over? Mo Fan said. Not only that, at 9 o'clock, there are over 50 caracal shark demons, generally stronger than the one just now. Nanju added. The expressions of all the people were all gloomy. The sea demons would have no weak ones. They were generally all battle generals, and all of a sudden hundreds of them came over close, topping one of their usual mid-tides. However, this was only just the beginning. Chapter 131 to 131. Fighting the Blue Valley Fierce Beasts. At this time, AI Jiangtu also jumped up with the injured and poisoned official fish, and after throwing it to Nan Rongni for treatment, he gazed at the two rampaging Blue Valley Fiercely beasts. We need to take care of these two commanders first, otherwise they'll destroy all the buildings in this area, and then our landing spots will become scarce. AI Jiangtu analyzed. There's no rush. Wait for the people from Little Day to go first. There are so many high-level mages on the high embankment. We won't panic if they don't. The Stone Gold Demon is coming over. Prepare for battle. Fan finished speaking. The Thunderstar map in his hand was the first to be released. One after another thunder pillar fell from the sky, smashing into the piece of seawater in front of him. Thunder pillars like angry dragons blasted into the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Each thunderbolt accurately bombarded among the group of stone urchin demons. Instantly the seawater boiled. Electric currents intertwined. Those stone urchin demons that were as hard as stone were painfully twisted under the bombardment of thunderbolts, and quite a few of them were directly electrocuted to smithereens, transforming into dust that drifted in the sea. Concentrate your firepower and prioritize the near threats. Fan calmly gave the order while maneuvering his lightning magic. The other mages responded swiftly, and various types of elemental magic such as Fiery Fist, Ice Lock, Thunderbolt, Wind Disc, and so on intertwined into a net and poured towards the approaching demon group. Under the bombardment of the many mid-rank tier 3 magic spells, the number of stone gold demons in an entire area rapidly dropped. But just then, a group of Caracal demons also attacked, and they shot poisonous arrows from all directions to stab at the crowd of the national government team. Defense! With Fan's command, several light shields and rock barriers lit up in the group, firmly protecting the crowd. The poisonous tongue arrows were incredibly powerful, and this layer of defense was pierced through several layers by their numerous demonic techniques. Nico! At the emergency moment, a sharp chirp pierced through the sky. The blasted wind demon eagle swooped down as if it was lightning. Its wings spread out and covered half of the sky of the street, aiming directly at the Caracal shark demons who were casting poisonous tongue attacks on Fan and other mages. The speed of the blizzard demon eagle was as fast as running thunder, its sharp gaze locking onto every demon that tried to harm its companions, and between the flaps of its huge wings, it rolled up a gust of wind, blowing away some of the poisonous arrows that had been shot at the mages and diffusing several crises. At the same time, the blizzard demon eagle let out a deafening cry, which was not just a warning, but also a battle cry. It utilized its high-speed movement to weave in and out of the demon swarms, and every time it swept by, it would use its sharp claws to tear apart or grab a Caracal demon, throw it into the air, and then peck at it in a lightning-fast manner, displaying its amazing hunting instincts. With the powerful intervention of the blast wind demon eagle, the carnival shark demon's attack was greatly weakened, and they began to look chaotic, no longer attacking in an organized manner like before. Fan and the other mages seized this opportunity to focus their firepower and remove the remaining threats one by one, as lightning, flames, ice and hurricane winds intertwined in a spectacular battle picture on the surface of the sea. Good opportunity. Focus your firepower and clear the rest, Fan commanded in a loud voice, and the cooperation of the crowd became tighter, each spell landing precisely on the target, effectively curbing the demon swarm's counterattack. Rumble! Right at this moment, the 15th district next door was collapsed by two Blue Valley fierce leaving beasts that collapsed an entire side of the building, and the landing spot was greatly reduced. The small day high-level mages on top of the high embankment finally couldn't sit still. One jumped straight down from above and fell into the sea, stepping on the waves to move forward against the current. One opened his wings of wind and flew towards the head of the Blue Valley fierce leading beast. There was also one who directly used a wing magic tool, but just 3 high-ranking ones. How dare they mess with the two-headed commanders? It turned out to be one of the Blue Valley fierce leading beasts that was attracted by Fan and the other's magical radiance, creating a 3 against 1 situation for them. The blue-colored prawn body jumped directly in front of the crowd with a front flip, and the tail was like a huge battleship blade about to fall on top of Fan and the other's heads. Zhu Jimin happened to be right below the Blue Valley fierce leading beast's decapitation point, and at this moment, he felt as if the world had slowed down, as if he was seeing a walking lantern. At the critical moment, AI Jiantu stepped forward. His powerful Nian Li directly blocked this horrifying blow, and rigidly used his Nian control to hold up the weight of the Blue Valley fierce leading beast, fixing it in the air. Just by looking at its bloated red hideous expression, it was clear that he couldn't hold on for long. Fan quickly reacted to the fact that when dealing with a commander-level demon, then he couldn't hold back. Little Yenji, possessed, boing boing. Little Yenji quickly responded to Fan, and there was another fight to be had. Once the flame coat was worn, Fan directly transformed into a flaming god of war. The inflammatory sword and inflammatory feather instantly coalesced into shape, and the heaven and earth robbing flames and the corona flare flames formed a flame armor attached to the surface of his body. Looking at the Blue Valley fiercely beast that couldn't move, Fan seized the opportunity to directly stab the Inferno sword towards his head with force. Inferno sword, fire unification lance. Flame energy converged on the sword body, and the Inferno sword seemed to expand for a moment, and in the next second, the flame energy converged into a column of concentrated fire, which blasted squarely on the Blue Valley fiercely beast's brain, accompanied by deafening explosions. Flames and shockwaves swept across the surroundings. The seawater was all stirred up and boiled by this force. The huge Blue Valley Fiercely Beast's brain shell shattered a piece of it out under this blow, half of its head gushing out slurry. At this moment, it trembled and hissed in agony, its huge body tossing and turning on the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves. Good chance. Fan broke its defense. Attack its brain. Nanju immediately reacted and loudly commanded the crowd. That time, the other people acted quickly. The middle order 3-level magic don't need money like towards the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast brain shell to hit, but this thing seems to be Fan hit afraid. Directly cover the brain shell, dive into the water, does not want to appear. Don't even think about escaping. AI Jiangtu's black face had completely filled with blood, looking like an evil ghost. Immediately after that, a huge evil ghost literally appeared behind him. Curse system high rank. Ghost Xing. Only this kind of invisible evil spirits are suitable for diving into the water to fight with the sirens. Human mages are at a great disadvantage in the water even if they have water magic. It is said that the siren is 3 times stronger in the water, but humans are more than 3 times weaker when they fall into the water. And the water resistance is very unfriendly to humans. And the flexible body shape cannot be utilized at all, and not to mention the need for oxygen and such. Ghost Xing, on the other hand, was just right. The invisible evil ghost transformed into a mist and flew into the water, and soon found the Blue Valley Fierce Leading Beast that was covering its brain, and dragged it towards the surface of the water with a handful of its hand, letting it struggle to no avail, and it was soon dragged up to the surface of the water. Nice work, Humph. I'll let you run again. Fan had long been flying over the water and waiting for a long time, only to see him holding the Inferno Sword. The feathers behind him exploded violently, erupting a strong propulsive force, causing Fan to stab at the Blue Valley Fiercely Beast as if it were a bar of flaming spears. Chapter 132 to 132. Killing the Blue Valley Fierce Beasts. The Inferno Sword easily penetrated through its arm and pierced directly into the middle of its brain. Inferno Star. Explode. Fan held the sword with both hands, and an amazing flame energy was injected into the brain of the Blue Valley Fiercely Beast through the Inferno Sword, accompanied by Fan's roar. The Inferno Sword seemed to have become a medium for channeling the heavenly fire, pouring the raging and surging power of the flames unreservedly into the head of the Blue Valley Fierce Liar Beast. In an instant, that huge body was like a powder magazine that had been ignited. A deafening roar erupted from within, and flames and fragments of flesh and blood mixed with seawater splattered everywhere, creating a shocking and cruel picture. The struggles of the Blue Valley Fierce Leading Beast gradually weakened, and it eventually collapsed helplessly onto the surface of the sea that was dyed red by its own blood, and its huge body slowly sank, taking away the threat and fear that belonged to it, leaving behind only the ripples that rose up from the surface of the sea and the smell of scorched paste that permeated the air. Hiss! My god! Never seen such a violent mage before. This is a commander-level demon, and it was killed so easily? Jiang Yu was shocked. This pervert, how on earth did he cultivate? The crowd was puzzled for a while, and Mu Ningxue's eyes were full of curiosity when she looked at Fan at this moment, unable to figure out why he was cultivating so fast. Next door to the 15th district side, 3 high-level mages are still circling with the Blue Valley Fiercely Beasts. Sensing the movement over here, turned their heads to take a glance, and immediately dropped their jaws. What kind of fierce people are in this 17th district? Fan put away the Inferno Sword and slowly landed on the roof of the building. The fire feathers behind his back were gathered, showing the force of an expert, and he swept a glance at the sea surface and found that the nearby sea demons were all scared away by the horrible act he had just done. This side is no longer a problem. Lao AI, can you still do it? Let's go support the 15th district. Fan said, only to see AI Jiangtu gasping for air. The continuous high-frequency use of spiritual power made him feel dizzy as well. But there was no word no in the true man's dictionary. His eyes quickly regained their firmness as he said to Fan, bottoms up. Then you guys can listen to Nanju's command here. If there's no siren approaching, you can grab monsters over in the 16th district if you want to. After Fan unloaded his command, he opened his fire feather and soared into the sky, heading towards the 15th district. 3 small days of high-level mages look like just a single system of high-level dregs. By the Blue Valley Fierce away from the water as soon as they ducked into the water will not be able to do anything. Can only be allowed to slowly gorilla. Fan landed on the roof of a building. Locking onto the figure of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast, he began to condense the high-grade thunder system. The star charts were completed one by one, pinching the complete constellations ready to go, just waiting for the Blue Valley Fierce Beast to show its head. As if the Blue Valley Fierce Leading Beast sensed the presence of some threat, the cat didn't come out far from the water. Several other high-level mages from the small days were helpless. Old M, pull it out. Fan said towards AI Jiangtu, who had just arrived behind him. AI Jiangtu didn't say anything. His mental power was highly concentrated, and the star map of the curse system was completed one after another. Just as his high-level curse system was about to be completed, The Blue Valley Fiercely Beast hiding in the water was no longer a sitting duck, and a deep blue demonic slash that cut through the void shot out from the water and swept straight towards both of him. In the face of this commander level's full force strike, Mo-Fan however did not choose to release the high-level lightning method in his hand to fight hard. Instead he directly activated the shield magic tool and armor magic tool and decided to fight hard. Having used the blood sharpener, his physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary mage, plus the amplitude of the little Yenji, along with the high-quality heavy armor magic tool as well as the shield magic tool. Mo-Fan was confident that he could block this full-force strike. Ai Jiangtu was shocked at this scene, but he didn't disconnect the link to the star map. Choosing to trust Mo-Fan and continue casting spells, the Blue Valley Fiercely Beast's demonic chop was like a blue lightning bolt, swiftly cutting through the water. The air emitted a sharp whistling sound under the pressure of the chop, directly pushing Mo-Fan and Ai Jiangtu. Mo-Fan stood steadily in place, his eyes staring at the approaching chopping attack. His body's magic powers surging, his shield magic tool and armor magic tool suddenly lit up, forming a thick layer of radiant shield, wrapping his whole person in it, just like an ancient warrior who wore a tough and sharp armor. Come on! Mo-Fan let out a low shout. His horse stance, his muscles tensed, his feet deeply embedded in the roof of the building, as if even the earth could feel his determination. With a loud boom, the chopping blow that was enough to cut through several buildings shattered the shield formed by the shield magic tool after a slight pause, and then chopped on Mo-Fan, who was clad in energy-heavy armor. Mo-Fan felt an unprecedented impact coming from that chop. Even with the heavy armor protecting his body, the magnitude of that power also made his figure shake, and the whole person couldn't stop himself from pushing backward, and his feet scratched deep traces on the roof of the building. Cough! Mo-Fan stifled a grunt. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. His lungs were shaken out, a little bit of internal injuries, but with his demonic physique, this was not a big problem. In the end, he was able to rely on his physical qualities and equipment to stabilize his body, and successfully blocked the full force of the Blue Valley Fierce Beast, leaving Ai Jiangtu and the several small days dumbfounded. At the same time, Ai Jiangtu's high-level curse system magic completed its final weaving. He whispered a silent incantation, and with a wave of his finger, a ghostly mist flew out from his fingertip, scurrying into the water like a poisonous snake, chasing after the hidden Blue Valley Fierce leaving beast. After the ghost mist entered the water, the surface of the water was flooded with a circle of eerie black ripples, accompanied by a low wail. The Blue Valley Fiercely Beast was forced to be driven out of the water, painfully rolling on the surface of the water, obviously suffering greatly. Apparently Ai Jiangtu's evil spirit has caused him serious harm. Seeing this, Mo-Fan did not hesitate to unleash the long brewing high-grade thunder system constellation in his hand. Lightning converged into a raging dragon, roaring down from the sky, striking directly at the body of the Blue Valley Fierce Liar Beast. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the surface of the sea was illuminated brightly under the baptism of lightning. That Blue Valley Fiercely Beast's back was directly blown open by the thunderstorm to a huge flesh pit several meters wide, and it was immediately in agony, struggling desperately. Broken defense, worthy of being a thunder system high rank. Several Little Day high ranks praised. One of the reasons why they were helpless with this Blue Valley Fiercely Beast was because it was difficult to break the defense. Commander level sirens either have sturdy scales or thick armor. Magic in the same realm is basically difficult to break through the defense, and must be one major realm higher to effectively kill. Unless it is the kind of single damage that is so high it is scary. The next part was a siege. 5 high-level mages surrounded a severely injured commander-level demon. The Blue Valley Fierce leaving beast could be said to have gone limp without any decent resistance, completely losing its fighting power. In the end, he was also stabbed by Mo-Fan with the Inferno sword into his brain with a fatal blow, and at the same time, he also exploded an essence out, which could be said to be an unexpected delight. Cool, Mo-Fan bellowed. Ai Jiangtu thought deeply. This kind of battle was too good for him, not realizing that Mo-Fan was for an essence spirit. Although the corpses of the demons can't be taken, but the essence spirit remnants of these are unmanageable. Whoever has the undead demon weapons will go and collect them. Chapter 133 to 133. The end of the tide. After thanking Mo-Fan and the two of them for their help, those few high ranks from the small days rushed towards the block that was closer to the front, where the magic fluctuations were a bit more intense, and there should be quite a few high-ranked mages, and it looked like there was a commander level. Mo-Fan and Ai Jiangtu didn't go back to the hustle and bustle, but returned to the 17th district. At this time, there were a large number of demonic limbs floating on the surface of the sea in the 17th district. Basically all of them were Ling Demon and Sawtooth Green Demons. During his two absence there is another large group of Sawtooth Green Demons to attack, the whole number of more than 100, which there is no lack of some big general level small leader. The crowd at this time is also very difficult. Fortunately, Mo-Fan left behind the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle. Blasted Wind Demon Eagle's combat power is very considerable. Every time you swept across the surface of the sea, that pair of steel hooks, generally sharp claws, have not returned without success. Either one head or two heads. The jagged green demon that it brought up to the sky had only one end, and that was to be torn into pieces. It struck at the critical moment every time. And once a jagged green demon was about to break through the fire net of the National Service Team's crowd, it would turn into a shadow and kill it. This divine eagle. It's really reliable, Zhao Manyan said as he defended over and over again. That goes without saying. We don't even look at whose summoned beast it is. Jiang Yu said. I think I saw Mo Fan and his too. Chen Ning said. Well, the captain's back with old AI. So let's hold on. Nanju reminded. The crowd's spirit was revitalized. Zhao Manyan and Jiang Yu instantly ended their conversation and devoted themselves to the fierce battle. Surrounded by a huge number of sawtooth green demons, without Mo Fan's powerful force, they can only barely defend themselves. A complete cleanup is out of reach. Mo Fan quickly locked onto the location of his companions trapped on the roof of the building, and without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his wings and flew, the flaming feathers behind him blazing like a burning cloud. At the same time, his hands fluttered. Fire magic stirred. Star charts appeared in the void one by one, surrounding him, weaving a prelude of destruction. Hold on. I'm coming. Mo Fan's voice pierced through the cacophony, like a trumpet of hope, inspiring the crowd downstairs. He didn't stop. The star map accelerated and rotated between his fingers, converging into one intricate constellation of flames after another, magic power accumulating crazily in it, signaling the upcoming eruption. Heavenly flame star rain, Mo Fan roared lowly, and those star charts that surrounded him seemed to be ignited, transforming into a blazing meteor shower that carried a destructive power as it smashed towards the dense group of sawtooth green demons below. In an instant, flames shot up to the sky, accompanied by deafening explosions. Huge fireballs exploded one after another in the group of jagged green demons, and the flames were like furious flowers, devouring everything. Those originally rampant jagged green demons wailed and struggled in this sudden sea of fire, eventually turning into ashes, with just one high-level magic. The hundreds of warlord-level demons that had originally surrounded the crowd instantly died 90% of the time, along with the seawater being vaporized quite a bit. This was the first time Mo Fan had used Yin Ji possession plus higher order fire system in front of the state government team and others, and its power greatly exceeded the crowd's expectations. Feeling that even the higher order tier 3 fire system wasn't this terrifying, after this wave, the remaining sawtooth green demons were quickly cleared by the crowd, and no more ungrateful sirens dared to come near the 17th district. They all knew that there was a pervert here, messing with the Statehouse team and others who have to go up to the front 16 to grab demon kills. By this time, there were no more commander-level demons and large-sized demons that would enter the city. The threatening ones were basically cleared by the high-level mages. What was left was the meat-grabbing session. Killing was earning. Such a demon-snatching session was not unfamiliar to the experienced ones, and during the mid-tide, there were so many people and so few demons that it was almost an easy hunt. As time passed, the waters receded. The outline of the city reappeared in the receding tide, the streets and crumbling buildings showing a few woes in the water trails, but declaring the victory of mankind. The efficient operation of the drainage system of Donghai City was amazing, and it took only a few hours to virtually eliminate the traces of the flood. As if the previous monstrous waves were just an illusion. Against this background, the corpses of demons became valuable resources. The development of magic civilization in the human world relied heavily on the exploitation of natural magic stones and the use of demonic resources. Demons, as a collection of natural energies, contain essences in their corpses that are an important source of magical materials, valuable minerals that drive magical research and equipment upgrades. The corpses all go to the district masters, and someone will keep a tally of how many demons each district team has killed. I didn't realize that this East Sea City's tidal wave is so exciting. Mo Fan sighed. The knights in the ancient capital weren't this exciting, but the quality of the mages on this side of East Sea City was really high. So many warlords froze and were easily eliminated. Being able to attract so many high-quality mages to come and work for them was enough to show that the Tokyo Magic Association was very rich, and it was also a side effect of how profitable the siren corpses really were, not at all comparable to the undead kind of carrion skeletons. The next day, Mo Fan received a whole 100 million of demonic corpses to share in performance rewards. This is still the Tokyo Magic Association low-price mandatory acquisition, and then remove the money after the district lord 20%. Simply do not dare to imagine how much the Tokyo Magic Association earned. There would be a period of truce after every high tide, and the Siren's Tide summoning demon technique appeared to have a long cooldown, as if there wouldn't be much harvest for a few days after the high tide. Ning came to the Tokyo Magic auction market early in the morning, and after learning a bit about it, she couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating bitter smile, knowing what the price of the vein of the Star River was and still coming over to inquire about it. Even if the magical resources on this side of Tokyo were cheaper than at home, the price of 100 million wasn't something she could afford to buy. It's also kind of funny that no matter how far ahead of others she was before, how much she surpassed them. Once she loses some sort of qualification, it seems like she's instantly left behind and gets farther and farther behind. This was the sad part of the indigenous genius mages. Cultivation took up so much of their growth time that they simply hadn't learned enough skills to live independently and be socially oriented. Not to mention being independent while at the same time improving their cultivation. Ningshue was clear that when this mission was over, one person would inevitably be eliminated and replaced, the others in the team whose cultivation was stuck at the top of the middle rank. Their backgrounds were going to kick in during this time. The Astral River Pulse was smashing them like money to break through to the higher ranks, and by that time, the only one still in the middle rank would be herself. And the state mentor would surely eliminate her as a replacement. The state government personnel race election adopts the way of ballot, which looks very outrageous, but in fact it is originally a screening of capital inspection. Without the support of huge background resources, how to compete with those second-generation foreigners? Everyone is on kryptonite and you say you don't have any money? Back in East Ocean City, Ningshue was full of worries. Relying on herself to break through the nebula barrier was a slim hope. Even if she was gifted, it would take her at least a few years. She simply didn't have that much time. Chapter 134-134. Dating. Passing through the central hall, Ningshue pushed open the door to her room, embarrassingly going to the wrong room, only to see that the house was messy. Clothes, socks and whatnot were everywhere. While Mo Fan, lying on the bed, was preparing to take advantage of Qin Xian's absence to reward himself one more time, when he subconsciously raised his head after hearing the commotion. Something? After seeing the people, suddenly cold sweat. Hand action is not slow at all. Will be given directly to the phone lock screen followed by dark dead button. Forced shutdown did not let it send out a strange scream. Good, and Ningshue seems to have not heard, just as he also put the quilt cover up. No, it's fine. I went to the wrong room, Ningshue said in embarrassment, and then she was about to turn around and leave. Wait, sit down for a while. I see you're distracted. Mo Fan opened his Nianli at the same time, packing his clothes at the speed of light and stuffing them into the toilet, closing the door in the process while opening the window. No way. I'm going back to cultivate. Ningshue looked at this scene and was also surprised that Mo Fan's Nianli attainment was not low. The air might not be too good here. Why don't we go out for a walk? Mo Fan said. I just got back. Walk too. I'll take you to stroll around the magic outlet. I'm telling you, I'm an expert now. And it's called a fiery eye when it comes to plucking up treasures. Mo Fan said. You've spent a lot of money on lessons, so you're not an insider, are you? Ningshue thought about it. She really needed help now. In terms of independence, she was never as good as Mo Fan. Mo Fan can come to today's point. There must be its superiority. From now on they must also be independent. Perhaps should learn more from him. Aha! Ningshue nodded. You wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll take a shower. The date was successful. And as soon as Mo Fan jumped out of the comforter, he rushed to the bathroom in a large pair of pants, seeing Mo Fan's big crimson underpants swaying so much in front of her eyes. Ningshue was so angry that her silver teeth were about to be clenched. This asshole really didn't take himself as an outsider. You killed him, didn't you? Ningshue asked. The two walked side by side on the way to the magic cellar. Mo Fan naturally would not let go of the opportunity that came from the hard way. His arm was almost pressed against it. Well, I captured him and handed him over to Gudu, in order to comfort the residents of Gudu and Bo City at the same time. It was executed directly on New Bo City Street in the first place. Mo Fan said the mention of Muga made him think of Cardinal Sarung. So many days had passed and the date of execution still had not been announced, and the holy sanctuary did not know what it was doing. You are the pride of our Bo City, avenging the deaths of many of us in Bo City. Ningshue was completely heartfelt when she said this. Even if he was her uncle, she spurned this person. Speaking of which, it's actually my fault that I didn't consider you at that time. I'm quite familiar with the top management of Gudu. If I knew earlier that you would become a substitute, I should have been able to keep your official spot. Now the wood has turned. Mo Fan said apologetically. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what. The resources handed out by the state government players are still quite a lot. They are handed out at the income standard of a high-level mage of the 3 lineages. And it's nearly $50 million every month. It's enough to save up until the time of the competition to buy soul seeds. Mo Fan fought for Ningshue and said. Ningshue instantly fell silent. How could she not know the importance of the resources of the state government? Only that she was not a full member. All of this had nothing to do with her. And soon she was going to be eliminated. Mo Fan could see Ningshue's loss and comforted. Don't give up so quickly, Ningshue. The seats of the official members are not fixed. I know all about your strength and potential. As long as you have the opportunity, you can totally fight your way back again. Ningshue raised her head, complex emotions flickering in her gaze. I know, but reality is always more boneheaded than ideals. In my current state, not to mention accumulating resources, Even the expenses needed to maintain my daily cultivation are stretched to the limit. I just feel a bit overwhelmed. Fan gently smiled. I can help you. In fact, mages, as long as they are willing to work hard to make money, is not so difficult. Secretly tell you a secret. In fact, in addition to the hiring costs of the district team, those demon corpses, I also have a share of those people are also clear in their hearts. But in order for the resources of the state government to be issued smoothly, they can only endure. And you and Zhao Manyan are purely working for me for nothing. You're so black, greedy of so much of our labor money. Mu Ningxue couldn't help but blacken her face even after hearing this. However, Mu Ningxue is also clear that this is also Fan's ability. Otherwise the captain of the state government could not be a wasted position with only obligations and no rights. Under the sky, there is no official who is not greedy. Hard work to compete for that bit of power. Is not it just for the sake of so? When he arrived at the selling venue, Fan realized that it was not as luxurious and glittering as the Magic City Imperial Auction House. Apart from the auction house, trading places for magical items often don't need flashy decorations to show off their value, because most of the goods here have gone through many changes of hands and recycling, and their true value is hidden underneath the mundane or even shabby appearance, waiting to be discovered by those with knowledge of the world. An insignificant stone may be priceless, while a finely carved ornament may be nothing more than scrap metal. After the Great War, the outlets in East Sea City were especially prosperous, with underappraised treasures being sold off at extremely low prices, and some lucky people were able to pick up the pieces, buying rare treasures such as exotic scales at low prices, and instantly becoming rich. Fan had pinned his hopes on his little Loach to help him identify treasures, but it turned out that the little Loach had no interest in these marketable goods. Of this fussy little pendant only had an appetite for treasures that were extremely unique, rare, or even overwhelming, and was completely indifferent to ordinary goods. The condensation evil bead was similarly like this, not reacting in the slightest. After the energy in this bead was absorbed by Chen Xian, the bead became a holding vessel. From now on, Fan could start collecting his evil power without having to worry about having his consciousness affected by the Red Devil. The market was full of things, and Fan took Mu Ningxue on a long shopping trip, but in the end, he only bought a Star River Pulse, as well as a shield magic tool. The rest was a mess. The shield magic tool was naturally a soul-level magic tool that had been replaced to keep up with Fan's strength. An 8-sided light shield worth $200 million. High-grade goods that were enough to withstand high-grade magic. The Star River vein was naturally meant to be bought for Mu Ningxue, only for her to refuse to take it. Shui, listen to me. You only think this is expensive now at the middle rank, but after you absorb it and raise it to high rank, you'll know that making money isn't hard at all. With your ability you should earn it in less than 2 months. What is this principle called? To inflation. It's an inflation of a mage's value. The higher the strength, the easier it is to access resources. Think of it as me lending you first, or giving you an early paycheck. Otherwise it would be too bad to just quit the Statehouse team. Chapter 135. 135. For Star District team reached Fan suddenly recalled this statement that Chen Xian had once told him, that there was a huge inequality between each of the major segments of the beginner, intermediate, and higher stages, and that this inequality would be directly reflected in the status and income. The only thing in this world that does not fear exploitation is cultivation, and that is cultivation. Investing in anything is risky, and the only thing that is real is mage cultivation. Investing in a mage who is stuck in a bottleneck and is bound to break through is a surefire deal. A mid-ranked mage won't take half a year to earn a nebula vein, and a high-ranked mage will earn a Star River vein in the same way. So there's no other deal that will pay for itself quicker than this. And, Fan continued, his eyes flashing with sincerity. I know you, Ning Shui. Your potential and perseverance are both top-notch. All you need now is a suitable opportunity. I believe that you will soon be able to cross this stage, and at that time, a mere Star River vein will really be just a small thing to you. As Mu Ningxue listened to Fan's words, a corner of her heart seemed to be touched. She had always known that Fan appeared to be big-headed, but in reality, he had a delicate heart and was wholeheartedly devoted to her. She slowly nodded, a touching flash in her eyes. All right. I will treat it as a loan, but you must also promise me that in the future, no matter how much I am able to repay, you cannot refuse. Deal. Fan laughed cheerfully and excitedly wrapped his arms around Mu Ningxue's thin waist. Between us, there's no need to talk about this. However, what I'm looking forward to even more is that you will be able to advance to a higher rank as soon as possible. And when that time comes, we'll go together, to see a higher and farther world. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. And it was rare that Mu Ningxue didn't resist Fan, who was moving his hands. Mu Ningxue accepted the vein of the Star River, and secretly vowed in her heart that she would not only improve her strength as soon as possible, but also cherish this support and trust, and prove herself with her actions in return for this friendship. Fan thought about whether to take the opportunity to take the confession. In the end, it still feels unstable. At this time is not the best time. Or wait until the national government team to take the first say. The period of the State House experience is to cultivate feelings as much as possible. The current progress has been very good, ruthlessly advancing a wave of goodwill. You can date a few more times in the future. The feelings naturally warmed up. Maybe not more than a month to take it. Come on. I'll treat you to seafood. You probably don't know that the siren meat here is exquisite. Fan said East Sea City was a big seafood market. So many siren corpses, purifying some of them to be made into medicinal herbs and equipment. And the remaining meat flowed directly into the market when the demon can eat. It doesn't look too scary. Always talking about demons eating people. Today also taste what the demon is. It was the first time Muningshue had tasted sea demon meat, and at first she had refused. But after being half pushed by Fan and tasting a bite of the iron plate sea roasted tentacles, she decisively didn't reserve herself after shopping, eating good food, and drinking too. Following the normal process, Fan felt like he could have hit a home run. Muningshue is a little drunk. That usually cold eyes at this moment are more than a few points of flirtation. Fan almost did not hold, but there is no hurry. Have developed to this stage. There is no need to let this impatience corrupted the impression they give people. It will not be long before they can fulfill their childhood dream. Fan sent Muningshue back to her room in a regimented manner, without going any further. A few days later, Muningshue had successfully broken through to the high ice system level, and her innate talent had also been boosted, and her original spirit seed was already comparable to a small soul seed at this point. When she reappeared in the 17th district, the crowd clearly felt the change in her aura. It was the aura of a high rank, the magic mastery that only a high-ranked mage could have. Although he still couldn't release high-level magic, his strength was incomparable to that of the middle level, and killing the warlord sirens became many times cleaner than before. Mutinjing looked at her self-possessed appearance. Her gums were gnawing with jealousy. By what right? On what grounds could she still break through to the high rank before herself? At this moment, she suddenly felt very bad. The most nothing special in the team was her and the official fish. Zhu Jiming, this fellow at least had a poison special point. Her ice and fire neither compared to Muningshue more than Fan. Was really quite redundant. It wouldn't eliminate her this time, would it? Thinking of this, Mu Tinjing suddenly panicked, and even a Caracal demon's poisonous flying arrow almost hit her. Luckily, it was stopped by a sound bow from Nanju. Not only Mu Tinjing, Muningshue's breakthrough gave everyone else in the team a sense of urgency, and Nan Romi even had jealousy in her heart that overflowed to the point that Jiang Xiaoshu captured it. She was smart enough not to say anything more though. She'd seen this plastic best friend thing a lot. The mine department was just naturally green TEA in the days to come. Most of the team members began to frequently retreat and cultivate, and one after another of the State House team broke through to the higher ranks, and the guarding of the 17 districts became a lot simpler, and often 2 or 3 people would suffice. Soon, a month passed and the day of elimination was finally coming. During this time, 2 more high tides were experienced, but at this point, the East Ocean City copy was no longer much of a challenge for the crowd. And it was easy to town a neighborhood, counting the hiring expenses and the share of the demon corpses. Fan had collected a total of 8 crores from the district master. And regarding the distribution of this money, Fan had directly coveted half of it. The remaining 400 million will then be taken out for distribution. Old AI, this is yours. Fan took out a whole $90 million of a card and gave it to AI Jiangtu. This month alone, the commander level he had cooperated in killing was at 5 heads. It was completely reasonable to take this money. As for the rest of them, $30 million each, with Muningshue and Nanju adding an additional $10 million in bonuses for special contributions as well as good performance. The good State House team froze and turned Morvan into a private company. The crowd was also very surprised that they could get so much money, and suddenly it felt like the resources of the state government weren't that much. Never in a million years did I think that one day it would be Fan's turn to pay me a salary. Zhao Manyan accepted the card with an emotional face. Thank you, Captain. He. Jiang Xiaoshu said playfully after receiving her paycheck, but Fan ignored her. His mind was on Muningshue this month, and after a few dates their relationship heated up quickly, and in the eyes of the crowd it was no different from the official announcement. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Yu said. The mentor was coming today. The requirements for the 4-star district team had long since been completed, and at this point the entire State House team was high-level mages. Except that most of them were still unable to use high-level magic. Fan also broke through to the high level of the Shadow Department during this period, becoming a 4-system high-level mage, while the Summoning Department is vaguely showing signs of breaking through to the high level of the 2nd grade, and should also break through within the next few days. Since Chen Xian wasn't around to supervise, he was also slacking on the summoning faculties. The 2 faculties of space and chaos were practiced more. He naturally wanted to practice all the faculties to a high level first. After a month's time, the overall strength of the State House team members had improved by leaps and bounds, and the next step was to leave for the small days. Chapter 136 to 136. Conflict with tutor gather. The mentors are here. In the hall, 5 tutors whose ages were all over 40 stood side by side, still with their backs to everyone as if they were teachers. Looking solemn and unsmiling. Mo Fan looked around. Everyone had arrived. Everyone had a few moments of anticipation on their faces. After all, today would be the day that the resource rewards would be handed out. The only ones who didn't have much to look forward to were Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan, who didn't know if the state mentor would be eliminated from the bench first for one reason or another. You guys performed just fine. Nothing went wrong. Feng Li, who was full of 4 headlines, said. In his words, he could not say that he was satisfied with the performance of their group of people from the Statehouse team. Just getting by. When the other few tutors glanced at Mo Fan, there was still some dissatisfaction in their eyes. This Statehouse captain was very strong, even a little bit of a backbone, appearing as if they, the tutors, were exceptionally useless. Actually, it's already pretty good. I noticed that everyone reached the higher ranks. Ha! Pinehearth laughed. Well, not bad. But then, rules are rules, and the new players are already on their way to Japan. There has to be one person eliminated. Feng Li spoke indifferently. Let's start with the substitutes then, a mentor said. What kind of big shot is that? He kicked someone from the team to make way for him before he arrived? Mo Fan got upset after hearing this. Isn't the replacement just Mu Ningxue and Lao Zhao? The crowd was shocked. Worthy of being a captain. The Statehouse tutor dared to dislike him. Several tutors were also stunned. Feng Li's brows furrowed. Then said, this is the rule. I've said it before. The members of the state government team are not set in stone. They will be replaced as usual for poor performance. Performance? In terms of performance, can you know as much as I, the captain of the Statehouse? Come up here and start from the bench. If you want to talk about performance, just bring someone here to fight. I'd like to see what kind of god is killing up from the state pavilion. Mo Fan said aggressively, involving Mu Ningxue and Zhou Manyan. He no longer had any semblance of respect for these tutors. You have no respect. One of the skinny tutors' face swelled red, obviously infuriated, pointing at Mo Fan and releasing a super rank aura. Only Mo Fan completely does not bring false. Froze to look straight at him without half faltering. What the hell? You want to bully the small with the big? You have the fucking balls to move me to try. Mo Fan had a wild face, not putting him in his eyes at all. Not to mention that he was also a person with a background. Even if he didn't have a background, with Chen Xian, he wasn't afraid of these super ranked mages. Asshole. I have to teach you a lesson today. The skinny tutor directly exploded and was about to mobilize the Star Sun. Afraid of you. Mo Fan didn't bring a wimp at all. He believed that Chen Xian would inevitably help him. Enough. Just as the sky seemed to be going black, Feng Li let out a roar, breaking the stiff atmosphere. And the skinny tutor also put his aura away in due time. The sky also relighted. Except that it was clear to anyone what had just happened. A prime beast claw wrapped everyone in its palm, and the scent of a curse filled the air, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. You want to rebel, don't you? Feng Li cursed angrily. I'm the Statehouse captain. As long as I'm still here, there's no way the replacement of the Statehouse team members will bypass me. Kick me out if you can, or do as I say. Mo Fan said in a domineering manner. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Zhao Manyan were the first to react, standing directly behind Mo Fan, their attitudes speaking for themselves. Soon the others also stood out in favor of Mo Fan. This is to fight for the rights and interests of all people. Let which can let these Statehouse tutors say change people. Who to change in the future to come in their own discussion on the end of the matter. They didn't forget that these old dogs had deducted their hiring fees and wanted them to work for nothing. It's just as well that you, a Statehouse mentor, don't offer help. But you're also dragging your feet. Don't you know that the Kakufu competition is all about kryptonite? And you dare to be greedy with this kind of money? Good. So united now, huh? You guys have really grown capable. Feng Li was also furious when he saw this scene. Alas, there's something to be said, so don't all get too excited. In my opinion, why don't we let the new players compete against the 2 replacements? How about the loser leaves the Statehouse team? Sung he said as he eased the atmosphere. Instructor Pine Crane has a point. If it's a fair match, of course we're not afraid, but the rules must be clear and not biased in any way. Mo Fan calmed down and proposed. Let's do as you guys say. Although tutor Feng Li's face was still ugly, he realized that direct conflict was not a solution, so he reluctantly agreed to this plan. Good. Then it's settled. The new team will arrive tomorrow, so you have plenty of time to prepare. After setting the rules, several tutors quickly left, unwilling to see Mo Fan, the bogeyman. Again, the two sides actually do not have too much conflict, only the dispute of rights. In the past is no captain dares to directly call the mentor, unless the background of the sky. The reason why Mo Fan dared to not put a few of them in his eyes was because he was really mad and really powerful. Crap. Mo Fan, You don't know how handsome you were just now. It was so dominating. Zhao Manyan excitedly patted Mo Fan's shoulder from the side, his eyes glittering with admiration. That's right, Mo Fan. That aura of yours just now was simply mind-blowing. Jiang Yu also came over, his words filled with excitement. We're all watching. And your line about kicking me if you can simply speaks for all of us. Although Mu Ningxue did not say too much, her eyes also showed her recognition and appreciation of Mo Fan's actions. She gently walked to Mo Fan's side and said softly, "You can always step forward at critical moments." Mo Fan smiled and patted Zhao Manyan and Jiang Yu on the back, then turned his head to look at Mu Ningxue, a hint of tenderness flashing through his eyes. "We are a team, aren't we? Everyone is important. No one can do without them. I just did what I had to do. Mo Fan, I've already asked for you. The one who was promoted up from the National Pavilion is one called Lu Yilan." Ling Ling said. "Who? Lu Yilan?" The expressions of all the people in the State House team were strange, and then they unanimously looked at Zhu Jimin. "So it's this stuff, ah?" Screw half thought it's what Big shot it. "Nothing Dick so good." The crowd all relaxed. If it was this kind of trash, don't even think about shaking up the members of the State House. The gap would only get wider down the road, and the personnel of the State House team would become solid. As expected. The next day when the tutor brought Lu Yilan to the competition, he was defeated by Mu Ningxue at the speed of light. Not even a little wave could be turned up. Directly crushed when he recovered. He had another fight with Zhao Manyan, only to lose just as well when both sides had just broken through the high level, and neither of them knew high-level magic. Zhao Manyan's turtle shell was insurmountable, coupled with more magical artifacts and magic tools than normal, as well as a totem vessel under the hegemony. There's no reason to lose anyhow. Chapter 137 to 137. Self-experimentation. Lu Yilan's 2 consecutive defeats had directly disgraced several of the State House tutors, and how godly they were when they arrived. How quiet they were when they left. After silently arranging for Songhe to finish distributing the resources of the state capital, he left in a hurry, not wanting to be subjected to Mo Fan's bird's breath at all. It was worth mentioning that Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan had also been converted, and would no longer be any more substitutes. Their next stop was the Stick Country, and there would be a new mission there as well. Only at this point, Mo Fan no longer wanted to play this kind of adventure game. He realized that the help given to him by participating in the National Palace's training was not as fast as the progress he made when he went demon hunting on his own. Therefore, he decided not to follow the route given by his mentor, and just head to the next National Pavilion challenge after beating the Stick National Pavilion, forgetting about the quests and all that, and waiting until he had gathered the National Pavilion badge. Do what you can by hand, and just ignore what takes too long. There was no rush to head to the Stick Country to kick ass, and after a month of high-pressure practice, the crowd decided to indulge for a day and have some fun in Japan. First, that night, they let Jiang Shaoxiu take them to eat, drink and enjoy themselves. Jiang Shaoxiu, as a half-local, naturally knew where to find the best food and the most interesting entertainment. Basically, in addition to what Red Zone Zhao Manyan wanted to ask, everything else was there. Mo Fan couldn't accompany him to what Red Zone because of Mu Ningxue, so he could only follow the crowd and get drunk. It was a rare occasion to relax, and everyone had a great time, shedding their usual seriousness and thoroughly integrating themselves into the relaxation and pleasure. Chen Xian looked at this scene, could not help but fall into contemplation. Crossing into what is not good. Have to cross into a demonic troll beast. Nothing can play. Chen Xian inwardly swore that he would learn a demonic spell to change people in the future, and if he couldn't change people, then he would get a civilization going on his own, otherwise too lonely. On this 100 meters of size, what cannot be integrated into, they can now parasitic in Mo Fan's contract space, so as to steal the knowledge of human civilization's magic. After the two are sure to be separated, and how to do it at that time. He was not a beast after all. The titan-like body was inhabited by a human soul that had crossed over. Humans must absorb knowledge to grow. Chen Xian's heart always carried the desire for knowledge and the yearning for civilization. Even if you can't integrate into a civilization, then you have to have your own civilization, and that requires great strength. And getting stronger once again becomes the only solution. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger, or getting stronger, strong enough to control everything. During this month's time, he had basically been wandering in the nearby ocean, and at this point, he had also become completely famous. And the 100 kilometers of the ocean in a radius had spread the deep-sea demon wolf's heinous and ferocious name. Wherever the deep-sea demon wolves went, not an inch of grass could be found. Whether it was a powerful commander-level demon, or hordes of siren armies, Chen Xian had no choice but to charge. There was no retreat to speak of. Going up was just to do it. His appetite, which seemed like a black hole, seemed to never end. And every battle and victory was not just a devouring of his enemies, but a conquest of the power of the ocean. In this continuous challenge and conquest, Chen Xian's demonic power grew stronger and stronger, surging like a wave, and his body became even more robust, like a rock at the bottom of the sea. Indestructible, for the battle under the sea has been very skillful. The water system demonic method has also grown greatly. After all, there are a large number of water resources in the sea. The water system spirit species he has refined quite a few of them. The feast's tiers were finally raised to 7. Its size came to a height of 95 meters, and its weight soared to hundreds of thousands of tons. A feast, 7 levels, 37. For 66/10,000,000. It was only that this $10 million of experience was too much to ask for. Chen Xian would have to live in the sea for at least a year before he could reach its soul furnace, 169,465, plus 235,474, Hell's Curse, 600%. The other two haven't grown much, and it's not that easy to move up the gold finger again. However, Chen Xian was already so strong at this point that he didn't even put the average monarch level in his eyes, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there weren't even a few that could break his defenses while he was standing still right now. Early the next morning, team members gathered in the living room with tired but intent expressions. Last night was crazy. My head is still a bit groggy, Zhao Manyan said with a tired face as he yawned. Are the bags all packed? Ready to depart? Nanju reminded. Still traveling on the captain's private jet? Jiang Yu inquired. Yes. Efficiency takes precedence. AI Jiang Tu responded succinctly. At this time, Mo Fan stood out with a firm expression. Before we begin our journey, I would like to have a small meeting with everyone. Do you remember what I mentioned when we first arrived in Sea Battle City? Traditional calendars are actually a waste of time for us now. We, as high-ranked mages, are fully capable of winning more wealth through our own strength. The gap between mages boils down to a gap in resource investment. No matter how much one emphasizes the importance of hard cultivation, one cannot change this essence. It's hard to break through the high-level bottleneck with only slow accumulation from meditation. So, what the State House competition is comparing is actually the upper echelon's investment in the younger generation, as well as the younger generation's own ability to make money, with real-world experience and whatnot being secondary instead. Perhaps all of us here are second generation with heavenly backgrounds and wealth, but there is a limited amount of assistance that the family can provide. Various Star River level magic weapons, a full set of soul level magic tools, a large number of Star River veins straight through the 3 high levels of the 3 lineages, or a soul seed of each lineage. All these top-level configurations would cost billions of astronomical dollars by any random calculation. As impractical as it sounds, it's the ideal configuration for mages at our stage. Even the richest Zhao Manyan didn't reach it, not to mention the others, some of whom don't even have Astral River-level cultivation magic weapons. In the future perhaps you will have it, but that will also be when approaching the superorder. It is difficult to obtain so many resources at the moment with just your status as a member of the state government. Man, at last, must stand on his own feet. I can make you more money as captain, as long as you guys believe in me. Mo Fan had a serious gaze and his words were loud and clear. When the crowd heard the words, their expressions varied. Some were pondering, while others showed interest. Mo Fan's words had undoubtedly stirred up waves in their hearts. Why wouldn't they know that charging money would make them stronger? But this money is not that easy to get. There are no siblings in the family? The whole family only support you one? Or which high-ranking dare to directly promise a huge sum of public money to vote for you? Chen Xian estimated that it would be very good to obtain $1 billion worth of investment from the family at this stage. Almost a set of spirit-level magic tools, an ordinary magic weapon, plural ordinary magic weapons, a Star River vein, and 3 types of extremely high-quality spirit seeds. That was the standard for these geniuses. Chapter 138. 138. Vajra Mountain Range. I believe you. All listen to you. The others were still in the midst of reflection. Muning Xue was the first to open her mouth in support of Mo Fan. Mo Fan was able to walk from a grassroots to this point today. He was completely the magic version of Mr. Lei. There was no reason to doubt his ability to make money. Captain is asking us to give up our training and follow you to become hunters? Nanju asked calmly, obviously seriously considering Mo Fan's proposal. That's right, because we have all kinds of teams, all kinds of faculties. It's simply the perfect hunter squad. We can totally take on tons of quests at the same time and accumulate resources quickly, instead of suffering through the experience and waiting for the mentor to hand out that pitifully small amount of resources. I don't dare to guarantee that everyone can earn hundreds of millions of dollars a month, but $50 million is definitely there. But first things first, the hunter mission is not at all safer than the calendar training mission, during which we are bound to be in a state of high-intensity work, and Spirit will pick up a large number of suitable missions for us. Mo Fan said. He had just discussed this with Ling Ling, and with her ability in conjunction with Chen Xian's private jet, it would work perfectly. Ling Ling was also very excited about her job, meaning that there was a group of high-level mages working for her. She could also deduct a portion of the commission from her employer's side. The treasures picked up on the way to the mission were the remains of the demons killed. As long as there is no dispute, they can be collected alone, which is also a considerable amount of income. And performing hunter missions is actually a kind of training. Not only can you quickly accumulate resources, but you can also gain a lot of real-world experience. Spirit added. Mo fans' plan sounded full of temptation, and everyone could see the maximization of their own interests in it. Good. I agree with the captain's plan. AI Jiangtu was the first to state his support for Mo Fan. To him the bitter experience mission was indeed inferior to killing demons. I also think it's worth a try. Jiang Yu followed up with his approval. Me? As long as there's money to be made. Of course there's no problem. Zhao Manyan smiled and concurred. Although he was usually dangling, he didn't fall off the chain when it mattered. The other team members nodded their heads as well. And soon Mo Fan's proposal was supported by the entire team. Then it's settled. We'll go to the stick country to kick the bucket before we say anything. After that, Ling Ling will plan the route and objectives in detail. So everyone get ready. Mo Fan summarized. His eyes flashed with anticipation for the future. A self-experience that subverts tradition and is led by the State House crew kicks off. Mo Fan this time was to directly exclude the last bit of the mentor's roles. Directly, not to bring them to play. And to plan his own adventure route. Bringing the crowd to an open mountain forest, Chen Xian slowly emerged. His hundreds of thousands of tons of weight stepping on the ground, the entire forest shook. Even if I have long been psychologically prepared, seeing this behemoth again still feels shocking. Jiang Yu lamented. Why does it feel like this great demon wolf has become even bigger? Zhao Manyan was the first to notice the change in Chen Xian. It's not a feeling, it's really gotten bigger. Get in the car. Mo Fan said. Chen Xian held the crowd in his palm and activated the Red Lotus propulsion mode. And the high-temperature airflow erupted out, directly setting the mountains and forests of the small day ablaze. It was good that the magical world didn't have disasters like mountain fires, and the demons would put out the fires themselves. Chen Xian directly patted himself on the back and flew towards the stick country with an extreme speed of Mach 2. They arrived at the sea near Seoul in less than half an hour. Chen Xian conventionally dropped them off directly, while he himself dove headfirst into the ocean and began to clean up the siren community in the nearby waters. Mo Fan and the others landed near Seoul in the Blizzard Devil Eagle and didn't let Jiang Fox wander around any further. Directly leading the crowd to the Stick Country Pavilion, the all-high-ranked State House team unsurprisingly kicked ass and earned a badge. When they were done, they didn't stop for half a second and went straight towards the mysterious kingdom next door to kill them, taking down their national pavilion insignia with the same lack of effort. Regarding the mission given by the state mentor to explore the Vajra mountain range, after discussion, the crowd felt that it was not too time-consuming, and Spirit had also found a large number of missions regarding the Vajra mountain range and the Hunters Alliance here, with some of the overlapping missions, which could be accomplished in tandem. So Mo Fan decided that the first mission of the State House squad would be to develop the Vajra mountain range. The King Kong mountain range was located in the east of North Korea near the sea. The density of demons was blood red, and the danger level was equivalent to Dongting Lake, which was definitely no pressure for MOFAN.AS. Spirit finished carefully arranging a series of hunter missions. The members of the State House squad were fully loaded and ready to go. With excitement and anticipation for the unknown challenge on everyone's face, Chen Xian carried the crowd, like a moving island, through the clouds in the direction of the Vajra mountain range. During the flight, Mo Fan and the others held a short meeting in Chen Xian's palm, discussing the difficulties they might encounter and the strategies to deal with them, making sure that each member was clear about their duties and plans of action. Arriving at the edge of the Vajra mountain range, Chen Xian slowly landed, his huge body hidden in contract space to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. It was inconvenient for him to do anything with his current size, and as soon as he got close to the core circle of the Vajra mountain range, he would 100% enrage the monarchs inside, and then it would be an open robbery. His mission this time was to come as a bodyguard. If the crowd provoked the monarch-level creatures of the Vajra mountain range, then he would come out to intercept the other party. Otherwise he would be in charge of eating and carrying, and that would be the end of it. Mo Fan and the others then trekked into the mountainous region to begin their first mission, exploring the distribution of demons and devils in the Vajra mountain range. What races were present in which places? What dangers were present in which places? And what resources were present in which places? This was the survey mission, only their way of accomplishing it was a bit more hardcore. They would develop it for him by the way after surveying. For example, if there were any ores or other rare magical resources, the crowd would just dig them all up without leaving any soup. Discover magic minerals. Dig. Find a rare demon. Hunt. Find demon cubs. Steal. Discover spirit seeds, soul seeds or fragments. Rob. Find a powerful demon. Run. The main one is not a martial art. And the goose is the gander. There was basically nothing treacherous about the Vajra mountain range. It was mainly composed of vast forests, deep valleys, and rolling hills, which wasn't much of an obstacle for the members of the national government team who were already all high-ranked. Ling Ling was carried forward by Mo Fan. and it didn't take long before she passed through the outer area, which was basically inhabited by few demons. At most a part of the feathered demons as well as strange insects. After entering the inner area of the Vajra mountain range, the density of demons rose linearly. The probability of being discovered by the feathered demons and the land demons rose linearly. Fortunately, Mo Fan's shadow system cultivation was strong enough. Together with Nanju's sound magic, he managed to silence several times, avoiding attracting more attention from the demons. Chapter 139 to 139. Ape Demon Clan. Upon arriving here, the crowd all began to move. Mo Fan and his group dividing up the work and utilizing the magic and skills that each of them excelled in. They began to explore efficiently and deeply. As the core of information collection and analysis, Ling Ling constantly received real-time intelligence from the team members, and through her processing, the entire team's understanding of the Vajra mountain range rapidly deepened. She not only plans the safest and most efficient paths, but also predicts possible demon groups and potential resource points based on the data she collects, avoiding risks for her team while maximizing benefits. Nanju, on the other hand, utilized his sonic perception ability to provide the team with a dynamic environmental warning system. Any minor fluctuations would be hard to escape her perceptions. Whether it was hidden demons or potential dangers in the natural environment, they were all under her surveillance, ensuring that the team was able to respond in advance, utilizing their mastery over the earth. Several earth mages easily chiseled through the ground and mountains to form a tunnel straight into the depths of the vein, carefully digging out precious magical minerals and rare gems to ensure that every inch of the land was utilized to its full potential. Jiangyu's rock general was not only a solid shield, but also a symbol of strength, easily lifting heavy ores and resources and carrying them to the designated location, greatly enhancing the efficiency of material transportation and reducing the burden of manpower. The Night Rakshasa, with its natural agility and talent for shadows, becomes an excellent tool for sneak attacks and infiltration. It silently travels between demon lairs, utilizing its small size and the cover of night to steal treasures and rare materials hoarded by demons, adding many surprises to the party. As for AI Jiantu's spatial magic, it was even more flexible and versatile. In addition to the spatial teleportation and trap placement that had already been demonstrated, he was also able to utilize this ability to perform special missions such as rapid rescue, covert reconnaissance, or instantaneous evacuation from a perilous situation, which provided the team with strong strategic mobility and emergency response capabilities. Jiang Shaoxiu's mind-based magic also played a very important role. Not only could the team communicate through her over long distances, but at critical moments, she could also calm or even manipulate the emotions of those difficult demons, creating excellent opportunities for the team's actions. It could also mentally relieve people of negative emotions such as nervousness or fear. Zukumon's poison system then acts as a shinigami to prevent the team from being inexplicably poisoned over. Both wind and shadow serve a mobility role, acting as scouts for scouting. Each faculty could be useful in some way. Instead, the destruction magic became of little use, so it was left to do some hard work, and Mu Tinjiang cursed as a result. Under Spirit's subtle arrangement, the efficiency of the State House squad was astonishing. Not only did they succeed in drawing an exhaustive map of the distribution of demons within the Vajra mountain range, they also marked all the magical resource points that had been discovered, including rare ores, medicinal herbs, and spiritual seeds that greatly benefited magicians in their cultivation. Only that they collected them all by hand. Not only did they succeed in avoiding many unnecessary conflicts, they also skillfully utilized the terrain and demonic habits for efficient resource collection and precise demon removal. As time passed, their exploration of the Vajra mountain range gradually deepened, and wherever they went, secret treasures and resources originally hidden in the depths of the dense forest were unearthed one by one. As they explored deeper and deeper, they gradually approached the core of the Vajra mountain range, a mysterious area surrounded by dense jungles and treacherous peaks, which was not only the place where the elemental concentration was the most turbulent, but also the territory of the undisputed ruler of the Vajra mountain range, the Ape Demon Clan. These apes, by no means easy to deal with beasts, they have comparable to the wisdom of the mountain people, and even more cunning. Ape Devil's body structure is exceptionally strong, long hands and feet with a thick tail. Even if the four limbs on the ground walking, the height is easily more than 2 meters. The strength of the huge enough to break the adult waist-thick tree, showing their amazing physical strength. I've already looked at several black-haired ape demons. Do we still need to continue? Jiang Yu asked worriedly, clearly knowing something about this kind of demon. These wild monkeys. It shouldn't be a big deal, Zhu Jiming said disdainfully. Don't worry, it's only slave level. Watch me go up and second them. Officer Fish let out a cold snort and turned on wind tracks to charge forward. The fist blade in his hand flashed with cold light. Hey, wait, the spirit wanted to say something else. However, the official fish was too fast. Swish, swish, swish. Only 3 wind-breaking sounds rang out, as if a green-colored light and shadow had crossed, and one of the several black-haired ape devils that were originally still hanging and frolicking on the tree instantly separated its corpse and died on the spot. Oh. The two remaining ape demons were shocked, covering their constantly blood-spewing necks as they kept letting out fierce cries. Surprisingly, not all of them were killed. Official Fish was shocked. This ape demon was really something, knowing that his armor could even poke a battle general level. Nian control. AI Jiangtu saw the situation in time. A powerful Nian force acted with the two ape demon heads. The next second directly 360-degree rotation directly break their necks. The unpleasant screaming stopped then. Who asked you to make a move? The ape demon clan is the overlord of the Vajra mountain range. These few ape demons dying will bring us trouble. Ling Ling angrily accused. The official fish knew that he was impulsive and didn't dare to voice a rebuttal. Isn't it just a few wild monkeys? It doesn't feel that strong. Come 1,000 and we can handle it. Mu Tinjing said in a very uneducated manner. She had had enough of going to do hard labor, which made the originally delicate her very humiliated, and would rather go to fight with the demons. These black-furred ape devils are just the lowest level slave level ape devils. The ape devil clan uses hair color and body size to differentiate their strength. Black is a slave, white is a war general, and purple is a commander. There is an entire tribe of ape devils in this Vajra mountain range. Jiang Yu explained. I'll say it again. We came here to explore and gather resources, not to kill senselessly. Your impulsiveness might bring us even more trouble. The next time, don't blame me for not distributing the harvest evenly when the time comes. Emofan's gaze was stern as he stared at official fish and Mu Tinjing and said, directly deducting his wages as a warning, which both of them didn't dare to make any more noise. Nanju walked over to a few ape demon corpses, and after a moment of observation, he sighed helplessly and said, we've already attracted attention. The smell of the ape demon's blood is spreading very quickly, and there are already other ape demons rushing over nearby. We must quickly leave this place. The territory of the ape demon clan has strict rules. Any infringement will incur the retaliation of the entire clan. Next time you make a move, try not to see blood. That move of nimble control just now was great. Spirit said, well, let's shift our position first. Just leave those few ape demons that followed us to me. AI Jiangtu nodded and said, Chapter 140 to 140. Annihilation of the ape demon lair. After letting Emofan destroy the corpse with a fiery fist and vaporize the demonic blood of the ape demon, the crowd quickly moved away from the place. AI Jiangtu's curse system and space were enough to make the pursuing ape demon die without realizing it. After a burst of high-speed movement, they finally left the area frequented by ape demons and found a relatively safe spot to rest. Why don't I just search outside? Don't mess with those ape demons, Jiang Yu proposed. There's actually no need for us to be that wimpy. Knowing that he had Shen Xian to back him up, Zhao Manyan wasn't scared at all. Indeed, the ape devils are actually within our scope of coping with them, only that our purpose is to collect resources, not to fight them to the death. Even if we want to make a move against them, we have to be prepared for everything. We have to ensure total annihilation without causing the entire ape devil tribe to riot. Mo Fan said, and you have to destroy them all without drawing attention to yourself, and make sure they don't spurt blood. How is this possible? The official fish said bitterly. Actually, ice magic can do it. Ice magic can directly freeze the blood of an ape demon, preventing the blood from emitting odors to attract other ape demons. Mu Ningxue suddenly opened her mouth. The crowd's eyes lit up as they heard the words, and it was clear that the ice system was viable. I agree with Mo Fan. AI Jiangtu stoically interjected. We can formulate a detailed plan to utilize the advantages of our various lineages to form a squad that specializes in dealing with ape demons, and when we encounter an ape demon that must be killed, this squad will step in to take care of it. Since that's the case, then Mu Ningxue, Mu Tinjing, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and old AI with me. A total of 5 people will be in charge of these ape demons. Mo Fan said. After the decision was made, the group set off once again, heading deeper into the Vajra mountain range, and it wasn't long before they encountered a nest of ape demons that couldn't be bypassed in any way. With hundreds of black-haired ape demons, and nearly 20 white-haired ape demons, this is a force to be reckoned with. The 5 people in charge of the ape demon squad quickly approached this ape demon nest under the cover of Emofan's shadow system. Emofan took the lead, only to see him pull out a book of constellations to use. This was something he had pulled out in passing when he was in the ancient capital before. At this time, his shadow department had not yet learned to construct constellations, so it was just right to use it. CU rules. Dark star charts emerged one by one, forming dark constellations that haunted Emofan's surroundings, and Emofan's hands were like holding a small canopy, which appeared absolutely black and devoured in the direction of the ape demon's lair. The originally noisy ape demon lair suddenly lost its sunlight, and the entire lair was shrouded in darkness, including the group of ape demons, all of which were suppressed by this field of darkness for a time. Several battle general level white-haired ape devils reacted quickly and stormed towards the outside of the nest. Wanting to escape from the range ruled by the CEO of IT was only that AI Jiangtu and Mu Ningxua's higher-order constellations had already been brewing and waiting for a long time. Ghost Xing. A huge cloud of ghost mist erupted behind AI Jiangtu, which transformed into evil ghosts the size of small mountains and flew towards CU's domain of domination. This cursed evil ghost was originally a dark attribute, and as soon as it entered the range of CU's domain of domination, it even gained a huge increase, and its magical effects all went up a level. A few white-haired ape devils were grabbed before they could run out of the domain of CU's domination, followed by heart-rending screams. Ghost Xing, the torture with ghosts. How could a living thing stand it, with just a single high-level curse? AI Jiangtu had almost wiped out most of the white-haired ape devils in one go, leaving only 3 or 4 that had run farther away unable to reach them. At the same moment Mu Ningxua's high-level ice constellation descended. Ice casket. Above the densest point of that group of black-haired ape devils, the breath of frost quickly condensed. A morose ice coffin suddenly took shape, and the vast freezing power and the sturdy, crystal-like ice casket covered the heads of all the ape devils at once. The next moment, the ice-sealed spirit coffin fell down with a bang, and the ice coffin, which was as large as a small mountain, instantly smashed among the ape demon group, accompanied by a deafening roar. Ice shavings flew, and the entire ape demon lair seemed to be frozen by the ice and snow at this moment. The black-furred ape devils were either frozen into ice as smashed to death or trapped in frigid cages, struggling but unable to get out as the cold quickly stripped them of their vigor and froze them in place. Seeing this, Mu Tinjing and Jiang Shaoxu quickly launched an attack, although they were not yet able to use high-ranked magic. As high-ranked mages and then using middle-ranked magic, their killing power was very high for the battle general class. The two of them dozens of ice locks quickly stretched out, those who were not completely frozen to make up one by one, or by the ice locks crushed to death, or was directly pierced. The damage caused by the ice locks will be at the same time will be frozen wounds as well. Do not have to worry about meeting the blood at all. Mo Fan also acted quickly. With the CO domination domain, his shadow department was like a tiger with wings, and in no time at all, he was able to fix the few white-haired ape demons that had run away in place, with a dark on sticking out of each of their shadows. Mo Fan's thunder and fire were both very easy to see blood magic. After all, it was impossible to instantly melt or disintegrate them, so he could only choose to break the ape demon's neck with the same numinous power as AI Jiang Tuesday. Only after some attempts, he awkwardly realized that his thoughts could not wring the neck of this white-haired ape demon at all, and no matter how much he concentrated, the white-haired ape demon was able to send out his strength to fight against him. Exasperated, he went straight for it. Nima coin. Gave you face, didn't I? With his high level of cultivation and his body strengthened by blood leonine, Mo Fan broke it with a handful of force. Along with the outburst of his Nimrod power, there was a click. This white-haired ape demon's head was directly twisted 360 degrees by Mo Fan and died on the spot. Immediately after that, he sent the rest of the ape devils to the western heaven as he had done, and by this time the battle had come to an end, with Mu Ningxue and the others taking care of the other ape devils as well. As the last ape demon fell, the smoke of the battle gradually dispersed, and this corner of the Vajra mountain range returned to tranquility. Well done. Hurry up and go to their lair to search it and see if there is anything good. According to the intelligence from the Hunter Alliance's side, this Vajra mountain range originally had a huge magic stone mine, and then it was overrun by this group of ape demons, so it's unlikely that they dug up something good. Ling Ling said. As soon as they heard this, the official fish and Zhao Manyan quickly sprang into action, rushing towards the nest of the ape demons, unable to wait to explore the treasures that might be hidden. On the other hand, Mo Fan and the other members followed closely behind, alert for any unexpected situations that might arise, while preparing to clean up the battlefield to ensure that no clues would be left behind that might attract other demons entering the ape devil's lair. The crowd found that the structure inside was complex, with both naturally formed caves and parts excavated and expanded by the ape devils. Various weapons and simple tools were hung on the walls, showing the extraordinary intelligence and living habits of these ape demons. Chapter 141-141. Withdrawal. Official fish and Zhao Manyan found a hidden hole in a pile of seemingly disorganized rocks, with tiny oh-oh sounds coming from inside. The two of them glanced at each other. Both of them were elated. It was obvious that inside was a pregnancy greenhouse, and the tender cries indicated that there were the young of the ape demons in it. You know that the hunter is the most profitable is to steal demon cubs. A war general level cubs do not care what the pedigree is, high or low. 20 million is definitely the starting price, like the white-haired ape demon, which was even a race with a slightly superior bloodline. Selling a head for $30 million was not a problem at all. Mofan. A pregnant baby greenhouse was found, Zhao Manyan said with delight. Upon hearing this, the others immediately leaned over, and after sensing it, Mo Fan said, the concentration of elements in here is higher than outside. It should be hiding some magic stones or something like that. I noticed a lot of black-haired ape demon cub corpses when I was outside. No surprise this is an exclusive greenhouse for white-haired ape demon cubs. Nanju judged. Open it for it first. Spirit said. I'll do it. Earth wave. Channing said. Pressing her palms on the cave's wall, a wave of earth magic was released, and the entire wall quickly softened, pushing a large hole out in the surrounding area, revealing the scene within 1, 2, 3, 4, rich, 4 white furs, Zhao Manyan exclaimed, only to see that in the cave, 4 white-furred ape demon cubs, whose size was comparable to that of small monkeys, were curled up together. They seemed to be both scared and curious about this sudden change, and they let out a tender ah sounded. The interior of the cave was simply arranged, but it was surrounded by a large number of magic stones set in a faint glow, maintaining a suitable temperature and humidity. Clearly a nursery crafted for these cubs. The purity of these magic stones is also okay. Are there still so many left to use up? It seems that the news that a magic stone mine exists in this Vajra mountain range is true. Spirit analyzed. Pack them all away. Fan gave an order and everyone immediately took action. He himself took the lead in opening the door of the contract and directly threw the 4 ape demon cubs into the middle of the contract space. Watched over by Chen Xian. It's natural to store substances in the contract space. And in the original little Yenji brought a lot of toys in there. And the 9 Spectres Queen had also entered, since the object of the contract was Chen Xian. His size was so huge that the summoning contract needed to expand a huge contract space in order to accommodate him, which was one of the reasons why Fan hadn't risen up to the high-level 2nd grade until now. It was all being used to cast the contract space, however. This is also disguised as having a portable warehouse. The contract space is still relatively troublesome to open, and the cost of magic energy is more. Not as convenient as the space bracelet. The other members of the State House were also quickly digging down the magic stones set on the walls. The concentration of these magic stones were on the high side. Obviously not those mineral edges. Each one was worth tens of thousands of dollars. How could such a large greenhouse have a few hundred of them? Although it was not worth mentioning compared to the value of the 8 demon cubs. This also revealed the news that the quality of the magic stone mines in the Vajra mountain range was very okay. After a bit of cleaning up, the crowd continued to explore deeper into the core. When they reached here, the mountain range began to become rugged, with huge rocks and cliffs towering over them, trees towering into the clouds, and dark clouds in the sky, with threads of lightning traveling through them. The weather here has changed abnormally. It's likely that there's some sort of magical source influencing it, and we're likely close to the magic stone mine. Spirit analyzed. It could also be some sort of great demon's domain. AI Jiangtu directly poured cold water, and he was more vigilant at all times. There's also the possibility that the two coexist. That great demon has occupied the magic stone mine. Fan said. Be careful. There are a lot of guys with powerful auras here. They're making a lot of noise. It's likely that they're commander-level existences. Nanju warned. When the crowd heard this, their expressions became even more solemn, and Fan quickly made a decision. Analyze and record the distribution of the demons in the core circle, then quickly retreat, and call it a day for now. The magic stone mine was 100% occupied by that monarch-level ape demon. It didn't need to be said. Robbing is definitely not an option. Not to mention whether or not Chen Xian can defeat it. Let's just say that this is someone else's home base. And there are so many monarch-level ape demons that the national government team can't handle it first. Record the distribution information of the demons and go back and discuss the countermeasures. Then come back next time to think of a solution. It was delusional to think of taking the magic stone mine in one fell swoop. At most stealing some of the pure vein products, for example. Things like yuan crystals, magic diamonds, spirit seeds, and soul seeds. The people followed Fan's instructions and quickly and cautiously recorded the distribution of demons within the core circle. Especially the environment and guardian forces around the magic stone mine were labeled in detail, only the process wasn't that smooth. And although Officer Fish's movements as a scout were swift, Officer Fish's stealth skills were still slightly rough just as he was sneaking near the magic stone mine, trying to record key information in greater detail. A sharp gust of wind and a faint magic fluctuation caused the alertness of a commander-class ape demon not far away. This ape demon possessed a keen sense of perception. It immediately detected the presence of the uninvited guest. Its eyes flashed, and a low growl then resounded through the valley. Uhu dash. Fan and the others were instantly alerted, only to see a huge ape demon in the distance with a body covered in purple hair, interspersed with golden threads, approaching the official fish at a rapid pace, running on all fours. This giant beast's physique was already 20 meters tall, and if it were fully upright, it would be close to 40 meters. The 2 long-handed forearms were muscular like crabs, thick in the front and thin in the back, only to see that the ape double fists violently hit the ground. The force was so great that under the instant vibration, there were actually 3 or 4 thick rock pillars rising up from the ground, stopping in front of the official fish who was in a hurry to escape. The official fish reacted with agility. His body shape violently folded at the moment the rock pillar appeared out of nowhere. like a swimming fish leaping into the water, skillfully drawing an arc in the air, avoiding the blocking rock pillar. However, he didn't dare to have half a bit of elation. The aura of the ape demon behind him was too terrifying. It was estimated that one punch would be able to kill himself in seconds. And the official fish opened the crawling demon tool to frantically flee to the large troop. Mo Fan was also alarmed at this time. This ape demon is not to be messed with at a glance. It is likely that it is not an ordinary commander level, considering that starting a war here is likely to attract the attention of a stronger ape demon. Mo Fan immediately ordered to start retreating. Run! Leave the core circle first, Mo Fan said. When the crowd heard this, they didn't hesitate for a second and directly began to retreat backward. The blasted wind demon eagle was in the front to open up the way. Everyone else was riding on the ground waves, running all the way to follow behind, and the official fish was being chased by the giant ape demon behind them. Hey! You guys wait for me, help me! The official fish shouted. Chapter 142 to 142. Purple and gold ape demon, don't worry about him. He's fast. He'll definitely be in front of us later. First find a suitable route to lure this ape demon out of the core circle and find a chance to slaughter it, Mo Fan said. Jiang Xiaoshu immediately used the mind system to convey Mo Fan's meaning to the official fish, who immediately cursed after hearing it. He had to be the bait again. All the way to run tens of kilometers of road. Along the way there are a large number of black and white ape devil try to impede them, but all were killed on the spot. At this time behind the official fish chasing ape devil has become a brigade. Hundreds of ape devil followed the commander level ape devil desperately chase Mo Fan. There's a hidden canyon ahead with steep rock walls on both sides and a narrow center, suitable for us to set up an ambush. And there's a stretch of open land after going out from there that will allow us to distance ourselves from that ape demon, Nanju said after sensing the terrain through his sonic echo. Good. Just go there and ambush. Mo Fan was not an indecisive person. This was the time to trust his teammates. After Jiang Xiaoshu passed on the crowd's thoughts to Guan Yu cursed and led the ape devils around a bit more before finally folding into the middle of the canyon. At this time, Mo Fan and the others had already been in ambush for a long time, only that they still underestimated the intelligence of these ape demons. When the official fish rushed into the canyon, that commander-level ape demon didn't follow him in at the first opportunity. Instead, he stopped at the entrance of the canyon, and the hundreds of ape demons behind him followed suit right there. Having been watching, just as the crowd was wondering about their tricks being dismantled by the demons, another commander-class ape demon, one size smaller, appeared at the exit of the other end of the canyon, similarly followed by hundreds of ape demons, with a preponderance of white-furred ones, implying a large number of warlords. It's over. It's over. These ape demons are too smart. They actually saw through our trap and formed a counterpack for me, Jiang Yu said anxiously. These ape devils had lived in this Vajra mountain range for who knows how long. Their intelligence was comparable to that of a mountain man. How could they not know where there was a terrain advantage? Mo Fan's face sank, and Nanju was also very embarrassed. This was bringing everyone into a dead end. Steady. Now is not the time to panic. Jiang Fox, can you try to turn them against each other? Mo Fan asked. I don't know high-level magic yet. Otherwise I could try, Jiang Xiaoshu also said with embarrassment. Looks like we can only kill our way out. Old AI. Shui. You two lead them to break out from the smaller one side. I'll block this big one. Mo Fan quickly gave the order. Yes. AI Jiangtu did not hesitate and immediately responded. Yes. Can you do it yourself? Mooning Shui asked with hesitation. That ape demon with purple hair mixed with golden hair was not to be messed with at a glance. Its body size was a circle larger. It was likely to be a great commander or an existence of the advanced stage. Don't worry, the blistering wind demon eagle will be with me, and no matter what, don't I still have my biggest card? Mo Fan smiled confidently. This biggest card naturally referred to Chen Xian, only, at this point, they hadn't attracted the attention of the monarch-level ape devils. It was just the two commanders, and once Chen Xian appeared here, it was 100% likely that the monarch-level ape devils would be provoked out. Ningshui was also relieved when she heard this. And rightly so, it was their side that should be worried. Clean and sharp turn. Body towards the AI Juntu tangled with the ape demon commander support and go. Others also have followed. Mo Fan also walked out from the ambush site and stood in the middle of the canyon, facing the purple and gold ape demon, his determined eyes gazing at the giant beast. Come on, let me see your strength, Mo Fan said in a deep voice, an invisible shadow magic power building up around him, preparing for the hard battle to come. The wind demon eagles were spread out on the flanks, ready to stand by to provide air support for his actions. Seeing this, the purple golden-haired ape devil's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, as if he had not expected that this human would dare to stand directly in front of it. Angry, it roared a loud whistle that shook the valley and swore an oath of authority, leading its troop of ape devils to surge toward Mo Fan. CU rules. The entire middle section of the canyon was quickly enveloped in a thick layer of shadow energy, creating a field of darkness that could almost be physically touched. This layer of darkness seemed to be alive, slowly fluctuating and swallowing up the light, along with the sound, creating a depressing and mysterious atmosphere. In such an environment, even Ape Demon's vision and perception would be severely disturbed. Mo-fan naturally couldn't be foolish enough to fight this raging tide of beasts, only to see that he took the lead in opening the Cu Dominion domain, spreading it over the entire middle section of the canyon. And any ape demon that wanted to pass through here would have to pass through his dark domain. However, that huge purple gold ape demon did not care, ignoring the unfavorable effects brought about by Cu's domination, and brazenly rushed into the dark field, suddenly rising up in the air, and his two fists gathered the power of his entire body, just like a meteorite falling, emitting a roaring sound, and striking directly at the center of the field. Rumble! As the purple gold ape demon's double fist struck hard, a force like a heavenly collapse erupted. The ground was lifted up in layers of earth waves, shockwaves swept in all directions, and the entire canyon seemed to be trembling. Dust flew and debris splattered, and for a time, the entire canyon was obscured in a chaos. With visibility dropping dramatically, this purple gold ape demon presumptuously wanted to use this kind of wide-range attack to force Mo-fan out. However, right in the midst of such a chaotic and destructive scene, Mo-fan's figure was abnormally calm. He just used his shadow escape to avoid each and every one of them in an unhurried manner, and then swiftly approached the purple gold ape demon. Several level 4 giant shadow spikes appeared at the same time, forming a dark hexagram formation that firmly fixed the purple gold ape demon's body. It was only that even the 4th level giant shadow spike, even with the enchantment of Cu's reign, was still a middle-ranked magic in the end, and it couldn't trap this great ape demon at all. With a brown demonic power stirring away, the dark 6 main star formation was instantly shattered, restoring his freedom. The first time he relied on the feedback of the earth demonic method to locate the place where Mo-fan was just now, and without saying a word twisted around and blasted out a destructive punch. Boom! The purple gold ape demon's two fists were like siege hammers, smashing through the curtain of darkness and dust, pointing directly at the location where Mo-fan had last manifested. However, when that devastating fist blasted, it only hit the air. Mo-fan was no longer in the same place, and his speed was so fast that he almost merged with the shadow. Being teased once again, he became infuriated. And as the purple gold ape demon gathered its entire body's demonic power on top of its two fists, the air seemed to freeze as purple demonic lightning jumped on its fists, in stark contrast to the dark realm that Cu ruled over. Like the brightest lightning in the night sky, in an attempt to dispel the darkness, its body leaned back violently, its muscles tensed up like a full bow, and immediately afterward, it poured down like a mountain, aiming straight at the position where Mo-fan last stood. And it was as if the momentum was going to smash the ground out of a huge pit. Chapter 143 to 143. Battle with the Violet Gold Ape Demon. Rumble dash. With this heavy blow from the Violet Gold Ape Demon, a complete thunderstorm blossomed from its fist, while the dark clouds in the air were also pulled by it, blasting down countless bolts of lightning into Cu's dominion. Rumble dash. As the purple gold ape demon landed this heavy blow, thousands of thunderstorms blossomed from its fists, and its roar intertwined with the thunderstorms to form a shocking natural spectacle. It invoked the thunder and lightning in heaven and earth, as if it was going to completely shatter Mo-fan's carefully constructed dark realm. Between the lightning and thunder, the dark shadows of Cu's reign were illuminated by the strong light, gradually fading away and losing their previous oppressive power. Mo-fan's figure appeared extraordinarily small in the interplay of thunder and lightning, yet he was also exceptionally tough. Even when he was directly struck by a bolt of lightning, his eyes remained resolute without the slightest flinch, and the current traveled over his body without causing much damage. The reason why Mo-fan had been dragging on teasing the Violet Gold Ape Demon was to kill those little ape demons that were intent on passing through the Cu ruling domain. And when the Cu ruling domain dispersed, the Violet Gold Ape Demon saw black and white corpses all over the ground. Among them there were those that had died at the hands of the blistering wind demonic eagle, those that had died at Mo-fan's hands, and at the same time, there were also those that had died at his own hands. The scene directly stimulated the purple gold ape demon. Its anger was completely ignited. Its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light. Its entire body surged with tyrannical thunder power. Just like a gigantic capacitor that had been wired with heavenly fury thunder, its entire body was almost about to explode. The release of this power not only shook the surroundings, but even the air seemed to crackle with an aura of destruction. Roar! The purple gold ape demon's roar shook the heavens, and the entire canyon seemed to tremble, the ground cracking open into a hideous gully. Dust and debris spilling down like rain. When Mo-fan saw the purple gold ape demon displaying its explosive form, his heart was also flabbergasted. Without the cover of Sea Knight's reign, the next step would be to fight hard. The ape demon clan was clearly the best at this. The next step would not be a good fight. Little Yenji, attach your body. Without the slightest hesitation, he first put on his daughter's battle armor, Purine. After little Yenji answered, She quickly merged into Emofan's body, opening the flame war god mode for him. Emofan's fire wings opened to take off in order to occupy the high ground. But the purple and gold ape demon was too fast and rushed over with a thunderstorm heavy fist, too late to dodge. He could only return the favor with an equally heavy punch. Fiery fist. Falling star. A large flame meteor erupted from Emofan's fist and collided with the purple gold ape demon's thunderstorm heavy fist in the air. And in an instant, the flames and thunderbolts intertwined. Erupting in a deafening roar, the tiny Emofan was instantly lifted out by the shockwave. And the air was filled with the smell of scorching and thunder. And it was too late to get up. The purple and gold ape demon had already attacked at speed against the aftermath of the explosion by virtue of its strong physical qualities and threw another thunderous punch at Emofan. It was already too late to make a confrontation at this point. Emofan could only sacrifice his newly purchased shield magic tool, the eightfold light barrier. From his heart, the eight-sided light barrier formed a cylinder, firmly wrapping Emofan in it, and the purple gold ape demon's thunder heavy fist with devastating power ruthlessly smashed onto the eight-sided light barrier. The light curtain trembled violently, as if it was under the pressure of mountains tumbling down, but it did not shatter, successfully blocking the fatal blow. Around the light curtain, lightning and flames intertwined with each other, emitting crackling and popping explosions, and the light shone in all directions, illuminating the entire canyon. Ha! Emofan borrowed the protection of the light barrier and quickly adjusted his breathing as the magic power in his body converged once again. Little Yenji's possession had given him extra strength, and the timely activation of the 8 directions light barrier had given him a precious respite. My turn! Inflammation sword shock blast, Emofan shouted, and a 20-something meter long inflammation sword coalesced from the back of the purple gold ape demon's head, and then fell down heavily to insert into his head to eye in the next second. A fierce flame erupted from the inferno sword, and along with Emofan's roar, the huge inferno sword instantly blossomed into a bright flaming light above the purple gold ape demon's head. The flamestorm erupted from the center of the inferno sword like a volcano erupting, enveloping the purple gold ape demon in a sea of fire, and the violent explosions and heat waves caused the entire canyon to tremble. Ow dash! The violet gold ape demon roared in pain, its huge body struggling in the flames, its fur charred and the flesh and blood on the top of its head burned through, revealing its hard and incomparable skullcap. Taking advantage of the purple and gold ape demon's painful struggle, Emofan took the opportunity to pull away from the distance, and flew high between the swinging of the fire wings. He knew that the only thing that he could do to cause damage to the purple and gold ape demon was only the fire magic, and the inflammatory sword shock blast was far from being enough to cause damage to it, and could only cause it to suffer from external injuries and feel the pain. Emofan gathered the fire constellations high in the air. If this high-level fire system couldn't even cause an effective kill on it, then he would have to consider whether to just run away or let Shinxian help. Heavenly Flame Fire Feather. With Emofan's blistering cry, the converging fire constellation power instantly transformed into a blazing plume of fire that merged into his pair of broad, boundless, sun-shading fire wings. Under Emofan's command, these flame feather arrows poured out like a swarm of bees, each one like a precision-guided missile, directly hitting the purple gold ape demon. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions that shook the valley, the flaming feathers crashed into the huge body of the purple gold ape demon one after another. Each contact triggered a violent explosion, and the tongues of fire swept like angry waves, completely engulfing the purple gold ape demon. Under Emofan's barrage of fire feather missiles, cracks appeared on the hard and incomparable epidermis and cranium of the purple gold ape demon, and its wail of pain resounded throughout the entire canyon. Waiting until the fire light dispersed, but saw that it still did not mean to fall. The heavenly flame fire plume did hurt the purple gold ape devil, but it was not enough to seriously injure him. Emofan was also shocked that this was all fine. This was his own soul seed plus Little Yenji's big move. A glittering ball of lightning energy coalesced on the right fist of the bruised purple gold ape demon, and it swung a destructive thunderbolt toward Emofan with great vigor. Die in the face of the destructive lightning that came through the air. Emofan was not panicked at all. He was not afraid of this kind of flying energy type attack. Don't forget that his chaos department is not for show. Only to see him instantly cast Chaos middle grade magic, Chaos Vortex. A chaotic surface appeared in the path of the destructive thunder light, and the destructive thunder light instantly disappeared without a trace after shooting into it. Oomph! Give it back to you. Emofan's mind moved, and the chaos surface then reversed, like a mirror reflection, and in the next second an equally or even stronger destructive lightning flew out from it, shooting towards the violet gold ape demon. Boom! The lightning caused a cracked and scorched blackness to appear on the surrounding ground, and the violet gold ape demon was instantly bombarded by the destructive lightning, causing his entire body to go numb and his hair to stand on end. Chapter 144. Beating the little one to the old one. Only his lightning resistance was very tenacious. And this move didn't hurt him as much as a piece of fire feather just now. The clever purple gold ape demon immediately realized that he couldn't fight against Mo Fan against the wave, or else he would be rebounded, and should have just fought physically. With thunder wrapped around his body, he immediately ran towards Mo Fan. Injured, he became even more terrifying. As if something like adrenaline had been stimulated, berserk thunder heavy fist attack. Mo Fan can only flee in a mess. Positive hard contact, he is completely at a disadvantage. Can only look at the space system and the shadow system of high mobility full of kite. 1 After another round of fiery fist meteor smashed on the body of the purple gold ape demon. But this thing was really too topsy-turvy. It was blown to a bloody pulp. And it froze without half a wimp finally. Mo Fan made a mistake and didn't have time to perform instantaneous movement. And the shadow escape that he made in his haste was caught up with him. And at this moment, the entire face of the purple and gold ape demon revealed a perverted and twisted expression. As if he wanted to tear Mo Fan into pieces. Mo Fan only had time to put on the heavy armored magic tool. And immediately after that, it was as if he had been hit by a train of 10,000 tons with a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. And his entire figure instantly exploded out and crashed into the rock wall of the canyon and embedded in it. Before he had time to get up, the furious purple and gold ape demon rushed up, swinging 2 giant siege hammer-like heavy fists, set in the wall among the Mo Fan for the wind and rain like a series of hits. Manic brute force, and even the mountain walls have been broken. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fortunately, this high-end cargo armor magic tool played a crucial protective role. Hard to resist the purple and gold ape demon that is enough to shake the mountain and crack the stone chain of heavy attacks. With every punch that fell, the rock wall shattered like papier-mâché. Dust and dirt flew, and while Mo Fan was barely maintaining a trace of life under the protection of that sturdy armored magic tool, he couldn't help but be shaken to the point where his internal organs were churning and the pain was unbearable. Cough. Mo Fan forced himself to endure the pain. A large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth, feeling that if he continued to show off he might be killed alive. As a last resort, Mo Fan could only use his big move. Brother Cien, help me. Only saw a flash of silver light. Purple and gold ape devil still do not know what happened. Under the fist of the small thing, breath instantly disappeared. Excited to the extreme, he thought the other party was killed alive by himself. Only at this moment, he suddenly felt that the sky had darkened, as if there was something huge behind him that had blocked out the sunlight, and its shadow had even directly covered his form. Drops of bathtub-sized cold sweat surfaced from the forehead of the violet gold ape demon. He slowly turned around, and what met his eyes was a titan demon wolf with a body size close to 100 meters tall, only to see its fist raised high, raging demonic power and hot breath roaring as the punch was ready to be launched. The violet gold ape demon slowly raised his head and looked at Mo Fan, who was standing on the shoulder of the demon wolf with a villainous look on his face, and then at Chen Xian, who had a fierce look on his face and was ready to punch himself to death at any time. The purple gold ape demon only wanted to say, "Big brother, this is a misunderstanding." Chen Xian, there is no misunderstanding. Boom! Chen Xian's elbow propulsion erupted. Tens of thousands of tons of heavy fists under its propulsion, as if it was a meteorite coming from outside the sky, smashing squarely into the face of the purple gold ape demon. The purple gold ape demon only felt a huge force of destroying the sky and the earth come. In an instant his still huge body flew out backwards, directly smashed on the rock wall of the canyon, and his whole body was directly set into it. And the position was exactly the same as the point where Mo Fan had just received a beating. Chen Xian punched directly to him. Dry stiffness, almost lost consciousness, a wink of blurring after. To meet him is Chen Xian, wild wind and rain of heavy punches. Just how to hit Mo Fan. Chen Xian at the moment is how to hit him. Mo Fan couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth at the moment. Is this what it feels like to have someone backing you up? No wonder there are so many brainless sons of the world. So the feeling of doing whatever you want is so cool. Little ape demon. Today I'll let you know what it means to hit the little one and come to the old one. Rumble, 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 rumble. Far greater commotion than just now spread out from here. The mountain walls of the canyon simply couldn't withstand Chen Xian's meteorite crashing into the earth like heavy punches. And within a few moments, the entire mountain was pierced through. By the time he stopped, the purple gold ape demon had already been beaten to a bloody pulp by Chen Xian, and was simply unrecognizable as a mass of something. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Chen Xian still ate the best part of its demonic bile, and absorbed the remnants of the spirit that he had exploded in the meantime. Cowardly. Brother Xian, it's getting stronger now, Mo Fan bragged. Hurry up and run. I sense a terrifying aura coming from the depths of the mountain range, Chen Xian said, taking thick steps to chase in the direction of Ling Ling and the others. That ordinary ape demon commander had already been killed by AI Jiantu and Mu Ningxue's combined efforts, and Chen Xian didn't waste any time when he passed by, pulling out its demonic guts and then quickly leaving. And for the first time, the crowd of the State House team knew that Mu Ningxue actually had an extremely powerful demonic bile. a terrifying magical tool that was strong enough to kill a commander-class demon in seconds. Of course, a certain Mu's eldest young lady is so angry that her silver teeth are going to be clenched. Envy and jealousy are directly written on her face. The heartless look is even more disgusting to the crowd. Chen Xian soon caught up with them as they were fleeing towards the outer reaches of the Vajra mountain range, encountering countless ape demons obstructing them along the way. The black and white ones were completely uncountable. There were even commander-level ones that were leaning over nearby. Only after Chen Xian caught up with them, all of these ape devils ran away in fear, not daring to be half as reckless right at this moment. On top of a very high mountain peak, a giant ape demon with a body type very close to Chen Xian appeared. This ape devil was bathed in golden hair. Lightning wandered between his fur, and the dark clouds above his head seemed to wriggle with his wool. Its physique looked more harmonized than that of the commander's ape demon. No longer with thicker limbs in the front and narrower limbs in the back, but with an overall more robust adamantine body. Roar! Accompanied by the Vajra ape demon's cry, a rumbling sound of thunder rang out as countless pillars of thunder descended from the sky, blasting down on Chen Xian's body, undoubtedly treating him as a competing territorial being. My goodness! It's a monarch-level Vajra ape demon! Jiang Yu shrieked out in shock. Cut the crap and run! Emo Fan said. Chen Xian also meant the same thing. The peak where the Vajra ape demon was located was still several kilometers away from them. Chen Xian directly scooped up the crowd along with the land under their feet with one hand, subsequently propulsion full open. A flight to the sky. Pressure does not give the Vajra ape devil close to their own opportunities. In the blink of an eye rushed up above the clouds. Only those do not die of golden lightning is still constantly bombarded him. Luckily, Chen Xian's demonic resistance was ridiculously strong, and the monarch-level lightning was nothing more than a tattoo on himself, and couldn't hurt him at all. Phew! It's safe at last. Luckily there's a great demonic wolf sitting in Chen Xian's palm. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. Chapter 145 to 145. Challenging the European National Pavilion scared me to death. That Vajra ape demon is also too terrifying. I can feel that ferocious aura even from a few mountains away. Zhao Manyan said with a palpitating heart. Captain, where are we going now? Nanju asked towards Mo Fan. The crowd also looked over at the words. After spending several days in a row in the mountain range, at this moment they couldn't wait to return to the human city. Let's go find a city to land in first, and go submit the quest on the way. And when we rest for a day we'll explore the Vajra mountain range once more. Mo Fan said. Ah, still going? Officer Fish was a bit too much to bear. He felt a bit overwhelmed. As a scout, the danger factor was too high in the hunter team, and he was the one who did all the dirty work. I want to quit. Before the official Fish could say anything, Zhu Jiming, who was on the side, hesitated for half a second before finally opening his mouth. That he had a large number of bumps and bruises on his head, and had just been hammered hard by a few white-haired ape devils when he broke out. And if it wasn't for the protection of his armored magic tool, he would have gone to his death at this point. For him, Mo Fan's kind of play was too crazy. Although it was true that money came fast, but he was the young master of the Zhu family, so he didn't need to earn this kind of money. People Mo Fan dare to play like this as a powerful demon wolf cover. Mu Ningshui has a horrible ice bow. AI Jiang 2 space system mobility pull full. Nanju sound system early warning to avoid danger. Zhao Manyan all turtle shell defense. Official Fish high level wind system run fast. Zhangshao Su mine system is even more capable of teasing the demon. Other people seem to have their own bottom line more or less. That looks nothing special. Chening also in the Just Breakout showed amazing fire attribute attainment. The whole team looks on their own with Mu Tingying the most little use. Once there is any danger he too is the first to die. After hesitating, he still chose the more comfortable way of growing up. Anyway, he was mixed up in the state house, as long as the family side normally provided him with the resources to cultivate. He didn't think that those dirtbags in the state pavilion would be able to surpass him. Those tutors cannot be no reason to replace him. Behind him is the ancestral family, specializing in the system. The whole family in the Magic Association in important positions. The future by virtue of the name of members of the state government with the family power. That makes a high official when it is not easy for their Zhu family. It can't be too bad, and it doesn't need to be too dazzling. It just needs to be peaceful and steady, and step by step, it can be straight up. After Zhu Jiming opened his mouth, the crowd fell into silence, and Mu Tingying also had the intention to move. She also wanted to quit. A month is just that much money. She is a direct line of the Mu clan. Why would she want to work for someone else, or the same age? Those who want to quit will discuss it when they go back, Mo Fan said. Flying all the way, considering how close it was to the country as well. Chen Xian flew directly back to the country, dropping the crowd off at the Shenyang Fortress City. Shenyang Fortress City, as a hub connecting inside and outside, is not only known for its important strategic location, but also for its rich exchange of magical resources under the jurisdiction of the Northern Military Region, to which AI Jiangtu belonged. they had a great responsibility to defend themselves against the large horde of demons from the Changbai mountain range, as well as to guard against those ferocious blood wasteland beasts in the northern grasslands. This made Shenyang Fortress City an ideal staging area for mages, whether it was for equipment replenishment and raising, intelligence exchange, or teaming up to travel to various places for hunting and trapping missions. The crowd found a hotel to stay temporarily, and Ling Ling, under Jiang Xiaoshu's mind-soothing, was finally able to alleviate the vomiting brought on by the high-speed flight, and then quickly went into work. She was seen quickly organizing the information about the trip, planning the next itinerary and task schedule. Nanju also had a certain amount of professionalism about this, and seeing as how the other little beauties were working so hard, she went to help out herself, while the rest of the group quickly shuffled off to bed the next day. In the hotel room, everyone sat in a circle, maps and information spread out on the table, data flashing on the fluorescent screen. Listening to Ling Ling and Nanju carefully analyze, we deduced that this is a lightning-attributed magic stone mine, and its core should be the lair of the Vajra Ape Demon. If we're going to continue to develop the Vajra mountain range, that monarch-level Vajra Ape Demon can't be bypassed in any way, Nanju said. In that case, the Vajra mountain range will have no other development value. If it's for hunting demons to earn resources, it would be better to head to Fortress City to take on some quests to kill blood wasteland beasts. Those kinds of demons are worth a lot more money, Spirit said. Mo Fan thought for a moment. If he was going to let Chen Xian deal with the monarch-level hard-robbing, it would be better to wait for his strength to improve later and do it himself, so he just skipped this place and came back later. Since that's the case, let's just submit the mission in the Vajra mountain range. Zhao Manyan will be in charge of selling the harvest this time, and we'll head directly to the next country pavilion to obtain our badges. Mo Fan said. Where's the next stop? Jiang Yu asked. The mentor hasn't given it down yet. But it doesn't matter, we'll just travel to Europe by ourselves, and directly challenge the national pavilions of those magic powerhouses, and leave after the fight. Mo Fan said. Europe? Wouldn't it be too much of a stretch to go over there and kick ass? You can't just put the captain on the field all the time, right? Nan Rong and I worriedly said. The impression of Europe in her mind was still powerful. Hey, don't underestimate us, don't we still have Lao Ai and Mu Ningxue? Moreover, Chening is also very strong, alright. I don't think the other statehouse teams are this strong, Zhao Manyan said unconvincingly. Indeed, it's just the national pavilion. We don't have to put it in our eyes even if it's all high-ranked, but you guys need to hurry up and master the high-ranked constellations only. AI Jiangtu said. The people quickly decided on the next journey. At nighttime, Mu Tingjing and Zhu Jiming proposed to Mo Fan to quit the demon hunting team. This time the Vajra mountain range that little harvest he2 don't want. The next hunter mission don't have to consider the two of them. They just want to do some simple experience mission. Mixing with the resources of the state government. Mo Fan didn't try to dissuade him too much and agreed directly. Anyway, these two people are not useful. If it is AI Jiangtu and Nanju this kind of powerful generals want to quit, he will certainly be discouraged, since Ling Ling and Nanju had to do intelligence on the local Hunters Union and the Changbai mountain range and other demonic regions. The group rested for 2 more days in Shenyang Fortress City before resuming their journey. This time, Chen Xian directly led them through the inner Mongolian steppe, crossing countless demonic regions along the way, and straight to Europe. There are tons of magical powerhouses on the European side that have set up national pavilions, and the Statehouse team and others can collect the challenge badges in a single stroll around the map from this day onwards. Mo Fan and the others didn't take any more hunter missions at random and concentrated on kicking the pavilion. Several Statehouse tutors could do nothing when they learned about it, who let this term produce a perverted captain, and could only cooperate by informing the other Statehouse in advance. 1 month in a row, Mo Fan and the others kicked the can down the road. Russia, Germany, England, France, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands. For a while, all of the European magic powerhouses knew about this Statehouse competition, and the Dragon Kingdom was coming on strong. Less than 2 months after the start of the calendar, the tickets for Venice were directly put together. Chapter 146 to 146. Tyrant Mountain Range. Most of the members of the National Pavilion in this period were not yet high-ranked, and against an existence of Mu Ningxue and AI Jiangtu's level, they were completely dealt a dimensional blow. At the same time, there was another person whose performance shone brightly, and that was Chening. Mo Fan and Chen Xian had also finally discovered that special presence within Chening. Jiang Feng. That's right, it's the flame fiend Jiang Feng. In order to support her daughter's future in the Statehouse, this thing has been possessing her body. No wonder her fire attainment is so terrifying. It's fitting that she's carrying a fire elemental demon of the commander advancement stage with her. Chen Ying's third lineage was the awakened summoning lineage, and as long as he waited for his middle rank, he could make a contract, except that this situation would suppress Jiang Feng's strength, so he simply didn't contract it, and just carried it with him. In this month's time, Mo Fan also finally gave the summoning department to the high level 2. At the same time, the harvest of the Vajra mountain range also came out, a total of $600 million of income, not including the tasks of the State House adventure without doing in-depth development of the Vajra mountain range, just scouring the periphery. This income is not bad at all. Mo Fan did a rare good deed and didn't withhold too much. He only took 100 million himself, and divided the rest. During this time, Chen Xian also asked Mo Fan to buy 2 soul seeds for him, the wind and water ones respectively. It had to be said that the magic market over here in Europe was indeed richer than at home, and things like soul seeds were often hard to buy. Even if there were, they were generally a bunch of trashy goods, that is, the kind of general soul species that didn't have domains 4 or 5 times. However, these 2 of Chen Xian's were the ones that came with domains, enough to see how rich the magic resources over here were. Water soul type, Vast Sea Tide, a water soul seed with a very ordinary ability, possessing a strong mastery of the water element, was able to greatly enhance the impact of water magic, which meant that Chen Xian unleashed the wave demon technique to rush faster and fiercer, enough to shake up solid defenses and break apart the enemy's shields. The tumbling tide not only enhanced the amount of water, the efficiency and range of manipulation, but also made every spell cast contain a shocking wave-like explosive power. Driven by this power, even the most basic water demonic spells were able to display no less than the power of a commander-level demonic spell in Chen Xian's hands. Incidental field, tidal field. This field was only useful if it was opened in an ocean or a giant lake, and it allowed Chen Xian to simulate the tidal phenomenon of nature within a certain range, manipulating the water element to produce periodic rises and falls as he pleased. If it was on land, then at most it would increase the elemental mastery, but if it was in the sea, then this skill was enough to create a very terrifying increase in oneself. A demonic wolf that ignored the resistance of the seawater was who knows how terrifying it would be. Wind soul type, Hurricane Lord. This wind soul seed empowered the manipulator to harness the pale gale, and the domain was the ability to summon and command the pale storm, making the wind demonic spells cast by Chen Xian more destructive and controlling. Not only does the Hurricane Lord enhance the wind speed, allowing for a wider and faster range of spell attacks, but it also creates a defensive wall of wind to ward off enemy attacks if necessary. The 2 soul seeds, Tumbling Tide and Hurricane Lord, each represented the essence of the power of water and wind. As long as Chen Xian refined them, he would only be able to scrape himself in the face of these 2 lines of magic in the future, even if it was a super rank 3. Of course, it hadn't been successfully refined yet, and the demon needed a long time to digest these elemental species. It wasn't just a matter of absorbing them into the spirit world and being done with it. It was also necessary to allow the body to adapt to them, and this process was actually allowing the attributes of the soul seed to quench the body and make it heteromaterialized. It was a good thing that this wouldn't trigger Chen Xian's Hell Curse's demon immunity passive. Otherwise Chen Xian would have had to just refine it. In that case only the demonic power would receive an increase from the water soul seed, and there would be no change to the demon's physical body. A demon's physical body could be much more important than demonic techniques, at least to Chen Xian. After another month of settling down, the crowd of the State House team already had some of them able to cast high-level magic, and their overall strength had risen dramatically after collecting enough challenge chapters. The State House players can actually say that there is nothing more to do, just wait silently for the opening of the competition, except that there are still 10 months to go before the opening of the competition. And this 1 year is supposed to be a training session prepared to allow the State House teams of various countries to improve. The State House crowd now finishing early also gave the mentors a headache. It couldn't be that they could waste 10 months to spend on closed-door meditation and cultivation, could it? Then they wouldn't know that they would be thrown out of the sky by then. The several tutors could only keep thinking of ways to take some experience missions for Mo Fan, and it was up to them to decide whether to do it or not. Mo Fan decided to rest for a while, so he led the crowd forward to brush up on their money. Chen Xian also planned to take advantage of this time to strengthen Mo Fan and take him to pick up that Tyrant Desolate Thunder on Tyrant Mountain, saving him from always clamoring for a Thunder Soul Seed. Alas! Stop arguing. Tomorrow we will take you to that Tyrant Desolate Thunder. It's a great soul thunder, a premium item that you can't buy at any auction house anywhere. Chen Xian said impatiently. Really? Where is this Tyrant Desolate Thunder? Mo Fan asked excitedly. He would have been a bit partial to the Thunder system. Only the Thunder system is now a bit too chicken ribs. The last time to deal with the purple and gold ape demon is simply useless. Just halfway up the main peak of the Italian Tyrant Mountain, there is a mountain slit in it, and the Tyrant Desolate Thunder is in it, which is guarded by a few wind and fire thunder vultures. Exactly where I also forget. You let the spirit to collect intelligence for you to confirm the route, Chen Xian said. Okay. Early the next morning, Chen Xian set off with Mo Fan and Ling Ling, flying straight to the Tyrant Mountain Range. Learning that the 2 of them were heading to the Tyrant Mountain Range to look for soul seeds, Spirit was dead set on following, and although Mo Fan resisted, He had to compromise for the sake of the information. His spirit said that there were indeed old hunters on Tyrant Mountain who had mentioned that the lightning symptoms there were not too unusual, and there were also many rewards offered for finding the lightning spirit species and lightning soul species on Tyrant Mountain. But so far no one had looked for a single trace of the lightning soul species. The Tyrant Mountain range was considered a high-level copy, where it was not unoccupied by a fixed race, and it was inhabited by a wide variety of demonic races that were the least popular with hunters. The more varieties of demons, the more menacing it means, and the more details you need to pay attention to, and if you're not careful, you may mistakenly enter demon lairs, poisonous zones, traps, maze boundaries, and other dangerous places. This kind of high-level copy did not reach the high-level full repair stepped into the core of the lot. That is a proper send food. Chen Xian, on the other hand, didn't need to face too many complicated and dangerous circumstances as it flew directly into the midst of the main peak of the Tyrant Mountain range, and those feathered demons didn't even dare to let out a single fart as they watched this crimson meteor streak past their heads. When he landed, Chen Xian directly hid in the middle of the contract space to avoid causing unnecessary conflicts. Chapter 147 to 147. Tyrant Desolate Thunder. Chen Xian didn't forget that this was the Black Dragon Emperor's territory, and although people were hiding under the covers and sleeping, allowing other demons to inhabit this place, it looked like they were very nice to talk to. But if it wakes it up, you'll see if it fucks you or not, and you're done. As soon as Mo Fan landed, he brought Ling Ling a burst of shadow disappearance, the speed of light away from the original place. Chen Xian landing movement even a blind man can feel. This place certainly cannot stay for a long time. This should be the main peak of the Tyrant Mountain range. Rumor has it that the top of the main peak of the Tyrant Mountain range is a year-round black cloud, with the end of the cloud right at the same level as the peak, and sometimes it's even underneath the peak, Spirit said. Brother Xian said that Tyrant Desolate Thunder is in the middle of a mountain crevice halfway up the mountain. Let's go up and look for it first, Mo Fan said, picking up Ling Ling on his back and running wildly. With his current physique, carrying Ling Ling on his back and running straight back to the city wouldn't even be much tiring. After some arduous searching, Mo Fan and Ling Ling finally found the huge half-mountain long slit that was hidden halfway up the mountain, during which they also accidentally intruded into some demon nests and dangerous places, only they were all at the level of battle generals, which Mo Fan easily defused. This should be the place, Spirit said as she held a high-end instrument while probing. It was unknown what kind of new equipment it was that wouldn't actually attract the attention of the demons. This huge long half-mountain slit appeared as if the huge main peak had been split by a divine axe that fell from the sky, and a very narrow crack appeared. The atmosphere here is unusually depressing, surrounded by a thick atmosphere of thunder and lightning. Occasionally there are arcs of electricity jumping in the mountain walls. It looks like some kind of mysterious forbidden system. The thunder and lightning presents a pale black color, and after the flash of light there is still a bit of pale yellow light coming through in the AIR.mo Fan's Thunder Spirit Seed was purple-black. As a thunder mage, it was possible to judge the strength of the lightning through the leaps of the thunder element. The stronger the elemental leaps, the more powerful the lightning would be. E.mo Fan could feel the elemental fluctuations of the Tyrant Desolate Thunder in front of him were unusually swift, as if they were impatient wild horses, dumb and ready to break free and gallop off in all directions. This type of lightning contained amazing potential, just like a loaded arrow. Only needing a hint of opportunity, it would burst out, piercing through gold and cracking rocks. Nothing could be broken. Hiss. Brother Xian also didn't tell me that there are such powerful prohibitions here. How are we going to get past them? Looking at these lightning prohibitions, Mo Fan said with a numb scalp. And over there, look, there's a cave entrance over there. It should be the nest of the guardian windfire thunder vulture. Spirit pointed at a cave entrance surrounded by lightning and thunder and said, "Shoo!" Suddenly, a cry came out from the nest, and a huge wind-fire thunder vulture, covered with wind and fire electricity, rushed out, its wings spreading out several meters wide, with crackling thunder and lightning wrapped around its body, and its eyes were like torches, locking onto the intruders. Mo Fan and Spirit, showing an inviolable majesty. Wind, fire, and thunder, 3 attributes. This is a 3-cranium demon vulture that has already metamorphosed into the peak of the commander class. Spirit exclaimed. As a mixed attribute magical beast, the wind, fire, and thunder vulture was extremely rare in itself, and evolving to the level of Grand Commander meant that it had mastered a deep fusion of the 3 magic systems of wind, fire, and thunder, and its strength could not be underestimated. San, are you sure this is something we can face? Seeing the 3-cranium demon vulture followed by several more wind fire thunder vultures coming out behind it, each one was a commander-level existence, Mo Fan roared out in excitement. I didn't expect you to be able to handle it on your own. This time we're here to rob it the hard way. Chen Xian's figure slowly emerged from behind Mo Fan, grabbed him and Ling Ling and rushed towards the front. In his perception, the place where the thunder element was the most violent, was bound to be the location of the tyrant Desolate Thunder. Chen Xian's massive size instantly collapsed the mountain crevices. This impenetrable tyrant mountain was just as fragile as tofu dregs in front of him, and the 100-meter-tall body of the demon wolf took huge steps, and wherever he went, the rocks crumbled and the lightning and electricity flashed and thundered as if they were all making way for his appearance. Chen Xian's goal is clear, pointing directly to the core area where the thunder element is the most dense. Those wind, fire and thunder vultures saw the situation, immediately burst into a rage. They are the commander of the family. Even the monarch-level demons have to avoid 3 times when they see them. How can you allow a demon wolf to be unbridled? At once, a spitting breath was like a flaming tornado spraying at Chen Xian. But it didn't matter that Chen Xian's demon resistance was pulled full. This kind of commander-level demonic spells didn't even try to snatch him, and they couldn't even impede his advancement. As he advanced, countless lightning bolts around him also crackled and bombarded his body, only to be equally useless. 600% of Hell's curse was already a bug-like existence, and the one thing that he was most unafraid of was that kind of persistent damage. The source of these lightning bolts was also finally revealed. It was a glowing ball of thunder. The ball was less than the size of a fist. For some reason, it didn't look like some kind of emotionless energy object. It was more like a small being hiding in the crevices of the mountain. When it saw that someone was so close to it, it was surprisingly incredibly vigilant in releasing even stronger filaments of thunder and lightning. Only these lightning bolts were all directly blocked by Chen Xian, making it look like a hedgehog with its thorns plucked out, ready to be slaughtered. Hurry up and absorb him, directly refine him on the spot. I'll take over for you for a while, and when we're done, we'll directly run away. Taking advantage of his thick skin and flesh, Chen Xian directly wrapped Mo Fan and Ling Ling as well as Tyrant Desolate Thunder underneath his body. Using his body as more meat to block the attack of the wind fire thunder vultures, it had to be said that these stupid birds were also really brain dead. After roasting Chen Xian so quickly, they didn't even realize that it didn't work at all. It was as if they were convinced that as long as they burned long enough, they would be able to burn Chen Xian to death. Mo Fan sniffed and immediately acted. He began to try to introduce this ball of thunder into his body. Only it was very unsuccessful. The Tyrant Desolate Thunder was very resistant, releasing a manic thunderbolt, which directly electrified Mo Fan's person. Mo Fan continued to try, this time switching to a softer approach, only it still didn't work. Once he went soft, Tyrant Desolate Thunder would gain an inch and harshly reject MOFAN. It was tried several times in a row without success. However, he was not injured and froze against the rejection of the lightning with his demonic physique. This Tyrant Desolate Thunder had a tyrannical, repulsive, and overbearing feel to it, so I don't know how long it would take to slowly grind it like this. Spirit seeds have their own spirituality, and soul seeds also have their own soul nature. This Tyrant Desolate Thunder seems to be a soft and hard thing, so I suggest you find a way to forcefully refine him. The spirit seemed to have seen something and reminded, when Mo Fan heard it, it was true. It seemed that he had to come up with something real. Little Yenji, possessed, Mo Fan, who was on fire, directly opened the form of the flaming god of war, and immediately began to use space and chaos magic to forcefully tug on the Tyrant Desolate Thunder, pulling it towards his body. Chapter 148 to 148. Blast Wind Demon Eagle Advancement. This process he was again crackling with electricity, but froze by virtue of the little Yenji possession and demonic physique hard resistance down. And ultimately the Tyrant Desolate Thunder still cannot simmer down Mo Fan, and inadvertent was incorporated into the body of the spirit world. By the time it reached his spirit world, Mo Fan was able to firmly suppress him with just his thoughts, dragging him towards the Thunder System Star River. Without the help of the Demon System, he could only slowly refine it with his thoughts, but at this point, it was basically considered a success. It's done, Mo Fan said in surprise. Shoo, shoo. Sensing the disappearance of the Tyrant Desolate Thunder, the group of wind fire thunder vultures immediately went crazy, their angry whistling cries rising and falling, as if they were guardians who had lost their treasures and couldn't accept this fact. The tornado flames became even more violent, and the entire mountain crevice seemed to collapse in their fury. Slipped away. Chen Xian's demonic wolf body shook, grabbed Mo Fan and Ling Ling. Propulsion behind him erupted out, directly turned into a crimson meteor and flew away to go. No matter how much the wind, fire and thunder vulture chased after him, he could only eat his farts. After getting out of danger, Mo Fan felt the Thunder Star River in his body surging. That newly added Tyrant Desolate Thunder power was gradually fusing with his soul. This powerful force was so mesmerizing, he couldn't wait to find some demons to try out the power. It wasn't long before Chen Xian brought Mo Fan and Ling Ling back to the middle of the Yin realm. Although the Tyrant Mountain range was very rich, considering the fact that the Black Dragon Emperor couldn't be messed with, Chen Xian dismissed the idea of opening the Unparalleled. The next goal was to help the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle break through the commander rank. He had been stuck at the peak of the War General rank for quite a while now. If he didn't give a breakthrough, the little Yenji was going to surpass him. Mo Fan is now feeding a high-level second-grade milk powder. The growth speed is incomparable. The little Yenji estimates that after a few more months, when the time comes, a random fire soul seed will directly break through. The Blizzard Demon Eagle had originally been unable to find a suitable battle spirit, and there were plenty of options on this side of Europe. And really that Wind Fire Thunder Vulture just now could have been killed as well. Mo Fan's heart is not expected to. Blizzard Devil Eagle has how much can fight. The direction of his development is the assassin. The shadow system and the wind system is the most suitable. The last time in the United Kingdom when Mo Fan hit a darkness of the night front bird of the war spirit. Only too expensive. The price of the whole 700 million. Mo Fan did not bother to buy it. Finally made up my mind this time. Once again, he found that beast soul selling boss. And after some haggling, he ended up giving Mo Fan $20 million cheaper. Mo Fan tightly clutched the vessel containing the Dark Knight Striker bird's battle soul. His heart was both happy and nervous. Soul shaping has always been the most difficult calamity for summoned beasts. And I don't know how many summoned beasts have fallen at this hurdle due to their lack of qualifications. Strictly speaking, this was considered Mo Fan's first time shaping the soul for a summoned beast. Shen Xian's kind of opening up couldn't be confused at all. At that time, even without Mo Fan's help, he was able to refine the winged pale wolf's battle soul on his OWN. Mo Fan took a deep breath and stabilized his nervousness, summoning the Blast Wind Demon Eagle out. Looking at its hot eyes, it was obvious that it had been waiting for this day for a long time. Mo Fan gently smoothed the feathers on its body and asked in a deep voice, "Good brother, are you ready?" The Blasted Wind Demon Eagle responded with a string of high chirps that seemed to express its determination and fearlessness. Mo Fan then took out the precious vessel from his arms. Inside lay the battle spirit of the Dark Knight Striker bird. Silently, as Mo Fan opened the vessel, a vague pressure came out through the vessel, making the surrounding air austere. However, in the face of this kind of pressure originating from the soul, the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle was completely unafraid, and its resolute eyes did not waver in the slightest. As any adult Blasted Wind Demon Eagle was always prepared for this day, they longed for the baptism of power and sought to fly beyond their limits. The eyes of the Blizzard Devil Eagle burned with the desire for strong power and the yearning for freedom. Not only was it not afraid of such pressure, but it was instead invigorated even more by the proximity of this power. As if the wildness in its heart had been awakened. Seeing this, Mo Fan's originally worried heart was put down. The Blasted Wind Demon Eagle's contending performance gave him a lot of confidence. He released his intention and pulled out the beast soul in the vessel, integrating it into the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle's body. Nico, just as the battle soul was about to fuse with the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle, a sudden force of resistance erupted from within the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle's body. Obviously the power of the battle soul clashed with its own soul. Mo Fan immediately increased his output, and at the same time calmed the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle with his spiritual power, guiding it to relax and accept this foreign power. Chicken, believe in me, and believe in yourself. This power belongs to you. It's our common challenge and honor. Mo Fan's voice was firm and warm, and his words seemed to penetrate the noisy and chaotic elemental fluctuations, reaching right into the depths of the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle's soul. It was as if the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle had heard Mo Fan's encouragement. Its eyes flashed with determination and trust as it once again gazed at the battle spirit that was about to merge, and it was as if its will had become unprecedentedly firm at this moment, no longer resisting, but instead choosing to accept and merge. This time, the battle spirit finally managed to enter its body, and the two souls collided together for the first time. The two souls collided for the first time. In the fierce fight, the ferocity of the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle that originated from the depths of its bloodline was so great that no matter how terrifying the Dark Knight Striker bird's commander-level pressure was, he did not flinch. Mo Fan's intention was like a sturdy rope, tightly locking the battle spirit of the Dark Striker bird, not allowing him to make any resistance. Hang in there, chicken, we're about to win, Mo Fan said. After a long ordeal, the battle soul of the Darkness Striker bird was finally torn apart by it and turned into nutrients that merged into the soul of the Blasted Wind Demon Eagle, and a fluctuation of advancement began to be released from its body. Just like Chen Xian back then, a layer of brilliant aura cascaded over the surface of the Blizzard Demon Eagle's body, a sign of its advancement after the sublimation of its soul and the beginning of the awakening of its new power. His flesh also began to remodel. The original beautiful feathers kept falling off and growing rapidly at this moment. The newborn feathers were black and gorgeous, with a deep luster, like the brightest stars in the dark night, each one exuding a calm and heavy dignified temperament and inviolable majesty. The bones in the body creaked, as if they were also remodeling and grinding, tough and strong, like steel recasting, supporting this newborn body everywhere through the unyielding perseverance and fearlessness. Finally, after a flash of light, the changes gradually subsided, and what stood in front of Mo Fan was no longer the Blast Wind Demon Eagle he was familiar with, but a Dark Knight Fierce Eagle with an even more imposing figure and broader wings. Newt, A clear and long chirp pierced the sky as the newborn chicken lifted its wings and flew high, each wave of its wings seeming to stir the air and bring gusts of wind. Chapter 149 to 149. The Fierce Eagle of the Dark Night. 6 months past, the dark figure was like a ghost in the night. The dark fierce eagle circled in the air, a circle of dark vortexes in its eyes as if it was able to perceive everything in the world. Under the sky illuminated by moonlight, its figure appeared particularly mysterious and solemn. Good job, chicken. Emofan's face was overflowing with undisguised joy and pride. He could feel the surging power within the dark fierce eagle's body, a power that would transform into a terrifying blade in the darkness and make anyone feel fear. The dark fierce eagle flew low and swept over the top of Emofan's head, displaying its newborn power in a kingly manner before slowly landing next to Emofan. Each of its steps was steady and powerful, and each of its newborn feathers glowed with an eerie luster in the moonlight, revealing an unspoken nobility. Emofan stretched out his hand and lightly touched the beak of the dark night fierce eagle, and it was as if there was some kind of invisible tacit understanding flowing between the two. From today onwards, you are the true king of the dark night. Time passed and half a year passed. In the past half a year, Emofan brought Ling Ling and the crowd of the national government team to run all over the world, carrying out all kinds of missions and swiping money. Chen Xian didn't follow along anymore, but just silently acted as a private jet, carrying the crowd all over the world. When he arrived at the place, he dived into the sea and started eating, fully developing the strength of his golden finger. It wasn't too far away from the 8th level of the feast, and in the past half a year his spatial system and sound system had also been raised to the strength of the 2nd level of the higher order. The demon cultivation, on the other hand, did not change much. Even after Chen Xian absorbed the 3 soul species of wind, water and fire, he was still in the realm of the Great Commander. This was still the result of having Emofan's high level 2 summoning lineage formula fed all the time. If not, it would probably be even slower. It was worth mentioning that little Yanji had successfully promoted to the adult stage, and her strength had reached the commander level. Unlike the dark fierce eagle kind of small commander, little Yanji, like Chen Xian, was a true commander level as soon as she promoted, and her battle strength was very strong. The young Yanji in her growth period was like a little lowly, like a spirit, still with flames wrapped around her body, but slightly different from the previous ruleless phantom flames wrapped around her body. The robber flames on her body had become deeper in color. The form is also more gaze. From a distance it looks more like a woman wearing a fire-red dress pavilion. You can feel her kind of holiness and spirituality. Even the flames are with a few points of mildness. After little Yanji was promoted to commander, Emofan's fire system ushered in an epic level strengthening. The fusion of the robbing inferno field and the coronation field did not have half a rejection, and when opened at the same time, Emofan's fire system's power went up more than twice, and the control power reached the point where he was able to control the elements without mobilizing his astral child. During these half a year, Emofan had focused his cultivation on the space and chaos lineages, and at this point, he had already advanced to the high level in both, and had mastered the corresponding high-level constellations. The 6th high-level Emofan's spiritual power then reached the peak of the 3rd realm, and his sublime magic was also used 6 up. But it was the shadow department that had been performing flatly without much success. The dark shadow department doesn't have any soul seeds or spirit seeds, only a wide variety of dark matters. Ever since he learned about the existence of dark matters, he's been clamoring for one, except that the dark matters are relatively rare, and the ones sold on the market are quite ribald. And not only is Emofan dissatisfied with it, but Chen Xian is also dissatisfied with it. After asking Han Silence, he stated that there was something over in Gudu, but it was only on the side of that dead chi type. Emofan directly rejected it as soon as he heard it. He wanted a functional type, not a violent one. The other faculties were already violent enough. There was no need for some more dead QI. Emofan's ideal dark matter function would ideally be one that enhanced concealment and tracking. This was his only shortcoming at the moment, and he was just waiting to make up for it and then go straight for the kill at the State House competition. Chen Xian did know of one that suited him, and that was the Night Fury of the Pure Craftsman, whose dark matter Emofan had absorbed in the original, thus directly allowing the shadow department to take off. Only at this time the humble smith still doesn't know where he is. Chen Xian does have a way to find him out, and that is to hire him to kill Emofan and directly fish for law enforcement. But it would take some character who wandered in the gray area to do it, and that person would have to carry some weight. After all, the peon maker wasn't just anyone who could be hired. Chen Xian decided to trouble Asuria when the time came. With her ability, she would definitely be able to invite the bastard out, and when the time came, she would directly arrest the humble smith for karma waste. But before that it was possible to find a dark matter for Emofan to make do with, just as a way to coax his son. The butterfly effect brought about by Chen Xian finally began to appear during this half-year period, and since the crowd of the State House team did not follow the route given by their mentor to experience, there were many big events that Emofan missed. The first is the strange bird incident in Peru. 3 months ago in Peru, a global sensation of terrorist havoc. Endless armies of strange birds on the southwestern region of Peru launched more than a month-long terrorist attacks. At first, people thought it was just a few hundred slave-level monster birds that had mistakenly entered the human domain, and it wasn't until an army of thousands of monster birds broke through the security boundary and flooded into the city, frantically tearing apart all living things, that they realized the gravity of the situation. The Magic Association of the Americas urgently dispatched a team of super-ranked mages to provide support, but the super-ranked mages that came to support them were unable to do half as much in the face of the overwhelming army of monstrous birds. And even after researching that destroying the feathered instance could break through the many phantoms, this breakthrough was of no help to the crowd of the State House team that didn't survive the attack. No one even knew the truth about the strange bird geoglyphs, or even where the strange birds came from. In the end, it was the monster birds who broke the city and destroyed the people. The curse's wrath was only quelled by finding the NASCAR gemstone themselves, but even so, the losses were still heavy. Countless cities were nearly destroyed, becoming a hell on earth, and the casualties were uncountable, fearing close to 8 figures. The second is the drowning spell, which has now spread all over the world, with drowning spells occurring in the waters of every country on the globe, where countless people have been parasitized by the outlaw maggots without even realizing it, and subsequently washed into the sea to end their lives. Now the International Hunters Union has issued a reward, hoping that some hunters can figure out or even solve the drowning spell. The reward amount is as high as 1 billion. And this number is still rising. Not only the bounty amount, but also the hunter level experience. This kind of bounty quest comes with a large amount of hunter contribution value. An ordinary hunter master who can solve the drowning spell, then directly rise to a 4-star hunter master. Knowing that Mo Fan had been working hard for so long, doing countless quests, all of which were still high quality quests, at this point in time, his hunter level was only a 3-star master. If he was able to complete this bounty, then he could be directly upgraded to a 5-star Hunter Master, and a 5-star Hunter Master's status would be very high, enough to be on par with a certain city mayor or city general level figure. Chapter 150. Travel to Egypt. 5-star Hunter Masters, basically super-ranked mages, had enormous authority in the Hunter Alliance, and a lot of information was eligible for access now, which was very tempting for Mo Fan and Ling Ling. The third one was about Sarung, and it must have been an accident if it wasn't. That's right, Sarung had been rescued. And it could only be said that the Black Order did have heavenly means, and people could be rescued even in the Holy Sanctuary. And the Holy Sanctuary is also a real waste. A red coat can be lost. They naturally did not dare to make a noise about this disgraceful matter, so they have been quietly dragging their feet and not informing the outside world when the execution will take place. However, something dramatic happens and Sarung loses his life outright even though he is successfully rescued. Bee Stinger strikes. An undercover agent of the Judgment Society hidden in the Black Order, Blue Bat, struck and chopped off her head. Since Sarung's cultivation had been nullified in the ancient capital, the various legal systems of the spirit world had completely collapsed, and she had died at the hands of the Blue Bat without being able to fight back. But Blue Bat himself, having signed a cursed contract with the Black Ju Ting, was killed on the spot by the backlash of the curse. The trial council men found the bodies of Blue Bat and Sarung in some hidden hideout that day and brought them back to the country to be reported. Considering the maintenance of the face of the Holy Sanctuary, the Dragon Countryside did not make a big announcement, merely informing and celebrating in the ancient capital and the city of Bo, and sympathizing with the people who had lost their loved ones due to the Black Ju Ting. Egypt, the city of Pushkini, where Chen Xian arrived carrying the crowd of the State House team. The whole city carries a bit of the old Egyptian charm, with stone hedges remaining all around the outskirts of the city, including the streets and houses, many of which are made of stone. Necromancers are in abundance here in Egypt. But every city strictly forbids any necromancer from summoning undead in situations where they are not needed for combat. This world is still dominated by ordinary people. Not everyone can accept the rotting and decaying bodies of the undead as well as their hideous and frightening appearance. If it is not strictly prohibited, there will be a creepy feeling of living in the same city with the dead. Mo Fan and the others came here, naturally, for the mentor's release of the adventure mission. After all, the resources of the State House are still fragrant, and the mission over here isn't too difficult. So just fight it and don't need to waste too much time. A while back, a mirage of a certain pyramid appeared near the city of Sini, thus erupting into a war between humans and the undead. And during this time the crowd learned about the demonic situation on the Egyptian side. The biggest threat is naturally the undead. The world's two most famous gathering places of the undead. One is in the ancient capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the other is in Egypt. The Egyptian pyramid is the habitat of the undead, the gathering tower. All the undead in Egypt are centered on a certain pyramid as a circle, operating in an area of nearly 100 kilometers in a circle. It's like a city-state for the undead, with pyramids for cities, hundreds of kilometers for territories. Oddly enough, the undead never stray too far from the pyramid territory either. However, that's not even the point. It's only 100 kilometers. Big deal. Humans stay away from it. The scariest thing is that the pyramid will pass through the mirage phenomenon and thus project the underworld glow. This means that 100 kilometers around the pyramid of the mirage will also become a playground for the undead. The situation in the city of Puccini was not optimistic. As soon as the people entered the city, they found a large number of wounded. Every now and then someone was put on a stretcher and carried somewhere. Their injuries looked horrible. Either a broken limb or a large gaping hole broken open. With dark corrosive scent on the wounds. One could only imagine what they were really up against. The air was filled with a faint odor of blood and an uneasy atmosphere. The residents of the city looked tense and hurried. And it was clear that the recent events had left the entire city under a cloud. Mo fan and the others headed directly to the reporting place provided by the mentor, which was a golden and flashy tent area. As if all these injured people were also being carried towards there, the roofs of those golden tent sheds were joined together, just in time to create a large arena that could hold thousands of people in the square of the South Hill of Nafini, where military mages could be seen guarding the area. Mo fan and the others approached. A voice immediately attracted his attention. "I'll help ease your pain." Her voice seemed to carry some kind of magic that way, and a patient who had been torn from his legs slowly calmed down, as if he could not perceive the pain in his legs. Immediately after that healing mage didn't know what kind of divine magic he had cast, only to see that the patient's legs' wounds unexpectedly started to grow again, and all the damaged blood vessels, bones, and muscles were growing, and were slowly articulating with the two legs that had been ripped off. The patient looked at this incredulously, and the people around him were also solemn. This kind of healing means even the national government team and others were given a look of disbelief, and Nan Rong and I even didn't hide his envious eyes. Mo fan, on the other hand, had his eyes fixed on the waitress who cast healing magic. Who was this if not Xianxia? Separated less than a year's time, Xinxia has changed a lot. Her wholly and unconsciously exudes a noble temperament that does not stain half of the floating dust, making it difficult for Mo fan to overlap with that lonely, strong, simple girl next door. Can't see the past, I see pity. Need to be cared for in the palm of the hand to rest assured of the tenderness. Not to mention see half a point of poor families from the kind of inferiority and simplicity if she is not their closest people, if they have never met her, must feel that she is from a very good family. Out of the innate temperament of the orchid with the strict cultivation of grace and elegance are presented in her body freely, without intention. Still so radiant. He froze for a long time without coming back to his senses. Perhaps it really was that he had been too protective and held her back instead. Some birds, by nature, are not meant to be caged. Ning Shui. Brother Mo fan. Why are you guys here? Xianxia suddenly felt something in her heart and turned her head to look. Surprised. Xinxia. Mu Ningxue looked at her as well, with a few moments of surprise on her face as well. Mo fan, on the other hand, couldn't wait to rush forward, and the guards on the side still wanted to do blocking, only to be slapped out by a Yen control slap. After a bit of kissing and cuddling, Mo fan then asked what Xianxia was doing here. It's a practical internship. The students of our Parthenon Temple Academy entered an annual examination that all academies, including foreign students, were required to participate in, and it was only after completing the academy that I was able to formally join the Parthenon Temple and become a temple mage. Not long ago, there was an undead war here, so we from the Temple Academy were dispatched here to help as much as possible those who were injured by the undead war here. Xianxia said. What a coincidence then. We just happened to decide to come over here on an adventure mission as well. Mu Ningxue said. Brother Mo fan and Ning Shui, you all have become so strong. Xianxia said with a slight perception. Xianxia is much stronger than us. Mu Ningxue let out a bitter smile. At this point, Xianxia was already a high-ranked mage, and there weren't many of them, the members of the state government, who were not necessarily comparable. That goes without saying. Xinxia, is there anyone bullying you over there? If you have any grievances, you must tell me. It doesn't matter how big the other party is. I will definitely stand up for you, Mo fan said with a serious face, his eyes full of care and protective desire for Xianxia. Chapter 151. Advancement. You insolent fellow. I'm going to duel you. Just then, the guardian knight who had just been slapped away by a nimble control walked over again. Cullen, this is my brother. I told you, Xianxia said sternly, then turned her head and changed her face, gently saying to Mo fan, Brother Mo fan, this is the temple's guardian knight Cullen. Every member of the goddess temple has a guardian knight who protects them along with them, so don't give him a hard time. Alright, brother won't bother with him. So is there a female knight? Waiting for the next time I'll go directly to your what's his name temple and ask them to change a female knight for you, Mo fan said full of concern. Sniffs, the crowd is a whole lot of speechless. This is straight male cancer? Miss Xianxia, please you must save him. He became like this to help us draw away the dead servants. A rescuer ran over sweating profusely and said to Xianxia. Xianxia twisted her head and glanced at Mo fan. although she wanted to get all mushy and mushy with him again. But human lives were at stake. She had to go save the people first. I'll accompany you over there. Mo Fan pushed away Cullen, who was still trying to get his hands on him, and pushed Xia towards that side by himself. Angry Cullen teeth are clenched, or mooning Xue for him to say a few good words, which will be angry down. Have to say that Mo Fan at this time jealous actually quite will not do people that he is at least Xia's accompanying knight. You don't say to send some gifts to thank a little bit, even if it's okay, how can you still show a bad face? If they have a grudge, when something happens in the future, can you still expect them to go all out to protect Xinxia? Mirages usually lasted for some time, and if the pyramid was allowed to be like this, it surely wouldn't take long for the city to be razed to the ground. This mirage must be eliminated, and whenever a mirage pyramid appears in Egypt, the government spares no effort in sending troops to rush to the pyramid location and utilize special instruments to eliminate this illusory pyramid. And only then will the endless undead creatures disappear completely. The pyramid that the mirage was projected over this time was the Pyramid of Habo, just an ordinary pharaoh's mausoleum. Yet even if it was just an ordinary pharaoh's mausoleum, the number of undead roaming around it reached the size of a tribe. 100 kilometers in a radius was their range of activity, except that they favored gathering towards the pyramid. And once any living thing approached within 10 kilometers of the pyramid, it would immediately be surrounded by the undead. The projection of the Habo pyramid is just about 35 kilometers north of the city of Sini, and the Egyptian military has led troops forward to smash the pyramid, only to have little effect so far, merely laying down an encampment 30 kilometers away and taking root. The army is taking a push-wave-like advance, which simply means that a group of vanguards will first rush out, sweep away the undead ahead of them, and set up a temporary camp at some set location. After holding this position, then immediately afterward, let another wave of mages set off, arrive at this temporary camp, and continue to rush forward, equivalent to the back wave pushing the front wave, struggling to beat farther, consolidate defenses at each location, wait for new forces to take over the advance, ensure a stable supply chain, rotate personnel appropriately, maintain offensive momentum, and prevent force exhaustion. This push-wave-like forward strategy is kind of a brainchild of the Egyptian people. The first camp is now stationed, only to continue to push forward but encountered obstacles. Due to the poisonous gold mummy's poisonous fog is too lethal to the army, and injuries are difficult to heal, so the municipal government hopes that the national government team will be the one to take care of the poisonous gold mummies, which is also their experience mission. As for their hunter mission, it was personally taken by Mo Fan. Originally Mo Fan wanted to contract the whole mission and directly destroy the harbor pyramid projection, but the hunter level was not enough, and other people couldn't trust him. And this kind of mission had to be at least at the level of the king of hunters in order to be competent. The 3-star hunter masters at best took on quests that dealt with undead commanders, and in the end, Mo Fan accepted a more difficult hunter quest to deal with the hostile sword deadman. Early the next morning, a very large force was assembling at the city gates, and the main ones out were the military mages. There were quite a few other teams as well, and the crowd from the State House team was among them. Many people gathered around to say goodbye to their loved ones. Everyone understands that this is a real life and death battlefield. Who cannot guarantee to come back alive? But the destruction of the Mirage Pyramid is a must. You will follow the team and depart immediately. The poison gold mummy is in your hands, Senator Fenner said in a deep voice. She is the person in charge of this marching mission. Looks to be a woman over 40 years old. From her body can't see half a bit of feminine softness and charm, but only has a long time in the field of competence and harshness. Don't worry. Mo Fan simply returned to the party set out on their journey. The undead creatures along the way having been drastically reduced by the earlier clearing, and they reached the outpost camp 5 kilometers away without incident. With the convergence of subsequent reinforcements, the main force attacking the pyramid continued to advance, targeting a high ground 15 kilometers from the pyramid. The capture of this high ground will be the key to the continued advance. There is a group of poison gold mummies lurking on the high ground. They are good at using toxins. Their behavior is despicable, and they often hide behind the corpses to launch surprise attacks. The army will charge head-on to occupy the high ground and construct a defense line. We need to circle around to the back of the high slopes ahead of time and hold off these poison gold mummies while the army climbs. Once the main force has secured the high ground, we can withdraw into a safe area without having to tangle with the enemy to the end. Nanju analyzed. No need to be so troublesome. Just follow me to kill at that time. Mo Fan said with carelessness. A small undead can be destroyed with just a hand. His current fire system was completely heavenly to overcome the undead. The 2 fire fields opened up. What undead were all burned to death? The corners of the other people's mouths twitched at the words. If everyone was as fierce as you, what would be the point of having tactics? Without any more nonsense, as the large troop gradually approached the high slope, the crowd of the state government team circled around to the backside of the high slope under the cover of a group of shadow system mages, crossing the Lust slope. A strange sight of glowing gold and green appeared before us. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the distinctive coloration on a large number of mummies. These strangely behaved mummies lay collectively across the back of the slope, densely packed, as if the hillside were covered in a spectacular golden green coat. Crap! All lying here is Voldemort? I'll give you guys a big one first. Fan took a look at this group of poison gold mummies all lying down as old six and directly couldn't help himself. Little Yenji, possessed. Yenji maiden stepped on the wave of robber flames. The milky swallows returned to their nests and crashed into Fan's bosom, and in an instant Fan's whole body was set ablaze, and the robber flames and the sun flames mingled with each other to burst out a stronger and fiercer flame aura. Chapter 152. 152. Hostile sword deadman with Fan's command. Only two distinct flame fields were seen completely unfolding. They intertwined with each other and were brilliant in their own way, enveloping the entire space in a boiling wave of heat. Every grain of sand and gravel in the air seemed to be trembling under this high temperature. On the verge of evaporation, heavenly flame funeral, thousand feather fire phoenix. In an instant, as if the sky had responded to his call, strands of brilliant flames poured down from the sky, coalescing into a single fire-born phoenix feather. They were like hot lasers, carrying the matchless might of a thousand-feathered fire phoenix, cutting through the sky and striking directly at the struggling group of gold and green mummies. Move! The huge fire elemental movement immediately woke up a group of Voldemort's old six. The poisonous gold mummies let out ear-piercing ghostly cries like ghost babies, their reddish eyes carrying evil qualities as they raised their heads to stare at Fan, who was releasing high-level magic. Then at the command of the commander-class mummies, they collectively opened their bandaged, leaky mouths and spat out a tidal wave of poisonous mist. The tide of poisonous mist appeared golden green, like smoke and dust, and they struck over like a giant tide, and the thousand-feather fire phoenix shot into them one by one, erupting in a violent sunflame explosion. Fan's flames had an obvious restraining effect on them, and the poison gold mummies died and injured dozens of heads, and the tide of poisonous mist was also greatly weakened. Only, the tide of poison began to spread out towards the rest of the Statehouse team. Retreat! Nanju immediately commanded the crowd to retreat backward. However, the crowd of the Statehouse team that watched Fan's great display of power were already completely on top of each other. Those few that were able to effectively avoid the poisonous mist rushed forward, ready to kill the poisonous gold mummies in a big way. Fear nothing. Charge! The official fish harnessed the wings of wind and charged in towards the poisonous fog, manipulating the power of the gale to disperse it.ai Jian to instantly move directly into the midst of the poisonous gold mummies and launched a decapitation operation. Ningshua likewise opened her wings of wind to kill into it, and Shen Ying's body burned up with the same, but even more dazzling flame battlesuit as Fan's, releasing huge fireballs that were indistinguishable from the enemies. Smashing into the group of mummies, the entire upland hillside immediately erupted in violent magic fluctuations, with high-level magic blasting into the undead one after another without a single stop. Senator, those guys are in trouble. It hasn't even been a long time since the battle started, and they're wielding high-level magic with abandon. How can they advance back there? Eastern Army Tuan Wankos said. Trust them, Fenner said lightly, his eyes scanning the entire battlefield, estimating how many undead were coming in a minute. Then plan for the worst. How can such an important task be handed over to a bunch of milquetoast students? In case they fail to hold back the poison gold mummy, won't we suffer as we climb up the high slopes? Wankos said unforgivingly. You're very prejudiced against them. I can't put the lives of my soldiers on the line for them, Vankos said aggressively. On Fan's side, he had already killed the poison gold mummy commander first, with the Xian snake antivirus clothing in place. These poison gold mummies were not even considered dogs with their teeth pulled out for him, and there was no threat to speak of. Fiery Fist, Inferno Dragon, accompanied by Fan's low drink. The level 5 Fiery Fist was unleashed by him. His arm was wrapped in blazing flames, like a day of furious flames circling an inflammatory dragon, fiercely bombarding the poisonous gold mummy leader, although that chief was huge and covered in weird golden green bandages. Under the fierce attack of Fan's level 5 Fiery Fist, the bandages quickly scorched black, revealing the corrupt flesh underneath. Hissing in pain, the poison gold mummy leader was not willing to show weakness. Despite facing such a fierce attack, it still commanded its remaining mummy soldiers in an attempt to overwhelm Fan with numbers and poisonous mist. However, Fan's flame field almost turned the space around him into a sea of fire, and any mummies that approached were instantly ignited and turned into ashes. Nico! Suddenly, a shadowy ferocious light swept across like lightning, and the head of the poison gold mummy leader instantly burst open, only to be followed by a sharp cawing sound, and the dark fierce eagle was like a ghost raiding from the night. Completing this fatal attack with lightning speed, the undead overlord wouldn't die directly even if he exploded his head, but this deadly sneak attack knocked him out of his stasis, creating an excellent output opportunity for Fan. Extinguish for me, Fan shouted angrily. flames raging on him as he raised two huge flaming greatswords with both hands and chopped at the core of the poison gold mummy chief, with a deafening explosion. That leader's body cracked open and the undead crystals inside burst into pieces, eventually collapsing to the ground and turning into a pile of charred bones under Mo Fan's powerful firepower suppression. The resistance of the poison gold mummies quickly disintegrated, and the poisonous mist that was originally intended to encircle them was dispersed by Nanju, Mu Ning Shui, and the others who cooperated. And the situation of the battlefield was in a great state. Egypt's large force was also very much on Mo Fan's rhythm, launching a fierce attack on the front, which was now close to the high ground. Mo Fan didn't waste any time on those scattered poison gold mummies. He knew that these small warlord-level monsters were already a piece of cake for the crowd of the Statehouse team. He had a more important task to accomplish. He violently revived the fire wings behind his back. His body rose up into the air and leapt onto the back of the dark fierce eagle in a graceful manner. And the two were in tacit agreement, like a firelight cutting through the sky, heading straight for that crucial high ground. On the high ground, a row of black shadows stood at attention, which were dozens of humanoid undead with pitch-black bodies. Not only did these undead skin and the body armor that covered them appear absolutely black, even the long swords that they held tightly in their hands were as black as ink, and the only thing that shone was the pair of demonic red eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, revealing endless ferocity and tyranny. This was the hostile sword deadly servant, the main target of Mo Fan's trip. They were not ordinary undead creatures, but undead creatures inside the pyramid, and each one of them was at least at the level of a great war general, if not more. When they formed the Dark Sword formation, the strength of each of them would be on a higher level, except that at this time, Mo Fan had long been different, possessing the Fire Dual Soul Flame, the Thunder Great Soul Seed, and the 6 high levels. He was fearless of everything. I don't care who these guys are. They're just a Thunder Claw. Mo Fan rode on the back of the dark fierce eagle, looking down from a high altitude at the hostile sword deadly servants below, holding the pale black raging thunder on his arm and slowly lifting it up. The sky immediately darkened as magical dark clouds coalesced and took shape, driven by Mo Fan's will. The pale black furious thunder seemed to have a life, as it continued to converge between Mo Fan's palms, forming a claw of lightning that contained terrifying energy. As his arm swung down violently, the entire sky seemed to respond to his call. Dark clouds rolled over, thunder rumbled, and the destructive divine thunder in the sky was ready to strike. Rumble! A huge claw-shaped lightning accompanied by the sound of thunder slashed down from the dark clouds, rushing straight into the dense group of hostile sword death servants. Chapter 153-153. Air control. A long time ago, Chen Xian had told him about the importance of a mage's right to control the air, and that the strength of magic lay in the long preparation of spells and their astounding destructive power, but it also faced the vulnerability of casting spells that were easily interfered with. Therefore, mastering air control is like seizing the first opportunity in a battle and realizing the strategic advantage of my attack is everywhere and his counterattack is futile, just like this moment. When the Dark Night Eagle lifted its wings and flew high, those hostile swords on the ground can only look up. The sword is fierce, but also can only leave shadows in the void, unable to touch Mo Fan in the slightest. It's not like it's a crescent sky rush. Electricity flashed and thunder boomed. Along with the violent landing of that thunderous giant claw, the 7 hostile sword dead guards were like being captured by invisible iron pincers, instantly locked by the powerful electric current. Their ebony bodies trembled in the dazzling electric light. Their long swords fell down, and sparks splashed all over their black armors, revealing an unprecedented panic and powerlessness. With the full force of the Thunder Claw's outburst, it was as if the converging electrical energy had found an outlet to vent, like a flood breaking through an embankment, pervasively penetrating into every crevice, instantly dispersing the darkness hidden under the black armors of those hostile sword death servants. Electricity jumped recklessly over their stiff bodies, each flash accompanied by the tiny cracking sound of bones being overwhelmed and the desperate wails of the imprisoned spirits within, as if telling their unwilling final chapter. Boom! Eventually, a deafening thunderclap exploded, like the loudest judgment in heaven and earth, completely releasing that long-accumulated electrical energy. At this moment, the 7 once-feared hostile sword dead guards finally couldn't withstand the baptism of this power, and their bodies disintegrated in the light, turning into ashes in the sky, no longer able to find the hideousness and terror that they once had. 7 only? Mo Fan frowned. This was a high-level magic of the Great Soul species, but it had only killed 7 hostile sword death servants as well. Mo Fan did not jump down rashly, since he could attack directly overhead. Why go down to fight them physically? Although he was strong in melee combat, that group of sword-wielding ones were not to be messed with at first glance. His own long range is also very good, Xian said. To fight this kind of short-handed demon you have to slowly grind him with long-range skills, and to fight that kind of long-handed demon, you have to directly mang him. Mo Fan towered over them, his gaze like a torch. His body once again surged with flame light. The Tianyan funeral was ready. Wait to blast a few more high-level magic, then go down to have a fair duel with them. Hostile sword Deadpool, fair nigga, rumble. The sky seemed to be set ablaze as a rain of fire poured down. Each drop of flame was like a meteorite falling from the heavens, carrying a destructive force that turned the entire highland into a sea of fire. In the face of such a fierce fire elemental attack, even the hostile sword death guards clad in black armor were unable to withstand it, and they struggled painfully in the flames as their black aura was burned away, eventually turning into ashes and dissipating into this land that had been temporarily conquered by light. Staff Sergeant Fenner. Sentries have sent word that a powerful high-ranking mage is fighting the hostile sword death servants on the high ground alone, and the hostile sword death servants lineup has suffered serious deaths and injuries, and they are about to be wiped out. A mage connected to mind magic came to report. What did you say? Where is this fierce man from? Junta Roval exclaimed. It's a bounty mission I issued. The hostile sword Deadpool swarm is not easy to deal with. I was afraid that the military department would suffer too many casualties, and I spent part of my military expenses to hire a mage hunter. Fenner explained. Our army is also very strong. It can completely handle the hostile sword death guard. Why do we have to spend this wasted money? Wankos said in disbelief. Looking unconvinced, there is a square formation of 50 hostile sword death servants on the high ground. This kind of square formation requires the strength of an army to break through. If I don't make a move, the hostile sword death servants square formation will surely cause a large number of casualties. Fenner said seriously. Since someone else is willing to take on this task, then let someone else complete this dangerous task. But originally, I was only expecting him to tear a hole in the hostile sword death guard. I didn't realize that he actually had the ability to resist a square formation, Fenner said in surprise. So, we go straight ahead? The messenger asked for instructions. Straight ahead. Phew, what a fucking effort. What kind of demon is this? Fan grumbled for a while, casting the incredibly powerful Heavenly Flame Funeral 3 times in a row, but failing to completely annihilate this group of tenacious hostile sword deadly servants. They seem to have constructed a collective protective field in some way, effectively mitigating the damage caused by the ranged attacks. At this moment, there were still nearly 10 heads of hostile sword deadly servants below, but they were all remnants in poor condition, and this was the time for a fair duel. Fuck it, chicken! With Fan's order, the dark fierce eagle, like a ghost in the dark night, fiercely accelerated and swooped down. Pouncing straight at those panting dead servants, the dark fierce eagle's iron claws were as strong as steel, easily capturing the 2 Deadpools and yanking them towards the sky. In that endless high air, the fate of these 2 Deadpools was almost finalized, and they were expected to be seconds in an instant. Fan seized the moment and leapt down from the air, while the blood beast boots were activated. He infused powerful spatial nimbus, and the fire plume behind him erupted like a missile carrying explosive impact, rushing straight towards the nearest one of the hostile sword death squires. With a single kick, that death squire was instantly kicked into the ground as if he had been hit by a giant meteorite, shattering into several pieces, accompanied by a shimmering light scattering in all directions, that of strange powder glittering in the sunlight. What is this? Foreign bones? Fan was surprised to find that these hostile sword deadly servants would actually erupt into foreign bones when they died, and even though they only existed in the form of bone powder, the value of a hostile sword deadly servant that came from such a level was incalculable. On the ground, mixed with ashes and battle traces, those shimmering lights were most likely more foreign bone dust. Their value made the light of gold coins seem to float in front of Fan's eyes as if they were gold coins. Aiming at the still standing 7-headed dead man, his eyes full of not to be missed greed and determination. Fiery fist. Inferno dragon. Explode the equipment for me. The flaming battlesuit that Fan wore was like a fiery battle robe, and it was as if there was a rocket boosting behind him, helping him to swing a heavy punch at the remaining hostile sword dead guards with a thunderous force. Accompanying this blow, a blazing inflammatory dragon roared out from his arm, traversing the bodies of the 3 death servants and instantly turning them into ashes. But facing such a strong enemy, the only 4 remaining Deadpools were not willing to show weakness and swung their swords in unison, the dark sword chi cutting towards Fan like sharp-edged winds, making a tenacious resistance. Humph! Carving skills! Give it back! Fan coldly grunted, disdaining the counterattacks of these dead soldiers, and then cast Chaotic Vortex, only to see his hands spread out, forming a chaotic surface barrier in front of him. Those 4 dark sword chi were instantly swallowed by the barrier as if they were attracted by a black hole. Chapter 154. Taking the high ground immediately after that, Fan maneuvered the surface to reverse, and those dark sword chi that had been absorbed and strengthened were like vectors of vengeance, counterattacking at those Deadpools with a swifter stance. The 4 Deadpools reacted quickly, urgently raising their swords to crossblock, their swords colliding with the strengthened version of the dark sword chi, sparks flying everywhere, barely resisting the backlash. But it was obvious that the situation was already extremely unfavorable for them. Mo Fan also completed his counterattack at this moment. As if the Thunder System star map in his hand possessed its own will, it swelled up and became larger, transforming into a thick lightning chain that flashed with a blinding blue light, harboring an astonishing power. Thunderbolt. Electric chains. With Mo Fan's low roar, he swung the long whip of thunder in his hand, and the lightning chain was as flexible as a spirit snake, instantly wrapping itself around the necks of the 4 hostile sword death squires. Electricity surged wildly through the chain, as if it were a living, angry wave, wrapping the 4-headed Deadpool tightly in the agonizing electricity. They convulsed violently from the pain, and their limbs flailed helplessly in the air, but they were unable to escape the deadly bondage. The power of lightning continued to infuse them, their black armor gradually cracking under the current, the dark energy in their bodies being forcefully drawn out, transforming into dots of electric sparks that exploded in the air, blossoming into a sheet of radiant light. Tyrant sanction, Mo Fan shouted in a deep voice, and as if the sky responded to his call, 4 pale yellow lightning bolts as thick as a bucket of water fell violently with heavenly might, accompanied by shocking thunder, directly exploding the 4 heads of hostile sword death squires into a mass of black smoke, which then dispersed in the air, leaving only a few pieces of alien bone powder flickering with ethereal light to prove that they had once existed. Looking at this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. This great soul thunder that Chen Xian had found for him was really fragrant. It was fortunate that he hadn't been capricious enough to buy one at random to refine it in the first place. Looking at the foreign bone powder floating in the air, and the shouts of murder coming from the high slopes behind him, Mo Fan, who had regained his senses, immediately began to collect the foreign bone powder, which was all silver for nothing. When the Egyptian army finally broke through the many obstacles and ascended to that all-important plateau, what met their eyes was a silent land strewn with wreckage and ash. Originally prepared to die to face the hostile sword death squads, thought they would face a life and death battle, but the hostile sword death squads have long been reduced to ashes, and everything around them is stating that there has been a fierce battle here. The morale of the Egyptian army rose as never before, and the heights were immediately occupied, and the knot mages then began to set up their knots. The undead boundary could resist the invasion of the undead to the greatest extent possible, and as long as the undead boundary was propped up, their little battle this time would be considered a victory. Senator Fenner personally came to find Mo Fan. She recognized this captain of the Dragon Kingdom's national government team, only that she didn't expect Mo Fan to be the same mage hunter that she had hired, and she didn't expect Mo Fan to be so strong. Thank you, Mr. Mofan. We in Cine City will remember your contribution. Senator Fenner spoke with heartfelt gratitude. You're welcome. It's all a hired mission. Where's the thanks? Mo Fan said politely. No, the content of our mission is only as a vanguard against the hostile sword deadman, but you helped us to wipe them all out. This is already far beyond the duties of a mage hunter. You are our benefactor. Without you, I don't know how many people would have to die at the hands of the hostile sword deadman. You are a benefactor to the city of Pushkini. Fenner said solemnly and seriously. Mo Fan gently waved his hand and said with a spontaneous smile, Senator Fenner, we're all working towards the same goal. It's every mage's duty to protect ordinary people. If it wasn't for that much foreign bone powder, I would have waited for the army to come before going together. Mo Fan growled inwardly, but the hostile sword deadly servant was truly a nightmare-like existence for the military mage. Fenner sniffed and raised his evaluation of Mo Fan by a few more points in his heart, then said, Mr. Mo Fan, I would like to invite you to jointly participate in the subsequent tactical discussions. There are still 15 kilometers from the pyramid, and the journey behind us is very difficult. We need your strength. This is an attempt to whittle down your own war power. Senator Fenner, I actually have a friend who originally wanted to contract the task of destroying the pyramid projection, but he didn't have the corresponding status to take it on. This person has a contracted beast of monarch-level combat power, which is definitely strong enough to easily destroy the pyramid projection, but it requires a corresponding payment. Mo Fan said. Fenner's eyes lit up. A monarch-level contracted beast was completely enough to push a pyramid projection across, and immediately asked, Payment is not a problem, as long as it ensures the success of the mission. Please tell me, how can I contact your friend? We need to make our next plan as soon as possible. I don't know how to contact him. He's always out of sight. But if you guys post an international bounty mission, I'm sure he'll see it. Of course, provided the amount of the bounty pool is tantalizing enough. Mo Fan said with slight hesitation. I see. Thank you. I'll take your advice into serious consideration. Fenner said, turning to leave. After setting up camp, the strange undead boundary successfully isolated the hatred and intrusion of the undead from the periphery, causing the army to quickly stabilize its position in the second camp. The Egyptian army decided to rest here for a day to restore its precious magical energy resources, treat the seriously wounded, and wait for the follow-on forces to assemble. Early the next morning, a new group of people converged. It also contained a group of the most important personnel. The temple mage women. These female trainees were those who had mastered healing magic, and they had little power to defend themselves, so they needed a lot of manpower for protection. Even Xin Xia was among them. This made Mo Fan worried. Xin Xia's legs and feet were inconvenient. A chaotic battlefield like this one was a fatal threat to her. He didn't know why the Parthenon sent her to such a place. The two forces converged and immediately headed for the third strategic point, directly within 10 kilometers of the pyramid. The seizure of the new camp went exceptionally well, but as the boundary rose, isolating everyone on the high yellow slopes, an unnameable apprehension gripped the entire army. Pushing wave advance is only suitable for the first half of the journey. After all, it will be closer to the city, and did not fall into too deep into the undead legions. But in the second half, it is a section of the road that has no return. The only way to win, everyone will be able to be safe and sound. Therefore, the next part of the journey was the most dangerous and would be subjected to the undead's most terrifying resistance and encirclement. The old military mages recalled the brutal experiences of the attack on the pyramids in the past, and in those narratives every forward advance was accompanied by great sacrifices, and almost every inch of the battlefield was stained red with the blood of their comrades. When talking about the threats near the pyramid, the old military mage specifically mentioned the hostile sword deadman, a type of undead that is numerous, well-trained and extremely difficult to deal with an estimated 500 surrounding the pyramid of this objective, forming an impenetrable line of death. Just the periphery alone is, for example, difficult to cross, making one wonder at the horror of the pyramid. Chapter 155. The last 5 kilometers. As dusk fell, the battlefield was colored by a smear of bright red blood, intertwining with the shifting clouds in the sky to form a cruel picture. At this point, the army officially opened its final assault on the pyramid, and Camp 4 became their final stop of the road ahead. They must be brave, straight into the heart of the pyramid. Behind, no longer warm reinforcements or familiar cities, but dense with the undead, an endless pursuit. The last 5 kilometers. This is the most dense and strongest zone of the undead. Dark corpses cover the vast yellow earth basin. The phantom of the pyramid stands in the center of the basin, as if declaring its inviolability. Sensing the human threat to the pyramids, the Egyptian undead within a few kilometers seemed to be awakened, fully armed and transformed into a sea of dark forests that filled everyone's vision. Their faces were twisted and their bodies were tattered, emitting an aura of corruption, and their eyes were filled with hunger and hatred. Charge! Staff Sergeant Fenner's short, forceful orders were accompanied by a guardian blue light that rose into the air like a beacon guiding the entire army, and the clarion call to move forward without fear resounded. Charge! Destroy the pyramid! Long live Egypt! The Egyptian army turned into an unstoppable torrent, as if breaking through the forest of corpses. Magic like rain illuminated the dusk. The power of destruction swept across the 4 directions, a duel of life and death and glory. This opened the prelude. Under the dark sky, the roar of the undead echoed like the call of the abyss. The pitch-black wind swept across the entire land, and the anger and unwillingness condensed into an invisible mountain range, weighing heavily on the hearts of every human being. These fearless creatures have only one obsession in their hearts: to tear the vibrant human beings apart and devour them invisibly. In this place, life and death are intertwined, and the color of blood has drenched every inch of land, becoming the second largest battlefield after the vast ocean. In this testing ground, the war never stops, sharpening many strong and unique mage heroes, whose power blossoms on the edge of life and death. The battle lines were initially kept in strict order, but soon descended into unprecedented chaos. The undead were like a forest, covering the sky, and the orientation of the pyramid was completely obliterated. Numerous troops lost their way and fought the undead to the death with only their survival instincts. Every moment was an extreme test of will and courage. Mo Fan didn't charge easily. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Xin Xia in the hands of others for protection, so he kept guarding within 100 meters of her, cleaning up and clearing out the small undead around her. But it was the rest of the Guofu team that were quite hardworking. Chief of Staff, the West Flank unit's communications are down. Sentry Mage reported urgently. All gone? Fenner asked himself in a low voice, his brow filled with worry. It's those hostile sword death servants. There's too many of them. They've formed a dark sword formation. Our attack is completely contained. Even so, they shouldn't have routed so quickly. Did they notice anything unusual? No anomalies to report. It all happened so suddenly. Fenner finally couldn't sit still, and a radiant sight suddenly bloomed on her back, as countless golden wind rails converged, constructing 3 pairs of spirited and extraordinary wind wings. These 6 wings are not only light and agile, but also give her the ability to fly freely in the boundless sky, whether it is speeding through, stopping instantly or accelerating violently, all of which are easy to do. Thousand Leaf Blade, Wind Slaughter Slash. As Fenner let out a low chant, The wild wind that surged around her instantly condensed and turned into thousands of extremely sharp wind blades, which were gentle but deadly, each strand carrying the potential to cut through everything. The wind blade swept across the front of the undead army as if encountered the invisible giant scythe, instantly cut into pieces. Like the autumn wind swept the dead leaves, the battlefield was suddenly plunged into a dead silence. The ranks of the undead, and then there is no more life. The baptism of the wind blade had just ended, followed by an even more astonishing wind chop that descended from the sky with unquestionable majesty. This blade of wind slashed across an even wider area, and its power was so strong that the entire basin was shaken by this disordered yet powerful force, striking directly at a kilometer outside of the pyramid. "Charge with me." Senator Fenner himself opened the way. The general's morale instantly soared. Several military units immediately followed Staff Sergeant Fenner and killed the area where the pyramid was located for 1 kilometer. "Protect her for me. If anything happens to her, I'll throw you to the undead." As soon as the road was clear, Mo Fan viciously commanded Cullen, "There's no need for you to say that. Protecting Miss Xincia is my sacred duty." Cullen's face flushed red, clearly enraged, but still responded with a straight face. Although Mo Fan didn't have a good feeling about this guy in his heart, he had to admit that Cullen did have some skills. A dozen or so undead warriors were easily solved by him and couldn't get close to Xincia. It seemed that the bodyguard that Parthenon had arranged for Xincia was not a generalized person. "Brother Mo Fan, I'll go with you," Xincia insisted. "No, it's too dangerous." Mo Fan decisively refused. In the midst of this military chaos, the closer to the pyramid, the density of the undead was feared to increase geometrically. "Brother Mo Fan, I am not a burden." Xincia looked at Mo Fan with a firm gaze and said seriously, looking at Xincia's resolute eyes. Mo Fan's heart couldn't help but soften. Perhaps he shouldn't be too protective. After all, Xincia is already a senior mage. She has her own path of growth to follow. "Alright, but you must guarantee your safety." Mo Fan ultimately did not refuse anymore. "No undead can touch your safety until I fall," Cullen assured Heartshire, his tone firm and full of determination. Xincia rode an elegant mount tamed by mind magic, the blue dream horned beast. The creature not only had a dreamlike appearance, but the telepathic communication between them and Xincia made them inseparable. Providing her with excellent maneuverability on the battlefield, the blue dream horned beast not only had an outstanding appearance, but its own fighting ability was also very outstanding, especially its agile ability to dodge and get rid of enemy pursuits, which was not inferior to Jian Yu's Knight Rakshasa at all. Xincia didn't need to deal with the undead herself. As a high-ranking mage of the mind system, she lightly cast the soul regaining and mind-controlling technique, controlling a heavy-duty mummy at the level of a great general, and then enchanted it with the blessing system's enhancement magic, turning it into a heavy-duty mummy necromancer whose strength was directly comparable to the level of a sub-commander. To open up a path for them, the heavy armored mummy charged ahead. Mo Fan occasionally cast Fiery Fist to assist, while Cullen was responsible for clearing out the ever-approaching undead minions around them. Not long after, the three gradually approached Mu Ningxue in front. "This woman really doesn't want to die. She's almost at the pyramid and she's still so desperate." Mo Fan marveled. At this moment, Mu Ningxue was in the center of a filthy and ugly undead battlefield, but she was like a holy and icy ice lotus flower, blooming proudly and exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 156 to 156. Dark Sword Master. Above the battlefield, snowflakes were flying. Countless ice-tipped ground thorns sprang out of the ground without warning, densely packed and neatly arranged, strangling the surrounding black slave corpses mercilessly, and they were almost unable to make any effective resistance. Within Mu Ningxue's domain, undead creatures below the level of Warlord were almost tantamount to suicidal attacks, and in less than half a minute, these dense and precise ice traps would be able to wipe them all out, with the only ones surviving being those of the Warlord level that were more physically robust. "Aha! Retreat! Run! We're all going to die here. Damn it, can't retreat. We're just a few hundred meters away from the pyramid. Hold on." The screams and cries suddenly came from another place, and the countless mages who were focused on the battle could have their attention attracted by the direction the piece of sound came from, only to see a large group of pitch-black swordsmen like undead on the sandy soil of about 500 meters. They formed an undead sword formation and carried out a wanton massacre of the human mages who rushed over, and blood continued to spray, staining everyone there red. And in the center of the group of violent swordsmen dead soldiers, there stood a magnificent figure riding a ghostly horse of the underworld. His whole body was entangled by a thick dark mist, as if he was wearing a shadowy robe of war. Mysterious and majestic, like a knight of the underworld, he sat proudly on the pitch-black ghost horse, the long sword held in his hand raised high, pointing directly at the dome of the sky where blood-red and pitch-black were intertwined, as if summoning the supreme power of the god of darkness, only to see under the clouds, the dark energy furiously circling, tossing and turning. Vertical underworld sword. accompanied by a solemn and ancient Egyptian incantation. This dark night released the profound sword intent originating from the kingdom of death, and the aura of destruction poured down like a tidal wave, enveloping the earth. Dark sword wave steeply divided into two ways, all the way longitudinally tearing through the sky, like a bamboo, domineering, the other way horizontally sweeping across the earth, where the sword blade, all things are destroyed. The southern military commander Roval and the soldiers under his command were unfortunately in the path of this vertical and horizontal sword attack. Roval witnessed that his comrades in front of him were instantly turned into fragments and blood rain under the impact of the overwhelming black sword energy. Flesh and blood spilled over his face like rain, and Roval's eyes widened in horror as the relentless black sword aura swept over his body as well. Just moments later, the sky spun around. The sword was too fast and decapitated his head as it flew away. Roval still preserved a little bit of consciousness, and he saw his body left on the ground turn into debris and rain of blood as it did in the sword's aura. The dark sword wave went unabated, straight towards Mu Ningxue's direction, immersed in a bloody rain. Her head was blank. It was already too late to dodge or defend. In that nick of time, a beam of bright and dazzling silver light cut through the surrounding darkness and bloodshed, and an athletic figure, like a god descending from the heavens, appeared in front of Mu Ningxue's body. In time, that person's figure was agile and fluid, and almost in an instant, he tightly embraced Mu Ningxue into his arms, using his own back to stiffly block the raging waves of darkness. Swords, eightfold light barrier, heavy meteor armor. As this power-filled incantation fell, a circle of shields emitting golden holy light suddenly unfolded with that figure as the center. Immediately after, a set of heavy battle armor appeared out of thin air outside of that person's body as if summoned. Under this double protection, the dark sword wave that was originally strong enough to destroy everything seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and the energy was drastically weakened the moment it touched the light shield and iron armor. Although the dual protection of the 8 directions light barrier and the heavy armored meteor armor was incredibly powerful, cracks began to appear under the terrifying impact of that dark sword wave. The golden glittering light barrier finally shattered into countless points of light after enduring its limits, spilling out like a meteor shower, revealing the collapse of the defense. Immediately after that, the meteor armor that was as heavy as a star also made a dull ringing sound under the tremendous impact, as if even the power of the stars had been shaken. A burst of drilling pain came from behind. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were instantly sent flying several hundred meters away. Sure enough, it was still too much of a stretch to resist a monarch-level attack. The two tumbled in the air and eventually fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Around them, the soldiers panicked, and the atmosphere of the battlefield became even more tense due to the sudden turn of events. Brother Mo Fan, seeing this scene, Xinxia directly shrieked out in shock, riding the blue dream-horned beast to quickly weave through the battlefield, rushing towards Mo Fan. And Cullen saw this and hurriedly followed. Dark Sword Master, how could there be a Dark Sword Lord here? Wasn't the Dark Sword Master supposed to be in the pyramid accompanying Pharaoh? Someone tell me what the hell is going on? Dead. All dead. There's no way we can survive. This isn't a mirage at all. This is a real pyramid. The army had panicked. A monarch-level existence was not something they could handle. Panic and despair spread like a plague among the soldiers. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue climbed up from the dust with great difficulty. Mo Fan barely managed to hold himself up. His face was as pale as paper. His back was gushing blood like a spring, and 2 interlaced X-shaped wounds from shoulder to waist, deep enough to reach the bone. Shocking to the eyes. Mu Ningxue looked at the X-shaped wound on Mo Fan's back and turned pale with fear, looking for the temple mage in panic. Luckily, Xinxia arrived in time. Her hand quickly made seals. The healing star charts were completed one after another, and the healing constellations quickly took shape. Treasure Vase Starburst. A little bit of starbursts appeared near Mo Fan's circumference, and these starbursts were almost synchronized with the constellation of flashy light on Xinxia's body. This was high-level healing magic. Those asterisms would form a constellation of Aquarius asterisms, guarding the injured person's body while drastically healing the severely injured areas of the injured person's body. Generally speaking, serious injuries require a longer period of time and more magical energy to be able to meet and recover, including the bones, internal organs and blood vessels within the body. These injuries are difficult to do by relying on the middle-ranked healing elf butterflies, but the Aquarius astrolabe is able to do so, and any breakage in the internal organs can be fully recovered in a short period of time. Xinxia's fingertips lightly pulsed, each knot accompanied by a slight fluctuation of magical power. Her eyes were focused and determined, as if she had gathered all of her hope and strength in this sacred moment. As the last knotting was completed, it was as if some kind of warm and soft power converged in the air, transforming into dots of starbursts that surrounded Mo Fan. Gradually converging into a glittering pattern of the Aquarius constellation, the starbursts flowed and gently penetrated into Mo Fan's shocking wounds, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. As if even his soul had been soothed, the blood that was originally gushing like a spring gradually slowed down, and the edges of the wound began to slowly heal. Although it could not instantly return to its original state, it had greatly slowed down the injury, and gained valuable time for the subsequent treatment. Ningxue was staring at the process from the sidelines. Her complexion changed from initial panic to gratitude and reassurance. But Mo Fan was seriously injured. In order to save her, chapter 157 to 157. Siyu's rule. Mo Fan coughed gently a few times and tried to stand firm. Although his body still trembled from time to time due to the pain of his injuries, he steeled himself and threw a comforting smile at Mu Ningxue and Xanxia. MMP. Dog. It hurts like hell. Shake the man. Must shake people. At this moment Mo Fan no longer wanted to care about the reward. He only wanted revenge. Mo Fan kept a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was cursing and silently chanting Xian save me. A strange expression crossed Xanxia's face as he watched. Mu Ningxue helped Mo Fan up, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. There was worry, determination, and deep self-blame. There's no time to delay. We must retreat as soon as possible. With this dark sword master around, it's impossible to deal with it without 4 super ranks joining forces. There's no hope of destroying the Mirage anymore. Cullen suddenly spoke out. The surrounding army was already in complete disarray. The terrifying pressure brought by the Dark Sword Master directly crushed the morale. The situation on the battlefield could only be described as tragic. The Dark Sword Master struck just twice, and an unknown number of people died from the military mage corps that rushed to the front of the pyramid. Blood flowed in the true sense of the word, and that merciless decimation decimated the morale of all the soldiers, becoming terrified and panicked. One could only say that the Dark Swordmaster that was not at all in the expectations was too strong. All calm down. Fenner's snarling voice carried across the battlefield, washing away the dark fear that had come over him. Tears were caught in her eyes, but she didn't let them drip. Her most loyal subordinate had just died under the Dark Swordmaster's sword as well, but she knew that she couldn't let her grief cloud her judgment, much less let fear spread, or else the entire army would completely collapse. That's a mirage. The Dark Sword Lord is not invincible. If we retreat now and allow his blade to sweep through the city of Pushkini, will the ruins and despair be a sight we are willing to witness? At that time, would there be any point in you living? Don't forget, you are soldiers. Don't spend your whole life regretting today's cowardice. Fenner, despite being a woman, had her masculine backbone in her voice. The sword has been sheathed. How can it be easily put away because of the strength of the enemy? The only way to move forward is to be unswerving. 0. Join me against the Dark Sword Master. The rest of you charge into the pyramid. Don't let the dead dominate our home. Fenner shouted. Fenner hovered in the air, her wind-guarding 6 wings gently flapping, her gaze sharp as a knife, shooting straight at the Dark Sword Master, without the slightest fear or faltering, only determination and challenge. As for the Dark Sword Lord below, riding on that ghostly horse of the underworld, surrounded by the aura of death, the pair of eyes burning with spectral fire revealed not only icy authority, but also the pride and honor that originated from the bloodline of the ancient royal family, and it was as if its existence was a defiance of all life around it. CU rules. The Dark Sword Master's low and majestic voice echoed in the battlefield, and along with the fall of his words, the huge sword he held high seemed to draw on the essence of the night sky, and the tip of the sword blossomed into a sky-charging dark aura. In an instant, the surrounding area was engulfed by the thick colors of night, as if the entire basin area had been forced into the endless night. The pyramid and its surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and fear, like a substance, clutched at everyone's heart, making it difficult to escape. Not only was the domain ruled by this CO vast in scope, it also changed the pattern of the battlefield in an instant. In the absolute darkness, those hostile sword death guards seemed to have gained a new life. The black robes they wore were even more ghostly in the night. Their eyes flickered with a soul-stirring ghostly light, cold and lethal, and each pair of eyes revealed a desire for battle and a zeal for conquest. The hostile sword death servants transformed into death gods of the night, their figures even more ghostly in the darkness, and each strike carried a destructive power that was enough to destroy a mid-ranked mage already incomparably strong. With the Sword Master's shadow enhancement, their combat power increased exponentially, becoming unstoppable reapers on the battlefield. The resistance of the military mages appeared to be exceptionally difficult. An entire squad giving their all could barely destroy a single hostile sword-enhanced death squire, while the number of enemies surrounding the perimeter was like a tidal wave, as if it was an endless abyss devouring all the light and hope. The Dark Sword Master sat quietly on the ghostly horse of the underworld, coldly watching the massacre. Without the need to do anything himself, the army of dead soldiers under his command was already enough to drown the human resistance in endless darkness and fear. Mo Fan gathered with the state government team and the others. The appearance of the Dark Sword Master clearly exceeded the intensity of the training mission. What should be done at this time was to protect themselves. Surviving was more important than anything else. After the reinforcement of CU's rule, the strength of a single hostile sword deadly servant was comparable to half of an army, and 500 hostile sword deadly servants were a huge and insurmountable mountain of undead. The state government team crowd can only barely deal with dozens, relieving some of the pressure of the Egyptian army. And not only the hostile sword dead man. Around a large numbers of wandering undead are also frantically gathering here. As long as the slightest turn back, you will see countless mummies, completely blocking all the people to return to the city-state of the way of life. Fenner's strength was quite amazing, and her use of super-rank magic was quite skillful. Ordinary undead were all like grass in front of her. But the hostile sword deadman was not so easy to deal with. Of the 500 hostile sword deadly servants, there were a total of 200 of them pestering Fenner, and after the reinforcement, even the bones of the hostile sword deadly servants were incomparably strong, and Fenner's speed in killing them was very slow, and the Dark Sword Master didn't care about the slow death of his men, and didn't engage the 2 human super-ranked mages. Instead, he topped the military mages who were hugging each other, and with every swing of his sword, the sword waves mercilessly took away hundreds of lives. This also made Fenner incomparably angry. Senator, withdraw. If we keep this up, we'll all die here. These hostile sword death servants and dark sword masters won't leave the area around the pyramid. Another super-ranked mage, Shiro, said Fenner dealt with the hostile sword death guard while looking at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground around her. Her face was already a bit twisted. These were all her subordinates. She wasn't willing to leave. She'd rather die in battle with these men. But reason told her she couldn't do that or the army would be wiped out. Fenner's heart was full of contradictions and struggles. This was the only chance to destroy the Mirage. There was no more support. It was hard to advance to the front of the pyramid. Could he really kill back next time? In Fenner's inner balance wavering, the sky suddenly appeared phenomenon. A comet light from far and near to cut through the dark dome, like 100 meters in diameter of the crimson meteor, with twice the speed of sound speed, shooting directly at the Mirage in the pyramid. Chapter 158. 158. Hero's debut. Red Lotus spit. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, including Fenner and Shiro, who stopped fighting in their hands and couldn't help but look up at the crimson meteor that pierced the sky. The light was so dazzling that it was as if a rift had been torn in the sky, bringing long-lost light into a land shrouded in darkness. The meteor's speed was so fast and its power so immense that everyone felt an unspeakable shock. The Dark Sword Master was the first to sense the great threat. His figure suddenly appeared at the top of the pyramid, his eyes like torches, locking onto the crimson meteor that was speeding towards him. Dark sword chi wrapped around him, as if the dark elements of the entire heaven and earth had converged in one body in an attempt to block this uninvited guest's intrusion. Vertical underworld sword. The Dark Sword Master let out a furious cry and waved the long sword in his hand, and instantly the pitch-black, night-like sword chi transformed into a sinuous, circling black dragon, roaring as it swooped towards the crimson meteor. Each strand of sword chi contained a destructive force, and the space emitted a mournful roar under their tearing, revealing a tiny crack. However, the crimson meteor did not slow down because of this. Instead, it erupted even more brilliantly in the collision with the sword chi, and the light and energy fluctuations inspired between the two illuminated the entire sky, as if day had descended. To the surface of the meteor seemed to have some sort of shield, and even though the Dark Sword Master's attack was incredibly powerful, it could only stir up layers of ripples on its surface, unable to cause substantial damage. Impossible! The Dark Sword Master's exclamation of surprise was not finished. The crimson meteor accelerated violently and fell straight down, from which the magnificent figure of Chen Xian driving a titan demon wolf was clearly seen, and the world's unrivaled giant fist with the momentum of the heavenly collapse of the earth. From the 9 heavens outside, the bombardment smashed down. Heroes on stage. Chen Xian roared, and his destructive heavy fist was like the hammer of a giant god, wrapped in the weight of 1,000,000 tons and the impact of twice the speed of sound, ruthlessly smashing down from the top of the Dark Swordmaster's head. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the fall of Chen Xian's punch, the entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. The Dark Swordmaster's body was like a tiny stone struck by a giant hammer, instantly knocked through the ground and deeply embedded into the earth's crust. The earth trembled unwillingly, like water that had been slapped by an invisible palm. Ripple-like vibrations centered on the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions, raising dust and sand that obscured the daylight around them. Whether it was Fenner, Shuelua, or the other warriors, they were all struck dumb by this shocking scene. Returning to their senses, they rushed to defend themselves against the shockwaves of mud and sand it swept over them. An unknown number of undead and hostile sword death servants were directly shaken to pieces by Chen Xian's heroic ascent because they were too close. The people from the State House team were also excited at the sight of this scene. This kind of meteorite crashing into the earth appearance was something that they had seen many times in the past half a year. Each of Chen Xian's appearances were so impressive. Dust gradually dispersed. A magnificent huge demon wolf proudly stood in front of the pyramid. Its body of 100 meters dwarfed the pyramid, like an insignificant hill underneath the demon wolf's feet. A deep, bottomless, huge pit silently told of the collision of power just now. The indelible mark of Chen Xian, His powerful kill against the Dark Sword Master, the pyramid had yet to dissipate, and the Dark Sword Master was still alive. Chen Xian's terrifying punch had indeed given him a heavy blow, and if he hadn't sacrificed his base card Darkness defense at the critical moment, he would have been smashed into a meat cake by Chen Xian at this moment, since he had made a move. Chen Xian naturally had no intention of letting him go. Around him, the loyal hostile sword dead guards came in like a tide, scrambling to climb on Chen Xian's body as if they were ants trying to shake a giant tree. The wings of the bone lance behind Chen Xian's back trembled, releasing a majestic force, and in an instant, four pale white energy storms rose up in the air from under his feet like heavenly punishments, encircling his circumference and forming an impenetrable protective circle. As if they were sentient, these storms captured every dead man that tried to approach with precision and relentlessness, swirling them into an endless maelstrom. Inside the storm, the sound of bones breaking intertwined with the wail of despair. Just a few seconds, when the storm slowly dissipated, the original dense cluster of dead guards was only left with a silence and wreckage all over the ground. Other people. A fall of a hostile sword dead guards are difficult to kill. Chen Xian, a demonic law directly eliminate dozens of heads. Although it was only a chancellor level demonic spell, it was a 630% bonus from Hell's Curse. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of Chen Xian's demonic spell was also at the heaven-destroying level. The Dark Swordmaster struggled to rise from the abyssal pit, his face twisted with resentment and anger. His iconic dark armor cracked and mottled, revealing a tired but tough body underneath. His mount, the spectral ghost horse, had been powerless to return to the heavens from the previous impact. The spark of life extinguished in silence. The current Chen Xian was so domineering that all the commander-level demons that had a solid body couldn't carry one of his great desolate starfalls. Chen Xian's pace was steady as he traveled to the edge of the giant pit, gazing down at the Dark Sword Master below. The gazes of both sides passed through the dust and smoke and locked eyes. The Dark Sword Master trembled as he raised his huge heavy sword and pointed it at Chen Xian, his challenge self-evident. When Chen Xian saw that the Dark Sword Master had not yet died, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and an evil wolfish smile expression surfaced. It was frightening to watch the human mage as a dumbass. Didn't think I'd give you another chance, did you? Fall in the pit. Then you don't stand a chance. Chen Xian opened his huge mouth, like an abyss sucking in everything. The elemental power around him was greedily drawn and converged by him, and the boiling elemental furnace in the depths of his chest. The roaring sound heralded the awakening of the endless energy beneath the skin of his body. Demonic lines blossomed with the surge of blazing demonic power, like ancient runes jumping across his skin, flickering with a mysterious and powerful radiance. Anyone who loves watching Ultraman fight little monsters knows that this is going to be a big one. Looking at Chen Xian, who had transformed into a red lotus pale wolf, the Dark Sword Master immediately had a bad premonition. The air temperature around him was getting higher and higher. Damn, this beast is going to spit, right? This terrain, this environment, this is going to eat full damage if a spit comes down. The Dark Sword Master immediately burst out, transforming into a dark blade to kill towards the exit above. However, all efforts were in vain. In Chen Xian's mouth, torrents of flames had impatiently overflowed from between his teeth, like a gale that had been imprisoned for a long time and had found a gap for release. As he opened his mouth wide, the red lotus flame was like a newborn sun, blazing and vast, with tongues of fire sweeping across the heavens and earth, forming a destructive torrent of energy that rushed straight down, enveloping everything in a fiery red purgatory. Before the Dark Swordmaster could rush out of the narrow pit, he was directly blasted head-on by this torrent of destruction, directly resuppressing it back into the earth, and the red lotus flame instantly filled the entire pit, topping the Dark Sword Master's tiny body as it continued to advance deeper into the earth. Chapter 159. The end of the war. Although the Dark Sword Master struggled desperately, attempting to escape from this place of certain destruction, under the ravages of the red lotus rage, even his darkness defense appeared fragile in the face of such power, and was gradually eroded by the torrents of flames, and his figure was gradually blurred, swallowed up by the crimson light that covered the sky. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the only thing that was left was the blazing flames that spoke of the victor's roar and the most decisive judgment on the darkness. The human mages witnessed this scene from afar and were all shocked. They had never seen such a thrilling display of power before, as if Chen Xian had transformed into a mythical giant god of flame, burning all darkness to the ground. Even Fenner and Shiro, these battle-hardened super-ranked powerhouses, revealed expressions of disbelief. As the darkness dispersed, the reinforcement of the hostile sword deadly servants disappeared, and the crowd wiped them all out with a single blow. An Mo Fan and the rest of the national government team joined in to round up the remaining hostile sword deadly servants. Fenner came back to her senses and rushed towards the pyramid's shadow in a single bound. The Dark Sword Master had already been eliminated. There was nothing that could stop her from destroying the pyramid. I just don't know which high-ranking person's contracted beast this powerful demon wolf monarchist. Chen Xian had been standing at the edge of the large pit, which at this point had become a blazing abyss of flames, With the flames struggling to dissipate for a long time, he took another deep breath. As if everything in heaven and earth responded to his call, the water element within a radius of several kilometers was pulled invisibly. Along with every trace of water vapor in the air was gathered into one place, and his demonic power was transformed with it, turning into a pure azure blue, as if it was the surge of the deep sea, heralding the arrival of a baptism. Subsequently, Chen Xian opened his mouth and spat out. Like a floodgate opening, a vast column of water erupted out of his mouth, like a heavenly river pouring in, and injected itself straight into the blazing abyss of flames. The collision of water and fire instantly stirred up the sky steam and thunderous boom. The flames in the water column under the impact of the gradual convergence of the original raging sea of fire was gentle but firmly smoothed, until finally, the fire completely annihilated in the embrace of the water, the earth to return to tranquility. Dead? That guy? Fan asked as he flew in on the dark fierce eagle and landed on Chen Xian's shoulder. Too dead to die. Even the body with the equipment and the soul have melted. I don't know what it has been refined into. If you go down and fish for it, you should get something, Chen Xian said. Refining? Fan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Should it be so horrible? Together this fire pit is a furnace, right? Fan swooped down on the dark fierce eagle. The tens of meters thick deep pit was just enough for the dark fierce eagle to just be able to fit in. This abyss was already a few hundred meters deep under the expansion of the red lotus spit. The further down the temperature went, the higher it got. The dark fierce eagle was already feeling a little hard to bear. It was obvious that it wasn't heat intolerant. You go up first. I'll just go down myself, Fan said. With a leap and free fall he quickly stepped on the ground. The temperature around him was already up to a few hundred degrees. The moisture was directly evaporated here. Fortunately, Fan had absorbed the fire soul seed, and the flame resistance had long since been pulled full, and the little Yang was even able to keep her clothes from burning up after she possessed her body. Soon, Fan's attention was attracted by a ball of black liquid writhing on the ground. According to what Chen Xian said, this should be the refined Dark Sword Master. This time Fan is not the original. What? Do not understand the turd. Naturally know that this pile of refining things must be the darkness of the Dark Sword Master's dark matter. Did not dare to touch it. Directly with the idea of control will be grasped, loaded into the storage vessel, ready to wait for the study and then decide whether to refine. With the direction of the pyramid, a dazzling white light rises up to the sky. The silk of the blazing aura spills over the mirage. The entire pyramid seemed to be wrapped in a layer of dreamy mist, both hazy and distorted, and that magnificent figure faded out inch by inch under the embrace of the white light, fading away along with the ethereal light that could drench the bright moon, having lost the underworld radiance. The undead were like dried up perch, bewildered and disoriented. No matter how large and powerful the undead army was, without the source of life, it was like losing oxygen, and the army began to scatter in all directions, frantically searching for a shelter where they could truly live. Fenner was covered in air-dried blood, and his face was so dirty that he could barely see his features. She stood tall, witnessing the black wave of undead gradually receding, feeling the war finally subside, and involuntarily falling to her knees, her body weak. Your sacrifices have not gone to waste. We have won. Tears violently rushed through the face full of dirt. This moment, in addition to the heartfelt joy, more is the best account of those who bled and sacrificed their subordinates. Ha 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 ha. We won an undead war. Demon wolf. Bull. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of recognition the World Wizarding Association will give us. Obtaining the victory of the battle. This is an honor that can be blown for a lifetime. Not at all inferior to the outstanding performance on the World Academy contest. This is a huge boost to their group of young mages with unlimited future. Whether they can sit in a high position, hold the power and have more resources, is it not relying on the fame and merits accumulated little by little? Fenner didn't forget who was the big contributor to this great battle. She slowly came to Fan's front. Just now when Fan stepped on Chen Xian's shoulder, she also saw it. Even if it wasn't a contracted beast, there was bound to be some connection. I am truly grateful to you. You will be a superior guest in our Egyptian city of Pushkini. Is this your contracted beast? I wish to meet his summoner and thank him in person, Fenner said sincerely. Fan pondered for a moment and decided not to hide it anymore, saying, there is indeed a contract that exists between us, but he has his independent will, and I have my freedom. We are not in a master-slave relationship, and his actions are not governed by my will. It can be said that we have a mutually beneficial relationship, and it might be more appropriate to describe him as a summoned beast, as he is extremely profit-seeking. I suggest that you prepare a generous reward for him, and he will be happy to cooperate. Fenner sniffed, a flash of surprise in his eyes, followed by an understanding smile. I see. Such a symbiotic relationship is quite rare. Please rest assured that we will prepare a reward worthy of his contribution. Fenner then turned to face Chen Xian and bowed 90 degrees to the 100-meter-tall Titan demon wolf. After the end of the war, the Egyptian army began to clear the battlefield. Every time after breaking the mirage of the pyramid, will leave the undead corpses all over the place. These are real money resources, although not as valuable as the siren corpses, but it is better than the amount of money. Once the emergence of the foreign bone that is more profitable, chapter 160. 160. Nano crystal, especially the foreign bones of those hostile sword deadly servants. Each one of them was a sky-high price comparable to an essence spirit. Since the crowd of the State House team had participated in the battle, they were naturally qualified to touch the corpses, and they joined the ranks of the money grabbers, expecting to pick up the slack among the many undead remains and earn some cultivation resources. Mo Fan wasn't in the middle of joining in. The biggest harvest had already been packed into his carry-on space, and that was the dark matter refined by the Dark Sword Master and the Dark Ghost Horse, which was a treasure comparable to a soul seed or even a heavenly seed level. If you take it to sell, how to also have a price of 1 billion to 2 billion. The result of the original Mo Fan is very ignorant of the Dark Sword Master corpse, undead crystals, equipment, all packaged to let Zhao Manyan sold 2.5 million. He only took away the remnants of the spirit, simply loss of hemp, until later absorbed the humble craftsman's dark matter Night Fury, and once again entered the pyramid to fuck a Dark Sword Master, only to know that the original Dark Sword Master's great sword contains its dark matter among them, and immediately regretted. This is to eat the loss of not seeing the knowledge. Obviously in the magic world, the dark matter belongs to the very hidden knowledge. There is no circulation. A lot of people have not even heard of it. Otherwise Zhao Manyan would not be able to sell that little bit of money. The dissipation of the breath of the dead was accompanied by an unexpected and timely downpour, as if it were nature's baptism and blessing on the triumph of the city of Pusheni in Egypt, a land known for its desert and dry climate. The rains are especially precious, not only purifying the air, but also miraculously spawning the blossoming of flowers that bring rare life and color to the city. Such scenes were not only gifts of nature, but were also seen as symbols of good luck and hope, adding an unusual brightness to the post-war celebrations. The people gathered in the main square, a victory that was not just a military triumph, but a celebration of peace and renewal. Music, dancing and laughter intertwined to form a sea of joy. Such a celebration is not only a remembrance of victory in war, but also a celebration of the power of life, reminding everyone to cherish hard-won peace and tranquility. Fenner approached Mo Fan, who was celebrating with the state government team and the others, with a space bracelet containing the payment to Chinxian, the most precious thing they had collected in Pushkini City. What is this? Mo Fan asked curiously. This is a very precious and rare material called nano crystal, which is usually used to make growable magic weapons, and it seems to be very important to demons, as it can drastically increase their strength. Fenner explained. Nano crystal. Mo Fan's eyes lit up as he quickly took the box and opened it up, which was filled with an excised light nano crystal. Nano crystals were precisely the most scarce resource on the current material list for building Star Ocean magic weapons, and all the other various messy things that had been purchased over the past half year were just missing this nano crystal. Mo Fan also has an understanding of it. Nano crystal, even only a nail cover so small piece of broken crystal, also worth 50 million high price. In front of this egg-sized complete nano crystal can be called a priceless treasure. Just the portion is worth billions. Originally, Han Wanan, the old pusher, had asked for one piece of each of the full elemental nano crystals on the material list, except that the reality was far more difficult than expected, and the collection of the full elemental nano crystals was an almost impossible task. A treasure of this level of nano crystals was simply not circulated in the market, and even news of nano crystals were few and far between, not to mention the fact that they had to cover all elemental types. After such a long time had passed, old Force Deng had also long since loosened his lips, and as long as there was a type of nacreous crystal he could go to him to refine a Star Ocean magic weapon. However, until now it has been almost a year, only finally looking for the first piece of nano crystal. The good thing is that the amount is very sufficient. The old pusher Deng should not be able to pick the fault. This is just too precious. Mo Fan was almost a bit incoherent, making him feel a bit guilty. He really can't help Egypt and a few pyramids later. Mr. Mo Fan, this nano crystal is our small reward for the selfless assistance of you and your contracted beasts, as well as a promise for future cooperation. The nano crystals are far less important than the people of Pushkini City, Fenner said with a smile. Don't say anything. If there's any more mirage in the future, just release a world bounty mission and we'll be at your beck and call. Just watch the payoff. Mo Fan said boldly. Thank you again for your help. A touching light flowed from Fenner's eyes as she deeply bowed to Mo Fan to express her heartfelt gratitude. A few days after the big battle, the state government team and others had a very rich harvest. Everyone was busy digesting their own harvest, while Mo Fan was silently accompanying Xian Xia. It had been too long since they had seen each other. Thinking about her so much, he got tired of being together every day. On the contrary, Mu Ningxue, I don't know whether it was because she felt a sense of crisis or because she was moved by Fan's sacrifice of his life to save him that time. This period of time was extraordinarily proactive. And when everyone else was desperately trying to internalize their scrolls, she instead followed Fan to bring Xinxia around. This also made Fan's heart blossom. On one side was his own child bride. On the other side was the goddess he grew up with. The company of two top-notch big beauties made Fan wish that time would stop. How many times in life could be so cozy and beautiful? Fan secretly sighed in his heart. This period of time was undoubtedly happy and unforgettable for him. Half a year of dedication had finally paid off. And Mu Ningxue's transformation had both surprised and delighted him. As if it was an extra gift from fate, perhaps. It's time to confess. Just wait for Xinxia to return to the temple. Ruthlessly take down this iceberg beauty. So as not to listen to a certain head of single dog in the contract space bitchy laugh every day. It was time for him, Big Fan, to strut his stuff. Strolling through the streets of historic Egypt, Fan pushes Xinxia's wheelchair and recklessly enjoys the scenery of the future. The expression on his face gradually infatuating. Drool dripping down the corners of his mouth and into Xinxia's hair. Ha! It's raining? Xinxia looked up in confusion. Mu Ningxue, who was on the side, seeing this scene, could not help but roll her eyes, speechless to the extreme. How could one fall in love with such a person? During this half a year, Fan really helped Mu Ningxue a lot. Not only did the paychecks always come with bonuses, but even some of the venues selected for the training were very suitable for her to play, rarely going to those places filled with fire elements. So it could be said that they were very well taken care of. Fan not only can provide help in her personal cultivation path, the family because of Mu's oppression and almost bankrupt Mu Zhuiyun old brother, but also because of Fan's a phone call back from the dead. The small family is not on the verge of collapse. Under Chen Xian's constant indoctrination of his thoughts, Fan was still a bit pushed about his position today, and those favors he had once obtained. Under Chen Xian's several hands-on teaching, he had now learned how to use them. Do not need to Han silence Pang Lihorse. Directly to Zhu Meng made a phone call, that, small Zhua, to the old man to run a leg. Zhu Meng's then had to go and help Fan get things done. Chapter 161. 161. Shadow System Enhancement. Mu Ningxue under this set of yellow hair plus bully plus licking dog unreasonable moves, all of a sudden was captured the heart. That girl can carry. A yellow-haired Qingmei shifted into a bully also crazy licking their own this set? No matter how hard-hearted you are, you have to be good and true. A few days passed and Xinxia had to report back to the temple. After Fan sent him away, he also ended the days of decadent enjoyment. It was time to keep fighting. The State House Adventure rewards happened to be issued as well, due to the fact that this time the State House team's crowd's adventure tasks were completed too efficiently, and the quality and evaluation of the tasks were also very high, so the resources issued this time were also very generous, with everyone having nearly 150 million resources in their hands, and one of the treasures. It's the Dark Lord's Cloak. Cloak-type magic tool. This magic tool belongs to a very rare category. Is not overlap with the armor magic tool. Shield magic tool is a kind of combat support magic tool. Is said to be a forbidden spell mage used in the early years of the Handbaby in the original story. The Dark Lord Cloak was assigned in the Caribbean domain by the Little Day, Dragon Nation, and San. 3 national government teams competing for the same mission. The mission was to eliminate the Red Decorated Guild and capture Castle. Due to the butterfly effect brought about by Chen Xian, the state government team and the others did not travel to the Caribbean domain at all. And naturally, there was no three-way joining forces, without a rash young man like Fan. The state government members of Little Day and San wouldn't dare to make a move against the government forces harboring the Red Decorated Guild, and the mission would naturally be impossible to complete. In the end, under the influence of some kind of destiny power, this cloak still fell into Fan's hands. The passive effect of the Dark Lord's Cloak was to hide the user's aura, and cultivation levels that were not a large realm higher would not even think of discovering Fan. Secondly, the Dark Lord's Cloak can also be strengthened for shadow magic, and this strengthening is particularly effective for the recluse, who can release a piece of shadow to shadow himself even without a shadow, and can also use the art of Shadow Golem to defraud his opponents. During this time, Fan also spent money to appraise the dark substance that the Dark Sword Master had exploded, and learned that this dark substance was named the Dark Sword Soul. It allows shadow-based magic to materialize, achieving effects such as darkness defense, darkness impact, and darkness erosion. In addition to a special ability, sacrifice a commander-level essence or monarch-level essence to dark matter to summon a dark sword spirit of the same level to possess it. And the effect during possession is that you gain the Dark Knight set, Dark Armor, and Dark Greatsword. All physical qualities and strength are raised to the strength of a Dark Knight of the same level, while shadow magic will receive a huge increase during this period. Initial summoning of the Dark Sword Soul need to pay the same level of spirit. Subsequent summoning only need to pay the same level of residual spirit. Can be At the same time, subsequent residual spirit sacrifice to a certain extent will also be recognized by the Dark Sword Soul, and from now on have the right to use the Dark Sword Soul permanently. Such a cockburst of ability Emofan immediately could not sit still on the spot to refine it. But any moment of hesitation is disrespectful to it. This Dark Sword Soul was already stronger than a Soul Seed if one was strictly speaking, but it couldn't reach the Heavenly Seed Forbidden Realm with that kind of heaven-defying effect unless one obtained the recognition of a Monarch-level Dark Sword Soul. With this, Emofan's Shadow Department also received an epic enhancement, directly going further and further down the path of a violent mage. Chen Xian first flew back to the country with Emofan, handing over all the materials to Han Wanan for refining. A supreme treasure of the level of the Starseed Demon weapon was not that easy to refine. The processing of the Monarch-level essence alone might take more than a month. Not to mention the essence of the corpse of the Mountain Peak Elevate. To have Han Wanan start work and try to get the finished product as soon as the Statehouse competition is over. Then Mofan re-led the Statehouse team to brush up the wild monsters. In order to raise all those materials on Han Wanan's list, Emofan Chen Xian's pockets were almost emptied out, and all that was left was the 200 million that was issued from the experience rewards. Emofan wants to change a high-end point of fulfillment magic tool, have no money to buy. This period of time to spend money is really some fierce. Chen Xian and Little Yan Ji's soul species snacks bought and bought. The material list of money spent. The Dark Knight Fierce Eagle's advancement. A rough calculation have to be 6 or 7 billion. It was a good thing that Chen Xian also had a portion of his essence harvest during this half year. Otherwise he really couldn't carry such a bill. No matter what, have to continue to make money again. Think of the chances left in the original. Chen Xian let Ling Ling pay more attention to the news of the Black Storm on the Peruvian side of South America. There is a liquid of time and this is also a treasure. Necessary moments can also be used as a bottom card. Of course Chen Xian didn't want to miss it. Other than that, it was the Outlaw Maggots. Currently the Drowning Spell's bounty pool had accumulated 1 billion bounty value after time's fermentation. Chen Xian had also decided to let Emofan go and cash it in. As a matter of fact, this task has long been completed by Chen Xian. Frequently hunting demons in the ocean. Of course, inevitably encountered by the Outlaw Maggots take over the demon. During the period of time there is not no Outlaw Maggots, and Maggots want to parasitize or even take over Chen Xian. Only all were burned to death by his Red Lotus mode. There are more parasitic demons in the ocean than one might think. And the Outlaw Maggots are just one of the rare species that can pose a threat to humans, with countless more leech-like, shell-like parasitic demons, and the prescient Chen Xian naturally knew that after an Outlaw Maggot had taken over a powerful demon, it would be transformed into its demonic gallbladder. This demon gall contains the seedling body of a full-bodied Outlaw Maggot, and as long as there is this, a vaccine that is immune to the Outlaw Maggot can be made like this Outlaw Maggot demonic gall. Chen Xian also kept several. As long as the Outlaw Maggot intelligence with the vaccine is completed, he will be able to finish submitting this bounty task. Chen Xian also thought about whether or not to let the drowning spell ferment for a while longer. But after thinking about it, the thing wasn't that complicated. It was just that people hadn't discovered the existence of the Outlaw Maggots yet and hadn't paid attention to it. Or else it would have definitely been cracked. It's better to take the $1 billion in hand and settle down, so as not to make more money from this disaster. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. The national government team and others have long stopped brushing money, came to Venice to wait for the opening of the competition. The remaining so little time, the people have no heart to make money again, have closed up to digest the harvest of the year. During these 3 months, Emofan and the others also redeemed the bounty for the drowning spell, and the hunter level was raised to 6-star master. And it could be said to be unprecedented to raise to this level at this stage of a high-level mage. On top of that, Time Town also made a trip and managed to pocket the liquid of time. And instead of letting the congealed evil bead absorb it for recharging, Chen Xian took it all away. The evil power needed for the condensed Hua evil bead is not difficult to obtain, and using the liquid of time to energize it is simply a waste. This thing allows Chen Xian or Little Yan Ji to drink enough to kill the 4 directions several times. 3 months time. Chen Xian will curse department cultivation also raised to the high level 2. Demon cultivation still did not have any change. Milk powder with the same as a blank canvas. It is estimated that you have to wait for Emofan summoning department high level 3 before there will be a significant increase. Chapter 162 to 162. End of Exercise. Goldfinger Feast, on the other hand, was upgraded to the 8th tier, and both Soul Melting Furnace and Hell's Curse had grown significantly, moving further and further along the path of invincibility. On Emofan's side, he had upgraded the fire system to a high level 2nd grade. The thunder system was also vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough, and his spiritual power had been upgraded to the point where he was beginning to enter the 4th realm. And incidentally, he had replaced those backward magic tools on his body. It could be said that his strength had skyrocketed, enough to easily crush the other members of the State House. Little Yenji had grown. Her potential hadn't been fully tapped out yet, and it could be said that her strength had been steadily increasing. The Dark Fierce Eagle's cultivation level hadn't changed much like Chen Xian's. That's how it was with demons of their common bloodline. They grew very rapidly early on. It didn't even take a few years to go from juvenile to peak, directly cashing in on all of their growth potential. Already peak stage of his 2. Every step up is 1,000 times harder, exactly like the old wolf in the original. Unlike the little Yenji, at this time is only in the growth stage. The bloodline so high creatures tend to just get high on powdered milk. It will be able to continue to get stronger. Demon cultivation enhancement was so slow that it caused Chen Xian to want to try the effect of dragon blood transformation, which was actually a type of demon blood transformation. Except that dragon blood was extremely compatible as well as erosive, and could often be a direct replacement for a demon's original bloodline. It doesn't matter what species you are. The dragon blood transformation directly turns you into a dragon-like creature, either a subdragon or a pseudo-dragon. And your future strength enhancement will depend on just one thing: the purity of the dragon blood. This was something that Chen Xian could not quite accept. Dragon-type demons were highly ranked and bloodline suppression was most obvious. Demons with low purity were almost defenseless in front of dragons with high purity, although it is able to pursue a higher demon realm, but it is an additional weakness for no reason. It is better not to. Anyway, the golden finger is already an invincible road. Of course, Chen Xian had another next best thing, and that was mindless soul shaping, directly turning himself into a sewing monster and shaping the souls of various demons. Although this path was feasible, it was incomparably painful, because the side effect of soul shaping was the absorption of those chaotic and complicated memory fragments, and this process was incomparably torturous. As painful as being brainwashed. Non-stop. It was like the process of a person being forcefully brainwashed and force-fed memories that didn't belong to them. Chen Xian hadn't felt much the first time he received the winged sun wolf's battle soul until one time when he had shaped the soul of the vampire Nye Dong. The winged pale wolf was not spiritually intelligent and had not survived for a long time, and his soul belonged to a relatively pure and high-quality soul, whereas the vampire Nye Dong could be said to be a human being, whose mind was incredibly complex and had survived for an unknown number of years, or at least a few decades. The fragments of his memories made Chen Xian feel like he had fallen into an abyss of chaos and disorder, with all kinds of emotions, memories, and knowledge coming in like a tidal wave, impacting Chen Xian's consciousness and causing him to feel unprecedented mental pressure and pain. Those fragments of memories that didn't belong to him, mixed with fear, anger, sadness, joy, and countless trivial details of his life, were like sharp blades, carving a scar in the depths of his mind. Chen Xian realized that although mindless soul shaping could rapidly increase strength, the price paid was also enormous. Every soul shaping was a spiritual purgatory, a challenge to the existence of the self. Those jumbled fragments of memory may gradually blur the boundaries of his original personality, putting him at risk of losing himself as he gains power. Since then, Chen Xian became very cautious every time he shaped his soul. Sometimes he would even use curse-based magic to torture the soul a bit and wash away some of the memories. Although it would affect the quality of the soul as a result, it was better than having the personality tainted. Of course, about the human soul he has not accepted all. The demon, even how smart, not through the baptism of modern culture. Its essence is still a beast. Chen Xian's will would have resisted that kind of ignorance. The will of the beast, how violent it is also difficult to affect him, but humans are different. Human consciousness is the culmination of many years of modern civilization, and is no less complex than the precision of biological structures. Human beings have all sorts of feelings about all sorts of things throughout their lives, and Chen Xian's greatest fear is not those he resists, but those he identifies with. Once he recognizes the epiphanies brought about by a certain memory, it means that his personality is contaminated, and this recognition will be like water breaking through a dike, gradually eroding the roots of his original thought and making him become no longer himself. There is one approval. There will be countless approvals, because human beings are group animals, and human minds are constantly leaning in and grinding together, and maybe those approved sensibilities are right. But Chen Xian's ego has never existed for the sake of being right or wrong. His personality is made up of various epiphanies from his upbringing, both right and wrong, and he never rejects those wrong thoughts of his, because that's the real him. If he accepted those senses that were poured into his mind, then what difference was there between him and a bug that had been copied? Venice, on the bridge, Mu Ningxue silently blew the sea breeze, recalling the pain that the ice crystal Shakti bow had brought to her. Mu Ningxue, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. A man's voice came. Mu Ningxue turned around and looked at this man who had brought himself into the view of Mu's top management. Pan Shi, what a creation. Originally I wanted you to become the most powerful ice mage in the Siriidii, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Pansy slowly approached and said. Mu Ningxue was on guard. This person had not appeared when their family was implicated by Mu He, yet he had sought himself out at this moment. Are you wondering why I'm only coming to you now? That's fine. I can tell you slowly. I believe you should have already unearthed some of the power of the ice crystal Shakti Bao, but I'm going to tell you a harsh reality. The corners of Pan Shi's mouth hooked up in a playful arc, then continued. You're not the only one who owns this Ice Crystal Shakti Bao's contract. Besides you, the Mu clan still has a large number of people like you. We call them Bao slaves. Mu Ningxue already understood something when she heard this, and intense anger surfaced on her face. Why are you telling me this? What do you say? By the way, your mother was one of the Bao slaves. Pansy suddenly laughed, an incredibly weird expression on her face. Mu Ningxue shivered as memories of her mother flooded into her mind. Now that she thought back, wasn't her mother's appearance at that time what she looked like after losing her shakuhachi Bao? Don't worry, losing the shard won't kill them either. Only because of the shard's departure, their cultivation that they have worked so hard for so many years will be completely lost and they will be reduced to an ordinary person. Of course, it's also hard to say that some people have killed themselves because of the loss of their cultivation. This kind of people are not my concern. Pan, she said, you'll never want to get even a single fragment from me. From me. Mu Ningxue's eyes went completely cold. Chapter 163. Choice, it's not up to you. Mu is like that. Mu Tingying's voice came from the other end of the bridge, and she was followed by Nan Rong and I, as well as several of Mu's preceptors. Mu Ningxue looked unbelievably at Nan Rong and I. This good bosom friend who had saved her more than once during her training, actually stood beside Mu Tingying at this time. Why? Of course it's for the Ice Crystal Break Bao. You don't know it yet. Mu Ningxue, after you've been invalidated, the Mu clan hierarchy will hand over the right to use the Ice Crystal Shakti Bao to me. Nan Rong and I gritted her teeth and said, at this moment, she completely tore through her disguise and wrote that jealousy directly on her twisted face. Mu Ningxue's heart is cool. This so-called good girlfriend, but also green tea bitch, I guess all the way with their own pretending to be pure, but also their own stupid believe it. Hurry up and do it. Take advantage of that Mo fan's absence and directly waste her. By that time, the wood has been turned into a boat. Will he still dare to offend our two great clans? Mu Tingying urged. Mu's power is indeed huge. Huge enough to directly arrest people in this Venice. Also no law enforcers dared to come out to stop them. The surrounding has actually seen the order mages, but did not make any action. Let Mu's people will Mu Ningxue surrounded, they only dared to seize Mo fan's absence to make a move on Mu Ningxue, and those who did so were all high-ranked mages, most of whom were high-rank leaders. Mu is not no super-order mage, only Mu and not a heart, advocating the proposal to abolish Mu Ningxue. In fact, Mu Feiwan and Mu Yinfeng, these two people can have part of the high-order mobilization underneath is good. Super-order mage are on par with them. Be good and tie your hands. Mu Ningxue, the Mu clan will not allow you to enter the World School Contest. Going against the family will not end well. Don't presume to resist. The Ice Crystal Shakti Bao can't be effective in front of me. Do it. With Pan Shi's order, the surrounding preceptor mages made their move at the same time. Only in the next second, Mu Ningxue directly pulled out her Ice Crystal Break Bao, frightening Pan Shi. Immediately after that, Mu's crowd was frozen by Mu Ningxue with an arrow. Even those collected ice bao fragments were all taken away by Mu Ningxue, turning them into her nourishment to become stronger. Mu Ningxue didn't take their lives. She wasn't Mo fan. She didn't have the capital to be capricious, her heart to be broken. She didn't even look at Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I. She directly turned around and left. Mo fan went back to the country with Chen Xian. The Star Ocean magic weapon that Han Wanan had refined for him had already been completed. Only after seeing Chen Xian and understanding that it was Chen Xian who used it, he had a new idea, so he delayed for a few more days, thinking that there wasn't much to do anyway, so he would just wait a little longer. This time, he waited for Zhao Menyan's phone call, and after learning what happened to Mu Ningxue, Mo fan was immediately anxious, and the anger in his heart was like a prairie fire burning. He decided to rush to Venice immediately, giving up waiting for the Star Ocean magic weapon to be completed, only for Han Wanan, this old den, to just happen to finish it. This Star Ocean magic weapon was mounted by it in the middle of the elemental furnace in Chen Xian's body, during which Chen Xian could be said to have allowed him to transform it. And the good thing was that a lot of the materials could be directly incorporated into it without the need to open it. In the end, Chen Xian's elemental furnace was directly transformed into a creature-type cultivation treasure, with the effects of a Star Ocean magic artifact still in place, as well as growth, and the subsequent ability to continually fuse nano crystals and yuan crystals of various attributes for upgrades. At the same time, the elemental furnace had also received a major upgrade. Not only could it store high amounts of energy, its range of elemental absorption had also expanded to several kilometers in circumference, and Chen Xian's cultivation speed had increased drastically, carrying Mo fan, who couldn't wait to rush to Mu Ningxue's side, to Venice. On the way, he had already determined that Mu Ningxue was fine, only that he was still anxious, deeply afraid that Mu's beasts would take advantage of his absence to attack Mu Ningxue again. At this moment, he only wanted to rush over and slaughter the two bitches, Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I. Remember what I once told you? Your existence is destined to cause a huge impact on the order of this world. Will you overthrow it and make yourself king? Or will you choose to submit? This time, you'll have to give it some serious thought. On the flight path, Chen Xian suddenly said to Mofan, "Is it still necessary to give a face to the so-called order when figures representing a higher class pose a threat to those around you?" When Mofan heard this, he couldn't help but ponder. To kill Mu Tingying and Nan Rong? This not only means making enemies with the two big families. With the weight of these two families in the country, it's not too much to say that they are enemies with Huaxia. When he is convicted, there is no one who dares to come out and harbor him. Even the head of the Chinese army is probably not going to ask questions. After all, Mofan is still just a small character now. Mofan knew what Chen Xian wanted to ask. Today Mu Tingying and Nan Rong bullied Mu Ningshui, so you dared to kill both of her. Tomorrow, if someone from the Magic Association bullies someone close to you, are you going to kill them as well? There was also the military, and the Judgment Council, and even the Parthenon and the Holy Sanctuary. All of these roles that represent the administrators of the human world. Is it not true that if they move someone close to them, all of them will simply be killed? Or is it to be meek and resigned? Submit to the existing order. To a higher class? Some people may not understand why class is emphasized here. Because Mu Tingying and Nan Rong stand behind the Shi clan. And when they act on behalf of the Shi clan against Mu Ningshui, they won't be punished no matter what the consequences are. And even if Mu Ningshui had acted in self-defense, she would never have dared to kill these two, or she herself would have died 10 deaths. Brother Xian, what should I do? Mofan had a headache thinking about it and could only ask with a blank face. I'm only giving you two choices. 1. Take your place. Sit yourself in the highest place and become one of the highest orders. 2. Make yourself king and overthrow it all. Say one and be the one who makes the rules. If you choose to be a salted fish wasting a great talent to submit to the existing order as a good citizen, then we can just break the contract now. I don't need a partner with no ambition, Chen Xian said in a determined tone. He was not here to live a salted fish day in his new life. Hadn't he lived enough of a shitty life in his last life? Mofan sniffed but fell into deep thought. Obviously he originally had the intention of being a good citizen. It was only that Chen Xian had placed the bloody reality in front of him. People are always unable to accept the cruelty of reality, and turn to fantasize a variety of good and beautiful reasons to whitewash reality. This was the case with Mofan in the original, who even after becoming a forbidden spell god still abided by the rules of the earth, choosing to suppress his ambition to become stronger in order to take care of this fragile world. Chapter 164-164. Two bitches. A magic freak who had only spent 10 years from awakening to promoting forbidden spells, Chen Xian had no doubt that he would be able to cash in on all of his remaining growth potential in the subsequent year or two, reaching the achievement of the god of magic with a full range of forbidden spells. It was only that Mofan was unwilling to do so, and hadn't grown half as much after the Battle of the Holy City. He didn't have that ambition, nor was he willing to be the one who had the ability to change everything and rule everything at the same time. Instead, he chose to be a quiet, good old man, not competing for power, not competing for profit, and saving the world without seeking rewards, always harboring the expectation of true goodness and beauty in their hearts. The various ruling layers were happy to deal with people like him, and those brainless sons of the world and self-serving officials of the Magic Association also seemed to have disappeared overnight, no longer appearing in front of Mofan, as if the world was accompanying him in his play. To put it nicely, it's called not forgetting the beginning. To put it bluntly, it's called escaping reality and being unwilling to grow. The suffering he had gone through was not enough to make him metamorphose to that point, because whenever he was about to fall into it, there would always be that one person who would show up to give him a hand. He who protects Zhang Xiaohou, Su Zhaoting who turns into a cursed beast demon, Grey Eagle and Wang Xiaojun who save Hangzhou, countless ordinary people in the ancient capital who voluntarily step out of the safety boundary to serve as bait, Zhang Kong who puts on a robe of armor, Ozawa of the Shuang Shuj, Blue Bat who has no name, and Feng Zhoulong who pursues magical change. Too much. Mofan's growth witnessed too many honorable people and things, not a short video on the point of a like 3 minutes moved, but witnessed with their own eyes. Their beliefs deeply affected Mofan, making him become that kind of person as well. Chen Xian certainly liked this kind of Mofan. The teenager's fervor and indomitable will allowed him to blossom in the face of adversity, just like the brightest star in the night sky. So desirable, but what he needed more than anything else right now was an ambitious Mofan. Soon after, Chen Xian arrived in Venice. Mofan finally didn't make up his mind and didn't give Chen Xian any reply. He still needed time to accept it. Chen Xian wasn't in a hurry. There was still the Xinxia level behind him. There would always be a chance approaching the opening of the State House competition. Chen Xian did not dare to make too much of a fuss. A demon of his level approaching the city would easily cause alarm. So he directly threw Mofan down from a height of 10,000 meters. As a person of the 6th system's high level, It would be a ghost if he could be killed by the fall. Mo Fan quickly found Mu Ningxue and confirmed that she was fine before he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he didn't care how Mu Ningxue tried to dissuade him. He directly transformed into a shadow and disappeared. And anyone with a clear eye knew what he was going to do. Seeing this, Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyan, Zhang Yu, and the other members of the training team immediately rushed towards the training ground, where Nan Rongni and Mu Tingying were practicing magic over there. Venice training ground, are you still haunted by that incident? Nan Rong and I asked. Seeing that Mu Tingying was distracted, how can it be calm? That bitch, how dare? Before Mu Tingying's words fell, the sky suddenly darkened. Far more terrifying than the general sea night rain, the darkness domain descended upon this place, instantly shrouding the entire training ground. Feeling the malice in the air and the suppression from the darkness, Nan Rong and I and Mu Tingying were instantly alert and looked around, while also releasing their own soul seed domains. Mu Tingying's backstage also provided her with a set of magic tools and an ice soul seed in preparation for her to shine at the State House competition, and she was still in the middle of adapting to the soul seed. What man? Mu Tingying exclaimed. Surrounded by darkness, nothing could be sensed. The darkness domain would not exist in a confrontational behavior like the elemental domain. It would only silently rejoin together. You two bitches, dare to hurt my Mu Ningxue? Have you thought about how to die? An icy voice came from the darkness, and a figure wearing a dark knight's armor and dragging a dark greatsword slowly emerged. And those ghostly cold eyes could still be seen through the helmet. Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I exchanged glances, each seeing unprecedented fear in the other's eyes. This voice, it's Captain Mofan. Mo Fan. Do you know which family we represent behind us? If you dare to touch us, you won't be able to eat it either. Nan Rong and I said with forced composure. The two of her were still cognizant of Mo Fan's strength. That Dark Knight Fierce Eagle and Yin Ji were both able to kill the two of them in seconds. Not to mention the fact that he himself had personally stepped in regarding Nan Rongni's threat. Mo Fan's mind flashed through what Chen Xian had said earlier, and then immediately threw it out of his mind, decisively swinging the darkness greatsword to chop out the darkness sword wave. Who cares about you? Laozi is very upset right now. First beat up before kneeling down to talk to me. The dark sword waves were like ink-colored torrents, wrapped in unparalleled might, sweeping towards Mu Tingying and Nan Rongni. Seeing this, the two hastily mobilized their defensive magic and magical tools in an attempt to block this irresistible dark force. Elemental shield, wall of frost. Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I shouted out almost simultaneously, only to see thick shields quickly condense around them. One side a transparent barrier constructed from sturdy elemental power, the other a wall of ice crystals emitting a chilly aura and glowing with a shimmering light. However, Mo Fan's dark sword wave in the dark realm was very terrifying. It was the Dark Sword Master's move. The thick energy chopping attack easily shattered their shields, like night devouring day, tearing the two men's defenses to pieces with a deafening pop. Mu Tingying and Nan Rongni were sent flying by the impact and fell heavily to the ground of the training ground. And for a moment, pain and shock were intertwined on their faces. Mo Fan slowly stepped into the eyes of the two men. His figure appeared extraordinarily tall under the night, and the dark sword soul possessed him exuded a daunting aura. He walked up to the two, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "The family's name is worthless to me, and you will have to pay for everything you've done." Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I struggled to get up, but due to their injuries, they could only lie on the ground, watching Mo Fan standing condescendingly in front of them. At that moment, they felt unprecedented fear and powerlessness. Mo Fan, you can't be like this. We were wrong. Please spare us this time. Nan Rongni's voice trembled, begging for mercy with a sobbing voice, tears slipping down unconsciously, remorse overflowing. Now teammate Chen Xian couldn't help but marvel at this person's acting skills, which really could have won an Oscar, obviously hating it so much inside, but being able to put on a look of remorse. Mo Fan did not pay any attention to Nan Rongni's pleas for mercy, but instead waved his hand and shot out countless tiny dark ons to nail on the two men's bodies. The dark energy penetrated through their bodies and nailed these two men's flesh and souls through and through, and the dark corrosion began to torment the two men's souls. Mu Tingying erupted into heartbreaking screams on the spot. The pain of the soul was the hardest to endure, and every darkon seemed to be stabbing at the nerve wires. Nan Rong and I also followed suit by letting out a wail of pain, begging for mercy from Mo Fan over and over again, only for Mo Fan to show no mercies. Chapter 165, 165. A torture. Mo Fan's various dark means came out in unison, as painful as it could be, and as vicious as it could be, directly tyrannizing and torturing the two people to the point where they were no longer human. After much deliberation, Mo Fan finally compromised for once. He was also clear that he could not possibly get the two killed openly. That would put him in a place of no return. And this compromise also planted a seed of darkness in his heart. Although you can't kill, but beating and torturing is still possible. Can't kill. I'll make you into a cripple. How? Soul damage. Even if you can still practice in the future, Your cultivation will be very difficult to progress. It's not like they killed anyone anyway. And it's not like injuring a mage is a felony. So who's to say about soul damage? It's also quite reasonable for the State House captain to accidentally injure his teammates during training. Right? The Dark Realm. It's Mo Fan in there, isn't it? Mo Fan. Quickly stop. You really can't kill these two people. Outside the Dark Realm. The shouts of Zhao Manyan and Zhang Yu and the others were heard. Only Mo Fan ignored them all and continued to torment Nan Rong'an and Mu Tingying. Mo Fan. Have you made enough noise? Right at this moment, a roar came from outside the darkness domain, while a field of light swept across, directly netting away Mo Fan's darkness domain and the dark aura on Nan Rong'an and Mu Tingying. Only at this point, the two were already dying, their souls extremely weakened by the darkness, and they had completely fainted. Mo Fan didn't lay any more poisonous hands, and turned to look at the direction the voice came from, only to see Feng Li glaring at Mo Fan with that smelly face. And beside him was Mu Ningxue, who was self-conscious about the fact that she couldn't stop Mo Fan from going forward to look for her mentor. It's quite timely. Why don't you see you stop Mu's people? Mo Fan said in a conspiratorial manner. Feng Li's face darkened a few points more, and then explained, if you've made enough of a mess, just settle down. I'll take care of the things behind you. He naturally knew that Mo Fan was saying that he, a big mentor, didn't dare to put pressure on Mu, and knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he didn't argue anything and took the initiative to help Mo Fan clean up the mess. There is no way. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Now he is the one who relies on Mo Fan to eat. He does not have such a hard backstage behind him. If he wants to climb up the ladder, he has to come up with results. And Mo Fan is his hope. You'd better give a good warning to certain people of the Mu clan. If you dare to hit Mu Ningxue's idea again, I will really do something heartless. Mo Fan said with a fierce face. Can't you kid hold back a little? Is that Mu clan something you can afford to mess with? I know that your backstage is quite hard, but the Mu clan is not an ordinary family. No one will fight against the entire Mu clan for you. Feng Li persuaded. So what? I'm not even afraid of the Black Ju Ting, so I don't need to be afraid of any Mu. Can you still send out a forbidden spell mage to fuck me? Mo Fan was incomparably arrogant. Now sending out a super rank to deal with him was just giving away food. Chen Xian directly slapped him to death. Feng Li shook his head and didn't say anything more, leading Mu Tingjing to go with Nan Rong'an for treatment. Mo Fan immediately turned towards Mu Ningxue that shushed her. Mu Ningxue was also very dependent on Mo Fan at this time. She had to stay amongst the State House team because once she left, everything about her would fall under the control of the Mu clan. At that time, whether she was labeled as a relative of the Heiju Ting, regarded as a traitor of the Mu clan, or falsely accused of being a thief of the treasure, all kinds of untruths would come to her like a tidal wave, completely depriving her of any chance or right to defend herself. Therefore, in such a predicament, retreating is never an option, and the only way to solidify one's position is to stand higher than them, and the stage that will give her enough status, honor, prestige and voice is this arena of world-class academic confrontation, and the only way to win it all is by competing in the world-renowned sanctuary of Venice. No family dared to openly harm a young magician who had fought for his country at the World School competition, and this could not be separated from Mo Fan's help. Although Mu Ningxue at this time, also by virtue of her own talent and efforts to obtain the ice and wind dual system of the domain soul species, the ice system is even more so because of the complement of the ice crystal Shakti Bao, is about to break through the high level of the second grade, but its summoning system is a dead system. So far there is no way to summon any creatures. Brother Xian, what is this situation with Mu Ningxue? Is there any way to solve it? It had become Mo Fan's habit to directly ask the divine Chen Xian when things were not decided. Her ice system is too strong and occupies the awakening bits of other systems, so she can only nullify the summoning system to the point where it's strong enough to fight the ice erosion before she can use summoning magic properly. Chen Xian said, but she can't even cultivate the summoning department now? How can she grow the summoning lineage Stardust? Isn't this a dead end? Mo Fan asked. Then we can only find a powerful creature to sign a contract. As long as we can sign a contract to resist the ice invasion of the ice department, we will be able to resist some of the pressure for Mu Ningxue, and the summoning department will be able to cultivate. Chen Xian said, I see. So how powerful does it have to be? Mo Fan asked. At the very least, it has to be a commander level of little Yang's strength, and it better be ice attributed. Otherwise it's likely to be directly killed by the ice invasion. Chen Xian said, commander level. Mo Fan nodded at the words and fell into deep thought. A commander-level ice attribute demon could not be easy to find, unless one went to the Heavenly Mountain or the Glacier Land back in the day. Let Spirit go find the Scroll of Knowledge of Mysteries to see if there were some less dangerous places, and when the time came to go and catch one, let Xinxia help tame it for Mu Ningxue's contract. As time flies, people from all over the world are embarking on their journeys to Venice. In just a few days, the population of this small city has almost tripled. making the quiet canals, bridges, squares, and even the bus boats extremely crowded. Internationally, dueling matches between mages were infrequent, and the major magical associations did not allow super-ranked mages to perform publicly in arenas and then televise them out. Therefore, the magic cadets became the best group to nurture the culture of such competitions. The strength of the cadets is basically of high rank, neither too powerful to get out of control, nor too weak to lack spectacle, making them the most suitable candidates for magical competitions. Over the Doge's palace in Venice, 32 flags representing different countries fluttered in the wind, marking the fierce selection of teams from these countries to enter this final battle in the watery city of Venice. As the morning sun began to shine, the magic salutes boomed, and golden rays of light showered every young and passionate face, accompanied by Italy's stirring magical battle song. These teams became the focus of the world's attention, carrying the admiration and expectations of countless people. For many cadet mages, this was a dream come true. They were no longer just obscure little mages, but had the chance to become one of those legendary institutions, the Parthenon, the Temple of Liberty, the Holy Sanctuary, and become famous mages whose names would be enough to inspire awe in the future. The event was also attended by a number of world-renowned top mages. Here, I'd like to send a note to, after a nonsense opening ceremony, it was straight into the tense and exciting draw. Mo fan, you're the captain. You go. Fomley said. Chapter 166-167. Opening battle. 32 teams. The captain of each team are out of the line. Originally the draw. This kind of thing is usually the mentor to be responsible for. Also do not know when to start. This draw are by the team's captain to be responsible for. It's a bit of an honor, isn't it? After all, this draw process is also live-streamed in its entirety, and the faces of the captains will be exposed to the eyes of the world. Mo fan also does not ink. Confidently walked forward, directly casually pulled out a open a look. Suddenly happy. Isn't this a small day? It's a narrow road. How was it? Which country was drawn? When Mo fan came back, the crowd of the State House gathered around at once, the expression not at all half nervous, but rather like they were curious about who was the first victim. Only before Mo fan could say anything, the team on the Little Day side suddenly shouted happily, and while their mouths were full, they screamed, "How fucking lucky!" Looking at the Small Day side of the people are looking over here. The crowd, who do not know who drew, have revealed a cruel smile. This is not a father beating his son? So it's a Small Day. How dare these guys be so happy? Jiang Yu said. Within the 32 countries, there were also strengths and weaknesses, and the Japanese government team was definitely considered an upper-middle-class country within the 32 teams, and it was really racial karma to meet them at the first sight. It's not because our last results were so bad that they naturally think we're nothing. Jiang Shaoxu said. It doesn't matter how much you laugh now, how much you cry later. AI Jiantu made a rare joke. Wait, Zhou Man Yun wondered. Look over there. We're playing the opening match today. Nanju said as he delicately pointed to the big screen. The opening match is naturally the most important. It is the real-world attention. If you can do well in the opening match, basically become famous, that's not cool. It just so happens that I like to hit my face on the spot. There's no need to wait a few more days, Mo fan said with a smile. I'll fight those little days. The official fish was also motivated by a surge of heart as soon as he heard it was the opening match. They've been practicing hard for a year just to gain notoriety in this tournament. Especially when there's such a huge power behind each of them hooked up. The opening tournament is a 5-on-5 team regular tournament. 5 people will be selected from our side, and 5 people will be selected from the Japanese side. Mentor Feng Li said. Mo fan, are you going on? Feng Li asked. He was aware that Mo fan's strength exceeded these trainees by a level. As long as he went on there would be no suspense. A messy kill. Fight. At least it's the opening ceremony. Fight with some vigor. Mo fan said. Feng Li nodded and said, in that case, let's have you lead Jiang Shaoxu, Channing, Jiang Yu, and AI Jiang Tuan, and pull the attack straight to full strength. Fight quickly and don't expose too much information. Feng Li's tactics is that there is no tactics. Direct hard power to crush. Whether it is Mo fan, Channing, AI Jiang Tu, are the kind of offensive pull full of mages, plus Jiang Yu and Jiang Shaoxu's functionality. Directly do not give the opposite side of the force to fight back. After a general discussion about the tactics of the game, the players from both sides began to take the field and get ready. Venice's magic fighting arena was grand in scale, similar to the total area of 4 soccer fields plus an athletic field. The audience mainly watched the battle live remotely through magical technology to avoid dense crowds at the site. The surrounding boundary manipulated by high-level defense mages could withstand the huge energy generated by the battle and ensure the safety of the surrounding spectators. Originally a dusty clearing, the arena quickly transformed under the magic of the old earth and plant mages into a complex natural landscape, overgrown with trees and resembling a true field battlefield. With only the boundaries of the arena marked by knots and the arena's fences, a field simulation requires an extremely high level of control from the mage, almost approaching super rank. In order to be able to delicately recreate natural landscapes in a short period of time, there are many types of mages, such as MO-Fan's type of combat mage focusing on actual combat. But there is no shortage of other magical professions in the city that are equally important: forges, apothecaries, and so on, who are not specialized in combat, but are able to collectively and quickly build a city, and have a high social status. With a wave of the field master's skillful hand, the field scene changes instantly, and the battlefield layout has infinite possibilities, forcing the mages to flexibly utilize the environment and turn it into a tactical advantage. Considering the different magic systems of different mages, the terrain would to a certain extent bring some convenience to the mages. So every official match in the Venice Water Capital duel was a temporary layout of the battlefield after the players had selected it, and the battlefields tended to be randomized as well. Wild battlefield. Not bad, MO-Fan grinned. As long as it wasn't a sea battle, he was fine with it. The lineup on the Japanese team's side was led by their captain, Shao Kanzuya, with Akabukatsu, who was majoring in darkness, and that up-and-comer, Yujimbo, and the other two were an inch-short woman and a pudgy man. Both players take their positions. The referee's voice had sounded as the players took their positions one by one. The clamor in the distant viewing gallery gradually boiled over. Discussions began to arise about each of the trainees who took the field, and MO-Fan's name repeatedly appeared in the mouths of the crowd. A little nervous about what to do? It's my first time participating in such a large-scale event, Jiang Yu whispered. Panic. Just do it, MO-Fan said in a confident manner. Jiang Tu's eyes looked straight at Xiao and Gu, the captain of the small day. Without a word, Chen Ying and Jiang Xiaoshu were instead eager to try. Boom! Magic fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling the official kickoff of the competition. Charge! Ah! MO-Fan let out a roar and activated the sublime summoning, releasing the dark fierce eagle, and at the same time, the Inferno Girl autonomously rushed out of the contract space, transforming into a fiery red meteor that lunged straight at her opponent. MO-Fan instantly completed his deployment and activated his new magical equipment, Extreme Shadow Boots, and combined it with the level 5 Shadow Escape skill. With the addition of the Dark Lord's Cloak, Shadow Escape jumped to level 6, and combined with the high speed of the Extreme Shadow Boots, MO-Fan displayed an amazing instantaneous speed and rushed straight towards the 5 people on the other side. Tactical planning was redundant at this moment, and his strategy was simple and brutal: frontal toughness. MO-Fan was confident that even single-handedly, he could directly smash the likes of Little Daybreak. Jiangtu and Jiang Yu, on the other hand, cooperated unspokenly, one instantly moving in front of the enemy, the other summoning a commander-level Knight Rakshasa and charging after MO-Fan. Chen Ying surrounded her body with an aura of flames, her star chart rapidly constructing, the fire constellations converging, and a huge fireball coalescing above her head, ready to strike. Jiang Xiaoshu, on the other hand, took the initiative to assume the role of a mind assist, with wave after wave of mind shockwaves interfering with his opponent's spellcasting. What is this? Have these Dragon Nation people gone crazy? Facing MO-Fan, who was attacking like a dark arrow in the night, the Japanese team leader, Shao Kanzuya, was shocked that the Shadow Mage would make such a direct frontal assault. Humph. Stupid. Let's see how my poisonous mist will clean him up. Team Japan's Yosuke had already laid a poisonous gas trap, just waiting for his opponent to step in and cause him to fall to the ground. Chapter 167 to 167. The Dragons win. However, MO-Fan's Shadow Escape was highly skilled and easily avoided all the poisonous mist. Sensing that the situation was not good, Ming Bushong transformed into a shadow and attacked MO-Fan. This guy's shadow attainment is a bit of a thing. I'll go meet him for a while. Facing the oncoming Ming Bushong, MO-Fan's eyes lit up. The chance for first blood had come. The two agile figures fiercely exchanged blows in just 0.1 seconds, with Ming Buxong holding a dark attribute demon chopper and striking directly at MO-Fan, while MO-Fan switched magic departments in a flash of lightning. The star map in his hand shone with an orange-red light, illuminating the entire arena. Didn't see that coming. You think I'm going to fight you with a shadow stab? I'm going to throw a punch right in your face. In the next instant, MO-Fan mercilessly executed the level 5 Fiery Fist, Inferno Dragon. Flames accompanied by gusts of wind suddenly erupted. MO-Fan's fist was like a picture of a blazing meteor. A fiery dragon of fire circled around his arm and whistled as he slammed into Ming Buxong's shadowy body. The air was ignited at this moment, and with a bursting sound, the shadow of darkness was instantly engulfed by the Inferno Dragon. Ming Bushong quickly braced up his armored magical tools to protect himself, but under the powerful impact and high temperature scorching of the Inferno Dragon, he was still swiftly knocked out and landed heavily on the ground. MO-Fan didn't stop there. His body flashed like a ghost as he charged towards Ming Bushong. Seeing this, the rest of the Japanese team shot out to try to stop MO-Fan. Xiao and Gu cast Earth Magic, and a huge stone pillar rose up from the ground in an attempt to trap Fan. However, Fan easily maneuvered between the stone pillars with his extreme shadow boots and shadow escape. Yosuke once again unleashed a large swath of poisonous mist, trying to slow down Fan's attack, but Jiang Xiaoshu's mind interference caused his spell casting to be off, and the poisonous mist didn't have much of an effect. At this time, AI Jiangtu and Knight Rakshasa had also rushed close, cooperating with Dark Fierce Eagle and Inferno Maiden to engage in a fierce battle with the other members of the Japanese team. The three commander-class demons were directly charging through the crowd like nobody's business. Fan finally arrived in front of Ming Busong, and the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. A flash of panic flashed in Ming Busong's eyes, but he still managed to get up strongly, ready to meet the enemy again. The next moment, a transparent silver stance covered him. Ming Busong's legs went limp, directly kneeling on both knees. His knees knocked on the ground, bones directly shattered. A large amount of blood flowed out from under his feet. Seeing this, the surrounding referees didn't understand what was happening and immediately announced that Ming Busong had been eliminated. Team Japan's contestant, Akabukatsu, was eliminated. The words fell. Fan immediately withdrew the gravity stance. Until then, Ming Busong's heartbreaking screams were able to come out. His entire body was pressed to the ground. Gravity not only hurt his knees, but also the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body had different degrees of damage. This was still Fan being merciful. Otherwise, with his spiritual power of the 4th realm, he would be able to directly crush a high-level mage's physique into a meat cake. Crap. Seconds. My gosh. This Dragon Country captain is going against the grain. Shadow Mage surprise face. Second cutting flaming fist. The power of this fiery fist is even more terrifying than high-level magic, isn't it? Coming up here and directly forcibly chopping down one of the great generals of Little Day. Is this National Palace competition so exciting? Is this still a mage duel? Outside the arena, as Fan showed off a wave of second kill maneuvers, the audience exploded, and countless people talked about Fan's identity and strength. This kid, he's actually so strong now. It feels like it won't take more than a few years to catch up to me. Under the field, in the Dragon Country rest area, Han Silence said as he sat in the seat of the Dragon Country representative. A few years? That's too much, President Han. You're a super ranked great circle. How can this kid Fan take 10 years to reach this realm? A mentor said, with this kind of strength, we should expect to compete for the top 3 this year. Pang Lai said as he stroked his beard. Chief, our goal this year is to be number 1. Feng Li said, it's better to be humble. When Ming Busong was eliminated, Fan also joined in the middle of the big melee of the group beating. The captain of the Japanese team, Xiao Higu, in the face of Fan and AI Jiangtu's 2 people's subgenre suppression, also lost quickly, and was directly overpowered on the spot, beaten and swollen, and completely unable to see the original handsome appearance. The whole time Fan didn't use his best Thunder Fire Darkness much, only using Space Chaos to flirt with the opponent, beating the Japanese team without any temper. As for a few other Japanese contestants, Dark Fierce Eagle grabbed a certain female trainee high into the air as soon as she could and ruled her outright elimination. The other 2 Japanese contestants couldn't hold up right away as the Yenji girl and the Knight Rakshasa were on fire, and almost got hit hard by the little Yenji's fire. But the referee was able to save them in time. From the beginning of the match to the end of the match, the entire process was no more than a minute. Until then, the fireball condensed by Chin Ying came late. The huge fireball fell instantly, the ground shook, and the terrain that had been shaped with great difficulty was directly destroyed into a yellowish flatland. Team Dragon Nation, win! The referee quickly read out the result of the match. Cheers and applause like thunder erupted instantly outside the arena. The crowd was excited by such a quick and strong victory for the Dragon Nation team, and the chants resounded throughout the arena. It's awesome. The Dragons are simply unbeatable. I've never seen a game end so quickly. This performance of Fan is too divine. This strength is simply crushing. It's one heaven and one hell. It's exactly like an adult beating up a child. The Dragon Nation team is definitely number 1 in this State House competition. Inside the Dragon Kingdom rest area, the crowd was also filled with joy, celebrating the resounding victory with each other. It could be said that this match didn't reveal too much. It was just the 4 commander classes of Rock General, Knight Rakshasa, Dark Fierce Eagle, and Inferno Maiden, and the others didn't even use much high-level magic, and just the middle-level magic blew the Japanese team out of the water. But even so, it showed just how powerful the dragons really are, and no amount of overestimation in subsequent strategic considerations would be too much to ask. The other national teams watching the game had cast scornful glances, and they knew in their hearts that the dragons had become the biggest obstacle on their way to the championship. As soon as the game is over, Fan immediately pulled Mu Ningxue dating to go. After this period of time of unremitting efforts, the feelings of the two have made great progress. In order to prevent Mu Ningxue out again by Mu's people staring at Fan as a reason for forcibly living in Mu Ningxue's room, the beautiful name as a personal bodyguard under Mo Fan's shameless attack. Mu Ningxue was half pushed and half accepted to be successfully taken down, and her frozen heart was finally melted by Mo Fan's blazing passion. Since then, Mu Ningxue's eyes became more and more gentle when she looked at Mo Fan, and that once iceberg-like face also surfaced a touching blush from time to time. Chen Xian also no longer conveniently hid in the contract space, consciously leaving the contract space. Out of sight, out of mind, solely dive into the sea to make a big feast. Chapter 168. Iceland. In order to help Mu Ningxue's summoning lineage return to a healthy state, Mo Fan had to turn to Chen Xian once again, and he had learned from Pang Lei that there was a demon in Iceland that could perfectly withstand Mu Ningxue's ice invasion force, and that was the polar ice fox. The polar ice fox is a powerful demon with a bloodline comparable to that of a subdragon, usually inhabiting the Arctic Circle, of which a known polar ice fox lair exists on Iceland. Mo Fan decided to take Mu Ningxue there to try his luck and see if any of the bean foxes would choose to contract with Mu Ningxue, and if there really wasn't one, then he could only let Chen Xian come in hard, and directly capture one alive and bring it back to the mine department for tutoring. He had also asked Pang Lei about this, as long as he paid for it. The Palace Magic Association had specialized psychic super-ranked tamers, and the tiny fox demon was completely out of the question. Thus, Chen Xian once again became a private jet, and taking advantage of the fact that the subsequent matches were some weak teams, Mo Fan took Mu Ningxue and Ling Ling to Iceland in search of the polar ice fox. The massive wolf shadow cuts across the sky, across all of Europe into the middle of the Arctic Circle, to Iceland. Iceland in the wizarding world is no tourist mecca, and it's a well-known fact that the more shocking the natural wonders of the science realm, the more dangerous they'll be in the wizarding world. On the map of Iceland, the overall danger level was basically labeled purple and blood. In the magic world there could be no country here, only the fortress city. Usually some mages would come here. Just after stepping onto this icy cold land, the piercing cold wind came crashing down on their faces, and all three of them couldn't help but shiver. Mo Fan frowned tightly and looked around. A barren ice field was intimidating. Ling Ling tightened the coat cloak on her body. Her lovely face was slightly reddened by the cold, while Mu Ningxue didn't feel anything. Her natural self-contained spirit ice physique made her like a fish out of water in this kind of place. Without going forward to Fortress City, once Chen Xian arrived in Iceland, he sent the three of them to the ice fields of the Icelandic Restoration, where the polar ice foxes inhabited the area, and the rest of them would have to take their time to find them. I told you to follow me. You must be freezing cold this time. Mo Fan rubbed Ling Ling's head, emitting a slight heat from his hands, and said heartily, "Without me, how could you two alone find the polar ice fox?" Polar ice foxes are very cunning and agile creatures. They have a fur that is as white as snow, and that soft fur is like a cloud that can hide itself perfectly on the ice field. Spirit said unconvincingly, and then pulled out this kind of instrument and began to detect the nearby environmental terrain. Roar! Right at this moment, a beast roar came from the distant snowy mountains, and the three of them looked up to see the figure of a snowy mountain demonic leopard standing upright on the mountain. Obviously, since Chen Xian had directly thrown the trio into the demonic region, they should have mistakenly entered the territory of the snowy mountain demon leopard, and it was no surprise that this one was also a commander level. And with Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue's current aura, the war generals were walking around when they smelled both of his scent. Demon panther type demons. It should be very difficult. It's better to go around, Mo Fan said. Who knows how many demonic leopards there are here, although most of the leopards live alone, but who can say for sure in the magic world? It's not likely that the tiger demons are all in groups. Mu Ningxue nodded along. Their goal was the polar ice fox. There was no need to cause trouble. Spirit put away the instruments, and the three of them began to carefully circumvent the snow mountain demon leopard's territory. They traveled along a more hidden path, trying not to make any noise. After walking for a while, Mo Fan suddenly stopped and his face became a bit ugly. Damn! Give me a face, right? How dare you hit on my old man? Sure enough, the figures of several snow mountain demon leopards slowly appeared in the surrounding snowdrifts, their ghostly green eyes staring at the three of them as if sizing up their prey. The demon leopard was a demonic species that was more difficult to deal with than the demon wolf category, and whether it was strength and agility or demonic techniques, it was an even higher level of existence. Second only to the lion and tiger, these three snow mountain demon leopards were all sub-commander level existences, and by the looks of it, they were three brothers, so it was estimated that they were also a party of bullies in this area. Mu Ningxue immediately opened her domain, and the power of frost became incomparably strong with the addition of the surroundings. The magic power was twice as strong as usual. After absorbing those fragments of the Shakti Bao, Mu Ningxue's ice system had also come to the high-rank second level, and with the soul seed it was enough to single-handedly take on an ordinary commander-class demon. Right at this moment, one of the smaller snow mountain demonic leopards referred to as Lao San lunged over. Mo Fan immediately used his Nian control to stop it, and then with a flick of his arm, a long thick chain of lightning was flung at the demonic leopard. and the long thick chain of lightning fiercely jerked at the lunging Snow Mountain demonic leopard to entangle it. Lightning surged down the long chain into the Snow Mountain demon leopard, and Lao San immediately let out a pained roar, his teeny tiny body twitching under the onslaught of lightning, yet it continued to struggle unwillingly, attempting to get rid of the restraints of the long chain of lightning, but Imofan would not let it succeed, continuously increasing the output of lightning, causing the oldest three to endure great pain. The air emitted a gust of cooked meat flavor. Level 5 Thunderbolt was not that tasty. At this moment, the other two Snow Mountain demon leopards, the oldest and the second, showed a look of anxiety and anger in their eyes. They roared together and rushed towards Imofan, wanting to rescue the oldest three. Muningshua immediately cast a powerful ice magic, and a chain of ice spikes rose up from the ground, blocking in front of the boss and the second. The oldest and the second had to stop temporarily and use their sharp claws to shatter those ice locks. Imofan took advantage of this gap and completed the Thunder System constellation. Pale black lightning forming a devil's claw that landed on the oldest's body. As soon as the Tsung Thunder Claw grabbed the oldest three's huge body directly, the oldest three once again let out a miserable scream. A scorched black wound appeared on his body, and he crazily released the power of frost in a vain attempt to fight against Imofan's Tsung Thunder Claw. Only the power and binding of the Tsung Lei Claw was extremely strong. It was not at all something that an ordinary commander could break free from, and Lao San could only electrocute himself all over his body no matter how much he struggled, and could only stay up until the Tsung Lei Claw dissipated on its own. Imofan no longer cared about him. Freeing up his hands, he looked towards the boss and second who had broken through the ice lock and attacked. Originally he had intended to be at peace with each other, since these guys were looking for death. Then he didn't mind earning some extra money, only to see him instantly complete the Dark Sword Soul Possession. The majestic and incomparable dark armor was generated in the void, followed by a dark greatsword slowly emerging from the shadows and being held steadily by Imofan. Immediately opened the Dark Knight form. Imofan took the lead and rushed straight towards the oldest two like an arrow off the string. The greatsword in his hand swept out fiercely. An eloquent and incomparable dark sword wave flew towards the two Snow Mountain demon leopards like a speedy wind. The oldest two were not afraid in the slightest. Seeing Imofan in such a stance, they resolutely greeted him. They waved their sharp claws of their forelimbs. A path of frost flying claws broke through the air. Chapter 169 to 169. Subduing the snow leopard dark sword wave and frost flying claws in mid-air intense collision. Burst of roar and blinding light. Powerful energy impact let the surrounding raised a large area of snow fog. While both sides of the figure are temporarily covered. Imofan seized the moment to successfully cast high-level magic. The dark field instantly opened up. His figure blurred in the snow mist, as if he were a ghost traveling freely. That big dark sword was accompanied by gusts of biting wind, continuously attacking towards the oldest two in a stern manner. He fought one against two, yet he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Imofan was like a fish in water in the dark realm. He instantly moved to the side of the boss from time to time. His big sword slashed down fiercely, bringing up a whirlwind of darkness. The boss hurriedly used his claws to fend it off, but he was shaken to the point that he fell back again and again. From time to time, he appeared behind Lao Air like a ghost. His dark greatsword swept across, and dark sword waves shot out. Lao Air dodged them dangerously, but he was also shocked out of a cold sweat. His figure constantly changed positions in the darkness, making the two Snow Mountain demon leopards simply elusive. The two Snow Mountain demon leopards attacked from the left and right sides. They roared, their fangs flashed with a cold light, and the sharp claws of their forelimbs waved crazily, bringing up gusts of frosty flying claws that rained down on Imofan. However, with his nimble stance and the cover of the darkness domain, Imofan either dodged sideways or blocked with his greatsword, neutralizing these attacks one by one. Occasionally, there were missed attacks that got close, but they were also easily resisted by the dark armor on his body. In the state of melee combat, the two commander-level existences were actually unable to defeat the Dark Sword Soul-possessed Imofan, and were even vaguely suppressed. Ice Casket. Muningshua always meandered to the side. She didn't dare to be as reckless as Imofan and directly engage the demon in a physical fight. Taking advantage of Imofan's powerful front row to keep the opponent firmly in check, she directly completed her ice high-level magic, only to see countless ice ribs rapidly condensing, forming 5 ice coffins, like a huge cage enveloping towards the two Snow Mountain demon leopards, the cold aura instantly spreading out. Seeing this, Imofan even increased his attack. The dark greatsword was waved repeatedly. The dark sword wave surged like a tidal wave towards the Snow Mountain demonic leopard that was trapped by the frozen hearse, directly cutting the two Snow Mountain demonic leopards all over the body, emitting a burst of wailing sounds. Obviously, their 3 brothers also realized that they had kicked the iron plate at this moment, but it was too late to run at this moment. The dark great sword in Imofan's hand was raised high, and the power of darkness surged into the sword like a tidal wave. Vertical underworld sword. Imofan slashed down with force. The dark shadow behind him held his sword and swept across the sky. A powerful cross-chopping blow broke through the air. This was the great move of the Dark Sword Soul, a demonic method that was enough to kill demons of the same level. The darkness chopping attack of the cross whistled past. The oldest two trembled. The threat of death loomed over their hearts. They fought to resist. The two Snow Mountain demon leopards stretched out their front paws and clung to each other. Combining their efforts to resist the darkness chopping attack, the sharp claws flashed with a cold light and collided with the darkness chopping strike, emitting a zippy sound as the power of darkness and the power of the demon panther stalemated against each other, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart. The demonic leopards gritted their teeth and tried to block this terrifying blow with all their strength. Their leg muscles tightened and their bodies trembled slightly as the darkness chopping strike broke through their defenses little by little. Cracks began to appear on their paws, and blood gradually oozed out. They let out painful hisses, but still refused to give up and continued to struggle to hold on. However, the residual force of the dark decapitation still gradually pushed them back, and their feet cut deep traces in the snow. In the end, the dark chopping strike broke through their defense, instantly severing their claws and ruthlessly striking their bodies, sending them flying backwards and landing heavily on the ground, spewing out a large amount of blood as they lay dying. And at this moment, Mo Fan, holding a dark greatsword, indifferently looked at all of this, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, and was ready to go up and make up for it. Wait, don't kill them. At this time, Ling Ling suddenly said, "What's wrong, Ling Ling?" Mo Fan was puzzled, and the big sword in his hand stopped. These Snow Mountain demon leopards are still somewhat useful. They have been living here for years. They should know where the polar ice fox's territory is. We can ask them to help us lead the way, Spirit said. Mo Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Ling Ling's words, and then he put away his dark greatsword. Those Snow Mountain demon leopards also seemed to notice the change in the atmosphere, and there was a hint of doubt in their originally frightened eyes. Mo Fan walked forward and said to the several Snow Mountain demon leopards, "Listen, as long as you are good and obedient and take us to the polar ice fox's territory, I will spare your lives." The Snow Mountain demon leopards glanced at each other suspiciously, awkwardly realizing that they didn't understand at all, but they still made a submissive gesture of sticking their limbs to the ground. Thus, Mo Fan and the others managed to harvest 3 sub-commander level mounts, and the 3 of them rode a Snow Mountain demon leopard on their way to find the polar ice fox. Although the Snowy Mountain demon leopard was very resistant at first, it soon became really fragrant after Mo Fan gave it a physical education, and Spirit didn't know what method she used to make the Snowy Mountain demon leopard understand her mission, carrying the group towards the territory of the polar ice fox. Along the way, Mo Fan and the others were always on guard, paying attention to the movements around them. The environment on the ice field was very harsh. The wind was bone-chilling, and there were also blizzards that came from time to time. Spirits were after all mortal flesh, and the invasion of cold from these demonic regions was difficult for even fire mages to endure, let alone ordinary people. However, under the leadership of the Snowy Mountain demon leopard, they could always find shelter from the wind and snow, and hide from the frost. After a few hours of trekking, Mo Fan and the others finally arrived at the territory of the polar ice fox. The temperature here was even lower and the cold wind was even more bitter. The polar ice fox's territory was covered by a huge sheet of ice, which shimmered with blue light, beautiful and mysterious. Mo Fan realized that Iceland's demonic regions were folded spaces. No wonder so many places were labeled purple. Not counting the Black Dragon Emperor, Iceland's level of danger was far above the Tyrant Mountain range. Mo Fan and the others rode the Snow Mountain demon leopard, allowing them to unreservedly release their own aura as they continued to delve deeper into the territory of the polar ice fox. However, as they advanced, an inexplicable fear seemed to envelop the 3 powerful creatures. With every step, the trembling of the Snow Mountain demon leopards became more and more obvious, and their legs began to soften, as if they might not be able to support themselves at any time. Mo Fan sensed their abnormality, and a trace of doubt could not help but rise in his heart. "What's going on here?" Mo Fan whispered to himself. Could it be that there is something here that scares them so much? It should be a certain powerful existence that makes these Snow Mountain demon leopards feel uneasy. Mu Ningxue said, "It's possible that it's a monarch-class polar ice fox. Although the intelligence on the Hunters Alliance doesn't have proof of sightings, there's a lot of intelligence that suggests a monarch-class polar ice fox might exist on Iceland." Spirit analyzed. As they went deeper and deeper, the cold aura of the polar ice fox territory grew thicker and thicker. The surrounding ice shimmered with a strange light. Speaking of the mystery and danger of this territory, suddenly, a cold wind blew by, and Mo Fan and the others felt a powerful aura come over them. Their heartbeats couldn't help but speed up, and an unprecedented feeling of nervousness surged through their hearts. Chapter 170. Coercing little ice fox, watch out, Mo Fan shouted, and several Snow Mountain demon leopards immediately stopped, their entire bodies paralyzed. On the ice layer in front of them, a huge white figure appeared. It was a polar ice fox, its fur as white as snow, its body tall and majestic, as if it was the master of this ice world. As soon as this polar ice fox appeared, The surrounding winds blew furiously and blizzards plummeted, as if its majestic appearance had brought about the submission of nature. In the midst of the wind and snow, its pair of ghostly blue eyes were like flames in the cold ice, coldly gazing at the intruder. Monarch level, Mu Ningxue said with a grave expression on her face. She could feel how strong the frost power in the eyes of this great demon was. Even if she used the ice crystal Shakti bow, she could only barely reach it. The wind howled and blew so hard that the crowd could barely stand. Blizzards fell in droves, instantly enveloping everything around them, and a white chaos. Mo fan is clear. Encountering this situation is not to persuade the polar ice fox to fall back. Persuasion is based on the case of the fight. But if the fight cannot become a demon, ration would be good, thus the decisive call to Xian. What can't be reasoned with can only be resolved with fists. Qin Xian's huge figure slowly surfaced behind Mo Fan, his powerful and incomparable aura unreservedly released, and the monarch-level ice fox was immediately attracted to him, locking eyes with those huge wolf eyes. Roar! The monarch-level polar ice fox let out a disgruntled roar when it sensed Qin Xian's powerful aura. A hint of caution and fear flashed in its eyes, but it was then replaced by an unyielding will. Roar! In response, Qin Xian was equally unwilling to show any weakness, returning its deafening roar, the sound waves reverberating continuously across the ice field. The snow on the snowy mountains crumbling down as a result. The sound waves vibrated in the air, intertwining with the roar of the polar ice fox, creating a thrilling sonic duel. In this tense confrontation, the air seemed to freeze as Mo Fan and the others watched nervously. Qin Xian didn't have any ink. The polar ice fox was obviously a bit scared of him. His size of a few tens of meters was just a small Karamika in his eyes, ravaging it at will. At that moment, he stepped forward and raised his prime heavy fist to smash the polar ice fox. The polar ice fox was instantly nervous, so frightened that it directly spat out frost spit towards Qin Xian. The cold freezing power instantly froze Qin Xian into an ice sculpture, only to disregard the fact that the ice prison was broken free by Qin Xian in the next second, and the frost spit was unable to cause any damage to his body at all. Qin Xian's heavy fist violently blasted at the polar ice fox's face, and immediately, a terrifying force erupted. Ice shards splattered everywhere, and the polar ice fox directly flew out backwards, leaving a deep scratch on the ice. It had never encountered such a strong opponent before. Even the monarch-level ice frontier mammoth couldn't match the behemoth in front of it in terms of strength. Woohoo! The polar ice fox howled in agony, and the ice and snow around it seemed to tremble for a long time. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue and the others looked dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Qin Xian's strength to be so terrifying. Even the monarch-level polar ice fox looked so powerless in front of him. Qin Xian multiplied his victory and did not give the polar ice fox any chance to catch his breath. His figure appeared in front of the polar ice fox like a ghost, and his violent fists fell like a meteor shower, instantly bruising his body and spewing out blood like a spring. The polar ice fox's frost power simply could not put up any resistance in front of Qin Xian. Qin Xian's elemental furnace and hell's curse gave him a natural restraint against elemental demons. This polar ice fox, which had a noble bloodline and specialized in demonic magic, was powerless under Qin Xian's heavy fists. Before long, the polar ice fox was beaten to death by Qin Xian. During this period, the polar ice fox had also erupted with terrifying monarch-level demonic techniques in a vain attempt to resist Qin Xian's heavy fists. However, it was all in vain. Qin Xian's fist easily shattered its demonic techniques, completely crushing its resistance. Just as Qin Xian was about to deliver a fatal blow to the polar ice fox, a silver-white ice fox suddenly flashed before his eyes. This ordinary commander-class polar ice fox threw out its deadly foxtail with such speed that it even made space seem to freeze. A spatial scratch cut through Qin Xian's eyepiece, causing him to feel a pain he hadn't felt in a long time. Qin Xian took a closer look. The silver-white foxtail of this polar ice fox seemed to be some sort of variant. It did not hesitate to defend the monarch ice fox in front of the monarch ice fox in death without hesitation after injuring Qin Xian, its tiny body exuding a determined aura. Roar! The silver-white ice fox's limbs trembled as it let out a low roar. The sudden scene caused Qin Xian to freeze, and his heavy fist stopped a few centimeters away from that ordinary commander-class polar ice fox. This is a commander-class polar ice fox, or a fae with spatial attributes. Spirit let out a cry of surprise. This should be the child of this big ice fox, right? Mo Fan speculated. The polar ice fox is a very family-oriented demon. They will do anything to protect their family, which is why the monarch ice fox won't take a step back. Mu Ningxue had obviously done her homework and said, Shui, go ahead and try it. Isn't this a commander-level polar ice fox? As long as you contract with it, your summoning lineage will be saved. Mo Fan hurriedly urged. Only Mu Ningxue looked hesitant at this time. It always felt like he and the others were like robbers, directly beating people's mothers to death for the sake of cultivation. And now he also wanted to make people's children sign a contract with him. The Holy Mother component in Mu Ningxue's heart was a bit too much. Except that Qin Xian had already pinched the silver-white ice fox's body and suppressed it in front of Mu Ningxue, the meaning of which was self-evident. Iceland is not a fun place. There is no telling how many demonic monarchs are hiding here. Chen Xian, who has lived in the sea for so long, knows very well how much of a commotion he will cause with this size and breath. Countless times, he mistakenly entered the territory of a great demon and was chased into a dry battle, as if this world had some kind of magic that wanted to divide the powerful demons by geography, so that they stayed in their original place and lived slowly, instead of running around. Mu Ningxue also knew that this was not the time to be melodramatic, directly releasing the contract towards the Silver and White Ice Fox. Unsurprisingly, it was directly rejected, and the Silver and White Ice Fox bared its teeth in a low growl. The chapters are in the wrong order. Just read the next one first. Chapter 171. 171. Monarch Grade Polar Ice Fox. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately slammed a heavy fist on the side of its mother's head while roaring out angrily towards it. Roar! If you don't agree, your mother will die. Feeling the emotions conveyed by Chen Xian, the Silver-White Ice Fox's body trembled for a moment as it looked at Chen Xian and then at its mother, before finally lowering its head and agreeing to the contract. Mu Ningxue watched with some reluctance, but still managed to sign a contract with the Silver-White Ice Fox, and her summoning lineage was restored as a result. After completing all of this, Chen Xian also let go of the Monarch Ice Fox, which staggered with its heavily injured body and disappeared into the snow-covered landscape, leaving behind a lonely and resilient back. It was clear that its child had a better future and would soon become a being as powerful as itself, and although it was very reluctant to leave, it left silently. The Silver and White Ice Fox watched its mother go away. The corners of the fox's eyes glistened with crystalline teardrops, and it vowed to become strong enough to break free of this damned contract and return to its mother's side again. The trip to Iceland came to an end, and after sending the 3 snowy mountain demonic leopards away, Chen Xian carried the crowd back to Venice, and it took less than a day from the departure to the completion of the mission, and this efficiency was no one else. Just as Mo Fan's side successfully activated the summoning lineage for Mu Ningxue, Xin Xia, who was far away in the Parthenon in Greece, also gained the appreciation of the Temple Mother for her great merit in the Egyptian mission and was successfully listed as a candidate. Only this splash of riches was met with jealousy from the other great sages, and straight away she was given the unenviable task of traveling to Croatia to solve a Class A infection. This should be out of the sage girl level of the mission. Plot was arranged to the head of a waitress. This is not to wear small shoes, to which Yi Xinxia but nothing to say. Directly to the Croatian. When Mo Fan learned of this, he was immediately nonchalant, and directly left Mu Ningxue in Venice to play the game, and rushed over with Ling Ling himself, just as Zhang Xiaohua was also on vacation and ready to come see himself play the game, and also snubbed him on together. Chen Xian, on the other hand, felt that his breakthrough was imminent, and that his demonic cultivation was finally going to take a step forward again after such a long up of precipitation. Without choosing to follow Mo Fan to Croatia, he found a place to retreat and cultivate on his own. Anyway, the Croatian plot is not important. A small red devil is just a small red devil. Mo Fan directly dry crushed it and then absorbed it with the congealed evil bead, and it's done. A few days later, the results did not have any surprises, and after Ling Ling found the source prison of the infectious disease, the little red devil could not hide directly, and jumped out on the spot to be slapped to death by Mo Fan. Then Xin Xia channeled the mind contagion from the bodies of those infected to the condensed evil pearl through the law of the mind, and the matter was satisfactorily completed. That is, Mo Fan and the others saved the world for free once again, and Yi Xinxia also by virtue of the support of Croatia and Egypt, with 2 major credits, successfully sit in the seat of the candidate. But this is a lot of intrigue. The mother of the temple is only to use her as a pawn. The Parthenon water is too deep. Drowning people do not know. After the opening match against Little Day, the State House team went through 2 more matches, during which Mu Ningxue also had a great time. After the summoning system regained its health, it seemed as if she had also unlocked some kind of knot in her heart, and her battle spell casting became smooth, and the ice system's high level 2 was enough to crush most of her opponents. Today their opponent was Spain, and the venue for the matchup was set in the Dragon's Tooth Dueling Arena. The Dragon's Tooth Magic Dueling Arena, as one of the oldest magic dueling arenas in Venice, was not a scene set up on a temporary basis. For a long time, it was like a rocky forest, forested with a single stone peak that resembled the fangs of a dragon. The height of these peaks varies, some of which are only a few meters above the ground, looking like a jumble of wigwams that together form a labyrinth of stalagmites, while others are quite tall, up to 30 or 40 meters long, almost comparable to the many high-rise buildings in Venice. Standing high up in the neighborhood, the rows of Dragon's Teeth stone, in fact, is to create a water-filled dueling field set up through this way to change the site into a water battlefield ground. And the water war for the Spanish team is extremely favorable, which has what the cat is also very natural. All get ready. In a moment, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyan, Nan Zhu, and Zhang Xiaoshu will take the stage. Feng Li said, Tutor, I want to go on the field too. Mu Tinjing, who had already recovered from her injuries, said anxiously, only Foam Lee merely glanced at her and said, "You wait for me." For this kind of trainee who had no strength, but also had a hard background and would cause trouble, he definitely hated it the most. It seriously affects his progress. Zhu Jiming and Nan Rong and I, on the other hand, were more sensible, and could naturally get on if they had the chance. But if they didn't have the chance, they could just be a jerk soon. The players were all in position in the preparation area, and the next step was to wait for the main referee to signal. However, just as the tournament was about to begin, the Venice tournament authorities made a shocking move, filling the entire Dragon's Tooth magic fighting arena with water, turning it into a lake. The original rocky peaks were now turned into small islands in the lake, and the contestants had to compete fiercely on these towering rocky peaks. The Dragon's Tooth dueling arena, after filling with water, had a different kind of shocking beauty. The calm surface of the lake reflected the sky and the stone peaks, just like a huge mirror. As the breeze brushed by, the lake surface rippled and sparkled, forming a stark contrast with the stoicism of the stone peaks. The bleachers around the field are equally distinctive. They rose from the ground by a single pillar, supporting platforms of varying heights. These platforms were distributed around the Dragon Tooth magic fighting arena, allowing the audience to watch the matches from different angles and enjoy an all-around visual feast. The crowd cheered as the 10 water magicians stood at the edge of the boundary and cast stormwave magic to pour floodwaters into the venue. "Crap, playing hard to get. Ha! This terrain is too unfriendly to us," Zhao Manyan said. "Spain is a lot of mages are good at water system. Even if it's not a water mage, also know how to use water to fight. We do not have the advantage." Nanju opened his mouth and said, "I can freeze all the water if I'm given some time." Mu Ningxue said, "Good idea. Ice also grates water." Jiang Xiaoxiu said, they had seen Mu Ningxue's freezing power. It could even freeze seawater. "What do you care? Just do it and be done with it." Mo Fan was as rough as ever with the referee's announcement. The magical battle between China and Spain has officially begun. There were at least 3 people on the Spanish side who practiced water, and such a vast expanse of a lake could make their water magic more manageable. As soon as the match started, they were casting astral chart after astral chart, magical energy throwing mid-ranked magic out like it was no money. Chapter 172-172. Against Spain it was either fiery fist or explosive wave, yet their attacks were not aimed at the state government team and the others, but rather at the standable stone pillars on the field, as if they were certain that they would have to rely on them. Oh, how insidious. These Spaniards. It's a good thing we have Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyan said, only to see that the water gradually froze around the stone pillar where the crowd of the Statehouse team was located, and the low temperature continued to encroach in the water, spreading out in all directions, providing a large area of standing space for the crowd. Mu Ningxue directly began to condense the field. This kind of restricted venue was the most suitable for her to play. As time passed, the temperature would get lower and lower and the venue would gradually turn into a land of ice and snow, eventually taking the match in one fell swoop. There's a dark tide. As if Nanju's sonic talent had heard something, he then rushed towards the shore and shot several strong sound waves at a certain underwater vortex that was forming, which penetrated the water's surface and directly struck the underwater figure, shaking him to the point that his eyes dazzled and his ears tingled. The diving mage was simply unable to fight off Nanju's sonic magic attacks, and could only flee in fear, not daring to make trouble underwater again. But Nanju wouldn't let it go so easily. She snapped her fingers, and the sound strings actually passed through the thick layer of water, cutting a narrow trail in the water and slapping straight into the underwater depths. Instantly, traces like whiplashes appeared underwater. Nanju's hands flicked together. A wild string kill shot swiftly into the water. The lake seeming to be shattered by the fierce attack, the water splashed up, and the sound strings danced crazily, continuously launching strong attacks on the Spanish diver underwater. The diver did not expect that there was such a powerful sound expert in the opposing team. The water had almost no blocking effect on the sound magic, and the attack actually landed on him. It was with great difficulty that he managed to escape in a mess from this 10-fingered sound string chaotic kill, and at this time, the armored magic gear on his body had become tattered and torn, completely losing its previous appearance. Surprisingly, it's a sound mage. Fei Lang's face was grave. That strongest Mo fan hadn't even made a move yet, and just one Mu Ningxue with a sound mage had crushed them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Don't act rashly yet. Wait for me to create an opportunity for you. After finishing his speech, Farron opened his sapphire-colored feathered wings with incomparable pride and flew high with a violent jolt. Mo fan saw that the other party's main force finally came out, also no longer touching the fish, directly summoned the small Yenji possession, wearing the girlfriend's battle armor as a flaming meteor flew into the sky, positively killed Fei Lang. Furlong swooped down high, seeing Mo fan shooting like a rocket. He didn't wimp out in the slightest and swooped down, the airflow showing spiral lines around the extremely fast Furlong's circumference, and Furlong's body in the process of swooping seems to have a violent friction with the air, and even blue flames violently rushed up, gorgeous and incomparable. like a blue meteorite is ruthlessly hammering the earth. The huge fire meteorite smashed towards Fan with a majestic might. "You've got guts. Dare to come with me the hard way," Fan exclaimed in admiration. "Sun Flame Dragon Fist," Fan shouted. The flames on his body suddenly rose. The flame dragon had condensed above his right arm, and his entire figure was transformed into an inflammatory dragon that roamed the heavens, carrying unparalleled heat and power, and met the Fran that smashed like a blue meteorite and fiercely blasted away. The two instantly collided together, emitting a deafening roar as the golden-orange flames intertwined with the blue flames, forming a splendid and destructive scene. The surrounding air was twisted and distorted due to the impact of this powerful energy, and the crowd below all looked stunned. Fran's face changed slightly as he sensed the strength of Fan's strike. Immediately after that, the blazing inferno dragon went straight through the fire meteorite and ruthlessly bit down on Fei Lang, sending his body flying out in a direct toppling collision, before slamming heavily into the water. As Fei Lang fell into the water, a huge splash was made and the water surface instantly rippled. The crowd down below slowed down from their shock and began to applaud loudly for Fan. However, they hadn't cheered for long. The water suddenly surged with strange blue light, and then Farron violently rushed out of the water. Although there were scorched black traces on his body, but under the protection of the armored magic tool, he didn't suffer serious injuries, and his eyes were even more ferocious. "Damn it, how could this guy's fire system be so strong?" Fei Lang said with a face full of resentment. Fan stood in the air. His face was filled with a confident smile. A small soul fire dared to touch his own great soul fire plus commander level Yang plus level 5 fiery fist? The audience mages under the stage were also a burst of incredulity. Did not expect Fan? This national government captain of the fire system is also so strong. In the end, which is his major department. For a time other watching the battle of the other country players even more scrupulous. "I don't believe you can take this move." Completely unconvinced, Farron flew high once again, and Fan wanted to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve, and didn't take the opportunity to attack him. Fran's body suddenly shone with a strange light. Blue flames gathered at his fists, and that light intertwined with it, as the heavenly flame funeral flame seat gradually took shape. However, Fran did not turn the heavenly flame funeral into a pouring rain, but instead condensed it on his right wrist. "Heavenly flame fist rain," Fran shouted, and the strange light and blue fire intermingled with each other. The fire fists flew out, instantly transforming into a dense dance of fist flames, and resembling a raging rain of fire fists, smashing fiercely towards Fan with a whistling momentum. Fist shadows like rain, flame curtains like curtains. Furlong's magical skill that perfectly combined the heavenly flame funeral and fiery fist instantly shook the entire arena. People stared with wide eyes, looking at the fire fists falling like meteorites. The scene was spectacular to the extreme, and at the same time filled with a horrifying destructive aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. "Shay, that's all you've got," Fan said disdainfully, and then also released his long-prepared flame constellation together. Heavenly flame funeral. Flare sunset. With Fan's shout, powerful and fiery flame power erupted like a volcanic eruption, condensing into a huge fireball. The fireball was blazing, emitting a palpitatingly high temperature and dazzling light, just like a small blazing sun descending into the world. The flames throbbed and tumbled, blasting toward the front with an unrelenting momentum, as if it was going to burn everything that stood in its way. Fran's face became extremely ugly when he saw this, but he wasn't willing to show weakness, and he frantically urged his magic, and that dance of fist flame became even more dense and violent, colliding fiercely with Fan's flare sunset fireball. Boom boom boom. A series of loud reverberations kept echoing. The fireball and the fist flame intertwined together, forming a splendid and chaotic scene. Fan's face remained unchanged as he kept increasing the output of the flame power. The huge fireball kept advancing forward, little by little pressing down on Furlong's fist flame. Furlong felt the pressure doubled and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still fought to the death. Only, in the end, it was still a mantis, and the sunset fireball engulfed the roiling fist flames with a mountainous momentum and blasted towards Furlong. Chapter 173 to 173. Defeating Spain. Boom. Furlong was directly hit by the fireball. At the critical moment, Fan withdrew his hand in time to control the terrifying fireball that kept expanding and exploding in power, and then Furlong's whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings, and smashed heavily on a certain rocky tusk stone, and he couldn't climb back up anymore. Boom. It was only at this point that the expanding fireball in the sky erupted, and the blazing waves of fire swept out in all directions, scorching the surrounding air. The lake water was vaporized quite a bit, and a mist filled the arena. The crowd was first stunned, then erupted into deafening cheers and applause, applauding Fan for this earth-shattering blow. The referee rushed in to carry the seriously injured Farron away, only to see that the site he was hit on had been burned beyond recognition. Spain. Farron eliminated. Just when the crowd was excited about Fan's wonderful performance, A loud rumbling suddenly came from underwater. The vibration inexplicably resounded throughout the Dragon's Tooth arena. The lake water became restless. It felt like a very terrifying earthquake had appeared underwater. And even those Dragon's Tooth pillars shook violently. Havoc Water Tsunami, the man in the Spanish team, who was so quiet that he barely had any presence at all, suddenly snapped. And that shout unexpectedly caused all the lakes to appear to be amazingly tumbling. And the monstrous waves tumbled layer after layer, tumbling higher into the sky. Crap! Isn't this super rank magic? The State House competition can still allow super ranked mages to compete? Jiang Yu under the stage exclaimed in shock. That guy is not a super ranked mage. Although the skills he casts and the aura he displays are extremely similar to a super ranked water magic. However, if it were truly a super ranked magic, this Dragon Tooth arena, including its internal boundary, would be completely destroyed, and its power would be far less than that of a true super ranked magic. Underneath the arena, Tutor Fongli said in a very certain tone, not at this time. The situation on the field steeply became very critical and tense. The surging, sky-high water waves were like furious beasts, carrying endless power toward the dragon team and others to fiercely surge, accompanied by the water waves, sending out a deafening roar. Crap! This is on! Come behind me! Zhao Manyan yelled at the top of his voice, and immediately after that, a layer of solid defense quickly rose up from his surroundings, with all sorts of shields and armor appearing, magical rays of light intertwined with magical tool rays of light and flickering, and even a small defensive boundary taking shape in an instant. When you meet your Grandpa Zhao, you're considered a professional counterpart and you've kicked the bucket. Block for me. Zhao Menyan's eyes were wide open and his face was full of determination as he went all out with his defense, trying to fend off the attack that was as ferocious as a tidal wave. Yuning Shui also cooperated by using Glacier to reinforce her defense, and then self-consciously ducked into it, as did Nanju, while Jiang Xiaoshu stayed by Zhao Menyan's side, fighting with the other party's mind mage across the air. Mo Fan was currently flying high in the air, skillfully avoiding this big move from Spain. The surging water waves of the Haojiao water tsunami were like a raging dragon roaring out of the abyss, carrying a terrifying pressure that destroyed the sky and earth, and swooping towards the defense constructed by Zhao Manyan with teeth and claws. The water waves rushed and churned. Each wave seemed to contain endless anger. They surged with the momentum of a mountain, ruthlessly crashing on top of Zhao Menyan's defense. The moment the Havoc water tsunami touched that layered defense, it gave off a loud sound like thunder, and the huge impact made the entire space seem to be shaken by it. The spectators were nervously watching the field, a heart hanging in the air for it. Zhao Manyan clenched his teeth and held on in the Havoc water tsunami, using all his strength and magic power to maintain his defense with all his might. The raging waves of water pounded madly, but were never able to break through his seemingly impenetrable defense. Finally, after the first few waves of fierce attacks, the water waves' attack began to gradually weaken, and as the last wave gradually subsided, the entire venue regained its calm. Zhao Manyan stood in place, slightly exhausted, but his face was overflowing with the joy of victory. He had managed to fend off the terrifyingly Havoc water tsunami, and the crowd around him let out cheers for him. Old me, blocking super rank magic. Zhao Manyan gave a breathless and angry cry. For the first time, I know that you're quite reliable, Nanju said. Bull. Mo Fan's simple and direct voice of praise came from overhead. At this moment, the Spanish player who had cast the Havoc water tsunami also finally appeared, and Pinal looked at Zhao Manyan with a stunned expression. He completely did not expect that such a powerful attack of his would be blocked by Zhao Manyan. Pinal's face was pale. Casting spells over the level was his natural talent. A Havoc water tsunami had almost completely drained him of his magical energy, which meant that he himself had lost his combat power, and he would have to recover for a period of time at least before he was able to fight properly. Only that they no longer had a chance. There was only one mind mage, one healing mage, and one diver left, and they didn't even need Mo Fan to make a move. Mooning Shui alone suppressed all three of them one by one. It didn't take long for the Spanish team to announce their surrender. The gap in strength was too great to fight, and this year's dragons were like a huge mountain, weighing people down. Team Dragon Nation win. As the referee officially announced it, the fans of Team Dragon Nation immediately erupted into a deafening chorus of cheers and screams, the sounds seeming to break through the sky, causing the entire arena to tremble. Mo Fan, Morvan, Zhao Manyan. The crowd resounded with Mo Fan's name one after another with endless excitement and admiration. Zhao Manyan had also gained countless fans because of his bright performance today, and many people remembered his heroic performance of hard resistance against the Haojiao water tsunami. After today, our State House team should be taken seriously by many countries, Mentor Feng Li said with a serious face. It has long been taken seriously, Captain. Lao Ai, Mu Ning Xue. These three are simply the three mountains of our national government team. That country is not afraid to look at it, Jiang Yu said with a smile. That's true. but the opponents behind us are strong teams now, Pinehurst said. Our next opponent hasn't shown up yet, so everyone get some rest. Chief Mage Panglai said, by the way, hasn't this year's reward come out yet? In previous years wouldn't it have been available right after the start of the tournament? So why is this year's announcement delayed instead? Han Silence remembered something and couldn't help but inquire. There's already something in the works. For the first place team, the cadets will receive a divine seal salute from the Temple of the Parthenon. The second place team will receive a practice in the Altar of the Void at the Altar of St. Kai. Third place will be a commendation for a magic tool set. Chief Mage Panglai said chapter 174 to 174. The Treasure Race Divine Seal Salute? How does it sound and feel like something very nebulous? Mo Fan asked with a face full of doubt. No way. Big brother, you actually don't even know about this? Jiang Yu said with a stunned expression. Divine Seal Salute is a one-time permanent blessing magic. Mu Ningxue softly explained. Oh, blessing magic ah. It still sounds and feels like nothing particularly remarkable ah. Mo Fan said unimpressed. You're simply severely biased. I don't normally think you'd be so uneducated. The Divine Seal Salute is a treasure that can't be bought with money. It's a divine skill of the blessing department. Zhao Manyan had an extremely exaggerated expression on his face as he said loudly in excitement. What exactly does it say? Tell me in detail. Mo Fan curiously pursued. Divine Seal Salute is something that can permanently enhance the power of your basic magic. You know, except for certain people who were born with special talents. The basic power of each of our mages' initial awakening is 1. And this base is very difficult to grow through cultivation enhancement or soul seed. So it can be said that how much it is in the beginning is basically how much it will be in the future. But the Divine Seal Salute is able to break this limitation. It can raise this base to 1.5 times, or even more. Han Silence explained succinctly. Mo Fan instantly understood the meaning of this. This is not equivalent to multiplication. The 6 times of the soul seed is just addition. But the Divine Seal Salute can do multiplication, which means that it can make the increase effect of the soul seed also follow the doubling. That's quite precious ah. This Parthenon is quite something. When the time comes, I'll go and get 10 or 8 of them to increase all 6 of my faculties, and I'll see who else in the higher ranks can beat me. Mo Fan said proudly. What kind of spring dream are you having? Such a precious thing. The first place can only be obtained once. Not to mention the Divine Seal Salute can only be accepted once in a lifetime. Feng Li said without a trace of humor, and now the crowd was too lazy to bother with Mo Fan. Soon enough, it was time for the treasure capture competition. The elimination tournament was merely to screen out those countries that were fishing in troubled waters, and the bit of resources given by the calendars was only a small amount. The real rich rewards were only for the teams that entered the treasure capture tournament. Mo Fan hurriedly found Chen Xian and discussed with him how to capture as many treasures as possible in the treasure capture tournament. I've been prepared for this for a long time, and the treasure raiding tournament is one of the purposes I had for you to participate in the State House competition. But with my strength, I basically only need to show up once to be banned, so I won't be able to help you in the later tournaments. Chen Xian said seriously. No problem. There shouldn't be anyone my age stronger than me now, Mo Fan said confidently. Another one is that the first place Divine Seal Salutation you will exchange for the opportunity to go to the Altar of the Void to train once when the time comes. And the Divine Seal Salutation can be obtained through other means later on, Chen Xian said. Isn't that a big loss? Mo Fan asked in great confusion. Lose a hair 2 tickets which still lose Chen Xian thought in his heart. Jokingly, that broken salute is only one person's share. The Altar of the Void, this kind of reward he can whoring directly, is a double share. This still need to hesitate to choose which one. Oh. Mo Fan returned to his senses and also nodded his head in agreement. Let me tell you about the treasure capture tournament. The venue of the treasure capture tournament is in the middle of a huge alien space, which is filled with resources, except that most of them are guarded by demons. After the match starts, everyone will be randomly teleported to various places, and at that time, there will be a large number of pupil eagles in the sky to monitor and broadcast the situation in it in real time. At that time, you'll first break away from the surveillance, and I'll directly take out this group of pupil eagles, and you can do whatever you want after that. Chen Xian said in detail. Hey, I'm a good citizen. I won't do anything that violates the law. Mo Fan said breathlessly. I didn't tell you to go and finish off Mu Tinjing and Nan Roman. I'm just telling you that you can go on a resource scavenging spree in the meantime. Chen Xian stopped making a sound after he finished speaking, however. Mo Fan was in deep contemplation. On the opening day of the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the world is shocked by the news that International Dark Masteress Jendal has been found guilty, and the Holy Sanctuary has launched a manhunt that will not be retried. Mo Fan had just arrived at the gathering place when he heard the crowd discussing this matter enthusiastically, and the extent of the sensation was evident. Isendal is a higher-ranked mage than Pang Lai. Mo Fan's Dark Lord cloak was gifted by him. his reputation Mo Fan had heard of. Such a level of mage can be comparable to the national leaders. It is difficult to imagine that he has become the most evil person overnight. In order to avoid overlapping with the day of the verdict, the World Schools Competition's treasure race was deliberately postponed for 2 days. But 2 days later, the impact of Eschendel was still sweeping the international media, and it was rumored that one of the candidates had gone into hiding as a result. Mo Fan didn't care much about international events, only about the treasure capture tournament. The treasure capture tournament was still going on, except for the 16 countries that had been eliminated. The remaining 16 powerful countries were unfolding in Venice. The gathering place of the treasure race was at the original opening venue. Different from before is that today's venue has a lot of shiny silver luster of the magic stone arranged in formation. Mo Fan can feel the Space Force active surging. Sure enough, exactly as Xian had said, the treasure raid was indeed taking place in an alien dimension. Such a large space magic array. Where do we have to be sent to? It can't be the edge of some world, right? Zhao Manyan stared up. This space magic array in front of us was really exaggeratedly large, and no one was sure exactly where it would take people. Spatial magic great formations are usually divided into 2 types. One is the instantaneous conduction of spatial randomization. This does not have a clear spatial landing point. The second is the designated spatial gate, which is able to instantly move a person to a set location. There have always been space mages proposing to place space magic arrays in major cities around the globe in order to allow everyone to travel to and from distant cities in just a few seconds. But in reality, this is just an impractical idea. In a world where resources are scarce and fiercely contested with demons, the more distant the space transfer, the greater the amount of energy expended. And the resources expended to space transfer a traveler would be enough to produce an officer who would excel on the battlefield. Because of this, only mega tournaments like the World Statehouse Battle would use space magic arrays to send the cadets to the real battlefield. This time, the main referee began to explain the rules. The 160 trainees from the 16 countries would enter the treasure capture space in a disrupted order, with each person landing at a different point. The alien space is dangerous and there are demons. Be careful when searching for treasures. Although there are assistant referees and eagle pupils to ensure safety, but there are still accidents. I hope that the students calmly deal with it. Timely call for help. Do not lose their lives due to greed or stupidity. Chapter 175-175. Black screen. In addition, there is a space scroll. When there is a life-threatening situation, you can pour magic energy into it, and it will start in about 4 seconds to create a space vortex to send it back here. So you should cherish your life and not act recklessly. After explaining the rules clearly, the trainees began to enter the space magic array one after another. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan ranked very high, and it wasn't long before it was his turn to enter the spatial array. Stepping into it, Mo Fan soon felt a distortion in the space around him. Buzz with a tremor, Mo Fan instantly disappeared from sight into the spatial texture at an extremely fast speed. In the spatial turbulence, Mo Fan, as a spatial mage, knew how to deal with it so that it wouldn't be difficult. All the spatial shifts were in an instant, and when Mo Fan opened his eyes, the playing field, the sky of Venice, and the spectators were all gone. In front of me was a gray and twisted sky, as unreal as a huge painting of obscurity over the head. The earth was undulating, with abrupt peaks, dark forests ahead, veins of river flowing against the current, and long valleys with palpitating cries. Mo Fan looked around and felt very strange. Although the environment here had mountains and water and sky, but it was like it had been randomly put together, and there was a big difference with the real nature. That kind of visual coherence, giving people a kind of absurd feeling. It really is an alien space. Mo Fan muttered, "Hurry up and shadow disappear. Don't let the pupil eagle find you," Chen Xian said. Mo Fan looked up. There were several pupil eagles hovering in the sky hundreds of meters away. These guys could be called the magic version of drones that would relay everything they saw to the other end in real time. After all, this is a global people witnessed the event. The treasure race is naturally not possible to let the cadets just in an independent space at will, and these pupil eagles extremely well reached the effect of the live broadcast, so that people can through them to clearly see the cadets and hear all kinds of performance. Obviously, these pupil eagles had been set up early on, and they would closely follow the cadets, functioning as cameras on the one hand, and providing security for the cadets on the other. Mo Fan decisively turned into a shadow and disappeared in place. Looking at the distribution of pupil eagles in the sky, Mo Fan directly moved away from the pupil eagle's surveillance range and headed towards the edge of the foreign space. Soon he found a very suitable valley, which was perfect for releasing Chen Xian, just enough to cover Chen Xian's figure. That's fine. That's it. Mo Fan stopped and said. Chen Xian's figure slowly emerged from the void, and the valley couldn't completely obscure his entire body, but it wasn't so much that he appeared so crane-like. Alright, start gathering resources, and if you have any personal grudges, you can also take the opportunity to settle them. There won't be any pupil eagles that will survive. After Chen Xian finished speaking, The bone lance wings behind him violently erupted into a jet of high temperature. The 120-meter behemoth shot straight up into the sky. After a period of development, his demonic cultivation had finally made a small advancement, and at this point, he was already at the level of the commander advancement stage. Only that he was stuck here, having difficulty advancing an inch. Of the bone-armored demon wolf's potential had come to an end, and he was now in the same situation as the Fei Chuan Kai wolf, stuck at the peak of the commander class, and had to look for a stronger bloodline to replace. Or a soul shaper. Soul shaping was not necessary. His soul was very powerful. The soul furnace brought him a majestic life force. It was no exaggeration to say that his cultivation was almost without bottlenecks, only that his bloodline was quite trashy, and it was seriously dragging his feet. Forced advancement would be possible to break through to monarch, except that every major advancement opportunity for a demon is very precious, and when he first advanced to war general, he evolved from a crawling demon wolf to a standing werewolf. The last promotion to commander then brought Chen Xian the bone lance wings, with the high temperature jets, before he mutated from an ordinary bone-armored demon wolf into a comet demon wolf. He then went through another interrupted progression in the ancient capital and successfully evolved the elemental melting furnace. And each of these times of progression brought about tremendous changes to Chen Xian's physical body. Chen Xian also finally knew that advancement was a chance for a demon to change his fate against the heavens, and he didn't want to just hastily advance like that. He must be prepared for everything. The red-hot demon wolf rose up to 1,000 meters in the air. The entire process of the pupil eagle had no time to observe. Chen Xian disappeared in their field of vision. From this thousands of meters in the air, look down. Can roughly see the boundary of the foreign space? Probably only a few tens of kilometers range. The edge of the world was a chaotic and unknown mist. There was a wall of air blocking it, and the entire alien space was covered with a large number of eagle pupils. It wasn't easy for Chen Xian to kill them all in an instant. Let's just take care of the eagle pupils in the area near Imofan first. Chen Xian began to hover and accelerate around the entire alien space, his massive size quickly breaking the speed of sound under the hot jets, soon forming an aurora borealis that made it impossible to see what was inside. Chen Xian's body surface was burning with flames, crashing into the pupil eagle below at a speed of Mach 2. Being hit by this horrifying speed basically cooled him off on the spot. Even if he was a commander demon, it wouldn't help. Chen Xian kept crashing into the pupil eagles like a burning meteor, leaving behind scorched black traces and tattered corpses wherever he passed. Those pupil eagles were powerless under his attacks and could only watch as their companions were crushed into ashes. After resolving the pupil eagles in the area near Imofan, Chen Xian did not stop. He continued to streak through the alien space, utilizing his speed and power to the extreme. The high-temperature jets left a brilliant trajectory in the air, completely unstoppable. With his massacre, the number of pupil eagles gradually decreased, and the outside world screens were blacked out, and the Venice main tournament party immediately sat down and began to contact the assistant referee in the alien space. What was going on? However, at this moment, the assistant referees were also in a daze. Looking at the destructive meteors that kept passing by in the sky, they had no idea how to react to this sudden turn of events. We're not sure what's going on here. It all happened so suddenly that we didn't have time to react. A meteor is massacring Hitomi Hawk. An assistant referee said hesitantly. This answer instantly made the people in the outside world even more confused. It didn't take long for the pupil eagles in the entire alien space to be killed by Chen Xian, and with the outside world completely losing surveillance of the alien space, a group of senior officers immediately got together to discuss their countermeasures. The match had already started. It was definitely unrealistic to enter at this time to kick people out and let them restart. Most of the players had started to raid the resources of the various dangerous places, and some had even already made some gains. Forcing a stop to the match would be too unfair to the others, and the representatives of the various big countries wouldn't agree to it. The main tournament organizer was anxious, and it was difficult to have a good result in a short time. After discussing with the representatives of various countries, it could only allow the match to continue, but it sent many more judges into the foreign space. Chapter 176 to 176. Heartthirsty prison demon. Apart from the main referee, all the other referees were basically high-ranked mages. The status of super-ranked mages was not so high that they were sent to do this kind of thing, and it was not suitable for super-ranked mages representing various countries to enter the middle of the alien space if there was no special crisis happening. As a result, Chen Xian became the strongest existence in the alien space and could do whatever he wanted. At this time, the other contestants still didn't know what was happening, and even thought that the meteor that was constantly traveling in the sky was some kind of treasure, and certain bold people had already planned how to team up to take it. Chen Xian didn't bother with these people. These are his leak youngsters. At this time it's not time to harvest. When they grow a little taller, he will go from one to another to harvest. Chen Xian could see the end of the mountain range at a glance in the high altitude, which was a large area intertwined by low valleys, mountain gorges, basin valleys, and earth traces, with not the slightest traces of water in sight. However, In the upper part of this large area of tightly connected earth concave basins, there were wisps of black miasma floating around leisurely. Undoubtedly, this was the miasma poison valley that hid the treasures of 32 years ago. Chen Xian didn't hesitate and swooped straight down. That Nianshur was undoubtedly the most precious thing in this foreign space. He decided to go for it first. The huge figure rushed into it with a roar, completely ignoring the layer of poisonous gas barrier covering the top. And this poisonous fog could hardly even make him feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, simply because the biological cycle in his body had already been invulnerable to all poisons under the modification of the elemental melting pot, and anything harmful would be burned to death. This poisonous valley for Chen Xian, just like a small well cover, after his entire body fell into it, his head was still exposed to the outside, and after some perception, it was only about 70 to 80 meters deep. Obviously, the world underneath this poison valley was too small, and was simply not suitable for a behemoth like him to enter. There was no way. Since he couldn't get in, he could just demolish the house. Chen Xian crouched down slightly with his legs like a rock, and those two prime wolf claws were like giant jaws of steel clasping the rocky ceiling of the world underneath. And immediately afterward, his body's raging strength erupted violently. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening roar instantly resounded through the sky. The next second, a terrifying earthquake spread throughout the entire alien space. The ground in front of him under the unparalleled power was lifted up. Fan-shaped range of 800 meters of land as if by a giant hand roughly opened the pages of the book. Earth and stone splashing. Dust in the sky. The scene can be said to be thrilling. Such a rude way of knocking on the door naturally annoyed the natives of the underground world, and the two heartthirsty prison demons aggressively attacked towards Chen Xian, only to involuntarily stop and slowly retreat deeper into the underground world. After taking a look at the massive size, Chen Xian's sonic perception had long since finished gaining insight into all the creatures in the underground world. There were a total of a dozen or so heartthirsty prison demons in there, most of which were at the commander level. The two gatekeepers in front of him were Grand Commander level existences, and there was also a submonarch level existence in the depths. These two guys wanted to run, but Chen Xian didn't oblige. Spatial Nimbus was released and firmly tugged these two guys. He didn't just come to scavenge for treasures in this treasure capture competition. These demons he also want to wipe out all. This can be a weekday is not good to find. A variety of commander level demons, all locked in this foreign space. For Chen Xian is to eat buffet well, without the slightest ink. Advancing behind him to accelerate, Chen Xian quickly rushed towards the two heartthirsty prison demons and stomped down without saying a word. Bang! A loud bang echoed through the alien space as Chen Xian's heavy foot was like a meteorite impact, directly stomping the heartthirsty prison demon that had tried to escape back to the ground. The terrifying force causing the hard rock layer to completely shatter up. It struggled to get up, but found that its body was being suppressed to death by an irresistible force. Chen Xian again completely targeted his thoughts on the other heartthirsty prison demon, directly dragging it to his side and pinching it. The heartthirsty prison demon looked like a foul-smelling spider crab-like demon, struggling desperately in Chen Xian's wolf claws. Its eyes were full of fierceness and fear, except that Chen Xian's hand was as immovable as an iron pincer. As all his strength erupted violently, the grip in his hand became more and more terrifying, tightening like an iron hoop, and the shell of the heartthirsty prison demon made a clicking sound under the immense pressure. An early warning that the bones were about to break. Chen Xian's eyes were cold and did not give it any chance to show mercy. Die! Chen Xian's low voice echoed through the alien space, as if he was handing down a final judgment on the two demonic beasts. As his words fell, a wave of pure and powerful demonic power surged out from the elemental furnace, pouring along his arms and into his clenched claws. Shatter! Accompanied by a low drink, Chen Xian flicked his wrist, and that force instantly erupted. The shell of the heartthirsty prison demon was pinched hard like a fragile eggshell, and the agonizing wailing came to an abrupt end, replaced by a dull cracking sound, subsequently completing the execution of the other heartthirsty prison demon as he had done. After devouring their flesh and souls into the lantern, Chen Xian didn't linger, his gaze already locked on the deeper reaches of the alien space. Sub-monarch level? I wonder how it tastes, Chen Xian mumbled in his heart, and then took large strides forward. All the commander-level heartthirsty prison demons on the way avoided them, and any slow runners were directly treated as snacks by Chen Xian. That 32-year-old jeweled Nianshur Chen Xian also found it, intact and preserved amongst a certain vessel, and directly put it into his carry-on space as he continued to walk towards the sub-monarch level existence. In the sound of Chen Xian's firm and fearless footsteps, it was as if the depths of the ground and the foreign space felt some kind of irresistible pressure, and those commander-level heartthirsty prison demons who were still fleeing were now even more frightened. Desperately searching for a place to hide, Chen Xian traveled all the way forward, dust filling the air wherever he passed as his powerful aura continued to surge forward like a raging tide. Finally, he arrived in front of that sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon. The sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon was huge in size and exuded a palpitating aura all over its body. with anger and unwillingness written all over its hideous countenance. However, in the face of Chen Xian's arrival, a hint of fear could not help but show in its eyes as well. It was too big. The gap was too big. It had no doubt that Chen Xian could dry shatter his shell with a single punch. How could such a terrifying monster appear in such a small place? That sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon let out a furious roar. It understood that Chen Xian was treating itself as food and could not possibly let itself go. Attempting to make a final struggle, it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a black mist that swept towards Chen Xian. Chapter 177 to 177. Annihilation of heartthirsty prison demon. Seeing this, Chen Xian did not panic and roared with the same fury, a trembling wave of destructive sound blasting towards the front, dispersing all of that black mist. Immediately afterward, his figure flickered and instantly appeared beside the sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon, raising his hand to blast out a fist. Before the fist arrived, the powerful fist wind had already caused the surrounding air to distort. The sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon sensed the power of this punch and wanted to dodge, but realized that his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Boom! With a loud bang, Chen Xian's fist ruthlessly smashed into the body of the sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon. The tremendous impact caused its body to jolt, and blood spurted out of its mouth. Chen Xian didn't have so many fancy moves. His most powerful and proudest was his unrivaled body. Magic immunity made him invulnerable, and his million-ton size made the plane heavy fists enough to smash all demons and monsters. Each strike was concise and deadly. Chen Xian did not give it a chance to catch its breath as a series of attacks fell like rain. Each punch and kick contained a heaven-destroying power, striking that sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon without the ability to fight back. The fear in the eyes of the sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon grew deeper and deeper. It had never encountered such a powerful enemy. Even the best of its kind looked so powerless in front of Chen Xian. It tried to mobilize all the remaining power in its body for a final counterattack, and its body surface glowed with an ethereal light, a sign that it was preparing to unleash its stance. But how would Chen Xian give such an opportunity? The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as the demonic energy within his body surged once again, turning into a circle of scorching ripples visible to the naked eye surrounding his body. It's over. Chen Xian let out a low gulp. His two giant hands grabbed the head of the heartthirsty prison demon, and his iron pincer-like wolf claws roughly hooked into that bloody mouth, separating the two upper and lower jaws. Left and right raging flames spewed out from Chen Xian's clenched teeth, his body emanating scorching heat as the elemental furnaces continued to sear to provide him with energy. Accompanied by Chen Xian's body's ruddy glow reaching its apex, Chen Xian violently opened his wolf's mouth, and a crimson destructive ray erupted from it, directly pouring into the heartthirsty prison demon monarch's bloody mouth. And the fiery energy seemed to burn everything to the ground. The heartthirsty prison demon monarch's miserable screams came to an abrupt end as its body trembled violently and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. The blazing destructive rays directly destroyed the circulatory structure within its body completely. Its life breath drained away at a rapid pace, directly losing its ability to resist. And Chen Xian's arms lashed out, tearing it in half from the center as he did so, completing the extermination. Rumble dash. With a final loud bang, the charred and blackened body of the sub-monarch level heartthirsty prison demon fell to the ground with a loud thud, and the entire alien space seemed to have briefly fallen into silence due to the end of the battle. Chen Xian swept his gaze around. Those commander-level heartthirsty prison demons had already fled without a trace, but he didn't care too much and consumed the heartthirsty prison demon monarch's corpse on the spot. Where can I run again? The entire alien space is such a big place. Wherever I run, I will be whacked to death by Chen Xian. After devouring the corpse of the heartthirsty prison demon monarch like a windswept cloud, Chen Xian burped contentedly. He stood up and moved his muscles, and the aura emanating from his body seemed to have gotten a few more points stronger. A feast experience value plus 150. 000 feast, 8 levels, 2.26 million/100 million, soul furnace, 345-1244, plus 956,454, hell's curse, 710%. A sub-monarch had only provided 150. 000 experience value. But advancing to the 9th level of the feast required a full 100 million experience value, which had become distant again, and it would be difficult to complete without a year's estimation. On the contrary, it was the soul melting furnace. The life force that this golden finger had brought to Chen Xian had caused his soul to have far exceeded the existence of the monarch level, and had long since reached the standard for advancement. Only that Chen Xian was pursuing perfection, and wanted to upgrade his physical body further before advancing. Hell's curse also grows very slowly, and it is estimated that 900% is the maximum limit, after which it is difficult to grow. After sensing the direction of the other heartthirsty prison demons through the sound system, Chen Xian moved his massive body to chase after them, causing the ground to shake with every step. Those commander-class heartthirsty prison demons were filled with fear as they sensed Chen Xian's approach. They desperately fled, trying to evade Chen Xian's pursuit. However, Chen Xian's speed was simply too fast for them to escape. Chen Xian quickly caught up with a few commander-class heart-thirsty prison demons. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly launched an attack. The wolf claws easily tore through the defenses of those heart-thirsty prison demons as they swung around. And those heart-thirsty prison demons were powerless to fight back under his attacks. Under Chen Xian's massacre, this group of commander-class heart-thirsty prison demons were quickly wiped out. Chen Xian's body was stained with blood, but his eyes remained cold. And after he had his fill of food, he directly flew out of the miasma poison valley in a single flight, continuing on towards his next target. What is his target? Of course, it was the indigenous demons in the alien space. These indigenous demons more or less guarded some kind of resources. These resources were arranged by the main competition side. The only way for the participants to get them was to kill them or use their special skills. Chen Xian didn't care. He was the big boss now, and he would fuck whoever he saw. His sonic perception ability allowed him to easily detect those of the commander class, while his massive size and great strength gave him an absolute advantage in battle. Chen Xian roamed around in the other dimension and would not hesitate to attack any demon he encountered. His attacks were simple and brutal, directly tearing through the enemy's defenses with his wolf claws and then defeating them with his powerful strength immediately after devouring them and collecting their souls and treasures. Each of his attacks was infinitely powerful, causing those demons to feel a deep fear. Under Chen Xian's rampage, the demons in the alien space were thrown into a panic. They fled in all directions, trying to evade Chen Xian's pursuit. However, Chen Xian's speed was simply too fast, and he was always able to catch up with them in the shortest amount of time before destroying them one by one. Chen Xian's behavior quickly caught the attention of the judges and the other participants. Numerous judges tried to come and stop Chen Xian's crazy behavior, but Chen Xian was just too strong. Their magic falling on him was like scratching an itch. Chen Xian directly ignored them, and the ones that got too close were also crippled by his slap.as. For the other participating teams, they had originally thought that they had come to participate in the treasure capture tournament, but now they found themselves to be Chen Xian's prey. Chen Xian showed no mercy to these contestants as well. Directly after crippling them, he used curse magic to threaten him to hand over his gains, equipment and wealth, and those who dared to refuse were directly served by the evil spider's trap. Chapter 178-178. Assassination. Cursed magic hurt but the soul. The soul is the root of a mage. Hurt the soul is no different from the cultivation being abolished. It is not easy to cultivate to this level. No one sheds his or her full strength. All the trainees who were caught by Chen Xian honestly handed over their gains and treasures. A few judges wanted to continue to stop Chen Xian, but at this time, he directly revealed his identity as Mofan's contracted beast. Laozi is a participating student. Now the several judges didn't know what to do. They could neither defeat Chen Xian nor forcefully stop him because Chen Xian was Mofan's contracted beast and Mofan himself was one of the participating students. Of this unprecedented situation put the judges in a difficult position and they had no choice but to report the problem, triggering heated discussions and tug-of-war between the delegates of the countries and the Venice tournament side. Delegates from other countries naturally demanded that such superlatives be banned out of concern for suppressing the undercard of other countries and securing wins for their own teams. However, the Dragon countryside was adamantly against it, arguing that Chen Xian was Mofan's contracted beast and should be allowed to compete. The two sides were at a stalemate and could only stall for time by endlessly pulling the wool over their eyes. During this time, Chen Xian continued to show off his power in the alien space. The contestants he had set his sights on were barely able to escape him, and the teleportation arrays generated by the spatial scrolls were easily destroyed by him. Those who were captured by him, under the threat of cursed magic, could only helplessly hand over their possessions, including magical tools, magical artifacts, and all sorts of resources. Chen Xian was like a ruthless predator, rampaging through the foreign space and sweeping away everything of value. It didn't take long for a large number of victims to gather in the alien space. They went to the referee in droves to complain, demanding that measures be taken to stop Chen Xian's behavior. However, the referees felt helpless about this, and in the absence of clear rules to follow, they could only record the complaints for the time being and wait for a higher level decision. At the same time, Mofan on the other side also launched his revenge action. Under Chen Xian's constant guidance, Mofan finally had his selfishness overcome his motherly heart. He decided to assassinate Mu Tingying and Nan Rominai. These two people had already been offended, and were bound to be enemies in the future as well. So maybe they would guide the family behind them to target him and Mu Ningxue in some way. To put it mildly, these two already have a way of getting killed. In that case, it would be better to just destroy both of her. With the Dark Knight Fierce Eagle's stealthy detection, Mofan quickly discovered Nan Rominai and Mu Tingying. As if the heavens were helping him, these two actually coincidentally came together and did not meet with the other Statehouse members. This also made it easier for Mofan to lay his hands on him. It was simply heaven's help. After completing the stomping around the two of them and confirming that a certain commander-level black insect tree spirit was the strongest among the nearby demonic strength, A plan surfaced in Mo-fan's mind. He came to the path that the two were bound to take in advance. And when the two arrived at the ambush site, Mo-fan decisively released his high-level summoning magic, and a group of rock-horned demon sheep charged directly towards the two. Charging in a direction that was exactly aimed at the territory of the black worm tree spirit, the two of them were startled by this sudden situation. Facing so many rockhorn demon sheep, they didn't have any intention of fighting against them, and immediately opened their crawling magic tools to escape. However, in their panic, they unknowingly blundered into the territory of the black worm tree spirit commander. By the time the black insect tree spirit drew out its twisted branches, it was too late. The group of rockhorn demon sheep had disappeared without a trace at some point, and countless black insects in tree branches swarmed out from all directions around them, attacking towards the two. Originally a small commander-level demon will not be able to kill the two people directly, but the Dark Mo-fan secretly opened the CU Dominion field, directly so that the two people became blind. Not only the strength of the body was suppressed, the darkness is even more difficult to defend against the attack of the black insect tree spirit. Not a moment of effort will be forced out of the armored magic tool. The attacks of the black bug tree spirit were swift and deadly. The dense black bugs and twisted branches were like a net of death, tightly surrounding the two of them. In such an environment, even if they still had protective magic tools, it was still difficult for them to fight, and the protection of their armored magic tools gradually became ineffective, and the situation became precarious. Mo-fan's plan had succeeded and Nan Rong and I and Mu Tinging were in trouble. They were struggling under the attack of the black insect tree spirit, their hearts filled with fear and despair. His purpose was clear. He wanted to use the demon's hand to get rid of these two potential threats, while covering his tracks as much as possible and leaving no direct evidence behind. In the darkness, Mo-fan seized the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that the two had no time to think about anything else, and countless shadowy sharp edges shot out from his hands, directly nailing the shadows of the two. How? What's going on? Nan Rong and I couldn't move her body. Her voice trembled as she asked, completely unable to believe that someone had designed all of this, that it was for the purpose of assassinating her. This darkness. After Mu Tingjing let out an unwilling scream, she was gnawed on by countless black insects, the flesh and blood on her body being devoured bit by bit. Gradually, the life breath of the two completely dissipated, and to make sure that everything was fine, Mo-fan sacrificed the souls of the two to the Dark Sword Soul. In this way, their souls would not be able to expose what he had done. Currently, this commander-class Dark Sword Soul was already very much recognized by Mo-fan, and Mo-fan could enhance its strength by investing its essence and remnants. After doing all this, Mo-fan immediately felt a few moments of regret. When did he become so ruthless? Although Mu Tingjing and Nan Rong and I were both life and death enemies, his past self would not have used such means as assassination. This transformation caused him to question his inner self. Mo-fan began to reflect on his behavior, thinking about what had caused his change. Was it hatred for his enemies? Was it to protect himself and those around him? Was it becoming inflated as his strength grew? Or was it some other reason? Mo-fan stood still, complex thoughts surging through his mind. Although killing the two was out of hatred and consideration for the future, it went against the principles he had once held fast to. An unprecedented heaviness pressed on his heart, causing him to start reflecting on the changes he had made. What's wrong with me? Mo-fan whispered to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He recalled his original intention of embarking on the path of magic, which was to guard, to become stronger in order to protect the important people. However, the cruelty of reality seemed to be slowly changing him. Under the operation of Chen Xian's messy operation, the treasure raiding tournament soon ended. This tournament could be said to have had a major accident. Not only Nan Rong and I and Mu Tinging died, there was also a team of people who died because of the competition for the treasures of the battlegrounds, and all of this was related to Hitomi Eagle's death. And without the means of surveillance, the referees couldn't arrive in time to carry out the rescue. Chapter 179 to 179. End of the treasure-taking competition. There are many crises in the foreign space. Even if there is a spatial scroll, it takes 4 seconds to start, and the battle between the high level and the commander level is instantaneous. And 4 seconds is enough for the demon to kill you several times, even if it was a member of the state government, an elite among human mages. It was still too early to fight against a commander-level demon at this time. An ordinary commander-level demon was equivalent to a 3-system high-level full cultivation mage with spirit seed plus equipment, while a peak commander-level existence, but more powerful than certain 3-system high full 3-system soul species of mages. At this time the national government players can only barely fight against ordinary commander, unless it is Mo-fan, Mu Ningxue, AI Jiang to such a level of star players. Otherwise encountered stronger commander basically on the spot to lead the box meal. Such a major accident organizers naturally cannot in mud treatment. The first to be pursued naturally is the problem of Pupil Eagle. Why Pupil Eagle all fucking dead? Those referees were also losers come to think of it. They didn't even know who got Hitomi Hawk killed. They only knew that the sky was cleared after a loud bang in the end. They naturally targeted their suspicions on Chen Xian. After all, he was the most suspicious. Except that there was never a rule that you couldn't attack the pupil eagle. And the pupil eagle's eyeballs were still the material for making the chaos crystals. So in the end, they could only procrastinate and not deal with it for the time being. The result of the match was that all of the commander-level demons in the entire alien space were eaten up by Chen Xian. And naturally, there was no need to mention the resources, all of which were pocketed. The organizers were incomparably furious at this. And Chen Xian, the contracted beast, was directly banned. No matter how much the Dragon Kingdom objected, it was useless, and even demanded that Imofan return all of those forcibly robbed equipment back to the other contestants. To this Imofan directly said, "What contracted beast? My contracted beast is Yen Jia. Magic wolf? What magic wolf? I don't recognize it. If you have the ability to find it yourself." Chen Xian left the alien space and directly turned into a meteor and disappeared without a trace, so he couldn't even find it if he wanted to. In a fit of rage, the organizers and other country representatives even wanted to ban Imofan. Only this time the Dragon Kingdom cannot be so good to talk. Banning my people for no reason. That all don't play. In the future, what bullshit competition you guys play by yourselves. Resources and so on. We also do not come out. It was only after being bullied to this point that it hardened up slightly. Otherwise it would still have to be listened to. The rankings of the Treasure Raider tournament were dismal. And technically speaking, many countries even had negative total revenues because they let Chen Xian strip them of all their equipment. On Mofan's side, in order not to irritate those people, he also didn't choose to announce his harvest. But according to Chen Xian, the value of the things robbed this time was conservatively estimated to be more than $10 billion. Now that's a real wave of fat. Inside was not only the 32-year-old treasure of the Nian Stone, but also the current year's treasure, the Chaos Divine Fruit. According to Pang Lai, in the depths of the Congo rainforest in Africa, there is a black forbidden land called the Forest of the Chaos God Tree, which contains all kinds of chaotic prohibitions that are enough to trap spellbound mages to their deaths, and only half spellbound level chaos and space mages can get out of it, while others basically cannot avoid being trapped to their deaths and being turned into fertilizer. This chaos fruit is one of the products, and can only be obtained after breaking a certain prohibition. The chaos fruit's function is similar to that of the oath fruit. After consuming it, it can provide a layer of chaos buff to a certain lineage, causing the magic it casts to have a chaos effect, without hesitation. Chen Xian directly used it on the spatial faculty, which caused the power of space to be complemented and metamorphosed into a true sublime power. Space and chaos were never separate. In the case of the Nimble Stone, Chen Xian's spiritual power was already in existence of the sixth realm. After using it, it was estimated that it could only be raised to the peak of the sixth realm. Breaking through to the great realm was out of the question. There was a huge bottleneck in this. All the other harvests Chen Xian distributed to Imofan. It was useless for him to hold these things. He had to be allowed to exchange them for other resources to be able to do so. With these things, his strength as well as the little Yen and the dark fierce eagle could all see a boost. While the battle of the world's academic institutions is in full swing, the Parthenon in Athens, the capital of Greece, is also getting a lot of attention. The position of goddess of the Parthenon has been vacant for a long time, and with the loss of her healing powers, the temple's prestige has suffered in recent years, and they are eager to produce a new, beloved goddess who will make the world proud of the Parthenon. As soon as the treasure race is over, the Parthenon opens the general election. This is only the first round, and the 4 most beloved saints will be selected from the many candidates. Though the temple elections are never open to the world, there are still countless devout men and women of the religion who wait for the results under the sacred mountain with great anticipation, confident that the candidate who had prayed for their favor will win. As the sun set, the results of the election were announced, and the ones who became the holy maidens were Ander, who was the most popular; Penijar, who was a few points older; Asariya, the adopted daughter of One Tai; and Yishinxia, who was the dark horse that caused a lot of upsets. This candidate is almost seen as a predetermined candidate for the throne of the goddess of God, and her voice is always heard. Both in the southern and northern hemispheres, she had the strong support of the night shrine behind her, making her almost born in the colorful clouds, and even more so growing in the holy light. And with every word and action, she was the most suitable candidate for a goddess, though there are rumors that she may not possess a completely pure and kind heart. Every goddess tends to need wisdom more than anything else. Just as Azuna has an iron hand, Penijar comes from an old healing family. In contrast to Ander's strength, she and the forces behind her are known for their softening tactics, making positive overtures to all sides, and she herself is often involved in charitable activities, making her a popular figure among the public. From her earliest years, Asaria was beloved throughout Greece because she was the adopted daughter of the last great sage, Venta. Ventai's name had shaken the world. He was the only one who had free access to the temple of the goddess and served as the great sage as a man, and everything he did caused a great sensation, and he was regarded as a son of the saints. After his death, the people transferred their respect and love for him to Asaria, who was like a noble and holy Greek spirit and had many faithful followers, and Yishinchia's inclusion was mind-boggling. She had only been converted not long ago, and although she had a certain amount of achievements and repercussions, she seemed to be a long way away from becoming a saintly maiden. And this result instantly caused an uproar. Outside was boiling. Inside the temple was even more noisy. But Xinxia, who stayed in the house, felt a little bit of fear. She wasn't even clear about the reason for all this at all. It felt like she was caught in some kind of huge vortex and couldn't pull herself out of it. The high level of attention and sudden fame she receives from the outside world is likely to hide hidden intentions or complex power games. As an ordinary cadet, she had never expected such a glittering stage, nor was she prepared to take on the heavy responsibilities and expectations. This sudden and great honor was too heavy for a small cadet like her, so heavy that she felt unbearable. Chapter 180-180. The Dharma. Later that night, the international Dark Patriarch Eschendel was killed by the Holy City Courtyard. The South Court Flying Pavilion. The Holy Maiden Andi was dressed in her robe, enjoying the night view of the city. She was not happy with the election results. Panaja was not even considered her opponent. Andi had a premonition that she had failed, and that Parthenon had a large invisible hand manipulating everything in the shadows. That moment, Goran, the old waitress, comes running to inform Eschendel that he has been killed, and Ander, realizing that he has lost completely, undresses on the spot, jumps from the flying pavilion, and kills himself. In between matches at the World Schools competition, a major news story hit the world. When the news reached Venice, the entire city was abuzz. Mo Fan awoke from his closed-door cultivation only to find that people were focusing on one thing: the news of the death of the Holy Maiden An's morbidity. In Europe, people were so religious that they regarded the Parthenon as the holiest of temples, and the goddess was seen as a divine spokesperson for the Pope in general. The goddesses here do not just rely on preaching and faith, they also truly master the art of resurrection. For human beings, the loss of life is irreversible, and the significance of the art of resurrection lies in its ability to give people a second life. Therefore, the value of the art of resurrection is immeasurable. Temple Master Kenti publicly stated that Ander had long suffered from a genetic disease, and that she had wanted to dedicate her short life to the world. But through God's mercy, she was able to be relieved of her labors and ascended into heaven to continue to bless the world at God's side. The announcement sends the world into mourning. However, there are dissenting voices within the sanctuary questioning whether Ander's death was a suicide in fear of a crime, especially considering her close and complicated relationship with the recently killed criminal. Eschendel. Ander's remains were not publicly displayed, and Temple Master Kenti's feelings as a father are understandable to all. She was indeed an outstanding candidate during her lifetime, and made many contributions to Greece, Europe, and the rest of the world. Information is flooding every corner. No matter if Mo Fan opens his cell phone or talks to someone, the topic is inseparable from Ander. None of these international events were of interest to Mo Fan. In contrast, what really puzzled him was the fact that the Dark Patriarch Eschendel had been killed with Assandra's strength. There were very few people who could defeat him, not to mention that as a darkness exalted who was proficient in escaping, there was no way he could be easily arrested if not by choice. Behind this matter, there seemed to be hidden unknown secrets and complicated power struggles. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel worried about Xinxia, who was far away in the Parthenon. He didn't think it was a good thing for Xinxia to be elected, but now worrying about this is useless. Enhance the strength is the most important. Wait for the end of the competition. He will go to pick up Xinxia. This time say nothing to let her go out. Pat Nong said so. God. In the end it is not the heart of Xia's leg is not cured. Approaching Armageddon. Mo Fan is also rich at this time, but at this time he awkwardly found himself as if a little kryptonite cannot move. Thunder and fire dual soul species. The shadow system also has a dark sword soul. Spatial chaos seems to be nothing good. Kryptonite. Sure, this kind of resources to increase spiritual power cannot be bought on the market. The summoning department. The little ENG and the dark fierce eagle can still be a bit of kryptonite, but it does not cost much money. Mo Fan big hand wave more than $1 billion will directly buy into snacks fed. Directly his 2 strength rose a small paragraph. Small ENG has been very close to the Chancellor. In addition to this, Mo Fan has nothing to kryptonite. Equipment. He is now a full set. Even the most unnecessary winged magic tools have been bought. The main one is rich and capricious. It wasn't until Mo Fan approached Han Silence that Han Silence told him that the 2 faculties of space chaos were also kryptoniteable. Only the kryptonite was different. It's amazing that something sold by a department like space chaos is a dharma. Space magic naturally had a few textbook magics, except that they were all the most basic ones, and the spells derived from space magic were all exclusive personal mastery, an intellectual property that could be sold. Mo Fan came to the Venice Magic Association's official outlet. This was the first time he came to this kind of place. In the past he didn't like to buy things in the official outlet, because it was filled with books of theoretical knowledge or common magical materials. It was the first time he knew that there were spells for sale here. And Xian actually didn't tell him. Actually, Chen Xian himself didn't know. It was only that it was not very realistic to want to hide such a thing as a dharma. As long as there were more people using it, there would naturally be the possibility of it leaking. This thing was just like a kung fu. As long as the requirements were met, one could learn it, even in the same lineage. The dharma that you have developed with great effort is directly imitated at a glance by others in the same lineage who have greater control and higher spiritual power, and magic spells are not as complex as metaphysical techniques. In the modern context, it is unrealistic to want to engage in clan monopoly like in metaphysical novels. People can not only pass it on privately, but even publish the tutorials directly to the internet to open online classes. The modern context plus magic has too much uncertainty. The developers simply can't do what the arcane clans do and get all the people who steal the lessons. And the magical world is still explicitly about harmony. Therefore, many people simply have developed their own spells and put them on the shelves of the Magic Association specialty field. With the endorsement of the Magic Association, their intellectual property rights are also guaranteed. At least they won't allow other people to open online classes to print teaching materials. But of course, private rumors can't be managed, but this is also very good. After a spell is developed, it can be completely eaten for a lifetime. Mages of the same lineage have no one to teach them. And if you want to learn through the textbooks of the Magic Association, you have to pay tuition, which is not a cheap fee. Of course, the Magic Association is not what dog spells let people on the shelves. It must be tested by the Division Research Council to confirm that it is not duplicated with the content of the textbook and that the spells that are more practical will be allowed to be on the shelves. The interior of the official outlet was laid out like a combination of an ancient library and a modern science and technology museum, with staggered shelves filled with all kinds of magical tomes. Mo Fan traveled through the aisles and soon found the area dedicated to the sublime type of spells. This place was different from the other areas. It seemed more hidden and tightly secured. Obviously, not many people were able to access this place. There were more books here than one could know. One had to use the Magic Association's computerized equipment to find the books. Mo Fan clicked on the subdimensional type spells to find the space department from it, and clicked on the space department spells to find countless more branches. The most basic Nian control. Open the Nian control class of the magic door is actually a whole dozens of kinds. Mo Fan dumbfounded. A small Nian power even have countless kinds of subdivisions. Opening the spells of the space rhythm category. Dozens of pages of categories popped up. Space rhythm is the cornerstone of space magic. From the most basic compression of space to the advanced application of space to replicate space are inseparable from this skill. Chapter 181 to 181. Kryptonian methods. Mo Fan was shocked by the wide array of options in front of him. Even in the skills he had already mastered, there were countless branches, and he might not be able to finish learning all these spells in his lifetime. Mo Fan found that there is a screening button next to it. Clicked on it to actually set the cultivation level. Did not care about the 3-7. Directly click on the highest superorder. The spiritual realm. Directly set the great realm. Click to confirm. The next moment, the spells that surfaced became few and far between. And upon closer inspection there were surprisingly only a dozen or so spells whose casting conditions required super rank cultivation and great realm spiritual power. Temporal domain, dimensional disintegration, mega portal, dimensional sequestration, virtual reality transformation, spatial resonance, reality distortion, spatial retrospection, infinite relativity. Almost every kind is the supreme axiom of space magic, and textbooks teach a completely different thing. Just looking at the introduction of the ability of these spells, Mo Fan was heartbroken, and was afraid that he would not wait to learn this invincible spells to pretend to be a bully. The above is purely a second thought. I advise you not to be overly ambitious. This level of spells you are looking at right now are the crystallization of human wisdom that has been researched for countless years, in which they have all been improved for an unknown number of generations, and the complexity of each of them is no less than that of being proficient in refining from zero to proficient. The sublime system is even more difficult, which utilizes a large amount of theoretical knowledge. Your magic theory score does not seem to be good. I suggest that you do not waste your time, Han Silence said from the side. Ah, no way. Isn't it possible to learn it with super order plus realm spiritual power? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Ha! Super rank? Kid, let me tell you. These damn sublime spells, even the forbidden spell mages of the sublime system dare not say how many of them can be mastered. His complexity is not something a human being can learn at all. Do you think that the threshold of his cultivation is his cultivation level? Big mistake. The real threshold of these spells is actually a professorial level, theory level. The brain does not have enough knowledge reserves, or don't touch it. You're still young. There's no need to die on this one. He will only waste your youth. Han Silence said. Han Silence's words caused Mo Fan to snap out of his fantasy, and he realized that he was a bit hasty. What these top-level spells required was not only a high level of cultivation in spiritual realm, but more importantly, an understanding and mastery of magical theories. This was something he had overlooked, due to the kryptonite get stronger mindset that Chen Xian had instilled for so long, causing Mo Fan to also become possessed of a haste and neglect the true essence of magic. That's right. Xian had an invincible demonic body after all. He seemed to be able to get stronger just by eating more. No matter what magic and demonic spells seemed to be unbeatable in front of those prime fists, he was only a magician. And although kryptonite was also important, he couldn't neglect his theoretical knowledge. Mo Fan reflected silently. You are right. I am indeed a bit impatient. Mo Fan scratched his head, embarrassed, seeing Mo Fan's change in attitude. Han Silence also revealed an approving smile and continued. The way of magic is vast and profound, and the exploration of each field is a long and difficult journey. Your cultivation and spiritual realm have already laid a solid foundation. Next is the time to go deeper into the theory and understand the essence of magic. You can start with some intermediate spells first. These spells can both enhance your practical combat ability and strengthen your theoretical learning, especially those basic and advanced theories. They are all keys to a higher realm. I see. Old man Han, why don't you help me pick a few? There are too many of these intermediate level spells. I'm getting misty-eyed from looking at them. Mo Fan said spontaneously. Han Silence smiled and then helped Mo Fan select many practical intermediate level spells: instantaneous movement advance, shuttle jumps, rapid instantaneous movement within a small area, greatly reduces the forward swing of spellcasting, can be used continuously, the casting range can be increased with the spiritual realm. The defect is the high consumption of magic energy. Space rhythm, folding spaces in different locations shortens the distance between them. Spatial anchor, leaving a spatial imprint on something, can be localized and perceived. Primary space blockade, reinforce the surrounding space and make it difficult to maneuver the space. Mini portal, one of the required courses in the Department of Space. Space cage creates an area of heterospace that imposes restrictions on the enemy. Distortion of chaos, the ability to distort a certain piece of space and get lost. Chaos fusion, the fusion of different elements creates a bizarre and unpredictable product. Mirage of chaos, Harry Potter creates a phantom doppelganger that is indistinguishable from the real thing. And the phantom has a certain amount of offensive power and disorientation. Chaos shield forms a shield full of uncertainty, capable of absorbing and bouncing various types of attacks. Chaos seal seals the target in a boundary of chaos, isolating it from the outside world and preventing it from exerting its power. Chaotic dissociation breaks down the target's body or object into a chaotic state, causing it to lose its original structure and function. Chaos topography, make a copy of a particular spell. So many intermediate level spells. Mo Fan's teeth ache up. How long does this have to learn? But there is no way. Han Silence has picked him out. Can't refuse. We'll just have to see if there are any shortcuts on Xian's end. The Armageddon mode is very different from the previous elimination rounds. Although it is also a group battle, the players of each country are able to change their team members during the confrontation. The total number of participants in the tournament remained at 10, and as long as a participant was eliminated, each country's academy would be able to instantly send a participant into the tournament, ensuring a constant number of 5-person teams. However, there is a limit to the number of substitutions, and each country is only allowed 3. This means that the total number of people who will be on the field in the Armageddon will be 8. And for a team with 10 academy members, basically all of them will be on the field, which will extremely test the overall strength of a country's students, and also give rise to a lot of different combinations and pairings, which will test each country's ability to utilize and cooperate with the different faculties of magic. With the opening of the final big showdown of the World Academy Battle Competition, the matter of Andy was gradually put to the back of people's minds, and all over Venice taverns hung up portraits of members of the academies of various countries, listing the strength rankings of the trainees. This strength ranking was naturally measured by the previous performance in the elimination rounds, and without any surprises, Mo Fan was directly ranked first. Ajaluo, who was originally a bit competitive, was miserably poisoned by Chen Xian in the treasure capture tournament, and coupled with Mo Fan's innate dual systems heaven-defying talent, he was directly squeezed into second place. First place went to the captain, second place to Team UK's Zero, third place to Jesse from Pretty Country, fourth place to Germany's Reed, fifth, Zhang Yu had to analyze the crowd. But Mo Fan did not listen to much. At this time he unprecedented expansion. His thunder system also in the past few days broke through the high level of the second level. At this time can be described as incomparable self-confidence. A round of song lay claws down directly seconds, days and seconds of the same age. He has been completely out of the eyes of the people. Chapter 182 to 182. Xiao Zhang. Early in the morning, the ancient and majestic bells ring in Venice, waking up the people of this Mediterranean city. After the bells, a piece of music full of Italian literary flavor comes, far away and melodious. People feel that the air is extraordinarily fresh. At the exact hour, the opening of the Armageddon was officially opened. and the 8 final deciding national teams were neatly aligned and stood in the center of the incomparably empty and spectacular Venice Grand Arena. 8 colors, 8 races, surrounded, flanked and cheered by tens of thousands of people throughout the arena. There were about 100 people in the 8 teams, and although the eliminated state house teams had outstandingly strong cadets, they lost their chance when they were eliminated. With similar strengths, opportunity and honor can widen the gap between opponents of the same level. There are 4 matches on the opening day, with all 8 countries on display, and 4 matches scheduled for tomorrow based on wins and losses. There is no elimination, and the winner country is ultimately determined, Mentor Fomley said to everyone in a serious and heavy tone. We have 5 matches to play, and by probability we will encounter most of the countries. Among them, the undisputed 4 strongest countries must go all out. If we can maintain a win-loss even record against them, we can hope to impact the top 3. There are no rewards for the bottom 5 after the Armageddon, and I don't want to burden you guys, but there are some things you better be clear about. He actually didn't know Mo-Fan's exact strength. After all, he had been hiding his clumsiness and hadn't had the chance to use his full strength ever. Knowing that he had 2 commander-level summon beasts, the British team's Jaluo also has 2 commander-level existences. In addition to the treasure tournament, from the beginning to the end of the game has not personally shot, so in the eyes of outsiders is able to fight against the existence of Mo-Fan. Only Mo-Fan accounted for the advantage of the innate duel system. That's why many executives didn't think they could take the first place with a tenfold chance. Clear about what? Mo-Fan wondered. Everyone knew that Mo-Fan was a grassroots, and that he simply couldn't get in touch with a lot of hidden things, especially issues like resource allocation. So they immediately explained it for him. The World Schoolhouse Battle, as the world's only public large-scale magical duel, was bound to involve some rare resources that were difficult to distribute evenly, yet had to be distributed. Now that the demons were ravaging the city and the humans were huddled in the city, resources were extremely limited. With the high end of the human battle force lying flat en masse, there are certain rare but vital resources that the powerful cannot claim for themselves by virtue of hegemony. They need a proper justification. A seemingly fair, just and civilized approach of the way to do this is to determine the winner by the strength of the college students, which is the original cause of the World Schools competition. Ranking is crucial. It affects the ability to obtain rare resources and shapes the distribution of international resources. Even if you just obtain 1 more A-ranked magic stone vein, the magical energy it brings can allow the country to build 1 more city or big fortress, having 1 more awakening stone mountain. The amount of mining each year would allow this country to produce tens of thousands more mages. Regardless of the eventual cultivation level of these mages, it would result in a significant increase in the country's strength. This kind of cake-sharing initiative, which will not be publicized internationally, let alone disclosed to the world, is the most feasible distribution criterion at the present time. After listening to some explanations from the crowd, Mo-Fan came to a realization. So that's how it is. We take the small end and the country takes the big end based on our performance. That said, what rewards are there for our outstanding performance? Then what reward do you want? A middle-aged man's voice came through, euphonious with a bit of stability. Grand Speaker, Grand Speaker. Fomley was originally about to reprimand Mo-Fan for a few sentences. How can you talk about rewards for contributing to the country? Only to see the person who spoke came, immediately respectfully stepped forward. The tutor's serious frame is gone. Hiss, great leader. Zhao Manyan was secretly shocked for a moment, and immediately raised his head and chest in a proper attitude stance. Everyone else made a humble gesture, including Ai Jiangtu, who had never shrugged off a few leaders who came to inspect, collected that military arrogance and gave a military salute to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang also returned a military salute. The whole person looks flat. Mo-Fan from his body cannot feel half a bit of magic breath. The big speaker should be the top position of the dragon country. Can sit on this position, its cultivation must also be the peak. Back to basics. Mo-Fan, don't talk nonsense in front of the grand speaker. Serving the country is the highest honor. Even if you have nothing, you are still a Dragon Kingdom cadet. Han Silence rebuked loudly this kid. Is this kind of thing something that can be said in the open? When you win the championship, there will be no shortage of favors. I just so casually say. Then seriously do what? For the country to fight for glory, of course, is not to ask for return. But there is a return is certainly the best. I heard that in the past the final resources allocated are all the world's families take the lead. When can we take care of our grassroots? Mo-Fan said with a smile. The tone of his voice, however, was slightly yin and yang, obviously a bit upset with certain children of the lineage in the team who were mixing up the credits, and his words were clearly asking for favors, so at least it couldn't be worse than the lineage, right? Ha ha. You are speaking frankly. It's good for young people to have impulse. Don't worry about fighting for your life. I assure you that the country will never treat any of the pillars poorly. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly. A direct meal to make peace. He also saw Mo-Fan's direct character and was interested in participating in the game of power. Having understood his past, He naturally knew what kind of potential MO-fan possessed, this kind of talent he naturally has the intention to recruit. But he can't directly give the promise of substantial benefits in this kind of scene. He can only give him a big speaker's guarantee. Can't say that if you win the championship, directly arrange what position, right? In reality, I have come here mainly to give you verbal incentives, and substantial rewards are not available for the time being, Xiao Zhang said bluntly. Grand Speaker, your verbal encouragement is the greatest reward for us, Zuckerman said at the right time. That's good. In addition to encouragement, there is something I would like to say. No matter which side you represent, you need to know that our country has a complicated terrain, with many demons and powerful evil spirits, ranking in the top 5 in the world, with scarce resources that are not ranked in the top 20. We are defending ourselves against demons that are in the top 5 globally in number and strength. It's not that our mages are immensely powerful, it's that we have a large population, for which we pay with more fresh lives, and I am deeply guilty of making the Dragon Kingdom the country with the highest mage casualty rate. You have done extremely well to reach this point, yet I still have higher expectations for you. I hope that you will achieve a higher ranking and win more resources for us. I hope that when you want to give up, you can think about those people who are struggling at the edge of the demon and demon realm, and ask yourselves whether you have really reached your limits and whether you are still able to make further progress. One more rank, one more share of resources. We will be able to sacrifice tens of thousands of generals less. Please, please, please. Xiao Zhang's tone changed from calm to solemn, from solemn to sincere, and finally from sincere to put down the status of pleading. Chapter 183. 183. Versus Germany. It is enough to see the importance he attaches to the State House competition and the sincerity of his heart. He really thinks about the soldiers on the front line, and at the first signs of the maritime crisis, he proposed a 20,000 kilometer coastline strategy that runs counter to the interests of other politicians. He was forced to resign from his position as the Speaker of the House due to the double catastrophe of the Siren Rebellion and the global temperature drop, but even so he could not stop his determination to think about his countrymen, and even went to the interior of the country to open up a suitable place for living. After Xiao Zhang's words, the blood in the hearts of all the people was ignited, and they knew that each of the next matches was not only for their personal honor, but also for the future of the country, and for the sake of those who were struggling to survive under the ravages of the demons. Due to MO fans' different status from the original, no retard dared to stand out and say some brain-dead remarks at this moment, and after Mu Tingying and Nan Rongni's accident, Zhu Jiming couldn't even wait to hide from MO fan, not to mention offending him. Mu's and Nanrong family of people would like to have a seizure, but they were all suppressed. The State House competition is currently, who dares to mess directly get who. The tournament started soon after, and the first, second and third matches were all exciting. When it comes to the big battle, not many teams will be able to hide or hold back too much. After all, they are all facing powerful countries. A pretty country versus Greece. Greece is known as the ancient country of magic, and there is even the existence of the Parthenon, a sacred and noble organization. The strength of Greece has always been high, and it is one of the few countries that can compete with pretty country in terms of the strength of the cadets. The students from both sides fought for a long time, and even with the replacement of the 3 players, their performance was still outstanding, which amazed the global audience, and even made the majority of the students who were also in their 20s but still hovering between the beginner's level and intermediate level feel ashamed of themselves. In the end, the Greek team advanced to the winner's ladder with a close victory over the pretty country. Subsequently, there was a clash between Britain and France. The difference in strength between the 2 European powers was more obvious, with the British side having an absolute advantage, in which Britain's captain, the second in strength, Giroux, had only used a summoning system from the beginning to the end, bringing great pressure to France. After this tournament, Giroux let more people convinced to know. A lot of British people have declared that Giroux's strongest is definitely not the summoning department. His other 2 departments even in the Armageddon tournament have not been performed, so it can be seen that this person is unfathomable. The UK moved into the winners tier, while France fell to the losers tier. The third was a big showdown between Canada and Egypt, neither of which were particularly strong, with the Egyptian side having their Sea of Corpses tactic of constant depletion, going through the longest period of time, and ultimately, unsurprisingly, taking out Canada. Egypt was, after all, the dark horse in this year's State House competition, constantly refreshing the low-ranked undead by virtue of the Pharaoh's Fountain. In a 5-on-5 situation, no team other than Dragon Kingdom could beat it. Soon it was the turn of the Dragons game. This time their opponent was the mighty Germany. The German national team also attached great importance to intelligence. The Battle of Venice has been going on for so many days. It is surprising to see that they have not exposed much of anything. Against the unknown strong enemy is the most easy to overturn. The Dragon team actually did not form an absolute crush on the other teams, mainly relying on MO Fan, while CEMO Fan's own cultivation is not much more than his peers. but at the same time a pick 3-star trainees can still do. Mo fan. Why don't you watch from the field first and observe more? Feng Li said. Don't. I think my strongest point is the preemptive strike. I'm afraid that something will go wrong if we have a finale. You know we are less people. Mo fan refused, since Nan Rong'an and Mu Tinging had cooled off. The state government team was directly missing 2 official players, so Mu Nugio and Dongfang Lai took the opportunity to make up for it. Except that these 2 people's strength was still a little bit away from the official players, and they were merely ordinary 2 lineage high level only. Since that's the case, then you and Jiang Yu, Mu Ningxue, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and official fish will make the debut, with AI Jiangtu's finale as insurance. Feng Li said. Yes. Lineup selection is complete. This lineup is considered very strong. It is no exaggeration to say that the 3 summoning department directly summoned 5 commander-level demons to participate in the battle, together with 5 high-level mages to form a 10-5. This lineup let the German team have any cards will not be of any help soon. The competition kicked off, and on the German side, all 5 players took the field. The person at the head of the group was the destruction mage named Riddick. His outfit was rather peculiar, with a red bandana wrapped around his head, and he was wearing clothes with purple gold patterns and silver-white checkerboards, and it seemed to be clear what type of mage he was from the way he was dressed. That's the 4th-ranked Ruidi. It's rumored that many of those statehouse trainees couldn't even defend themselves against one of his high-ranked magic. Someone outside the arena had already started talking. It seems to be a Kibuatsu from Kodomo, who was seconded in one move. I saw it too. It was really impressive even though the footage flashed by. I don't know how on earth he did it. The dragons actually didn't start all 3 giants and kept an AI Jiangtu. That's a lot of confidence. Cadets filed in, and until the game officially began, the 2 sides were unaware of each other's lineups, and the only people who could see them were the spectators who were looking down from a high vantage point. The battlefield of the Armageddon would change every day, and today's venue was extremely simple and straightforward, being the battlefield of sand, filled with golden sand, and from time to time, abnormal winds would roll up and permeate this blood-boiling stage. The German team's crowd all had an expression like they were facing an enemy, even if the big 3 didn't come out in full force. The 2 of them, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue, had brought a huge amount of pressure on them. Leave the female of the mine system to me. The others can rely on you guys. The German mine system mage who didn't want to face Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue at all said so. Upon hearing this, a Munich mage's face became much uglier. Not surprisingly, he was there as a frontal control. With his strength he simply couldn't stop the 2, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue, for even a minute. Don't worry, we need to play around Riddick this time. Tweak their mind mages as soon as possible. We need to switch to defense mages. Captain Josen commanded. The 5 people on both sides were separated by about 150 meters, and the diameter of the entire Golden Vale battlefield was even more than 300 meters. Stepping into it was as if they were in the middle of a vast desert, and Venice, which was obviously surrounded by water, was filled with a dry, hot atmosphere. The battlefield simulation is extremely realistic. Both players are standing on top of 2 hills. The hill undulation is not too big. As both sides of the magic began to surge, the sand settled on the mound also slowly fly up. On the German side, the first magical aura to surge was the whistling, biting winds of the mountaintops, which kept circling back and sucking up the sand. The sand grew and grew, gradually converging into a sand cloud above the German team, which was obviously controlled by a certain mage, working in conjunction with the wind power to build a huge protective barrier for the German team. Chapter 184. 5-headed commander. Obviously, the German team did not have the intention to take the initiative to attack. Defensive counterattack was their strategy, and Josen was even alone in front of the original place to release the Reign of Siyu as a cover. The Dragon Nation team side didn't freeze in place either, and Mo Fan simply didn't want to fight any fortress battles with his opponent. Summon! Mo Fan gave an order. The little Yenji immediately ran out from the contract space, and a gate of the subdimension was also open, and the Dark Knight Fierce Eagle flew out violently to kill the opposite side. Jiang Yu immediately responded as the Rock General rose up from the dimensional gate. The summoning star map was released right after, and Fifi disappeared into the shadows in a flash. Mu Ningxue also immediately finished summoning the star map. After so many days of cultivating their feelings, the little ice fox no longer resisted Mu Ningxue, and at this time also directly responded to the battle. 5 head of the commander level of the debut immediately caused a gasp of surprise under the field. Who did not expect the Dragon Country team back to make such a move to? The national government team members of the comment strength is barely able to resist a commander level demon. This time the situation is clearly 10-5. Even if there is no cultivation of ordinary people can see the victory or defeat has been determined. Crap. 5 commander heads. Team Dragon Kingdom is going against the heavens. They actually have so many high quality summoners, and that Mu Ningxue even has a commander class demon as well. It's fortunate that the summoning department isn't her major. Or else if there was one more commander class summoning beast, wouldn't it be a big melee of 6 commander class demons? So many commander levels. This is going to be a big mess. The German team was obviously in a panic when faced with such a powerful summoning lineup from the Dragon Country team. However, Riddick was calm. His hands danced rapidly, and as he recited words under his breath, a bunch of splendid magic constellations rose high in front of him. Die in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a gigantic and incomparable hellfire stone whistling down. Unlike the red flames normally seen, this funeral hellfire stone appeared dark green, and that corona of firelight formed outside the hellfire stone was also completely dark green. It's the second level heavenly flame funeral hellfire. Zhang Yu looked high above and immediately said to the crowd, Mu Ningxue just wanted to make a move. A fire shadow scurried up in surprise, to deal with the flames. Of course, it was left to the little Yin Ji, already close to the Grand Commander. She was not at all afraid of any fire high rank. The elemental body also transformed into a blazing ball of fire blasted into the hellfire stone. Boom! A loud sound came from the air. The collision between the hellfire stone and the little Yenji directly produced a violent explosion. The huge energy impact made the surrounding air tremble, and the sky was filled with sparks and smoke. The players on both sides were shaken by the sudden impact. Not bad for 2 spells that specialized in destruction. Don't mess up. Officer Fish, Fei, and Chicken. Go cut up that destruction mage. Mo Fan's eyes stared, and with the Thunder System star map in his hand, he quickly commanded. Upon hearing this, the Dark Knight Fierce Eagle took the lead and swooped down from a high altitude, its 2 sharp claws drawing out a cold and chilling aura in space. Official Fish and Fei were also not willing to show weakness. Their bodies were like electricity, and they sped towards Ruidi. The number of people is bold. Directly send out 3 assassins to cut C. No matter how powerful Riddick's destruction magic is, he can only mete out a small life, and if he is not careful, he will be sneak attacked by the 3 assassins of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, it should be the Mind Mage that most restrained the Destruction Mage, and this job should be Zhang Xiaoxu's to do, except that the other party's Mind Mage had directly targeted her, not being reasonable at all, and was prepared to exchange it for one, and Zhang Xiaoxu had no choice but to do so. Nimble control. Stand down. Riddick's eyes lit up with silver light, and his powerful Nian Li was released, directly freezing the sudden attacking Dark Knight Fierce Eagle in the air, along with its sharp claw strikes. Then, he chanted again, and the green hellfire seemed to possess life, transforming into a burning fire python that swept towards Officer Fish and Knight Rakshasa. There was only one fire python, but this fire python was really like a huge demonic creature. The whole body was burning with mori green flames, the big mouth was open, and the body was redundantly burning tens of meters. Official Fish and Knight Rakshasa naturally didn't dare to resist. They were assassins, not destruction mages. 1 person and 1 cat split into 2 directions, attacking Ruidi on the left and right. Riddick's face was grave, and he was fully focused on dealing with the attacks from the Official Fish and the Knight Rakshasa. His hands danced rapidly, and the chanting under his breath continued, trying to maneuver the fire python to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The fire python turned nimbly under his command, chasing after the Official Fish. The blazing green flame seemed as if it wanted to consume everything around it. With a flash, the Official Fish ducked behind a sand dune as the fire python whistled past, kicking up a rolling cloud of sand. Knight Rakshasa, on the other hand, with his agile body, quickly weaved through the fire python's defense line to get close to Riddick. Knight Rakshasa's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye arrived in front of Ruidi, dark sharp claws raised as a terrifying incomparable crack of manes swept through. The critical moment, the German team's black mole woman for its exerted a layer of light shield, and the Knight Rakshasa's crack of the claws collided together, emitting the sound of bared teeth. Ruidi finally escaped, but the Official Fish and the Dark Fierce Eagle's attacks also came one after another, which did not want to give him a chance to breathe. Germany's teammates also saw the situation and supported. The rest of the Dragon team did not sit back and wait for death. The frontal battlefield. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, Zhang Yu, Xiao Yanji, Xiao Icefox, Rock General, have pushed forward, squeezing the German team's living space. They had the advantage of having a commander-level summoned beast, and the thing they were most afraid of was pandemonium, so the smaller the terrain, the better they could play. And if things went on like this, I'm afraid that it would only be the German team that would be at a constant disadvantage. No, we must resist the pressure of the frontal battlefield. Quickly summon the sub-dragon. Captain Xiaosun sensed that something was wrong. If this continued, he was afraid that he would have to be blocked to death by a group of commander classes at his doorstep, and directly commanded. He had been staring at Mo Fan from the beginning to the end, and likewise Mo Fan was looking at him. He had no doubt that once he, the main man, made any move, Mo Fan would instantly move to his face to deliver a dragon fist. and thus did not dare to act rashly. The teammate from Munich sniffed and quickly finished summoning the star map of the system, and space began to tremble slightly, as if some sort of monster was about to make its entrance. Roar! Beneath the sand, a mountain of sand inexplicably rose up, accompanied by a roar that shook the eardrums. Yellow sand like a waterfall gurgled and slid down the contours of this demonic beast's backbone, and its large, fierce head was raised, and with another hiss, the sand turned into a dust storm. It was only in the yellow haze that filled the air that people could see that it was a white rock earth subdragon. The white hard skin of granite all over its body made it look like a giant statue that had come to life, but the joints of the movers, the head, and the dragon pupils that blossomed with a ferocious light made it look extremely dangerous, and it took in the hearts of the people. Chapter 185. 185. Fan vs. Josen. The German team member from Munich stepped on an ice lock and then slid to the high ground, landing hard on the shoulder of this white rock earth subdragon. Looking towards the speeding Mu Ningxue with a grave expression, both sides are also majoring in ice system. Also has a commander level summoned beast, but ice system cultivation is worlds apart. From the field towards the field can be very obvious to find Mu Ningxue's ice system field is on the other side of the formation of the opposing side 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 of the opposing side. Roar! The white rock earth subdragon sensed that its surroundings were being invaded by the domain of ice, and immediately opened its mouth towards Mu Ningxue and sprayed violently, the dragon's breath Herculeanly transforming into a terrifying petrifying force that covered it at an accelerated speed. The terrifying earth attribute dragon breath seemed to petrify everything, and wherever it passed, all things were turned into statues. Ow! Little Ice Fox was also not willing to show weakness. A big jump over to Mu Ningxue's body, his body hair upright, a mouthful of ice flame sprayed to the incoming petrochemical dragon breath. Ice flame and petrochemical dragon breath collide with each other. For a moment, the power of ice and stone intertwined together, sending out crackling sounds. The cold power of the ice flame and the earth attribute power of the petrified dragon's breath fought against each other, and it was as if the air around them was going to be frozen and solidified. This is the polar ice fox. Surprisingly, it's the polar ice fox. This polar ice fox can even fight against a subdragon. The old mage under the field also recognized what kind of contracted beast Mu Ningxue possessed. The polar ice fox could not be inferior to the subdragon at all in terms of bloodline, and was expected to become a monarch-level existence after reaching adulthood. With the increase of Mu Ningxue's field, the white rock earth subdragon's spitting gradually fell into the wind. The ice flame strongly pressed over the petrified spitting spread to its body, directly freezing it into a huge ice sculpture. Seeing that the situation was bad, Munich mage wanted to retreat, but Mu Ningxue's ice magic instantly blocked his retreat. Her eyes were ice cold, and the ice constellations were instantly completed as 5 huge ice coffins descended from the sky towards the Munich mage. The Munich mage cast defensive magic in horror, but under Mu Ningxue's powerful attack, the defense instantly shattered, and the ice coffin exploded, directly freezing him into an ice sculpture along with the white rock earth subdragon underneath him. Just as Mu Ningxue threw out an ice blade to make up for it, a sturdy ice lock suddenly struck, deflecting Mu Ningxue's ice blade. It turned out to be the German team's black mole woman who stepped in to help. She quickly pressed her palm on top of the huge ice sculpture, and hot burning light then erupted, causing the entire ice sculpture to quickly melt, freeing the white rock earth subdragon and the Munich mage from the ice seal. Little Eng reacted agilely. Her mouth immediately ejected raging flames, pouncing straight at the black mole woman, while Jiang Yu was also not willing to show weakness, commanding the rock general to swing his giant arm, throwing crushed stones like rain to smash the enemy. Jiang Yu's thunderbolt also fell towards the black mole woman under heavy siege. The black mole woman could only turn on various magic tools and dodge in a sorry state. Little Eng was not relentless, chasing after the black mole woman, fireball after fireball, with no intention of stopping at all. The rest of the players on the field had their own opponents, leaving only Mo Fan and Zhao Sen with their eyes locked together, and a direct battle between the two captains was also highly anticipated by the people under the field. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth rose, revealing a confident smile. The thunder element flickered and jumped around him, and the ever-present ponderous thunder claws were swimming in the air, ready to fall at any time. The IT is this sharp deterrent pale thunder claw, so that Josen did not dare to act rashly to support his teammates. At this time the pale thunder claw, no matter which team member get to, basically is eliminated. Even if there is a magic tool to resist, is also a big disability. Zhao Sen's gaze was grave. He didn't dare to be careless and took the lead in launching his attack. The ground under his feet instantly rumbled, transforming into a huge stone pillar that rushed towards Mofan. Mo Fan was not panicked. His body flashed, easily avoiding the impact of the stone pillar. Then he dropped the Tsan Lei claw from the air. The Tsan Lei claw swung violently, bringing up a crackling sound of electric current, and grabbed fiercely in the direction where Josen was. Xiaosen gritted his teeth. His earth magic was cast at full strength, and the rock demon's pupil, which was also a high-ranking second level, was empowered by the Soul Seed, and he built up a monolithic grip disliking the pale Thunder Claw. Boom! The crowning Thunder Claw collided violently with the grip of the boulder, and the powerful energy impact spread in all directions, raising dust in the sky. Xiao Sen's body rolled over, and his entire body was directly blown out by the thunderstorm impact, only to quickly transform into a shadow in the air to avoid the subsequent damage and kill towards Mofan. Ordinary Soul Seeds and the second-level Rock Demon's pupil ultimately failed to resist this amazingly powerful Pale Thunder Claw. Except that for Joseon the subsequent bit of damage was harmless. That is, Xiao Sen held the Shadow Dagger. In a moment it was like a ghost close to Mofan. A flash of dark aura. The dagger in his hand quickly cut towards Mofan's neck collar. The move could not be described as not ruthless. Mofan saw that Xiao Sen was majoring in the shadow department and had some sort of dark substance enchantment. So he immediately saw the hunt and immediately wanted to try to see whose shadow department was stronger with him. Only when the shadowy dagger was about to slice through Mofan's throat, a shadowy black armor emerged, directly wrapping Mofan's entire body. Dark Sword Soul. Possession. Clank. The shadow dagger slashed at the dark full body armor with an ear-piercing metallic sound, splashing a string of dark sparks. Joseon only felt his arm being numbed by a powerful force of recoil, and the dagger in his hand nearly fell out of his hand. Mofan laughed coldly. A big dark sword appeared behind his back. His right hand held it backwards and chopped it out. The dark sword wave swept out like a sea wave. Xiao Sen's whole body flew out backwards under this impact. His body was cut by countless dark sword chi, what can only be described as a perfect restraint. Joseon's dark matter clearly favors the assassin class of matter, and is of a quality equivalent to the soul species at best, while Mofan's dark matter was a warrior class, with a quality of existence above the soul species. The Dark Sword Soul even required a commander-level soul to feed it. Even if Mofan's shadow lineage was only a high-level one, he could still crush Xiao Sen's high-level 2 cultivation on all fronts. This is the Dark Sword Soul. This Mofan is really lucky to actually obtain the recognition of such an existence. I also don't know what kind of dog luck I stepped on. Not good. Joseon is being crushed on all fronts. Several old mages under the field were shocked by Mofan's dark matter. Just a Dark Sword Soul possession, its strength was equivalent to a commander-level dark creature. Not to mention adding other magic. Joseon's dark matter is called Night Stinger, and this dark matter grants it a powerful shadow evasion ability, making its shadow evasion incredibly sensitive, as well as having high stealth attributes, and drastic dark erosion abilities. Originally, he had deluded himself into thinking that he could use his highly sensitive maneuverability to swim against Mofan, and with his high darkness erosion attribute, he could use his own strengths to attack his weaknesses. Even if Mofan's black armor was no matter how hard it was, there would always be a time when he could cut through it. Chapter 186 to 186. Dragon's Win. Only he never expected that Mofan's level 5 Shadow Escape would directly become a level 6 Shadow Escape with the enhancement of the Dark Lord's Cloak, and his speed was not slower than him at all. When Morven dragged his Darkness Greatsword after him and slashed him, Joseon directly broke his defense. Deceiving. Xiao Sen shook off Mofan and directly used the light system without speaking of martial arts. A lightfall roaming directly blasted at Mofan. Mofan chopped out countless dark sword waves and shot them into the sky. The light magic and the dark sword waves collided fiercely in mid-air, blossoming into a brilliant and dangerous light. The powerful energy impact caused the surrounding air to become scorching hot. Xiao Sen was panting heavily. His eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. His proud shadow system magic was actually useless against Mofan, and he even needed to use the light system to counteract it. Mofan, on the other hand, had a calm face as he raised his Darkness Greatsword once again and prepared to continue his attack. Germany. Riddick. Out. Just then, the referee's voice suddenly came. Xiao Sen twisted his head to look, only to see Ruedi. This destruction mage simply can't hold back the 3 assassins of the crazy attack. Even if there is a spatial system of Nian control as well as defensive magic tools to protect themselves, but also can't be spared from the 3 head of high attack assassins of high frequency surprise attack. In the darkness of the night, Ferocious Eagle from the top of the head to break the Nian guard was directly a continuous move, not to speak of the Wudu lean to the death. This Riddick also really have 2 times. Was 3-to-1 situation? Froze the official fish as well as the Night Rakshasa are injured. A person and a cat body more or less some burns and electric wounds, but does not affect the fight, is it? And even their assassin trio can go ahead to round up the new on the field of the German players. Xiao Sen's heart sank. Ruedi's elimination made him realize that the momentum had gone. The team's main C simply could not function in time before being seconded. No surprise that the next new players on the field were the next to be seconded by the assassin trio in 1 round, but at this moment, he no longer had time to care too much because Mofan's dark great sword was once again slashing towards him. He steeled himself and cast earth magic again, a thick earth wall rising under his feet in an attempt to ward off Mofan's attack. However, the Darkness Greatsword was like a breakthrough, instantly shattering the earth wall. Mofan pursued the attack, and the dark sword waves surged towards Joseon like a tidal wave. Xiaosun dodged in a sorry state. The magical light on his body flickered and flickered, obviously having consumed a great deal on the battlefield. The battles of the other team members had also entered a stalemate. The German team's Black Mole Woman was gradually losing her stamina under the siege of Little Yinji and Jiangyu. The Munich Mage was also completely crushed by Mu Ningxue, and the players of the Dragon Country team continued to suppress the German team with the huge advantage of their commander-class summoned beasts. And the field belonged to a lopsided situation originally. Germany was planning to keep Riddick's output, and Captain Joseon roamed the entire field with his great strength as well as mobility to create output opportunities for Riddick, only never expected the dragons to put up a monster lineup and directly divide all of them to run them down. A 10-to-5 tactic was still too much of a lark. After Ruad, the first to fall is the Munich Mage. Against Mu Ningxue's he was directly all-around hanged. The strength of the body of the two tied together cannot beat Mu Ningxue. The contracted beasts are the strength of the same, only by the ice restraint, with Mu Ningxue successfully finishing off her opponent. Mo Fan no longer hesitated. The match had come to this point. It didn't matter if he was exposed a bit more, his figure suddenly appeared and disappeared. And in an instant he was already standing in front of Joseon. And the dark sword chopped down vertically with irresistible force. And Joseon could only barely block it. And then he was in a panic to avoid it, before waiting for a breather. Mo Fan, like a shadow, once again appeared on its side. A sweeping force. Joseon was shocked and could not avoid. Forced to use the last line of defense, armored magic tool. Even so, still wrapped in the sword, the whole person was shaken and flew out. Silver light flickered continuously in space as Mo Fan's figure agilely wandered around Joseon, each flash accompanied by a heavy blow from the darkness greatsword. After suffering 5 consecutive dark chopping strikes from Mo Fan, Joseon's armor finally broke apart. His heart was filled with doubt, not understanding how Mo Fan had become so agile. Even if it was instantaneous movement, there should still exist an interval between uses. This was precisely the instantaneous movement advancement spell that Mo Fan had mastered, Shuttle Jump, which greatly enhanced his mobility in melee combat, coupled with the stealth and resourcefulness of the shadow system magic, allowing him to transform into a fearsome god of death on the battlefield. For a brittle opponent of the same level, those who could last 10 rounds under him were almost rare. Joseon fell to the ground, panting heavily as Mo Fan held the darkness greatsword, the tip of the sword resting firmly in front of his throat as he gazed down at him from above. In this situation, it was already considered elimination. As you know, dark corrosion is a kind of wound that is extremely difficult to heal, so this kind of magic is usually forbidden to be used to injure people in the tournament, and a sword stroke means elimination. I lost. Joseon's face was bitter and full of resignation. There's no shame in losing to me, Mo Fan said arrogantly as the corner of his mouth rose. At this time, the remaining members of the German team were all in shock, and their fighting spirit gradually collapsed and disintegrated under the powerful offense of the Dragon national team. The Black Mole Girl was attacked by Little Yinji's flames and Jianyu's magic and was wounded all over her body, and eventually, due to the exhaustion of her stamina, she was paralyzed on the ground. The other German players also lost their power of resistance under the siege of the Dragon Country players. Seeing this situation, the mentor of the German team also knew that the situation was over, and no longer sent substitutes onto the field. The referee stepped onto the field and loudly announced, "Team Dragon wins." The whole place burst into loud and extreme cheers, and the audience stood up excitedly, clapping, cheering, screaming, and the voices converged into a raging sea. Long live the Dragons! Team Dragon Nation! Bull! The Dragons! Invincible! Number one! Number one! The chants were loud and the whole arena was in a state of triumph. Crush! Completely crushed! If I were to say which team I'm most optimistic about winning the championship this year, it would have to be the Dragons. Even the mighty Germany was crushed by them, and that's without one of the big three, AI Jiangtu, making an appearance. Indeed, I don't think Team UK's Jaluo can carry Mo Fan's combo. I don't think Mo Fan can even be measured by the standards of a high-ranked mage. It's simply ridiculously strong. How the hell did this guy cultivate? The acclamations from the arena were endless, and in the broadcasting room of the Dragon Kingdom, amidst the commentary that Han Silence participated in, a heavy news instantly detonated across the country. The victory over Germany was like an infectious frenzy that swept from the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom all the way to the South China Sea, and Han Silence's public remarks had even set off a shocking wave that shook the nation. Chapter 187. Fame and prestige given the young age of this person who made a great contribution to the Gudu disaster. We in the Clock Tower Magic Association have never announced it to the public, but a favor is a favor after all, and even after the passage of years, even if the ancient capital really fell in that peril, we, the people of the ancient capital, will never forget it. Everyone, please look at this young man who just defeated a strong German team with his own strength. It was he who allowed the ancient capital to survive. It was he who bravely jumped into the breaking abyss together with his best friend, bringing life to the millions of people in the ancient capital. Han Silence's voice contained unprecedented solemnity and emotion. If the news of the victory was like a surging wild wave, then the disclosure of the good of benefactor was more like a huge wave that covered the sky, impacting the hearts of countless people with a mountainous momentum. It wasn't a transcendent mage who allowed Gudu to survive. It turned out to be just a cadet, a young officer, and the two of them came from an earlier disaster in Bo. As students of a magical high school that had survived the Holocaust at the time, it had to be said that Han Silence chose an excellent time to directly push Mofan's fame to an unrivaled pinnacle, and Mofan's name instantly spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, becoming a household name and a heroic figure. Countless young people idolized him and were motivated to become great magicians like him. At the same time, the magic community also cast more attention on Mofan. Xiao Zheng even personally threw an olive branch at him, thinking that Mofan and he were on the same path and belonged to the devotion type. Under Qin Xian's tough attitude, Mofan had no choice but to put down his mindset of groping for fish and accept Xiao Zheng's olive branch. And from then on, he entered the middle of the game of power. Just wait for the competition to end. Mofan can directly take up the important position, without the reality of those cumbersome process. The gold-plated procedures can be completed during this period. With Xiao Zheng's right is enough to ignore most of the rules to promote Mofan. The magic world ultimately relies on cultivation to speak. The rules are rather secondary. Unlike the real system with its cumbersome rules and regulations, here, being an official can be stupid, dumb, incapable, and unable to do things, but definitely not without cultivation. And ordinary people have no connection with being an official directly. After all, how do you get into the Wizarding Guild without magic? After the first round, a total of 4 countries made it to the winner's bracket, namely Greece, England, Dragon Nation, and Egypt. The loser's bracket was Pretty Country, Canada, Germany, and France. The ordering of the winner's bracket is not listed. The only thing that will be announced on an ad hoc basis is on the day of the tournament. The rest time was only 2 days in total, and the Long Guiguafu players all stayed in good shape, with the exception of Officer Fish who didn't suffer any injuries, but he shouldn't be allowed to play in the next match either. On the third day, the second semi-decisive battle finally began, with the 4 teams in the winner's bracket playing each other and the 4 teams in the loser's bracket playing each other before being judged on the winners and losers. Expectations were high after the Dragons' first-round performance, and in the second semi-final, the Dragons drew a straight draw against the equally prestigious British team. The strength of the British team is extremely strong, especially the second-ranked Jaluo. Countless people gave the evaluation is unfathomable, and so far have not seen Jaluo show all the strength. On top of that, the rest of the British team was strong. Second place 0 notwithstanding, they dominated 2 of the top 10 spots. 7th place was theirs from the UK and 9th place was also theirs from the UK. As a result, the game in which the 2 powerful teams clashed together immediately attracted the attention of the world, and people were looking forward to the summit showdown, speculating on the eventual winners and losers, with gamblers pouring all their wealth into their favored teams before the match had even started. Discussions about the match on the internet were already in full swing, with some even calling it an early final. There were professional magic analysts dissecting in detail the strengths and possible tactics of the players on both sides, and there were also enthusiastic fans cheering for their respective supported teams outside the arena. Tickets are being hyped to sky-high prices and are still hard to come by. The Dragon Kingdom side is of course fearless, regardless of whether you are strong or not. Say what you have to touch. Real weapons to do a fight. The British side was equally confident, with neither side backing down or reserving their strength. For this one, we must go all out. As long as we can cross over the biggest obstacle that is England, all the other teams will not be enough to worry about, Feng Li said with a serious expression. Mentor, let me go on. Zhu Jiming hastily volunteered. In front of so many games he did not have the opportunity to go on the field performance, mainly because the team is too much fierce. Simply do not need to replace the players. Normal a game can go on 8 people. The result is only 5. And he is so vegetable. Feng Li is not at all optimistic about him. When if a game is not played to take the title, it will not be gossiped about. You rest. The 3 main players all start this game, as well as Nanju and Zhao Manyan. The 2 of you should go together as well, Feng Li said. Yes. The match began quickly, and both players were placed in an extremely spacious rocky dueling arena, with no cover around them, and a 500-meter field that provided plenty of room for the 2 favorites to go at it. The starting lineup on the British side unreservedly pressed all of their main forces, with Captain Jaluo, Vice Captain Weston, Grand Duke Irene, Light Mage Eber, and Defense Mage Shad, all looking grave and standing by. The match begins, with the referee's loud announcement. The personnel of both sides rushed towards each other like wild horses without any strategic detours, only simple and rough frontal exchanges. Mo Fan rushed ahead, his gaze and Jaluo's turquoise eyes straight at each other. Both sides have a heart-to-heart, both eager to trample each other hard underfoot so as to reach the top. The back of Jaluo instantly opened 4 white wind feathers, and his speed was as fast as lightning as he attacked and killed towards Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan was not willing to show weakness, and also opened his wing magic tool, rising up into the air and rushing towards Jaluo. Lord Eagle, Chicken. The two of them opened the sublime summoning at the same time, and the two eagle-like commanders, one black and one white, whistled and sped out, instantly launching a fierce entanglement in mid-air. Fiery Fist, Inferno Dragon. Mo-Fan also collided with Jaluo, did not directly open a big move as soon as he came, but level 5 Fiery Fist started to try something. The Cave of Chaos. Jaluo was very smart and knew how to utilize his advantages. He was not a destruction mage. Summoning, wind, and chaos, these 3 systems doomed him to struggle to make powerful destruction magic. Therefore, after getting close to Mo-Fan, he directly used the Chaos Point to devour Mo-Fan's Fiery Fist Inferno Dragon. And then he piled in towards the Dragon Kingdom team. The more chaotic it was for him, the better it was, and the Chaos Point would double all of the destructive magic back to the other side. Chapter 188. 188. Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow. Mo-Fan himself was also a Chaos System mage, so naturally he immediately sensed the other party's thoughts, so he quickly made his own decision and similarly piled into the chaos towards the other party's team. Who wouldn't? Without the Dragon Kingdom team, we still have AI John 2. His space department will teach Zero how to behave. Quick! Stop him! Aaron saw Mo-Fan charging towards the side and immediately told Weston to stop him. Except that Weston didn't have much of a bottom. He was the 7th ranked destruction mage, but he was nothing compared to Mo-Fan, the number 1, and the higher up the rankings, the gap between each one was quite large. Tyrant's Domain, Deadly Thunderstorm. Mo-Fan didn't care about it. He directly opened the field to cover the other 4 people. At the same time, the Thunder System constellation was quickly completed. 2 beams of dead lightning flew towards the British cadet named Weston. All of a sudden the terrifying lightning exploded at the person's position. The arc of electricity rose up to the sky, and the blazing light swept chaotically in a few hundred meters in a radius. The 4 members of the British team were instantly enveloped by this raging power of lightning. Shad clenched his teeth and tried his best to cast defensive magic. However, in front of Mo-Fan's powerful lightning power, his defense seemed so fragile. Aqua Canopy. Seeing the situation, Aaron quickly cast water high-level magic to try and mitigate the damage for the crowd, but Mo-Fan's attacks did not stop. At his call, the desolate thunder seal on the 4 members of the British team was directly triggered, and the pale black falling thunder fell swiftly and incomparably. Rumble. Lightning interlaced and sparks flew everywhere. Weston, who was about to complete his high-level destruction magic, was directly interrupted, and all 4 members of the British team were struggling to support themselves from the intense lightning strikes. Mo-Fan's output, however, had no intention of stopping at all. His hands danced, and the red flames rose into the air, forming a rain of blazing fire that covered all 4 members of the British team, and the intertwining of lightning and flames constituted a double fire net that left the opponents with nowhere to escape. Having no choice but to do so, the British team members were forced out of their life-preserving cards, and various shield magic tools came out before they could barely block Mo-Fan's wave of violent output. Until then Weston had the opportunity to counterattack, didn't dare to use the thunder fire that Mo-Fan was good at. It was just scratching an itch for him. Instead, he directly made a high-level curse system, and the foggy ghostly shadow quickly attacked towards Mo-Fan. Ghost Shing's damage is directly targeting the soul. That is, even Mo-Fan did not dare to resist, only to see his eyes condensed. Space silver aura through the eyes. Powerful Nimbus directly killed the foggy ghost shadow, shooting it into pieces. Spatial thoughts contained the power of will, and at this time, Mo-Fan's spiritual realm had also reached the 4th realm, and with the output of a large amount of magical energy, spatial thoughts were also the power of high-level magic, and was one of the few means by which Mo-Fan could inflict an attack on this kind of spiritual body. Although his fire system could use the soul seed attunement effect to produce a purifying effect on such a supremely evil thing as Ghost Shing, it was rather like hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun, and it was too much of a waste of magical energy to slowly grind it to death. The 4 members of the British team barely managed to stand their ground against a small set of Mo-Fan's moves. On the other hand, Jaluo's side had suffered a bit of a loss. Originally he had expected to use his cultivation and chaos to strongly suppress Mo-Fan's teammates. As a result, after 1 round, the crowd perceived that his means were limited. His wind subordinate domain and chaos cavern were indeed suitable for a big melee, and the 2 commander-level summoned beasts were also very strong. However, his own means of offense were inferior. As a result, he was only able to briefly stall the 4 members of Team Dragon, unable to cause an elimination in a short period of time, much less keep forming a suppression on the crowd. And after taking a chaos counterstrike from him, the 4 members of Team Dragon learned the hard way, directly letting AI Jiangtu and Nanju deal with him. Zhao Manyan and Mu Ningxue directly bypassed him to support Mo Fan. Nanju's sound system was constantly disrupting him, and AI Jiang-Tu's space system was constantly getting close enough to pose a frontal threat to him. The pressure on Jirua immediately increased. He had to deal with AI Jiang-Tu's overpowering spatial Nianli attack on one side, and also had to withstand the disruption brought about by Nanju's sound magic on the other, and appeared to be a bit frazzled. Damn it, don't think you can trap me like that, Earth Evil Worm, Jialuo roared, directly using contract summoning to summon the Earth Evil Worm to burst out at Nanju, sharing the pressure for him. Mu Ningxue, who was about to leave, saw this scene and similarly used contract summoning to summon the Little Ice Fox out of the contract space. Little Ice Fox's agile stance flashed, instantly needing the raging Earth Evil Worm. The two instantly entangled together, the power of ice and earth colliding with each other, stirring up bursts of energy fluctuations. Nanju took the opportunity to intensify the output of his sound magic. Sharp sound waves pounding towards Jialuo continuously. Jialuo only felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his movements became sluggish. AI Jiangtu saw the right moment and instantly moved in front of Jialuo. Silver constellations intertwined around AI Jiangtu's circumference, space accompanied by a slight trembling, and as the entire splendid space system constellation was completed, a flashy hollow with a deep silver color appeared. AI Jiangtu began casting the space fighting arena with his own intention, and a silver-colored straight light could be seen being rapidly extended along the horizontal line with the earth, followed by being openly perpendicular to the ground. The three silver threads unfolded like this at the same time, and soon formed a silver cube that completely framed AI Jiangtu and Jialuo, who had come back to his senses, looked at this scene and his face stiffened as he realized that he had been completely restricted by AI Jiangtu's spatial fighting arena, and the silver cubes around him were like solid prison cages, cutting off his connection with the outside world and isolating him from the possibility of supporting his teammates. There was no way to have a big messy fight. His all-in-one skill was 10-1. Even if he could eventually defeat AI Jiangtu, his own teammates could not possibly carry the rounds of bombardment from Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan side, the British team of 4 saw Jialuo trapped, immediately panicked. The opening less than 2 minutes, the main force directly forced to break the line, which also play a chicken hair. Don't panic, we haven't lost yet. We have to believe in Jialuo. They're just cocooning themselves by doing this. As long as we hold out until Jialuo defeats AI Jiangtu, by then the opposite side of the Dragon Nation team will have lost one of their main players, and we'll have a better hope, Aaron said encouragingly. That. A bear burst into a bitter laugh. Are we going to make it? Looking at Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyan who rushed to Mo Fan's side, and Nanju who was on his way, Weston and Shade's faces darkened. However, Eileen was maintaining a confident smile. A water shark Imperial Shadow slowly emerged behind her, and as expected, Eileen's true bottom card, the Shark Imperial Spirit Shadow, directly opened. This was a defensive magic weapon that was coveted by super-ranked mages, and during the existence of the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow, high-ranked destructive magic wouldn't even think of hurting a single hair on their head. Seeing this, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Think you can block us like this? Too naive. This thing looks quite bluffing, but we're not vegetarians either. Chapter 189. Thunder and Fire Realm. Mu Ningxue took the lead in launching her attack, and the ice-sealed beer fell from the sky towards the 4 members of the British team who were wrapped in the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, the frozen beer and the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow collided together, stirring up a sheet of ice shards. But the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow did not move a muscle. Mu Ningxue didn't stop there, as the ice coffins slammed down one after another. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of impact was deafening, and ice shards flew all over the sky. However, the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow remained as solid as ever, emitting a mysterious light and firmly guarding the 4 members of the British team within it. This is the Shark Emperor's Spirit Shadow, a super powerful magic weapon of the British royal family, a magic weapon used to defend against super-ranked magic. I didn't expect them to put it into this tournament. What a masterstroke. Nanju suddenly recognized it. Crap, isn't that cheating? It's still possible to use this kind of thing? Zhao Manyan couldn't help but curse. Mo Fan's eyes went cold. Whatever magic weapon it is, we must break it today as well. Mu Ningxue frowned slightly. It seems that ordinary high-level magic is ineffective against it. We'll have to think of something else. Right at this moment, the destruction magic on the British team's side had already been completed, and the Lightfall Manzanar and Heavenly Flame Funeral were like a raging torrent, pouring down towards the several members of the Dragon Country team. The blazing flames intertwined with the radiant light, forming a palpitating curtain of death, as if it was going to completely engulf the members of the Dragon Country team. Look at me, the watery canopy of heaven, totem seal. Just see Zhao Manyan's hands quickly make a seal. A blue water curtain instantly rises up. The Dragon Country team, a few people protected under the body. All kinds of increased magic weapon used together. The water curtain on the different color increased layer after layer. Different colors of blessing gorgeous light formed a colorful color. That special wooden fish utensil seal more so that all of these increases are once again get reinforced. The raging power of the Lightfall Manzanar and the Heavenly Flame Funeral crashed on top of this dual defense, emitting a deafening roar. Flames and light splashed everywhere, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding air to become scorching and distorted. However, this seemingly invulnerable destructive magic in front of this Zhao Minyan's tortoise shell could only cause the water curtain to show the slightest crack, and the two high-level magic was blocked by one of the others. Only the British team of people, but not at all anxious. Defense again can still be stronger than the Shark Emperor Spirit Shadow Knot. They just need to hide inside the non-stop output on the end. Just like ordinary people fighting the war to occupy a favorable advantage of the defense of the city in general. I'd like to see how many spells you can block, Weston said with a sneer. Then cast another spell. Mo Fan's gaze condensed and he said, Old Zhao, hold on. I'll figure out how to counterattack. Zhao Manyan gritted his teeth and returned. Don't worry, with me here, they won't be able to break through easily. At this moment, Mu Ningxue's hands danced as the power of the ice domain converged around her, and she was ready to find a moment to deal a fatal blow to the British team. Nanju, on the other hand, kept playing the strings of the void, the sound magic transforming into an invisible note that tried to interfere with the British team's spellcasting. And AI Juntu's battle with Jaluo inside the spacefighting arena had entered a critical moment. Jaluo's strength was still above AI Juntu's after all, and he was probably the only cadet in this year's tournament whose cultivation had reached the third level of the high rank. Although AI Juntu's two major departments had some restraints on Jaluo, Jaluo's high-ranking third-level wind department with the Great Soul Seed was still too strong, able to resist and fight. AI Juntu directly fell into the wind. Once Jaluo found the opportunity to complete the summoning department's high-ranking magic, AI Juntu could be declared GG. Mo Fan also found that the situation is not too favorable for the Dragon team. After all, their main force all started. The next change, in addition to Chening, does not have any trainee's strength can reach the first line. On the contrary, the British side was the kind where the average strength was all very strong, and like Aaron was only in the middle stream of the team. She wasn't much different from the rest of the team if she didn't have a whole lot of equipment. These three replacement places are undoubtedly not very cost-effective for the Dragons. Whether it is Zhang Yu or Official Fish, Zhu Jiming, the strength is relatively average. To put it bluntly, is a drag. As for the Mu Nujio and Dongfan Lai is even worse. Not as good as some of the strong country's pavilion guard players. Mo Fan knew that he couldn't give Jaluo a chance to escape, so he decided to take the most direct means, crushing that Shark Emperor Spirit Shadow. Little Yenji, possessed. With Mo Fan's call, Little Yenji's agile and blazing figure instantly leapt out of the contract space and merged with Mo Fan. Instantly, Mo Fan's entire body was wrapped in blazing flames. The intense power of the flames rushed straight up into the clouds. His eyes flickered with crimson light, just like a demon god descending to earth. I'll show you the real flames. The Sun Flame Domain. Robber Flame Field. Open. Mo Fan shouted angrily. Two powerful flame fields spread out instantly. The blazing heat almost set the air on fire. The surrounding rocks were instantly roasted red. Some even began to melt. The members of the British team's faces changed drastically, feeling the suffocating pressure. This is terrible. A bear said in horror. Aaron clenched her teeth and shouted, Don't mess up. Attack together. There's no way he can crack the Shark Emperor Spirit Shadow. However, their attack was nothing more than a reciprocal exchange of magic power under the protection of Zhao Manyan, the old turtle, and could not pose a threat to Mo Fan at all. Mo Fan wasn't satisfied with just two flame fields. He gave the dominance of the flames completely to Little Yenji, letting her manipulate these flame fields while he freed up his spiritual energy. Tyrant's Domain. Countless threads of lightning surged, arcs of electricity like giant scaly pythons, each one tens of meters long, constituting a field of thunder tyrants that enveloped the entire field, oppressing people and making them gasp for air. The realms of thunder and fire opened at the same time as Mo Fan prepared to go all out. Dual domains. This guy is actually able to stack two domains on top of each other. In the viewing gallery, Panglai exhaled and shock domains are usually displayed independently, as different elements are essentially separate, and forcibly fusing the domains of different elements results in either both dissipating or triggering an uncontrollable elemental storm. Therefore, even if a magician has multiple soul types and masters the power of multiple domains, he cannot cast two domains at the same time. However, at this moment, Mo Fan went against the norm and unleashed both domains at the same time. Thunder and fire clashed fiercely, and the battlefield was filled with a palpitating aura of destruction. The domain of fire is controlled by the fire being Little Yenji, instead of Mo Fan himself. Mo Fan himself controls the domain of thunder and lightning, so that the two domains can theoretically exist at the same time if they can achieve some sort of balance. This bold idea of Mo Fan's is truly thrilling. Two of the fiercest elements converged frantically in the same small space, with unpredictable consequences. Let you always remember this shocking thunder and fire. Left hand. Lightning leaping. Fan lightly hook fingertips. Immediately manifested a lightning claw attached to the arm. Its shape is horrible. Powerful enough to tear everything. Right hand. Flames raging. Clenched into a fist the moment. The flames intensified. The teeth of the flame dance. The momentum of wild and unrestrained. As if about to explode. Chapter 190. Victory over the British team bearing the brunt of the tyrant's thunder. Only to see a huge black claws from the sky dome down. 5 fingers spread. Each finger claws are tens of hundreds of meters of lightning twisted together. Like a giant hand of the heavenly devil. Will be this small earth tightly strangled? Human beings appear small under it. The claws of thunder and lightning first covered a wide area. And then slowly gathered. As if a giant claw is gradually gripped tightly. And its pressure forced the entire British team to retreat to the core of the Shark Emperor's spiritual shadow. Even if there is a spiritual shadow shelter. In the face of this shocking thunder claw, the heart is difficult to hide the fear. Just as the thunder claws were raging, a red-hot light suddenly blossomed above the British team's head. When Irene and the others looked up, they saw a vast red sun amidst the lightning and thunder, made of dark brown and red flames, as if the flames of doom had descended. Everyone's jaws dropped and their minds went blank. The huge size of this bright sun, as if it was going to include the entire 500-meter field under its light. And there was no lack of people among the spectators who panicked and wanted to run away from this shocking scene. The thunder and lightning claw was like capturing a falling star, and the crimson flare sun field that poured down from the sky collided fiercely, and the intersection of the two in midair condensed a force that was enough to shake heaven and earth. Boom! Deafening roars exploded as thunder and fire intertwined into a brilliant and terrifying blow. Intense energy fluctuations swept out like a storm, and the entire arena trembled. The members of the British team were shaken to the ground under the impact of this force. The Shark Emperor's spirit shadow let out a wail of being overwhelmed, and its light quickly dimmed, followed by directly bursting apart and dissipating into countless fragments in the air. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, as the British team lost their last protective barrier and were exposed to Fan's raging lightning flames. Hold on and surrender all defenses. We can't fall here, Aaron hissed. Yet even though everyone had surrendered their life-preserving cards, Fan's move was still too terrifying, and all of them were inevitably shattered instantly. Several people's last defense in this absolute scorching power into nothing. The rock evaporated. The field collapsed. The flame shockwave with shattered open lightning wire ruthlessly hit every boundary. The grounds were silent, with only thunder and fire still making scorching sounds. I don't know how long it took before people suddenly realized that half of this entire rocky ground dueling arena had sunk, and those 4 people from the British team had collapsed in it, completely fainting in it. Uijaluo, who had just gotten rid of Ai Jiangtu's entanglement, came out and looked at this scene with a stupefied expression, and all the tenacity and resistance within his heart directly collapsed with this destructive thunderflame. We lost, Jaluo muttered, his eyes full of despair and disbelief. At this moment, the players of Team Dragon Nation cheered and the audience was in a frenzy. Fan stood proudly in the center of the arena, surrounded by thunder and fire, just like a god of war descending into the world. It's over, Fan whispered. The referees on the sidelines didn't freeze. They went in to rescue at the first opportunity. The killing power of this move was too horrible. These 4 men of the British team were likely to have been seriously injured, and they didn't dare to slow down at all. Bull! I'm fucking convinced. Zhao Manyan looked at the greatly powerful Fan with envy on his face, thinking in his heart when he would be able to put on such a big pussy. The ensuing battle was no longer suspenseful, and when the crowd surrounded Zero, he struggled symbolically for a moment before being knocked down by the crowd. With 2 spatial faculties in close quarters, and a sound faculty that kept interfering in taking headshots, the British State House mentor didn't hold out any hope either, and didn't send up a single substitute, clearly intending to save his strength to prepare for the losers bracket. Team Dragon Nation win. The referee announced loudly that the dust had settled and the Dragons advanced into the second winning group with their heads held high. The whole team was overjoyed. After all, the toughest team, England, had already been defeated by them. Whether it is Greece or Egypt that advances to the second winners bracket, they are confident that they will defeat them and become the only 3 winners bracket, locking up a spot in the finals straight away. As a result, the match between Greece and Egypt became the center of attention. The Egyptian team, which was widely regarded as having trouble resisting the Greek attack, unexpectedly showed a unique strategy to overcome Greece, and once again dramatically brought the game into the Undead's heyday in their favor. Egypt shocked the world with a performance that was nothing short of a dark horse. With their impeccable teamwork and vast sea of undead tactics, they pushed superpower Greece to the brink of extinction, and the global audience was abuzz with excitement, calling for the revival of Egypt. The undead tactics show their power. The Egyptian national team perfectly embodied its national heritage, with up to 70% of the team composed of mages specializing in necromancy, eschewing other schools of magic. Initially, the team's tactical victory was seen as a fluke, and it was thought that Canada should not have lost to Egypt, but in the second round of the tournament, even Greece fell to this tactic, which was eye-opening. The final result was once again shocking. Egypt won thanks to the tactics of the undead, routing the perennial favorite Greece. Egypt and Dragon Nation are in the double winners bracket together, and will decide a straight 3-win team in the third round, with the all-win team skipping the fourth round and battling it out with the other 7 screen teams for the crown at the final showdown in the fifth round. The power of this undead tactic is beyond imagination. Fonley's face was grave as he calculated a strategy in his mind to deal with this almost rogue tactic. I think that from the very beginning, they never expected their individual strength to stand out. This set of undead tactics is precisely tailor-made for group battles, especially in the final battle of Armageddon, allowing 8 players to be on the battlefield at the same time, which is just enough to encompass all of their undead mages. Panglai analyzed in depth. Individually, the Egyptian team is really mediocre, but when they gather together, they become the most headache on the battlefield. As much as many of the powers didn't want to admit it, Egypt had climbed so high that their victory was no longer seen as a mere fluke. The major powers began to study Egypt's undead tactics so as not to be caught off guard in future encounters. After all, even such a strong rival as Greece had already fallen. Greece's overall strength was by no means weaker than Britain's, not to mention that in the first round of the tournament, Greece had eliminated the United States, a team whose strength was also not to be underestimated. After 2 more days, the curtain slowly rose on the third round of the big showdown, and the intensity and suspense of the tournament left viewers around the globe waiting with bated breath. In the second round of the tournament, unsurprisingly, Pretty Nation was able to pull off a comeback in the losers bracket and rejoin the ranks of the 1-win teams. Germany, on the other hand, unfortunately lost in the losers bracket to France, who by virtue of this campaign was promoted to the 1-winners bracket, where it is tied with Greece, Great Britain, and the Pretty Country. Chapter 191 to 191. Versus Egypt. One of the highlights was the renewed encounter between Pretty Country and Greece. The two teams faced off in the early morning, and history seemed to repeat itself as Pretty Country lost to Greece once again. In the first round, the US was defeated by Greece, but this time the US lost even worse because the real captain of the Greek team was officially on the line, and Assyria ran in to compete after the Greek team flopped. On the other hand, France failed to continue the miracle in the match against Great Britain. Due to the previous fierce battle with Germany, the French team was greatly injured, and faced with the well-balanced and informed Great Britain, the French team eventually failed to resist and lost the match, and all eyes were finally focused on the ultimate match between Team Dragon and Team Egypt at the Venice Battle Island, a mysterious sea arena that seemed to stand on its own, surrounded by deep waters and protective walls of light, with the surrounding luxury cruise ships serving as spectator seats, allowing people to witness this magical feast with clarity. On the eve of the match, fireworks blossomed over the city of Venice like a splendid bridge spanning the sky, gradually extending to the island's fighting platform. Adding a bit of grandeur and anticipation to the upcoming showdown, the Egyptian personnel had stood in the island fighting ring, and they surged into a conversation about undead creatures as the most incredible team of the tournament. Undead department. This is a rare magic department, manipulating the undead, quenching the dead. The creation of the undead department can be said to be controversial, and even more in history for a long time was treated as a harmful forbidden arts by the Holy Sanctuary blocked. Now that the undead department had shown in the World School Competition, and countless people were talking about it, it was certain that the wind of the undead would be prevalent for a long time afterward. In the end, still haven't figured out how the Egyptians manipulated those endless undead? Jiang Yu spoke. Just fight them. Just a bunch of trash undead. What's the point of having more? Mo Fan said with great disdain. Get ready. This time the formation will consist of Mo Fan, Mu Ning Shui, Channing, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Dongfang Lai. Each of your abilities have an extremely strong restraint against the undead. Feng Li's expression was solemn as he swept his gaze over the selected team members one by one. Calm with unquestionable determination, Channing heard this. His heart could not help but surge a burst of excitement, finally waiting to show their true strength. The competition before the treasure tournament is nothing more than abuse, cannot fully reflect the true level, and the further the competition is the furnace to test the real gold. The eyes of the other team members were also lit up with the same desire to fight. Mo Fan was the first to move his muscles and stride towards the fighting platform. The rest of the team followed closely behind, and a tense atmosphere of waiting for action permeated the team. When dealing with the undead, make sure to destroy their undead crystals. They are located in various places, so they must not be taken lightly, Mo Fan reminded as he walked. The experienced man knew that this point was crucial. The team members nodded their heads, agreeing with Mo Fan's exhortation. Players, get ready. The voice of the main referee came from high above, majestic and clear. As the countdown began, nervousness spread in the hearts of every participant. Begin! An order was given. Like thunder rolling across the fighting arena, and at the same time, the 5 members of the Egyptian team chanted an ancient incantation in synchronization, and the space around them fluctuated. Grayish star trails rapidly intertwined around them, eventually converging into a strange pattern that was deeply branded on top of the fighting platform, transmitting an ominous red light, as if foreshadowing the coming of a bloody storm. Awaken, valiant warriors! Neos broke the skin with his finger and spilled blood, but that insignificant drop of blood instantly drenched the earth, spreading hundreds of meters away, making the land look as if it had suffered an ancient curse. The vitality was lost, and the grass and trees withered immediately afterward. The earth trembled as if there were boiling dark currents surging through the ground, and with them came a chilling hiss. An undead creature clad in bright red and black cloth broke out of the ground, emitting a heavy scent of blood, their green glowing eyes greedily locking onto the living in the arena. Each of the 5 members of the Egyptian team cast an undead summoning technique, and in an instant, hundreds of crimson mummies sprang up, filling the island with a deadly and fury aura, completely changing the island's original serenity and beauty. These crimson mummies were both the most numerous and the toughest enemies the Egyptian team could summon, as if they possessed an inexhaustible life force, hatching dozens of them with just a single drop of blood. If they couldn't find a way to crack it, the dragons feared that they would face the same fate as Greece, being drained of life by this endless stream of crimson mummies. I'll do it! Heavenly Flame Funeral, Hellfire Stone. Dongfang Lai let out a roar and took the lead, flames rising between his hands, condensing into a blazing hellfire stone in the sky, smashing into the hordes of crimson mummies like a meteor. The flames spread out instantly, entangling dozens of mummies in them. However, these mummies did not fall down easily as they struggled through the flames and continued to close in on the Dragon Nation team. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the hellfire stone exploded, releasing a roaring heavenly flame that turned that area into a sea of fire. Under the high temperature and intense light, dozens of crimson mummies also began to show scorched and broken, their life force seemingly dissipating under the baptism of flames. Very good. That's it. Mo Fan shouted with excitement. Fighting the undead really still had to be flames, except that Dongfang Lai was only a high-ranked first level and had no soul seed, or else these hundreds of undead would have been an instantaneous second with a single move immediately after. Mu Ningxue was not willing to lag behind. Her arms fluttered, and the cold ice power surging around her body suddenly erupted, refreezing those mummies who had barely escaped the sea of fire. Ice crystals scattered in all directions, cold air filled the air, and the movements of the mummies became more and more stagnant immediately afterward. 5 overlapping ice coffins descended from the sky, each carrying an extreme cold force that was enough to crush everything, and in an instant, hundreds of mummies turned into countless fragments and scattered all over the ground. It's nothing more than that, Jiang Shaoxu said easily. However, as the smoke from the ice and fire magic faded, a pair of green eyes twinkled like stars in the smoke, and the smiles on the faces of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom's statehouse dispersed as rows of the same mummies appeared in front of their eyes once more. Jiang Shaoxu immediately shut his mouth for fear of saying something wrong. Just as they eliminated the first batch of red mummies, those 5 people from Egypt surprisingly conjured up a bigger wave of undead, and this time the number of red mummies was even higher, at least 200. And among the saving mummy heads, there was a big mummy with a stout figure, 3 stories high, that stood out from the rest. This big mummy-like whole body was wrapped by crimson cloth, but its arms evolved into 2 open axes, and all its fury rushed up to 100 meters in the air. Chapter 192. 192. The Fountain of the Pharaohs. More than 200 crimson mummies rushed madly. They were hungry and ferocious, no different from those demons outside the city. It was hard to imagine that if a member of the academy was undefeated and the assistant referee was not able to rescue him in time, he would have been flayed alive and eaten by these tyrannical undead. Breaking Axe Mummy. It's starting to summon elite monsters. Mo Fan opened his mouth. Leave it to me. Chen Ying stood out. His body lit up with golden brown fire, as if he was wearing the fire god battle armor. Chen Ying's self-confidence immediately skyrocketed, and that flame was far more powerful than ordinary soul species. She stepped forward, and as she swung her hands, 2 flaming pythons came out in response, swooping straight at the group of reinforcing undead hordes as well as the striking breaking axe mummy. The flaming python circled and roared in the air, and wherever it went, even the specially reinforced red mummies had trouble resisting it, and they collapsed in the flames. And the huge figure of the breakaxe mummy, although struggling to swing the double axe, trying to split the deadly flames, but also gradually surrounded by the fire python in the siege. The break overflowed, but there is nowhere to give vent to. Crap! This Egyptian guy has started summoning again. Dongfang Lai suddenly said aloud. Everyone strike together. Don't fall into a defensive position. I'll find a way to cut them off. Mo Fan decisively ordered. And the members of the Dragon Nation team quickly rallied, and all types of elemental power gathered into an irresistible torrent, raging towards the enemy. Mu Ningxue's hands danced. Ice and wind magic swept out like a blizzard. Wherever it passed was either an ice sculpture or debris, and the undead on the battlefield moved more and more sluggishly. Chen followed closely behind, compressing the flames into a heavy warhammer more than a dozen meters high, with each strike landing precisely in the undead group, not only causing explosive damage, but also giving them unbearable burns and shocks on a spiritual level. Dongfang Lai's fiery fists didn't stop either. The already strengthened level 5 fiery fists were equally powerful, and a single shot from the Inferno Dragon was enough to exterminate 10 undead. Jiang Xiaoshu originally wanted to use mind system magic to interfere with spellcasting on the other party, but it turned out that she didn't realize that people Egypt had patched up this weakness long ago, and some kind of powerful god concentration magic weapon directly turned her mind system into a waste system. She had no choice but to join the battle with the two minor faculties of ice and light, both of which were fortunately suitable for dealing with the undead. Mo Fan did not immediately join the battle, but was fully focused on observing what kind of evil magic the Egyptians had performed to be able to constantly summon a multitude of mummies. Such a huge amount of summoning was obviously extremely abnormal, and there was bound to be some sort of key medium. It is important to realize that the undead do not exist entirely in the soil. Their appearance is similar to summoning magic. From the land of the dead to the battlefield, the magic on the Egyptian side was endless, and the undead swarmed out of the earth like a tidal wave, and their numbers were staggering. These 200 or so crimson mummies had not yet been dealt with, and there were a large number of crimson-colored undead that were ready to move, which really made one feel a wave of nausea. Don't look for it, it's the Pharaoh's fountain. It's very precious. It will return to the place of blood dripping after attaching to the spirit remnants of the undead, and summon new undead over and over again. You can use the pendant around your neck to absorb these Pharaoh's spring along with the remnants of the spirit. Chen Xian suddenly reminded, the little loach pendant is a small pendant with an odd temperament, and some of the spirits and remnants of the dead will not be eaten into the stomach if they are stuck with a strange odor. Just like a small child who hates the smell of fish. Because of this, many of the remnants of the spirits mixed with the Pharaoh's fountain were let go by it, and at this moment, the undead on the field had already accumulated thousands, and the entire battle island was almost filled to the brim. I see. After Mo Fan carefully observed, he really found that some of the remnants of the spirit had lavender energy attached to them, and once these remnants fell into the earth, they would return to the Egyptians' feet and rebreed new undead. Under Chen Xian's guidance, Mo Fan immediately guided the little loach pendant to explore and absorb the energies that contained the Pharaoh's spring. With Mo Fan's command, it was as if the little loach pendant was instantly activated, emitting a deep and unique soul light. This light swept over the remains of the undead on the battlefield, capturing with pinpoint accuracy those faint fluorescent lights of light purple, which were precisely the traces left behind by the Pharaoh's fountain. Whenever the light touches it, the energy hidden in the undead's residual spirit will have nothing to hide, and will be stripped out one by one, unable to vanish back into the earth to be reborn as a new undead. At first, the little loach pendant was a little rusty in capturing this energy, and a lot of the energy took the opportunity to escape and reintegrate into the blood-colored soil. However, as the number of attempts increased, the little loach pendant seemed to have gradually realized the trick, and each time it absorbed the energy, it became more precise and efficient. No good. That guy is stealing our Pharaoh's fountain, Set exclaimed in panic. The Egyptian crowd quickly noticed the abnormality and their faces became extremely ugly. The fountain of the pharaohs. Just a small half bottle is worth a lot of money, and it is with the fountain of the pharaohs that they have achieved their current ranking. How could he know? This is never possible. Even super-ranked mages would have trouble detecting this. Neos exclaimed. Gather up the undead, quickly, or he will have all of our pharaoh's fountain. Nevru realized the gravity of the situation and cried out. The Egyptians were instantly disoriented. They never expected Mo Fan to be carrying such a powerful soul-gathering demonic artifact, and once they were recognized, there was no way to hide it. Ha 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 ha. Still want to take it back. Too late. Mo Fan no longer skimped on his magical energy, and directly opened fire. Little Yenji, possessed. Boing boing. Little Yenji was so happy to know that her daddy was doing something bad that she cast all the robotic flames on her body. The power of the flames reached a peak as the robber flame intertwined with the sun flame, and Mo Fan unleashed the coronation domain once in a long time. The entire person was transformed into a great sun, and the destructive purifying light radiated in all directions. With Mo Fan's call, a pleasant wailing sound rang out, and as if she could sense her master's intentions, the little Yenji excitedly poured out all the robber flames contained within her. Her presence added unprecedented power to Mo Fan's flames. The robber flame and the sun flame intermingled with each other like an orgy of flames as they intertwined with each other, forming a raging and surging flamestorm. These two powerful forces were perfectly fused, raising the destructive power of the flames to the ultimate realm. Driven by this raging power, Mo Fan unleashed the Corona domain once in a long time. In an instant, Mo Fan's figure was as if he had merged with the blazing sun, and his entire body had transformed into a radiant great sun. so bright that people could not look directly at it. Radiating from the glittering sun was a light with the dual power of destruction and purification. This powerful force swept in all directions, and all the undead on the battlefield, without exception, were bathed in this irresistible light, accepting the solemn judgment and divine purification from the flames. Chapter 193. 193. The great touched worm demon. The undead on the battlefield let out painful hisses in this purifying light as their bodies gradually dissipated and turned into wisps of black smoke. The Egyptians' faces grew paler and paler. Their army of undead was unbeatable in front of Emofan's formidable power. In flaming flame heavenly figure, Emofan's voice echoed over the battlefield, and along with his call, a magnificent flame scroll suddenly coalesced in the sky. This scroll was made up of countless leaping flames. Each stroke and every stroke contained the power of endless flames, as if it had been drawn by the wildest painter in the heavens and earth with his fiery soul. Rumble with a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth. This inflammatory fire heavenly diagram suddenly erupted as if it was a volcano erupting, pouring endless flames down. These flames were not unusual flames, but purifying flames intertwined by Emofan's robber flame and sun flame, which carried the power to destroy everything, enveloping the entire battlefield in a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, any resistance paled in comparison. Those undead armies that had once made the Egyptians proud were reduced to ashes in front of the destructive flames, and even the scent of death that hung in the air was completely purified. Emofan stood at the center of the flames, like a god controlling the flames. A fist blasted out 10,000 fire phoenixes in unison, and a sword dropped a 100-meter-high pillar of inflammation. Those thousands of fire phoenixes carried rolling waves of heat. Wherever they passed, space was scorched and distorted. They whistled shrilly and rushed towards the undead army. The thousands of undead army that the Egyptian team's crowd had managed to summon was dying out at a fast pace. All the dead souls in Pharaoh's fountain were all absorbed by the little loach, with not a single bit left. Mo-fan with full firepower. Those undead died that fast, although the consumption is high, but compared with the Pharaoh's spring is nothing. And with Mo-fan's Pharaoh's spring in the bag, the Egyptian team is no longer difficult to rely on its endless summoning of undead, completely cutting off their supply line. On the battlefield, more than half of the undead had gone up in smoke before they could react, while the little loach was immersed in the joy of devouring, a sight that Mo-fan had not seen in a long time. The warmth it released was not only invigorating, it could even significantly increase the speed of cultivation, and under the bath of this light, Mo-fan felt unprecedentedly refreshed. We can't let it swallow it. Let's sacrifice the rest of the Pharaoh's fountain and summon the great tentacle demon, Neos said. But if the great tentacle demon gets slaughtered by it too, we'll lose all our Pharaoh's fountain, said. He's already snatched a big part of it. What's the difference between that and taking it all? Fight him. Nefru agreed with Neo's decision. There's still hope of getting it back with a full fight, and with first place on the line. To give up like that, there's really nothing left. Okay, chant the spell together. The Egyptian crowd worked in unison, ready to use their last ounce of strength to fight to the death against this powerful opponent of Mo-fan. The five chanted the undead incantation at the same time, and gray constellations slowly descended, enveloping them and eventually converging into a huge and incomparable undead constellation. The constellations were not made up of twinkling stars, but more like sculptural outlines woven by bizarre incantations, radiating an endless evil aura. The five constellations were connected, almost reaching the scale of a star palace, with a majestic aura. In front of them, the black gate of hell slowly opened, its enormity making the five people look like insignificant ants. Koka, a roar that originated from the depths of hell shook heaven and earth, and the calm sea surface set off raging waves that slapped on top of the small fighting platform and also impacted the surrounding sightseeing cruise ships. The cruise ship shook violently, and the heartbeats of the spectators watching the battle on board accelerated with a sense of fear. Just what kind of terrifying creature was it that had already triggered such a shocking wave of evil aura before it even showed up? Great touch of worm demon. Fight for the Pharaoh's fountain and destroy such rats. The Egyptian five chanted and continued to summon the terrible monster from hell. Another hiss shook the island, shaking it to the sea, and a lengthy, huge black skeleton crawled out of the black hellmouth. The head was like a coconut hanging from a coconut tree. It was a creepy sight to see, and its body was so huge and long that its head was already above the entire island, but most of its body was still under the hell gate. It was only after a long time that the entire great touched insect demon finally revealed its entire body. The shocking centipede bones were completely going to be inserted into the clouds, and it was impossible to see its entire appearance with its head completely raised. Crap, can you even enter this kind of thing? Then what's the reason for banning me? Sden, Mo-fan spat out, but didn't put this great touch insect demon in his eyes. This big tentacle devil size is quite amazing. The small island in front of it is just like a small piece of mud ground, not enough for it to go back and forth a few times, probably more than 100 meters long, but the quality should not be great. If Chen Xian stood on this island, At this time his sunk in the sea the great touch insect demon's eyes were glowing with a deadly light, so ferocious that people did not dare to look directly at it. Even though compared to Chen Xian's kind of body, this great touch insect demon was just a small pyramid, but in the commander class, this thing was definitely considered powerful and terrifying as well. The Egyptian had really put up a fight, using all of his magical energy, along with all of the remaining Pharaoh's fountain to call forth such a hellish creature. You'd better get yourselves out of here. We can't control this great touch insect demon at all. Don't lose your lives for the sake of the competition. Nefru smiled grimly and warned Mo Fan and the others, and hand over the Pharaoh's fountain. You despicable Oriental. Nefru pointed at Mo Fan. What a hook-ate thing. I can blow him up with one punch. And the Pharaoh's spring. What's eaten into my stomach has never been spit out. Mo Fan said nonchalantly. Seek death. Nefru was furious and directly ordered the Great Touch Insect Demon to attack Mo Fan. Ku-ka! The Great Touch Insect Demon's body rolled over, and its thick and ponderous giant insect tail slapped down. Its aura was terrifying and incomparable, and the entire island was whipped up into a gale. Mo Fan saw the situation immediately, instantaneous movement to run away. What a punch to blow up, that is bragging. Xian can punch to blow up this thing. As his contracted beast, Chen Xian can punch to blow up. Rounded up a bit means that he can also punch to blow up. Boom! As the giant tail fell, a huge crack appeared in the center of the entire island, directly dividing the island into two halves. The strength of this Great Touch Insect Demon should be at the top of the commander level, and it wouldn't be so easy to solve it without finding a weak point. Several people from the Dragon Kingdom team subconsciously panicked. Child, why don't you let me make a move? With my strength it should be enough to resist this insect fiend. The big deal is to make up a contract blindfold check after the match. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom team was in trouble, Flame Witch Jiang Feng said to Chuning, Chapter 194. 194. 1 arrow seconds. No. This will be recognized as a violation, and your identity is not suitable for such an occasion. Chuning decisively refused. Jiang Feng was an elemental demon transformed from a human, and she had long been warned by the higher-ups not to show up at the tournament, and it would be over if she was recognized as an evil spell. Don't worry. We can do it. Mo Fan kept instantly moving in shadow, escaping, circling around the Great Touched Insect Demon to harass it. This thing he must kill. After all, it was summoned by so many Pharaoh's springs assembled, so it must be very precious. Only without Jiang Yu to find out those weaknesses, Mo Fan will not be able to take this thing for a while. This big touch insect demon skin thick flesh. Mo Fan's strongest fire system has barely caused a little light injury. A strengthened version of the Hellfire Stone is also just a large piece of flesh blown through him. The Great Touch Insect Demon seemed to be completely enraged by Mo Fan's harassment, and it twisted its body madly. The black smoke spewing out of its mouth became more and more intense, coloring the space around it with a dimness. Mo Fan secretly grumbled in his heart. If it wasn't for Xian being banned, this kind of big toy would have punched him one at a time. He dodged the attacks of the Great Touch Insect Demon while observing its every move, trying to find a break. At this moment, the other members of the Dragon Country team weren't idle either. All sorts of destructive magic kept blasting out, causing some interference to the Great Touch Insect Demon. Only that it had little effect. This isn't the way to go. How can the main eventers allow this kind of stuff to come out? Complain. Jiang Xiaoshu shouted anxiously. Grass. Hit a hair. Dongfang Lai grumbled. His Hellfire Stone could only break the skin of the Great Touch Insect Demon. Chuning was very focused, although the quality of her flames was slightly inferior to Mo Fan, but it was better in terms of quantity. The densely packed firebirds bombarded the Big Touch Bug Demon. Her output in this boss battle could be ranked second. Ningshua's expression was solemn as she gazed at the scene of Mo Fan holding back the Great Touch Insect Demon all by himself, and her inner conviction grew stronger. She suddenly slowly raised her arm and summoned the ice crystal breakbow from the deepest part of her soul. The power of the granite ice domain erupted ferociously, its aura even more majestic than before, and ice crystals as if they were diamond dust coalesced and took shape in Ningshua's hands, gradually transforming into a crystal clear snow bow. This snow bow carried with it gusts of wind, creating a storm that swept across the island, and even those spectators who did not possess magical abilities could feel the slightest hint of fear brought about by the whistling cold winds, as if they were witnessing an approaching natural blizzard that was about to destroy everything. Ningshua's movements were both smooth and decisive. The ice crystal Shakti bow in her hand seemed to be one with her mind, each vibration of the string conveying her will. She gripped the snow bow tightly, her eyes revealing concentration and perseverance. As the bowstring was drawn to full strength, an arrow condensed by the power of pure ice and snow appeared on the string, emitting a biting coldness. Silent arrow. The moment she loosened the bowstring, her aura reached a critical point, and everything stopped and fell silent at that moment, except for a cold, icy arrow that tore through the frozen time and rolled up a shocking crushing storm. This arrow made from the pure power of ice and snow cut through the sky, carrying a piercing cold and unstoppable power. shooting straight at the Great Touch Insect Demon, even though the Great Touch Insect Demon perceived the threat. Under Mo Fan's continuous harassment, its attention was severely distracted and it was unable to make an effective defense in time. The ice and snow arrows traveled through space at an astonishing speed, instantly freezing wherever they passed along the way, leaving behind a radiant and cold trajectory. When the arrow struck the Great Touch Insect Demon with precision, the erupting energy spread the power of frost instantly, infesting and covering its entire body, and the air was filled with the radiance of ice crystals, as if a spectacular ice sculpture art was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! Immediately after that, there was a shocking loud bang, and the ice seal seemed to only last for a very short moment before it completely shattered in the next moment. The body of the Great Touch Insect Demon even directly exploded into countless crystal-clear diamond dust, drifting away with the wind. The scene shocking to the hearts of the people. 1 arrow in a second. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were wide-eyed, their jaws looking like they were about to be dislocated. In complete disbelief, after the crowd outside the arena froze for a split second, thunderous cheers erupted. Mo Fan was equally elated that Mu Ningxue's ice spa was so strong. He immediately absorbed the remnants of the Great Touch Insect Demon as well as the Pharaoh's Fountain. This time the Egyptians couldn't afford to make any waves. After a punch and kick, the Egyptian 5 were kicked into the sea by the dragons without a fight, and the Egyptian mentor had the good sense not to let the rest of the team on the field. There was no point anymore. Team Dragon Nation, win! The referee's loud announcement rang out, and the Chinese outside the playing field embraced each other in excitement, celebrating the victory, and it was hard to contain the surge in their hearts. I don't know how many times the Dragon Country Magic Team had not won such a good result in the Venice World School Battle Competition. Now, they managed to get the qualification to enter the grand final, and as long as they beat the team promoted by the three-way melee, they would become the deserved number 1 in the world. This desirable honor was something that everyone had longed for. Victory had finally arrived, and Mu Ningxue had successfully terminated the giant tentacle demon. It was thought that soon, her reputation would be cleared. In the Dragon Kingdom, she would no longer be ostracized, because a person who had no connection to the Black Cleric would surely go all out to win the honor of the competition for the country. What Mu Ningxue had suffered was an undeserved disaster, and this was the perfect opportunity to prove herself, to prove that she could shine and become stronger without relying on her family. Mo Fan helped the pale Mu Ningxue walk off the field, his eyes full of heartache but also very pleased. Mu Ningxue has put in so much effort, endured the torture of ice and cold, experienced the coldness and warmth of human feelings, ups and downs. Is not for such a victory, a chance to shine in the eyes of all. It's over. Don't use it in the future. It's not too late to harness it when you're super ranked, Mo Fan said. Well, the other State House members gathered around. I don't know, Mo Fan said. I'm afraid this one is a soul wound. There's nothing we can do about it. Things in this world that can be used to restore the soul and add to the source of life are quite rare and hard to find. Han Silence checked Mu Ningxue's condition and sighed lightly, seeing that there was nothing he could do. Mo Fan helped Mu Ningxue to rest. What are the plans for the future? Mo Fan was lying on the bed. Beside him was Mu Ningxue, who was gradually recovering. The State House team and others had gone to participate in some vain victory salute ceremony. Mo Fan was not interested in that and stayed behind to take care of Mu Ningxue. Later, Mu Ningxue froze for a moment. Yes, the game will be over soon. Where should I go from here? That day on the Venice Flying Bridge, Mu Ningxue had already sworn to be an enemy of the Mu clan. Just where would she start? The behemoth Mu clan was not something that could be brought down just by saying so. I plan to start my own clan. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Ningxue then said, Chapter 195. 195. Birdshot. This idea had been rooted in her mind for a long time. Although the Bochang Mu clan was only a small branch, they were all her family after all. It was impossible to just abandon them, but she didn't want to be bound by the great Mu clan anymore. In that case, why not just start her own clan? It's okay. I'll support you. Mo Fan nodded. What about you? What are your plans? Mu Ningxue asked. I haven't thought about it yet, but the probability is still A to be a hunter, but have thought about joining the Magic Association. Just afraid of delaying the cultivation, Mo Fan said. I really don't dare to think that someone like you would choose to join the Magic Association. Mu Ningxue said breathlessly. What's wrong with that? The Magic Association is an orthodox magic system after all. And having a cultivation will naturally have a corresponding status. And it's not like the Magic Association doesn't have idle positions. When the time comes, I'll just touch the fish every day and fight the demons when necessary and I'll be done. Mo Fan said with a smile. I do think that you're prone to offending people, and the path to promotion will not be smooth. Mu Ningxue spat. It doesn't matter. As long as I get higher in cultivation. Offended is offended. The future is ours. Mo Fan said confidently. With Chen Xian constantly instilling some ideas, Mo Fan could naturally notice that he was special. At this rate of growth, as long as it doesn't die prematurely, in less than 3 to 5 years, it's bound to stand at the top of the mage world. Mu Ningxue could only lament that Mo Fan had really changed a lot after stepping onto the path of magic. For a few days, Mo Fan was in closed-door cultivation. His summoning department was finally nearing a breakthrough and would soon be at the higher third level, while Chen Xian's spatial and sound departments had broken through to the higher third level early. The cultivation speed after the elemental furnace was upgraded was simply unreasonable. After learning from Mo Fan that there was such a thing as the Magic Association selling spells, Chen Xian had also made up for this common knowledge of the magic world, and he asked Mo Fan to buy himself a large number of space-type, sound-type, and curse-type spells. Before, he was 1 and 2 from Mo Fan. Magic was released according to textbook astrological signs, and the developed spells were very rough. Now that he had ready knowledge, it was a waste not to learn. He didn't have much to do anyway. It was only that the money was spent a bit quickly. Like high-level sublime spells often cost tens of millions of dollars, and medium-level spells were nearly $10 million. Curse lineage spells were even rarer, with some of the expensive ones even costing hundreds of millions. That vast amount of dharma, not to mention learning all of it, was a part of it was enough to empty out the family's fortune. And Chen Xian had only picked a part of it. Curse of the Dharma Mood Cordage curses an intelligent individual to fall into extreme emotions. Blood-eating spell draws part of the opponent's life force by drawing blood from the target. Disease poison spell curses a particular life form to be poisoned or to fall into an unhealthy state. Cursed ghost. A curse is applied to a particular essence remnant to transform it into a special undead being, a ghost. Life pain spell inflicts pain that strikes deep into the soul of the target. Torture type skill, hard to put to death. Applicable to torture. Nightmare evil curse places the target in the midst of an eternal evil dream, which is controlled through the curse. Cursed shadow curses the power of darkness in the midst of a particular shadow, forming a materialized shadow power. Cursed illusion, creating illusory sights and illusions to entrap a particular intelligent individual. Cursed decay, gather the power of a special curse and apply a debilitating effect to all things. Great curse, a cursed version of the wish spell, by consuming cursed magical energy as well as auxiliary objects, along with mental power to curse. The great curse will take effect at the will of the caster. This magic is the cornerstone magic of the curse lineage, from which all the other curse of the mind, curse of the elements, curse of the senses, curse of aging, and even curse of everything are derived. The great curse technique requires an extremely high level of spiritual realm as well as curse system cultivation to use, or else it will result in unforeseen consequences of the curse due to insufficient magical energy, insufficient spirit, or insufficient understanding of the curse. This was not something that Chen Xian could use right now. He would definitely wait until he had the spiritual power of the super ranks as well as the great realm before touching this kind of magic. Sound class magic. Soul harmony, a sound type of magic that empowers sound waves to act on the spirit and mind. Sonic jamming, releases high-frequency sound waves to jam various means of perception, achieving the effect of stealthy infiltration. Music of inspiration, releases a specific tone that applies various effects to all intelligent units within range, either strengthening, weakening, healing, or disrupting the soul. Supersonic energy, substantializes and concentrates sonic energy to form defenses and attacks. Resonance counter, when attacked, you can resonate against an enemy and use the equivalent physical damage to counterattack. Void shatter, a powerful note that shatters space. Field of silence, eliminates all sound within range. Sound type magic basically required a very high level of mental power, and many Chen immortals at the peak of the 6th realm were only barely up to par, with spells like void shattering requiring at least a large realm to use. Chen Xian is also considered a bird's eye view. Can finally stay home for a period of time, has been brushing the gold finger but tired of it, and occasionally have to close the door to practice magic. In the meantime, the outside world has been in the news one by one, and the results of the three-way melee are in. There is no doubt that the Greek team achieved the final victory. The Egyptians, although without the Pharaoh's fountain, but that people hate the dog's disgusting undead tactics are still very unpleasant, so they were directly hit by the two strongest teams together, and eliminated directly from the game. The situation instantly became a royal city PK between the UK and Greece. However, the Greek team now had the ace in the hole in the form of Assyria. Plus the UK was in a bit of a state after being given a beating by the Dragon Nation. The main force, Zero, was again exiled non-stop by Assyria with some kind of space magic weapon, waiting to take care of the others before uniting with the rest of his teammates to swarm him and strangle him with the Sublime and Mind classes. And ultimately it was a sorry defeat for the British team. Greece advanced without any problems and will compete with China in the final match for the title of this edition of the tournament. Venice became the city of revelry. Countless people were attracted to this battle for the ages and traveled thousands of miles to the city. After many days, the final match was finally going to start. The venue of the match was arranged on the beach of the bay counting the ocean area. The range was about 600 by 600 meters. This venue has earth and water and sky, and the sky is so full of clouds that it basically doesn't favor any of the faculties. And whatever faculties are in play will shine in this game. As the first rays of sunrise light up the Bay of Venice, there is an air of tension and excitement. Spectators converge from all directions, many of whom have been waiting for days to witness this historic moment. The members of the Greek team were sitting in a huddle, and Assyria, the centerpiece of the team, was having a final strategic discussion with her teammates. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bay, the Chinese team was also making preparations in earnest. They knew that the Greek team, especially Assyria, was not to be underestimated, so they made a well-thought-out plan. Chapter 196. 196. Final. Versus Greece. Please welcome both players to the stage. As the host's words fell, Mo Fan, Mu Ning Shui, Ai Jiang Tu, Nan Ju, Zhao Manyan walked into the arena one after another. The last match was coming up, and there was no doubt that they had to send out the strongest, most suitable lineup. Mu Ningshui had also recovered in the past few days and was able to make normal appearances, and unlike the original, she recovered faster due to the fact that under Qin Xian's butterfly effect, it resulted in her opening her ice bow several times less. On the Greek side, it was up to Assyria, Gamenon, Kalios, and 2 reserve members of the Knights Templar, each with a look on their face as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Even Assyria herself was not sure against the normal Mo Fan unless she used the dark source power. Her gaze looked evilly toward Mo Fan, revealing a provocative smile. Mo Fan glared back without fear. Even if he knew that her current identity was the Holy Maiden of Parthenon, he didn't put half a point in reverence. The auras of both sides collided in the middle of the air. The match begins. The referee announced loudly. The dark fierce eagle immediately set its sights on one of the opposing Nico ghost demon birds, and the 2 sides tussled in the air. Immediately after, the Greek team immediately took the lead in the attack. Gamenon and the 2 Knight Templar mages quickly casting spells. Rock Devil's Pupil, Tide of Poison, Storm's Fury, the 3 high-ranking powers of Earth, Poison, and Wind immediately surged towards the Dragon Country team's side. Lightfall's Manifold, Holy Light Guardian, Nimble Control Time Stop, Wind Barrier. The Dragon Kingdom's side followed suit and struck out, directly blocking it. With the impact of the 3 major elemental forces, a strong magical fluctuation filled the air. However, the Dragon Nation's defense was dripping with water, and the holy radiance of Lightfall Manzanar enveloped the crowd, forming an impenetrable barrier. Ai Jiangtu's Nian Control Time Stop made time seem to freeze, causing the enemy's attacks to come to a complete stop, while the wind barrier transformed into a sturdy barrier that stopped the remaining storms in their tracks. The Greeks' first wave of offense was blocked, and Gamenon took advantage of the situation by storming towards Ai Jiangtu as a hellfire, clearly taking him on as an opponent. Ai Jiangtu was also not willing to show weakness. His eyes flashed with strong battle intent. Facing Gamenon's raging hellfire impact, he quickly cast space magic, only to see the space in front of him instantly appear a burst of distortion. Spatial dislocation. Gamenon's hellfire figure rushed into that dislocated space at once, as if entering an interdimensional passageway, and disappeared. Ai Jiangtu followed closely behind, and in the next second, only to see the 2 of them simultaneously appearing on the surface of the sea 300 meters away. This was the battlefield that Ai Jiangtu had chosen. After much deliberation, neither he nor Gamenon could be said to be good at water battles, and Gamenon was a fire-earth-poison system respectively, which could be said to have no advantage at all in the SEA. Ai Jiangtu, on the other hand, is the space system, curse system, thunder system, in fact, still slightly advantageous. After all, the curse can ignore the seawater. The 2 cast their own spells, one in space and the other with earth, and just as they took hold on the surface of the sea, Gamenon shouted angrily, Ai Jiangtu, you think you can trap me with this little trick? Ai Jiangtu looked calm and responded, try it then. After saying that, he made a seal with both hands again, space compression, only to see the space around Gamenon shrinking dramatically, trying to squeeze him in. The hellfire on Gamenon's body surged, fighting against the pressure of the space while roaring, Flame Blast. A powerful flame power erupted from him, fighting against the power of spatial compression. Seeing this, Ai Jiangtu immediately cast curse system magic, weakness curse, deepen. An even denser black light enveloped Gamenon. Gamenon only felt his body sink, and his burst of power was significantly hindered. However, he still stubbornly resisted, mouthing the words, armor of rock. A thick layer of earth elemental armor covered him, enhancing his defense. Ai Jiangtu took advantage of this moment to unleash his thunder magic again. Thunderbolt. Dance wildly. The sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and a purple thunderbolt struck down towards Gamenon. Gamenon appeared to be in a bit of a mess as he stomped on the rock slabs and surfed left and right on the sea. However, he was strong after all. Assyria was also a captain-level figure before she came here, and was even ranked 7th among the star cadets, and was still looking for a chance to fight back in such a predicament. On the other side, Mu Ningshui was directly up against Karuz, a fierce general that could be considered a number 2, majoring in plant and fire, with a minor in healing. However, facing the strengthened Mu Ningshui was still a bit inadequate. the Ice and Wind dual soul species, coupled with the commander-level contracted beast, the panel strength alone was completely crushed, and the Greek side had to only send out another team member to counteract it.mu Ningxue's soul injury hadn't fully recovered yet, so the high-level magic wasn't very smooth to use, and gradually she started to be at a disadvantage, and the Dragon Kingdom side had sent Nanju to assist him. As for Jiaomanyan the goods, it's the same with the other side of a Night Temple reserve members, very tacit understanding towards the AI Jiangtu and Gamanon side of the rush. The two are awakened water mages. In the sea like a fish out of water, both sides were trying to use the water to take out one of the other's mains, and with the way the field was evenly matched at the moment, once whichever main was the first to be eliminated, it could be said to be a win. Both team members very silently found their matching opponents and silently moved away from the center of the battlefield, handing over that entire empty space to the two captains, Asuriya and Mo Fan. It's been a long time, Holy Maiden-sama, Mo Fan greeted casually. I didn't expect that the person who would end up going up against me would be you, Asuriya said with a smile on her face. Unexpected? Lord Holy Maiden is really a rare sight. Who in the world doesn't know that the champion is none other than me? Mo Fan's words carried a bit of arrogance, but also revealed absolute confidence. After all, it's the last game. Even if Asuriya has some kind of heaven-defying skill, the big thing is to let Xian make a move. As for the previous ban, all won the championship. Who cares? Asuriya heard, the corners of the mouth slightly up. Eyes flashed a hint of charming meaning. Said, you are confident, although you are 100 years of rare talent, but the position of the champion, or have to see the real chapter under the hand. After saying that, a powerful dark longsword emerged in Asuriya's hand, and her entire body directly disappeared in place towards Mo Fan to kill him. Thought control retreat. Mo Fan reacted quickly, using his spatial nimbus to ward off the dark longsword the moment Asuriya showed up. Oomph, I have too. Nimble control, sword shadow. The words just fell, only to see Asuriya around the emergence of countless sharp sword shadows. These sword shadows are made up of the idea power and spiritual power. As she waved her hand, these sword shadows like a stormy wind and rain towards Mo Fan. Chapter 197 to 197. Against Asuriya it penetrated straight through Mo Fan's Nianli barrier. Mo Fan's shadow evasion quickly dodged, but was still scratched several times, and his body hung a little color. As far as the space department is concerned, you're not even close, Asuriya said. Mo Fan sniffed and his eyes also became a few points heavier. He realized that his spiritual power was inferior to Asuriya's by at least one small realm. Asuriya's Nianli sword chi could even easily pierce through his own Nianli, and he could not fight with it hard in this aspect. Originally, Mo Fan should have been able to go 50-50 with her spiritual power at this point in time, except that because the nimble stone had been used by Chen Xian, Mo Fan's spiritual power was now still in the fourth realm. However, he didn't feel frustrated about it. The space department was merely his secondary cultivation, and if the summoning department was left out of the conversation, his real major cultivation was thunder, fire, darkness. Three major outputs. Mo Fan didn't turn the bullseye again. Space and chaos became only used for assistance, and the main means of attack was re-switched to fire. Little Yenji, possessed. With Mo Fan's cry, a blazing flame instantly wrapped him up, and little Yenji's power fused perfectly with Mo Fan. The flames around Mo Fan's body blazed as his aura climbed steeply. Seeing this, Asuriya's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance, and the dark longsword in her hand glowed even more brightly. With a wave of Mo Fan's hands, a huge flame dragon roared out, lunging towards Asuriya with teeth and claws. Asuriya droned out, and her dark longsword cut out a black sword chi that collided with the flame dragon. Boom! The huge energy impact caused the air around them to burst into flames, and the figures of the two men loomed in the flames. Mo Fan followed up by releasing the pale thunderclaw. Hundreds of thick thunderbolts condensed into a huge thunderclaw that descended from the sky, grabbing fiercely towards Asuriya. Asuriya's figure was agile, quickly dodging backwards, while the dark longsword was swung out again, a dark barrier forming on her body in an attempt to block the attack of the pale thunderclaw. However, the Tsanlei claw was incredibly powerful and directly broke through the darkness barrier, so Asuriya only had to use her stance again to avoid it. At this time, her forehead was also slightly sweaty. Obviously dealing with Mo Fan's attack was not easy. Mo Fan, you are indeed strong, Asuriya said. That's natural. Why don't you give yourself the decency to admit defeat directly? Lord Holy Maiden? Mo Fan grinned. Asuriya grunted. Let's try this move first. Descend. After saying that, the dark power in her body surged once again, and the temperature around her all seemed to instantly drop by a few points. Huge dark energy formed valiant dark armor on her body, and the long sword in her hand also changed rapidly under the infiltration of darkness power, transforming into a dark magic sword emitting a cold light. Asuriya's entire body was wrapped in dark energy, like a dark Valkyrie coming out of the abyss, majestic and inviolable. Mo Fan looked at the moment of Asuriya, The heart also cannot help but secretly marvel. Good high-level dark matter. Very similar to their own. The quality of their own dark sword soul above. The strength of the strength is undoubtedly approaching the Chancellor. In the Asuriya blessing of the power of the addition of a head of the Chancellor level of the Dark Knight, even so, he still wore that unruly smile on his face. Asuriya, you're bluffing with that look. But it doesn't work on me, Mo fan. Asuriya coldly said. Mo fan. Suffer death. One character sword. After she said that, she swung the Dark Devil sword and a black sword she came towards Mo fan like a rainbow striking the sun. Mo fan completely does not bring a goat. Behind the fire wings violently exploded. The whole person turned into a flame meteorite toward Asuriya blasted. The fist on the dragon's head is prominent. It is the fire meteor dragon fist. After little Yenji possessed him, how could he not be a monster of a flame chancellor? Of course he couldn't be so stupid as to use his minor darkness and shadow department to touch someone else's major anymore. The only thing that was his true power was the intertwining of thunder and fire. Boom! The fire meteor dragon fist and the black sword chi collided together fiercely, erupting into a terrifyingly loud sound. The powerful energy impact spread in all directions, and the surrounding space was briefly distorted. Mo fan and Asuriya were each knocked back tens of meters by the force of the recoil. Asuriya stabilized her stance. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She raised her dark magic sword once again and mouthed the words, Dark Cage. Instantly, with Mo fan at the center, countless dark chains reached out from the void in an attempt to trap him. Mo fan snorted coldly, and the flames on his body rose, turning into a sea of fire. Break me! The flames burned the dark chains, emitting a zzzz sound. However, the dark chains kept coming, and the two sides were at a stalemate. The Black Devil's Pool. Sunflame Field. Both sides opened their domains at the same time to compete. The two forces of darkness and flame intertwined and collided with each other, and the entire space was filled with this powerful energy. Mo fan and the darkness cage was in the middle of the sea of fire, and the light of the sunflame domain was constantly fighting against the darkness of the black demon pool. Beads of sweat oozed from Mo fan's forehead. He could feel that Asuriya's dark power was exceptionally strong, constantly pressing down on his sunflame domain. However, his eyes remained firm and he gritted his teeth and increased the output of his flame power. Asuriya wasn't easy either. Her face was a bit pale. The power to maintain the black demon pool was consuming a great deal, and the magic energy of the blessing department was slipping at a rapid rate. But she still refused to back down by half. Mo fan, it seems that I still underestimated you, Asuriya said. Mo fan laughed out loud. Asuriya, the battle isn't over yet. The two rushed at each other again and began another round of intense exchanges. As time passed, the players on both sides fought exceptionally fiercely, with the dragon side surprisingly being the first to be opened up. Ai Jiangtu and Zhao Manyan surprisingly fell for Gamonon's trick while sparring with each other, and although they managed to defeat him and eliminate him, they were also successfully replaced by his vengeful venomous insects. Zhao Manyan passed out on the spot, while Ai Jiangtu could only struggle after being hit by his poison, and eventually had no choice but to be forced to eliminate him. This wave of 2-for-1 blood loss. But the good thing is that Muningshua and Nanju's side opened up the situation, successfully eliminated the other two. But her Tuon state is also very poor. Not only have a large number of injuries, there is also a lack of magical energy in the eyes. Of the mental state is also very sluggish, but also about to be replaced. As expected. In the end, the three new Greek players quickly combined with another teammate to eliminate Muningshua and Nanju, and the three new players on the Dragon team's side were Chening, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Jiang Yu. This was still the only time that the Dragon Nation team had used a rotating crew in all of their matches up to this point. Only because of their inexperience and distance, they hadn't been able to meet up with their teammates in the first place, leading to the elimination of just Muningshua and Nanju by the opposing team's lightning-fast siege. However, even if the convergence is not much use, after all, the only healing system in the team has long been let Mo fan slaughtered. There is no such thing as renewal. Continue to stay on the field will not play much of a role. Chapter 198 to 198. Undercard versus undercard. The situation became 5v4. But both sides had a tacit understanding to stay away from the center of the bay, where Mo fan and Asuriya were battling, and just by feeling the violent fluctuations, they knew that it was not a battle that ordinary trainees could intervene in. The field became 4v3. Good. In the Dragon team, these three people still have a can resist the banner. Chen Ying's fire output a top 2. Zhang Yu's a rock general in front of as a front row meat shield. A knight Rakshasa as an assassin cut the back row. Jiang Xiaoshu is still responsible for the mine level of the attack and defense. This lineup is barely decent, and holding off 4 opposing rotational players is still not a problem. This game was more exciting than anyone expected, and for the first time, the Dragons used all of their rotation slots. No longer just mindlessly grinding and snowballing, the two captains also erupted into terror for all to see. Both Emofan's fire and Asariya's darkness were destined to become household names and even icons of representation. After this match, the battle quickly entered into a white heat, with people from both sides being eliminated one after another, and before long, only Chen-Ing was left on the field, as well as Emofan and Asariya, who had yet to be separated from each other in the distance. In the 4v3 smash, it was ultimately Chen-Ing who stood at the end by virtue of her openings, but she herself was also badly injured and was no longer able to fight, leaving only two captains with terrifying strength on the field. At this moment, all eyes were focused on this. Asariya was gasping for air. The dark armor on her body was already tattered. Even the dark magic sword was broken by Emofan's Thunder Arms punch, and the one she was holding at this moment was already a broken sword. Emofan's side is also equally bad. His body was attacked by a large number of darkness. His body was cut and stabbed no less than 10 wounds, but they were all forced by him to use the flame to scorch to stop the blood. With the possession of the little Yang cannot see it, but in fact, it is also a lot of wounds. He also did not expect Asariya to be so able to fight, not knowing that in the original she had let the state still press Mooning Shua and Fei Chuan Armored Wolf to fight. Looks like I'm still better in the end. Emofan looked at the Dark Knight Fierce Eagle that descended from the sky and said with emotion. That summoner on the other side froze and held on until the last one before being eliminated. At this time, the Dark Fierce Eagle returned to help out. It would be the last straw that crushed the camel. Asariya was bound to lose. A bunch of losers. Looks like we still have to use it. Emofan, you're rejoicing too soon. Asariya slowly unhooked the black necklace hanging in front of her chest and held the necklace in her left hand. And all of a sudden a black pillar of light struck down from the clouds and descended on Asariya's body. Darkness churned like a turbulent cloud, and the entire rocky earth bubbled with black gas. The dark elements quickly filled around Asariya, turning into a giant dark gas whirlpool, expelling all fire elements from the land. The breath of darkness was so huge that it made the old mages in the spectator seats frown. They could smell an extremely frightening odor permeating the battlefield. It's cold but with agitation. It looked rather stable but dangerous to the extreme. This is a bit out of line with the rules. The Venetian governor's face became grave. The Knight Temple Master Hailong, who came to attend on behalf of Greece, saw the crowd gazing at him, but was silent for a moment and said, as long as the contestants can use the magical tools, where is the argument that it's not in accordance with the rules? By using this power, Asariya has broken the rules of the World School Battle. What about Muningsu and Egypt? What about the summoning of the Great Touch Insect Demon and that evil bow? If those two things are not dealt with, then please do not criticize on this matter. Hallmaster Hailong naturally sided with Asariya. Since that's the case, then please don't place additional restrictions on our Dragon Kingdom, as long as it's a summoned beast that the player can summon, and it's not out of line with the rules. That kind of unwarranted ban we won't abide by anymore. Han Silence said nonchalantly, and then signaled phonely to Mindspeak to Emofan, explaining their decision. Since it is a competition, naturally there will be loopholes that we can hardly circumscribe. I just expect that all countries will be able to use the principle of fairness and impartiality to win. We can't make a judgment on what happened before, and we can't make a judgment on this matter. But this way, can we really convince the world? If the cadets of each country come to participate in the World Academy competition are relying on powerful external forces to competition, then what's the point of this competition in the future? It's better for us old guys to go down personally. The energy of darkness was so huge that it was beyond the level of this moment. Any of the super mages present were able to feel it, and the main referee was the first to give an order for all the assistant referees to call up the boundaries, or else the spectators would easily be attacked by the darkness. Emofan looked at the sudden outbreak of Asariya, is also full of horror. Not put sister? In order to compete for a championship directly to this kind of card to hand over? If Emofan himself, he certainly would not use the opportunity of demonization for this kind of thing. It can only be said that people Asariya is still too rich, and does not care about this dark source at all. Emofan, admit defeat. I'm not skilled enough to control this power. Asariya gazed at Emofan. Being able to force her to such a point was enough to be proud of herself. But this was after all a competition, not a deep hatred. And she didn't want to cause any hard-to-heal wounds to Emofan. And the truly terrifying power of darkness was no softer than a curse. Emofan sniffed, but he was unmoved. He directly and silently called up Chen Xian. He didn't believe that this thing could beat Xian. Asariya, don't think you're the only one with a bottom card. Chen Xian's summoned shadow instantly appeared behind Emofan, and the entire sky of the battlefield instantly darkened as something far more terrifying than the entrance of the Great Touch Insect Demon occurred. Asariya looked at the tall and mysterious shadow, and an unnameable fear welled up in her heart. The thick darkness seemed to become weak in front of this shadow. The people in the audience were also stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events, and everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the shocking giant shadow that seemed to be able to devour everything. Chen Xian's entity had not yet descended. The mere pressure emanating from the soul shadow condensed by demonic power caused the entire arena to fall into a dead silence, and the people in the spectators stand unconsciously retreated backward, panic written all over their faces. "You've gone too far with the Dragon Kingdom," Hailong angrily rebuked, turning his head to glare at Han Silence. Han Silence, however, had no fear and responded, "This is the ability of our players, so why talk about being excessive? If you Greeks can use powerful magic tools, can't we show our strength?" Halen was momentarily speechless and looked grimly at the other delegates and the Venice organizers. The faces of the representatives of the other parties were also grave, including the old mage of the organizer was no exception. If the power exerted by Asuria and Mu Ningxue was just barely breaking the boundaries, then Chen Xian's appearance at this moment was no less than trampling the boundaries completely underfoot. This boundary completely underfoot. Chapter 199. Chapter 199 199. First, the entire arena was thrown into a state of chaos, with representatives from all sides exchanging words and discussing. On the field, Asuria clenched her silver teeth, and the dark power in her body surged again, ready to go. Darkness descends. As the incantation fell, pure darkness power surged, and a piece of armor emitting a deep ebony light and evil aura clung to her, intensifying her unruly dominance as the Dark Sword Master. The long sword in her hand lightly trailed, and her sword chi swept across the sky like 10,000 butterflies dancing in unison. A spectacular sight, but also a crisis. The tip of the sword was raised high, and the biting sword aura transmitted the coldness of death, which was chilling. Asuria condensed her entire body's dark energy into the sword, and her moon-like eyes locked onto the behemoth in front of her, without the slightest fear. Darkness breaks. With a broken cry, the sword blade swung down, and heaven and earth were instantly dimmed. But then a flash of dawn light piercing through the dark night burst out from the tip of the sword like a sharp blade, narrow, sharp, and swift, and the entire light took on the color of ice. And what was brought about was not so much the hope of the breaking dawn, but the beginning of despair and death. Chen Xian's eyes were cold on his shadow, and his right arm, which was like a shocking giant pillar, slowly stretched out and descended into the present world through the dimensional barriers. And on top of the giant arm, the mysterious patterns flashed with elemental light, as if it contained boundless demonic power. Chen Xian struck out with his fist and blasted at Asuria's Dawnbreaker sword light. Only a loud sound could be heard, as if the sky was crumbling. The impact of energy spread wildly in all directions, and the surrounding mountains and boulders were instantly reduced to pieces. Asuria's body shape flew out backwards and fell heavily on top of the rock wall. She struggled to get up. Her delicate body trembled. Her body was shaken to the point that her chi and blood rolled over, and her face was as pale as paper. On the other hand, Mo Fan on the other side, nothing happened. All the aftermath of the explosion unfolded in a fan shape in the direction of Chen Xian's punch, and with just one move, the highs and lows were immediately judged. "Stop. We admit defeat." The aftermath dispersed. Looking at such a scene, the representative of the Greek side also directly conceded defeat. "This thing can't be fought. Letting these old mages of theirs on may not be able to win. They can only count on the post-game arbitration." Asuria sniffed and looked at Mo Fan and the huge silhouette behind him. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but in the end, she sighed and contacted the darkness descending state. "You win." Mo Fan had a triumphant smile on his face when he heard Asuria's words, and Chen Xian's silhouette slowly disappeared. "Game over. Team Dragon Nation. Win. Team Dragon Nation." In first place, with the main referee's solemn pronouncement, the salute that had already been prepared by the city of Venice rose up in the air, and the colorful light reflected on the faces of every member of the Dragon Nation team. The members of the Dragon Nation team rushed up and lifted Mo Fan high in the air. "We won! We won! Who? We're number one! Cool! Team Dragon Nation is awesome! Mo Fan is awesome! Mofan! Mo Fan! Mo Fan!" The Chinese spectators at the scene went crazy, standing on benches, running in the corridors, and even dangling their bodies over the railings, desperately cheering and desperately waving the dazzling red flags. First, since the beginning of the existence of the State House competition, they had never achieved, or never even dared to presume, this achievement. "Good job." Xiao Zheng nodded his head in relief. Finally, the Dragon Nation team was able to get the biggest piece of the cake as well. Several of the executives besides Xiao Zheng were also beaming with joy, their eyes filled with pride and pride. As for Mo Fan, he was thrown up high and caught by the team members, his face overflowing with excitement and thrill. At this moment, the media's flashing lights kept flashing, recording this historic moment. The cheers of the Dragon Nation's team resounded in the live broadcast screens around the world. In the next few days, all the people were completely indulged. Venice was already a city full of charm, and after the Armageddon was completely over they could also revel in the Venetian water capital for a few days and nights. They are all young people, and naturally they can't get high without the help of wine and beautiful women. As the biggest contributor, Fan naturally became the object of fire. Even with Fan's physique nowadays was almost canned out of the beer belly. Burp, I can't. I'll go out and fix it. After a dozen or so cups in a row, Fan just couldn't carry on and waved his hand and walked out. Hey, isn't there a restroom here? Where are you going? Zhao Menyan's call came from behind, and Fan just ignored it. Outside the door of the room was the open-air balcony, and with the cool evening breeze on his face, Fan's consciousness reawakened. A cup of honey lemon tea was handed to him. Thanks. How much? €3 for tea and €100 for service. €100. Why don't you go and rob it? Delivering a cup of tea is more expensive than a fuck. Fan said excitedly. It's only €100, and the Virgin of Parthenon herself serves. Isn't it worth it? Asaria said with a wink. Fan froze for a moment when he heard this familiar voice and turned his head to look at Asaria, only to see her standing there with a coquettish smile. It's you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Surprised? Am I the kind of person who's a sore loser? Asaria said with her hands clasped over her chest. That's not true, but €100 service charge is really expensive. Why don't I buy you a drink? Fan said. Yeah. The two of them arrived at a tavern, and Asaria ordered herself a glass of fruit wine, while Morvan continued to drink his honey lemon tea. Say, what's the matter with finding me? Fan asked as he opened the door. He didn't believe that Asaria so coincidentally just happened to show up. I'm going back to Greece tomorrow, and I suddenly thought of someone and came over to ask you about her. Asaria took a sip of her fruit wine. Fan's brain moved, associating it with Asaria's identity. He subconsciously got alert and said, you want to ask about Xinxia? Don't be so nervous, she's now a goddess candidate like me. I'm quite curious about her. And about you too. Except I didn't realize you were still brother and sister in a reorganized family. Asaria said. That's my child bride. Fan emphasized. Well, there's actually nothing I want to ask. I'm just looking for you to make small talk. Tell me about your past. I'm quite interested. When I was a child, my righteous father would always tell me little stories about my childhood sweethearts in the green years. Asaria asked. Fan was baffled for a while, but he could also see that Asaria had no malicious intent and was not a bimbo bitch like Nan Rong and I anyway. It wasn't a big, secretive matter that anyone with a heart could find out about. So Fan simply talked about it casually. Fan narrated, and Asaria listened extraordinarily attentively. Not a moment later, she suddenly interjected. You don't live together? We seldom live together. It's not convenient for me and my dad, two big men, to take care of her. In middle school she was in an all-girls high school, close to my aunt's house, so she stayed at her aunt's place. In high school I was a boarder and studied magic diligently. I saw her once a week and had more phone contact. Chapter 200. Zhao Menyan's disappearance. Asaria exclaimed. I didn't realize you were self-taught. So it's quite an accomplishment to go from a small town to the much-anticipated playing field of Venice today, isn't it? Why are you acting like a post-game interview reporter? Fan wondered. After all I've said about me, why don't you tell me about yours? The honorable, revered, and beautiful candidate for goddess, Asaria? Asaria didn't care about the strange tone in Fan's words and said casually, I'm just an orphan who was adopted by a marvelous man. He gave me a name and status, and even after he passed away, I am still honored like a princess in the holy country he established. Who is this person? Fan asked. Asaria replied, Holy Son Ventai, the most outstanding great sage of the Parthenon in centuries. Fan suddenly, when Tai's name he also heard. This person's information is very contradictory. His achievements should be remembered and admired, but his information is not public, and the cause of his death is not detailed, as if he was blocked. He seems to be a sensitive person. Fan said. Yes, the holy name has spread far and wide, contributing greatly to the status of Parthenon, only to be defeated by jealousy. After saying that, Asaria drank the fruit wine in one gulp. Has he been set up? Fan was surprised. Asaria shook her head and said, he was executed fair and square. Fan opened his mouth with a shocked face, feeling that he couldn't continue talking about this topic. Why is it so easy and pleasant to talk about me and so serious and pessimistic when it comes to you? Or let's not talk about that. It just so happens that I have something I want to ask for your help. Fan decisively changed the topic. What did you want to ask? Asaria quickly adjusted her mood without dwelling on it too much. That is, I don't really want the divine seal salute that was rewarded for first place, so if it's possible, I'd like to exchange it for a chance to practice at the altar of the void for second place. There should be a lot of people on your team who want the divine seal salute, right? The Greek team was second, and their reward was a trip to the altar of the void to practice, but they definitely wanted the divine seal salute more if they had the chance. As it was their own country's faith, both the practical and symbolic significance is higher than the second place reward of the altar of the void. Upon hearing this, Asaria looked at Imo-fan as if she was looking at a retard. To think that someone would use the Divine Seal Salute to exchange for a chance to cultivate at the altar of the void. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? I don't know how many people dream of the Divine Seal Salutation, but you want to exchange it for the second place reward. If those fanatics of the Hall of Faith heard your words, they would have to teach you a hard lesson, Asaria said incredulously. Ha ha, so since it's so precious, if I sell it to you Greeks, do I still have to add some money to it? Imo-fan said with a smile, not caring at all about any Divine Seal Salute. You really? Asaria looked helpless, but eventually said, you can make up an extra 200 million for you if you want to switch, and I'm sure there are a lot of people on the team who would be quite happy to do so. Then please. That night, there was a great roar from the shores of Venice that shook the entire city, and monstrous waves surged up and tumbled into the clouds. The entire city of Venice, hundreds of thousands of people have witnessed the roll of the tsunami that covered the sky. Countless magicians flew up into the sky. The alarm sound rang out at once. The purple light shone in the city of Venice. The huge mountain-like shadow cast, the moonlight and starlight were all obscured. Venice City and that suddenly uprooted island compared to the toy city like that, easily will be destroyed by it. Imo-fan was awakened from meditation at the first time. How could he not think that this Venice City also have ushered in the day of the purple alert? What is that? Looking at the body immersed in the sheer ocean, the shock inside Imo-fan's heart was comparable to when he first witnessed the totem Shen snake. Totem hegemony. An old monster on the same level as Xian Snake. Both are descendants of Xian Wu. Chen Xian reminded, looking at this scene. He also understood what had happened. Not surprisingly, it was Zhao Manyan who had an accident. According to the original plot, Zhao Manyan had made his brother Zhao Yuqian feel a great threat because of the unique talent he had shown in the State House competition. Therefore, he hired the assassins from the Hall of Killers to prepare to assassinate him, only to ultimately fail, as Bosch's one totem demon spell had seconds on the two minion assassins, and also fished Zhao Manyan away in the process. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Manyan is going offline for a while. Chen Xian didn't feel anything. To him, Zhao Manyan was irrelevant. He just had to make sure that Imo-fan's growth trajectory wasn't skewed, and that would be the end of it. The one who would ultimately swing a heavy fist at the ruling layer of this world would only be Imo-fan. Everyone else would find it difficult to make it to this point, either due to a lack of strength, a lack of trust, or a lack of stance. Only Imo-fan was the most suitable. Of course, Chen Xian could have taken action himself, but that would mean fighting against all of humanity, and no one would choose to side with the demons, which was not Chen Xian's original intention. If it was to fight against all of humanity, Chen Xian could have smashed into the human city like a monster for an unprecedented massacre. And in terms of mowing the lawn without a double, there was no more demon that would be more convenient than his ability, but his purpose is domination, not destruction. And mankind will only accept human domination, at least nominally it must. Zhao Menyan's disappearance made the members of the state government who were in the midst of the revelry sink as if they had been poured with cold water, and it was difficult for all of them to accept the fact that even though they had captured the first place, it was surprising that 3 of their team members had already sacrificed their lives along the way. On the contrary, Imo-fan, the captain of the team, ate and drank heartlessly. The reason is naturally that Chen Xian told him the identity of Zhao Menyan's totem guardian, and he instantly put down his heart after learning that Zhao Manyan was not dead. As for Mu Tinjing and Nan Rong, these 2 people were originally killed by him, and at this time, he would not even feel any sadness for the 2 of her. At first will regret, but also just lament their own means to become ruthless, rather than regret to kill the 2. Can openly kill words. He will not be merciful. At this moment, he only wanted to head to Australia's St. Kai's altar as soon as possible to open the Void Altar's cultivation. The equipment has been fully prepared. As the number 1 fighter under Xiao Zhang's future hand, Imo-fan's treatment will naturally not be bad, since there is the opportunity to grip the wool of the cultivation treasure land. The Star Ocean magic weapons will certainly be rare. Unsurprisingly, a certain gluttonous loach directly smothered a mouthful of a human-borrowed Star Ocean magic weapon. Gotta. Cool. Gonna have to work for Xiao Zhang for a while now. Dead pendant. Dead pendant. You dare to eat anything, I'm going to be killed by you, Imo-fan said in a lifeless voice as he dropped the pendant. In response, the little loach simply burped at him, and immediately afterward, it changed back to its original dull loach color. Drop it if you like. It's on me. Chapter 201-201. Altar of the Void, eat it. Sooner or later we'll have to give the cultivation of magic weapons to grow. Early to eat, early to use it is also worth it. In the future, we might have to devour these Star Sea Devil weapons to grow. Chen Xian is very open-minded. Not just a Star Ocean magic weapon. Well, it is not impossible to lose. Looking at the spirit world, that Green Lantern, Imo-fan simply do not know how much essence he hid. Imo-fan, have you really decided to change the second place reward? Actually, the Divine Seal gift is really useful. Just then, Han Silence approached the door to persuade him. As a person who had been there with the owner of the Divine Seal gift, he also felt that it was too much of a loss. Old man Han, you don't need to persuade me. I've already decided. This is the path I'm going to take, Mo Fan said firmly. Alas, I knew it. Well then, get ready. We're leaving soon. This time it's me going to Australia with you. The others will go to the Parthenon with Feng Li and Pang Lei. Han Silence said, I've been ready for this for a long time. After parting ways with the others, Mo Fan followed Han Silence onto a private jet and made his way straight towards Australia. Upon arriving at the altar of Saint Kai, someone had been waiting here for a long time. Leading Mo Fan and Han Silence to the lounge, the altar of Saint Kai was located in the major international city of Sydney, and as one of the headquarters of the 5 continental magical associations, the city it was located in was rightfully incomparably prosperous, not at all inferior to Dubai, where the headquarters of the Asian Magical Association was located. What's more interesting is that Asia is supposed to be an incomparably powerful magic region, but because of the many powerful countries, under the oppression of the major powers, it makes the Asian Magic Association's power very average, and it can't effectively centralize its power at all, not to mention organizing its high-end combat power. In contrast, the Australian Magical Society is simply not strong enough to stand alongside the other 5 continents due to low competitive pressures and a sparse population, causing foreign forces to keep dabbling in it. It has now become the existence of a multi-party division system in general, and because of these foreign forces, it has the bottom line of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 continents' magic associations, without waiting too long. The next day a person in charge took Mo Fan to the altar of the void. As the world's best recognized cultivation treasure, Mo Fan has been looking forward to this for a long time. The name of the altar of the void itself is full of mystery. Mo Fan was originally curious about where it would be in Australia's Holy Land, but the result was that the lead traveler actually came with a spatial scroll, and directly sent it to the altar of the void at a fixed point the moment the teleportation ended and he landed on the ground. Mo Fan was immediately shocked by the strange sight in front of him. This is not an architectural sanctuary in the traditional sense, but a separate space constructed by powerful magic. Suspended over Sydney as if it were a city in the sky, the ubiquitous magical energy in the sky flowed like a bright river of stars, the light flickering like a dream. A faint fluctuation of magic power filled the surroundings, and the air all seemed fresher and full of elements that inspired magical potential. Follow me. The voice of the person in charge interrupted Mo Fan's marveling, following him as he continued to advance. Mo Fan vaguely saw a huge pyramid-shaped building appear in the distance, as if it was hidden in the stream of light. As Mo Fan continued to get closer, the true colors of this huge building were revealed. The huge tower in front of him rose straight into the sky, and its surroundings were covered with countless layers of wide runic steps, each of which emitted a ghostly light that seemed to contain ancient and powerful magical power. The body of the tower was made up of unknown magic stones, with a smooth mirror-like surface that reflected the flow of magical energy around it, appearing both mysterious and solemn. Mo Fan followed the pace of the person in charge and walked through between these runic steps. Every time he stepped up a level, he could feel a slight vibration coming from his feet, as if he was resonating with some far-reaching magic formation. As the height increased, the elemental magic around him became denser and denser, invigorating his spirit, and the various magic systems lurking in the spiritual world vaguely felt like they were boiling. The core of the altar of the void is this tower of the void, where each level of steps corresponds to a void cultivation chamber, and the higher up the steps you go the more mental pressure you'll be subjected to, and the altar of the void at the top of the tower is the location of the purest and most concentrated magical energies in the entire space. For any magician, it is the ideal place to raise their cultivation and break through bottlenecks. I can only take you as far as here. Next you'll have to make your own choices on where to cultivate. There are still 45 days left for you to be able to cultivate here. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? The person in charge explained simply and clearly. Thanks for the explanation. I have no more questions. Mo Fan nodded and said, this is a mechanism that differs much from the 3 steps tower, and he didn't know if he could go directly to the topmost void altar with his and Chen Xian's current spiritual realm. The man in charge nodded slightly and turned away. Mo Fan took a deep breath, and immediately afterward, he wanted to use the means of spatial magic to directly step into the sky. Instantaneous movement. The silver constellation quickly completed enveloping Mo Fan directly, teleporting him hundreds of meters into the air in the next second. However, right at this moment, a special prohibition was generated in the void and directly acted on Mo Fan. An invisible repulsive force came from the altar at the top and directly pressed Mo Fan back to the ground. Mo Fan was immune to free fall damage in time with shadow escape, and then fell into contemplation. It really isn't that simple. There is some sort of prohibition in this foreign space that makes it difficult to take shortcuts to the top. Chen Xian said, why don't you try it? Xian? Mo Fan said, good. After Chen Xian finished speaking, his massive figure directly surfaced. The high-temperature jets directly erupted behind him, and the prime giant wolf soared into the sky, only just flew out 100 or 200 meters. An invisible repulsive force acted on his body, only to see him rushing to the sky slower and slower, until the high-temperature jets cannot completely top the repulsive force. The next moment the entire magic wolf was ruthlessly smashed back to the ground. Good thing he adjusted in time to stabilize the downward force. No! It seems that if we don't approach the top of the tower through the steps, we will be repelled by the repulsive force. Chen Xian concluded. Alright then, I'll honestly climb the mountain. Mo Fan had a helpless look on his face and then began to climb the steps in earnest. Mo Fan took one step at a time, and as he climbed in height, he could feel that the density and purity of the elements around him were significantly increasing, and the fluctuations in the spiritual world were more intense. As if every inch of space was testing him and condensing his will at the same time, every void cultivation room he passed along the way, he could feel some sort of magical whisper inside, tempting him to enter. But he knew in his heart of hearts that higher up hid a purer power. When he climbed the first 300 meters, Mo Fan still had a relaxed face, but when the height exceeded 300 meters, Mo Fan's pace gradually became heavy, and every time he lifted his feet, it was as if he was dragging a 1,000-pound weight. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the runic steps that shone with a mysterious light. When he reached a height of over 600 meters, Mo Fan's body began to tremble slightly, and the pressure around him seemed as if it was going to crush his bones. But he still didn't stop. Gritting his teeth and continuing upward step by step, this tower of emptiness seemed to Chen Xian to be 1,000 meters high, and with every 300-meter rise in height, the mental pressure would be raised by a large hurdle. For the first 300 meters of height, the mental pressure is roughly equivalent to the first to third mental realm pressure, which can be said to be painless, and at best, it is like feeling that you are being watched by some kind of fierce beast. Chapter 202 Fifth Realm Spiritual Power. Chapter 202 to 202. Fifth Realm Spiritual Power. When he reached a height of over 600 meters, Mo Fan's body began to tremble slightly, and the pressure around him seemed as if it was going to crush his bones. But he still didn't stop. Gritting his teeth and continuing upward step by step, this tower of emptiness seemed to Chen Xian to be 1,000 meters high, and with every 300-meter rise in height, the mental pressure would be raised by a large hurdle. For the first 300 meters of height, the mental pressure was roughly equivalent to the first to third mental realm pressure, which could be said to be painless, and at best, it was like feeling like you were being watched by some kind of fierce beast. The height of 300 to 600 meters, facing the fourth to sixth spiritual realm pressure. The spiritual power of the medium realm is already enough to interfere with the material world. This spiritual pressure is incomparably heavy, but there is no pressure on Mo Fan. 600-900 meters high. No surprise is facing 7 to 9 great realm of spiritual pressure. This realm of spiritual pressure is remarkable, can directly cause damage to living things. The effect is comparable to a monarch-level demon's gaze with killing intent. With Mo Fan's current spiritual power of the fourth realm, it is likely that he will not be able to support it. As expected, when Mo Fan stepped onto the 800th meter step with great difficulty, the powerful spiritual pressure came at him like a raging sea tide. He only felt a sharp pain in his head, and heavy phantoms appeared in front of his eyes, as if there were countless evil spirits pulling at his soul. Mo Fan covered his head in pain and almost stumbled and planted himself, but the stubbornness in his heart made him hold on for dear life, not letting himself fall. Can't give up yet. I want to reach the top of the tower, Mo Fan roared in his heart, and with his tenacious willpower, he lifted his heavy foot once again. With every step he took, he had to endure immense pain, as if there were countless steel needles piercing his nerves. Mo Fan's eyes were glaring red and bloodshot all around them. No miracles happened. No shouts of break for me. It directly exploded. And not surprisingly, Mo Fan directly fainted after taking 2 more steps, but it didn't matter. The altar of the void was so well set up that there was no such outrageous situation as letting someone fall to their death from hundreds of meters in the air from where he fell. Where he cultivated 803 layers of steps and the opening of a space door sucked him in. I have to say that this setting is very humane, much better than the 3-step tower. It's a pity. Chen Xian sighed softly and walked out from the contract space, looking at Mo Fan, who had fallen into unconsciousness, just a little bit closer. Mo Fan would be able to break through the bottleneck of the spiritual realm and directly reach the 5th realm. This was also the reason why Chen Xian hadn't made a move. He could see that Mo Fan had touched the bottleneck. However, the failure of this breakthrough was considered a good foundation for the future, and it was estimated that when he woke up and continued to climb upwards, breaking through the 5th spiritual realm would be the nail in the coffin. Chen Xian sensed the elemental concentration of this cultivation room. To be honest, it can't play too much of a role for himself. With the elemental furnace upgraded, his cultivation speed is as good as hanging. After superimposing the addition here, it's just 1 day tops the outside for 3 days. Barely better than the 3 steps tower, without having high hopes for this number of floors. He understood that the true altar of the void was bound to be the 900,1000 floors of cultivation chambers, and that this last 100 floors would actually be considered the top of the tower. Chen Xian took a glance at the ground. Half of the steps were lit up with a red runic glow. which meant that the cultivation room on that step was already occupied, while the green ones were unoccupied, obviously. The main target of the Altar of the Void services were super-ranked mages, and only super-ranked mages as well as those with at least the 5th realm of the spirit realm could possibly ascend to the highest 100 floors of 5th realm of spiritual power, by virtue of many times climbing hard liver up, still have a great chance, after all, every time from the place of failure to recover full state, and then continue to challenge. Only the Altar of the Void after all is not a free cultivation mecca, the time here is limited. Every time the spiritual power is exhausted into a coma, exactly how many days to waste time, which is cost effective or not depends on personal trade-offs. Mofan went straight into a coma for 2 days before slowly waking up, and after understanding everything, he began to cultivate to restore his mental power. In just 1 day he restored his mental power to health. At the same time the summoning faculty that was stuck on the edge of breaking through finally broke through to the 3rd level of the high rank. This layer still had a very high increase in his cultivation. 1 day was at least as good as 10 days in the outside world. Brother Xian, I'm ready. Mofan was ready to climb again. Go! After Chen Xian finished speaking, his figure gradually faded away, once again entering the middle of the contract space. He wanted to climb by himself, but the prohibitions in the Altar of the Void did not recognize him as a demon at all, and even if he climbed honestly, the ubiquitous repulsive force repelled him. Only human footprints left on the steps will be recognized. Mofan took a deep breath and once again stepped onto the challenging steps. This time, his mind was more resilient, and his control of his spiritual power was more condensed, directly fearing a height of 50 meters in one breath to the 853rd floor. At this moment, Mofan's face was incomparably tormented. His body began to shake violently, and the terrifying spiritual pressure surged from all directions like substance. Every inch of the air seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, pressing down on every one of his nerves. Mofan's feet trembled as he landed on the next layer of steps. He understood that this was a sign that the spiritual realm was about to break through. The opportunity was not easy to come by and should not be given up easily. Sweat slid down his forehead like a stream, dripping onto the hard steps and instantly evaporated by the magic-filled air. Mofan's breathing became rapid and heavy. Each inhalation was like fighting against the entire Tower of Void, attempting to snatch a trace of oxygen from the airtight pressure. Hang in there, Mofan. Chen Xian's voice came from the contract space. Boing! The little Yenji let out an encouraging yelp as well. Thump! Chicken also delivered a well-timed thump, as if some kind of ancient BGM was blaring out, making people's blood boil. Mofan closed his eyes and tried to sink his mind into the spiritual world, searching for the spiritual fire that was still tenaciously beating in the midst of chaos and pressure. In the ocean of spirit, it was as if Mofan saw images of his past, getting back up after every fall, trying again after every failure. These images were like inspiring fires that ignited the fighting spirit within him. He began to involuntarily channel the scattered and thin spiritual energy to build a barrier against the external pressure. With the concentration and guidance of his spiritual power, Mofan felt that the terrifying spiritual pressure seemed to have found an outlet to vent, no longer blindly impacting, but being condensed by him little by little. The pain did not lessen, but his consciousness gradually cleared and the trembling of his body slowly subsided. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged from the bottom of his heart, like a river thawing in spring, breaking through the frozen bonds, and Mofan's spiritual realm realized a leap at this moment. He snapped his eyes open, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light, the sign of a breakthrough to a new realm. Chapter 203 to 203. Strength surge. The 5th spiritual realm has finally broken through, Mofan muttered, an uncontrollable smile appearing on his face. At this moment, the mental pressure around him slowed down greatly, and Mofan began to become a few points more relaxed, no longer struggling to lift his steps, and before a while of work he was even on dozens of floors, approaching a height of 900 meters. This meant that he was finally going to reach the top. At this moment, the mental pressure was at its extreme, and every step he took required a tremendous amount of willpower to support him. As he took the last step, he stepped into the 900th floor. In the next moment, an even more terrifying spiritual impact surged in, and Mofan's face instantly turned white, only to feel his head buzzing as his entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. He forced himself to stabilize his body, his heart filled with shock and unwillingness. The 900th floor was as terrifying as it was. He couldn't wait to escape directly into the 900th floor's training room. However, the red runic light showed that there were already people in it. Not only that, but from the 900th floor up 20 floors were in the red. Obviously, there were no longer a handful of people like Mofan who relied on multiple challenges to live up to the 900th floor, which should all be existences in the 5th realm of spiritual power, and only those freaks in the 7 to 9 major realms were able to go all the way straight to the last few floors. There was no way. If Mofan wanted to cultivate at the top of the tower, he would have to take another 20 steps up. Who let him come late? Otherwise he would have to wait for the others to finish their cultivation. It was obvious that this option was directly ruled out. Mo Fan gritted his teeth and continued to climb upwards, yet his body went limp before he could take a step. This last 100 floors. Its spiritual pressure was already equivalent to facing the Emperor's pressure. It would be nice for a high-level mage to face this kind of existence without being scared to move. Spiteful spirit possession. At the critical moment, Chen Xian directly struck, only to see an incomparably vicious deep-sea ghost emerge from the void, instantly drilling into Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan instantly felt a cold and powerful force instantly fill his entire body, and his originally softened body straightened up all of a sudden. The terrifying mental pressure no longer seemed so difficult to bear, only his entire temperament has also undergone a world-changing change. Countless grievances surfaced from his heart, and his entire person seemed to have infinite hostility, with the grudging spirits at its strength. Mo Fan raised his feet once again, and this time it became incomparably easy, as if a normal person was climbing the stairs without the slightest obstruction, without a moment's effort. Mo Fan arrived at the 921st floor and couldn't wait to enter it. Chen Xian also duly extracted the deep-sea ghost from Mo Fan's body. This thing was refined by Chen Xian using the curse technique at the cost of an excellent quality commander-grade essence spirit as well as a large number of commander-grade residual spirits. Deep-sea ghosts are chancellor-level ghosts. Something will happen if they are possessed for a long time. Mo Fan hasn't awakened the demon lineage yet, so Chen Xian wouldn't dare to let him be possessed for too long. Entering the 921st floor cultivation room, what appeared before Mo Fan and Chen Xian's eyes was an open platform. On the platform, a huge six-magnet star formation composed of transparent crystals was suspended in the center, and bright and dazzling light radiated from the center of the formation, illuminating the entire space, as if even time was frozen here. Feeling the elemental concentration and cultivation amplitude in the air, Mo Fan only felt that choosing the altar of the void was really the right place to come. If the efficiency of cultivating in the 800th floor was that one day was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world, then cultivating in this 921st floor was equivalent to 80 days in the outside world. What a terrifying cultivation bonus this was. I don't know how long it had been since I had experienced such a terrifying cultivation efficiency. The first time I had experienced 80 times the efficiency. It seemed like it was when I first entered the 3 Steps Tower, after such a long time had passed. That feeling of one day of cultivation was still so mesmerizing. Even with Chen Xian's current cultivation speed, he experienced a day's increase equivalent to 30 days in the outside world. This is not to say that Chen Xian is not as good as Mo Fan, precisely because his basic cultivation speed is so fast that the increase of the altar of the void accounts for a small percentage. The real cultivation speed is undoubtedly much faster than Mo Fan. No accident, he can directly in this altar of the void to break through the superorder. Calculating the time, there are still almost 41 days. Chen Xian and Mo Fan quickly entered into the state of cultivation. Just 5 days passed. Chen Xian quickly broke through the curse system high grade 3, began to move towards the direction of the space system super rank. 10 days passed. Mo Fan's cultivation skyrocketed. Shadow, space, chaos, the 3 faculties have been raised to the high rank 2nd level. At this time, he has all the faculties high rank 2nd level. The increase of the altar of the void on him also began to gradually weaken from the original 1 day being equivalent to 80 days. It's now only 60 days, so I'm guessing I'll have to cut it further up the scale. Another 20 days had passed, and at this time, Mo Fan's fire, thunder, and shadow departments had broken through the higher level 3, coming to the same level as the summoning department. On the other hand, the aura on Chen Xian's body grew more and more horrifying, and the space around him vaguely began to become unstable. Like a sign that some kind of power was about to break through. There were still 10 days left until the end of the cultivation. Mo Fan didn't bother about Chen Xian's movements and focused on the breakthroughs in the spatial and chaos lineages. He wanted to raise his cultivation in all the lineages to the high 3rd level by the time he was out of the gate. Another 7 days passed. This day Chen Xian breathed suddenly violent fluctuations. The entire 921st floor cultivation room as if by an invisible force was shaken. Spatial distortion fluctuation disorder. And in the next moment was smoothed out. This is the cultivation room specifically to inhibit the breakthrough of the movement of the forbidden system took effect. Chen Xian's figure blurred at this moment, and brilliant silver light floated around his body like a new star emerging. The spatial department broke through the super rank. At the same time, his spiritual realm was also as natural as a waterfall, breaking through to the 7th realm. His soul strength had long been enough to support the spiritual power of this realm. What he lacked was merely magical cultivation. Now that the spiritual realm is the great realm and the magical cultivation has reached the super order, it's time to decide on the path of the monarch, and it's time to make a choice on how to evolve in the future. Mo Fan sensed Chen Xian's breakthrough, and instead of being half distracted, he focused on his own cultivation. With his efforts, he finally managed to make a breakthrough on the last day. At this point, Mo Fan's entire system was of high level 3 cultivation. The spiritual realm had even reached the peak of the 5th realm with the accumulation of so many magic systems. and it could be said that it was completely plucked. Mo Fan's aura was very unstable at this time. He hadn't had time to consolidate his cultivation at all. Each faculty contained a power several times more massive than before. Even the spiritual power of the fifth realm was also vague. I'll give you a suggestion. While there's still time, you can try condensing your spiritual will with the higher rungs of the ladder. Chen Xian said how to quickly master the soaring spiritual power was, of course, to directly fight against some kind of spiritual pressure, draining it once and naturally refining it. Good idea, but with my current spiritual realm, I'm afraid that top-level pressure would have trouble making me feel a near-death breakthrough in the first place. Mo Fan said, there will always be some use. Chen Xian said, Chapter 204, 204. Second-generation Sarungit was true that there was no pressure to climb to the top of the fifth realm. But to say that staying at the top step and resisting the emperor-level spiritual pressure was not necessarily comfortable, at least with Mo Fan's current level of lethargy, it could not hold up. As expected, he was exhausted in no time and was directly drained of his spiritual power. This place was also a good place to raise the spiritual realm, but it was limited to below the middle realm. It just so happened that the Void Altar's cultivation time was over, and the person in charge brought Mo Fan out thus. The trip to Australia is completely over. Hiss. What's gotten into you, kid? Spiritual energy probed into Mo Fan's spiritual world, and Han Silence was instantly shocked. 6 lineages of high-level 3rd grade, 5th realm spiritual power. This was more than a heaven and a earth compared to before entering. It was simply outrageous to the grandmother's house. No wonder your brat had to trade for the opportunity to cultivate at the altar of the void. Is it true that you managed to reach the top? Han Silence asked excitedly. As the world's most awesome cultivation mecca, Han Silence had naturally come here to experience it. It was only that at that time, he was already a super-ranked mage and was wearing a Star Ocean magic weapon. So at this time, even the top level of the altar of the void wasn't enough to bring about a sudden improvement in his cultivation, according to Chen Xian's feeling. After breaking through the spatial department's super grade, if he cultivated the spatial department further inside, 1 day would only be equivalent to 4 days outside. It was hard to say whether this was efficient or not. After the super step, after each rise in a small step is difficult. It is likely to cultivate a full year time also only for a department on a small section. To know the original Mo Fan's small loach absorbed a large number of ground holy spring, and even the armored robe chopped the empty essence of the spirit of the absorption of the evolution into a unique antithetical cultivation of the soul of the magic weapon, but also do not see Mo Fan's superorder cultivation has soared performance. To the Magic City Sea Battle. Also only a thunder system just broke through the superorder 3 levels, which also invested a lot of resources for the sake of, after the Sea Battle of Devil's Capital, with the large amount of essence remnants provided by the battlefield and the awakening of the Green Dragon's soul. It still took Mo Fan a whole year to raise the 7 faculties to super rank full cultivation. It's enough to see how hard it is to ascend the super steps. You have to be in seclusion for a year if you don't hang on. You'll have to stay in seclusion for 10 years. That's for sure. Great Mo Fan, am not just a name for nothing, Mo Fan said proudly, then told Han Silence about the trip. Han Silence heard, eyes flashed a trace of envy, and then said, really let you kid go dog luck. On the top of the tower even only need to climb 20 layers to have a position. Think of the beginning of the time I would climb to more than 70 layers to have a position. Let's not talk about this. Return to your country. Return to the country. After waiting for the kid for so long, it's almost faded out the bird for the old man me. The Festival of the Flying Flowers. As a special festival on Mount Parthenon, it is now a grand celebration for all of Greece. During this festival, honey-tea-colored petals and emerald blue leaves from the sacred mountain entwine in the monsoon winds and float into the Acropolis. Adorning the entire city, the festival attracts worshippers from all over the world and brings the Acropolis to life. With people waiting at the bottom of the hill the night before to be the first to enter the Temple of Faith to listen to soft prayers and voice their expectations. However, this year, the Parthenon suddenly announced the closure of the mountain on the important day of the Flying Flower Festival. Countless believers who had come to participate in the festival were puzzled and disappointed, and all of them were speculating about the reasons behind it. Only that Patnan had not made any response to this, and the believers could only leave one by one in a state of disappointment. In the temple, Xinxia slowly woke up from her dizziness. She didn't understand why her body was so weak. Even though she was now a high-ranked mage, she still felt like she couldn't make it. She slowly opened her eyes, and what she introduced to her eyes were countless Patnan executives, who were verbally pointing at themselves in anger, as if she had done something to harm the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the pungent smell of blood came, and Xinxia instantly came to her senses. Looking down, he saw that the corpse of the other goddess candidate, the Holy Virgin Panija, was lying on the tray of his wheelchair, her eyes wide and her hideous expression staring at him dead in the face. As for himself, his hands were covered in blood. I killed her, Xinxia muttered, incredulously. It does seem that you don't realize that this soul of yours is innocent. but your other soul is guilty as sin. Second generation Sarung. Fan returned to the country by plane, originally planning to find a place to play wild to consolidate his cultivation. Only Ling Ling made a phone call at the first opportunity and told him to head to the hunting lodge. Arriving at the hunting lodge, Fan saw Xiao Ling Ling on the bar at a glance. She seemed to be starting to enter her teenage years. She had grown quite a bit in size, almost up to Fan's shoulders, and her body bones gradually started to take on the contours of what a girl should have. "What is it? Calling me over in such a hurry?" Fan asked. Ling Ling didn't say anything, except that her eyes looked at Fan a bit strange. A feeling that she couldn't describe. "I don't know what to say. I'll explain it to you slowly when my sister gets here." "What's so bad to open up? It won't be your first great aunt coming." Fan has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Spirit, however, didn't have any expression due to Fan's joke and still looked at him with a strange look when Fan saw her like this. He also realized that something big had happened and quickly collected his smile. "You have to be prepared." "Me?" Fan froze for a moment, his heart thumping. As they were talking, Leng Qing and the others walked in. Along with her were Tang Yu and Tang Zhong, and all three of them looked at Fan with very unfavorable expressions. "Something happened?" Fan asked, with a few hidden fears in his heart. He was afraid to hear that something had happened to Xinxia or Jia Xingleng Qing, and the others didn't say a word. The atmosphere was very unpleasant. "You guys are going to sit around dry all the time?" Fan pursued. Fan, this matter is also difficult for us to explain to you. I'll tell you what we know. Although it's absurd, but then the evidence is so strong that we have to accept this fact. Tang Zhong said. "Well, you guys talk. Let's start with Sarung. You're no stranger to him, one of the 7 cardinals of the Black Jew court, who escaped from the holy sanctuary half a year ago, and was later killed by an undercover agent we in the Inquisition hid by his side who laid down his life." "And then?" Fan said. "Do you remember the forgetting worm? It's a curse and mind-based forbidden magic artifact that can cause a person's memory to be misplaced, or even manipulate a person's memory. Based on the research conducted by the Judgment Council and the Holy Sanctuary, we have come to the conclusion that Sarung most likely doesn't refer to a certain person, but rather a certain soul grid, a certain memory, a certain will. So, Sarung isn't dead? What's dead is just his shell?" Fan asked. "Most likely. The Black Jew Ting has been dead for countless years. We deduce that Sarung is most likely dispersing its will and interests among the countless forgetful worms, and once it dies, the next generation of Sarung will be born." Chapter 205. Traveling to Parthenon. It's really tricky. It can't be that the second generation Sarung is trying to get back at me by laying hands on my father, right? Fan instantly conjured up a terrifying possibility, and a wave of raging hostility arose, seeing that Fan was already mentally prepared. Ling Ling also decided to tell the truth. "It's not your father. It's Xinxia." Xinxia was recognized as a second-generation Sarung and was taken down by the holy sanctuary and patron. In the end, it was Leng Cheng who spoke the harsh truth. In an instant, the entire room sank into silence, and all four felt the oppressive feeling of an angry volcano about to erupt, as Fan's entire aura became terrifying. "Heartsia? Second-generation Sarung?" The expression on Fan's face was nearly twisted. "Parthenon? What a Parthenon? How dare one do something more ridiculous than this?" Fan, calm down first, Tang Yu hurriedly advised. "There's nothing to calm down about. Patnan's people doing such ludicrous things for the sake of an election battle. I'm going to tear down that broken temple right now." Fan's emotions were close to getting out of control. He had long felt that there was a great conspiracy behind Xinxia's smooth and unimpeded journey to become the Holy Maiden, and now that his suspicions had really been confirmed, and that the most important person to him had been caught in the center of this storm, how could he accept it? "You listen to us first. Today everything is very unfavorable to Xinxia. First you need to know why Xinxia was controlled. There is a charge that she personally killed the saintly girl Panigia, which is her own admission. Let's assume for a moment that Heartshire is Sarung. Panigia asked Heartsha to meet her alone in the Holy Maiden Hall. The Holy Maiden Panigia had hard evidence that Heartsha was Sarung and seemed to want to confront her, so Heartsha killed her. Panigia stayed back, causing Heartsha to be blocked inside the Holy Maiden Hall just after she killed Panigia. The killing process was not witnessed by anyone, but there were only the two of them in the entire Sacred Maiden Hall. Xinxia's heart was placed next to Pan Nijia's wheelchair. Her hands were stained with Pan Nijia's blood, and the moment Pan Nijia was still breathing, multiple people entered the Sacred Maiden Hall to witness Pan Nijia pointing at Xinxia as she collapsed. Leng Qing said, "Spirit manipulation." Fan said firmly. After multiple super-ranked mind system masters conducted confirmation, Xinxia was not mentally manipulated. Our country's own mind system mages were also sent, and there was no problem. She is a mind system mage in her own right. and even a super-ranked mage would have a hard time controlling her completely. Most importantly, Xinxia's memory was confused, and the people of the holy sanctuary found the presence of the forgetfulness worm in her, as well as her blood fit to melt into the cardinal's bloodstone. The bloodstone is the stone used by the Black Jew court to determine the identity of the cardinal. Its material is of the same family as the guilty stone. There is no possibility of forgery, and the holy sanctuary snatched it from the Pope many years ago. Lengqing said. Mo Fan closed his eyes in agony. So much evidence was conclusive without fail that it showed one thing. The human hierarchy wanted to put Xinxia to death. At this time, but he did not have any power. Even if he was gifted, high-ranking full repair cultivation in Patnan is just a few dozen knights to take down, not to mention a large number of super-ranking mages. No demonic system of power. He simply cannot think of how to save the heart of the summer. Ling Ling and the others had already stated all they knew to Mo Fan at this moment. They knew that it was all really hard to accept, but that was the way it was. The room fell silent, vaguely audible Mo Fan's heavy breathing. All of this is too heavenly for Mo Fan, but the evidence is right in front of him, is forcing him to accept. Did she suffer? Mo Fan's voice was low. She's confined within the holy maiden hall of the goddess temple. Suffering isn't so bad. It's just that the judges have already begun casting sin stones. Tang Zhong said. I'll go now. Mo Fan turned toward the door, just walked out a few steps. Tang Yu chased out. She looked at Mo Fan. Her heart was also a burst of sadness. Perhaps for Mo Fan 10 million demons are far less than this news to be more terrible. Mo Fan! Tang Yu shouted. Mo Fan turned around, his eyes dark. Put this on. Tang Yu took out a bead and handed it over. Mo Fan glanced at it and his eyes touched slightly. Thanks. Mo Fan finished speaking and disappeared in an instantaneous movement. In the next moment, it directly appeared in an open space. Brother Xian, do you want to break into the temple with me? If you don't want to, let's just break the contract. I might not survive this trip. There was no one around. Mo Fan said to the air. Really come to this point. He instead did not want to involve the people around him. If it can be good to get together is also okay. What the fuck are you talking about? Chen Xian's voice was deafening, and the entire space trembled as his massive bulk slowly descended on this empty ground, his heavy weight directly shaking the surrounding buildings by several points. Without the slightest concealment, the 130-meter-high monster appeared directly in the middle of the city, and the residents in the vicinity were scared out of their wits and fled in fear when they saw this scene. As soon as Chen Xian scooped up Mo Fan, the hot stream gushing behind him rose up like a rocket, instantly wrapping the two of them into the sky, disappearing into the clouds, far away from the dust and clamor. As long as you don't wimp out, not to mention the tiny Parthenon. What's wrong with being an enemy of the ruling hierarchy of all mankind? I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and I hope you'll come to your senses as well. Flying in mid-air, Chen Xian said with great bravado. This would be the first time that Chen Xian and Mo Fan had swung a heavy punch at the ruling class of this world. Although it was only the tiny holy sanctuary under its command, it was already a great step for them. Mo Fan's mood was very complicated. Everything was the same as what Chen Xian had said in general. Even if he tried to avoid it, the path of climbing upwards would always meet this kind of thing. What happened to Xinxia was the best proof. The conflict between the climbers and the ruling hierarchy is irreconcilable. Fight or die. Maybe one really needs to make some changes. Brother Xian, how strong is the Parthenon? Mo Fan would have calmed down by now and asked worriedly. Parthenon is divided into 4 great halls. The Hall of the Goddess, the Hall of Knights, the Hall of Faith, and the Hall of Judgment. The 4 halls are headed by the Hall of the Goddess. The Hall of Knights is the armed force that guards the Hall of the Goddess. The Hall of Faith is open to all believers, and the Hall of Judgment is used to establish rules, rewards and punishments. The Temple of the Divine Feminine is the core of Parthenon, in which there are great sages, waitresses, and trainee waitresses. The great sages and above are basically auxiliary super-ranked mages, while the sages and chambermaids are auxiliary high-ranked mages. There must be at least 500 of these high-rank mages. Down below is the Knights Hall, which has thousands of guardian knights, divided into Golden Flare Knights, Silver Moon Knights, and Blue Star Knights. When a trainee chambermaid, sage, or great sage goes out for relief, they will be followed by the corresponding guardian knights to ensure their safety. There are nearly 100 Golden U Knights among them. All of them are super-ranked mages, and all of the remaining knights are also high-ranked mages, with the least of them being at the level of a member of the state government. And the Knights Hall is also the most dominant armed force in Patnan. Chapter 206. Breaking into the Star River Mountain Road, there are nearly 100 Golden U Knights among them. All of them are super-ranked mages, and all of the remaining knights are also high-ranked mages, with the least of them being at the level of a member of the state government. And the Knights Hall is also the most dominant armed force in Patnan. Further down is the Hall of Judgment. The Hall of Judgment is the Hall of Judgment mages, a total of 1,000 of them. all of them with strengths of high rank and above. Lastly, there's the Hall of Faith at the foot of the mountain, and the faith mages who can serve there are at least at the middle rank, numbering at least 10,000. These are all secondary. This is just Patnan's regular battle power. This time, when we go to break into the Divine Mountain, Patnan's high-end battle force is what we should be worried about. The Temple Masters, Vice-Temple Masters, Temple Mothers, Old Priests, and the 12 sealed knights of the various temples, the temple's hidden clan offerings. None of these people are the best of the super rank, with a strength of at least one lineage of super rank 3 existences, and there is even no shortage of upside downs and forbidden spells among them. Chen Xian explained. This was all information from the original story, but the real situation was not so exaggerated. The more Mo Fan listened, the colder his psyche became. Such a huge magic organization. How should he save Xin Xia from them? Can Xian and Xian Snake really hold up? If according to Chen Xian's own words so exaggerated, then certainly cannot hold up. But the original in this paragraph seems to be the temple's combat power is not as exaggerated as the later against the Golden Yawning Titan, which naturally have unexpected circumstances. Personnel are not complete as well as the world line is not yet to the back of the world and other various complex reasons. However, it was certain that the number of super ranks faced this time would not exceed 100. Neither would there be an existence of such a level as a forbidden spell. Several hours passed. The distant road finished flying in the twinkling of an eye. Chen Xian directly landed towards Greece, and disappeared into Mo Fan's contract space when he was about to land, while Mo Fan transferred to the Dark Fierce Eagle and flew towards Mount Parthenon in Athens. Mo Fan. Just after arriving at the temple, Mo Fan, who was forced to descend by the prohibition, heard a voice coming from the temple and turned around to look, only to see Zhu Meng, Pang Lei and the others already waiting here. Zhu Meng looked serious and said with a firm gaze, "Have you thought about it? This matter does not need to be considered." Mo Fan's attitude was firm. There was no discussion to be had. "I'm sorry we can't step in and help you," Panel said. If Mo Fan had suffered any crisis, they would have definitely helped. But this time, the matter involved the ruling of the Holy Sanctuary. The might of the Holy Sanctuary would not allow any national mages to provoke it. Once they, the representative figures of the Dragon Kingdom, also came down, the Holy City would definitely intervene directly with a more powerful force, and then it would rise to the level of forbidden spell exchanges. "All we can do is to save your life if necessary," Zhu Meng said in a deep voice. This was all Xiao Zheng's intention, and he didn't want Mo Fan, a future pillar, to die halfway. Mo Fan knew that they were purposely waiting here for their own sake, and there was an additional feeling of gratitude in his heart. "Many thanks. I'll go up the mountain then." Mo Fan turned around and was ready to walk towards the mountain path. "Wait, Mo Fan. The Grand Speaker entrusted me to give this to you," Zhu Meng suddenly said, then took out a blood-red glass bead. Mo Fan turned around and his eyes were immediately attracted by the blood-red glass bead. His whole body directly froze. "Isn't this a blood particle? This is a purer blood lich. I hope he can keep you alive," Zhu Meng said. Mo Fan steadily received the blood particle, holding it tightly in his hand, sensing that power contained within it, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling up in rhythm with it. Mo Fan nodded his head heavily and said nothing more as he walked towards the Star River Mountain Road. On the way here, Chen Xian had already plotted out the plan for him, and the Star River Mountain Road's breakthrough setting was also told to him. So Mo Fan was not ignorant. Pang Lai originally wanted to remind, but when he saw that Mo Fan directly started to break in, he understood that he was already prepared. The results of the verdict on the Divine Mountain had already come out, and the vast majority of the judges agreed that Yi Xinxia was guilty. Even if she wasn't a second-generation Sarung, the one of killing the Holy Maiden Panija was likewise a capital offense. This time only has not yet declared the result. Mo Fan wants to approach the heart of the summer, only break into the Star River Mountain Road away. This is also Chen Xian planned. Once can successfully approach the heart of the summer, he and the Xian snake will directly appear to make a big fuss, and then directly fly to the sky to run away. Of course, this was the most ideal situation. If he had no choice, he would directly drink the liquid of time, and at that time, his demonic cultivation would be plucked up to an extreme level in a short period of time, and he would at least be a monarch-level demon, combined with the heaven-defying increase of the many golden fingers. Chen Xian was completely certain that he would be able to turn on grass-cutting peerless in this divine mountain. He had long been impatient to taste what it was like to slaughter human mages, not to mention, this was inside the city of Athens, and if he launched into a frenzy of direct spit sweeps, or massive heat pulses, or dove headfirst into it, the casualties would be unprecedented. When pushed, Chen Xian wouldn't care about innocence. They weren't his people anyway. The value created by these ordinary people wouldn't be shared a bit with him, and he didn't care if it was rippled out. In the original, the great battle between Demon Mo Fan and Skeleton Nook also caused countless deaths. The dark undead worm and Skeleton Nook's chest had swallowed an unknown number of living people to recover from their injuries. and the collision between the two supreme monarchs was even more difficult for even the Dark Penal Colony to isolate all of its aftershocks. Star River Mountain Road. An intruder. Star River Mountain Road. An intruder. The high warning sound quickly reverberated throughout the entire Divine Mountain. The ancient and solemn bells boomed, not knowing how long it had been since they had been rung, and at the moment it sounded dull and shocking. On the Star River Mountain Road, the dark cyan light of chaos was intertwined and intricate, and no matter which corner of the Divine Mountain one looked from, one could see this unusual energy gently swaying. Once the intruder stepped into the archway of the mountain path, the boundary of the suppression field would instantly activate, shrouding the entire long and wide mountain path. Along with the sky above it was also closed. Fan felt as if he was in a chaotic tunnel, surrounded by blurriness, and could only vaguely see four statues emitting biting murderous aura along the incline, which stood on different levels of the mountain path. Fan could feel his own power being suppressed, but this suppression wasn't too strong, and he was still able to exert about 90% of his own strength. The news of someone breaking into the sacred mountain instantly sensationalized the entire sacred mountain. Even the believers of the Hall of Faith have been informed, and the news even spread throughout the Acropolis at an alarming speed. Just like an ancient and forbidden existence, when a brave man dared to challenge and break it, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Below the mountain path, the crowd that heard the commotion immediately surged from the Hall of Faith, and shortly after, the crowd passed through the layer of the mountain path boundary and looked at the back of a young man who was taking one step at a time towards the top of the ladder. End of chapter. Chapter 207 to 207. Breaking in. That's the number 1 ranked fan of the National Palace. It looks like it's really him. What on earth is he trying to do? Actually breaking into the Star River Mountain Road. Soon, fan's identity was recognized, and murmurs instantly filled the entire mountain. It wasn't long before a dense crowd gathered below the mountain path, gazing in shock at the Chinese trainee who had made a big splash in the global school competition, completely unable to understand why he had made such a move. And high above the mountain pass, the members of the Knights Hall quickly appeared near the exit, where they gathered around, looking down from a height on the entire Star River Mountain Pass that was closed off by the boundary, as well as fan's figure that appeared extraordinarily small in the midst of it. Who is this man? He's killing himself. I'm afraid it's for that demoness. Even if you're a genius of the State House, you won't be able to defeat the bronze beast guarding the pass. The many knights murmured and looked on with cold eyes. Fan walked to the same level as the first statue and he turned to face it, while the statue's one eye actually suddenly opened and stared straight at Fan, emitting a chillingly evil aura. This is the first statue, the Greek bronze beast. This is an extremely ancient creature that symbolizes war and killing in Greek mythology. The ancients conquered this tyrannical beast and used it to guard this sacred mountain range. Greek copper beast, only one eye, limbs stout and short. The body is huge like a giant toad, but the head is shaped like a rhinoceros. The end of the nose has a pair of sharp and incomparable copper horns. The copper horn aimed at Fan and attacked violently, only to see a sharp to the core green light coming at him, so fast that one could barely make any reaction. However, just at the moment of that looming crisis, a powerful and unparalleled spatial nimbus force violently condensed in the air, and that cyan-colored death ray was instantly crushed and dissipated by this force. Chen Xian directly mobilized his spatial nimbus, turning it into countless fine threads of nimbus, which seemed like a large invisible net, silently spreading over the entire space. Although the Greek bronze beast was fierce, the moment it launched its attack again, it was like an insect that fell into a spider web, tightly bound by this sudden spatial binding. Unable to move, the spiritual power of the great realm gave the spatial nimbus a powerful and incomparable quality, and the Hell's Curse of up to 700 plus not only gave Chen Xian a powerful immunity to magic, but likewise gave him an equal increase in magic, and nimbus control as a beginner's level magic enjoyed an even greater bonus of 700% plus, the equivalent of 7 great realm space mages using nimble control at the same time. How could this Greek copper beast break free? Not only could they not break free, but as Chen Xian's mind exerted force, those fine threads of thought seemed to have been instructed and began to contract dramatically, twisting and tightening like a noose, exerting unimaginable pressure on the Greek bronze beast. Under this terrifying squeeze, the impenetrable copper shell of the Greek copper beast emitted clicks and cracks, showing cracks, and eventually shattered and disintegrated in a loud boom, turning into a field of fragments of the ancient statue guardian. At this moment, completely lost its former majesty and collapsed in front of Fan. Seconds. This was killed? Countless knights were stunned. That was a Greek bronze beast. No matter what, it wouldn't be abused like that. This Fan. What kind of demonic spell has he cast? What a powerful spatial nimbus. Someone high up has struck? Old Pang, is this bronze statue so weak? How come you didn't break through in the first place? Zhu Mang looked at the corpse of the bronze statue and was puzzled. It's not that the bronze statue is weak, it's that Fan is too strong. With just this spatial nimbus, a super-ranked mage would have to fall just the same. Moreover, I didn't fall at this level, but the vampire at the third level. Panglai said. Old man Song Chiming, who was at the side of the bag, also nodded. Mo Fan had now walked to the side of the second statue of compliance, which was a ghostly creature with a pair of large bat wings, horns on its head, and limbs that were hooked and clawed. Seeing that this thing didn't look like it was awakening, Mo Fan simply ignored it and continued toward the higher steps, ready to let him off the hook. As a result, I didn't find this bastard who was determined to seek death, and even made a provocative remark. Kid, you want to leave without killing me? An old and odd voice came out. Mo Fan turned his head violently and found that the evil horned gargoyle ghost had already appeared less than a meter behind himself. That inhuman and ghostly face was quite close to Mo Fan, and the smile squeezed from that grey flesh looked sinister and frightening. False to the extreme. This is the first time I've heard such a strange request. Brother Xian, fulfill him, Mo Fan said. Well said. After Chen Xian finished speaking, the giant hand of the prime sky probed through space into the middle of the present world, and the huge palm directly enveloped the evil hornstone statue ghost completely, in which the prohibitions of the sublime dimension and the curse continued to close, eliminating the possibility of the evil hornstone statue ghost escaping with its divine demonic techniques. Wait, before the evil horned gargoyle could finish speaking, Chen Xian's huge palm suddenly tightened, and under this amazing force, that evil horned gargoyle was instantly pinched to smithereens, turning into a pile of fragments that dissipated into the air. Garbage, Mo Fan said disdainfully, then continued walking upwards. My God, what is that? Demons! That must be the devil's hand. This is horrible. Seeing this scene, all of them were nonchalant. Even the evil horned gargoyle had been seconded, which meant that the later levels wouldn't play much of a role, and successfully breaking through seemed to be the nail in the coffin. The Star River Mountain Dao would suppress the cultivation of both humans and demons to high rank and commander. Chen Xian's demonic cultivation would have been that of a commander, and he was strong purely because the golden finger was so unbelievable. The commander level was now just a slap in front of him, crushing it with his hand. Mo Fan continued to walk forward. The third statue presented a humanoid creature. Except for the vertical collar trench coat and the sharp bloody teeth, the rest of it was no different from a human. Apparently, it was a vampire. Mo Fan could sense that this was a different enemy from his two previous opponents. His might was clearly a monarch-level creature, but with Chen Xian around, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Vampire Bora stood still, looking down on Mo Fan, who was gradually walking. His gaze was a little surprised, only because the person who broke into this place was far younger than he had imagined. Bora stared at Mo Fan, gently inhaled. He was able to rely on the rate of flow of the enemy's blood to determine the other party's state of mind. Whether it is fear, nervousness or other, can quickly make a judgment. However, when Bora sniffed Mo Fan's blood, his face instantly changed abruptly. His eyes steeply staring at Mo Fan with a hook-like death glare. His pale but handsome face slowly grinned, turning into a kind of ecstasy that was nearly out of control, and his pupils were gradually becoming scorching hot. Blood sharpener. You've used the blood sharpener. Bora pointed towards Mo Fan and shouted out in ecstasy. Chapter 208-208. Vampire Bola's allegiance. Mo Fan was a little surprised that this vampire actually knew about the blood drops, but he didn't have time to talk more nonsense with this vampire now. Get out of the way, Mo Fan said coldly. Tell me, how did you survive the demonic backlash and not turn into a demonic monster? Bora didn't care about Mo Fan's tone and continued to question. Hearing this, Chen Xian directly launched an attack. The vast spatial power converging to form a heavy to the extreme spatial gravity that poured down so violently that even the stretched-out Star River Mountain Road seemed to be unable to withstand this power and trembled. The vampire Bora was instantly slammed and crawled to the ground, the heavy gravity seeming to crush him into pulp, forced to quickly transform into a shadow bat to escape. However, Chen Xian was unforgiving. The spatial gravity zone chased the shadow bat and smashed it down piece by piece, and the entire Star River Mountain Road ushered in an unprecedented earthquake. The tremor gradually transmitted to the seat of the Divine Mountain. Although the Star River Mountain Road's prohibition also suppressed Chen Xian's spatial system super rank, it only suppressed cultivation, and could not suppress the spiritual realm at all. Much less Chen Xian's hell curse's golden finger increased. He can still output with impunity. My goodness, is this the gold of being number one in the State House? How is that possible? Even the vampire Bora is no match for him. A few patron executives were shocked. It was unbelievable that someone was able to hang vampire Bora under the suppression of the Star River Mountain Road. It was unbelievable to know that a mage of Panglai's level was defeated by vampire Bora in the first place. The shadow bat in the guise of Bora fled in all directions, circumventing Chen Xian's spatial gravity. However, Mo Fan didn't watch from the sidelines. He decisively possessed himself with the little Yanji and cast the third level of Heavenly Flame Burial. The sky seemed to be torn apart as the dazzling flames transformed into an endless rain of fire of light, falling like meteors and dispersing the dreary night of the Star River Mountain Road. The sudden light and heat slowed Bora's shadow bat form down considerably, and it struggled to dodge through the air, but the spatial gravity followed it like a shadow, binding it so tightly that it almost crushed it. That very moment, those fiery rains of fire also arrived as promised, falling in synchronization with the spatial gravity. Each drop contained destructive power, blasting around Bora. The Star River mountain road instantly burst into flames, and the rolling mountain ranges trembled under the power. Bora's hands were raised high, and the dark energy surging within his body instantly condensed into a blood shield, which was like a fresh heart, with blood-colored veins beating on its surface. In an attempt to ward off this deadly double attack, the rain of fire crashed against the blood shield with crackling bursts, each collision accompanied by dazzling light and steaming smoke. Spatial gravity, on the other hand, squeezed the shield mercilessly, causing Bora to use more power to keep it stable so that it would not be completely crushed by the force. Buzz! A sharp sound wave suddenly erupted as Chen Xian once again changed his stance, no longer relying solely on spatial gravity, but unleashing sound magic that struck directly at Bora's blood shield. The sound wave was like an invisible blade, materializing and cutting into Bora's defense. The blood shield trembled under the impact of the sound wave, and the blood-colored veins on the surface of the shield seemed to twist in pain under the impact of Chen Xian's devastating sound wave. The blood shield finally reached its limit of tolerance. Bang! With a loud bang, the seemingly impenetrable shield instantly turned into pieces, and the fragments flew apart in the air like red silk blown away by the wind, exposing Bora's terrified face. Losing the protection of the shield, Bora's figure was directly exposed to the dense rain of fire, and the flames mercilessly licked at his body, each drop falling to explode his flesh into a bloody mess. Stop! That's enough! Enough! Bora shouted out, while bursting out stronger demonic power to blow out the subsequent raining fire. Only Chen Xian's spatial gravity still made him unable to straighten up. Seeing that this bastard had been honest, Chen Xian also removed the spatial gravity in a smooth manner, and the fight between the two sides came to a halt. Mo Fan ignored him and turned towards the next floor. His heart was only thinking about Xianxia right now. Wait! Bola suddenly shouted out. Mo Fan turned around at the sound and looked at him with suspicion. Please forgive me for trying just now. Great demon! Bora's injuries instantly recovered as before, and at the moment he was back to being a gentleman. If you're too weak, I won't let you pass. The next guy guarding the mountain is extremely powerful. Even I'm no match for him, Bora said solemnly. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Mo Fan was filled with doubt. I am very different from those lowly bloods. I was born of demon blood. My allegiance is to the great demon, and as a servant of the demon, loyalty and bravery are deeply embedded in my heart, and no amount of change over the years can change the promise we first made. For 1,000 years, I thought I would slowly decay and be forgotten. Unexpectedly, at the end of Bora's life, a true demon was born. Please forgive me for testing you before, and accept my allegiance. My last master possessed demonic powers for less than a day, and I swore to guard this place as time passed and years were forgotten. If you are not satisfied with me, you may allow me to fade away. I have little time left to live. The vampire Bora's tone carried an ancient aristocratic air. Even the etiquette of his half-kneeling and performing the rituals, I'm afraid, went back 1,000 years. Mo Fan was a bit stunned. He had not expected this vampire to stop fighting there. It was just as well that he stopped fighting, but he even threw away his responsibility of guarding the mountain and chose to pledge allegiance to himself. Looking at the vampire Bola who was half-kneeling in front of him, for a while his mood was complicated. I'm going to do something extremely crazy. If you're not afraid, follow me, Mo Fan said. Naturally, I'm not afraid, but as you are the only one who has inherited the demon bloodline, I would like you to leave this place for the time being, and it's not too late for you to come back when your strength is great. Bora said, I have to go up the mountain. Mo Fan's tone was firm and unquestionable. I see. What the hell is this Bora up to? How can he kneel to a heretic? Is he crazy? The hot-tempered Hailong shouted at once. The Night Templar and the Divine Feminine Templar were all stunned. The most mysterious vampire among their 4 mountain gate guards, Bora, actually made a half-kneeling salute to someone else, and seemed to have to follow Mo Fan to the 4th level of the ladder. Great Sage Melora couldn't help but grunt coldly. I'll say it, this blood clan has no loyalty to speak of at all. Perhaps he had the intention to turn against us long ago, taking this opportunity to challenge the majesty of our Parthenon temple. It's long overdue for him to go up in smoke. Humph, since this guy quit, let Habu kill them both together. Hailong said in annoyance. Chapter 209-209. Silver Moon Titan Mo Fan had already broken through the 3rd mountain guarding stone statue, and the believers and good people of the Hall of Faith were all abuzz with the loss of face of the Parthenon temple. Trespassing through the 4 major guardian statues of the mountain can see the goddess, and the goddess is honored beyond compare. Even the Night Temple Vice Temple Master to see the goddess is difficult. If Mo Fan really breaks through successfully, then let people feel that the Star River Mountain Road is unbearable. In the future, I am afraid that there are thousands of challengers every day. Then Patnon also don't call Patnon. Call Guardian Athena, forget it. Mofan and the vampire Bola continued to walk up the last section of the mountain steps, which covered a vast area and was flanked by dense sloping forests with rocky cliffs standing behind the trees. The crags seemed to have naturally formed two gates, and the closer they got to Goddess Peak, the narrower the trail became. Where is that last guy? Mofan looked extremely far away, but he didn't find the figure of the last statue. The vampire Bora, however, maintained a high level of alertness, although he had never seen that last guardian statue with his own eyes. On many occasions, Bora could sense that fellow's aura, which was unusually powerful. Buzz. Shensun took the lead as a powerful and unrivaled shockwave traveled through space, directly blasting towards the Silver Moon Titan Haobu, who was disguised as a mountain rock. Familiar with the plot of the original, he naturally knew clearly who the mountain guarding boss of the fourth level was. Silver Moon Titan Haobu was a titan that had been successfully domesticated by Patnon, and had been guarding this mountain pass for Patnon since he became an adult. The Titan giant clan possessed chameleon-like protective colors. They inhabited the mountains and forests, and when their bodies were close to the mountain rocks, their body colors would blend perfectly with the rocks, making it almost indistinguishable. This was their means of hiding themselves. However, in Chen Sun's eyes, these means were useless, whether it was sound magic or space magic. The presence of this behemoth could be clearly perceived. Chen Xian's attack exploded like a thunderbolt amongst this quiet mountain forest. The Silver Moon Titan Haobu's figure was unsteady under the effect of this shockwave, and the mountain rocks that he was nestled against were shattered by it, and dust flew up in a flash. A looming giant-shaped silhouette appeared on the gray-white rock wall, and it wasn't until then that Mofan and vampire Bola discovered this titanic giant. This is a Titan giant. Mofan recognized this ancient creature. This was the first time he had encountered a Titan giant. He didn't expect such a huge size to have this kind of stealth ability. Woo! Seeing that its disguise was no longer hiding, the Titan simply revealed its massive true body. This appearance immediately made the crowd watching in the Holy Temple of Faith at the bottom of the mountain terrified, only to see a huge figure standing among the trees on the steep hillside. Even if it was separated by several sections of mountain path, it could not make people feel that it had reduced in size in the slightest, especially some ordinary believers who did not practice magic. They were paralyzed with fear and their legs were weak when one thought of all these years of devotional offerings in the Temple of Faith, and that such a terrifying giant was perched on the mountain path not far away. The original piety in his heart that had been full of devotion instantly collapsed. Please don't panic. Those are the giants guarding the mountain peak, only attacking outsiders who intrude into Goddess Peak. The mountain top is protected by a boundary. Any turmoil won't reach the Faith Sanctuary. Soon, several Faith mages rushed to maintain order, trying to calm the crowd. Having said that, the massive figure of that Titan was simply too horrifying, and it was difficult for ordinary people to withstand such a visual impact. Titan rapidly approaching Mofan and Bora. The body of a small mountain easily crushed through the dense forest. The horror of the Titan God Fist fell. The impact of the Silver Moon Fist wave is the destruction of the mountains and shaking the ground. Mofan and the vampire Bora have retreated to a very long way, but still by this terrible energy to be lifted off the ground. The two of them shadowed away at the same time. One shadow bird and one shadow bat, directly evading into the shadows to avoid damage. Boom! The Titan leapt up and stamped his legs toward the mountains, and before the shadow bird and shadow bat could stabilize themselves, they were once again swept away by the raging concussive force. The Titan giant's attack was rough and powerful. It didn't pursue precision strikes, but relied on its huge body and amazing strength to carpet the surroundings. To it, Mofan and Bora were like insignificant bugs, regardless of whether they were direct hits or not. Just the fallout from its actions was enough to pose a huge threat. It could be said that it was very similar to Chen Xian's fighting style, but Chen Xian preferred to use a wide range of demonic spells to deal with small-sized existences, and using brute force was rather like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. We've already split up to hide, and this guy can still do both. It's better to let the one in the shadows make a move, otherwise we'll have a hard time dealing with this Titan. Vampire Bora said. Well, Xian will make a move. After Mofan finished speaking, he once again shadowed away to avoid the Titan giant's giant silver mangled fist. At the same time, Chen Xian also finally struck out, and the vast and unrivaled spatial gravity zone directly enveloped the Silver Moon Titan's massive body. Gravity magic, the most grams of giants, like an invisible giant net, tightly bound the Silver Moon Titan's mountainous body, and the abnormal enhancement of gravity made every step of the Titan's movement difficult. As if the entire world was resisting its actions, each of its swings and tramples was weighed down by the aggravating force, losing its original swiftness and destructive power. Heavy rattling sounds echoed in the air, the silent protest of the earth against the Titan's actions under the effect of gravity magic. This time, he was like a tiger that was very sick, and could no longer threaten Mofan and Bola. Good chance to blast him with a big move, accompanied by Mofan's roar. The two amazingly powerful magic spells, Pale Thunderclaw and Sunset Flareflame were released at the same time. Converging into an unprecedented storm of thunder and fire, the pale black thunder seemed to come from the 9 heavens above with destructive power, while the burning stellar fire was like a blaze drawn from the depths of the earth's core. The two merging into one at this moment, the pale black thunder demon's claws, clutching fiery flames like the wrath of gods and goddesses from ancient legends, struck straight down from the sky and heavily smashed into the silver moon titan's head between the lightning and the fire. Thunder and bursts of inflammation intertwined, and the silver armor trembled under such an attack. As if even the sturdy titan's body was going to succumb in front of this power, Silver Moon Titan's huge body shook due to the sudden heavy blow. Except that he had thick skin and flesh, and was himself a monarch-level existence. Even if Mo Fan's move was so terrifying, it only broke his skin and flesh, and he simply couldn't see any heavy damage. This titan's defense is amazing. I'll have to let me break his defense with my poison spell first before you launch the destruction. Bora finished with a flash of his figure, quickly approaching the titan. His trench coat flung violently, and instantly countless black bats flew out from it, like a large mass of black thick smoke gas. Chapter 210 to 210. Successful breakthrough. Squeak squeak squeak. The black bats were black and they swooped onto the Silver Moon Titan's body. The titan kept releasing chi fury with crushing effect, but it was still no match for the terrifying number of these black bats. Soon, several thick layers of black bats covered the Silver Moon Titan's surroundings, and noisy sounds kept coming out. These black bats kept gnawing on the titan's mountainous body while injecting some sort of special toxin into it. Once the toxin took effect, even the Silver Moon Titan's monarch-level defense would be disintegrated into flesh and blood, and at that time, Mo Fan's destructive magic could easily kill it. During this process, Chen Xian's spatial gravity never relaxed for a single second, firmly keeping the Silver Moon Titan in check. Gradually the toxin began to kick in, and the Silver Moon Titan felt like its body was beginning to feel out of place. Bora's poison method showed its effect. Those black bats were not only huge in number, but more importantly, the toxins they carried were a substantial threat to the Silver Moon Titan. As the toxin gradually penetrated underneath the Titan's impenetrable skin, the Titan Monarch's body began to show subtle changes. With its strength and defense quietly declining, the Silver Moon Titan's movements became even more clumsy as it began to realize that the situation was not good and tried to break free from the bat swarm on its body and the invisible gravity shackles. However, the spatial gravity manipulated by Chen Xian was like an invisible cage, making every step of its struggle doubly difficult. The fluctuation of gravity seemed like a pair of invisible hands, sometimes waiting and sometimes relaxing, making it impossible for the Titan to focus on an effective counterattack. Mo Fan was poised on the sidelines, waiting for the best time to attack. As the Silver Moon Titan gradually weakened from the effects of the toxin, he sensed that that moment was coming. Lightning converged between his palms, flames boiled in his blood, and a magic powerful enough to exterminate any commander was brewing. Finally, when the Silver Moon Titan's defense dropped to its lowest point due to the toxin, Mo Fan exploded. The Sun Thunderclaw and Sunset Flareflame fused once again, and this time, he didn't just want to severely injure his opponent, but to kill him in one blow. As if the sky responded to his call, thunderclouds gathered, sunlight penetrated the clouds, and the two were brought together under Mo Fan's control to form the ultimate thunder and firestorm. Boom dash! A huge wave mixed with thunder and flames poured down from the sky like a heavenly punishment, hitting the Silver Moon Titan right on the top of its head. The light of the explosion illuminated the entire Mount Parthenon, and a deafening roar resounded through the clouds before everything returned to calm. When the smoke cleared, the once unbeatable Silver Moon Titan had fallen to the ground, its head gone, no longer showing any signs of life. It should be the vampire Boris poison taking effect. Old man Bao Song Qiming said. So, Mo Fan has succeeded? Shu Meng said excitedly. Song Qiming nodded, and a smile filled his face. Good lord, to actually break the Star River Mountain Road of the Parthenon Temple. This was even tougher than taking first place in the World Schools competition. Pang Lai and the others were filled with joy. Yet the faces of those members of the Parthenon Temple on the mountain became extremely ugly. Their Star River Mountain Road was unexpectedly brought down by a mage in his 20s, for entire superb sculptures, symbolizing the sanctity and inviolability of their Parthenon, highlighting the power of the Parthenon, only to be defeated all in full view of the public. The majesty of the Parthenon Temple had instantly vanished. What? This is impossible. Hai Long immediately roared at this scene. Hobu is actually dead? Died at the hands of high-level magic? Great Sage Mayora's face was gloomy to the extreme. Wouldn't this make this kid succeed in meeting Yi Xinsha? Fucking vampires. I'm afraid I'm the least welcome in Parthenon right now, and you'll have to make your own way the rest of the way. In the event of any conflict, you may summon me directly. The vampire Bola said. Mo Fan nodded and turned around to step towards Goddess Peak. Stepping into the territory of the Goddess Peak, Mo Fan found himself quickly surrounded by a group of heavily guarded members of the Parthenon, led by none other than the Temple Master Hai Long and the Great Sage Mayora. Glancing back, Pang Lai, Old Man Pao, and the others were however blocked out, obviously not allowed to enter this holy land. Facing the many questioning gazes, Mo Fan was undaunted and said bluntly, "I want to see Yi Xinxia. She is a prisoner. You have no right to visit." Grand Sage Mayora instantly retorted, "I have broken through the test of the Star River Mountain Road and have the right to meet anyone face to face." Mo Fan's tone was cold and resolute. Hailong did not directly oppose Mo Fan's request. After all, abiding by patron's rules was something he insisted on. But he was still cautious enough to assign 2 Golden Flare Knights to stay close to Mo Fan's left and right, just in case. After all, Mo Fan's outstanding performance in the Star River Mountain Road couldn't be ignored and still had to be respected. At this moment, Xin Xia's original maid, Fan Ai, rushed forward and said anxiously, "Come with me, I'll take you to the Holy Maiden Hall." Mo Fan nodded slightly and followed Fan Lian as she stepped onto the path leading to the Holy Maiden Hall. The Holy Maiden Hall was situated on the most extensive feast peak stage of the entire Goddess Peak, and any major ceremonies were held in this square-sized peak stage. The white crystal marble paved summit stage was filled with people, some of Panacea's followers and loved ones, and most of the knights and judges' temples were there as well, all dressed in grey burial garb for her funeral. Panacea's belongings were piled up in the center of the peaked platform. The blue silk godswood erected a wooden boat filled with her favorite flowers, and her body was on high facing the blue sky, clothed in holy garments. The funeral is nearing its end, just waiting for the execution of Yi Xinxia. Panakoi will be able to return to heaven in peace. This is the guilt stone. The holy sanctuary of the incident has found him guilty. The guilty can choose to end his life by himself, otherwise he will be executed by us. Grand Magistrate Du Rank of the Holy Sanctuary came out and announced, killing the Holy Maiden and committing a heinous crime. This kind of vicious demoness, this kind of person should have her god's soul destroyed. How can we let her cut herself? Immediately bring that demoness here. The Vice Lord of the Judgment Palace, Xiao Shun, said angrily. He was Pan Nija's father. Just then, the mother of the temple blocked it, saying that someone broke through the Star River Mountain Road to see Yi Xinxia, and according to the rules, Yi Xinxia was allowed to see her last relatives. Xiao Shun was agitated, saying that one more moment of life was a sin, and personally led 200 ruling mages to guard the place in case the evil woman escaped. The Temple of the Holy Maiden is situated on the edge of the cliff at the southern end of the Xingdian Peak Terrace, and is surrounded by powerful forbidden boundaries to ensure its absolute safety of being inaccessible and unable to escape from the place. The only exit from the temple faces directly onto the vast summit platform, and a grey funeral carpet is laid outside the door, extending to the funeral site in the center of the platform. At this moment, Mo Fan was in front of the main door of the Holy Maiden Hall, surrounded by the knights of the Hall of Knights and ruling mages, who were like enemies, keeping a high level of vigilance on Mo Fan's every move, for fear that he would interfere with the upcoming holy ruling in funeral.